In a world filled with a gloomy atmosphere, a vast plaza is shrouded in endless gray fog. In the center of the plaza, people of various skin colors gather, and men stand among them. The man looked around, his eyes filled with confusion. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "Welcome to the burial ground game. Everyone can awaken a talent." The burial grounds are rich in resources, but they also harbor terrifying, fantastical creatures. Every 10 days, a wave of attacks from these creatures will sweep through the land. Upon hearing this eerie voice, Qin Feng's confusion deepened. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. He had been transported to another parallel world due to an accident. This world was invaded 100 years ago by a mysterious entity called the burial ground game. The once beautiful planet was instantly reduced to burial ground. Billions of humans were plunged into a prolonged famine. The burial ground game randomly selects participants from each country. The longer a participant survives, the higher their ranking, and the more survival resources their country receives. At this moment, Qin Feng finally understood his predicament. He was just an ordinary mortal, completely incapable of surviving in this dangerous game, which immediately filled him with despair. However, just as he was in despair, a cold notification suddenly rang in his mind. Talent awakening in progress. Congratulations on obtaining the farmer talent. When he examined this seemingly unremarkable talent, he was surprised to find that this farmer talent actually allowed him to grow plants from the game plants versus zombies from his previous life. This unexpected discovery rekindled hope in Qin Feng's heart. With this unique talent, he could cultivate powerful plants, easily eliminate attacking fantasy creatures, and win game rewards. Even in this perilous world of burial grounds, they can rise rapidly and reverse their own destiny. Talent awakening complete, the burial ground survival game begins. All participants will be randomly placed in the burial ground. The chilling voice from before rang out again. Qin Feng felt the world spinning. After a moment, the dizziness subsided. At this moment, all the contestants from China and other countries of Blue Star had disappeared, and the plaza vanished as well. Instead, there was a dilapidated, drafty hut, shrouded in endless gray fog, and a strange and dangerous world unfolded before them. Although we're no longer in the same world, I'm still Chinese. Since I've been chosen for this game, I should do my part for China. Qin Feng silently encouraged himself. Just because China hasn't implemented the so-called human purge plan, it's worth fighting for. Most importantly, he must survive in this burial ground. Survival game contestant, Qin Feng, ID 500000000, stamina, 9 health, 10 to 10 hunger, 8 to 10 fantasy, 3 talent, farmer. Qin Feng clicked on the peasant option with his mind. Instantly, a compressed message appeared before his eyes. Talent, peasant, LV1, upgradable, currently unlocked plant, potato mine. Plant, potato mine planting requirements. Burial soil plus 1 potato plus 1 fantasy point maturity time, 5 minutes. Qin Feng was extremely familiar with potato mines. It was one of his favorite plants from his time-traveling days playing Plants vs. Zombies. It would explode instantly if stepped on by a zombie. At this moment, the smile on his face was hard to hide. With this farmer's talent, he was full of confidence in surviving in the burial grounds. There's no need to worry about the burial ground. After the burial ground game began, Blue Star has already turned into a vast expanse of burial ground. Each participant entering the burial ground game will receive 3 fantasy points. Potatoes. I remember that was supposed to be the starting food for all participants. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked at the dilapidated wooden house behind him and walked over quickly. As soon as he entered the house, a musty and decaying smell hit him, and the whole space was narrow and cramped. The interior was extremely sparsely furnished, with only a rotten wooden table on which sat a rusty hoe, a flickering oil lamp, and a plate of potatoes. There really are potatoes. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With his plate of potatoes, he could confidently go out to dig graves and search for supplies. He took the potatoes and hoe, then left the wooden house and began searching for graves nearby. He dare not go too far. The burial ground was shrouded in gray fog, with visibility extremely low, no more than 3 meters. If he strayed too far from the wooden hut, he might lose his way in the fog and never find his way back. There's a grave here. Soon, he found a small mound about 2 meters behind the wooden house. Qin Feng picked up his hoe and began digging in the open space about 1 meter in front of the mound, quickly digging a pit the size of a basketball. He took out a potato, put in the hole, and then filled it back with the excavated soil. Inject a little fantasy value. With a thought, a little fantasy value was injected into the hole. Instantly, the buried potato popped up a message. Plant, potato mine growing. Countdown 4 minutes 59 seconds. It will be ready in 5 minutes. Once it's ready, I can start digging the grave. Qin Feng was full of anticipation. In the graves of the burial ground, besides various supplies, terrifying fantastical creatures may also lurk. Many contestants have unearthed the monsters that killed them while digging their own graves. He planted the potato mines as a precaution. If he encountered any fantastical creatures, the potato mines would detonate and destroy them immediately. Keep going. Qin Feng certainly wouldn't just stand there waiting for the potato mines to mature. He could use this time to find more graves and continue planting. He started with 3 points of imagination, used 1 point, and had 2 left, enough to plant 2 more potato mines. So he continued searching near the cabin and soon found 2 more mounds. Qin Feng picked up his hoe again and buried potatoes. Meanwhile, billions of people across the planet Earth looked up at the sky. A giant projection screen displayed live footage of the contestants from various countries. The crowds were in high spirits, their blood boiling, cheering on their nation's competitors. In contrast, the atmosphere in China was incredibly oppressive. The faces of the people, gaunt from malnutrition, were filled with worry and heaviness. The 10 participants selected from China this time are all ordinary people, whose strength is far inferior to that of the extraordinary individuals from other countries. The other Chinese players haven't unearthed any fantasy creatures yet, nor have they found any useful resources. All they found are clothes, shoes, and other miscellaneous items with very little practical use. Other countries on Earth also noticed the images projected onto the Chinese screen. Seeing the Chinese contestants' miserable state, they couldn't help but laugh. Look at that Chinese kid. What's he doing? Burying potatoes in front of grave? Ha ha, is that a joke? Even many Chinese people were puzzled by Qin Feng's behavior. What is this kid doing? Some people were dissatisfied with Qin Feng's outrageous actions, but more people showed tolerance and understanding. In this game, being chosen by the burial grounds game almost guarantees death. Most Chinese people are grateful to their compatriots who sacrificed themselves for China. Qin Feng, however, was completely unaware that he had stirred up a storm on Blue Star. He remained, full of anticipation, beside the first potato mine he had planted. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Qin Feng stood guard in front of the potato mine, his eyes fixed on the countdown. The very instant the countdown reached 0, the potato mine state changed dramatically. Plant. Potato mine is ripe. The potato mine is ripe. Qin Feng cheered softly, his face unable to hide his joy and excitement. Now I'm not afraid of those fantastical creatures anymore, and I can finally dig graves for supplies and peace. With excitement, he swung his hoe and began digging at the grave mound in front of him. With each swing of the hoe, accompanied by the rustling sound of turning the soil, clods of earth were dug out, and the original small mound was gradually leveled, replaced by an increasingly deeper pit. Clang! Suddenly, the hoe seemed to hit something hard, and a force of reaction sent it bouncing back up. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. I found it! He quickly squatted down and carefully used a hoe to clear away the surrounding soil. Soon, a box emitting a faint white light was revealed. Item, treasure chest level. White hint. This is a white treasure chest containing various items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Looking at the treasure chest before him, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. He was very curious about what was hidden inside. It would determine whether he could survive in this desolate land. He stepped back a few paces, creating some distance between himself and the treasure chest, then slowly reached for the switch with his hoe. His movements were cautious, a hint of tension in his eyes. After several attempts, the hoe finally touched the switch. With a soft click, the treasure chest slowly opened, and a flash of white light appeared. The white treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations! You have obtained 2x 1.2L mineral water, 1x 13 spices, and 2x chili sauce. Water. Not bad. Qin Feng was overjoyed. During this game of burial, he was acutely aware of the preciousness of water and food. Water, in particular, was crucial. Without it, a person could not survive for more than 7 days. Now, These supplies undoubtedly greatly increased his chances of survival. His gaze fell on the 13 spices and chili sauce, and images of cooking with them involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he couldn't help but swallow. Qin Feng carefully put the 3 items into his inventory, then picked up his hoe and headed towards the remaining 2 mounds. Those 2 potato mines should be right by now. Let's see what good stuff we can dig up. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of people across the world were still watching the projection. When they saw Qin Feng dig up the mineral water, many Chinese people became excited. Huh, he found mineral water. This kid is lucky. As long as he holds his ground near the cabin, he might actually be able to withstand the first wave of fantasy creature attacks. Those foreigners who had just been mocking Qin Feng now looked visibly displeased. Since the burial soil game descended upon Earth, the planet's environment had drastically changed. Plants were poisonous, water sources were polluted, and the condiments that were once readily available had long since disappeared. Tisk, with his useless farmer talent, he won't survive the first wave of attacks. He'll be trapped in the hut waiting to die. Wait, something's not right. They originally thought Qin Feng would just stay in the hut to save his life, but the situation gradually deviated from their expectations. This kid seems to be still digging graves? Foolish Chinese kid, does he really think his luck will always be this good? If he digs up a low-level fantasy item, with his talent, he probably won't be able to handle it. As they watched Qin Feng projected onto the screen, the hearts of the Chinese people were in their throats. They silently prayed for Qin Feng, hoping he would be safe and sound. In the burial game, Qin Feng had arrived at the 2nd grave mound. The potato mine in front of him was ready. Continue. He took a deep breath, swung his hoe again, and began digging. This time, with experience, his movements were more skillful, and he controlled the strength and rhythm with ease. Soon after, the mound was leveled, and then, clang. Another soft sound rang out as the host struck something hard again. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his movements quickened as he swiftly parted the soil, revealing a familiar white treasure chest once more. Item, treasure chest level. White. I wonder what's inside this chest. He took a few steps back, filled with anticipation and trepidation, still tentatively trying to pry open the switch with his hoe. Although the previous treasure chest hadn't contained any fantastical creatures, he still dared not let his guard down. With a soft click, the treasure chest slowly opened as the hoe pried it open, and a flash of white light appeared once more. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2x 500G noodles, 2x 500G shepherd's purse dumplings, and 1x 500G pork bun. So much food. Qin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. He had been worried that there wouldn't be any food after planting all the potatoes, but now he was presented with a pile of cooked food that suited his taste. Dumplings for dinner. He couldn't help but swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. After digging 2 graves, Qin Feng's arms ached terribly. As someone who didn't usually do physical labor, he felt unprecedented fatigue, and his stomach was rumbling loudly. But he gritted his teeth. Before we call it a day, I have to dig the 3rd grave. This kid is really lucky. Baozi, Jiaozi, this kid can spend the new year in the burial ground. Huh. As Qin Feng opened the 2nd treasure chest and found a large amount of food, the people of China breathed a sigh of relief and were also sincerely happy for him. Meanwhile, the people of other countries on Earth were extremely envious. A young Chinese man who had awakened the talent of a useless farmer had actually opened 2 treasure chests, both filled with food. How could anyone else compete with that? I don't believe he can dig up 3 graves, all full of supplies, someone roared indignantly. Chapter 4 Food. The shocked crowd. Let's start digging. At this moment, Qin Feng didn't care what was happening outside. To be honest, he didn't really care what others were doing. The only thing he cared about now was whether this 3rd grave mound could bring him something special. He wasn't after supplies. He wanted the opposite. He hoped to dig up a mythical creature. While the other contestants were hoping to find food and drink, Qin Feng preferred something more exciting. I've used up all 3 of my initial fantasy points. If I don't kill another fantasy creature soon, I won't be able to plant any more mines. Of course, he had considered using himself as bait to lure fantasy creatures into the minefield. But that would be too dangerous, and he needed to prioritize his safety. The hoe swung, sending dirt flying. The small grave was cleared away at a visible speed, quickly revealing a white treasure chest. Item, treasure chest level. White hint. This is a common white treasure chest. It may contain all sorts of things from human imagination. Come and try your luck. Qin Feng took 2 steps back and muttered under his breath. Please, this time I hope it's a fantasy creature. With that, he gently touched the mechanism of the treasure chest with his hoe. With a click, the chest opened and a blinding white light flashed. Immediately afterward, a deep roar echoed. The light faded, and a rotting zombie stood before them. The zombie was still draped in tattered strips of cloth, and a stench filled the air. Oh my God, it's a zombie. Great. While others were terrified at the sight of a zombie, Qin Feng was overjoyed, like he'd won the lottery. The zombie, sensing the presence of a living person, slowly turned its head towards Qin Feng, then pounced, waving its arms. However, Qin Feng stood still, completely unfazed. Because there were potato mines buried right in front of him, he had already set a trap. But to everyone else, this guy looked completely terrified. The audience from all over the world, watching the projection screen, erupted in cheers. Ha ha! He dug up a zombie. He's done for. I knew it. His good luck was about to run out. Standing still, waiting to die. This kid is really stupid. He dug up so much good stuff, but he got killed before he could even eat a bite. Even some ordinary Chinese people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Qin Feng was probably beyond saving this time. Many women and children couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly looked away. But just when everyone thought Qin Feng was doomed, the plot suddenly took a dramatic turn. At the critical moment, the zombie stepped into the minefield. Boom! With a loud bang, the zombie was blown to pieces, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody, but Qin Feng didn't run away. He even felt some unknown liquid enter his mouth and immediately bent over to vomit violently. He vomited for a while before he recovered. Just then, a notification sound came from his ear, indicating a system status update. Qin Feng immediately opened the panel and saw Burial Ground Survival Game Stamina. 6 to 10 health points, 9 to 10 hunger points, 4 to 10 fantasy points, 3. Hey, as expected, killing fantasy creatures gives me fantasy points. Qin Feng's face lit up when he saw his fantasy points had increased to 3. You see, in this world, fantasy points are key. With fantasy points, you can improve your physique and enhance your abilities. The core guarantee for survival. Without fantasy points, you can only wait to die. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. Today was exciting enough. He had already dug 3 graves, and after being feasted on zombie flesh, he was completely exhausted. Back in the cabin, he found a spot and lay down. Never mind, I'll eat later. He closed his eyes and began to summarize the day's events. This was a habit of his. He would review everything before going to bed each night. Especially in a place like a burial ground, details often determine life or death. A small oversight could be fatal. First rule, next time, when luring zombies to step on mines, make sure they're far away or find some cover. After all, he didn't want to taste that liquid again. Second rule, I don't think I know how to detonate potato mines myself. He thought about it carefully. The moment the zombies approached the minefield, they detonated. He himself had walked into it before without any problems. This discovery was significant. So, does that mean I can walk right over potato mines from now on? This was fantastic. Not only can you set up traps more freely, but you can even use minefields as natural barriers. In other words, if you make good use of this feature, the safety level of the cabin can be greatly improved. Just as Qin Feng was quietly summarizing, the people on Earth were in an uproar. Audiences from all over the world were dumbfounded, hardly able to believe what they had just witnessed. Chapter 5 Explosion. The zombies exploded. Are you kidding me? Audiences from all over Earth were stunned, questioning their very existence. It's a setup. It must be a setup. This isn't scientific. Did that kid from China cheat? I'm reporting him. Could it be that he used a potato as a bomb? This scene is unacceptable. While others start by eating dirt, he's eating dumplings, killing zombies, and his luck is off the charts. He unearthed food from 2 graves and even blew up a fantasy creature. This start is practically scripted. Compared to the anger and envy of people in other countries, the situation in China was absolutely electric. So beautiful. Who said this kid is stupid? He's incredibly clever. He's killing and eating at the same time. He's on his way to clearing the level. Don't forget, he still has 3 points of fantasy value. Adding that to the initial 3, he now has 6 points in total. Doubling his stamina is no problem. But soon, someone noticed a problem. Wait a minute. Why is there only 3 fantasy points on the panel? No way could it be that he didn't blow up the zombies. Did the system not claim them? If that's the case, that's a huge loss. 3 fantasy points are a real treasure. Discussions rose and fell, everyone intently watching the projection screen. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already fallen asleep in the cabin. He was utterly exhausted, digging 3 graves and experiencing a bloody explosion. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the ground. However, he didn't fall asleep. He remained vigilant, waking up at the slightest sound. This time, he was awakened by hunger. His stomach protested fiercely, rumbling like a drum. Qin Feng rubbed his stomach and glanced at the time. First round of fantasy creature tide countdown. 9 days, 8 hours, and 56 minutes. The game didn't have day/night cycles or precise times. He could only rely on this countdown to estimate the passage of time. Wow, I slept for 8 hours. I stretched and felt much better. After all, I don't usually do much work, and today I'd worked on 3 graves in one go, so it was really tiring. But luckily I'm young, and I recover quickly. I woke up feeling refreshed. Let me grab something to eat to calm my nerves. A thought flashed through his mind, and a perfectly packaged bag of dumplings appeared in his hand. Item, love-longing dumplings. Qin Feng stared at the strange name for a moment, then paused. But he couldn't worry about the meaning of the name now. Finding a container to cook the dumplings was the priority. No way, there really isn't a pot. He searched the entire wooden hut, finding only the shallow metal pan that had once held potatoes. Besides the broken table, hoe, and oil lamp, there was nothing else in this dilapidated place. I'll make do. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the metal pan, intending to use it as a cooking pot. It was a bit shallow, but it wouldn't be a problem to cook a few less. He poured in some mineral water, then dismantled the old wooden table to use as firewood. A fire was lit, plates were placed on it, and the water began to bubble. He carefully placed 5 dumplings into the fire. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted out. It smells so good. Qin Feng used 2 wooden sticks as chopsticks to scoop out the dumplings. Chili sauce was also prepared beside them. The steaming dumplings, coated in chili oil, released an aroma that rushed straight to his head with each bite. Amazing. This was the first hot meal he had eaten since arriving in the burial ground world. The feeling of happiness was almost overwhelming. Meanwhile, the audience on Blue Star was completely stunned. They drooled as they stared at the hot dumplings projected on the screen. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had no intention of playing it safe. He ate 5 dumplings but still wasn't full. He grabbed 5 more and started cooking. How can I have the energy to work in this kind of game if I don't eat? In the perilous environment of the burial ground game, whether you eat enough today or not, you might not even survive tomorrow. Therefore, eating is a crucial matter. The audience on Earth was completely dumbfounded. Was this kid really just eating his fill while others were frugal and meticulous with their spending? Qin Feng had devoured an entire bag of dumplings. Not only that, he even took out 2 steam buns and started baking them. Has this kid gone mad? Even the Chinese audience was dumbfounded. Previous contestants always planned their meals, eating 5 pieces at a time, a week's worth divided into 10 days. This kid did the opposite, finishing it all in 1 meal. What will he do when he can't find any more food? Qin Feng wasn't worried about this at all. He patted his stomach in high spirits. Let's keep digging. Full and satisfied, he headed out the door with renewed energy. There were 2 ripe potato mines behind the cabin for backup. Even if he encountered more fantastical creatures, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, he still hoped everything would go smoothly from now on, and that he wouldn't encounter any more bloodshed. Soon, he found a new grave mound in the gray fog. As usual, he first buried a potato mine in front of the grave as a precaution. Then he continued searching for the next one. His 3 fantasy points were quickly used up. As he searched for graves, he muttered to himself, God help me. I'll give you some more fantasy creatures, or even just some potatoes. Chapter 6, Abundant Resources. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In this gray, fog-filled world of burial mounds, a figure was energetically digging at a grave, wielding a hoe. Suddenly, with a clang, the hoe was bounced back by something. Another treasure chest. Item, treasure chest level. White hint. There are fantasy items hidden inside. Open it quickly and see if there will be any surprises waiting for you. Qin Feng took a few steps back and knocked the chest open with his hoe without hesitation. Roar! The familiar sound rang out again, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. Another zombie, what a steal! He immediately raised the wooden plank he had prepared beforehand to shield himself. He had tasted the zombie's presence once before and really didn't want to experience it a second time. The zombie's eyes darted around, spotting Qin Feng, and it immediately pounced. The next second, a loud bang echoed as the potato mine exploded, turning the zombie into a corpse once more. A system notification flashed. Fantasy value +3. Qin Feng was already quite adept at this. But just as he dealt with the zombies, viewers in other countries on Earth went wild with excitement. Ha ha ha! Another zombie. He's doomed this time. After yesterday's lavish feast of dumplings and baked buns, Qin Feng became a key target of surveillance by various countries on Earth. They thought they would see Qin Feng get into trouble this time, but they didn't expect that he would take care of the zombies again. Why did it explode again? The potatoes exploded again. Is that true? Seeing the series of explosions, everyone finally began to doubt Qin Feng's strange actions before digging up the graves. Could those potatoes really be bombs? But how did he know? Just because he's a farmer? The discussion quickly spread, and more people believed it. Some even urgently shared this potato bomb theory with their fellow contestants. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, looking at the 3 new fantasy points added to his panel, was secretly delighted. However, he also realized a problem. His potatoes were almost gone. He had only 7 potatoes in his initial plate, and now 6 were buried, leaving only 1. Please, give me some potatoes. He quickly started digging the second grave mound. Opening the chest, it was another white treasure chest, followed by a roar. This time it wasn't a zombie, but a ferocious-looking wolf. Much faster than a zombie, it charged at him in an instant. Holy crap! Zulfust! Qin Feng was startled. Luckily, he had planted a mine beforehand. With a bang, the wolf was also killed. Fantasy points +3, credited again. Looking at the shredded wolf meat, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. What a pity! It would be so delicious if it were edible. But he knew that the meat of these fantastical creatures was absolutely inedible. If one accidentally ate it, they would be affected by the impure thoughts within, at best becoming stupid, at worst turning into a monster, transforming into another fantastical creature. He quickly turned his attention to the last grave mound. Don't let me down. However, before he could act, a series of beep system notifications rang out. Someone's messaged me. Qin Feng opened the messages, completely bewildered. Qin Feng, this is the commander of China. Is it true that potatoes buried in the ground can explode? Qin Feng, may I ask? A series of messages came flooding in. They actually believed this. After reading through the contents, he finally realized what had happened. It turned out that his potato mine operation had been misinterpreted as the truth that potatoes equal bombs and was being imitated by other countries. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He quickly sent a message to the commander, explaining the truth about the potato mines and instructing him to only tell the Chinese participants and not to leak it out. The commander immediately understood his meaning and readily agreed. Hee, I wonder how many people I'll kill. Qin Feng joked, but jokes aside, he knew that digging graves was the real business. He continued to swing his hoe, locking onto the next burial mound. With a clang, his eyes lit up instantly. Item, treasure, chest level. Yellow hint. This is a yellow treasure chest containing rare fantasy items. Open it now for a unique reward. Wow, it's yellow. Yellow treasure chests are much rarer than white ones. Before the fantasy creature attack wave, the probability of finding a yellow treasure chest was only 1%. In other words, it's a symbol of absolute luck. Qin Feng opened the treasure chest with great anticipation. A notification flashed. Yellow treasure chest opened. You have obtained 1 plant encyclopedia and a bag of seeds. Encyclopedia and seeds. He quickly took out the card and a brocade pouch from the treasure chest. On the card, a small green plant image appeared prominently. Could it be the thing I guessed? He quickly checked the plant encyclopedia information. Plant encyclopedia, pea shooter planting requirements. Burial soil +1 P +4 illusion points, plus LV2 talent maturity time. 4 hours. Pea shooter. Qin Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. Although he didn't dig up any more potatoes, this was much better than a potato mine. After all, potato mines are disposable, while pea shooters can attack repeatedly once planted, making them a powerful tool for prolonged battles. This is worth more than digging 7 or 8 graves. He carefully put away the illustrated guide and opened the brocade pouch. Sure enough, inside was a bunch of round, green seeds. There must be 50 of these, right? Looking at this large handful of peas, Qin Feng felt much more at ease. As long as he used these peas in conjunction with his fantasy points, surviving the first wave of attacks wouldn't be a problem at all. Meanwhile, the Chinese people erupted in cheers as they looked at the gleaming yellow treasure chest. A yellow treasure chest. A 1% chance. This kid really got it. Others can't open it in 7 days, but he dug it up in 2. That's incredible. This time, China is finally going to prove itself. On the other hand, everyone from the various countries of Earth was green with envy. Why did he get the yellow box after digging only 7? That's not fair. It's okay. We're also burying potatoes like him. We'll catch up soon. So, the contestants from all over Earth followed suit, burying the potatoes they had saved in front of the graves one by one. They even deliberately waited 5 minutes like Qin Feng before digging. And what happened? Roar. A contestant from a certain alien nation unearthed a zombie and nervously hid behind the potatoes he had buried. Then, bite. The potato didn't explode. Instead, half his face was bitten off by the zombie. Tragedy struck other countries as well. The potatoes were buried, couldn't be blown up, and all became casualties. The audience on Earth was dumbfounded. That's exactly what he did. Why didn't it work? Is it really a difference in talent? Meanwhile, Qin Feng was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He carefully put away the brocade pouch, deciding to dig another grave before returning to study his talent upgrade. After all, the gray fog was never safe enough. He found another grave mound and buried the last potato mine. After the potatoes matured, he started digging, and sure enough, roar, bang. Fantasy points +3, credited. The potatoes are all gone. Time to go home. Qin Feng shouldered his hoe, humming a little tune as he returned to the cabin. He first made some noodles, then casually opened the game panel, preparing to study the talent system upgrade. Chapter 7 Talent Upgrade. Inside the simple wooden hut, flames roared. Mineral water began to boil in a metal pan, steam rising and billowing white vapor. Qin Feng tossed noodles into the hot water. Rice was cooking beside the pot, but his mind was busy pondering the matter of upgrading his talent. He brought up the game panel to check his current status. Survival in the burial grounds, stamina, 9, health, 10, hunger, 4, fantasy, 8, talent, farmer LV1, items, pea-shooter encyclopedia, pea-seeds X48, fantasy creature tide countdown, 9 days, 8 hours, 56 minutes. He opened the talent section and checked it carefully. Talent, farmer LV1 7 to 10 unlock plant. Potato mine upgrading requires 10 experience points, and I only have 7 now, 3 more needed. He thought about it and realized he had planted a total of 7 potato mines, which matched the experience points. It seemed that the experience was linked to the number of plants. Each potato mine planted gave 1 point of experience. But the problem is potatoes are gone, and pea shooters need to be LV2 to plant them. It seemed like a vicious cycle. But Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. Fantasy points. Right, fantasy points can be directly used to improve talents. Without hesitation, he immediately invested 3 fantasy points into his talents. A flash of white light appeared, followed by a system notification. Talent. Farmer LV20 to 50 unlock plants. Potato mine, pea shooter done. Qin Feng excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Finally, he could plant pea shooters. These weren't one-time bombs, but rather a main unit capable of continuous damage output. Immediately afterward, a server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a contestant from China, for becoming the first person to upgrade his talent to LV2. He is rewarded with a level 1 shelter blueprint. The regional channel has opened, the new player protection period has ended, and the trading system is now open. The entire burial ground world was stunned by this sudden system notification. Some players were resting in the cabins, some were frantically digging graves, and some were still fighting zombies. Upon hearing this news, everyone froze in place. What, he's already level 2? It's only the 2nd day. He's a Chinese contestant. How is that possible? Weren't they all huddled in their cabins? He even got the shelter blueprints. That's outrageous. In an instant, the faces of spectators from all over the world turned green, especially after their own team suffered heavy casualties due to the misconception that potatoes equal bombs. Seeing the Chinese team unscathed and even having some players upgrade their talents only fueled their rage. So what if he upgraded that kid's already used up all his potatoes? Yeah, let's see how he fares now. Little did they know, Qin Feng had already planned a new strategy. I have 8 fantasy points now, just enough to plant 2 pea shooters. Without a second thought, he immediately decided to plant one to try it out. However, this time he didn't plan to plant it outside, but inside the cabin. The reason was simple. The cabin was dilapidated, the wooden door was rickety, and anyone could kick it open. If a fantasy creature were to visit in the middle of the night, he'd definitely be wiped out. So, he decided to plant pea shooters right at his doorstep to guard his base. Without further ado, he picked up a hoe and dug a hole at the entrance. The hole was just big enough to hold one seed, so he planted a pea and added 4 points of fantasy value. A system notification popped up, Plant Encyclopedia, pea shooter planting requirements, burial soil plus 1 pea plus 4 fantasy points plus talent LV2 growing time. 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, done. Qin Feng clapped his hands, looking at the hole where the seed had just been planted, his face full of anticipation. Once this pea shooter grew, he wouldn't have to sleep in fear at night anymore. Next, he turned his attention to the newly acquired item, the shelter blueprint. He opened the item information interface. Item, shelter upgrade blueprint description. After binding the shelter, materials can be consumed to upgrade it. Prompt, if I were you, I would bind it immediately. Shelter detected. Qin Feng's cabin. Bind. Bind. Qin Feng clicked confirm without hesitation. He had long been fed up with this dilapidated wooden hut. The planks were moldy, there were holes in the walls, and the door had been kicked down. Now that he had the chance to upgrade it into a proper house, he naturally didn't hesitate. If only it could become one of those modern villas. Just thinking about having air conditioning, a bathtub, and even being able to eat hot pot in his future home made Qin Feng so excited he felt like he could fly. After the binding was confirmed, the blueprint flew up, emitting a golden light. It eventually transformed into a beam of light, merging into the wooden house and disappearing. Immediately afterward, the panel updated, displaying new information. Qin Feng was surprised to find that he could now view the shelter's detailed attributes. Chapter 8, Trading Potatoes. Inside the cabin, the mineral water in the dish bubbled and boiled under the heat of the flames, steam rising continuously. Qin Feng cooked noodles while staring at the game interface, preparing to check the shelter's information. A panel popped up, shelter current status, dilapidated cabin area, 2 by 3 next level, intact cabin upgrade requirements, 20 wood. So, it only takes 20 pieces of wood to upgrade. Qin Feng perked up immediately upon seeing the upgrade requirements. He had long disliked this little wooden hut. The door was loose and the walls were broken, making it a dangerous place to sleep. However, reality was staring him in the face. He didn't have a single piece of wood. There were no trees in the burial grounds world, and it was impossible to cut down trees. He could only try his luck by digging graves. Just as he was about to close the panel, a series of beep, beep, beep notification sounds rang out. He looked and saw the regional channel bar flashing wildly, with unread messages instantly soaring to 99 plus. Alright, didn't the regional channel just open? Qin Feng was a little curious about the other contestant situations, so he clicked in and was completely stunned. A barrage of curses almost crashed the screen. What's going on? Besides digging up graves and planting mines, I don't think I've offended anyone. But upon closer inspection, he immediately understood what was happening. It turned out that this group of people were all contestants from other countries on Earth. Because they mistakenly believed the false news that potatoes will explode, a large number of them died. So it was your own stupidity that led you to come to me for blame? Qin Feng sneered, feeling no pity whatsoever. He clearly remembered how many people had mocked and ridiculed him in the game plaza. Thinking of this, he casually posted a kind reminder announcement. Attention all contestants, potatoes buried in the ground won't explode. Don't misunderstand, safety first. The message sent the regional channel into an uproar. Qin Feng, seeing the screen filled with angry words, wasn't angry at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Their reaction proves one thing. Although the burial ground is vast, it's possible for participants to encounter each other. There have been previous incidents where Chinese athletes have been ganged up on or even eliminated by coalition. Because China did not participate in the so-called human elimination plan, it has always been regarded as a hostile target by various countries. Now, Qin Feng was fully alert. It seems I can't let my guard down. I must improve my strength as soon as possible and upgrade my shelter. Thinking this, he set a goal, to dig up a few more graves tomorrow and try to get enough wood. Just as he was about to leave the regional channel, the notification sound rang again. But this time it wasn't a channel message, but rather, Qin invites you to join the group chat. A group chat function? This game is so comprehensive. He clicked agree and was immediately added to a group chat room. There were 7 people in total, making 8 including him. The group was called China Team. Zhuang, Qin Feng, welcome to join us. Qin Feng is amazing. He leveled up his talent in just 2 days. Incredible. Baogua, you're the first one to upgrade. That's really something. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, you're so handsome. The group chat suddenly buzzed with excitement. Qin Feng looked at the screen, full of praise, and felt a warmth in his heart. Only those on his own side could truly hear his words. After the arrival of the burial ground, people from all nations could only rely on unity and solidarity. Qin Feng immediately replied with a message. Hello everyone, this is Qin Feng. Let's work together to survive. The group chat exploded with messages again. Zhuang, I thought your farmer talent was useless, but you really surprised us. I bet you'll live the longest. Qin Feng, I still have 5 potatoes on me. Do you want them, Baogua? I also have 4, I can trade them for some food. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was worried about running out of potatoes, and it was only the second day. They hadn't even finished them yet. Then Wei Wei said, Brother Qin Feng, I have 6 potatoes left. Can I give you 3? This sudden act of kindness stunned Qin Feng. He had been thinking about how to bargain, but she was just giving them away for free. In an instant, Qin Feng felt like he wasn't even human anymore. His conscience had been pounded. Baogua, Wei Wei, you can't just give away potatoes like that just because you admire Qin Feng. Potatoes are so important. You should at least trade them, exchange them for food. Baogua's words were direct, but every word was for his benefit. In this environment, using trade as a way to disguise care was already the greatest kindness. Qin Feng took a deep breath and quickly typed. Qin Feng, everyone's supplies are tight right now, but I still have food. We can't just take the potatoes for free, so let's do what Uncle Baogua said and trade. The group chat immediately became lively again. Zhuang, how about trading by weight, Qin? No way. Qin Feng's buns and dumplings are much more nutritious. Trading by weight is too unfair. In just a few words, the trade ratio was set. Noodles for potatoes, 1-to-1. Water for potatoes, 1-to-2. Buns and dumplings for potatoes, 1-to-2. In the end, Qin Feng exchanged all his noodles, buns, and dumplings for potatoes. He got a full 20. Looking at the pile of potatoes, a hint of emotion appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. In this perilous burial ground world, encountering such a group of teammates was truly rare. Once we dig up more supplies tomorrow, we definitely need to find a way to compensate them, he resolved. Just as he was about to close the group chat, another message popped up. Universe Kingdom. Zheng Feng, Qin Feng, 1 potato for a bag of dumplings, no bargaining. Qin Feng sneered and replied, Get lost. Chapter 9, Pea Shooter, First Kill. After finishing that incredibly delicious bowl of 13 spice noodles, Qin Feng patted his stomach and got busy again. Following his previous plan, he dug 5 pits near the cabin, each just big enough to bury a potato mine. This was his designed defensive position. As long as he filled the area around the house with potato mines, he wouldn't have to worry about any wandering fantasy creature sneaking up on him at night. Although he still had 20 potatoes, his fantasy points were down to only 5. So he could only plant 5 mines for now. Quite a few things had happened today, and Qin Feng briefly reviewed them in his mind before lying down. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep in the dimly lit little house. Inside the cabin, Qin Feng was still fast asleep. But just then, the gray mist outside suddenly stirred, emitting eerie rustling sounds. A figure slowly staggered out of the mist. It was a zombie, its body hunched over, covered in dried blood, its skin so ulcerated that the bone was almost visible. A pair of lifeless eyes glowed with a ghostly green light. Its head turned 360 degrees, locking onto a direction like a radar. Target, Qin Feng's cabin. Then it began to stagger forward, its steps carrying a strange rhythm. Meanwhile, the audience from all over the world was ecstatic. Please don't step on the landmine. Please, don't explode. As long as it doesn't explode, this kid is finished. It seemed to be working. The zombie somehow managed to slip through the gaps between several potato mines and arrive at the door of the cabin, hitting its target perfectly. This kid's really done for this time. Look at him, sleeping like a log. He doesn't even know what's going on outside. When the zombies rush in, they'll tear him to shreds. The audience was full of anticipation, eager to see a bloody show. The zombie reached the doorway, intending to rush into the cabin and bite someone. But suddenly, it was attracted by something. There was a green plant by the door, exuding a strong fragrance, like another living person. The zombie stared at it for 2 seconds, then grinned, ready to bite. The next moment, the plant suddenly shook, instantly shooting out 3 green beans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The beans struck the zombie's chest with incredible speed, Each one as fierce as a small cannonball. The rotting flesh was pierced through directly. The zombie's movements faltered, and the next second, it collapsed to the ground with a thud, its body parts scattered everywhere. The audience from all over the world was dumbfounded. This plan can fight. What kind of weird thing is this? Is this another one of Qin Feng's farmer-like talents? Are you kidding me? This is a farmer? I think he's a weapons expert who misjudged the tech tree. First wave of fantasy creatures countdown. 9 days, 0 hours, and 25 minutes. Qin Feng was still sound asleep. It wasn't until the system notification appeared, fantasy value +3, that he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Huh? What's going on? Sleeping can increase fantasy value. He was still a little confused until he saw the pile of wreckage at the door, instantly waking up. Good heavens, a monster attacked me last night. Looking at the pile of mangled corpses by the door, Qin Feng felt a lingering fear. Luckily, I planted a pea shooter at the door yesterday. If it weren't for that plant guarding the door, he probably would have become a zombie's supper. However, he also noticed a problem. This zombie avoided the potato mine, which meant the minefield wasn't dense enough. Moreover, the pea shooter's attack is linear. It can only hit if it's within range. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, he had to keep planting. He needed to plant more peas, and he needed to bury more mines. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng immediately picked up his hoe and began another day of digging graves. This time, he didn't go behind the cabin. Instead, he stood directly in front of the pea shooter's attack line. With the auto-attacking ranged defense tower, he was no longer afraid of zombie attacks. Soon, he spotted a grave mound on the attack line. With a swing of the hoe, dirt flew, and the grave mound was quickly leveled, revealing a white treasure chest. Congratulations on opening the treasure chest. You have received one 3-piece bedding set. Qin Feng looked at his loot and immediately smiled. Not bad. Finally, I don't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Then, he continued forward, searching for new graves. Sure enough, the density of graves in this area was extremely high, and he dug up 2 more after only a few steps. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations on receiving 2x1000 G rice, 2x1000 G flour. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations on receiving 2x mineral water, 12x milk, 6x Red Bull. 2 white chests in a row, both full of food and water. Qin Feng looked at his loot, his mood soaring. Today is truly an incredible day of good luck. He unscrewed a can of Red Bull and downed it in one gulp. He immediately felt refreshed, full of energy, and at his peak. Today's goal, 10 graves, he thought without stopping. He then discovered a treasure chest and expertly opened it. The white chest opened with a roar. Before he could even see the contents, he heard a familiar roar. A zombie with a tilted head leaped out, its gaze fixed on Qin Feng, and lunged at him, baring its fangs and claws. But whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From inside the small wooden house in the distance, the pea shooter swiftly locked onto its target. 3 peas were fired in an instant, hitting the zombie precisely. The zombie froze, its ferocious expression instantly frozen. Although its body was still charging forward, its eyes had already dimmed and lost their light. Like a puppet with broken strings, it stiffly took a few steps forward, then fell straight down at Qin Feng's feet. Chapter 10, Trading Timber. Preparing to upgrade the shelter. Fantasy value +3. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever witnessed a pea shooter fire. 3 green peas whistled out, cleanly and efficiently taking down the charging zombies. The rate of fire and the power both exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. Even more amazing was that the peas passed right through his body without causing him any damage. I'm not getting hurt by friendly fire. This feature made him feel quite pleased. Keep going. Without further ado, he followed the pea shooter's attack line and continued digging up graves. Now, with this automatic attack assistant, his efficiency in opening chests increased significantly. System notifications kept popping up. Fantasy value +3. White treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining 1 single bed, 2 bedside tables, and 1 chair. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. White treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining 10 wood and 5 stones. 3 zombies and 2 supply boxes were found in the 5 grave mounds. Although no more food was found, Qin Feng was still quite happy. Most importantly, he finally found some wood. This meant he was 1 step closer to upgrading his cabin. Unfortunately, today's harvest consisted entirely of furniture and building materials. He hadn't found any food or drink. After digging 10 graves in a row, he was starting to feel tired. Looking down at the distance to his cabin, he realized he had already walked more than 20 meters. The gray fog grew thicker, and he even sensed an unsettling atmosphere. All right, my life's more important. Time to get back and eat. And while I'm at it, see if I can trade some timber to upgrade the house sooner. Qin Feng shouldered his hoe and began his return journey. The first thing he did upon returning to the cabin was to move out the new furniture. He placed the bed, bedside table, and chairs one by one. The cabin wasn't big to begin with, and the single bed immediately took up a third of the space. Thank goodness it's a single bed, otherwise there wouldn't be enough room. Then he spread out the 3-piece bedding set he'd gotten yesterday. He tried lying down for a bit. Wow, so soft, so comfortable. Finally, he didn't have to face the hard floor anymore. He felt like he was floating on a cloud. After lying there for a while, he started preparing dinner. The dumplings and steamed buns were traded yesterday, so today he could only cook some rice. Sigh, I hope next time I can get a pot or something. This broken plate is too difficult to use, Qin Feng muttered as he boiled water to cook the rice. While the water was boiling, he casually opened the group chat. Group members, 7 people. Qin Feng was stunned. There were clearly 8 people yesterday. How come one is missing? He immediately checked the chat history. Sure enough, his guess was right. Last night, another Chinese participant was attacked by a wandering fantasy creature and permanently eliminated from the game. A somber atmosphere filled the group chat. Everyone remained silent for a long time. Manhwa. From the moment we entered the burial ground, we knew we would face death sooner or later, but as long as we live, we must live a meaningful life. Manhwa's words boosted morale, and everyone responded enthusiastically. The group chat then became active again, with people sharing supplies and exchanging requests. Qin Feng also posted a message at the opportune moment. Qin Feng, I have rice, flour, bottled water, zizai milk, and Red Bull. Anyone who needs them can trade with me. This immediately silenced the group chat, because Qin Feng's wealth was truly frightening. While others were struggling to put food on the table, he was rolling in money. He even had luxury goods like milk and energy drinks. However, the group members felt no jealousy whatsoever. They knew that the stronger Qin Feng was, the higher his ranking would be. And a higher ranking meant more resources could be allocated to the entire China region. That was crucial for their families outside the burial ground game. Manhwa, brother Qin Feng, I have 2 potatoes left. How about I trade you 2 portions of rice? It'll still be a 1-to-1 ratio. Dazhuang, I'll trade 2 potatoes for 2 portions of rice. Qin, I also have 3 potatoes left, same 1-to-1 ratio. Wei, brother Qin Feng, I'll trade 3 potatoes for 3 portions of rice. Seeing the familiar exchange rate, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. Yesterday, they had helped him exchange for a considerable amount of potatoes, knowing how important potatoes were to him, yet they hadn't raised the price at all. If it were another country, like that powerful figure from the Cosmic Kingdom yesterday, who would demand a bag of dumplings for a single potato with absolutely no bottom line. The key point is, that kind of exchange wasn't actually a loss for them. As long as he had potato mines, he could confidently open the crates. Even a bag of dumplings was nothing if he dug up supplies. He could even kill a fantasy creature and get 3 fantasy points. But his group members were still charging a fair price. Qin Feng decided he had to compensate them. So he sent a message. Qin Feng, I suggest changing the exchange rate. Everyone's potatoes are very important to me. I feel bad exchanging them at the original price. The message went silent for a moment. After a few seconds, someone spoke up. Manhwa, indeed, rice is relatively scarce, so the ratio can definitely be adjusted. Qin Feng, you name a number, we'll listen to you. Qin Feng glanced at the message. Oh dear, a misunderstanding. He quickly sent another message. Qin Feng, I meant to say that everyone can exchange their potatoes for more rice. It's not a price increase, it's that I'm losing out. But the group chat exploded again. Qin, little Qin, that makes it seem like we're taking advantage of you. We can't do that. Wei, brother Qin Feng, potatoes are valuable to you, but to us they're just food. Exchanging them for rice is already a good deal. We can't take more. Qin Feng was speechless. Why was it so hard to even take a loss in this group finally? A clever idea struck him, and he posted a joke in the group. If you guys don't change the ratio, I'll be too embarrassed to trade with you guys anymore. Who will I trade with then if you all starve to death? The group chat immediately buzzed with excitement. Manhwa. Haha, let's listen to brother Qin Feng and adjust the ratio accordingly. The new transaction was completed quickly. Qin Feng traded food for 15 potatoes, replenishing his supplies. He then sent another message. Qin Feng, by the way, has anyone found any wood? I'm still short of materials to upgrade my cabin. Replies flooded the group chat. Baowa, I opened 2 treasure chests. Nothing. Wei, I haven't opened a single chest yet. No wood either. Zhuang, I opened 3. No wood either. This left Qin Feng slightly disappointed. It seemed he'd have to work harder to upgrade his shelter on his own. Just as he was about to put his mind at ease, Qin said, I dug up 10 logs yesterday. They're useless to me, but I'll give them to you if you want. A notification popped up. Group member Qin has initiated a gift, 10 logs. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He happened to have 10 logs on hand, which would be just enough to upgrade his cabin. But he didn't accept immediately. Instead, he replied, let's trade. I won't accept unless you trade. A few seconds passed. Qin, then give me some water. Qin Feng, no problem. He immediately gifted 1.5 L bottled water for Qin. Looking at Qin's profile picture, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the tall girl who first comforted him in the square that day. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then added another gift, 200 milliliters milk for Qin. Chapter 11, Shelter Upgrade. Disaster weather arrives. Qin Feng had just sent the message to the group chat when there was complete silence inside Qin's wooden cabin. She leaned against the dilapidated wooden wall, her whole body thin and weak, her face yellow, and her lips cracked. She hadn't drunk water for 2 days, and her throat was practically parched. But when she saw a message from Qin Feng in the group chat, a smile appeared on her face, and her eyes lit up. She knew it would be difficult for her to hold on until the end, but as long as Qin Feng could live, there was hope for the country, and her family would be able to obtain more resources. She had no intention of competing for survival rankings anymore, and planned to donate the little bit of which she had. Even if it was just a small help, it would be her contribution to the country. But to her surprise, Qin Feng refused her gift and insisted on exchanging it. Immediately afterwards, a 1.5-liter bottle of Waha mineral water appeared in her inventory, the steam almost making her eyes water. Without thinking twice, she immediately unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped it down. The cool water flowed down her throat, and at that moment, she felt the whole world become quiet. This is happiness. In a state of extreme water scarcity, being able to drink a sip of water is the greatest satisfaction in life. Then, the system beeped again, and a can of milk in red packaging was delivered. She stared blankly at the milk, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Looking at the message Qin Feng sent, "Don't die before me," or "Who will be my scout?" she couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the can of milk seemed to be more than just food. It was a source of strength, giving her a reason to persevere once again. At this moment, Qin Feng was excitedly staring at the words 20 wood on the system panel. Finally, the conditions for upgrading the shelter had been met. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. The next second, the entire cabin was enveloped in white light, and a few seconds later, it was completely transformed. The dilapidated roof, rotten walls, and fallen wood chips have all been repaired. Although it looks simple, it finally resembles a shelter that can protect against the wind and rain. Especially that door. It's no longer a flimsy plank that could be blown down by a gust of wind. It's much sturdier now, which makes me feel at ease. Just as he was feeling overjoyed, a system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a contestant from China, for becoming the first person to upgrade their shelter in this round of the game. In addition, a set of blueprints for a level 2 shelter was also provided. But before the good news could even be warmed up, a warning followed. Acid rain was on its way. The news caused an uproar across the entire channel. Many foreign players launched into a tirade of insults, fiercely criticizing Qin Feng, accusing him of harming others and disrupting the game's rhythm, and even threatening to stuff potatoes down his ass. But Qin Feng didn't care about any of that. Even if he wasn't promoted, someone else would be promoted sooner or later, and then it would come like acid rain. He had already seen through the true colors of these people. He opened the game panel and checked the current status. Stamina, 9 points. Health, full. Fantasy, 15. Hunger, 4 supplies. Plenty of pea seeds, water, and food. There are 9 days left until the fantasy creature attack, and less than 3 days until the acid rain arrives. Qin Feng glanced at the newly upgraded wooden house. Although it was more sturdy than before, he wasn't sure if it could withstand acid rain. To be on the safe side, he decided to continue upgrading the shelter. Even if the chances were slim, he had to give it a shot. The next upgrade requirements are 50 wood and 10 stone. Seeing these conditions, Qin Feng knew it was virtually impossible to gather the necessary materials on his own within 3 days, especially the stones, as the probability was extremely low. So he immediately posted a procurement request on the regional channel and said the same thing in the group chat, expressing his willingness to exchange food for wood and stone. Just after I sent the message, the rice was cooked and a rich aroma of rice wafted through the cabin. For the past few days, I've been eating dry noodles and steam buns, but today I finally got to eat hot rice. Qin Feng took out some Laogan ma chili sauce and mixed it in. The aroma immediately filled the air, making him swallow several mouthfuls of saliva. Just as I was about to enjoy my meal, another private message popped up. It was the same Qin Feng from the Universe Kingdom who immediately demanded to exchange a potato for half a bag of dumplings and wouldn't allow any bargaining. Qin Feng replied with a single word, "Get lost." After eating and drinking his fill, he went to bed and slept to recharge for the next day's work. The next morning, he went out with a hoe on his shoulder. The newly planted pea shooter by the door had grown up, swaying its green head, full of vitality. This is the second pea shooter he planted before going to bed. Like the number 1 pea shooter from yesterday, it can attack fantasy creatures and provide him with cover. Since the graves near the first archer had been dug up to the last bit, he decided to change direction and continue digging within the second archer's attack range. He hadn't walked far when he spotted a new grave on the marksman's attack line and immediately started digging. Not long after, a white treasure chest appeared on the ground, and he opened it casually. The rewards revealed this time are pretty good: a brand new hoe and shovel. Compared to the rusty, old hoe in his hand that seemed ready to fall apart at any moment, it was a godsend. He immediately changed into his new gear and threw himself back into the grave opening work. Chapter 12 Crisis. Wolf Attack. Qin Feng dug up several more white treasure chests outside the shelter, each one bringing a surprise. This time, he acquired a military water bottle, a multi-tool, and a flashlight, and also gained a significant amount of fantasy points, making it a very fruitful harvest. Next, he opened a complete set of sportswear and sneakers, which looked like they were from Red Star, making his gear even more complete. Qin Feng grinned, his eyes lighting up. He was in good luck. He didn't stop and continued opening the next batch of treasure chests. The reward made him so excited that he jumped up and down on the spot. 10 free-range chicken burgers, 10 cups of ice cola, and hot fries. "This is truly a delicacy," he exclaimed. I opened a can of ice-cold cola and gulped it down. The icy sensation went straight to my brain, and I felt much more energized. He had originally planned to call it a day and rest, but now he was instantly revitalized and ready to do 3 more. He raised his hoe with great enthusiasm. After several diggings, he unearthed an iron pot, spatula, bowls and chopsticks, and a bucket of liquid alcohol, kitchen utensils he had been longing for. The days of burning wooden tables for fuel were finally over, and Qin Feng was so excited he almost spun around on the spot. He finished collecting his spoils and was about to head back when suddenly he heard a whooshing sound. He turned his head sharply and saw the pea shooter next to him suddenly fire a green bullet, which grazed his ear. Holy crap! Qin Feng shuddered in fright. The next second, a gray shadow pounced, and a wolf appeared silently beside him. Before he could react, the wolf was hit by a bullet, howled in pain, but still pounced on him fiercely. With a muffled thud, Qin Feng was thrown backward and crashed heavily to the ground, nearly spitting blood. The wolf followed closely behind, opening its mouth to bite at his neck, its sharp teeth aimed straight for his vitals. Qin Feng didn't have time to think. He instinctively raised his hoe to block the wolf's mouth. The teeth collided with the metal, making a chilling, crunching sound. He gripped the hoe tightly with both hands, his whole body trembling as he struggled to hold on. If he hadn't just gotten a new tool, he would have bitten it off by now. Even so, the wolf's fangs were only centimeters away from his throat, and he could almost smell the wolf's foul stench. No way, this is really bad luck. Qin Feng felt a chill run through him. Just moments ago, you were reaping great rewards, but now you might not even be able to save your life. An absurd thought popped into his head. If a person dies, all the resources are taken for free. Isn't that a huge loss? The scene shifts to the world outside the burial ground game, where viewers from various countries offer sarcastic and cynical remarks. Some people said, "What's the use of digging so much? You'll still die." Others called him stupid, saying he should have used his fantasy points to grow plants instead of strengthening himself. Some people have even started distributing his inheritance, feeling that his resources have been wasted. But in China, everyone was deeply worried, their eyes fixed on Qin Feng on the screen. As one of the most promising players in China, his fate has captivated countless people. Someone shouted, "He has fantasy points, we can add some to enhance him." But they were quickly interrupted. Since 10 points of fantasy value can only add 1 point to a stat, it's not very useful against such a strong wolf. Moreover, the wolves are specially enhanced in the game, and even ordinary soldiers may not be able to handle them. Qin Feng was just an ordinary student. Just as everyone was feeling anxious and sighing, Qin Feng in the game also realized the seriousness of the problem. The wolf fangs in front of his throat were already within 10 centimeters. If this continued, he would surely die. Qin Feng's mind raced, trying out various possible solutions. The fantasy value has 26 points. When it is below 10 points, each point can increase the attribute value by 1 point, but when it exceeds 10 points, it takes 10 points to exchange for 1 point. With his current stamina at 9 points, it can only be raised to 11 points, which has a very limited effect. This is not enough. He was somewhat desperate. He even considered planting a potato mine to detonate it, but reality proved harsh. Firstly, he was holding the wolf down with both hands and couldn't free himself at all. Secondly, the potato mine was still 5 minutes away from being cooked. He couldn't afford to wait those 5 minutes. The wolf's mouth could bite him off any second. Is this it? Am I really going to die here? Qin Feng felt that the most bitter thing in life was probably being about to die and not having used up all the resources. But just then, a warm liquid dripped onto his arm. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Looking down, he looked up at the wolf's belly and saw 2 bloody holes, with blood still flowing. That was caused by the pea shooter's attack. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The wolf was already injured, which was his chance to turn the tables. Without hesitation, he roared, "Add points. All in. Give me some stamina." Chapter 13 Injured. Consume 1 point of fantasy value. Increase stamina by 1 point, current 10. Consumes 10 fantasy points. Increases stamina by 1 point, current 11. Consumes 10 fantasy points. Increases stamina by 1 point, current 12. Stamina plus 3, now reaches 12 points. Qin Feng suddenly felt his whole body filled with power. It's as if he could kill a bull with a single punch. Certainly, this is an illusion. Qin Feng pushed hard a few times. The wolf didn't move an inch. But, although he did not push the wolf. However, as physical strength increases, the wolf's mouth could no longer get close to his throat. The situation has reached a stalemate. And that was Qin Feng's purpose. The wolf was injured. If only he could hold on a little longer. The wolf will definitely be worn down by him. Time ticked by second. Qin Feng could clearly feel that the wolf's strength had decreased. Push hard. The distance between the wolf's mouth and his neck increased from 5 centimeters to 20 centimeters. Roar. The wolf also sensed its life force fading away. He's become a bit deranged. It was as if he was using up his last bit of strength. Fight to the death. Qin Feng felt a sudden increase in pressure. Just as they pushed the wolf away a short distance, it was instantly counterattacked. 20 centimeters has become 5 centimeters. But that's where it ends. Qin Feng fought with all his might to withstand the wolf's almost frantic final counterattack. This wave of attacks was blocked. The fierce light in the wolf's eyes gradually dimmed. Its body went limp, and it was completely exhausted. Get up. Qin Feng seized the opportunity and roared. With a sudden burst of strength, he shoved the wolf's heavy body away. This push. The wolf was pushed directly into the pea shooter's attack line. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The pea shooter next to the cabin swayed, firing pea bullets one after another. Several bullets struck the wolf in succession, causing it to bleed profusely. The wolf's body twitched a few times on the ground. However, in the blink of an eye, he became completely still and was killed on the spot. Fantasy value plus 3. I saw the notification. Qin Feng finally relaxed. I almost died. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. A feeling of relief at surviving the ordeal surged into my heart like a tidal wave. When people from all over the world saw the images projected on the screen, the smiles on their faces disappeared. They were all ready to watch as this young Chinese man had his throat bitten open by a wild wolf. Result: did this young Chinese man scare away the wolves? Are you kidding me? Do you think you're Superman? How is that possible? This Chinese kid is a weakling. How could he possibly withstand a wolf's attack? It can't be a cover-up. It's a cover-up. I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue. It seems that the P at the beginning fired a bullet that hit the wolf. Damn it. This kid has such a terrible farmer talent. He should just stick to growing crops. Why is he allowed to grow these offensive plants? Wait a minute. Look, that kid's injured. This kid's really injured. Huh. Injured in the burial ground without medicine. This kid's doomed. Hiss. Qin Feng gasped. The adrenaline subsided. As Qin Feng relaxed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Look down. The jeans were already torn. There was a gash on my thigh at some point, and blood was flowing out continuously. Broken. Qin Feng immediately sensed something was wrong. Getting injured in the burial ground game is never a good thing. Once the wound becomes infected, you can only wait to die. Moreover, these fantastical creatures carry a lot of germs. The chances of the wound becoming infected will increase. Qin Feng felt heavy-hearted. He limped back to the cabin, leaning on his hoe. He was actually quite hungry. I've lost my appetite. I casually ate a chicken burger and drank a Coke. Then I went to lie down on the bed. I can't sleep. I've been worried that my wound might get infected. Oh, right. Isn't alcohol a disinfectant? Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he had dug up liquid alcohol today. Perhaps this will be useful. Qin Feng's mind raced. A small bucket of liquid alcohol appeared in front of me. Qin Feng opened the bottle cap. A very pungent smell wafted over. Didi. Just as Qin Feng was about to use the alcohol to wipe the wound, a message notification tone sounded. Qin Feng had no intention of paying attention to it. But, see the name of the message sender. Qin Feng clicked on it anyway. Commander, Qin Feng, are you going to use alcohol to disinfect? Commander, before you disinfect, check if the alcohol is industrial alcohol. Qin Feng saw these two messages. I was taken aback. Qin Feng, can industrial alcohol be used for disinfection? Qin Feng before participating in the game. He was just a naive and foolish college student who wasn't studying medicine. All he knew was that alcohol could disinfect. Commander, industrial alcohol contains formaldehyde, which is toxic. It can be used to disinfect small wounds, but for a large wound like yours that has reached the subcutaneous muscle tissue, using industrial alcohol could lead to respiratory failure, kidney failure, and other organ failures, posing a life-threatening risk. Qin Feng was startled. Don't let the wound become infected before it gets infected. He was poisoned to death by this industrial alcohol. Qin Feng, how can we tell if this is industrial alcohol? Commander, you can distinguish them by smell. Medical alcohol has only a simple alcohol smell, which is milder than industrial alcohol, which has a more pungent smell. You can also distinguish them by the flame when they burn. I saw the words pungent smell. Qin Feng's heart sank. This is definitely industrial alcohol. Then, he poured out some alcohol and set it on fire. The result put his mind at ease. Commander, even medical alcohol can only disinfect small wounds. Your wound is too big, so even medical alcohol won't be effective. Commander, don't worry, stay calm. The wound may not get infected. Aren't you worried? How can I not worry? Qin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. Such a good start. So many supplies. He's ready to make a big splash. If I just kick the bucket like that, that would be a huge loss. The key point is, he also wanted to kill those damn foreign contestants. Result, he was killed by a wild wolf first. Isn't this a joke? Didi. A message notification sounded. Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. Hey, Qin Feng-kun, I dug up a box of amoxicillin. Do you want it? Amoxicillin. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. There's always a way out. But, see the other person's name and country. Qin Feng's face darkened. The land of cherry blossoms. They appear friendly on the surface, but in reality, they engage in treacherous exchanges. Historically, Japan has been the most aggressive country in targeting Chinese participants. For these guys, Qin Feng had absolutely no good feelings towards him. The other party offered to provide medicine. They definitely want to take advantage of him. But, now that things have come to this, he had no other choice. Qin Feng, how do you want to trade? Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. Qin Feng-kun is indeed straightforward, so I'll just say it directly. I want. Chapter 14, an outrageous demand. Another yellow treasure chest. Sakura Kanino Ichiro. I want 50% of the supplies. If Qin Feng-jun agrees to give me 50% of the supplies he finds in the future, this box of amoxicillin will belong to Qin Feng-jun. That's outrageous. Qin Feng sneered. Qin Feng, do you think it's possible? Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. Qin Feng. There's an old Chinese saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. Don't think the conditions are harsh. You only have one life. Compared to life, what do material things matter? Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. What you lose is only half of the resources that will be dug up later, but what you gain is your life. Sakura Kaninajiri Ichiro. Qin Feng. Your talent only gives you an advantage in the early game. In the late game, will your plants still be able to deal with those mid-level fantasy creatures? You've used all your fantasy points on these plants, making yourself incredibly fragile. You might get killed by those fantasy creatures at any time. Come to think of it, I've lost out by making this deal with you. Qin Feng, get lost. Qin Feng simply blocked this guy. If he used half of his current resources to trade for that box of medicine, perhaps he will reconsider. Trade half of the resources that will be dug up later. Isn't this treating him like a sucker? Wouldn't he be doing all the work for that guy from now on? The thought of working myself to the bone to find supplies. As a result, that guy could get half of it just by lying down. This is worse than him dying. What if the wound doesn't get infected? Qin Feng comforted himself. I tore off a piece of the bed sheet. After boiling it in hot water for a while, I bandaged the wound with a strip of cloth. After doing all this, Qin Feng drifted off to sleep. The next day, first wave of fantastical creatures countdown. 8 days, 4 hours, and 46 minutes. Acid rain countdown. 1 day, 19 hours, and 46 minutes. I slept for 10 hours straight. Since entering the burial ground. This was the first time Qin Feng had slept for so long. Last night, Qin Feng felt dizzy and had nightmares all night. Broken. I have a fever. Qin Feng touched his head. The temperature is significantly higher than usual. Remove the bandage from the wound. Qin Feng's heart sank. The wound is infected. This Chinese kid is dead meat. The people of all the countries on Earth were overjoyed to see this. It's impossible that I've disliked this kid for a long time. He's finally going to die. The other contestants are starving, but this guy gets dumplings, steamed buns, hamburgers, and cola like he's on vacation. Why is that? A wound infection leading to death is a very long process. This kid is going to spend the rest of his life in fear of death. Sakura Valley Nejiri Ichiro. Qin Feng. Is your wound infected? Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. Qin Feng. I really admire you. If you just say the word, this box of amoxicillin is yours? Sakura Kanino Ichiro. You only have one life. Why make things difficult for it? Nejiri Ichiro. However, the exchange conditions today are slightly different from yesterday's. Qin Feng. You need to use 70% of the resources you dig up in the future to exchange for this box of amoxicillin in my hand. Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. Qin Feng. Just a heads up, the price of amoxicillin will go up again tomorrow. Qin Feng, get lost. If it were someone older, or someone who had experienced the harsh realities of society, that would be a better choice. Perhaps they will exchange them with the other party. But who is Qin Feng? College students who haven't graduated yet. He was just a hot-blooded young man. Making him back down is impossible. I refuse to believe we can't find medicinal herbs. Qin Feng was also enraged by this guy. He limped out of the wooden house, leaning on a hoe. Arrive at the third pea shooter. He buried this yesterday, and it's ripe now. The 3 pea shooters are very close together. Each one is spaced approximately 0.5 meters apart. In this way, security has improved significantly. Whenever a fantasy creature appears near him, you will then enter the pea shooter's attack range. Qin Feng is looking for grave mounds on the third pea shooter's attack line. He quickly found a grave mound. He endured the pain and began digging. Item, treasure chest. Rank, white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 20 clothes racks, 1 wash basin, and 2 washboards. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2 trash cans, 500 trash bags, 1 broom, and 1 dustpan. Depend on. I saw this trashy outfit. Qin Feng simply couldn't hold back any longer. He is injured. I only dug up 4 treasure chests today. The results were all rubbish. Dig up the last one. Qin Feng took out a bottle of Red Bull. After finishing the excavation in one go, they started digging again. Item, treasure chest. Rank, white. Hint, This is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 1 urn, 1 wreath, 1 funeral shroud, and 1 paper doll. Qin Feng's face darkened. Cremation urn sets are now available. Even this burial ground game, want him dead, right? The preparations are quite comprehensive. Haha, this Chinese kid's luck has run out. People from all over the world saw what Qin Feng had dug up today. They all laughed. These are the supplies that normal participants would dig up. The supplies that kid dug up before were all food and water. That's outrageous. Urn, funeral clothes, haha. I'm really starting to lose my composure. From a certain perspective, this Chinese kid is actually quite lucky. After all, what he needs most right now is a shroud. Haha. If I were that kid, I'd be wearing my burial clothes and waiting to die right now. No, dig one more. Qin Feng originally planned to go back after digging up this grave mound. But this is the current situation. He was unwilling to go back just like that. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his leg. Using the last of all my strength, Qin Feng started digging up the grave mound again. Splash, splash, splash. Clumps of burial soil were dug out with hose. The raised part of the burial mound slowly disappeared. It took more than 2 hours. It takes about 2 to 3 times longer than usual. Qin Feng then dug a pit into the mound. With a clang, the hoe bounced up. Inside the pit, the treasure chest peeked out from under the soil, emitting a faint glow. Watching the treasure chest radiate light. Qin Feng became excited. Yellow light. This is Yellow Treasure Chest. Chapter 15 Crossbows. Vivi's Talent. Yellow Treasure Chest. People from all over the world saw the yellow treasure chest. The smile on his face vanished abruptly. Is this Chinese kid cheating? Before the first wave of fantasy attacks, the probability of a yellow box is 1. This kid dug up 2 in just a few days. Are you digging into boxes based on lifespan? Do not prescribe any medication. Do not prescribe any medication. Do not prescribe any medication. Unlike the people of other countries on Earth, the Chinese people were extremely excited. Everyone began to pray for Qin Feng. Medicine, medicine, medicine. It must be medicine. Item, treasure chest. Grade, yellow. Hint, this is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Yellow treasure chest. There's always a way out. I saw a yellow treasure chest. Qin Feng finally understood. It's understandable that I had such bad luck before. So it turns out they wanted to give him a big one. Create some distance. Qin Feng used a hoe to open the yellow treasure chest. Yellow treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 wooden crossbow bolt and 20 arrows. It was a crossbow. Qin Feng's expression was complicated. To date, this was the first time he had ever unearthed a weapon. Moreover, it is the best of the cold weapons. The crossbow. Normally, he was probably extremely happy. With his crossbow bolt, he has added another attack method to his repertoire. But what he needs now is medicine. Only medicine is his sweetheart. The rest are all old hags. Let's go back first. Qin Feng felt weak all over, with no strength at all, and his head was spinning. He felt like he might collapse at any moment. He dared not dig up the grave anymore. What if I faint outside? If you get discovered by those wandering fantasy creatures, you're doomed. He didn't want to become a buffet for fantasy creatures while he was unconscious. Leaning on a hoe. It took a lot of effort. Qin Feng returned to the cabin. Lying in bed, Qin Feng was too lazy to cook. They started eating chicken burgers and drinking zizai milk. Because of the fever, these things also became tasteless in Qin Feng's mouth. Didi. The message notification tone kept ringing. While eating, Qin Feng also had time to check the news. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng-kun, I heard you dug up a yellow treasure chest and got a crossbow. As expected of Qin Feng-kun, you are as lucky as ever, even getting a weapon. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng-kun, I'm keeping this box of amoxicillin for you. In consideration of this crossbow, I won't raise the price today. As long as you give me the crossbow bolts and 70 of the resources you dig up later, the medicine is yours. Qin Feng, get lost. Ignore a bunch of useless information. Qin Feng looked at the messages sent to him by the group members. After learning that he was injured, everyone comforted and showed concern for him. Some people offered him advice. But even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. There is no medicine. No idea worked. Despite this, seeing this concern, Qin Feng also felt a touch of warmth in his heart. That's just how people are. In normal times, I don't feel much about this concern, but when you're sick and weak, this care will greatly fill the emptiness in my heart. Baohua, Brother Qin Feng, could you contact Wei Wei? She might be able to help you. Vivi? I saw this name. Qin Feng suddenly remembered. The commander seemed to have told him that yesterday as well. Li Wei Wei would also contact him. Does Vivi have medicine? Qin Feng quickly clicked on Wei Wei's profile picture. Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I was asleep yesterday and didn't see you. Are you hurt? Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, are you alright? Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, is your wound infected? Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, how are you feeling now? A series of messages popped up. Qin Feng quickly sent a message as well. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, my wound is infected and I have a fever. Do you have any medicine? The message had just been sent. A message came back immediately. Obviously, the other person kept watching his chat messages. Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I'm sorry, I don't have any medicine either. I saw this sentence. Qin Feng's newly raised hopes have been extinguished once again. Vivi, however. But? Qin Feng noticed the key point and quickly pressed for details. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, do you have a solution? Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, actually my talent is medicine. Medical skills. Qin Feng instantly felt his head clear up considerably. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, can you make medicine? Wei Wei, I can make medicine, but right now I can only make low-level drugs like digestive tablets and throat lozenges. It can be used to make medicine. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Although we can only manufacture digestive tablets and throat lozenges now. However, as long as medical skills are upgraded, it will definitely be able to produce more drugs. Qin Feng continued to press for answers. Qin Feng, what level is your medical skill now? Wei Wei, I'm still at level 1. Qin Feng, it's okay. How much experience do you need to level up? Vivi, 10 more. 10? So you have absolutely no experience. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, it's okay. How many fantasy points do you have now? Vivi, 3 Zokloki. Qin Feng, if he remembers correctly, each participant who enters the burial ground game, they all have 3 initial fantasy points. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, you haven't dug up a single chest in all this time, have you? Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, how did you know? Vivi, this place is too scary. I'm too scared to go out. Qin Feng, so you survived for so many days on just a few potatoes? Wei Wei, not only potatoes, but I also traded rice with you, and we haven't finished the rice yet. Qin Feng was truly stunned by Wei Wei. Looking at the other person's profile picture, Qin Feng recalled for a moment. Previously, in the game plaza, he seemed to see a tiny little girl. They seemed even more frightened than he was at the time. This is troublesome. Qin Feng had a headache. The other party didn't even dare to leave the cabin. Are you still expecting the other party to dig up your grave? It seems they haven't unearthed any mythical creatures yet. This little girl scared herself to death. You need to make the other person feel safe. All right, crossbow bolts. Qin Feng thought of the weapon he had just opened from the yellow treasure chest. Gift, 1 Vivi crossbow and 20 arrows. Wei Wei, a crossbow? Brother Qin Feng, why did you give me this? Qin Feng, Wei Wei, go outside and dig up a grave now. With this crossbow, even if you dig up a fantasy creature, it won't hurt you. Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I dare not. Qin Feng's head started to ache. This little girl is too timid. But he couldn't blame the other party either. After all, courage is something you're born with. And now it's his turn to ask Wei Wei for help. I thought about it. Qin Feng sent out another message. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, you don't want to see your brother Qin Feng die from an infected wound, do you? Qin Feng, also, if you stay in the cabin and don't go out to dig graves, there are only 2 possible outcomes. Either you starve to death or you are attacked and killed by fantastical creatures. Qin Feng, the first way to die is very tragic. After death, you will slowly rot and eventually turn into a pile of skeletons, which is very ugly. The second way to die is even more tragic. The fantasy creatures will tear your body apart and rip off your skin bit by bit. You will not die for a while and can only watch helplessly as you are eaten. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, please stop talking. I'll go out, okay? Vivi has accepted your gift. They saw the crossbow bolts being accepted. A wicked smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. The intimidation worked. Free gift. 2 Vivi burgers, 1 Coke, and 1 French fries. Qin Feng, Wei, don't rush out yet. Eat your fill before you go dig up the grave. Qin Feng's message was sent. The chat window suddenly went silent. Qin Feng felt extremely uneasy. A while later, only then did I receive a new message reply. Wei. Okay, brother Qin Feng. Chapter 16 Medical Skill Upgrade. Anti-inflammatory drugs. Wound medicine. Burial ground game. Vivi's territory. In a dilapidated little wooden house. The tiny little girl huddled in the corner of the wooden house, shivering. He held the kerosene lamp tightly in his hands, as if it were a lifeline. It seems like this is the only way. Only then did she feel a little safe. In front of her, under the dim light, crossbows and arrows were laid out on one side. Hamburgers, cola, and fries were displayed on one side. Looking at the crossbow bolts and arrows, Vivi's face showed some fear. His gaze shifted away from the crossbow bolts and arrows. She glanced at the hamburger, cola, and fries beside her. His tongue unconsciously licked his lips. After hesitating for a moment, Vivi removed one hand from the kerosene lamp. He picked up the hamburger and started eating. A short while later, his mouth was stuffed full. I ate a hamburger and drank a Coke. Vivi looked at the remaining hamburger and fries. He licked his lips. I resisted the urge to continue. Look away. He looked at the crossbows and arrows to the side. Li Wei, you can do it. Wei cheered herself up. Her little face was full of determination. Pick up the crossbow and arrows. Finally, I left the corner of the cabin where I had stayed for several days. I've only taken a few steps. Seeing the gray, gloomy world of the little wooden house, Vivi started shaking again. I wanted to retreat to that safe corner. Li Wei, no way. Brother Qin Feng is still waiting. We'll see. You've already eaten Qin Feng's food. It would be too mean of you not to fulfill your promise to him. Click. The wooden door was pushed open. The tiny figure was illuminated by the kerosene lamp. They entered the gray fog. After Qin Feng and Wei finished their conversation, my head feels dizzy. She fell asleep quickly. All night long, Qin Feng was dreaming. I dreamt that he died in the cabin because his wound became infected. A little while later, I dreamt that Wei's medical talent had been upgraded. Then they made an anti-inflammatory drug and cured him. First wave of fantastical creatures countdown. 7 days, 8 hours, and 32 seconds. Acid rain countdown. 23 hours and 32 minutes. The first thing I did upon waking up. Qin Feng did nothing. The chat channel was opened directly. Vivi didn't send any messages. The chat remained stuck on yesterday's last conversation. I quickly sent a few messages. However, these messages, seemed to disappear without a trace. No reply received. Will something bad happen? Qin Feng felt heavy-hearted. If Vivi hadn't gone out, at least we can survive a few more days in the cabin. Didi. Just then, a message notification sounded. Wei, brother Qin Feng, I was digging up a grave just now and didn't see the message. Vivi is all right. After Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, he quickly asked. Qin Feng, Wei, how is she? Vivi, I dug 5 graves, 2 of which contain supplies, and the other 3 contain zombies. I just killed the last zombie with a crossbow, and now I have 12 fantasy points. Wei, brother Qin Feng, I can upgrade my talent now. What a pleasant surprise. Qin Feng's face lit up with joy. Suppressing his excitement, he sent the message. Qin Feng, Wei, be careful of the wandering fantasy creatures that might attack you. Go back to the cabin first, then upgrade your talent. Vivi, okay. I wonder if the upgraded medical skills will be able to make anti-inflammatory drugs. Qin Feng's heart began to race again. If Vivi can't make the anti-inflammatory medicine, does she really have to go and buy from that guy? If I show any intention to buy 70% of the supplies from now on, that guy will most likely raise the price on the spot. No, if Vivi can't make the anti-inflammatory medicine, she'd rather die than let that guy from Japan get away with it. Burial ground game, Vivi's territory. The tiny little girl is holding a hoe and carrying a crossbow. I drag my tired body back to the cabin. For several days in a row, she only ate half a potato. The body is very weak. When they dug up 2 grave mounds, she was already exhausted, but she didn't know what was going on. They actually persevered until they dug out 3 zombies. Back to the cabin. Vivi immediately found a familiar corner of the wooden cabin. Hold the kerosene lamp in your palm. Unlike before, she was holding a crossbow in her arms. Open the panel. Burial survival game. Kuntastan, libayi, no. 500,000,541. Physical strength, 6-10 for adult males. Health, 5 to 10. Hunger level, 4 to 10. Fantasy value, 12. Talent. Medical skill LV10 to 10. Observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Observation reveals nothing. Auscultation reveals nothing. Inquiry reveals nothing. Palpation. By taking the pulse, you have a 10% chance of discovering the patient's illness. Divine healer. Patients treated by you will have their treatment effectiveness increased by 5, recovery speed increased by 5, and infection chance decreased by 5. Pharmaceuticals. Digestive tablets, throat lozenges. Items. 1 pair of cotton slippers, 1 thermos, 1 hot water bottle. Regional channels. Now open. World channel. To be opened. First wave of fantastical creatures countdown. 7 days, 8 hours, and 22 minutes. Acid rain countdown. 23 hours, 22 minutes. Spend 10 fantasy points to upgrade your medical skill to level 2. Vivi stared nervously at the panel. A flash of white light. Talent. Medical skill LV20 to 50. Observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Observation. No symptoms. Auscultation. No symptoms. Inquiry. By asking about the patient's symptoms, you have a 10% chance of discovering the patient's illness. Palpation. By taking the pulse, you have a 10% chance of discovering the patient's illness. Divine healer. Patients treated by you will have their treatment effectiveness increased by 10, recovery speed increased by 10, and infection chance decreased by 10. Pharmaceuticals. Digestive tablets, throat lozenges, anti-inflammatory drugs, and wound medicine. Anti-inflammatory drugs. Wound medicine. Very good. Vivi saw the newly added medications. He was overjoyed. Chapter 17 Recovery from Injuries. Inside a Level 1 shelter. Qin Feng waited anxiously for the result. If Vivi's medical skills improve, we still cannot produce anti-inflammatory drugs. Then he'll have to go. Just then, the familiar message notification sound rang out. Vivi is giving you 20 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine. Vivi is giving you a 50 milliliters bottle of wound medicine X1. Vivi gives you 1 crossbow bolt and 10 arrows. Anti-inflammatory medication. Wound medicine. Qin Feng was taken aback at first. His face immediately lit up with surprise. Vivi actually managed to synthesize an anti-inflammatory drug. Not only that, there's also medicine for wounds. There's hope. Qin Feng's mind raced. Remove the anti-inflammatory medication and wound dressing directly. The anti-inflammatory medicine consists of round, white pills lying quietly inside, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Qin Feng poured out 1 pill. Take it with mineral water. Immediately, he then picked up the wound medicine. Carefully opened the bottle cap of the wound medicine. A delicate fragrance instantly filled the air. The wound medicine is a grayish-white powder. It looks like it was made from crushed bones. Qin Feng gently applied the medicine to the wound. A cool sensation came from the previously stinging wound. The pain seemed to have lessened considerably. After doing all this, Qin Feng felt much more relaxed. The wound doesn't hurt as much anymore. My head isn't so foggy anymore. Is it just a placebo effect? Or is Vivi's medicine really that miraculous? Qin Feng was curious. Anyway, his life was saved. Wei, brother Qin Feng, how are you feeling? Is the medicine working? Vivi sent a new message. This is the first time we've made medicine. She doesn't even know if the medicine will work. Qin Feng, the medicine is great. I feel much better now. Qin Feng sent out a message. I was already thinking about how to thank Vivi. It's no exaggeration to say that. Vivi saved his life. I really need to thank them properly. Qin Feng then noticed. Vivi actually returned the crossbow bolt to him. Qin Feng, Wei, why did you return the crossbow? Wei, brother Qin Feng, aren't these crossbow bolts yours? I'll definitely return them to you after I'm done using them. Have a look. What a kind and simple girl. Gift, Vivi crossbow X1, arrows X10. Qin Feng, Wei, this crossbow is more useful in your hands than in mine. After giving the crossbow bolts to Vivi, Qin Feng then sent out a bunch of food and drinks. That's almost half of what he already has. It seems like a lot, but compared to that guy from Japan who's asking for an exorbitant amount, these supplies are nothing at all. Qin Feng is giving you 1,000 g of flour and 1.5 L of Wa mineral water as gifts. Qin Feng is giving away 5 by 150 milliliters Zizyme milk and 2 by 250 milliliters Red Bull to you. Qin Feng is gifting you 3 Hua Lai chicken burgers, 3 ice cola, and 3 French fries. In the wooden house, Wei looked at the pile of supplies. The little mouth grew bigger. Brother Qin Feng has so many supplies. The others couldn't even get enough to eat in the burial ground. Brother Qin Feng, you even have milk here. Vivi forcibly looked away from the supplies. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, this is too much. I can't accept it. I saw this message. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng, compared to your medicine, these are nothing. Qin Feng, Wei, your medical talent is very useful in the burial ground game, especially since acid rain is coming soon. Many people will definitely get injured then. You can use medicine to exchange for supplies with them. Qin Feng, you should take a nap first and then dig up a few more graves when you wake up. Qin Feng, as for these foods, you are not allowed to refuse them. Qin Feng, I plan to continue buying medicine from you in the future. If you starve to death, who will I buy medicine from? Having said all that, Qin Feng didn't give Wei a chance to reply. I closed the chat window directly. I haven't been able to properly dig up the grave these past few days. We should dig up as many graves as possible before the acid rain arrives. Qin Feng grabbed a few bites of the hamburger. I drank another bottle of Zazime milk. Carrying a hoe, he pushed open the wooden door. We arrived at the cabin. They started digging the grave. There are already 4 pea shooters. They shook their heads side by side. These 4 pea shooters gave Qin Feng a tremendous sense of security. The 3rd pea shooter has only dug 6 graves on the attack lane. Dig a few more before switching to the 4th pea shooter to attack the attack lane. Qin Feng found a grave. They started digging. There are 2 sides to the story. Qin Feng was affected by the medication. His injuries are improving. I am in a good mood. The people of various countries on Earth are in a difficult situation. Their faces were all dark. I thought Qin Feng was doomed. As a result, Qin Feng came back to life. We forgot that one of the Chinese contestants has a talent for medicine. Impossible. This kid's luck is too good. He dug up a yellow treasure chest and got a crossbow. Without the crossbow, that brat named Vivi would never have been able to kill the zombies, let alone upgrade her medical skills. Nigiri almost got this kid's future supplies. People from all over the world. The people of Japan who are suffering the most are the citizens of Japan. They knew that Nigiri Ichiro wanted to exchange medicine for the supplies Qin Feng had dug up later. Pity. With Vivi's medical talent, everything is ruined. Well done. I knew Brother Qin Feng wouldn't die so easily. The people of China saw that Qin customs were gradually being restored. They all cheered. I'm happy for Qin Feng. Vivi is a great girl. We owe her a lot this time. Yes, if it weren't for her, Brother Qin Feng would be in real trouble this time. Although the child was a bit timid, he still went out of the wooden house and into the gray fog to dig up the grave. This kind of courage is especially precious. When the acid rain arrives, Vivi's medical talent will be of great use. In addition to Brother Qin Feng, Vivi might also be able to help China survive the first wave of attacks by fantasy creatures. Among the hundreds of millions of Chinese people, the middle-aged couple watched Wei on the projector screen. A smile appeared on her face, and her wrinkles smoothed out. The wife wept with joy. Vivi's talent is medicine, so she has a chance to survive, right? The husband embraced his wife and nodded emphatically. It's definitely possible. Vivi entered the burial ground game. Whether it's her talent or her medical skills, it's all fate. Vivi's life isn't meant to end. Chapter 18. 50 of flour for 1 potato. Item, treasure chest. Rank, white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. White treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 wood and 5 stones. Wood stone. Good. We're one step closer to upgrading our shelter. I took the medicine. Qin Feng's condition has improved considerably. The grave digging was a few minutes faster today than yesterday. One by one, the treasure chests were opened. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 15 Ruji ammo, Chinese hamburger, and 15 freshly squeezed soy milk. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 5 kilograms of flour. I'm having a lucky day. I got 2 food items from 6 treasure chests. With this food, even if the acid rain lasts for several days, you can't go out and dig up graves. He could also survive in the cabin. Continue. Qin Feng is in significantly better condition today than yesterday. He plans to dig 2 more. Item, treasure chest. Grade white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 stockings, 10 underwear, and 10 sanitary napkins. Stockings? Underwear? Sanitary napkin? Qin Feng was taken aback. I just said I was lucky. This is what happened. He looked at his underwear. He finally gave up. Women's. However, it's not entirely useless. It's said that sanitary napkins can be used to stop bleeding, so they're perfect for bandaging wounds. Regardless of these supplies, Qin Feng started digging again. The last treasure chest didn't offer many surprises. It is a fantasy creature. Qin Feng was given 3 fantasy points. 8 graves were dug up. Qin Feng felt tired, although I took the medicine. However, the injury has not fully recovered. Qin Feng dared not overexert himself. He carried the hoe back to the cabin. Try Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and soy milk today. On Qin Feng's bed, a thought crossed my mind. Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and soy milk appear before my eyes. Freshly made Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. The bread was baked until golden brown and crispy. It gleamed with an alluring luster. Give it a gentle squeeze with your hand. Debris fell in a rustling sound. The steam bun was cut open from the side. It was stuffed full of finely chopped braised meat. The braised pork has a good balance of lean and fatty meat. The glistening fat soaked into the surrounding lean meat. The aroma is enticing. Take a bite. First, there's the crunchy texture of the bread. Then, the tender and fragrant braised meat releases a rich and mellow meaty flavor between your teeth. The savory and fragrant braising sauce is overflowing. It spreads in the mouth. Qin Feng looked utterly delighted. It smells delicious. I ate a few bites of the Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. He then picked up the soy milk from the side. Soy milk has a warm, milky white color. It has a thick yet smooth texture. Take a small sip. The aroma of soybeans instantly fill my mouth. The pure flavor has a subtle sweetness. Smooth and refreshing. It pairs perfectly with Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, both cutting through the richness and complementing each other. Fragrant. It smells so good. Damn it. Is this kid going there to survive? He's clearly on vacation. This kid's farming talent is too overpowered. Other contestants struggle to kill a single zombie, but this kid's plans can shoot out an endless stream of bullets. That's impossible. That's unfair. People from all over the world saw Qin Feng eating Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and drinking soy milk. They've all broken through. One more. Qin Feng finished eating a Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. He took out another one and continued eating. The injury has healed. His appetite has returned. Belch. I drank a cup of soy milk. I ate 2 Rujiamo, Chinese hamburgers. Qin Feng let out a burp, looking completely satisfied. Then, he opened the chat channel. In a group chat, the group members learned that Qin Feng had obtained the medicine from Wei Wei. Everyone was happy for Qin Feng. Qin Feng thanked the group members for their concern in the group chat. Then I clicked on Wei Wei's chat profile picture. It contained a series of messages sent by Vivi. The earlier reports all said that there were too many supplies and she couldn't accept them. Later, Wei Wei seemed to realize that Qin Feng would never take back these supplies no matter what. The message then became, Wei Wei, wow, Zazai milk is so delicious. Vivi, the fries are delicious. Vivi, delicious. Seeing these messages, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. I'll also give Wei Wei a few of the Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and soy milk that I dug out today to try. This time, the message was answered quickly. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, why did you send me something again? Qin Feng, these are nothing compared to your medicine. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, the crossbow bolts and supplies you gave me are enough to exchange for those 2 medicines. If you give me more supplies, it will be me taking advantage of you. Qin Feng, okay, you can accept the Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and soy milk, but I won't be delivering them anymore. Qin Feng sent a message. We will not be sending them anymore. However, he could exchange supplies for medicine with Vivi. We could just give Wei Wei more supplies then. Whether it's to thank Vivi or not, it was still because of Vivi's medical talent. Qin Feng must maintain a good relationship with Wei Wei. This could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. After chatting briefly with Wei Wei, Qin Feng then checked the other chat messages. Universe Kingdom Zhengfeng. Qin Feng, is it okay to exchange 1 potato for half a pound of flour? This guy is really persistent. Qin Feng was amused. He was quite impressed with this Cosmic Kingdom's peak. After the other party realized that potatoes would be of great use to him. I've always wanted to use potatoes to kill him. At first, it was 1 potato for 1 bag of dumplings. Later, 1 potato was exchanged for half a bag of dumplings. Now it's 1 potato for half a pound of flour. They've switched from dumplings to flour. Looks like this guy's run out of food. I thought about it. Qin Feng sent a message. Qin Feng, 1 potato for 50 g of flour. This is a one-time opportunity. Don't miss it. Universe Kingdom's Zheng Feng, impossible. Are you crazy? 1 potato can at least fry one fantasy creature. Besides, 1 potato weighs more than 50 g. Qin Feng, what does it matter to you if I fry fantasy creatures with potatoes? Besides, the potato weighs more than 50 g, but that includes water. Even after removing the water, it's still 50 g? You have 3 seconds to think about it. Qin Feng displayed the true nature of shrewd businessman. Treat your own people well. He can be generous. How to treat outsiders. Of course, one cannot be foolishly generous. As for those nations like the Universe Kingdom that like to unite with the Sakura Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom to target China, they're no longer just outsiders. They are the enemy. We must strike hard. Universe Kingdom Zheng Feng. Impossible. Qin Feng, you're really ruthless. Qin Feng saw this message. I'm going to block this guy directly. Just then, Universe Kingdom's Zheng Feng has initiated a transaction request with you. Qin Feng was amused. It seems this guy has reached a dead end. 50 g of flour can be exchanged for 1 potato rake. This is such a good thing. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He has now planted a ring of potato mines outside the cabin. Safety has been greatly improved. However, the density is still not enough. In addition, you need to do a few more laps. I exchanged 100 g of flour for 2 potatoes from the other party. Qin Feng also posted the transaction information on the regional channel. Qin Feng, trade, 1 potato for 50 g of flour. The moment this transaction news appeared, the area exploded instantly. Chapter 19 Angry participants from various countries. Exchange anti-inflammatory drugs. Qin Feng, you're really ruthless. 1 potato for 50 g of flour? A potato weighs more than 50 g. Why don't you just rob someone? Don't redeem this. This guy is a swindler. That's right. This guy can kill a zombie with just 1 potato, but he only gives us 50 g of flour. We absolutely cannot trade with him. Qin Feng, you're dreaming. The regional channel exploded with Qin Feng's words. Participants from various countries around the world were furious and hurled insults. Qin Feng showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he laughed. These guys are so excited. This means these guys didn't find anything to eat. Qin Feng didn't waste any more words. Only one message was sent. Qin Feng, for the first 10 transactions, 1 potato can be exchanged for 70 g of flour. For those ranked 10th to 20th, 1 potato can be exchanged for 60 g of flour. For those ranked 20th to 50th, 1 potato can be exchanged for 50 g of flour. And after 50th, 1 potato can be exchanged for 40 g of flour. Huh. Qin Feng, you're dreaming. No one will trade with you. Playing this game? Do you think we're all fools? Attention, everyone. Do not do business with this kid. We won't get any advantage from him, and we absolutely cannot let him get any advantage. As expected, as Qin Feng's message was sent out, another wave of angry outbursts erupted on the regional channel. It was as if everyone was boycotting Qin Feng. However, just then, a new message came in. Kamita Jiro from Sakura Country. Qin Feng, are there 10 people trading right now? Qin Feng's expression was strange. If he remembers correctly, this guy was among those who were just cursing him. And he also advised others not to make the transaction. Result, the guy turned around and asked, so be it. Is this guy trying to discourage others? How cunning. Qin Feng, no comment. If a trade is needed, let's trade directly. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't say anything nice to this guy. What he didn't expect was Kamita Jiro from the Cherry Blossom Country. Yo, sure. Thank you, Qin Feng. And you're thanking me? Qin Feng couldn't help but think of an old saying. They fear power but do not cherish virtue. At this moment, another message has arrived. Amir from White Elephant Kingdom. Qin Feng, I have 50 potatoes that I could trade with you. Each potato will be worth 20 g of flour. But I need to check the quality of your flour first. Send it to me for free. I saw this message. Qin Feng didn't even bother to reply. Next, more messages are coming in. They were all asking how many people had participated in the transaction. Qin Feng treated everyone equally and chose to block them all. Only the trade option remains. This guy is here again? Qin Feng saw a familiar name. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. Qin Feng, I heard you got the anti-inflammatory medicine. Congratulations. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Do you still want amoxicillin? Amoxicillin is the best anti-inflammatory drug. With amoxicillin, Qin Feng, you will recover faster. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng, as long as you take out that crossbow bolt, the amoxicillin is yours. They learned that Qin Feng had anti-inflammatory drugs. Najiri Ichiro didn't even mention what percentage of the supplies he had. The price dropped pretty quickly. Qin Feng sneered. I'm planning to delete this guy directly. But, suddenly, he thought of a good way to get revenge. I've dug up so many graves, but I haven't found any medicine. Medicine is still quite scarce in the burial grounds game. Acid rain is coming soon, and the first wave of attacks is imminent. Many people will definitely be injured. Switch the medicine from this guy's hand once he's injured. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. A gentleman doesn't leave a grudge unavenged. Such an opportunity should not be missed. Qin Feng, my injuries have healed. Do you think I still need your medicine? The crossbow bolts are a weapon from a yellow treasure chest. You think you can exchange the medicine from this white treasure chest for crossbow bolts? The chat window was quiet for a while. The message came again. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng. If you're not willing to exchange for crossbow bolts, I can exchange for other supplies with you. It seems this guy really wants to sell the medicine. Qin Feng saw this message. They saw through the other person's thoughts. Qin Feng, I don't need medicine anymore? Why do I want to trade? You wanted to fleece me before? Do you think I'd still trade with you? Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng. Ichiro was greedy before. Ichiro apologizes to Qin Feng. Sakura Kuni no Yiri Ichiro. China has been a celestial empire since ancient times, with a broad mind. Qin Feng must also be a magnanimous person. I hope Qin Feng will not hold a grudge. Ichiro wishes to become Qin Feng's closest friend. As expected, it's small. How shameless. Qin Feng cursed inwardly. They left the other person waiting for a while. Qin Feng sent a message. Qin Feng, no need for the closest friends. Since you apologized, what would you like to exchange for? Yoho, you idiot. In a small cabin somewhere in the burial ground game area, a sleazy-looking young man sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him, there were several boxes of different medicines on the table. These Chinese guys are really a bunch of idiots. They fall for it the moment you flatter them. Najiri Ichiro saw Qin Feng's message. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Right now, this idiot has the most resources in the entire burial ground game, so we must not let this fat sheep slip through our fingers. First, exchange anti-inflammatory drugs with him. After a few days, continue exchanging supplies with him using other medications. Sakura Kuni no Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng is indeed a contestant from the Celestial Empire. The Prime Minister's belly can hold a boat, and he can forgive Ichiro. Ichiro is extremely grateful. Najiri Ichiro praised again. Then he explained his intentions. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng, I'd like to exchange this box of anti-inflammatory medicine for 3 bags of dumplings plus a bottle of Laogan mock chili sauce plus a bag of 13 spices. If you don't have dumplings, you can exchange other things. 20 hamburgers plus 20 Ruji ammo, Chinese hamburger, plus 10 cups of cola plus 10 bags of fries. Sakura Kuni no Yiri Ichiro. Ichiro's supplies are really running out. Qin Feng is a contestant from the Celestial Empire, so he definitely won't just stand by and watch Ichiro starve to death. I've already got this guy in a slingshot. He definitely won't refuse. Najiri Ichiro laughed. It's as if I can already foresee the scene where a box of anti-inflammatory medicine is exchanged for a bunch of supplies. Dumplings. Such a delicious thing. I'll be able to eat them soon. Just as Najiri Ichiro was lost in his fantasies. Didi. New information has arrived. Najiri Ichiro watched with anticipation. The smile on his face disappeared. Chapter 20 Talent Upgrade. Level 3. Walnuts. Qin Feng. What do I care if you starve to death? Am I your father? I only have 2 Ruji ammo, Chinese hamburgers. Take it or leave it. I'll take it or leave it. In a level 1 shelter. Qin Feng sneered. Is this guy trying to fool him? If it weren't for the idea of tricking this guy, he wouldn't even bother with this guy. Najiri Ichiro was furious. I never expected Qin Feng to be so ruthless. He's been praising it for so long. This guy wasn't fooled at all. I struggled internally. Najiri Ichiro convinced himself. Trading 1 box of medicine for 2 Ruji ammo, Chinese hamburgers, isn't bad. I still have several boxes of medicine. I'll continue exchanging them with him later. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Feng, we can trade. I'll trade you 2 Ruji ammo, Chinese hamburgers, for some anti-inflammatory medicine. Qin Feng, you must have misunderstood. 2 Ruji ammo, Chinese hamburgers, in exchange for all the medicines you have. This offer is only valid for a limited time. You have 5 seconds to consider. Qin Feng, you've gone too far. Ichiro Najiri has sent you a trade request. Really? These guys deserve to be thoroughly insulted. Looking at the transaction request sent by the other party, a smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. I clicked agree. A moment later, a pile of medicine appeared in his hand. I hope you don't get hurt next. Otherwise, these medicines won't be sold to you. Put these medicines away safely. Qin Feng ignored Najiri Ichiro. Instead, he started looking at the transactions he had set up earlier. In just a short while, transactions have already begun. Amir from the White Elephant Kingdom traded 2 potatoes for 140g of flour. In Japan, Jiro Kamita traded 3 potatoes for 210g of flour. Ivan from the Russian Bear Country traded 1 potato for 70g of flour. These guys may curse loudly, but their actions speak louder than words. Watching the potatoes in my inventory keep increasing, Qin Feng was also very happy. Go plant potato mines. They might just give you another upgrade tonight. These past few days, Qin Feng has been planting pea shooters and burying potato mines. My experience points are almost up to level 3. Talent: Farmer LV 235 to 50. Currently unlocked plants: potato mine, pea shooter. Fantasy value: 23. I'm 15 experience points short. Maybe I can really level up tonight. Qin Feng picked up the hoe. Step out of the cabin. Start digging the hole. One after another, craters the size of basketballs appeared. One by one, the potatoes were buried inside. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points continue to increase. I'm getting closer and closer to the 50 experience points needed to reach level 3. And the transaction initiated by Qin Feng. People continued to trade potatoes for flour. He harvested more than 15 potatoes. With the planting of the 15th potato, experience level reached 50. Instantly, a flash of white light. Talent: Farmer LV 30200. It's been upgraded. Qin Feng was extremely excited. I waited for a while. I did not hear any notification sound. Unfortunately, there was no reward this time. Previously, the talent level was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. The game Burial Soil also issued a general announcement. They also gave him the blueprints for upgrading the shelter. He was even thinking of giving a reward this time. It seems this feature is only available on the first upgrade. There is no reward. Qin Feng wasn't too disappointed. Anyway, he didn't. There were no other participants either. Let's see what plants can be planted at level 3. Talent: Farmer LV 30200. Currently unlocked plants: potato mine, pea shooter, and walnut require the plant encyclopedia to unlock and plant. Nut wall. Qin Feng understood this very well. These are defensive plants. The main body is a walnut. Once planted, it will become a sturdy wall. It possesses high resilience and defensive capabilities. It can withstand zombie attacks. But the wall of nuts seems to only be able to hold off zombies in one path. However, these fantastical creatures in the Burial Grounds game don't just attack from one line. They move randomly. Is this nut wall useful? Qin Feng couldn't help but be curious. We'll know once they're planted. There is no nut wall illustration guide yet. The pea shooter encyclopedia entry is obtained from yellow treasure chests. The nut wall illustration will probably only be available from at least a yellow chest. I'm going to sleep now. I'll continue digging up graves tomorrow. Night falls. A loud bang. This woke Qin Feng up. Fantasy value +3. Has a stray creature attacked? Qin Feng waited for a while. There was no further movement. I turned over and went back to sleep. It was as if nothing had happened. He buried 2 rings of potato mines outside the cabin. Unless it's an attack by multiple free-roaming creatures. A single stray creature poses no threat to him whatsoever. First wave of fantastical creatures countdown. 6 days, 16 hours, and 25 minutes. Acid rain countdown. 6 hours, 25 minutes. The next day, Qin Feng woke up. I stretched and yawned. I ate a hamburger and drank a cup of soy milk. Qin Feng picked up the hoe. They left the cabin and began digging the grave. Acid rain is coming in 6 hours. Dig as many graves as possible within these 6 hours. Qin Feng arrived at the 4th pea shooter's attack line and began digging graves. I took anti-inflammatory medication and rested last night. Qin Feng has recovered to 90% of his original condition. He picked up a hoe and started digging vigorously. Item, treasure chest. Rank white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Roar. A familiar roar rang out. A zombie lunged at Qin Feng, just as they were about to get close. A few peas shot through the air. Fantasy value +3. Qin Feng was used to it. Step over a pile of scraps of meat. Keep digging up the grave. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 12 by 500 milliliters Waham mineral water, 12 by 310 milliliters Wanglaji herbal tea, 10 by 500 milliliters Oriental leaf tea leaves, and 12 by 250 milliliters coconut milk. Wow. Drink set meal. Good. Qin Feng was in a good mood. The supplies inside this treasure chest. That's probably the most he's ever driven. He drank most of the water himself. Some were given away. There aren't many left. Now we have these. He also doesn't need to worry about acid rain lasting too long. Continue. Qin Feng was full of energy. Keep digging up the grave. Fantasy value +3. The white treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 copy each of the 4 great classical novels, Jin Ping Mei, Investiture of the Gods, and Harry Potter. There are still books? Qin Feng was surprised. But the things in the burial ground game are all things from human imagination. Qin Feng then thought it was normal, perfect for killing time these days of acid rain. Qin Feng continued digging the grave. Fantasy value +3. I glanced at the time. First wave of fantastical creatures countdown. 6 days, 11 hours, and 10 minutes. Acid rain countdown. 1 hour, 10 minutes. There's still enough time to dig grave. Chapter 21. Raincloths for sale. Acid rain arrives. Item, treasure chest. Rank white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 1 by 20 by 20 raincloth, 1x raincoat, and 1x rain boots. Rain tarpaulin. Raincoat. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He planned to dig the last grave and call it a day. I went back to the cabin and stayed there, waiting for the acid rain to pass. I never expected to dig up these things. Acid rain can corrode wooden houses, but with tarpaulins, there's no need to worry anymore. First wave of fantastical creatures countdown. 6 days, 10 hours, and 30 minutes. Acid rain countdown. 0 hours, 30 minutes. Acid rain is coming in 30 minutes. Hurry up. Qin Feng picked up his hoe and returned to the cabin. Before putting up the tarpaulin, he thought of Vivi. I gave Wei Wei a small piece of tarpaulin as a gift. However, Wei Wei refused his gift no matter what. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, if I keep accepting the supplies you send, I won't be able to survive on my own. I dug up 4 graves today. I'll trade you the supplies for tarpaulins. Vivi has gifted you 10 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of stone. Wood? Qin Feng needs these upgraded shelters. He didn't stand on ceremony either. They accepted the timber and stones, besides the tarpaulin. He also gave Vivi a few bottles of the drinks he had dug up that day. After completing the transaction with Vivi, Qin Feng entered the group chat. Another member has left the group. It was 7 just 2 days ago. It has now become 6. The group chat was also discussing this at that moment. Qin Feng also learned the cause of the group member's death from the group messages. The participants all wanted to stockpile as many supplies as possible before the acid rain arrived. This group member dug up a zombie and was then ambushed by a wolf, attacked simultaneously by 2 fantastical creatures. At this stage, apart from Qin Feng, almost no other contestant survived. Bagua, I wonder how many days this acid rain will last. Zhuang, everyone has dug up some supplies. Even the weakest one, Wei Wei, made a deal with brother Qin Feng and now has crossbow bolts. She probably has the most supplies in the group besides brother Qin Feng. Bagua, great, everyone must survive. By the way, where's brother Qin Feng? Why haven't I seen him speak? Did he get so engrossed in digging up the grave that he forgot the time? Acid rain is coming soon. We can't stay outside any longer. Qin Feng noticed that the group members were talking about him. They also sent out a message. Qin Feng, I dug up some tarpaulins, and I could trade them with everyone. With previous experience, Qin Feng did not mention giving it away again. It refers to transactions. Really? Let's talk about the deal. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Well, yes. My wooden house has several holes in the roof, and I'm worried about it. Dajwang. My wooden house door is broken, so I need a tarpaulin too. Qin. My window is broken. I'll trade you a piece of tarpaulin. Soon, Qin Feng and the group members began trading. Baowa. Brother Qin Feng, do you want this plastic bucket? Qin Feng, yes. Regarding supplies for group members, Qin Feng welcomes all comers. Plastic buckets may seem to have little use, but you can use it for bathing and soaking your feet. That's right. Others are still worried about not having enough water to drink. Qin Feng was already thinking about enjoying life. But currently, Qin Feng's water reserves are still insufficient for washing feet and taking a bath. We'll talk about that later. The group members brought out their supplies to exchange for tarpaulins. Wow, we still have so many tarpaulins left. The transaction is complete. Qin Feng was shocked to discover this. Less than a quarter of the 20 by 20 tarpaulins have been sold. Try selling it to those guys. Rain tarpaulins are most valuable when acid rain occurs. Once the acid rain ends, the value of the tarpaulin will be greatly reduced. Qin Feng posted a message on the regional channel. Qin Feng, rain tarpaulins for sale, limited quantity, first come, first served. The news came out. The regional channel is down again. Why is it this Chinese kid again? Impossible. Why did this kid dig up the tarpaulin again? Is this kid cheating? Why? I refuse to accept this. Everyone, don't do business with this kid. We can't let this Chinese kid profit from disaster. Good. Everyone, don't do business with him so that this kid can't sell his tarpaulins. Participants from all over the world were filled with righteous indignation. He was verbally cursing Qin Feng, but each body is very honest. They all messaged me privately to ask how to make the transaction. Qin Feng, I'll trade 500 milliliters of mineral water for 100 tarpaulins. Qin Feng Appa, I'll show you my black stockings. Can I have a raincoat? Qin Feng Jun, if you give me a tarpaulin, I can be your girlfriend and show you illegible. Qin Feng, you want to exchange a water bottle for a rain tarp? And 100 you want? Are you crazy? Anyone else wanting to get something for free? Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. She's ugly, but she has some pretty fancy ideas. Reject all outright. Next, he covered the cabin with a tarpaulin as he did so. They started trading with the participants. To Qin Feng's surprise, these contestants have all sorts of strange and unusual things in their hands. There are even more. Rubber, plastic, iron block. These materials aren't needed right now, but they'll definitely be useful later. Qin Feng welcomes all comers. We accepted all of these supplies. In a short while, all the tarpaulins he was prepared to sell had already been traded. A series of messages were being sent out inquiring about the matter. Qin Feng Jun, where's the tarpaulin? I want to trade. Why were the tarpaulins taken off the shelves? I want to redeem 20 rain tarpaulins. Qin Feng, the tarpaulins are sold out. The transaction is terminated. Send this message. Qin Feng began to focus on covering the wooden house with a tarpaulin. The regional channels were in an uproar again. It's impossible that the tarpaulin has already been traded. Didn't you all say you weren't going to buy it? Who actually bought it? Is this Chinese kid not a man? He doesn't even look at black stockings. Above, I traded a pair of chopsticks for a photo of black stockings. Chopsticks? You poor bastard. Go back and see your mother. First wave of fantastic creature tide countdown. 6 days, 10 hours, and 1 minute. Acid rain countdown. 0 hours, 1 minutes. Attention all participants. Acid rain is coming in 10 seconds. Please return to the shelter as soon as possible. 10, 9, 8, 1. A notification sound plays in the burial ground game. This moment, the entire burial game seemed to fall silent. All the contestants hid in the cabin. They waited in utter terror for disaster to strike. Go back right now. Qin Feng used a stone to weigh down the last corner of the tarpaulin. They quickly returned to the cabin. The moment he returned to the cabin. 3, 2, 1. Acid rain countdown has reached 0. Chapter 22, Acid Rain arrives. Monsters appear. Whoosh. In an instant, acid rain poured down like a torrent. Large raindrops pounded on the tarpaulin-covered roof. It emitted a dense, muffled thumping sound. It sounded as if 1,000 troops were frantically beating war drums outside the house. Acid rain slid down the tarpaulin. The places they passed through. The ground was quickly corroded, creating tiny pits. Acrid white smoke rose up, accompanied by a hissing sound. It was as if the earth was groaning in pain. Wow, that's terrifying. Qin Feng hadn't expected the acid rain to cause such a big commotion. Peeking out through the crack in the door, The acid rain was like a thick, poisonous fog, blurring all vision. First wave of fantastic creature tide countdown. 6 days, 9 hours, and 59 minutes. Acid rain end countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Acid rain lasted for 3 days. Will pea shooters and potato mines get corroded? Qin Feng became worried. The 4 pea shooters and the potato racker are the fruits of his hard work over this period of time. If it gets corroded by acid rain, that's a huge loss. There's nowhere to cry. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Feng's mind raced. The raincoat and rain boots that were dug out along with the tarpaulin came into view. Qin Feng put on a raincoat and rain boots. They're even wearing masks? Qin Feng was surprised. There's a transparent mask in front of me. It can prevent rainwater from getting in. However, it does not affect breathing. This raincoat is pretty high-end. It's like a protective suit. Qin Feng pushed open the wooden door. We went outside. Whoosh. Acid rain hit your body. It made a series of sounds. It was much louder than what I heard inside the cabin. Qin Feng quickly checked the pea shooter and potato mine. A few pea shooters are being battered by acid rain. There was no sign of corrosion whatsoever. The branches and the large head, on the contrary, became even more lush and green. Potato mines were also unaffected. No wonder it's a plant that grows in burial soil. Qin Feng's anxiety subsided. Returned to the cabin. Qin Feng picked up the iron pot he had dug out earlier. I'm getting a bit tired of Ruggiamo, Chinese hamburger, and hamburgers. Let's cook rice today. Put the rice in the pot and add mineral water. Ignite the liquid alcohol below. After doing all this, Qin Feng lay on the bed and checked the regional channels. Shit, this is rain. This is a flood. Why is there so much acid rain? It's impossible that my wooden house is leaking and acid rain is coming in. I got hit by acid rain and a piece of my flesh rotted. Does anyone have any medicine? My roof is completely rotten. Someone please save me. Qin Feng, give me a tarpaulin, and I'll trade you half of everything. Qin Feng Jun, give me a tarpaulin. I'll do anything you ask. Help! The regional channel was filled with cries and wails. I should have sold the tarpaulins later. Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. Selling tarpaulins at this time will definitely fetch a high price. Close the regional channel. Qin Feng opened the group chat. Compared to the regional channels that are filled with cries of despair, the chat group was filled with harmony. Bawa, thanks to brother Qin Feng. Otherwise, we would have ended up like those other contestants. Zhuang, yes. With tarpaulins, we don't have to worry about acid rain anymore. I saw a message on the regional channel. The group members knew how sought after the tarpaulins were. I am very grateful to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, everyone should stay home for the next 3 days and take a break. Qin, okay. Wei. Okay, brother Qin Feng, now that acid rain has appeared, those fantasy creatures shouldn't show up anymore. I can finally relax. Before acid rain arrives, the group members all went out and dug up a few graves. They also have some supplies on hand. If you save some money, you can easily last 3 days. It smells so good. At this moment, Qin Feng's meal was ready. A fragrant aroma of rice wafted into my nostrils. Qin Feng took out Laogan Ma chili sauce and mixed it with rice. It smells so good. It's a pity there are no vegetables. I wish we could dig out some vegetables and meat sometime. Qin Feng ate while thinking. He ate 3 bowls of rice in one go. Qin Feng drank another bottle of coconut milk. Then I went to bed. I can't sleep. Today's working hours were a bit short. In addition, acid rain causes too much disturbance. Qin Feng tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. All right. Qin Feng slapped his thigh. He seemed to have thought of something. A thought crossed my mind. Several books appeared in front of me. These are the books that were unearthed today. The 4 great classical novels, Jin Ping Mei, Investiture of the Gods, and Harry Potter. I randomly picked out a copy of Jin Ping Mei from among them. Qin Feng started reading. Night falls. Qin Feng was fast asleep. Outside the cabin, the burial soil is undergoing strange changes. As acid rain penetrates deeper, the burial soil became soft. Ancient creatures beneath the soil are gradually being awakened. The black burial soil was constantly being arched up. It was as if something was about to burst forth from the ground. Chirp, chirp. The commotion grew louder and louder, accompanied by strange cries. A strange-looking black creature. It slowly emerged from the murky soil. The heads of these black creatures are turning. Finally, their gaze fell on the direction of the log cabin. It was as if they had seen some delicious food. They charged forward frantically. Bang! The potato mine has been detonated. Fantasy value +1. Inside the cabin, Qin Feng was fast asleep. A sneak attack by free-roaming creatures. He was used to it. Anyway, he had already planted 2 rings of potato mines around the cabin. As long as it's not a large-scale attack by fantasy creatures. Once you no longer need to worry, he rolled over. Go back to sleep. Bang! Another explosion rang out. Fantasy value +1. There are quite a lot of free-roaming creatures tonight. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Sudden, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something. His eyes snapped open. I jumped out of bed. Fantasy value +1. This is not the previous wandering creature. Qin Feng had a bad feeling. I got up quickly, looking out through the cracks in the log cabin. Wow, what is this thing? You won't know until you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. A dozen or so black creatures, each the size of a basketball, were charging toward the cabin. Bang, bang, bang. The potato mines were constantly being detonated by these black creatures. As the distance closes, Qin Feng gradually came to see the appearance of these black creatures. These guys look like catfish. However, it is different from ordinary catfish. These guys have a sharp horn on their heads. Below its body are thick, powerful legs. Its 4 legs are like a propeller, running wildly on the ground. Its body surface was covered with a layer of sticky, dark green mucus. While running, the sludge spraying out looks absolutely disgusting. Chirp chirp. After sacrificing several of their own kind to detonate the potato mine, these guys came to the front of the cabin. Their original target seemed to be attacking the cabin. However, we arrived at the door. They were attracted by the unique plant scent emitted by the pea shooter. 3 pea shooters surrounded them. They started munching on the pea shooter's roots. Because these black creatures are too small, the pea shooter can't hit these guys at all. They can only be eaten at will. Warning. The pea shooter is under attack by a mutated catfish. A series of notification sounds rang out. Don't bite my pea shooter. Qin Feng couldn't stand it. You guys step on a potato mine, fine. It can at least provide 1 point of fantasy value. But eating pea shooters is going too far. Chapter 23, Mutant Catfish Monster. We have to take these guys down. Otherwise, once these guys finish eating the pea shooters, they'll definitely attack the cabin. Qin Feng's mind raced. The shovel I dug out a few days ago is now in my hand. He opened the wooden door crack. There were several catfish monsters right in front of us. He was less than 2 meters away. They are intently munching on the roots of the pea shooter. Qin Feng's heart was pounding wildly. My palms were sweating from nervousness. These monsters are small, but those 4 legs and the pointed horns on the head. All of this shows that these guys should not be underestimated. In case I got poked. Warning. The pea shooter is under attack by a mutated catfish and is about to disappear. At this moment, the notification tone sounded again. Pea shooter number 1. Durability, 20 to 50. Pea shooter 2. Durability, 18 to 50. Pea shooter 3. Durability, 15 to 50. Qin Feng looked at the 3 pea shooters. In addition to basic plan information, durability was also introduced. Watching the 3 pea shooters' durability rapidly decrease, Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. I don't care what you are. Dare to mess with the pea shooter. D. Spot a monster. The shovel pierced through the gap in the wooden door. He shoveled it down hard. Bang! The shovel struck a monster with pinpoint accuracy. However, the slime on the monster's body was indeed slippery, so that the moment the shovel touches its body, they nearly slipped and veered off course. But Qin Feng relied on his ruthlessness. He suddenly exerted force with his arm, pressed the shovel firmly down on the monster. The sharp edge of the shovel was deeply embedded in the monster's flesh. Moment. A stream of dark green blood, reeking of decay, spurted out. It splashed onto the wooden door. It makes a hissing sound. The wooden door, already corroded by acid rain, instantly gained several more mottled marks. Chirp chirp. The monster screamed in agony. He writhed in pain. Its 4 legs kicked and thrashed wildly. It stirred up muddy water droplets on the surrounding muddy ground. That's incredibly strong. The shovels were passed on to the force of resistance. Qin Feng felt like he wasn't suppressing a fish. It was a dog. But even though this monster is quite powerful, it exceeded her body size. However, he is still far inferior to Qin Feng. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the shovel's deadly grip. Final. It was cut in 2 by a shovel. Fantasy value +1. Chirp chirp. The other mutated catfish, who were frantically devouring the pea shooter, were alerted. They all raised their heads. His eyes, the size of mung beans, gleamed with a fierce light. It makes a sharp sound. His body bent slightly forward, poised to launch. The next moment, one by one, the mutated catfish leaped high into the air, trying to squeeze through the gap with a sharp corner, make a few holes in Qin Feng's body. Fortunately, Qin Feng was prepared. After defeating a mutated catfish monster, a thought crossed my mind. Put the shovel back into your inventory. Then close the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts rang out. These monsters have extremely sharp horns. It actually pierced right through the wooden door. Qin Feng was speechless. This wooden door is almost 5 centimeters thick. If it gets stuck on you, it must be riddled with holes. Chirp, chirp. These monsters shook their heads. They used force to pull the sharp corner off the wooden wall. Then they continued stabbing. In just a short while, more than a dozen holes appeared on the wooden door. But these monsters seemed to realize that the wooden wall was difficult to breach. The attack lasted for a while before stopping. Stop! Qin Feng peered through the cave entrance. Seeing that these mutated catfish monsters had turned their attention to the 3-piece shooters and were frantically devouring them, Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. Take out the shovel. Open a small gap. Ambush the mutated catfish monster. Fantasy value +1. After each attack, Qin Feng always kept the door closed. Let these mutated catfish monsters vent their anger on the wooden door. Wait until these catfish monsters have vented their anger. Qin Feng will then attack again. Fantasy value +1. Fantasy value +1. Fantasy value +1. And so it goes. More than an hour later, there was a pile of corpses at the feet of the 3-piece shooters. Qin Feng also obtained 16 fantasy points from these mutated catfish monsters. There used to be 3-piece shooters outside the cabin. Now only 2 plants remain. Both plants were also teetering on the brink of collapse. The roots were mostly eaten away. Good. Destroying 3-piece shooters requires 12 fantasy points. But these mutant catfish monsters provided 16, making a profit. Qin Feng was even considering giving up on those 2-piece shooters. I suddenly realized it. The durability of these 2-piece shooters is slowly recovering. Pea shooter number 1. Durability, 2 to 50. Pea shooter 2. Durability, 5 to 50. Qin Feng observed for a while. The recovery status of 2-pea shooter plants was discovered. On average, it recovers 1 point per minute, and it can be fully recovered in less than an hour. No wonder it's a plant found in burial soil. This is a huge profit. Qin Feng observed the outside world through the cave entrance. After discovering that no mutated catfish monsters had appeared, he planned to go back to sleep. But, obviously down in bed, he suddenly realized a problem. What if a mutated catfish attacks you while you're asleep? The potato mines near the entrance have been destroyed. If a mutated catfish monster comes from this side to attack, I won't even notice. I struggled with this internally. To sleep better, Qin Feng put on a raincoat and rain boots. He picked up a hoe and pushed open the wooden door. Start burying potatoes. For safety reasons, Qin Feng dared not go too far. They dug a hole right at the entrance. There are potato mines on both sides. Behind it is a small wooden house. Qin Feng only needs to focus on what's ahead. It will take a few minutes. Qin Feng dug 5 holes, each the size of a basketball. They buried the potatoes inside. After doing all this, Qin Feng didn't even turn his head. Hurry back to the cabin. 5 minutes passed. 5 potato mines are ripe. Qin Feng was relieved. He looked at the wooden door. I was speechless for a moment. The wooden door was riddled with holes by those mutated catfish monsters. Acid rain is flowing in from the cave entrance. Can it be repaired? Qin Feng decided to give it a try. Check the information about the shelter. Wooden door. Status, damaged. Repair, wood X2. It can actually be repaired. Qin Feng was overjoyed. They immediately took out 2 units of timber to repair it. A flash of white light followed. The numerous holes on the wooden door have disappeared. The wooden door has been restored to its original condition. After doing all this, Qin Feng went back to bed and lay down. I also opened the group chat. I glanced at the number of group members. Still 6. Qin Feng, is everyone all right? To Qin Feng's surprise. Surprisingly, Vivi was the first to reply to the message. Chapter 24 Fantasy Value Soars. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, I'm fine. Wei Wei. Thanks to the crossbow bolts Qin Feng gave me, I managed to kill 10 mutated catfish monsters and gain 10 fantasy points. The only pity is that the wooden door is almost broken by these catfish monsters. Seeing that Wei Wei was safe and sound, Qin Feng was also happy for Wei Wei. But I saw Vivi's message. He suddenly became curious about a question. Can everyone repair wooden doors like him? I asked Vivi. The answer was no. It seems that this repair function will only be available after the shelter has been upgraded once. After chatting with Wei Wei for a while, other group members also appeared one after another. Although the number of mutated catfish monsters has increased. However, they're much weaker than zombies and wolves. Group members each displayed their unique talents. They wiped out all those mutated catfish monsters. Baowa, this mutated catfish monster is not as powerful as the zombie. As long as everyone is careful, we can take it down. Zhuang, not bad. We can farm some fantasy points from these mutated catfish monsters. The only problem is that the door is about to break. During these 3 days of acid rain, everyone should avoid sleeping too soundly to prevent these mutated catfish monsters from breaking into the house. The group members began exchanging tips on how to deal with a mutated catfish monster. They are not like Qin Feng. You can use the pea shooter to kill zombies without taking damage. Thus, obtaining fantasy points from a mutated catfish monster is extremely important. Qin Feng also shared some experience in dealing with a mutated catfish monster. For example, tell them to dig a big pit in front of the cabin and make a trap or something. After leaving the group chat, he turned on the regional channel. At this time, the discussions in the regional channels were all about the mutated catfish monster. I killed 9 mutated catfish and gained 9 fantasy points. My talent has been upgraded. Good. My talent has leveled up too. There will definitely be more mutated catfish appearing during the next 3 days of acid rain. As long as we kill these catfish and upgrade our talents, we can shorten the gap between us and Qin Feng. Excellent. As long as we all improve our talents, that Chinese kid won't have any advantage anymore. Once our talent levels are high, that kid's bunch of broken plants won't be a match for us at all. When the time comes, none of you should do business with this kid. Let this Chinese kid kneel down and beg us for mercy. Huh. Qin Feng curled his lip. This group of people managed to drag him into it. But, narrowing the gap, are these guys starving? They kill mutated catfish to gain fantasy points. You can also gain fantasy points. You actually want me to kneel and cry? As expected, we still need to strike hard against you. I thought about it. Qin Feng also sent a message. Qin Feng, I ate too much today, so I killed a dozen or so mutated catfish monsters to help digest my food. After sending the message, Qin Feng also attached a picture. On top are Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, soy milk, and a bunch of drinks. Instantly, the regional channel crashed. Damn Chinese brat. Don't let me run into you, or I'll definitely give you a good spanking with my size 45 leather shoe. This Chinese kid is provoking us. It's impossible. These are all mine. Qin Feng stole them. Curry. Qin Feng, can I have half of it? The participants from all countries were so hungry that their stomachs were practically touching their bellies. To get through these 3 days of acid rain, it saves money to the extreme. Their eyes were practically glowing with hunger. Upon seeing this picture of Qin Feng, I can't stand any of it. I curse you to have your ass pierced by a mutated catfish in your sleep. I can already picture a swarm of mutated catfish rushing into the wood and stabbing this kid to death. Qin Feng, you barged into the wooden house? Surely no one hasn't fixed the door yet? Qin Feng sent another message. I've also included a picture of the repaired wooden door. Qin Feng, everyone be careful of the mutated catfish and don't fall asleep. I'm going to sleep now. How come this kid can repair wooden doors? It's impossible that this kid's shelter was upgraded. This must be a feature from the upgrade. It was this kid who upgraded the shelter and caused the acid rain to fall. Now we can't sleep, and we have to be on guard against the mutated catfish. This kid actually went to sleep. This is not fair. The regional channel is in an uproar once again. That feels so good. I got double the happiness. Qin Feng immediately exited the regional channel. Sleep. The next day, Qin Feng was awakened by the sound of a potato mine exploding. Fantasy value +1. Fantasy value +1. Here we go again. Qin Feng peered out through the crack. A dozen or so mutated catfish monsters attacked. After detonating several potato mines, we arrived below the 2 pea shooters. They started devouring it like crazy. A shovel appeared in Qin Feng's hand. After opening the wooden door crack, Qin Feng then began to eliminate these mutated catfish monsters. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Qin Feng cleaned it up even faster today. Less than an hour. We will eliminate all these mutated catfish monsters. I gained 20 fantasy points, not bad. Qin Feng checked his fantasy value. Fantasy value, 51. This time, my fantasy value might break 100. Qin Feng was somewhat excited. Then plant another ring of potato mines, and also plant more pea shooters to prepare for the first wave of attacks. Within the regional channel, participants from various countries were also very excited. I killed another 15 mutated catfish monsters, and I'll be able to upgrade my talent to level 3 soon. My talent has reached level 3. Now killing these mutated catfish monsters is as easy as killing chickens. If that Chinese kid dares to show his face in front of me, I can kill him with one hand. Good. Send more mutated catfish. Killing these mutated catfish is much easier than killing zombies. Seeing these chats, Qin Feng smiled. Everyone seems quite happy now, right? This acid rain lasted for 3 days. The next day, even on the third day, can these people still be this excited? Qin Feng did not send a message this time. The regional channel has been shut down. I'll let everyone know I was safe in the group chat. After confirming that none of the group members were injured, he put on his raincoat. Continue planting potatoes at the locations where the mutated catfish monsters detonated the potato mines. After burying 5 potatoes, Qin Feng returned to the cabin. After eating a rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and drinking a cup of soy milk. First wave of fantastic creature tide countdown. 5 days, 13 hours, and 23 minutes. Acid rain end countdown. 2 days, 3 hours, and 23 minutes. Acid rain fell for 20 hours. The mutated catfish monster is launching its third attack. This time, Qin Feng killed 18 mutated catfish monsters. Gained 18 fantasy points. In the regional channel, participants from various countries are becoming increasingly excited. Acid rain fell within just 20 hours. They gained several times more fantasy points than they had in the previous few days combined. Chapter 25, The Tragic Journey of Participants from Various Countries. This acid rain is just in time. I have to thank that Chinese kid for initiating extreme weather events. I also want to thank him. If it weren't for Qin Feng, I wouldn't have been able to get 30 fantasy points in such a short time. Good. A few more rounds, and maybe I'll have a chance to raise my talent to level 4. Why isn't Qin Feng saying anything? That Chinese kid's good days are over. It won't be long before we all surpass him. That kid must be kicking himself for upgrading the shelter and triggering extreme weather. Laugh. You won't be laughing for long. Qin Feng was somewhat looking forward to the arrival of the second and third days. In the intervals between starting the fire and cooking rice, Qin Feng put on his raincoat, replaced the potato mines that were detonated outside. I ate 2 bowls of rice mixed with Laogan ma chili sauce. I drank a cup of coconut milk. Qin Feng lay on the bed again and started reading Jin Ping Mei. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep. The second day of acid rain. The mutated catfish monster launched 3 attacks in total. The third day has arrived. At this time, within the regional channel, the participants from various countries were not as happy as before. When will the acid rain end? My eyelids are drooping. Me too. I just fell asleep standing up. These mutated catfish monsters attack without any pattern of timing. I haven't slept for 2 whole days. No way. My wooden door is completely rotten. I'm too scared to sleep here. In the regional channel, a chorus of cries and screams erupted. Even a normal person would be extremely tired if they didn't sleep for 24 hours. These contestants haven't slept for 48 hours. And these 48 hours are 48 hours of extremely focused attention. There can be no relaxation whatsoever. Be constantly vigilant against attacks from the mutated catfish monster. Once attacked by the mutated catfish monster, it will take some effort to deal with these catfish monsters. You could say that. Participants from all over the world were exhausted, both physically and mentally. It's reached its limit. Are you not laughing anymore? Now, I'm going to start laughing. Qin Feng looked at the chat in the regional channel, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Nearly 2 days have passed. He sent another message. Qin Feng, I've been sleeping so comfortably these past 2 days. It's the first time I've slept so well since I came to the burial ground world. I hope the acid rain lasts for a few more days. Attached. Pictures of single beds. A 3-piece bedding set was laid out on the bed, and there were a few books on the bedside table. Impossible. We can't sleep, so why can this kid? That's not fair. I'm still sleeping on the floor, but this kid not only has a bed, but also a three-piece bedding set, and even books. Is the burial ground game only targeting us? Why is this kid having so much fun? I can't take it anymore. I need to go to sleep too. No way, I'm going to sleep too. I'll get up when those mutated catfish monsters attack. The contestants from various countries on Earth, who were already on the verge of collapse, saw Qin Feng's message. It exploded again. They all started swearing. After seeing Qin Feng's warm single bed, many people could no longer resist the drowsiness. Some people would take a short nap while thinking about it. Some people think they should be more alert when they sleep and wake up immediately if they notice any movement. Anyway, a lot of the contestants started sleeping. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, everyone. Qin Feng shut down the regional channel. I'm already looking forward to the next wave of mutated catfish monster attacks. Open the Huaxia group chat. The group members were also discussing the news Qin Feng posted. Qin Feng appeared. Several group members also laughed. Wei, brother Qin Feng, those guys must be furious with you. You're so mean. Qin, little Wei, do you want to add something? But I like it. Haha. Brother Qin Feng really did a great job this time. Many contestants couldn't help but go to sleep after seeing Brother Qin Feng's pictures. I bet some of them were attacked by those mutated catfish monsters in their sleep. Zhuang, yes. I haven't slept for 48 hours. Once I close my eyes, it's very difficult to wake up. Baohua. When I saw Qin Feng's picture, I felt like going to sleep. I saw the messages from the group members. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. He still had several bottles of Red Bull. This stuff can be used to refresh yourself. Qin Feng, I still have 3 bottles of Red Bull, which have a stimulating effect. Anyone who needs them could trade with me. Well, great. 3 bottles. Let Wei and Qin trade them first. Wei, brother Qin Feng gave me 2 bottles last time, and I haven't drunk them yet. I can still take out 1 bottle. There are 6 people in the group. Besides Qin Feng, there are 5 other people. 5 bottles of Red Bull, just enough for 1 person. Zhuang, this drink is great. I feel so refreshed after drinking it. Baohua, me too. My sleepiness has been driven away. I should be able to hold on for another day. The group members unanimously gave it a positive review. Qin Feng smiled. Red Bull does have an energizing effect. But the group members were no longer sleepy. The psychological effect is certainly a factor, but whatever its purpose, ultimately, this brought the group members to their senses. We are now much more confident in getting through the last day of acid rain and Qin Feng's actions. It directly broke the defenses of people from all over the world. This Chinese guy tricked our contestants into sleeping, but gave them energy drinks instead. It's impossible that this kid has such a black heart. Wake up the contestants from my cherry blossom country. Curry, quick, go ask that Chinese kid if he has any more of those energy drinks, and ask him to send us a bottle. A series of private messages came in. They all want Red Bull. Qin Feng felt a little sorry. He really doesn't have any Red Bull left. Otherwise, you can also take this opportunity to make a fortune. But, compared to making a big profit, they saw contestants from various countries being stabbed to death by mutated catfish monsters. It doesn't seem too bad. First wave of Fantastic Creature Tide countdown. 4 days, 6 hours, and 18 minutes. Acid Rain End countdown. 0 days, 20 hours, 18 minutes. The mutated catfish monster launched its first attack on the 3rd day after the acid rain began. At this time, less than 3 hours had passed since Qin Feng sent the message on the regional channel. Many participants were fast asleep. I was physically and mentally exhausted for 48 hours and had not slept. He lay down. Don't say you'll just take a nap and then get up. The catfish monster broke into the house. Few people were able to wake up. Many contestants were stabbed more than a dozen times by the mutated catfish monster while they were asleep. Burial Grounds game world is everywhere. Horrifying scenes continue to unfold. Outside, acid rain continues to fall. Inside the cabin, one by one, catfish monsters were devouring the contestants. They were quite lucky. It was stabbed to death by the mutated catfish monster before it could even begin to eat. Those who suffered the most were the ones who suffered the most. He wasn't stabbed to death. They were eaten alive by the mutated catfish monster. The pain was indescribable. All I could feel was my own death. Screams echoed throughout the Burial Ground game. Chapter 26, Serious Injuries. Ready to kill. Another 20 fantasy points, not bad. Qin Feng used a shovel to take down the last mutated catfish monster. Fantasy value, 132. In front of the cabin, The corpses of the mutated catfish monsters have piled up into a mountain. One of the 3-piece shooters outside the cabin was eaten on the first day. Another plant was eaten today. There's only 1 pea shooter left. Looking at the only remaining child, Qin Feng felt extremely insecure. Original. Qin Feng plans to resume large-scale pea shooter cultivation after the acid rain ends. But Qin Feng has suddenly changed his mind. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. It's better to plant them as soon as possible. Who knows, there might be a big acid rain on the last day. Qin Feng increasingly felt that this was a possibility. The burial ground game won't be that kind. Simply create some mutated catfish monsters for the contestants to farm points. Pick up the hoe. 2 more pea shooters were planted in the same spot. He would like to have more varieties. But there will be a problem if we plant too much now. The pea shooter is too far from the wooden door. Once those mutated catfish monsters start nibbling at the pea shooters in the distance, it would be inconvenient for Qin Feng to take action then. So, Qin Feng ultimately abandoned his various ideas. After planting 2 pea shooters and a few potato mines, Qin Feng hurriedly returned to the cabin. At this time, the regional channels are already filled with cries of despair. I was ambushed by these catfish monsters. Did I get poked in the butt? Does anyone have any medicine? No way. My XX got bitten. Damn catfish. Is there any way to save it? If your insert device name here is still there might be a chance to repair it. It's impossible that my thing was eaten by those catfish. Within the regional channel, participants from various countries were filled with lamentations. They originally planned to sleep for a while and then wake up. Result: he didn't wake up. Instead, they were awakened by these mutated catfish monsters. But they were still lucky. Even worse were the contestants who were eaten by the mutated catfish monster. In the Huaxia group chat, the group members were all relieved, thanks to Qin Feng's Red Bull. Otherwise, they may be in the same situation as these people. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, you can make medicine now. Sell it to these guys at a high price. Don't hold back. Qin Feng sent a message to Wei Wei. Soon, Vivi replied. Wei Wei, hee. Brother Qin Feng, I'm already making the medicine. Along with this message, 2 more notification sounds rang out. Vivi is giving you 200 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine. Vivi is giving you 10 by 50 milliliters wound medicines. Qin Feng was stunned. Why did you give it to him? Vivi quickly provided an answer. Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I won't kill anyone. You can have all these medicines. You can sell them to them. How much you sell is all yours. Just give me some food. Qin Feng was taken aback. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, do you know how valuable these medicines are? Wei Wei, if it weren't for the crossbow bolts and food that Brother Qin Feng gave me, Wei Wei might not be alive now, and we wouldn't have these medicines. Wei Wei, besides, food is the most important resource in the burial ground game. These medicines are only valuable now. If we can exchange these medicines for food, maybe Wei Wei is actually getting a good deal from Brother Qin Feng. This girl, Qin Feng chuckled. Food is indeed very important in the burial grounds game. But the medicine isn't as useless as Vivi said. Good, since you trust me. From now on, as long as I have food to eat, I will never let you go hungry. Qin Feng did not refuse. Mainly, he really wanted to kill these guys himself. Click to accept the medicine given by Vivi. A bunch of anti-inflammatory drugs and wound medicine appeared on the single bed. Looking at the numerous requests for medicine in the regional channel, a slight smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. Let's not rush to sell. Let's wait for a few more rounds of attacks before making a decision. At that time, there will definitely be more people getting injured. The price of medicine will naturally rise accordingly. Just as Wei Wei handed all the medicine to Qin Feng, the participants in the burial ground game also received a message from their own nationals. A contestant from China named Wei Wei has a talent for medicine. She can manufacture drugs. It is said that Qin Feng recovered from his injuries because of Wei Wei's medicine. I think I vaguely remember her. This girl named Wei Wei is a little girl. Oh, little girl? You're easy to fool. If it were a heartless guy like Qin Feng, he would definitely seize this opportunity to fleece us. Hurry up and contact this Wei Wei. If we play the victim, that little girl might just give us the medicine. That makes sense. We can get more medicine from this little girl and then sell it to others at a higher price. A group of people quickly contacted Wei Wei. However, the response they received completely shattered their composure. Wei Wei, I'm sorry. I gave all my medicine to Brother Qin Feng. If anyone needs medicine, please contact Brother Qin Feng directly. I saw this message. The participants from various countries were completely dumbfounded. Qin Feng. It's Qin Feng again? How come this guy's spirit is still lingering? We gave all the medicine to Qin Feng. Won't that guy just rip us off again? Many contestants recalled Qin Feng's experience of exchanging 50 g of flour for potatoes and selling tarpaulins at a high price. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. We absolutely cannot do business with that Qin Feng again, or he'll fleece us until we're left with nothing. We absolutely cannot make a deal with Qin Feng. We must continue to contact this girl named Wei Wei. Qin Feng used some unknown means to trick the girl out of the medicine. This is our chance to instigate a conflict between the girl and Qin Feng, so that all the Chinese contestants will despise Qin Feng and turn them against each other. Great idea. The participants from various countries were very excited and contacted Vivi again. Vivi, do you know how important medicine is right now? He buys medicine from you at a low price, and then tries to sell it to us at a high price. This Chinese girl will definitely feel resentful seeing all this. Participants from various countries were secretly pleased. It's as if I can already see Wei Wei and Qin Feng turning against each other. However, Wei Wei, buy it at a low price? No, brother Qin Feng didn't pay. It's impossible. Qin Feng, that beast. He actually lied to his own people. What kind of spell did Qin Feng cast on this girl? Keep stirring up trouble. Wei Wei, you've been tricked by Qin Feng. He stole the medicine from you. Wei Wei, you're lying to me? No, I was the one who offered to give the medicine to brother Qin Feng. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng is a very nice person. If anyone needs to buy medicine, just ask brother Qin Feng. The participants from various countries were dumbfounded. Chapter 27 Acid Rain is about to end. Giant catfish. Is this Chinese girl an idiot? They gave Qin Feng the medicine for free and then praised him? This is a classic case of being sold out and then helping the seller count the money. Qin Feng is a real scoundrel. Much more scoundrel than me. Qin Feng had somehow bewitched this young Chinese woman, making it unlikely that he could sow discord between them. Now, he had no choice but to resort to one last method. Vivi, you don't want to see everyone die from infected wounds, do you? They started playing the victim. Wei Wei, are you guys all right? Upon seeing this message, participants from all over the world were delighted. There's hope. We've been injured by the mutated catfish monster and desperately need medicine. Qin Feng will definitely take this opportunity to fleece us. I don't know how many people will die from infection because they can't afford the medicine. Right now, you're the only one who can save us. After the participants from various countries on Earth finished sending their messages, I waited eagerly for Wei Wei's reply. This young Chinese woman is easier to fool than Qin Feng. She'll definitely give us the medicine. Didi. At this moment, Vivi replied to my message. Wei Wei. Brother Qin Feng must have his reasons for killing you. If I disrupt Brother Qin Feng's plans, he will definitely be sad. The participants from all over the world were dumbfounded once again. What is that? Does Qin Feng have any reason to kill us? Is this human language? This Chinese girl has turned off private chat. Are we going to have to buy medicine from that Chinese kid again? Even if it means death, I won't let that Chinese brat kill me. In the shelter, Qin Feng looked at the message Wei Wei had sent him. We learned about the methods used by participants from various countries. He immediately burst into laughter. These guys have quite a bit of energy, trying to play the emotional card with Vivi. In that case, the price of this medicine still needs to be raised. First wave of Fantastic Creature Tide countdown. 3 days, 20 hours, and 18 minutes. Acid Rain End countdown. 0 days, 10 hours, and 18 minutes. The mutated catfish monster attacked again. Qin Feng dealt with another 15 mutated catfish monsters. Gained 15 fantasy points. We paid the price of 5 potato mines. Participants from various countries on Earth suffered heavy losses in the previous round of attacks by mutated catfish monsters. Everyone was wide awake and perked up. But many participants were injured in the previous round of attacks by the mutated catfish monsters. Therefore, they certainly perked up. Many injured participants still died in this round of attacks. The regional channels are much quieter now. Why isn't this acid rain over yet? There are 10 hours left. It should be the last wave. Once we get through this last wave, we can go to sleep. My wound is infected. Why did Qin Feng disable private chat? Where's his medicine? In the Huaxia group chat. Qin Feng, be careful in the last 10 hours. I have a feeling it might not be too easy. Qin Feng reminded all the group members. Baowa, brother Qin Feng is right. The closer we get to this crucial moment, the more vigilant we must be. Zhuang. I also feel that this last wave of acid rain might be quite big. In the shelter, after Qin Feng reminded the group members, lying in bed to sleep. There are 2 circles of potato mines, 3 pea shooters outside the house, and 1 more pea shooter near the wooden door inside the house. He refused to believe that anyone could break through. Night falls. First wave of fantastic creature tide countdown. 3 days, 11 hours, and 5 minutes. Acid rain end countdown. 0 days, 1 hour, and 5 minutes. A burial ground world shrouded in gray fog. Acid rain poured down. It slammed hard onto the ground. The crackling sound was terrifying. Thick acid mist filled the surroundings. The world was completely covered up. Visibility is extremely low. Everything felt strangely eerie. Wow. Without any warning, a violent tremor came from underground. It seemed something terrifying is about to awaken. Cracks spread rapidly. Muddy water, carrying a putrid stench, gushed out. It formed murky mud bubbles, as if the earth was bleeding. Immediately afterwards, a claw slowly emerged from the ground. Each finger is about the same thickness as an adult's finger. Sharp fingernails gleamed coldly. It's terrifying. As the claws appeared, a huge figure emerged from the ground. It was a catfish monster almost as tall as a person. Its body is bulky. Its body surface was covered with a thick layer of dark green mucus. It flows continuously under the scouring of acid rain. It emitted a foul stench. Chirp, chirp. The enormous head turned. Look around. It seems to be looking for something. Sudden. It seems to have discovered something. The nose twitched. His tiny, beady eyes gleamed with greed. The next moment, it suddenly swung its 4 legs, running wildly through acid rain. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng was awakened by the continuous explosions of potato mines. It's here. He got up immediately. A shovel appeared in his hand, looking out through the crack. Then you see a giant catfish monster frantically devouring the pea shooter. The pea shooter kept firing bullets, hitting the catfish monster's body, causing bits of flesh and slime to explode. Chirp, chirp. The pain drove the mutated catfish monster even more mad, and its eating became even faster. Warning. The pea shooter is under attack by an elite mutated catfish. Wow. Qin Feng stared at the black monster less than a meter away from him. I was slightly startled. What a huge catfish monster. This thing is almost the size of a human. The pointed horn on its head. It looks like a long spear. If this gets exposed, it's a hole as thick as an arm. Durability -1. Durability -1. Durability -1. Under the attack of this elite-level mutated catfish monster, the pea shooter's durability is decreasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the durability level will decrease from 50 to 1. Warning. The pea shooter is under attack by a mutated catfish and is about to disappear. Warning. The pea shooter is under attack by a mutated catfish and is about to disappear. Warning. The pea shooter is under attack by a mutated catfish and is about to disappear. The notification sound kept ringing. In the blink of an eye, the 2 pea shooters were completely devoured by this elite-level catfish monster. The third plant is also in grave danger. Qin Feng couldn't stand it either. He just planted those 2 pea shooters. Shut up. Qin Feng opened the wooden door crack. The shovel cut through the gap. Take a deep breath. Qin Feng used up all his spiritual energy. With a do-or-die spirit, he shoveled the shovel down hard at the catfish monster's head. Chapter 28 First Kill of an Elite Monster. Rewards obtained. The catfish seemed to sense something. Just before the shovel struck, it suddenly tilted its head to the side. The shovel grazed its scalp. They only managed to cut off a piece of skin and flesh covered in sap. The elite catfish monster turned its head. His tiny, beady eyes were fixed on Qin Feng. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. The only sounds were the crackling of the acid rain and Qin Feng's rapid heartbeat. Chirp, chirp. Elite-level catfish roars. Eating was disturbed. It was enraged. They abandoned the pea shooter that was being eaten. Brush. Use your limbs to exert force. Like a runaway war machine, it charged towards the wooden door. Qin Feng knew he was in trouble when his first attack missed. Put away the shovel immediately. At the same time, close the wooden door. A loud bang. The catfish monster slammed hard against the wooden door. The entire door shook violently. The door frame creaked under the strain. The thick, sharp corner pierced right through the wooden door. It went in a full meter deep. It brushed past Qin Feng's body. They almost offended Qin Feng. That was close. Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. A shovel appeared in his hand. Smash it down hard on that sharp corner. The shovel in Qin Feng's hand carried boundless power. It slammed heavily onto the sharp corner that had pierced the wooden door. With a loud crash, this resulted in several fine cracks appearing on the surface of the sharp corner. Dark green blood slowly seeped out along the crack. Chirp, chirp. The elite catfish monster outside the wooden house felt excruciating pain. It let out a sharp roar. His voice was filled with anger and pain. It shook its head frantically. It wanted to break free from the wooden door. Each struggle caused the entire wooden door to shake violently. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. As the catfish monster struggled desperately, the cracks on the wooden door are getting bigger and bigger. Wood chips flew everywhere. Qin Feng seized the opportunity. It happened again. This directly caused the crack on the sharp corner to widen. Chirp, chirp. The elite-level catfish monster reacted even more intensely. Struggling frantically, with a whoosh, the catfish monster finally managed to pull its damaged horn out of the wooden door. It lifted up a piece of broken wood. It took a few steps back. Readjust your posture. His tiny, beady eyes burned with fury. He stared intently at Qin Feng inside the room. After a brief standoff, the elite catfish monster attacked the wooden door again. The wooden door was damaged by the attack from that elite catfish monster. It's already half broken. There is absolutely no way to withstand the next one. This elite catfish monster will definitely break the wooden door. They rushed into the wooden house. Qin Feng was also a little nervous. At the same time, there was also some excitement. Just as the mutated catfish monster was about to crash into the wooden door. Repair. Qin Feng silently recited in his heart. Timber, too. A flash of white light. The broken wooden door was repaired instantly. Bang! The elite catfish monster's sharp horn got stuck in the wooden door again. Cut it off. Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. He kept smashing the shovel down on the sharp corner, accompanied by the screams of the elite catfish monster. Under Qin Feng's third attack, with a loud crash, the sharp corner snapped off instantly. Chirp, chirp. The sharp corner was destroyed. The catfish monster let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound cut through the noise of the acid rain. It writhed its massive body wildly. Blackish-green slime splattered everywhere. After breaking free from the wooden door, the elite-level mutated catfish monster turned and fled into the darkness. Wow, don't run away. Qin Feng was unhappy. 2 pea shooters and so many potato mines were lost. If this guy gets away, wouldn't that be a complete waste? Bang! Before Qin Feng could even chase after them, explosions were heard outside the wooden house. In the midst of panic, this elite catfish monster was completely unaware of the dense array of potato mines beneath its feet. The first potato mine was stepped on. It exploded instantly. The powerful impact made the elite catfish monster stagger before it could even stand up properly. The second and third potato mines were detonated in succession. The catfish monster was blown to pieces, its flesh and blood flying everywhere. The once bulky body is now riddled with holes. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. It was mixed with mud and water. It flows everywhere. It crashed heavily to the ground. His limbs twitched a few times. There was no further movement, under the attack of pea shooters, potato mines, and Qin Feng shovels. This elite-level mutated catfish monster's short life has come to an end, from beginning to end. It didn't even step into the cabin. Fantasy value +20. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a participant from China, for being the first to kill an elite-level fantasy creature in this round of the game. Reward: Level 1 Artificial Greenhouse Blueprint X1. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a participant from China, for being the first to kill an elite-level fantasy creature in this round of the game. Reward: Level 1 Artificial Greenhouse Blueprint X1. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a participant from China, for being the first to kill an elite-level fantasy creature in this round of the game. Reward: Level 1 Artificial Greenhouse Blueprint X1. The continuous beeping sounds echoed throughout the burial ground game. I was the first one to kill. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. He felt that killing this elite mutated catfish monster had taken quite a while. But after he glanced at the countdown, I only realized it then. I am indeed quite fast. It didn't even take a minute. Facing this elite-level catfish monster, Qin Feng was on edge. Add to that the tension. In less than a minute, Qin Feng felt as if an eternity had passed. A first-class artificial greenhouse. Could it be possible to plant crops in the burial ground game? Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. If only we could grow food and vegetables in the burial ground game. Then he must have had more than just digging up graves as a means of obtaining resources. And, compared to the randomness of digging up graves, if you grow it yourself, you can grow whatever you want to eat. A thought crossed my mind. The reward from your inventory appears in your hand. Grade A artificial greenhouse. Specifications 10. Construction materials 200 plastic, 100 wood, 50 iron blocks. Function. The artificial greenhouse is isolated from the burial soil, so the soil and air inside are not polluted by the burial soil, and grains and vegetables can be grown normally without being affected by the burial soil. Tip. Artificial greenhouses, these are really great things. It's true that grains and vegetables can be grown in greenhouses. I saw information about artificial greenhouses. Qin Feng also became excited. Once this artificial greenhouse is completed, he can then grow the vegetables he wants to eat. If you can't finish it, they can also be sold. It's just that a lot of materials are needed. Plastic, ironwood. We still need to purchase these supplies in large quantities. Add the blueprints for the artificial greenhouse to your inventory. The wooden door was repaired again using 2 units of wood. Qin Feng carried a hoe and began planting potato mines and pea shooters. Although this elite-level mutated catfish monster is dead, but there is still almost an hour before the acid rain ends. Who knows what other surprises the Burial Earth game might bring? We must not be careless. While digging a hole, Qin Feng opened the chat. At this time, he was also very worried about the safety of the group members. Qin Feng, how is everyone? Chapter 29, Selling Medicine. Ripping off customers. Qin Feng's message was sent out. There was no reply in the group chat for a long time, until 2 pea shooters were planted. Only then did someone reply. Unexpectedly, Vivi was the first to reply. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I'm fine. I killed that elite-level mutated catfish monster with a crossbow. Vivi, this catfish monster is terrifying. It took more than a dozen arrows to finally fall. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, you're amazing. You killed the elite-level mutated catfish monster in such a short time, and even got a reward. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, are you alright? Qin Feng, I'm Fina. I saw that Wei was alright. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. I learned this during a chat with Vivi. After Vivi shot and killed the elite-level mutated catfish monster, he even lent the crossbow to Qin. Wei, I wonder how Sister Qin and Uncle Bao are doing. Qin Feng was also somewhat worried. During this period of time, the group members get along very well. We are all participants from China. They became friends. He also didn't want to see any more group members die. Qin Feng, the number of group members has not changed, so it seems that everyone is fine. A few minutes later, another group member sent a message. Bao, we finally killed that catfish. Bao, you guys are really fast. Especially Qin Feng, the first to kill an elite-level fantasy creature, and it was reported throughout the entire game. Well done, you've brought glory to our nation. Group members, 5. Sudden changes have occurred. The number of group members has decreased by 1. It changed from 6 to 5. Bao, oh no, a group member has been killed. Vivi, who is it? Qin Feng frowned slightly. The atmosphere in the group suddenly became somewhat oppressive. Zhuang, phew. This elite-level mutated catfish monster is too difficult to deal with. At this moment, another group member, Zhuang, also came out. Qin and another group member, Away, are still left. Away rarely speaks in group chats, but Qin Feng needed potatoes before. Away, like the other group members, gave Qin Feng his support. Qin, this catfish monster is too powerful. Vivi, thank goodness for the crossbow you lent me. Following the group's growth, Qin, a member of the group, also spoke. The identities of the group members who perished have also been confirmed. The atmosphere in the group chat was heavy. There are 10 participants from China in this round of the Burial Soil game. The first wave of fantasy creature attacks has not yet arrived. Half of the group members perished. The dangers in the burial ground game are clearly demonstrated. Bao, since we participated in the burial game, we're all prepared to die at any time. Away sacrificed himself for China, so he no longer has to live in fear during the burial game. Bao was comforting the group members, and in doing so, he was also comforting himself. Everyone was in a bad mood. The group chat fell silent. Qin Feng closed the group chat, opened the regional channel. After seeing the message in the regional channel, his previously gloomy mood improved. First to kill an elite monster. How come that Chinese kid got the reward again? Blueprints for an artificial greenhouse. A way to grow your own food and vegetables? How could there be such a reward? What incredible luck did this Chinese kid have? With artificial greenhouses, this young Chinese man can be self-sufficient without digging up graves. That's not fair. My legs were eaten by a catfish monster. It hurts so much. How am I supposed to dig graves now? Curry. This catfish monster poked my butt, and now its tentacles are still stuck in my butt. What should I do? Can someone help me pull them out? Shit. You got your ass poked? Upstairs. Are you sure you didn't do it yourself? Curry. I'm gonna kill you. You guys still have time to argue? Does anyone have medicine? I need not only medicine, but also a doctor. My stomach has been ripped open by catfish. Help. It's impossible to find Qin Feng. Only that kid has the medicine right now. The regional channels are in complete chaos. Qin Feng's private messages exploded. Many contestants were messaging him privately in order to purchase medicine. These people tried every possible method. Some are playing the victim. He posted pictures of his injuries, showing his flesh torn and bloody. There were also some female contestants. They even released some incredibly explicit photos that were sure to get your blood pumping. That's utterly shameless. She actually tried to seduce me. How could I, Qin, be tempted by beauty? Qin Feng ignored these private messages. The transaction information was posted on the regional channel. Qin Feng, I see that many people are injured and their lives are in danger, but don't worry, I have already prepared anti-inflammatory medicine and wound medicine for everyone. You could trade with me if you need them. What do you mean by prepared in advance? You clearly took the medicine beforehand. Young man from China, I advise you not to go too far. If you dare to profit from disasters, you will be making an enemy of the entire planet. Good. Sell these medicines to us at a low price right now, or we won't let you off the hook. Qin Feng Jun, I advise you to leave yourself a way out. Otherwise, when we find you, you'll be in big trouble. In the regional channel, participants from various countries began to issue threats. The Barrow Ground game is in the early stages. The contestants had no interaction with each other. However, after the first wave of fantasy creature attacks, the contestants might then encounter each other. Threatening me? Qin Feng chuckled. He's the kind of person who responds better to gentle persuasion than force. A transaction was initiated directly. Qin Feng trade exchanged 10 of the dug-up resources for 10 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine and 1 by 50 milliliters wound medicine. This news came out. The regional channel is in an uproar again. No way, Qin Feng. Are you crazy? You want to exchange 10 units of supplies for medicine? Why don't you just rob someone? Don't make any deals with this Chinese kid. Even if we die, we cannot let this Chinese brat get the better of us. The contestants were indignant. They should all resist Qin Feng. But soon, I offered 10 units of supplies. Why can't I complete the transaction? Didn't you say you'd rather die than trade with this Chinese kid? Also, why can't I trade with him either? Impossible. I can't complete the transaction either. What's going on? Qin Feng, are you sure you're not mistaken? Start the transaction now. The contestants were getting anxious. At first glance, it seems that there are a lot of supplies available. But after thinking about it, I realized they're all broke. They didn't have many supplies on them at all. Even if we give up 10 units of supplies to exchange for medicine, in a way, they benefited. However, Qin Feng, I think everyone has misunderstood. Qin Feng, the 10 resources I'm referring to isn't the 10 resources you currently have, but the 10 resources you'll unearth later. Chapter 30 Bargaining. A huge profit. After a brief silence, the regional channel crashed. 10% of the resources dug up later? Did I hear that right? Is that impossible? Are you kidding me? You Chinese brat. Are you crazy? You want us to be your slaves? No way. I would rather die than make this deal with you. Curry, you damn Chinese brat. How did you come up with such an inhumane method? Looking at the angry messages one after another, Qin Feng remained calm, because he didn't expect these people to agree to the deal. Just like him, he was injured before. He would rather die than accept the deal proposed by Ichiro Nijiri of Sakurakuni. These participants would not agree either. The reason he proposed this outrageous trading method is, it's simply a strategy. I want to open windows in a house. We need to take down the roof first. Qin Feng, speaking of which, I have to thank Nijiri Ichiro from Japan. I had never thought of this method before he asked me to exchange 50% of the resources I would dig up for medicine. He gave me this idea. Everyone should thank him. What? 50%? Participants from various countries were shocked to hear this outrageous number. They were all stunned. That's way too dark. Wait a minute. Didn't the contestant from Japan all shout that they wanted Qin Feng dead? Why were they secretly selling a medicine? Those disgusting Japanese. They're playing us for fools. They pretend to be on our side, but behind our backs they're doing dirty things. If it weren't for Japan, Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to come up with this kind of transaction method. The cunning and treacherous land of cherry blossoms is impossible. Participants from various countries were furious. This time, the focus is on the participants from Japan. The contestants from the Sakura country were trembling with fear, all burying their heads and pretending to be dead, not daring to utter a word. Qin Feng witnessed this scene. A smile appeared on his face. I want to deal with these guys. We need to let these guys fight amongst themselves first. John from Eagle Nation, Mr. Qin Feng. Trading with resources unearthed later is too harsh a condition. No one will agree to it. We can find another way. After all, you don't want those medicines to rot in your hands, do you? John from Eagle Nation. As we agreed before, let's exchange 10% of our supplies for medicine. Qin Feng, my medicine can rot in my hands, but you guys are dead. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't agree to this condition. All the participants from various countries are now broke. We didn't have many supplies to begin with. With only 10% available, there are even fewer supplies. John from Eagle Nation. As the Chinese often say, cooperation leads to win-win results. Mr. Qin Feng, in this way, we are willing to offer 30% of our resources in exchange for medicine. Qin Feng, take out all the supplies you have, plus 5% of any supplies you dig up in the future. John from Eagle Country. That's impossible. We'll only give up 30% of our supplies to trade for medicine. Qin Feng, take out all the supplies you have, plus 4% of any supplies you dig up in the future. John from Eagle Nation, 40%. Qin Feng, all resources increased by 3%. A strange scene unfolded in the regional channel. Haggling. After several rounds of bargaining, consensus reached. Participants from various countries are willing to contribute 80% of their current resources to trade for medicine. Qin Feng also knew when to stop while he was ahead. Getting 80% of the supplies from these guys is already a pleasant surprise. After all, acid rain will soon be over. With so many participants, there's bound to be some who unearth medicine. Then the price of medicine will have to be reduced. In addition, who to trade with and who not to trade with. This also depends entirely on Qin Feng. Faced with numerous participants from various countries applying to trade, Qin Feng only agreed to part of it. Impossible, Qin Feng. Why won't you agree to the deal with me? I've already given up 80% of the supplies. Qin Feng, because you're too poor. Qin Feng, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I'm targeting everyone here. Participants from various countries. Upon hearing this, a group of people were all red hot, but they were all unable to refute it. Because compared to Qin Feng, they are really poor. This time, I'm selling medicine. Qin Feng is about to make a fortune again. This time we made a killing. Inside the shelter, Qin Feng looked at the supplies he had obtained through the transaction. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face. In order to upgrade the wooden house and build an artificial greenhouse as soon as possible, he specifically selected contestants who possessed materials such as wood and stones. After a series of transactions, the price of supplies on hand has skyrocketed. Chapter 31, the cabin gets upgraded again. 90 pieces of wood, 30 stones, plastic X20, 10 iron blocks, 30 potatoes. They became rich overnight. They saw the supplies obtained through the trade. Qin Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Upgrading a shelter to level 2 requires 50 units of wood and 10 units of stone, which is enough. Qin Feng stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Store enough materials to build artificial greenhouses. It has profound significance for future material supply. This will allow us to grow more crops and reduce food pressure. Save my ass. Gathering enough materials for an artificial greenhouse is not something that can be done in a short time. The first wave of fantasy creature attacks is coming soon. If the shelter isn't up to par, it'll be doomed. Building artificial greenhouses won't help. Upgrade the shelter first. After making up my mind, Qin Feng said, upgrade the shelter to level 2. Consumes 50 wood. Consumes 10 wood blocks. Shelter under upgrade. Along with the news of the upgrade, a white light enveloped the shelter. A few seconds later, shelter upgrade complete. The white light dissipated. The shelter has changed dramatically since it was before. Previously, many of the wooden planks were repaired, but now they have all been replaced with whole pieces of wood, just like new. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The old, dilapidated marks had vanished without a trace. Instead, it has a brand new texture. Every piece of wood was joined together perfectly. The craftsmanship is so exquisite that it's astonishing. An extra wooden bolt has been added to the wooden door, so it can be locked from the inside in the future. Qin Feng walked to the door. He played with the newly appeared wooden peg, a satisfied smile on his face. In the past, when I was sleeping, he had to use a shovel to prop the wooden door shut, although it can barely provide any resistance. But it's still not very convenient. Now we have this wooden plug. My sense of security instantly increased significantly. Certainly, what truly surprised Qin Feng was, as the cabin is upgraded to level 2, the size of the log cabin has actually increased. The area has almost doubled in size. Qin Feng paced back and forth inside the room. His face was filled with barely concealed excitement. That cramped and confined space from before. A single bed takes up almost half the space. Things are very different now. The spaciousness made him feel comfortable all over. A thought crossed my mind. Information about the shelter appeared before my eyes. Shelter. Current status. Complete level 2 log cabin. Area. 3x4. Next level. Excellent log cabin. Upgrade requirements. 200 wood plus 50 stone plus 10 iron plus 10 glass. The materials needed for the next stage are similar to those for an artificial greenhouse. There's a severe shortage of materials. We need to increase our efforts in terms of materials. The cabin has been upgraded. Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something. Open the chat channel. That thing is almost done drying. We can start slaughtering now. I found a familiar profile picture and clicked on it. Sakura kuni no iri itiiro, Qin Feng-kun. Why did you disagree with Ichiro's trade request? Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. I am willing to offer 80 units of supplies. Please agree to Ichiro's deal. Sakura kunihiro noiri itiiro, Qin Feng-kun. There's an old Chinese saying, a great man doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. Ichiro begs Qin Feng-kun to forgive Ichiro's previous actions, as Ichiro knows he was wrong. A series of messages popped up. Sakura, Kinino Jirai Kairo. They were taking advantage of the situation, using anti-inflammatory drugs as bait. Qin Feng was asked to provide the resources he would unearth in the future for trade. It has to be said, this guy is a fucking genius. Seeing this guy's string of apologies, Qin Feng thought of what Lu Sun had said. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. Hee hee. You bastard. You like to rip people off, don't you? What goes around comes around, and now it's my turn. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng sent out the message. Chapter 32, The Slaughter Begins. Inside the dilapidated wooden house, Nejiri Ichiro lay on the ground. His face was deathly pale, and he occasionally let out painful groans. Blood was seeping from her buttocks. Previously in the chat channel, a contestant was poked by an elite-level catfish monster, resulting in a hole the size of an arm. Nejiri Ichiro was a little luckier than that contestant. The wound wasn't too big. Unfortunately, he was injured near the middle. That damn Qin Feng. He tricked me out of my anti-inflammatory medicine. This guy is definitely doing this on purpose. Don't let me get a chance, or I'll pay him back 100-fold in the future. Nejiri Ichiro cursed as he spoke. I watched the chat channel with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. By accident, the wound was touched, and the pain made him gasp. Didi. Just then, a message notification sound went off. Qin Feng, I did leave behind a sample of medicine, and I can trade it with you. When I saw Qin Feng's message, Nejiri Ichiro was overjoyed. They were fooled. Foolish Chinese people. A few words of flattery made them so happy they lost their bearings. Sakura Kanenejiri Ichiro. Ichiro knew long ago that Qin Fengjun was broad-minded and wouldn't hold a misunderstanding against him. Ichiro will never forget Qin Fengjun's great kindness. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Qin Fengkun. Ichiro has too few supplies. If I were to give out 80 units of supplies, Ichiro would have a hard time surviving. Qin Fengkun, could you please make an exception? Ichiro will always remember your great kindness. Send out 2 messages. Yero Ichiro is already looking forward to it. Did this guy get his brain stabbed by an elite catfish monster? Looking at these 2 messages, Qin Feng was amused. Are you out of your mind? Without thinking, Qin Feng sent the message directly. Qin Feng, You don't have many supplies, so the previous trading methods are indeed not suitable for you. It's done. I saw this message. Nijiri Ichiro was overjoyed. Hiss. I got excited. The wound was touched again. Nijiri Ichiro winced in pain. But he no longer cared about his wounds. Sakura Kaninajiri Ichiro. Thank you, Qin Feng. Ichiro is extremely grateful. In order to prevent Qin Feng from losing too much, Ichiro is willing to give up 50 of the resources he has to trade with Qin Feng. We can't cut too much, lest this Chinese kid refuse us. Nijiri Ichiro thought to himself. Didi. A message notification sounded. Qin Feng. Forget it. 50 is still too much for you. Considering you're injured, just take out the 20 supplies you have. Ah. Foolish Chinese boy. You were fooled by my few words. Nijiri Ichiro was overjoyed. However, then I saw Qin Feng's next message. The smile froze on his face instantly. Qin Feng. The remaining portion will be compensated with 50% of the resources you dig up in the future. 50 of the supplies will be unearthed later. Has this Chinese kid gone mad? Nijiri Ichiro's eyes widened. I simply couldn't believe what I was seeing. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. At this time, he then remembered. Qin Feng is no good at all. He had previously tried to trade a box of anti-inflammatory drugs for 20 ruji ammo, Chinese hamburgers, and other food from this guy. As a result, this guy bargained the price down drastically. They gave him 2 ruji ammo, Chinese meat sandwiches, in exchange for all the medicine he had. I was so stupid, I actually thought I could fool this guy. That Qin Feng is incredibly cunning. Nijiri Ichiro. Qin Feng, 50% of the resources you dig up in the future, Qin Feng, you're being too greedy? Ichiro Nijiri. I will never agree to such a deal. Never. Even if it kills me, I will never agree. Nijiri Ichiro sent this message through gritted teeth. Qin Feng, fine, then go die. I'll sell this medicine to someone else. Inside the complete cabin, Qin Feng immediately closed the chat channel. Let's leave that guy hanging for a little while longer. Anyway, it's that guy who's in pain. Qin Feng wasn't worried at all about whether the other party agreed. Because the other party doesn't care whether they agree or not. He's not a loss. Disagree. He sold it to other contestants. Agreed. He will receive 50% of the resources this guy later digs up. It's equivalent to him acquiring a slave. The other party will always work for him. And all he had to give was a small amount of medicine. Let's eat something first. Qin Feng's mind raced. A ruji ammo, Chinese hamburger, and a hamburger appeared in his hands. Fight that elite catfish monster. Qin Feng had expended a lot of energy and needed to replenish it. While eating a ruji ammo, Chinese hamburger, Qin Feng picked up the golden lotus from the bed and started reading. I am absolutely thrilled. I ate for 5 minutes. Qin Feng finished eating a ruji ammo, Chinese hamburger. Then he took out another one and started eating it. 10 minutes. Qin Feng ate and drank his fill. Open the chat channel. A series of messages popped up. Chapter 33, The Contract Scroll. The acid rain ends. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. Forget about it. Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. You want me to hand over the 50 resources I'll dig up later? Dream on. Nijiri Ichiro of Sakura Country. Even if I, Nijiri Ichiro, die and rot in the burial ground game, I will never agree to this request. Nijiri Ichiro was incredibly tough. We would rather die than surrender. Never compromise. At worst, I'll just die. What is there to fear in death? However, no matter how many messages he sent, the chat box doesn't have a single thing about Tokyo. The chat window remained silent. Qin Feng had not replied. Nijiri Ichiro was getting a little anxious. He was just saying it. Who isn't afraid of death? It would be better to just die. But he was experiencing sharp pain from his wound. The location of the wound is so awkward. Any movement involving tightening the anus causes excruciating pain. Could this Chinese man have sold the medicine? Nijiri Ichiro's attitude changed. Sakura kuni no yiri itiiro, Qin Feng. Your demands are too harsh. Sakura kanino yiri Ichiro. If you're willing to lower your demands, I can discuss it with you. Sakura kuni no yiri itiiro, Qin Feng. I can offer you all my supplies in exchange for medicine. This is my final concession. If you still don't agree, then forget it. Sakura kuni no yiri itiiro, Qin Feng. Why aren't you saying anything? Sakura kuni no yiri itiiro, Qin Feng. I'm willing to trade you 10 of the resources I dig up in the future. There has still been no reply. Nijiri Ichiro's face turned deathly pale. Sakura kuni no yuri itiiro, Qin Feng. Have you sold your medicine to someone else? Sakura kuni no yuri itiiro, Qin Feng. I'm willing to give you 20. Sakura kuni no jirai kairo, Qin Feng. 40. Sakura kuni no jirai kairo, Qin Feng. 50. Upon seeing this series of messages, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. I felt incredibly happy. Supplies don't matter. It's mainly the feeling of revenge that's so satisfying. Qin Feng, let's make a deal. Qin Feng uttered 3 simple words. Nijiri Ichiro was worried that the medicine would be bought by other contestants. I dare not haggle anymore. Ichiro Nijiri has sent you a trade request. Qin Feng clicked agree. Instantly, the last medicine in my inventory has disappeared. To replace it, an extra scroll has appeared in my inventory. Contract scroll. Creditor, Qin Feng. Debtor, Ichiro Nijiri. Content. From the date the contract scroll takes effect, 50% of the resources Nijiri Ichiro unearths will be automatically allocated to Qin Feng. Note, don't sign contracts lightly, as they will stay with you for life. A contract will only be dissolved if both parties agree to it. Of course, the contract scroll might also be damaged. Who knows? From now on, it's like having one more slave. Qin Feng looked at the contract scroll. His face lit up with a big smile. His eyes gleamed with smugness. Even if he's bettered from now on, they could also continuously receive half of Nijiri Ichiro's supplies. What made him even happier was Nijiri Ichiro wants to give up half of the supplies. The days ahead are definitely going to be tough, seeing the miserable situation of the participants from outside China. For Qin Feng, it's even more satisfying than making a fortune yourself. Didi, Nijiri Ichiro. Qin Feng, I will never forget this grudge. You better pray that I don't run into you, otherwise I will never let you go. After receiving the medicine, Nijiri Ichiro also revealed his true nature. His initial obsequiousness followed by his subsequent absurdity is laughable. Qin Feng scoffed. Qin Feng, hurry up and apply the medicine. This guy? Nijiri Ichiro frowned. Qin Feng actually cares about him? Qin Feng, I'm still waiting to share half of your supplies. If you die, my medicine will have been wasted. At least make sure my medicine costs money before you die. From this moment on, I will stop digging graves, thwarting your evil schemes, and ensuring you receive no resources whatsoever. Nijiri Ichiro was so angry that he was trembling all over. He didn't expect that. These useless Chinese dare to step on his head. He slammed his fist heavily on the ground. Result. In my excitement, I couldn't help but contract my anus again. Intense pain struck instantly. Nijiri Ichiro gasped. Hiss. The pain on his face contorted even more intensely. At this time, people from all over the world watched these scenes unfold in the burial ground game via live stream. They all exploded. This Chinese kid took advantage of our misfortune. We contestants didn't have many supplies to begin with, and this kid stole 80 of them. The other contestants' shelters are still dilapidated wooden huts, but this kid's shelter has been upgraded twice. How is he supposed to compete like this? What's 80? This guy tricked Nijiri out of 50 of the resources he would later dig up? I'm going to kill this Chinese kid. Shit, you have a nerve to say that? If it weren't for you, this Chinese kid wouldn't have ripped us off like this. Trash cherry blossom country. The people of Japan fell silent. They dare not offend the United States. They offended the United States back then. As a result, everyone in Japan is a familiar face. Impossible. This guy was already well equipped, and after this acid rain, his resources are even more abundant. Who can surpass him? How could China have such a powerful competitor? He must be a competitor for my universe. Curry, don't worry. After this acid rain, all the contestants from various countries have gained a lot of fantasy points, which can be used to strengthen themselves. They will soon surpass this Chinese kid. People from all over the world are filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Qin Feng. The Chinese people were overjoyed and cheered. Huh, that's great. It's been so long since China has felt this good. The Japanese guy was trying to scheme against Qin Feng, but he ended up shooting himself in the foot. With one more slave, Qin Feng's survival rate is even higher. Even if brother Qin Feng doesn't dig up the grave, he can still get supplies just by lying in the wooden house. Qin Feng's shelter has also been upgraded to level 2, increasing its defense and raising the probability of surviving the first round of attacks. Inside the complete wooden house. After Qin Feng sent his last message, I directly blocked Nijiri Ichiro's messages. A tool. It's not worth wasting too much of his time. First wave of fantastic creature tide countdown. 3 days, 10 hours, 00 minutes, and 59 seconds. Acid rain end countdown. 0 days, 0 hours, 00 minutes, 59 seconds. The acid rain will end in 1 minute. It seems that the elite catfish monster is the final boss, and there are no more surprises. Qin Feng's tense body finally relaxed, although compared to other contestants, he appeared quite relaxed during this acid rain crisis. But the last elite-level catfish monster also put him under pressure. If a few more come, he probably can't hold out any longer. Acid rain end countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, 0. Splash, splash, splash. As the countdown to acid rain reaches 0, the acid rain outside gradually stopped. The noisy rain that had lasted for 3 days has also disappeared. Qin Feng felt that his ears were instantly much quieter. Although the acid rain has ended, there are only 3 days left until the first wave of fantasy creature attacks. This wave of attacks is definitely more terrifying than acid rain. Make the most of these 3 days and hurry up and gather supplies. Ideally, we could dig up a walnut encyclopedia. Having more plants would greatly increase our chances of dealing with the first wave of attacks. Qin Feng picked up the hoe. Step out through the wooden door. Chapter 30 for the pond? Let's keep digging. Step out of the shelter. The acid rain that had been raging had disappeared. The ground is already dry. Qin Feng stomped his foot hard in disbelief. The hard texture comes from the sole of the shoe. Everything recovered so quickly. It was as if the terrible acid rain that had just occurred was merely a phantom nightmare. TSK, TSK, as expected of a burial ground game. Qin Feng sighed softly. This world is full of strangeness and the unknown. He always manages to redefine his understanding. Huh, what's this? Qin Feng was just about to look for the grave mound. Unintentionally, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the left side of the cabin. His gaze was instantly drawn to it. A rectangular pond had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Am I seeing things? Qin Feng rubbed his eyes. They walked quickly toward that mysterious body of water. As the distance closes, the outline of the pond became increasingly clear. The clear pool water shimmered with an unusual luster under the dim light. It really is a pond. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. The surface of the pool water was calm and still. It's like a giant mirror. It exudes a faint, eerie aura. Looking at this pond, Qin Feng began to have doubts. This pond definitely didn't exist before the acid rain. Could it be a pond formed by acid rain? To verify my conjecture, he threw a small piece of bread into the pond. Wow, a ripple spread across the water. The next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. Sizzle. The small piece of bread that Qin Feng threw out had just touched the water surface. It then made a hissing sound. The surface of the bread was covered with dense bubbles, constantly being corroded by the pool water. A few seconds, the bread became riddled with holes. In the end, it turned into a lump of mud. It sank to the bottom of the pool. Good heavens, it really is acid rain. Qin Feng felt a wave of fear wash over him. I'm glad I didn't touch the pool water rashly. I wonder if some fantastical creatures will ever crawl out of the pond. Various terrifying images flashed through his mind. They quickly marked the pond as a danger zone. Walk away quickly. After moving away from the pond, he then felt his tense nerves relax a little. Open the group chat. Qin Feng, have you seen any ponds where you are? Following news of Qin Feng, group members also sent out messages one after another. Wei, brother Qin Feng, I haven't gone out yet. I have a pond here. Qin, I have an extra pond here too. Qin Feng reminded everyone. Qin Feng, everyone be careful. This pond is full of acid rain. Qin, it's acid rain. What close call. I almost reached out and touched it. Bagua, this burial soil game is getting weirder and weirder. An acid rain pond suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Wei, how scary. I absolutely must not go near the pond. Brother Qin Feng, you must be careful too. Seeing that all the group members were safe and sound, Qin Feng left the group chat. I wonder if any unlucky souls have fallen into this acid rain pool. Qin Feng opened the area chat. Impossible. How could this pond be filled with acid rain? My hands are being corroded. Curry. I jumped right in and went swimming, and now my whole body is covered in sores. Does anyone have any medicine? I took a sip, and my stomach hurts so much. These guys are really brave. They jumped directly into the acid rain pool upon seeing it. There were also those who had taken a sip. Qin Feng was speechless. Goosebumps rose all over my body. Close the regional channel. Qin Feng began digging up the grave. The grave has not been dug up for 3 days. Qin Feng had been eagerly anticipating it for a long time. Once he found a grave mound, he would vigorously swing his hoe. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 1 wooden table and 4 chairs. Great. The cabin is much bigger now, which is perfect for tables and chairs. Keep digging up the grave. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Next, both burial mounds were filled with zombies. This will give Qin Feng 6 fantasy points. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 30 white elephant instant noodles. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received a teapot X1, a water cup X1, and a bowl X2. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. They dug up 10 graves and opened 10 treasure chests. 4 of them are supply boxes. 6 of them yielded fantasy creatures. It provided Qin Feng with 18 fantasy points. It's much faster to kill those catfish monsters. Qin Feng couldn't help but reminisce about the catfish monsters he had encountered during the 3 days of acid rain. I'm not too tired today, so I'll plant the potato mine and the pea shooter. Open the panel. Burial survival game. Contestant, Qin Feng, ID 50000000000. Physical strength, 12, 10 for adult males. Health, 10 to 10. Hunger level, 4 to 10. Fantasy value, 153. Talent, Farmer LV3. Items, 43 pea seeds, 85 potatoes. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. First wave of fantastical creatures countdown. 2 days, 23 hours, and 32 seconds. My fantasy value has reached 153 points. Qin Feng is considering whether to continue planting. Or should we use these fantasy points to increase our stamina? A moment later, Qin Feng made his decision. My current advantage over other contestants is due to my talent. To maintain this advantage, I must upgrade my talent. Physical strength is certainly important. But Qin Feng had a vague suspicion. Perhaps, once my talent level increases further, I'll obtain special plants that enhance my physical strength. Qin Feng thought to himself. Certainly, this was his beautiful wish. Plants that boost stamina? This seems a bit outrageous. Let go of the thoughts in your mind. Qin Feng began burying potatoes around the cabin. As each potato was planted, the experience points are also gradually increasing. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. I worked for another hour. Qin Feng planted dozens of potato mines. 5 more pea shooters were planted in front of the cabin. Knock off. He straightened up, looking at the fruits of their labor. I felt a great sense of accomplishment. He carried the hoe back to the wooden house. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to rest for a moment, a message appeared in the group chat that made Qin Feng extremely excited. Chapter 35, The Nut Wall Encyclopedia, has appeared. What? Back to the cabin. Qin Feng placed the table and chairs steadily in the middle of the wooden house. I'm going to boil some water to cook instant noodles. Treat yourself well. After a lot of hard work digging up the grave, he was starving. My mind is filled with the tempting aroma of instant noodles. He had just put the kettle on the fire. Messages kept popping up in the group chat. He was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Then came ecstasy. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I saw someone selling a plant encyclopedia on the regional channel. It seems to be related to Li's talent. Well, I saw it too. It looks like it came from a yellow treasure chest. It's called the Nut Wall Pokédex. Nut Wall Guide. Qin Feng's eyes widened. My heart started pounding violently instantly. Overwhelmed by a surge of ecstasy, he was completely engulfed. After this upgrade, the farmer's talent has been enhanced. The unlocked plant is the walnut. Now, he's missing the nut wall illustration. As long as you obtain the illustration, he can then grow a nut wall. Qin Feng followed the suggestions from the group members. Scroll through historical messages in the regional channel. Soon, he then found the crucial information. Emma from the British Empire. I found something strange. It's an encyclopedia. If anyone needs it, feel free to message me. The message was accompanied by an item. Qin Feng clicked on it. This is truly a guide to the nut wall. Look at this encyclopedia. Qin Feng's heart was pounding. I immediately planned to contact Emma to trade the nut wall illustration. But, just as he was about to send the message, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. I recently slaughtered a group of people, and now everyone knows that I have a lot of supplies. If I contact her first, she'll definitely rip me off. Qin Feng has extensive experience in ripping people off. They also have extensive experience in preventing slaughter. He pondered for a moment. He had an idea. Open the group chat. Qin Feng, who's free right now? Can you contact Emma on my behalf and help me trade the illustrations? The group members saw this message. They all understood Qin Feng's thoughts. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, I'm free now, I'll help you. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, you're no good. Many contestants know about our relationship because of your previous drug production. Qin Feng reluctantly declined Wei Wei's offer. At this moment, Qin's message popped up. Qin, I'm free. I'll help you. Qin Feng, okay. Qin Feng agreed. Among the Chinese contestants, there were only Qin Feng and Wei Wei. Anyone else is fine. Actually, if conditions permit, he hopes to find participants from outside of China to make the trades for him. However, participants from outside of China are simply not trustworthy. During the waiting time, Qin Feng was filled with anticipation. I paced back and forth inside the wooden cabin. I glanced at the group chat interface every now and then. I wonder how Qin's conversation with her went. He has made his decision. As long as Emma's request isn't too unreasonable, he can agree to anything. Didi. Just then, Qin's message appeared again in the group chat. Qin, brother Qin Feng, I'm sorry I failed. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Seeing that Qin came back so quickly, Qin Feng had a bad feeling. Qin, Emma from the British Empire seems to know you need this encyclopedia. After I messaged her, she directly told you to contact her yourself. This guy sent the message specifically to me. They're a bit tough to deal with. Qin Feng felt depressed. I had a feeling I was going to be slaughtered. However, he won't be scared. Since the roundabout tactics are not working, let's just have a direct confrontation. Take a deep breath. I calmed myself down. Qin Feng found Emma. Then a message was sent. Qin Feng, hi Emma. This nut wall illustration is quite interesting. I'm planning to buy it and study it. What's your price? After the message was sent, Qin Feng stared at the chat box. After a while, news of Emma has finally arrived. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, do you really think this encyclopedia is interesting, or do you just need it? Emma from the British Empire. If I'm not mistaken, this encyclopedia entry is related to your talent. Qin Feng's lips twitched. They've been found out. Since that's the case, then I won't pretend anymore. The truth is out. Qin Feng, it seems you already know I need the nut wall encyclopedia. Let's not beat around the bush. Name your price. But let me make this clear. I won't trade for an outrageous price. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, you're very direct. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. Take all the resources you have on you, plus 10% of the resources you dig up in the future, and this encyclopedia is yours. Look at this price. Qin Feng almost laughed out of anger. Is this guy crazy? All the supplies he had were outrageous enough. They even have to dig up supplies later. Who exactly started this bad trend? Qin Feng, do you think that's possible? I can only offer you a portion of my supplies at most. Emma from the British Empire. Why not? With this encyclopedia, you can grow new plants. Add the potato mine and pea shooter, and you'll have 3 plants. Mr. Qin, think about it carefully. If you had the walnut, wouldn't your chances of surviving the first wave of attacks be greatly increased? Compared to that, what are some supplies? Emma from the British Empire. China's performance has been very poor in recent years, and resources are scarce. If you don't get good results this time, I don't know how many Chinese people will starve to death. Emma from the British Empire. Also, you don't really need to worry too much about the resources you dig up later. I might not even survive the first wave of attacks. If I die in the first wave, you'll be the one who hit the jackpot. This guy is smarter than that Japanese guy. Seeing these messages, Qin Feng frowned. The other party not only guessed that the illustration was related to his talent. Moreover, they investigated him very thoroughly. Even, they're still brainwashing him and making empty promises. But Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. As someone who spends more than 10 hours a day scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, the new generation of young people are already immune to all kinds of empty promises. This tactic had absolutely no effect on Qin Feng. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng also sent out a message. Qin Feng, since you're worried you won't survive the first wave of attacks, why worry about the supplies I'll dig up later? Why not exchange them for more food now? Eat and drink your fill, and get your energy ready for the next wave of attacks. Qin Feng, besides, this plant guide is indeed related to my talent, But how can you be so sure that I can use and plant walnuts at my current talent level? Your claim that the 3 plants can survive the first wave of attacks is completely unfounded. Qin Feng. Furthermore, even without the encyclopedia you have, I can still survive the first wave of attacks. 3 messages. Qin Feng used 3 strategies: turning the tables, feigning indifference to lure the enemy into a trap, and bluffing. With the release of 3 messages, Emma on the other side remained silent. A few minutes later, the message then came through again. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, you are indeed very good at bewitching people. However, no matter what you say, it doesn't change the fact that you really want this nut wall illustration. First, you had the Chinese contestant trade with me, and now you've been talking to me all this time, which proves it. Qin Feng, as you said, this illustration is related to my talent. If I can get this illustration, it will naturally be a good thing, but it doesn't mean I have to get it. I might be able to get the illustration from the yellow treasure chest myself. Qin Feng did not refute the other party. They went along with what the other person was saying and continued to deceive them. Qin Feng, Emma, this encyclopedia you have is probably only needed by me in the entire burial ground game. If I dig it up later, this encyclopedia you have will be worthless. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. If you don't agree, let's end the chat. Qin Feng decisively sent out this message. Emma, the other party, guessed some things. However, he lacks knowledge of crucial information. This crucial information became Qin Feng's confidence in negotiating the price. Time passed slowly. 1 minute is almost up. Emma did not reply. Is this guy really going to refuse the deal? Qin Feng also felt uneasy. If the other party does not reply, he definitely can no longer contact the other party. Otherwise, all those words I said before were wasted. The other party will definitely be able to see his desire for the nut wall encyclopedia. They'll fleece him even more ruthlessly. Is it really impossible to get the nut wall illustration in the encyclopedia? Just as Qin Feng was feeling uneasy, Didi, a message notification sound went off. Emma replied, Chapter 36, Transaction Successful. Nut wall illustration acquired. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, you win. Pretty. A simple message. This immediately excited Qin Feng. Emma from the British Empire. Trade your Harry Potter book for the nut wall encyclopedia. How about exchanging a book? Qin Feng saw the terms of the exchange. I was completely stunned. This guy was thinking of killing him a second ago. In just a short while? Are you asking for the price to drop to the floor? Is something fishy going on? That's impossible. Once a deal is made in the burial ground game, there's absolutely no trickery involved. Qin Feng was too lazy to dwell on it anymore. The most important thing is to have the encyclopedia in your hands. Send a transaction request. Will there be any unexpected problems? Qin Feng was somewhat uncertain. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, I can trade with you, but I have a small request. Qin Feng, what are the requirements? Emma from the British Empire. I hope that when we trade in the future, you won't rip me off and will trade with me at a normal price. Forehead. Qin Feng was taken aback. His reputation. Qin Feng, I can agree to this condition. Emma from the British Empire. I have one more request. If we ever meet in the burial grounds game, I hope we are friends, not enemies, and can cooperate well. Qin Feng looked thoughtful. Following the first wave of fantasy creature attacks, there is indeed a certain chance of encountering someone in the burial ground game. However, the chances are extremely low. Many contestants died before they even saw anyone else. Even if you meet other people, but there are so many participants, the probability of 2 contestants meeting is almost 0. Does this guy know something? Qin Feng is quite quick-witted. They began to suspect the other party's intentions. But soon, he then realized he had been overthinking things. Even if I agree to those 2 conditions, he suffered no loss whatsoever. Qin Feng, I won't rip you off when exchanging supplies in the future, but that only applies to supplies you use yourself. If we meet in the burial ground game, I can cooperate with you, but only if you have no ill intentions towards me. Out of caution, Qin Feng added some additional conditions. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, you are indeed cautious. The other party sent a message. What excited Qin Feng was, following this message, then another message came in. Emma of the British Empire has approved your trade request, accompanied by the system's voice. Harry Potter has disappeared from my inventory. At the same time, the nut wall illustration has been added to my inventory. It's done. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He himself did not expect it. The transaction went incredibly smoothly. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, congratulations. You have obtained what you wanted. Qin Feng, congratulations on getting what you wanted. You get the Nut Wall Encyclopedia for such a small price. Qin Feng was in a good mood. He also voiced his curiosity. Qin Feng, how can you be so sure you'll meet me in the burial ground game? It was quiet for a little while. A message came from the other end. Emma from the British Empire. Not sure, just in case. I don't believe you for a second, since the other party is unwilling to say it explicitly. Qin Feng didn't press the matter further. In the chat with the other person, a thought crossed my mind. The Nut Wall Encyclopedia has appeared in your hand. Plant Guide, Nut Wall. Planting requirements. Burial soil plus 1 walnut plus 2 points of fantasy value plus LV 3 talent. Ripening time, 10 minutes. Hint, this is a walnut wall modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it forms a sturdy defense against fantastical creatures, protecting the plants behind it. Planting 2 or more walnuts together will yield unexpected surprises. Plant 2 or more together. Qin Feng's gaze was drawn to the contents of the prompt. Previously, his concern was that the walnut in Plants vs. Zombies could only block attacks from one path. And these fantastical creatures in the Burial Grounds game don't just attack in one line. But now, see the information on the Nut Wall Encyclopedia. He realized it instantly. This nut wall seems to be more than it appears. Qin Feng couldn't wait to go out and plant the nut wall. But, unfortunately, he didn't have any walnuts. We still need to keep looking for her. Qin Feng recalled the time when he first dug up the pea shooter illustration. They also found pea seeds. Open Emma's chat. Qin Feng sent a message. Qin Feng, you should have some walnuts that you dug up along with the nut wall illustration, right? Chapter 37 Walnuts in Hand. Planting a Nut Wall. Emma from the British Empire. Along with the Nut Wall Encyclopedia came a bag of walnuts. This time the reply was very quick. Sure enough, Qin Feng was very happy. Qin Feng, I can trade with you for food and drinks. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, didn't you say your talent wasn't enough to grow nut walls? Why are you in such a hurry to trade walnuts? Are you lying to me? My thoughts were exposed. Qin Feng remained calm and composed. Qin Feng, I want walnuts, but that doesn't mean I have to plant them now. Can't I prepare the walnuts first and plant them directly when it's ready? There was a long silence on the other end. Finally, a message came in. Emma from the British Empire. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Qin Feng was amused. Qin Feng, you said it yourself, this is just your feeling. Emma from the British Empire. Seeing your message, my premonition is getting stronger and stronger. I can trade walnuts with you, but I'll have to use all the resources you have plus 10% of the resources you dig up in the future. Another batch of supplies worth 10? This guy's obsession is just too deep. Qin Feng directly shattered this guy's obsession. Qin Feng, compared to the Nut Wall Encyclopedia, walnuts are more easily substitutable. Even if I don't trade with you, I can find them myself and trade with others. Given the current situation, besides me, probably no one else will trade walnuts with you. Don't ask for too much. Offer a reasonable price. The message has been sent. There was another moment of silence on the other end. After a while, a message arrived that greatly surprised Qin Feng. Emma from the British Empire is gifting you 50 walnuts. A gift? What's going on? They were just asking for an exorbitant amount a moment ago, and now they're giving it away for free? Qin Feng was completely confused by the opponent's actions. Qin Feng, no need for gifts, just name your price and I'll trade with you. Qin Feng knew very well that free things were the most expensive. In addition, Emma's previous actions had all revealed a sense of mystery. He was unwilling to accept the gift for nothing. Trading is still more reassuring. Emma from the British Empire. I don't lack resources. Unless you trade all the resources with the resources you dig up later, a small amount of resources is useless to me. There is no shortage of supplies? That's quite a boast. Since entering the burial ground game, this was the first time he had ever heard someone say that there was no shortage of supplies. It was him. We can't say we're not short of supplies. Qin Feng, I cannot accept your gift for nothing. Qin Feng didn't want to owe anyone a favor, especially participants from outside of China. Emma from the British Empire. If we meet in the future, you just need to cooperate well with me. Is that what you're saying again? Does she have some method to be sure that she and I will meet? Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Feng's mind in an instant. Some guesses began to form. Qin Feng, okay, if we really do meet, I hope we can work together well. Qin Feng accepted the gift. At the same time, he He also gave the other person a few bottles of drinks and a few packets of instant noodles that he had just dug up that day. Emma of the British Empire has accepted your gift, although the other party said they had no shortage of supplies. However, she still accepted Qin Feng's gift. Upon seeing the other party's acceptance, Qin Feng's mind settled down a bit. Go plant one and give it a try. A thought crossed my mind. A walnut appeared in my hand. Qin Feng carried a hoe. I couldn't wait to get outside the cabin. Let's plant one in front first. Qin Feng chose a spot. It is about 5 meters away from the wooden house. He swung the hoe and began digging a hole. Soon, Qin Feng then dug a pit, then put a walnut into the hole, then inject 2 more fantasy points. With the injection of fantasy value, instantly, the once ordinary walnut has changed. An extra string of information appeared. Plants, nut wall. Growing. Countdown 9 minutes, 59 seconds. It'll take 10 minutes to cook. Let's eat first. Qin Feng patted the dirt off his hands. He turned around and went back to the cabin. The rich aroma of instant noodles instantly enveloped Qin Feng. He lifted the lid of the pot. The steam carrying the rich and savory aroma of the seasonings wafts towards you. It was a unique aroma, a blend of rich bone broth, thick meat sauce, and spicy vegetables. It instantly tantalized Qin Feng's taste buds. The golden noodles were distinct and separate. It has soaked up all the broth. Each one gleamed with an alluring luster. It smells so good. You get tired of eating instant noodles if you eat too much of them. However, I haven't eaten it for a while. I really wanted to eat it, especially in the game of burial. The food selection is limited. Ingredients are lacking. Instant noodles become even more precious. Qin Feng couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. I picked up a big clump of noodles and put it in my mouth. The noodles are smooth and chewy. It is flexible. With every bite, you can feel its chewiness and the richness of the broth. The rich, savory flavor of the bone broth spreads across the tongue. The delicious flavor spread from the tip of my tongue all the way to my heart. Each sip was accompanied by a satisfied, snoring sound. A short while later, Qin Feng devoured the bowl of instant noodles in no time. I'm not full. He licked his lips. We were still not satisfied. One more pack, please. Then he took out another packet of instant noodles and put it in the pot to cook. I finished eating 2 packs of instant noodles. Qin Feng let out a burp. His face was full of contentment. It's almost time. Qin Feng checked the time. He got up and walked out of the cabin. I walked quickly to the spot where I had previously planted the nut wall. Plants, nut wall. Growing. 0 minutes and 32 seconds countdown. They're almost ripe. Soon. The 30-second countdown has ended. As Qin Feng had hoped, things have changed. The pit was originally empty. A round nut has now grown out. It is about 1 meter high. It is about 30 centimeters wide. It has a sturdy and thick outer shell. It has a dark brownish-brown color. Qin Feng clenched his fist and punched it. It's definitely quite hard. He nodded in satisfaction. But then Qin Feng frowned again. But how can we possibly defend against fantasy creatures? Qin Feng was utterly helpless. This thing grows here. The fantasy creature could simply go around it. Oh, right, we can plant more of them and build a wall around them. His eyes lit up. Suddenly, an idea came to me. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. You could easily build a wall to enclose the cabin. This will protect the cabin. It can also protect the plants inside. There are 2 options for the fence. Qin Feng paced back and forth deep in thought. The safest option is to surround the cabin entirely in the center and plant pea shooters on all sides. This will protect you from all fantasy creatures, but it will be quite expensive. Alternatively, the wall can be connected to the cabin, essentially creating a small yard in front of the cabin. This would reduce costs, but the cabin side would become a weak point. Qin Feng was somewhat embarrassed. Both options have their advantages and disadvantages. The first one is undoubtedly better. However, the first option is more expensive. Also, is it really possible for this nut wall, which is only 1 meter high, to block fantasy creatures? Qin Feng couldn't help but start to have doubts. A 1 meter high wall probably wouldn't even stop low-level zombies and wolves, right? Not to mention the higher-level fantasy creatures that follow. It seems a bit of a waste of money. Qin Feng was depressed. Look at the nut wall. The mature information came to mind. Plants, nut wall. Planting requirements. Burial soil plus 1 walnut plus 2 points of fantasy value plus LV3 talent. Mature. Hint. This is a walnut wall modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it forms a sturdy defense against fantastical creatures, protecting the plants behind it. Planting 2 or more walnuts together will yield unexpected surprises. Oh, and plant 2 or more nut walls together. He suddenly realized this crucial information. Hope rekindled in their eyes, and they were overjoyed. He immediately picked up a hoe. They dug another hole nearby. I'm planning to grow another nut wall. At the same time, the scene of Qin Feng planting nut trees was also witnessed by people from all over the world. Fuck, how did this Chinese kid get another plant? This kid's potatoes and peas were already outrageous enough, and now he's got another plant. How are we supposed to compete? Who can beat him? What's the function of this yellow thing? With these 3 plants in hand, wouldn't this young Chinese man be able to survive the first wave of attacks with 100% certainty? No, this plant doesn't seem to be an aggressive plant, but rather a defensive one. Good. This thing looks like a stone, so it's clearly not an aggressive plant. This thing seems pretty useless. It can't stop the fantasy creatures at all unless he plants them in a circle to surround the shelter. But even if he surrounds a shelter, this thing is so short, it still can't stop the fantasy creatures. Look, this Chinese kid is planting again. It seems he really wants to use this thing to build a wall. Ha! Foolish Chinese brat. He must have wasted a lot of fantasy points this time. The best defense is a good offense. If I were that kid, I'd plant more of his peas and potatoes instead of this useless rock. This is what happens when you see Chinese people being useless. Didn't they also build the useless Great Wall thousands of years ago? Ha! People from all over the world laughed wildly. The people of China also began to worry. Is Brother Qin Feng really planning to plant a circle of these stones? If you plant a whole circle of them, it will require too much fantasy points. I'm afraid there won't be enough fantasy points left to plant pea shooters and potato mines. Yes, even without this stone, if Brother Qin Feng used all his fantasy points to plant pea shooters and potato mines, there's a high probability he'd survive the first wave of attacks. Don't worry about it. Brother Qin Feng definitely has his own reasons. Chapter 38 Nut Fence. Countdown 3, 2, 1. As Qin Feng had hoped, the second nut wall has grown too. Let's see what surprises await. Qin Feng checked the information on the nut wall. Nut wall. Planting requirements. Burial soil plus 1 walnut plus 2 points of fantasy value plus LV3 talent. Mature. Fence. Nut walls can merge together to form a single unit, changing their shape to become a fence. Height and width can be freely adjusted. Cooldown, 12 hours. Special effect. Requires 2 or more units to trigger. Hint. This is a walnut wall modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it forms a sturdy defense against fantastical creatures, protecting the plants behind it. Planting 2 or more walnuts together will yield unexpected surprises. It can be integrated into a fence, and its height and width can be freely changed. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Try it now. Fusion. He uttered 2 words. In an instant, the 2 nut walls in front of us seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. They began to slowly approach. Originally, each had its own independent shell. In the process of getting closer, the edges gradually became blurred. It was as if it had been melted, the parts that come into contact with each other, like a flowing liquid, gradually merging and permeating. It was accompanied by a slight hissing sound. The originally round nut wall gradually deformed. It's as if an unseen hand is reshaping their forms. In just over 10 seconds, the 2 nut walls have merged into a tightly connected fence. Wow, looking at the fence in front of me, Qin Feng's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. The original nut wall was 1 meter high. The width is 30 centimeters. After it became a fence, the altitude has not changed. However, the width has been greatly increased. The fence formed by combining 2 nut walls became 3 meters wide, an increase of nearly 5 times. Qin Feng measured it with his footsteps. This leads to this astonishing fact. He was overjoyed. The information about nut wall has also changed. Nut fence. Planting requirements. Burial soil plus 1 walnut plus 2 points of fantasy value plus LV3 talent. Mature. Specifications. 1M x 1.5M. Adjustable. Cooling time, 0 seconds. Tip. The nut wall has been integrated into the nut fence, and its height and width can be freely adjusted. Do you like this surprise? The height can be changed, and the cooldown time is 0, meaning you can change it right now. Qin Feng was somewhat excited. After a moment's thought, he then gave the order. The height has been increased to 2 meters. A height of 2 meters is enough to defend against low-level fantasy creatures. Qin Feng wanted the fence to be 3 or 5 meters high. However, the height has been increased. This will inevitably reduce the width, requiring more walnuts and fantasy points. Let's save our money for now. When we have more money in the future, we can improve it again. Anyway, once the cooling off period is over, we can continue to change its shape. While Qin Feng was pondering, the fence in front of us has also been changed. The height has been increased from 1 meter to 2 meters. Qin Feng was originally taller than the fence, but now the fence is a head taller than him. The width of the fence has also been reduced. Specifications: 2mx 0.75 m, adjustable. Cooling time: 11 hours and 59 minutes. Based on these specifications, I can easily fence off the yard. To build a 5x5x5x5 fence, you would need 40 walnuts and 80 fantasy points. This cost still seems a bit high. Qin Feng frowned slightly. So many fantasy points. That's enough for him to plant 20 pea shooters. 80 potato mines have been planted. Start thinking about the pros and cons. But soon, he then made his decision. Chapter 39. The fence is completed. Security improved. Even if you plant 20 more pea shooters, their attack range still won't be able to cover all 4 sides of a shelter. Pea shooters have low durability and are easily eaten if they get close to fantasy creatures. Potato mines are consumables. We still need to build fences. With fences, the shelter's defenses will be greatly improved, and the pea shooter can safely fire inside the fences. Qin Feng made up his mind. Pick up the hoe. They started digging a hole along the fence. He planted walnut trees one by one. The number of walnuts on its body gradually decreased. Fantasy value is also continuously injected into the buried walnuts. Time passed slowly. Call. It's all planted. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Straighten your back. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. It took quite a while. He planted 40 walnut trees. They circled the small wooden house. The dimensions were exactly as he had planned. A 5x5x5x5 rectangular fence. The nut wall planted earlier. They've gradually ripened. Fusion. As Qin Feng's command was given. Mature nut walls are like well-trained soldiers, reacting swiftly. Originally, the nut wall was scattered and independent, pulled by an invisible force. They began to approach each other in a strange, yet harmonious way. Then they merge. Each fusion. The length of the fences is steadily increasing. It's like a giant python that keeps growing. Gradually, they surrounded the cabin. When all the nut walls have successfully merged, a complete 5x5x5x5 rectangular fence stands firmly around the cabin. It's done. Looking around at the tall and sturdy fences, an indescribable joy and sense of security welled up in Qin Feng's heart. He slowly strolled along the fence. Excitedly, he touched the rough surface of the fence. Feel its solidity and weight. Every step taken, his sense of security increased by 1 point. With this fence, it won't be so easy for those fantasy creatures to get close to the sanctuary. You can plant more pea shooters and potato mines on these routes. As the saying goes, it's better to guide than to block. In order to better deal with fantasy creatures, Qin Feng deliberately left an opening on each of the 4 sides of the fence. In this way, those fantastical creatures will break through these 4 openings. Qin Feng only needs to focus on killing the fantasy creatures from these 4 directions. It can not only protect the fence from being breached, this also reduces the need for pea shooters. Let's get right to it. Qin Feng planted pea shooters in the 4 directions. 3 pea shooters were planted at each opening. Qin Feng wanted to plant a few more. However, the fence is still a bit small. The fence measures 5x5x5x5. The log cabin is 3 times 4 in size. The gap between the outside of the wooden house and the fence is too short. Planting 3 pea shooters is already quite a stretch. This was after Qin Feng improved the fence. Extend the opening of the fence outwards. Only then were we able to plant 3 seedlings. Once I have enough money, I'll definitely expand the fence to 1x0x0x0x0, enclosing a huge territory, building artificial greenhouses, and becoming self-sufficient. Then I'll be a farmer. Back to the cabin. Lying in bed, Qin Feng couldn't help but look forward to the day he would become a farm owner. Because we dug up 10 graves today, so many more nut walls have been planted. The workload far exceeded that of usual. Qin Feng was extremely tired. He quickly drifted off to sleep, with the protection of the fence. He slept much more peacefully this time. Meanwhile, people from various countries on Earth saw Qin Feng's fence through projection. His expression was as if he'd eaten shit. Fuck, how can this stone turn into a fence? What kind of plant can do that? It's impossible for peas and potatoes to turn into that. But why should this stone become a fence? Are you not even going to put on an act anymore? Few of the other contestants successfully upgraded their cabins. But this kid not only upgraded his cabin, he even got a fence? People from all over the world on Earth broke through the fence when they saw Qin Feng. Just like a group of people starting from the same point. Everyone else was in a dilapidated outhouse. Suddenly someone built a villa. Who could stand this? Oomph. This fence is definitely just for show. It's not sturdy at all. Exactly. It definitely can't stop the fantasy creatures. This Chinese kid is wasting so many fantasy points on this useless fence, squandering his advantage. He's definitely going to die in the first wave of attacks. Envious of the people of all nations on Earth, Qin Feng fell asleep and had the most restful sleep in the history of the burial ground game. First wave of fantastic creature tide countdown. 2 days, 2 hours, and 51 minutes. The next day, Qin Feng woke up. First, opened the chat channel. I was just too tired yesterday. Qin Feng fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed. I simply don't have the energy to look at these things. First, click to join the Huaxia group chat. The number of group members has not decreased. Everyone is safe and sound. However, it was only after the group members learned that he had built a fence that things became clear. Everyone was congratulating him. Qin Feng responded to everyone in the group. He didn't say anything more. The first wave of attacks is imminent. Everyone is racing against time to improve their capabilities and stockpile resources. Huh? She messaged me. Qin Feng left the group chat. I discovered something interesting. Click to enter the chat. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, didn't you say that your current talent level wasn't enough to plant a walnut? You were lying to me, weren't you? What nonsense? What nonsense? Qin Feng was unhappy. He is clearly so upright. How could I possibly lie? Qin Feng, I never said it was impossible to grow. I've always said that it's possible. The chat window fell silent for a moment. Qin Feng suspected that the other party was going through messages. A new message came a minute later. Emma, the empire on which the sun never sets. Qin Feng, how about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Emma from the British Empire. You win. I saw this message. Qin Feng was amused. He could almost see the other person's frustrated expression. Close the chat channel. The first wave of fantasy creature attacks is still 2 days away. Qin Feng's expression hardened. A solemn expression appeared on his face. This wave of attacks is definitely more dangerous than acid rain, and we don't know how many days it will last. We need to stockpile more supplies and collect more fantasy points. Ideally, we'd also dig up a few more weapons. During acid rain, Qin Feng had experienced a situation where his pea shooter was destroyed. This situation could repeat itself in the first wave of attacks. He will then leave the shelter to plant vegetation and replenish his fighting strength. If only I had some weapons to protect myself. Nature is the best. I simply ate a Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. Qin Feng picked up his hoe and walked out of the small wooden house. Let's begin today's grave-digging journey. There were even 3 graves inside the fenced area. They walked around the cabin. Qin Feng discovered a pleasant surprise. These 3 burial mounds are inside the fence, and we can dig them anytime. Let's go outside and dig first. Qin Feng came to the outside of the fence. Follow the pea shooter's attack path. Start searching for burial mounds. Roar. A terrifying scream rang out. A rotting zombie, emitting a disgusting stench, charged toward Qin Feng at top speed. Qin Feng remained calm. He turned around immediately, leaving the zombie with only his back to him. They then went to dig up the next grave mound. It was as if the zombie didn't exist at all. Roar. The zombies behind him kept yelling and lunged at Qin Feng. They were less than 2 meters away from Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng also walked to the next grave mound. Wow. Qin Feng wielded a hoe and dug a grave. With a loud bang, the zombies fell. It turned into a pile of rotten flesh behind Qin Feng. This Chinese kid is such a show-off. It's impossible. Why didn't that zombie bite him to death? He was so close. Seeing this Chinese kid in his clothes is more painful than eating shit myself. People from all over the world watched the projected images. I'm so angry I could scream. But some women in different countries have different opinions. This Chinese person seems different from the previous Chinese contestants. The previous contestants were all timid and hesitant, but this Chinese person seems very confident. I also feel that Qin Feng is a bit different from the other Chinese contestants. He's quite charismatic. You are wrong. I have done some research on China. The reason why Chinese people appear timid and hesitant is because China is in a very bad situation. In fact, Chinese people have a strong sense of patriotism in their bones, especially when it comes to the greater good of the country. They will often disregard their own safety and even sacrifice themselves. However, these claims were quickly refuted. The Chinese are a bunch of cowards. What passion do they have? Exactly. In order to survive, all the countries on Earth have implemented population elimination plans, but only these fools in China have not implemented one, vainly try to save everyone. In the end, all Chinese people will disappear. Qin Feng is just an accident. His talent relies entirely on external things. He's incredibly weak himself, and he won't live much longer. Chapter 40. Another yellow treasure chest? Oh no! Roar. Accompanied by a roar. Another zombie fell behind Qin Feng. They were less than 2 meters away from Qin Feng. Generally, 3 to 5 pea bullets are enough to kill a zombie. The pea shooter's firing rate is about 10 shots per second, while the zombies move at a speed of about 5 to 8 meters per second. Just keep a distance of more than 4 meters from these zombies. After this period of research, Qin Feng also discovered the pattern. Low-level zombies found in treasure chests. It can no longer cause him any harm. Wow, the hoe fell. A corner of the treasure chest was visible inside the burial mound. A faint light emanated from the soil. Yellow treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. We've dug up another yellow treasure chest. This is the third yellow treasure chest he has dug up. The first yellow chest contained a pea shooter encyclopedia entry and a bag of pea seeds. This greatly increased Qin Feng's combat power. The second yellow treasure chest contained crossbow bolts and arrows. You could say that. It was precisely because of crossbows and arrows. Vivi was able to upgrade her talent. Qin Feng was able to obtain the medicine and survive. Vivi and Qin were able to kill the elite catfish monster with crossbow bolts. The items inside every yellow treasure chest are extremely valuable. I wonder what I'll get from this yellow treasure chest. Qin Feng was filled with excitement. Create some distance. Then use the hoe to open the treasure chest. This Chinese kid opened another yellow treasure chest. This is the third one. Why? The drop rate of a yellow treasure chest is so low. This guy has dug up less than 100 treasure chests in total. So how come he managed to dig up 3 yellow treasure chests? That doesn't make sense. It's a cover-up. Absolutely a cover-up. None of the contestants from my Sakura country have ever dug up a yellow treasure chest. Damn it. My universe nation is one of them. People from all over the world saw Qin Feng dig up the yellow treasure chest again. His eyes were red. At the same time, in the game of burial, Qin Feng also opened the yellow treasure chest. Something's not right. Qin Feng looked at the light shining from the treasure chest. I suddenly had a bad feeling. This light is the same as the light emitted from the 2 previous openings of the yellow treasure chests. It seemed a little different, and the facts have proven this. Qin Feng's intuition was correct. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening roar came from the treasure chest. It was louder and fiercer than any of the zombies we had encountered before. Boom! The treasure chest exploded. A zombie radiating an eerie, ghostly green light. It slowly crawled out of the treasure chest. It is extremely large. It is nearly 2 meters tall. The muscles bulged like steel. It's like bodybuilding with steroids. It looked like it could explode at any moment. Roar! The zombie's head is turning. Qin Feng was eventually discovered. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, it's like a heavy tank. They charged towards Qin Feng. Wow, what is that? Qin Feng's expression changed. I was initially quite happy to have unearthed a yellow treasure chest. He thought he might find a great treasure. Result: an unprecedentedly terrifying zombie has appeared. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The pea shooter attacks relentlessly. Pea bullets kept being fired. It landed on this muscular zombie. It makes a popping sound. A large amount of blood and flesh splattered out. This guy's defense is too strong. Just one glance. Qin Feng immediately realized that this zombie was different from the zombies he had encountered before. Its defense is too strong. Those zombies from before, the bullets fired by the pea shooter, they can almost always pierce through a zombie's body. Each bullet made the zombie stagger, and the muscular zombie in front of us was shot. The bullets couldn't penetrate its body at all. Instead, it was stuck by those thick muscles. He didn't stagger at all. Roar! The muscular zombie was in pain. His eyes were bloodshot. They charged at Qin Feng with even greater ferocity. It was as if they wanted to tear Qin Feng to pieces. The yellow treasure chest didn't yield any supplies, but instead gave him a high-level zombie. This Chinese kid's good luck has run out. Good heavens! This giant zombie seems to have incredibly strong defenses. The Chinese kid's peas are useless now. They can't kill this behemoth at all. I told you long ago, this Chinese kid's trash plants can only deal with some low-level zombies. Once he encounters a high-level zombie, they're just useless. Let's see how this Chinese kid deals with this muscular zombie. Without plants, he's a weakling. He has no chance against this zombie. This kid is really unlucky. If he were closer to the fence, he would have a chance to run into the shelter and fight the muscle zombie there. But now the path to the fence is blocked by the muscle zombie, and he can't get back at all. People from all over the world saw Qin Feng dig up a yellow treasure chest. They were all incredibly jealous. Now we see that Qin Feng opened a yellow treasure chest and got a high-level zombie. I was overjoyed. This surprise came so fast. Chapter 41, High-Rank Zombies. Yellow treasure chest drop, rate increased. We can't fight this guy head-on, facing this massive zombie that surpasses even low-level zombies. In an instant, Qin Feng then made a decision. He would use the dog-walking tactic because of his own fighting strength. Even dealing with ordinary low-level zombies is dangerous. Not to mention this big guy. Give up the idea of fighting him hand-to-hand. The best approach is to leverage his natural talent. That is, plants kill this big guy. Qin Feng turned and ran. Owl! Owl! The roars from behind continued. The muscular zombie wouldn't let Qin Feng, this delicious meal, go to waste. They were in hot pursuit. Every step taken, they all left a deep footprint. The ground seemed to be trembling slightly. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine. They also ran with all their might. They ran off into the distance. Because physical strength has reached 12, it has already exceeded the 10 points of an ordinary human. Qin Feng was also very fast when he ran. He's almost on par with the fastest human sprinter. He kept looking back, running and running. The solemn look on Qin Feng's face slowly disappeared. Gradually, things started to feel easier. Because everything went exactly as he had predicted. This muscular zombie has a defense far exceeding that of low-level zombies, but its speed isn't much higher. It's only a little faster than me. Although the distance between him and a muscle zombie was gradually closing. But Qin Feng remained completely calm, because he kept running in a straight line. This muscular zombie also kept chasing him in a straight line. So, this muscular zombie has been on the pea shooter's attack line the whole time. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Pea bullets rained down on the back of the massive zombie, as if they were free. Despite this massive zombie having extremely strong defenses, the muscles can even trap pea bullets. But we had too many bullets. Puff, puff, puff. Blood and flesh splattered and spilled onto the ground as pea bullets rained down on the giant zombie. The massive zombie's thick back had been smashed to pieces. A huge crater appeared. The white skeleton inside the body was exposed. Originally, this zombie walks steadily. Now I'm a bit unsteady, like a spent arrow. It looks like it could collapse at any moment. The speed has changed too. Qin Feng turned around. Notice that the distance between him and the muscle zombie has stopped decreasing. Then, the muscular zombie slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The distance between us has started to widen. That's about it. The sense of threat disappeared. Qin Feng also gradually slowed down his running speed. Roar. A frustrated roar came from behind. The muscular zombie seemed to have tripped over something. Its massive body lunged forward. With a loud bang, it crashed heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust was kicked up the moment he fell to the ground. This muscular zombie was torn to pieces. It turned into a pile of rotting flesh. Phew, done. We still need the pea shooter. He died upon seeing the giant zombie. Qin Feng also stopped in his tracks. Start returning. Harmful. Another day of taking down zombies without taking any damage. That's it. How could such a big zombie die so quickly? Impossible. This is illogical. It's so illogical. This zombie was clearly above the low-level zombie level. How could it have been killed so easily? What a piece of trash. He didn't even manage to touch a hair on that Chinese kid's head. It runs so slowly. My grandma, who was just removed from the house, runs faster than it. People from all over the world watched the images projected on the screen. Their expressions were grim. They were initially overjoyed because Qin Feng had obtained a high-level zombie from the yellow treasure chest, thinking that Qin Feng would be injured even if he didn't die this time. Result: that's it. This high-level zombie didn't even touch Qin Feng. It's a good thing that this Chinese kid wasn't killed by that high-level zombie. Not bad. High-level zombies aren't much stronger than low-level zombies, so our contestants will be able to handle them easily. Yes, our contestants' talents all lie in enhancing their own strength and speed, making us faster than this Chinese kid. We'll be able to kite zombies while attacking. People from all over the world are discussing it. Initially, it was out of resentment. However, research from other perspectives has revealed this. The final conclusion is as follows. The advantage lies with me. Fantasy value, plus 15. The large zombie was reduced to a pile of rotten flesh. A string of information flashed before Qin Feng's eyes. Adding 15 fantasy points is quite a lot, equivalent to 5 low-level fantasy creatures. Qin Feng was quite satisfied. This zombie provides enough fantasy points to equal what he normally earns in a day. However, this zombie provides 5 fewer fantasy points than that elite catfish monster. Is it because its rank is lower than that elite catfish monster, or is it because that catfish monster is a monster that appeared during the acid rain period? When we killed that catfish monster, we also got the blueprint for an artificial greenhouse as a reward. How about a reward? Qin Feng headed back towards the shelter. He muttered to himself. The words had barely left his mouth. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a contestant from China, for completing the high-level zombie kill achievement. Reward: 5 iron blocks. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a contestant from China, for completing the high-level zombie kill achievement. Reward: 5 iron blocks. Congratulations to Qin Feng, a contestant from China, for completing the high-level zombie kill achievement. Reward: 5 iron blocks. A participant has been detected killing a high-level zombie. The fantasy creature information panel is now open. The drop rate of yellow treasure chests has increased by 4% since a participant was detected to have killed a high-level zombie. A series of notification sounds rang out in the burial ground game. Why is it this Chinese kid again? Is he haunting me? I don't want to hear a single thing about this Chinese kid anymore. Can you block all news about him? This kid dug up another yellow treasure chest. Is this his third one? What's his drop rate? High-level zombie. Why doesn't this high-level zombie bite this Chinese kid to death? In a game of burial, many contestants were devastated. The two characters, Qin Feng. It has become an inescapable nightmare for many participants. But many participants also discovered the key points. The drop rate for yellow treasure chests has been increased. We can dig up yellow treasure chests now. Good. Let's hurry up and dig up the grave. If we can dig up a few more yellow treasure chests, we might be able to catch up with this Chinese kid. I got the news that high-level zombies look intimidating, but they're very slow, about the same speed as that Chinese kid. If that kid can kill them, so can we. Dig now. Qin Feng's killing of a high-level zombie triggered a series of effects. The participants from various countries were filled with fighting spirit. There was a reward after all. Not bad. Qin Feng was quite happy at this moment. Although only 5 units of iron blocks were awarded as a reward. But even a small mosquito is still meat. Furthermore, iron blocks are also a resource he needs. Whether it's upgrading shelters or greenhouses, they all need iron blocks. Certainly, what made Qin Feng happiest was that the drop rate of yellow treasure chests had increased. The drop rate of yellow treasure chests has been increased by 4, which, combined with the initial one, now brings the drop rate to 5. Theoretically, on average, 1 yellow treasure chest will be found every 20 treasure chests dug up. Excitement gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes. Full of power, yellow treasure chests contain valuable items. I've opened so many treasure chests. He discovered it too. Valuable items such as plant guides and weapons. It can only be obtained from yellow treasure chests. Certainly, high-level zombies can only be obtained from yellow treasure chests. We must dig deep. Qin Feng clenched his fist. Make up your mind. We need to dig 20 graves today. Roar. Sudden, a roar rose from the depths of the gray fog. The next moment, a figure burst out from the gray mist. A free-roaming fantasy creature. Qin Feng was startled. I just killed a high-level zombie. Will another one come along? But soon, his anxiety subsided. Fantasy creature, low-rank wild wolf. Level 0. Aggression 15. Defense 8. Speed 20. Hint: this is a wolf from human imagination. It is very fast, but its defense is weak, especially its belly, which is very soft. When it pounces on you, you can slide tackle its belly to kill it. Chapter 42, Fantasy Creature Panel. Emma, the empire on which the sun never sets. This should be the fantasy creature panel mentioned in the game prompt. Qin Feng looked at the virtual panel information that appeared above the wolf's head with great interest. This thing didn't exist before. With this panel, you'll be able to quickly find out the strength of these fantasy creatures. But the instructions described how to slide. Qin Feng's expression was strange. Is that a serious sliding tackle? Something feels off. Roar. The wolf howled and charged towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained completely calm. Shoot, shoo, shoo. A series of bullets pierced his body. It hit the wolf. Blood splattered everywhere. This wolf is nothing like the tough, fleshy zombie from before. After taking a few pea bullets, his running speed slowed down. He was shot to death by a barrage of pea bullets when he was still several meters away from Qin Feng. Fantasy value +3. Qin Feng responded to this. It's very calm. I'm used to it. All right. Is it still possible to see information about this high-level zombie? Qin Feng was curious. He looked at the large pile of meat on the ground. Fantasy creatures. The muscular zombie dies. Level 1. Warning. These are terrifying creatures imagined by a group of muscle-bound thugs. They should have lived on a steroid planet, but were drawn here by the burial soil. Their weakness is clumsiness. Their strength is immense power. Keep your distance from these muscle-bound thugs, or they'll crush your head. You can also see panel information on dead fantasy creatures, but it seems you can only see their name, level, and hints, and not their attack power, defense, and health. Big Muscle Zombie. What a simple and unpretentious name. Qin Feng was speechless. Step over this pile of corpses. Qin Feng arrived within 20 meters of the shelter. Start searching for grave mounds. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 by 100 milliliters AD calcium milk, 2x Huiyuan apple juice, and 12 by 250 milliliters Mengyo Talunsa milk. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 20 kissing roasted gluten, 3x 65g Weilong large gluten noodles, 1x 550h spicy prince, and 20x 12g Jinzai small fish. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2x 1.2L mineral water and 2x 1.2L purified water. I'm in luck today. I got a huge food gift box. Upon seeing the supplies being distributed, Qin Feng was in a good mood. 7 treasure chests. 3 of them produced food. Absolutely amazing. Open a few more. That should be enough for him to withstand the first wave of attacks. Continue. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 12 Durex mini umbrellas. Qin Feng, I just said I was lucky. So this is how you slap someone in the face? This thing must be the most useless resource in the game, right? Qin Feng was speechless. You'll encounter fantastical creatures here. Either zombies or a wild wolf. It's completely useless. Unless you encounter a succubus or a vixen. The problem is, even if it were possible, I wouldn't dare. Even if succubi and fox spirits are beautiful. Ultimately, they are just fantastical creatures. He was thinking of Qin Feng's flesh and blood. He didn't want to die at the hands of these monsters. Place the small umbrella at the bottom of your inventory. Qin Feng continued his grave-digging business. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received a white shirt, jeans, and boxer shorts. The white treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained. Qin Feng was sweating profusely. They were digging up one grave mound after another. Open the treasure chests one by one. The same scene. This is also happening in various places in the burial ground game. Because Qin Feng killed high-level zombies, the drop rate of yellow treasure chests increased significantly. In addition, the first wave of fantasy creature attacks is approaching. Almost all the contestants came out of the cabin and started digging the grave with all their might. Due to the large number of participants digging up graves, yellow treasure chests were also unearthed one after another. Burial grounds game. The territory of Emma's empire on which the sun never sets. Splash, splash, splash. A blonde, blue-eyed girl was digging a grave with a hoe. Soon, one burial mound has been excavated. The soil was cleared away. A faint yellow light shone out. This is a yellow treasure chest. However, The blonde, blue-eyed girl remained remarkably calm in the face of the yellow treasure chest that all the contestants dreamed of. It was as if it had been expected all along. She simply reached out and opened the treasure chest. A ray of precious light flashed out. Yellow treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have obtained. The blonde, blue-eyed girl calmly got up. Carrying a hoe, they left the dug pit and headed to the next grave mound. What's rather strange is, she skipped over a grave mound. They arrived at the next burial mound and started digging. A yellow light flashed. Yellow treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining. Another yellow treasure chest. A blonde, blue-eyed girl was carrying a hoe, looking for the next burial mound. After skipping 2 burial mounds, she started digging again. At this time, I just noticed, around her shelter, there are many similar scenes. The grave mounds were dug up in a sporadic manner, without any discernible pattern. Chapter 43, Speeding Zombies. The tragic tale of Kamita Jiro from the land of cherry blossoms. Except for Emma of the British Empire, participants from other countries also unearthed the yellow treasure chests one after another. Burial game. The territory of Kamita Jiro of the Sakura country. With a clang, the hoe in Jiro Kamita's hand was deflected by the treasure chest. A yellow light flashed. A yellow treasure chest. Ha! I found a yellow treasure chest. I did it. I did it. Jiro Kamita was overjoyed and danced with delight. A hint of rosy color appeared on their extremely pale faces due to malnutrition. Ha! Qin Feng. I also found a yellow treasure chest. This is the beginning of my rise. I will definitely surpass you. I will climb to the top step by step. You have humiliated me, and I will repay you tenfold. Kamita Jiro said viciously, especially considering that he only got 2 tenji of flour from Qin Feng for his 3 potatoes. His facial features became grotesque. Didi, a message notification sound went off. Kamita-kun, His Majesty the Emperor asked me to remind you that there might be supplies or mythical creatures in the yellow treasure chest. The glow of the supplies and the glow of the mythical creatures are different. If it's a mythical creature, don't worry, you're faster than that kid. Just keep your distance from the mythical creature and then kite it to death. They encountered Jiro Kamita and found a yellow treasure chest. The commander of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom on Blue Star hurriedly relayed the Emperor's orders. The people of Japan were also extremely excited and thrilled. This is the first yellow treasure chest in this round of the game in the Sakura Kingdom. Kamita-kun dug up a yellow treasure chest. Well done. We absolutely must get something good. We need to overshadow that Chinese kid. Our Japan is no less powerful. We will definitely catch up and surpass them. Kamita-kun will definitely catch up with that Chinese kid and even surpass him. Jiro understands. Jiro Kamita quickly replied. He actually caught the attention of His Majesty the Emperor. This is an immense honor. This battle must be fought beautifully, letting the world know the splendor of our Sakura nation, and most importantly, suppressing that Chinese brat. Kamita Jiro thought to himself. Immediately, he then used a hoe to open the yellow treasure chest. Click! A ray of light flashed out. It wasn't the radiance of material resources, but the radiance of fantastical creatures. Jiro Kamita was immediately disappointed. He was also thinking about opening a good car. This makes Qin Feng jealous. But the fantasy creatures are all right too. It can provide him with 15 fantasy points. Keep your distance, then just pull on it. Jiro Kamita heeded the reminder. Take a few steps back. He was holding a hoe. I made up my mind. He would dodge as soon as the muscular zombie attacked. Then he'll make his move after the muscle zombies finish their attack. Roar. A sharp, piercing scream rang out. A dark shadow flashed by. He charged straight at Jiro Kamita. Almost in the blink of an eye, it covered a considerable distance. He appeared before Jiro Kamita. It opened its enormous mouth and bit down on Kamita Jiro's neck. No, how could it be so fast? Jiro Kamita was dumbfounded. That's not what I meant. Are muscular zombies slow? Is this what you call slow? They run like the wind. Click. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The dark shadow bit directly at Jiro Kamita's neck. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out. Kamita Jiro screamed incessantly. At this moment, he then noticed the virtual panel on the shadowy figure's head. Fantasy creatures, speed zombies. Level 1. Aggression, 25. Defense, 25. Speed, 30. Hint. This is a terrifying creature imagined by a group of sprinters. It's incredibly fast, so be careful not to get targeted by it. Speedy zombie? Shouldn't it be a muscular zombie? I want a super muscular guy. Your Majesty the Emperor, you've caused me so much suffering. Accompanied by a roar of unwillingness. Jiro Kamida's neck was bitten in two by the fangs of the fast-moving zombie. Kameda-kun. The people of Cherry Blossom Country on Earth were all dumbfounded. The smile on their faces froze. They were also hoping that Ichiro Kameda would get something good from the yellow treasure chest. Let's show the national pride of the Cherry Blossom Country. Result: he was only handsome for a second before he froze. Why are there still things like speed zombies? Why did that Chinese kid encounter a clumsy, slow, muscular zombie? It's all that Chinese kid's fault. We were misled by him. Qin Feng, my Cherry Blossom Country, and you are sworn enemies. Are there still super fast zombies? Qin Feng learned of the news. I can't help but feel grateful for my good luck. What if he encountered a super fast zombie? I'm afraid it will be too. We still need to be careful when opening the yellow box next. Qin Feng became more wary. But it disappointed him. For the rest of today, he never found another yellow treasure chest. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 20 wood and 5 rubber. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 20x 12G Nestle coffee, 12x Xiangpiopio milk tea, and 1x 500G milk powder. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Call. So tired. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, even though his stamina reached 12. But today, after digging up 19 graves in a row, I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. Lower back pain. I feel like my whole body is about to fall apart. There are no more yellow treasure chests. I refuse to accept this. I must find a yellow treasure chest before I leave work. Qin Feng hardened his heart. Take a deep breath. He swung the hoe again. I have a feeling this is the yellow treasure chest. Get it to me. Chapter 44 Black Soil. Free women's products included. Item, treasure chest. Rank, white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 5 women's underwear, 5 women's bras, and 20 Safi sanitary napkins. Qin Feng. How did this happen? Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. If he remembers correctly, I think I've driven something similar before. Sigh. Let's call it a day. This white treasure chest became the final straw that broke Qin Feng's back. He had absolutely no strength left in his body. Return directly to the cabin. Start cooking. I ate instant noodles for 2 meals in a row. Qin Feng was getting a little tired of it. I'm having Laogan Ma chili sauce with rice again today. After starting the fire, begin cooking the rice. The waiting time. Qin Feng lay on the bed. He took out a bottle of milk and started drinking it. I opened the group chat. The group chat had just started. I saw the group members chatting. Dazhuang, lucky me. Haha. I dug up a yellow treasure chest and got a rot tan armor and a spear. Baohua. I got armor and weapons. This is really lucky. Dazhuang. Haha. I have to thank Brother Qin Feng. If it weren't for him increasing the drop rate of yellow treasure chests, I wouldn't have dug one up. Wait, by the way, where's Brother Qin Feng? Why haven't I seen him speak? Qin, Brother Qin Feng should still be digging graves, right? He has those plans to kill zombies, so he doesn't need to lift a finger. He just needs to focus on digging graves. Baohua. Qin Feng's talent is truly enviable. Dazhuang. If it weren't for Brother Qin Feng's help, we would probably have lost even more members. He saw that the group members were thanking him again. Qin Feng quickly interrupted. Qin Feng, Dazhuang, congratulations. With the rot tan armor and wooden spear, your safety has been greatly improved. Dazhuang, haha. Good luck. Anyone who needs to borrow rot tan armor or wooden spears, don't hesitate to ask. Brother Qin Feng, do you need them now? They were willing to lend out this life-saving treasure. This could only happen in this one group. The factors involved are extremely complex. Except for China, which did not implement a population purge plan. The people were exceptionally united. Also because the group members help each other. They forged a deep revolutionary friendship. Qin Feng, not for now. But if you need it, I won't stand on ceremony. Qin Feng declined the other party's offer. Compared to him, Dazhuang needs these things more. Qin Feng, I dug up some supplies today. Anyone who needs them can trade with me. Qin Feng put some of the supplies he dug up on the group trading platform. Although it's only a part, but it still shocked the group members. Bagua, I dug up some wood today. Brother Qin Feng, can I trade you some wood for instant noodles? Qin Feng, okay. Timber is one of the resources Qin Feng needs most right now. Of course he wouldn't refuse. Dazhuang, Brother Qin Feng, I'll trade you some water for food. Qin Feng, no problem. With Qin Feng as the starting point, group members also put their own supplies on the group's trading platform. Only, the group members' supplies were compared to Qin Feng's. That would seem a bit shabby. The combined total of all those people didn't even amount to as much as Qin Feng alone. Black soil? I saw a piece of equipment in the group's trading section. Qin Feng was immediately attracted. His eyes lit up. Artificial greenhouses definitely need this black soil. Qin Feng, Dazhuang, you don't need to bring food anymore. Just use this black soil to trade for water. I saw this message. Dazhuang was stunned. He was furious when he drove this thing. Black soil? You can neither eat nor drink. In the burial environment, it is also impossible to grow plants. It's completely useless. Dazhuang, Brother Qin Feng, this thing is useless. I accidentally put it here. If you want it, just take it. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't take advantage of his fellow group members. He took a very firm stance and handed the water to Dazhuang. 1,000 liters of black soil X1. Now that we have black soil, all we need to do is gather the materials for an artificial greenhouse, and we can start planting. Qin Feng was already looking forward to owning his own vegetable garden. We'll plant all sorts of vegetables and fruits there. Pick whatever you want to eat. I am absolutely thrilled. After chatting briefly with the group members, Qin Feng left the group chat. The rice is cooked too. A fragrant aroma wafted into my nostrils. Qin Feng took out Laogan Ma chili sauce and started cooking. It smells so good. Qin Feng ate a large mouthful of rice. We dug up 20 graves today. Overwork. Qin Feng's cooking is incredibly delicious. I ate 2 bowls in a row, and I was still not full. Didi, just as Qin Feng was about to finish his 3rd bowl, a message notification sounded. Because so many people contacted him, Qin Feng blocked all the other contestants. Only messages from select few will be heard. Open the chat channel. Vivi's profile picture was flashing. Vivi is looking for me. Qin Feng clicked on Weiwei's profile picture. Weiwei, Brother Qin Feng, are you free now? Qin Feng, you're free? What's up? Tell me. Weiwei, I saw the supplies you put in the group trade section. I'd like to trade some supplies with you too. Qin Feng was taken aback when he saw the message. I've shared some of the supplies I've dug up these past few days with Weiwei. Could she have eaten them all? That shouldn't be the case. Given Vivi's appetite, the supplies he provided were enough for Weiwei to eat for several meals. Qin Feng, have you finished your food? No need for a trade. I'll just give it to you directly. Weiwei, Brother Qin Feng, it's not food. Not food? Qin Feng was stunned again. Was it if it's not food? Send a message to inquire. Weiwei, Brother Qin Feng, look at the supplies you put in the group trade section. This girl has me completely confused. Qin Feng opened the group transaction window. Looking at the goods he brought out for the transaction. It's nothing. Something seems off. After seeing the last few supplies, Qin Feng's voice faltered. He seemed to understand why Vivi couldn't bring herself to say it. Qin Feng, forget the trade. I'll just give them to you. I don't need them anyway. Group member Qin Feng is gifting you 2 women's underwear, 2 women's bras, and 10 Safi sanitary napkins. Looking at the donated supplies, Vivi's cheeks were flushed. Much later, I've only just recovered a little. Weiwei, thank you, Brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you're welcome. As a straight man who has been single for over 10 years, Qin Feng was also somewhat embarrassed. Free gifts include 5x 12G Nescafe coffee, 3x Xiangpiopio milk tea, 5x kissing tea, 1x 65G Weilong large gluten, and 5x 12G Jinzai small fish. Qin Feng, these are some snacks I dug up today. Have a taste. Vivi couldn't resist the temptation of snacks. I accepted it immediately. Then he quietly gave Qin Feng 20 doses of medicine. It seems like I got the better deal with this girl. Qin Feng said with a smile. The women's suit given to Vivi. He originally intended to give everything he had to Weiwei. But quite coincidentally, while he was chatting with Vivi, Qin, a member of the group, also contacted him. And their goals are the same as Vivi's. It was also a transaction with Qin Feng involving women's suits. Compared to Vivi's shyness, the zither is much more straightforward and efficient. Qin, Brother Qin Feng, I'd like to trade some women's products with you. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He planned to give some directly to the other party. But Qin was unwilling to accept it for nothing. A friend in the group gifted you 10 pieces of wood. This girl has a pretty high wood drop rate. Qin Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. He remembers. Qin had traded wood with him before. Didi. The transaction with Qin is complete. Qin Feng was just about to close the chat. Another avatar started flashing. I saw this profile picture. Qin Feng's expression turned strange. Is this another deal they're making? Chapter 45 Emma. Mr. Qin, you are the stingiest man I have ever met. With a touch of curiosity, Qin Feng clicked on the flashing profile picture. After seeing the message content, he almost couldn't hold back. Is that really true? What's going on here? Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, do you have any feminine hygiene products on you? Qin Feng, did you all plan this together today? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Emma from the British Empire. What does that mean? Qin Feng told the group member that he had just given away 2 sets of women's products. Emma from the British Empire. You're overthinking it. I didn't discuss it with them. They needed it because you took out those women's products. I contacted you because I needed them right now. Qin Feng. How did you know I had it? Emma from the British Empire. In this round of the burial ground game, you opened the most treasure chests, so you owe me a favor. If I don't ask you for help, who else should I ask? Emma from the British Empire. Give me all the feminine hygiene products you have left. Consider it compensation for lying to me before. That seems to make sense. Qin Feng nodded. This can be considered an acceptance of the answer. But, deliver? Qin Feng was unhappy. Deliver? It doesn't exist. I would never give that away in my lifetime. At most, I won't rip her off. Qin Feng, slander. This is slander. Our transactions are all verified by the game. How do I owe you a favor? The other side remained silent. Much later, the news arrived. Emma from the British Empire has sent you a trade request. A moment later, in Qin Feng's inventory, with +5, with the successful completion of the transaction. The other party also sent a message. Emma from the British Empire. Mr. Qin, you are the stingiest man I've ever met. Why was it deducted? Where did I deduct from your account? This is a transaction. Qin Feng treats his own people with gentleness. To outsiders, that requires a powerful strike. Even if the other person might be a cute and gentle girl. Qin Feng showed no mercy either. Close the chat. Directly shatter the other person's illusions. Qin Feng then looked at the material information in his inventory. Wood X85, 35 stones, plastic X20, 10 iron blocks, rubber X5. We're getting closer and closer to upgrading our artificial greenhouses. A look of satisfaction appeared on Qin Feng's face. Close the message. Qin Feng lay down on the bed and began to sleep. Due to overwork today, Qin Feng was covered in sweat. I feel extremely uncomfortable. Harmful. When will we be able to take showers freely? With beautiful hopes and dreams. Qin Feng slowly drifted off to sleep. If other contestants heard this, I'd probably like to tear him to pieces. I am impressed. We don't even have enough water to drink. You're already thinking about taking a shower? Are you even human? You beast. While Qin Feng was sleeping, the game Burial Earth is in full swing. The first wave of fantasy creature attacks is drawing ever closer. All participants felt immense pressure. The already eerie and terrifying game of Burial Ground. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. Many contestants huddled in the cabins. They all came out of the wooden house. We must make one last desperate attempt. The next day, first wave of fantastic creature tide countdown. 1 day, 2 hours, 23 minutes. Qin Feng woke up. Boil the water. I made myself a cup of taro-flavored Zangpiopio milk tea. It's a bit late, but at least it was the first cup of milk tea I ever had in the Burial Grounds game. While eating breakfast, as usual, I opened the chat channel. I just opened it. Qin Feng then saw the lively chat. Good morning. I dug up a yellow treasure chest and got a longbow. Ha! I'm gonna take off. Qin Feng, you bastard, you dare to rip me off. When I find you, I'll shoot your ass with this bow. I got a low-tier talent upgrade scroll from the yellow treasure chest. My talent level jumped to level 3 instantly. Huh. Who else? That damn Qin Feng. Wait till I meet you, I'll crush your... Well, you idiot. Curry. I got a crossbow bolt. You Chinese brat, I'm gonna use this crossbow bolt to blow your... Well, you bastard. Are these guys crazy? Qin Feng looked at the messages on the regional channel. Speechless. If you find a yellow treasure chest, you've got it. Why are you all taking me along? Am I that hated? I thought about it. Qin Feng also sent a message. Qin Feng. It seems everyone has dug up quite a few yellow treasure chests since the drop rate was increased. Should I share some of the resources with you as a token of my gratitude? Qin Feng appeared. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Qin Feng, thank you so much. No way, Qin Feng. Return the supplies you stole from me now, and I might spare your life in the future. Chinese boy. The regional channel exploded. Everyone was surprisingly in agreement. All the criticism was directed at Qin Feng. It seems finding the yellow treasure chest has given these guys a lot of confidence. Qin Feng shook his head. Life is so beautiful, but you guys are so irritable. That's not good. Close the regional channel. After finishing the last bite of breakfast, he leisurely walked out of the cabin, carrying a hoe. Since that's the case, then let me show you what a master grave digger really is, and what a lucky person is. Step outside the fence. Qin Feng began searching for the grave. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 12 KFC burgers, 12 Coca-Cola bottles, and 20 egg tarts. A great start. Excellent. A thought crossed my mind. An egg tart appeared in my hand. The tart crust is layered. It has an alluring golden luster. Each layer was baked to perfection. It's so crispy that it looks like it would crumble at the slightest touch. Qin Feng's favorite food at school was this egg tart. Egg tarts are relatively expensive. He can only eat it once in a very long time. I never expected to dig up so much in the burial grounds game. Take a small bite. The first thing you notice is the unparalleled crispness of the tart crust. A snap. This crispy texture explodes instantly between your teeth. It brings a great sense of satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, the delicate and smooth filling of the egg tart touches the tip of your tongue. It's like silky clouds spreading in your mouth. The filling has a rich and mellow egg and milk aroma. The sweetness blends perfectly with the aroma of eggs and milk, making it sweet but not cloying. Great. It tastes amazing. Qin Feng ate 3 egg tarts in one go. He let out a burp. I can't eat anymore. Keep digging up old posts. Gulp. Is this the legendary KFC mini egg tart? Judging by the color, it really looks like the legendary mini egg tart, a famous fast food brand from my country more than 100 years ago. We, as people from the United States, have never even tasted this food. Why should this inferior Chinese brat have the right to eat it? No way. This beast. He just finished breakfast, and now he's eating dessert. And he ate 3 in one go. How can he not be stuffed to death? How can such a wasteful Chinese kid get so many supplies? This is unfair. I'm not having it. God, please take this Chinese boy away. People from all over the world watched the projected images. They were all swallowing hard. Who could stand this? The other contestants weren't even getting enough to eat. I wish I could split a loaf of bread into 2 meals. That Chinese kid is something else. The breakfast was incredibly lavish. They've even started drinking milk tea. Result. Dessert again? Are you trying to kill us? Chapter 46, another yellow treasure chest. Shocking. A yellow rank treasure chest scroll. Qin Feng naturally had no idea. Because I ate 3 small egg tarts. This stirred up another storm on Earth. Otherwise, he'll definitely eat a few more. I'm so angry at those bastards. Item, treasure chest. Rank, white. Hint. This is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now, a surprise awaits you. White treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received 50 disposable water cups, 10 disposable tablecloths, and 10 disposable tableware. What is that? Are they suggesting I hold a banquet at the burial site? An inauspicious start. Qin Feng's temples throbbed. I suddenly had a bad feeling. And then there were the burial mounds. This also confirmed Qin Feng's premonition. That's right. Fantasy value +3. 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 A series of 5 burial mounds. They were all low-level fantasy creatures. Did I break some kind of taboo today? Is my luck really that bad? Qin Feng felt a bit numb. Keep digging. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 trash cans and 2 foot bath buckets. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 5 blankets, 2 quilts, and 2 pillows. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value plus. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2 flip-flops, 2 summer shorts, and 2 sunglasses. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 bamboo stalks and 10 bundles of straw. Fantasy value +3. We dug up 10 more treasure chests. Not only did they fail to find the yellow treasure chest, but they also failed to find it. Not a single food item was served. Holy crap. Why is today so eerie? Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Since entering the burial ground game, his luck has never been so bad as it is today. Could it be that finding the yellow treasure chest yesterday used up all my luck? I refuse to believe it. He swung the hoe and started digging again. This Chinese kid's luck has run out. He dug up over a dozen treasure chests, and they were all full of junk. This is his normal level. I don't know what kind of incredible luck this kid had to dig up so many good things. This kid is wasting so many resources. Now he can't find any food. Let's see what he does next. Damn it. God must have heard my prayers and started punishing this Chinese kid. People from all over the world stared at the projection. They care more about Qin Feng than the contestants from their own country. Seeing that Qin Feng had opened more than a dozen treasure chests without getting anything good, they realized that Qin Feng had failed to open any of them. They were all overjoyed. They even imagined the scene of Qin Feng starving to death in the shelter. However, soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. With a clang, the hoe was bounced away. The long-lost yellow light came into Qin Feng's view. Item, treasure chest. Great, yellow. Hint, this is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. It's finally here. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He was starting to question his existence if they didn't come soon. Maintain a certain distance. Open the yellow treasure chest. Light shone from the yellow treasure chest. This light seems a bit strange. Qin Feng was surprised. It's different from the radiance before. At this moment, a notification sound rang in Qin Feng's ear. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained 3 yellow-level treasure chest scrolls. A yellow-level treasure chest scroll? What is this? Qin Feng was curious. A thought crossed my mind. The scroll appeared in Qin Feng's hands. The scroll's information also popped up. Yellow-level treasure chest scroll. Effect. Consumes a scroll to upgrade a white treasure chest to a yellow treasure chest. Wow, this is good stuff. I saw the description of the scroll. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It can directly upgrade a white scroll to a yellow scroll. And there are 3 more. That's equivalent to him finding 3 yellow treasure chests. Dig hard. The Qin Feng is powerful. I can't wait to use this scroll to upgrade the treasure chest. Impossible. How did this Chinese kid dig up another yellow treasure chest? Wasn't this kid's good luck all gone? Why is it coming back again? People all over the world are green with envy. Just a moment ago, they were happy. They were proven wrong the very next moment. That's it. Let them be happy for a little while longer. What he's driving is definitely not a good thing. Good. If it's a good thing, he'll definitely take it out and use it. Or at least try it out. Yes. It must be one of those useless blueprints or something. The kind that this Chinese kid will never use before he dies. When the people of various countries on Earth couldn't get the grapes, they said the grapes were sour. Qin Feng dug up another grave. Item, treasure chest. Rank white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. As expected, it's a white treasure chest. But Qin Feng showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. On the contrary, they were extremely happy. A thought crossed my mind. A scroll appeared in his hand. Use a yellow tier treasure chest scroll to upgrade a white tier treasure chest. Qin Feng gave the direct order. Yellow level treasure chest scroll 1. Wow. The scroll in his hand transformed into a beam of yellow light. A white treasure chest poured in. Instantly, the white treasure chest began to change. The white light on the box changed. A moment later, it turned yellow. Using the yellow level treasure chest upgrade scroll, the white treasure chest has been successfully upgraded. Item, treasure chest. Grade yellow. Hint, this is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Qin Feng was stunned by this scene. This is so awesome. The white treasure chest has been upgraded to a yellow treasure chest. Let's see what's inside. You absolutely have to get me something good. Qin Feng maintained a safe distance. Then open the yellow treasure chest. A beam of light shot out from the treasure chest. It's a supply of light. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. Yellow treasure chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining 1 paper armor, 1 wooden spear, and 20 crossbow bolts. Paper armor? Are you kidding me? This is what I got from the yellow treasure chest? No matter what, you have to give me a wooden armor like the Zhuang's. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Armor made of paper? What can this possibly stop? Qin Feng wanted to curse. But soon, after seeing the item information of the paper armor, he then withdrew the idea. They even have to apologize to paper armor. Chapter 47 Paper Armor. Sunflower Illustrated Guide. Item, paper armor. Defense, 30. Durability, 100. Function, resist attacks from swords, spears, axes, and arrows. Advantages, lightweight and simple. Disadvantages, slightly less defensive than iron armor. Tip, paper armor, a common type of armor in the era of cold weapons. Don't be misled by its name. It has strong defensive capabilities, able to block most attacks from cold weapons, including the claws of level 1 fantasy creatures. However, please be aware of its durability. It can block attacks from melee weapons and even the claws of level 1 fantasy creatures. Wow, this paper armor is awesome. Qin Feng was truly stunned. When he heard that name, he thought it was some kind of cheap, counterfeit, and substandard junk product. But look at this description. This paper armor is almost as good as wooden armor. Give it a try. A thought crossed my mind. Paper armor appeared on his body. Qin looked down and examined him. The paper armor is light beige overall. However, its texture does not appear as thin and fragile as ordinary paper. Instead, it has a solid and resilient texture. Let's take a closer look. It can be seen that it is made up of layers of special paper that are tightly bonded together. These papers appear to be bonded together using some kind of special adhesive. The connection is seamless. There wasn't a single gap. It fits perfectly. Qin Feng did some simple stretching. I discovered that this paper armor is not only lightweight. Moreover, the cut is very well fitting. Wearing it allows for free movement. Moreover, it didn't have the heaviness and restrictive feeling that Qin Feng had imagined in the armor. Extremely lightweight. Let's see how strong its defense is. Ultimately, the most important factor in armor is its defensive capabilities. Qin Feng took off his paper armor, placed it on the ground. A wooden gun appeared in his hand. This wooden gun was made at the same time as the paper armor. The gun body is dark brown overall. The wood is dense and hard. The texture of the gun body is delicate and clear. The gun head is made of sharp metal. A cold light gleamed. It exudes a sharp and ruthless aura. This gun looks pretty powerful. Let's see if we can break through their armor. Qin Feng exerted his strength. He thrust his spear into the paper armor on the ground. Bang! Durability, -2. Paper armor popped up a string of messages. It's not broken. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He used almost all his strength. Surprisingly, it didn't pierce the paper armor. The spear tip only sank into the paper armor, leaving a small dent. This is great stuff. Wearing this paper armor, you no longer need to fear sneak attacks from fantasy creatures. Qin Feng happily put on the paper armor. He has made his decision. Except for sleeping. You have to wear this thing all the time. Keep digging up old posts. There are also 2 yellow-level treasure chest upgrade scrolls. Qin Feng didn't plan to keep it. Use it right away. I wonder what good stuff I'll get from the next 2 yellow treasure chests. Just as Qin Feng picked up his hoe and started digging the grave again. People all over the world are in an uproar again. What this kid dug up was clearly a white box full of trash. How did it turn into a yellow treasure chest? Curry. He's cheating. He's definitely cheating. This Chinese kid is absolutely cheating. It looks like that scroll. That kid got it from the last yellow treasure chest and upgraded the white treasure chest to a yellow one. Upgrading the treasure chest is impossible. There are such overpowered treasures. There's really no difference. This scroll came from the previous yellow treasure chest, and it's already been used up, so it's like this kid only dug up 1 yellow treasure chest. That's right. This scroll is just for show. It's meaningless and a waste of this kid's time. Not bad. Look at the armor this kid produced. It doesn't look like wood or iron armor. It looks like it's made of paper. Who makes armor out of paper? The people of all the worlds on Earth were initially outraged. But after using their intelligence and talent, suddenly, the truth became clear. They started mocking him again. At the same time, in a game of burial, Qin Feng unearthed another white treasure chest. Upgrade your treasure chest. Qin Feng gave the order. The scroll flew out. It transformed into light and merged into the white treasure chest. As before, the white treasure chest has changed. In an instant, it turned from white to yellow. Using the yellow-level treasure chest upgrade scroll, the white treasure chest has been successfully upgraded. Item, treasure chest. Grade, yellow. Hint, This is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. What is this? How did it turn into a yellow treasure chest again? How come his kid has scrolls? Impossible. Did this kid get more than one scroll from the yellow treasure chest? Why would something so incredible exist? The mocking expressions on the faces of people from all over the world had not yet faded. It exploded again. 2 upgrade scrolls were found inside a yellow treasure chest. That means 1 yellow treasure chest has become 2. I am impressed. Are you copying here? That was awesome. Qin Feng looked at the yellow treasure chest in front of him. A smile curved his lips. This upgrade scroll is really awesome. After maintaining a safe distance, open the treasure chest. Light shone from the treasure chest. It's the light of resources. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained the sunflower illustration and 50 sunflower seeds. Wow. Plant guide. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. A plant guide is what he needs most. It's directly related to his talent. Unlock another plant. His strength can increase by several levels. For more details, please refer to pea shooter and walnut. Let's see what this sunflower is good for. With great excitement, a thought crossed my mind. A sunflower encyclopedia entry appears in your hand. Plant guide, sunflower. Planting requirements. Burial soil plus 1 sunflower seed plus 2 points of fantasy value plus LV for talent. Ripening time, 2 hours. Hint. This is a sunflower modified by a mad scientist. Once it matures, it can provide sunlight. That's it. Qin Feng carefully examined the information about the sunflower. When you see the prompt, I was stunned. Unreasonable. This doesn't make sense. Previous plant guides provided very detailed information about the uses of plants. So why is the description of sunflowers so simple? What are their uses? Qin Feng remembers. In the game, sunflowers will generate a little sunlight every now and then. Sunlight can be used to grow plants. But within the game, burial soil. He possesses the talent of a farmer. You can grow plants as long as you have burial soil and fantasy points. This sunlight, he doesn't need it. The requirement for planting sunflowers is that your talent level reaches level 4. You can only wait until your talent level reaches level 4, and then plant them to see how they are planted. Qin Feng suppressed his curiosity. Add the sunflower illustration and sunflower seeds to your inventory. There's also an upgrade scroll. Continue. Chapter 48 continues. Oh no, the speeding zombies are here. Use the scroll to upgrade the treasure chest. Using the yellow level treasure chest upgrade scroll, the white treasure chest has been successfully upgraded. Item, treasure chest. Grade, yellow. Hint. This is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Qin Feng used the last upgrade scroll. The white treasure chest we dug up has been upgraded to a yellow treasure chest. Give me another good thing. Qin Feng silently recited in his heart. Open the treasure chest after maintaining a safe distance. With a click, open the yellow treasure chest. Wow. Monster's radiance. I saw the light that shot out the moment the treasure chest was opened. Qin Feng didn't say a word. He took off running. Roar. A roar erupted. A slender zombie leaped out of the treasure chest. After turning its head 360 degrees, it locked onto Qin Feng. It charged straight at Qin Feng. Its speed far exceeded that of low-level zombies. Even, it far surpasses the muscular zombie Qin Feng encountered yesterday. Qin Feng took the opportunity to look back. A dark figure was seen running wildly. Like a gust of wind, it stirred up the surrounding gray fog. Fantasy creatures, speed zombies. Level 1. Aggression, 25. Defense, 25. Speed, 30. Hint. This is a terrifying creature imagined by a group of sprinters. It's incredibly fast, so be careful not to get targeted by it. High-speed zombies. Holy crap. Wow, that's fast. Looking at the information panel above the head of the dark figure behind him, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That zombie is too fast, even though he started running away the moment the treasure chest was opened. I kept a distance of 10 meters from the zombie. However, this incredibly fast zombie was gone in an instant. They then caught up to cover the 10-meter distance. Roar. A sharp, piercing roar reached my ears. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye. My heart sank. A jet-black claw was seen reaching for his head. Extremely fast. It was almost impossible to see more than a blur as it came. Broken. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. His eyes hardened. A wooden gun appeared in his hand. Sizzle. There isn't much time. There are no special techniques involved. Qin Feng thrust the wooden spear in his hand fiercely backward. With a soft poof, blood splattered. Qin Feng felt the tip of the wooden spear pierce into his flesh. But at the same time, he also felt a tremendous force fall on his back. Bang! Instantly, Qin Feng felt as if he had been hit by a motorcycle. Broken. I'm not going to die here, am I? The thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Then he took off in a parabolic arc. Then it fell down again. It finally slammed hard onto the ground. This scene, it was also seen by the people of Earth. The people of all the countries on Earth were stunned. They didn't expect. The surprise came so quickly. Just a moment ago, they were still reeling from Qin Feng's terrible luck. The next moment, hey, Qin Feng is dead. What is a surprise? That's what you call a surprise. That damn Chinese kid is finally dead. Impossible. I've been waiting for this day for so long. What's the point of upgrading 3 yellow treasure chests? With this kid dead, China will be ruined. The benefits will be enormous. Speedy zombie, hurry up and feed this kid. Curry, this Chinese kid is lucky. Otherwise, I would have personally taken action and shown him what the strength of a competitor from a major power really means. Participants from all over the world were overjoyed. In contrast, the faces of the Chinese people were deathly pale. Qin Feng is the hope of almost all Chinese people. If Qin Feng dies, China has both strength and confidence. All will be significantly discounted. Qin Feng, you must keep it up. My child, you must keep going. Qin Feng, keep it up. Roar. At the same time, in the game of burial, after the high-speed zombie knocked Qin Feng away, following closely behind, it lunged towards Qin Feng's landing point. However, I don't know if it's a coincidence. The shot Qin Feng fired, it hit the speeding zombie's leg squarely. Its speed was naturally affected as well, although the impact is small. However, this affects the time it takes to complete. This allowed Qin Feng to recover from his shock. Hiss! The pain all over his body made Qin Feng gasp. He touched the area where he had been attacked by the speeding zombie. The paper armor wasn't pierced, and it blocked the attack. Qin Feng discovered a fact that surprised and delighted him. Paper armor is awesome. Just as described, it can withstand attacks from level 1 zombies. But now is not the time to be happy. The dark figure attacked again. Qin Feng endured the pain in his body. He stood up and ran towards the fence, having learned from the experience of dealing with a muscular zombie last time. Today, when Qin Feng was opening the box, they were all standing on the side closest to the fence. He had already run a distance. He was swatted away by the super-fast zombie again. At this time, he was only a few meters away from the entrance to the fence. He strode towards the fence entrance. The moment Qin Feng stepped into the fenced entrance, roar, rear, the speeding zombies caught up as well. The dark claws slammed down towards the back of Qin Feng's head once more. This time, face the attack of this zombie. Qin Feng was no longer flustered. Fusion. Qin Feng decisively gave the order. The words fell. Wow. The fence responded instantly to Qin Feng's command. Take swift action. A faint light began to shimmer along the edge of the fence. The light gradually spread. They are intertwined. There seemed to be an invisible force pulling at the entrance of the fence. They approached quickly. The edges became blurry. Let's begin to merge. Final. The entrance to this side of the fence has simply disappeared. The high-speed zombies were stopped right outside. All of this. It seems like a long time has passed. It was actually completed in an instant. Roar. At this time, outside the fence, the speeding zombies' black claws kept slapping against the fence. But the fence is like a towering mountain. It remained completely still. It withstood the blow steadily. The fence surface was damaged by the attack of this fast-moving zombie. It just has a few more scratches. It's safe. From its construction to the present. This is the first time I've ever fought off zombies. The fence is really strong. Qin Feng finally felt completely relieved. This fence is well built. The fence still needs to be built. Don't move, come here. The location of the high-speed zombie was off course. Escape the pea shooter's attack. Qin Feng began to lure the extremely fast zombie back to the pea shooter's attack line. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Several pea shooters shook their large green heads. Bullets pierced through the fence. It was shot into the fast-moving zombie. It stirred up clumps of rotten flesh and blood. Roar. The speed zombies' movements slowed down at a rate visible to the naked eye. The roars grew fainter and fainter. The claw marks left on the fence are getting fainter and fainter. A huge crater appeared in his chest. The skeleton is clearly visible. It was almost completely pierced. Puff! With the last pea-sized bullet hitting his chest. This super-fast zombie is completely dead. It collapsed with a crash. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Chapter 49, The Powerful Paper Armor. Durability -25, health -1. Fantasy value +15. The instant a zombie falls to the ground at lightning speed, a string of messages popped up. Call. I saw this message. Qin Feng also completely relaxed. That was close. If it weren't for the paper armor, I would be dead. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Remove the paper armor. There was a clear claw mark on the back of the paper armor. The claw marks were deeply embedded in the paper armor. It was clearly more than the marks he had made with the gun before. It was about 2/3 the thickness of the paper armor. Look how much durability has been lost. A thought crossed my mind. The information about the paper armor appeared. Item, paper armor. Defense, 30. Durability, 73. Function, resist attacks from swords, spears, axes, and arrows. Advantages, lightweight and simple. Disadvantages, slightly less defensive than iron armor. Tip, paper armor, a common type of armor in the era of cold weapons. Don't be misled by its name. It has strong defensive capabilities, able to block most attacks from cold weapons, including the claws of level 1 fantasy creatures. However, please be aware of its durability. Wow, its durability was reduced by 25 points with a single claw attack. Qin Feng was speechless. His health points are only 10, without paper armor for defense. It was scratched directly by that claw. He'll be covered in bruises. Certainly. That's a joke. If he were caught directly, it's not just bruises. Instead, it turned into pieces. Hiss. Mentioning bruises. The pain returned, although the paper armor blocked the direct damage from the speeding zombies. But that powerful force did indeed fall on him. Right now, Qin Feng felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. My stomach was churning. I feel extremely uncomfortable. I hope I haven't suffered any internal injuries. Qin Feng quickly opened the panel information. Burial survival game. Contestant, Qin Feng, ID 50000000000. Physical strength, 12, 10 for adult males. Health, 9 to 10. Hunger level, 5 to 10. Fantasy value, 95. Talent, Farmer LV3, 135 to 200. Items, Sunflower Compendium X1, Sunflower Seeds X50, Pea Seeds X30, Potatoes X60, Walnuts X10, Wood X85, Stones X35, Plastics X20, Iron Blocks X10. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. First wave of Fantastic Creatures countdown, 14 hours, 23 minutes. My health has dropped by 1 point. Qin Feng felt a wave of fear wash over him. These high-speed zombies are truly terrifying. The paper armor helped him withstand most of the damage. He actually lost health points. Fortunately, it only dropped by 1 point. 1 point of health shouldn't be internal injury. We can't dig anymore. Let's go back and rest for a while. My life is more important, although I only lost 1 point of health. But Qin Feng's main approach is to play it safe. He picked up his hoe and returned to the cabin without looking back. The first wave of attacks will last 14 hours. Take a nap, and then dig a few more graves. Back to the cabin. Qin Feng lay on the bed. First, I ate 2 hamburgers and a Coke. During this time, the group chat was opened. It was very quiet inside. Everyone was doing their best to dig up graves before the wave of attacks arrived. Qin Feng did not disturb the group members. After eating and drinking to one's heart's content, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. While Qin Feng was drifting off to sleep, the earth was in an uproar. Brother Qin Feng is all right. Great. That's fantastic. I knew it. Young friend Qin Feng is a lucky man. He won't be in trouble so easily. Huh. God bless China. God bless China. The Chinese people cheered endlessly when they hear the harsh words spoken by people from various countries. Each of them was filled with anxiety and almost despair. Some of the elderly men and women had tears welling up in their cloudy eyes because China did not implement a population cleansing program. They always felt guilty if Qin Feng gets into trouble this time. They felt even more ashamed. Now, Qin Feng is safe and sound. That's great. Unlike the joy of the Chinese people, the people of Earth are in an uproar yet again. How come this kid didn't die after being hit by a claw? How is this possible? My comedic coin from Japan is much stronger than this kid, yet he was bitten to death in one bite. How did this kid survive? It must have been the paper armor on that kid that blocked most of the damage for him. Is it possible that paper armor could withstand the attack of a speeding zombie? You're telling me this isn't cheating? What is it if not cheating? Humph. Although the paper armor blocked the damage, this kid must have suffered internal injuries as well. You can tell from the way he walks. Just wait, this kid might never wake up and die in bed. That makes sense. Paper armor, that kind of trash, can only block a small portion of the damage. This kid is most likely already seriously injured. Otherwise, given his personality, he would never have given up digging graves at this time when the attack wave is about to arrive and instead went back to the cabin. Excellent. Now all the contestants are racing against time to dig up the graves, and this kid's return to the cabin is very strange. There's only one truth. People from all over the world participated in a group brainstorming session. After reasoning, the only truth behind Qin Feng's return to the cabin was revealed. He was on the verge of death, and his days were numbered. Verification is also very simple. Let's see if Qin Feng can get out of the wooden house. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, time passed by second. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. People from all over the world watched the projected images intently. There is clearly no one in this projected image. There is only a small wooden house, a fence, and some unusual plants. But the participants from various countries watched with utmost seriousness. They couldn't even care about their own country's competitors. 9 hours. This kid has been in the cabin for 9 hours now and still hasn't come out. That Chinese kid must be dead inside. Good morning. That kid's finally dead. Qin Feng, would you like dessert after dinner? Would you like milk tea? Would you like to keep pretending? Joe, dare to pretend in the burial ground game. The burial ground game will pretend you're something else. Joe, huh? With this kid dead, all the other contestants from China are just chickens and dogs. Participants from various countries cheered with joy. Everyone was all smiles. I saw that Qin Feng was dead. They were even happier than when their own country's competitors achieved good results. However, just as these people were getting excited, click, the wooden door was pushed open. Immediately, a familiar figure stretched and walked out. Chapter 50. The attack wave is imminent. I slept so well. Qin Feng stood at the door of the wooden house. She stretched happily. The whole body was making cracking and popping sounds as if bones were colliding. It has to be said, being young is great. I woke up from a nap. Qin Feng's back pain and leg pain have subsided. All the previous discomfort has disappeared. Health, 10 to 10. First wave of fantastic creatures countdown. 5 hours, 20 minutes. Health points restored. I glanced at the panel. Qin Feng was completely relieved. 5 hours remain until the first wave of fantasy creature attacks. Keep digging up graves and stockpile as many supplies as possible before the attacks arrive. Put on the paper armor to save your life. Pick up the hoe. Qin Feng stepped out of the fence. First, they arrived at a pile of rotting flesh that had been transformed from the extremely fast zombie. Add the wooden spear stuck in the rotting flesh to your inventory. He then found a burial mound and began digging. Didi, while Qin Feng was enthusiastically digging up the grave, a message notification sounded. Has someone contacted me? Qin Feng was digging a grave. Open the chat channel. Commander? Looking at the flashing avatars, Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. He remembers. The commander has only contacted him once so far. That was the time he was injured by a wild wolf. When preparing to disinfect with industrial alcohol. Has something serious happened? Filled with curiosity, Qin Feng clicked on the commander's avatar. Commander, Qin Feng, are you alright? Qin Feng, I'm Fina. What's wrong? Commander, Brother Qin Feng, the people of China saw that you were injured by that fast-moving zombie and are worried that you might have some internal injuries. From a commander's mouth. Qin Feng only found out then. The other party suddenly contacted him. It turned out they were worried he had been seriously injured. Besides, he also learned that people from all over the world regarded him as a dead man. They're all celebrating. A bunch of sons of bitches. You want me dead? I'll live longer than all of you. Qin Feng was furious. Qin Feng, I'm Fina. I only lost 1 HP, but I've recovered after a good night's sleep. Don't worry. After ending the chat with the commander, Qin Feng continued his grave-digging business. However, the more he dug, the more indignant he felt. We can't let these guys curse us for nothing. Damn it. Next time, when I find an opportunity, I have to rip off these countries' contestants. If we can't deal with you, can't we at least deal with your contestants? However, what Qin Feng didn't know was, he doesn't need to take action. People from all over the world saw him rise from the dead. I already feel terrible, like I ate shit. Can anyone tell me how this kid came back to life? Shouldn't he be waiting to die in the cabin? How could this kid still be alive? Even Kamita-kun from my Japan couldn't withstand a single attack from a high-speed zombie. So how could this kid possibly survive? This is not scientific. This kid was clearly blasted away by the speeding zombie. Even if he didn't die, he couldn't possibly recover so quickly. The people of all nations on Earth were outraged and simply could not accept it. In their reasoning, Qin Feng is dead. Result, he's alive again? Just kidding. Could be a final burst of energy before death. A final burst of energy? Does this kid look even remotely energetic? He's digging up graves even faster than before. Can you really dig up graves like this during a final burst of energy? After another brainstorming session, participants from various countries were forced to accept a harsh truth. Qin Feng, this young man from China, no problem at all. On the other side, in the game of burial, Qin Feng raced against time. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the great cause of grave robbing. I dug up 3 yellow treasure chests yesterday, but in the 3 yellow treasure chests, one is a paper armor, one is a sunflower illustration guide. The last one is the speed zombie. There wasn't much food. The white treasure chests that were dug up in front of the 3 yellow treasure chests. All that was opened up were garbage houses. Qin Feng now needs to dig up more food. Item, treasure chest. Rank white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 rolls of toilet paper, 10 tissues, and 10 wet wipes. Paper. You finally arrived. See the paper in your inventory. Qin Feng was extremely excited. I was even happier than when I saw food during this period of time, because there was no paper. After using the toilet, he went back to the primitive way, imitating the ancients by scraping the flour behind it with a wooden strip. Over time, the back is almost swollen. I think about the stinging sensation I feel every time I finish using the toilet. Qin Feng's eyes were almost red. Do you know how I've been living these days? With these papers, the flour in the back is finally spared from suffering. Continue. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 15 beef-filled buns, 20 pot stickers, 12 fried dough sticks, and 15 glutinous rice cakes. White treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 5L of industrial alcohol, X1. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3X 500G noodles, 2X 1000G rice, and 1X 1000G flour. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 12 by 500 milliliters mineral water and 1X 5L bath water. I wonder if it's because the results yesterday were so bad. I opened all the junk items from the white treasure chest. Qin Feng has pretty good luck today. 10 boxes were opened. There are 5 supply boxes. 4 of them were food and water. But what exactly is this bath water? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. I've been opening boxes for a while now. This was the first time he had ever opened such a bizarre thing. I wonder whose bathwater this is. Qin Feng was just about to take out the bathwater. See if there's any information. Boom, boom, boom. Sudden, a dull rumble echoed through the burial ground game. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. The shock made Qin Feng's eardrums ache. He looked around warily. The burial ground world was already shrouded in gray mist. At this moment, the gray fog began to surge wildly. It resembles black waves rising from the depths of the ocean. It tumbled and rolled in layers, one wave after another. It seemed to want to devour everything in the world. The fog grew thicker and thicker. It gradually blocked out the already dim light. The whole world was plunged into a depressing darkness. Deep in the gray fog, it was as if countless eyes were watching Qin Feng intently. Shoot, shoo, shoo. A pea shooter in the fence shook its head. Pea-shaped bullets pierced through Qin Feng and shot into the gray fog. Roar. A roar came from the gray fog. First wave of fantastic creatures countdown. 5 minutes 39 seconds. The first wave of fantasy creature attacks is coming. Qin Feng didn't bother digging up the grave anymore. He turned and ran wildly toward the shelter. Chapter 51, Continuous Group Members. Group Members' Talents. Anesthetic Gas. Gun Skills. Call. After stepping over the fence, the thorn-like feeling that Qin Feng felt on his back had finally dissipated a little. Fantasy value +3. A string of messages floated past my eyes. The pea shooter that initially attacked stopped firing, but then the big head of a pea shooter on the other side of the fence started shaking again. Bullets were fired one by one. A wave of attacks is coming. This is just the warm-up. Free-roaming creatures have all come out. Qin Feng's expression was somewhat solemn. A wave of fantasy creatures is attacking. This is the biggest crisis for the burial ground game. 99.999% of the participants who died in the burial ground game died in the attack wave. We must go all out and not be careless. Qin Feng cautiously observed the area around the fence. Open the inventory. 20 Vivi arrows as a gift. He dug out the 20 arrows the day before yesterday. He doesn't need it. Vivi had a crossbow bolt on her. This is exactly the kind of arrow we need. After giving away the arrows, Qin Feng opened the group chat. Qin Feng, the wave of attacks is coming soon. We can help each other. If you need anything, I can lend it to you. Disaster struck. We are all Chinese. We must support each other. This is Qin Feng's principle. This is also the principle followed by every member in this group chat. But after Qin Feng sent out the message, but was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no activity in the group chat. It seems everyone is dealing with the stray zombies. The group members are different from him. He doesn't need to lift a finger. You can kill zombies using plants. The group members, on the other hand, need to do it themselves. About a few minutes later, Vivi's avatar started flashing in the chat window. Wei, that's great. So the arrows on my body are worn out and unusable. Brother Qin Feng, thank you for the arrows. Hee. Qin Feng, how are you? Are you confident you can weather this wave of attacks? Qin Feng inquired with concern. If you were to ask him who he is most worried about among the group members, that would naturally be Vivi, the talent of medicine. It leans toward the support role. Not good at fighting. Vivi currently only has the crossbow bolts he gave her before. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, my talent has been upgraded to level 3. Now I can release anesthetic gas. Low-level fantasy creatures will become sluggish after inhaling the anesthetic gas. I just used the anesthetic gas in conjunction with a crossbow to kill 2 zombies and a wolf. Release anesthetic gas? Qin Feng was surprised. You can play it like this? That's a bit perverted. But then I thought about it again. Anesthesia is inherently related to doctors. It's quite reasonable that a medical talent could include anesthetic gases. It's much more reasonable than the bizarre plants that this farmer's talent could produce. Qin Feng, are the anesthetic gases you released also generated using fantasy points? Qin Feng was curious. Back when Vivi first gave him the medicine, he was quite curious about Vivi's methods of making medicine. Because of his farmer's talent for growing these plants, it requires unlocking the plant encyclopedia, plant seeds, and fantasy points. After Wei's medical talent was upgraded, they simply finished making the medicine and gave it to him. There was simply no time to find materials. He only found out later by asking around. Vivi's medical skills and medicine-making techniques are different from his. No materials are required. Instead, it is generated directly by consuming fantasy points. Vivi, just like when we made medicine before, it consumes fantasy points to release anesthetic gas, consuming about 1 fantasy point every 2 seconds. Wei had nothing to hide from Qin Feng. That's impressive. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. With this anesthetic gas, the threat posed by fantasy creatures to Vivi will be greatly reduced. Qin Feng, with this anesthetic gas, your chances of surviving the attack have increased significantly. Be careful, and contact me immediately if you encounter any problems. Wei. Okay, Brother Qin Feng, be careful too. And a chat with Vivi. In a group chat, group members also started to chime in. Dazuong, haha. Brother Qin Feng, thank you. But I don't need it for now. The wooden armor is too powerful. The fantasy creatures can't break through the wooden armor's defense at all. I'm already hunting these low-level zombies outside. It's so satisfying. Qin Feng, Dazhuang, be careful. It's best to retreat to the shelter first and wait for the attack wave to arrive. Dazhuang, okay. Brother Qin Feng, don't worry, I'm fine. Dazhuang seems to be getting a little too cocky. Qin Feng saw Dazhuang's message. My eyelids are twitching. In a game of burial, expansion is never a good thing. Let's remind Dazhuang again when the wave of attacks arrives. Just as Qin Feng was pondering, Baoguo also appeared in the group chat, and they even approached him. Baoguo, brother Qin Feng, I'm ashamed to say, are you still using your wooden gun? Qin Feng, I don't need it for now. What's wrong? Do you need it? Well, yes. Baoguo, to be honest, after my talent level was upgraded, I gained an extra skill, gunplay. If I had a gun, my strength would probably increase several times over. Baoguo's talent lies in martial arts. Qin Feng already knew this. Actually, this was long before Baoguo entered the burial soil game. They practiced traditional martial arts. He also served in the military. He enjoys considerable prestige in China. He is known as a grandmaster. Before Qin Feng displays this abnormal talent for farming, Baoguo was even considered by people from various countries to be the strongest among the Chinese contestants in this round. Was I being too abrupt? Burial Earth Game, the territory of Huaxia Baoguo. In front of the cabin, the burly man, wearing a vest and sporting a buzz cut, scratched his head. A hint of regret appeared on his face. Brother Qin Feng definitely needs a wooden gun to deal with the zombies. How could I possibly ask him to lend it to me? If I really lent it to him, wouldn't I be putting Brother Qin Feng in a bad position? Thinking about this, Baoguo immediately planned to send a message. Just then, group member Qin Feng gifted you a wooden gun, X1. This, Baoguo was stunned and stood there for a moment. Chapter 52, A Wooden Gun as a Gift. Another ripoff. Group member Baoguo refuses to accept the wooden gun you offered. Qin Feng had just given away the wooden gun. A message popped up. Refused to accept? Qin Feng was taken aback. What's going on? Did I click the wrong thing? Unlikely. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Baoguo, oh. I suddenly remembered that even without a wooden spear, I can use other things to replace it. Brother Qin Feng, you can keep the wooden spear for your own self-defense. Upon seeing this message, Qin Feng instantigues Baoguo's house. Qin Feng, the wooden spear can only unleash its true power in your hands. It's not very useful in mine. Qin Feng, don't worry. I really don't need the wooden gun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lent it to you. After Qin Feng's persuasion, Baoguo eventually accepted the wooden gun. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Qin Feng, and he patted his chest and guaranteed it. If Qin Feng needs anything in the future, he wouldn't even flinch. Baoguo was extremely grateful to Qin Feng. They believed that Qin Feng was lowering his own strength to help him. But Qin Feng really doesn't need a wooden gun. A thought crossed my mind. A shovel appeared in Qin Feng's hand. This time, I'm not going to step out of the fence, no matter what. Just hide inside the fence, and if any fantasy creatures get close, smash their heads with a shovel. Inside the fence. There's really no difference between a shovel and a wooden gun. Just poke it out through the gap in the fence. 3 minutes countdown. 3 minutes left. The waiting time was agonizing. Qin Feng was on edge. I experienced firsthand what it means for each day to feel like an eternity. Sudden, he came up with a way to relax. Look at those guys. Open the regional channel. Just as Qin Feng had predicted, messages flashed by rapidly. I just had my hand bitten off by a stray zombie. Do I even have a chance? Wah. One hand is nothing. My legs were bitten, boo-hoo. Higher poo. Higher poo. The attack wave is coming. Someone save me. I don't want to die. That feels so good. I saw a group of people crying and wailing. Qin Feng felt much better. Tension -1. Relaxation +1. Keep watching. Wow. I have no weapons or armor. Can anyone lend me some? I'll show you XX. Just give me a piece of armor, and I can show it to you. Goodness. Before, it was all about black stockings. Now it's all upgraded to 20. Qin Feng was speechless. But, in places like the burial ground game, beauty is of no use anymore. This news disappeared without a trace. No one replied. Even if someone replies, they're all just trying to get something for nothing before they die. Is it impossible that everyone else's talent level has reached level 3? I'm still at level 2. What should I do? My talent is animal language, which is completely useless against these fantasy creatures. It's not fair. Why do I have this useless talent? Animal language is pretty good. My talent is gender reassignment. Is this going to turn me into a woman so these fantasy creatures can have sex with me? None of you are as miserable as me. My talent is information. I can see the panel information of fantasy creatures. I originally thought it was an amazing skill, but that damn Chinese kid just opened the panel information. Wah. The regional channels were filled with wailing. There are so many useless talents. Qin Feng felt his eyes had been opened. As expected, there is no worst. It can only get worse. Since that's the case, let's make it even worse for you. Qin Feng, it seems that many people will not be able to overcome this crisis. I am heartbroken and want to help everyone. If you need help, you can come to me. Qin Feng, what kind of good guy are you pretending to be? Do you think we believe you? What trick are you playing now? Qin Feng, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The appearance of Qin Feng. It was like a match falling into a powder keg. The regional channel exploded instantly. They all started cursing. But cursing is one thing. The participants from various countries were still unwilling to give up their hope of survival. Has this young Chinese man really had a sudden change of heart? Thinking about these things, many participants quickly sent messages. Qin Feng, if you want to help everyone, don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. That's great. If you help me get through this wave of attacks, I'll let bygones be bygones and won't hold it against you. Qin Feng, hand over your paper armor and wooden spear. Qin Feng, this is your chance to atone for your sins. She's ugly, but she has such beautiful dreams. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Then, a message was sent that was enough to enrage all the participants. Qin Feng, there's only one paper armor and one wooden gun, which can't help everyone. With my current abilities, I can't help everyone get through the wave of attacks either. The only thing I can do is let everyone eat something good before they die. If you have any wood, stones, or iron, you can trade them with me for food. Anyway, we're all going to die, so dying well is better than dying starving. With Qin Feng's message sent out, the regional channel fell silent. The next moment, countless messages flooded in like a tidal wave. I'm not even dead yet, and you're already eyeing my supplies? You devil. Dam Chinese brat. You'll go to hell. I curse you to hell. Even if I, Saburo Ino Kuchi, am killed by a fantasy creature on an empty stomach, I will never exchange a single grain of food with you. Impossible. I am Shin Jae-hoon from the Universe Kingdom, and I will never compromise with you. You despicable Chinese brat. The regional channels are down. A chorus of curses erupted, especially those participants who had no hope of surviving the wave of attacks. He was so angry he wanted to kill someone. They're about to die. He even got tricked by this Chinese kid. At this moment, more news about Qin Feng has arrived. Qin Feng, cola, milk, coffee, dumplings, steamed buns, hamburgers. Don't miss out before you die. Limited quantities, first come, first served. Included, various food photos, incredibly tempting, especially for 2 meals every 3 days. For the contestants who are starving and dizzy, these foods are simply irresistible. Qin Feng had a completely calm and collected expression, not flustered at all, no matter how fiercely you curse. Even they couldn't escape its actually delicious phenomenon. As expected, Didi, a series of notification sounds rang out. Sakura Country, Pighead, Saburo, Qin Feng. I'll trade 10 pieces of wood for 2 hamburgers, 2 cola drinks, and 2 milk teas. Still in broad daylight, Shaw. Qin Feng originally wanted to say, dreaming in broad daylight. I suddenly realized that there is no daytime in the burial ground game. Even after it gets dark, you shouldn't let your dreams run wild. Qin Feng, I'll trade half a hamburger for all the supplies you have. Sakura Country, Pighead, Saburo, Qin Feng. You're robbing me. Qin Feng, take it or leave it. If you try to bargain, I'll just block you. Sakura Country, Pighead, Saburo, Qin Feng. I switch. Wood plus 15. Stones plus 5. Looking at the extra timber and stones, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. This is so awesome. It's practically no different from getting something for free. Universe Kingdom's Shin Jae-hoon, Qin Feng. I'll give you 5 iron blocks, and give me 1 serving of all the food you mentioned. Should we send 1 copy of everything? You have trouble even getting onto the Kong, heated brick bed. Qin Feng was too lazy to waste words. Qin Feng, I'll trade half a hamburger for all your supplies. Take it or leave it. If you try to bargain, I'll block you. Don't waste my time. Shin Jae-hoon of the Universe Nation. I'll switch. Iron block plus 5. Rubber plus 5. Chapter 53 Qin Feng. That feels good. Stop. Stop right now. Don't do business with this Chinese kid. You've been tricked. We can't possibly hand over the supplies to your teammates. Don't let this Chinese kid get away with it. The burger was terrible. Don't be impulsive, everyone. That Chinese brat is profiting from disaster again. How despicable. People from all over the world saw that their country's contestants had brought a lot of supplies, but only managed to exchange half a hamburger with Qin Feng. Their eyes were all red. How is this any different from robbery? This is blatant robbery. Commanders from various countries frantically contacted their respective competitors, appealed to their emotions, and reasoned with them. They persuaded their own team members from the perspective of national righteousness. They attempted to prevent their own competitors from making a deal with Qin Feng. However, in front of these contestants who had no hope of surviving, national righteousness? Is it edible? Commander? Who is it? Does it smell like a hamburger? Change. Change it again. I want to eat. Wood plus 10. Stones plus 5. Iron block plus 5. Plastic plus 5. Watching the materials in my inventory increase rapidly. The curve of Qin Feng's lips was harder to suppress than AK's. You can get so many supplies for just a few hamburgers. This business deal is so lucrative. I'm so happy. A wave of attacks is great. The waves of attacks are coming. Prakash Shaka of the White Elephant Kingdom. Qin Feng. Give me 1 serving of all the food you mentioned. Also, give me a serving of curry. I'll give you supplies after you finish eating. Qin Feng, get lost. That's about it. We can't change it anymore. Let's drive away these freeloaders. Qin Feng immediately stopped the transaction. It wasn't that he had obtained enough materials in exchange. Rather, it is. He couldn't exchange all the food he had on him. We must leave enough food to deal with this wave of attacks. Shit. Qin Feng, why did you disagree with the deal? I'll trade my hamburger for half. Where are they? Come out here now. I have plenty of supplies. Trade with me. Qin Feng, come out and do business. Where are they? Where do they go? If they don't come out soon, I'm changing my mind. The participants from various countries stopped trading when they saw Qin Feng. He shouted it out on the regional channel. Qin Feng remained calm and composed, adhering to the principle that one can be angry enough to cause death but not pay with one's own life. A message was sent. Qin Feng, since you're all going to die anyway, what's the point of eating? Let's not waste food. That's not what you just said. No way, this kid is messing with us. He's definitely messing with us. Get out here and start trading. The news about Qin Feng came out. The regional channels are in an uproar again. The participants from various countries were cursing. I am impressed. That's not what you just said. They were just trying to persuade us. Since we're going to die anyway, might as well die with a full stomach. It hasn't even been a minute. So it becomes, we're going to die anyway, so let's not waste food. This is such a double standard. It would be better if Qin Feng never showed up. Instead, he posted a bunch of food photos. It whetted everyone's appetite. These people are itching to get their hands on something, like a cat scratching at their heartstrings. A group of contestants who knew they had no hope of surviving the wave of attacks. They were all shouting that they wanted to exchange with Qin Feng. Also, many contestants were also envious of Qin Feng's methods of making money. We are preparing to follow suit. But they soon realized it. They don't even have enough food for themselves. And then sell it to someone else? Sell my ass. I feel better now. Close the regional channel. Qin Feng felt completely comfortable. The tension has dissipated quite a bit. Really, happiness is built on the suffering of others. I glanced at the time. 1 minute countdown. Vivi sent me a message. Wei, Sister Qin hasn't said anything in the group chat. Brother Qin Feng, is Sister Qin all right? Qin Feng, don't worry. Sister Qin has good talent. Nothing will happen to her. Qin Feng knew. Qin's talent is related to fire. It was very weak at first. It can only ignite a flame the size of a lighter at the fingertips. However, after the talent is upgraded, the flames that the zither can control are getting bigger and bigger. Qin has great potential. If she continues to level up, she will definitely become very strong. If that's the case, then the people in the group are all quite talented. Qin Feng felt that the atmosphere in the group was very good. I hope everyone can survive the wave of attacks. At this moment, the zither, which had been silent all along, finally appeared. Qin, a few stray wolves have come. These guys are quite agile, and killing them is a bit troublesome. It's been a waste of some time. Qin, haha. Brother Qin Feng, you've been playing tricks on those guys again. Obviously, Qin saw the news on the regional channel about the participants from various countries being furious. She was very happy. China has always been the target of ridicule from participants from other countries. Qin Feng is now completely outmaneuvering these guys. She felt a sense of triumph. Qin Feng, I'm just killing time anyway. Let's tease the idiots. Qin Feng, the wave of attacks is coming soon. Everyone be careful. Qin, yeah, you too. Vivi, I hope we can all survive. Keep going. Baohua, it definitely will. Qin Feng, where's Dazhuang? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Haven't they come back yet after going out to kill free-roaming creatures? Countdown to the first wave of attacks. 10, 9, 8. A cold notification sound rang out in the game Burial Soil. Qin Feng no longer cared about Dejuan. Focus your attention. Prepare for an attack by fantasy creatures. Countdown to the first wave of attacks. 3, 2, 1. Roar, roar, roar. As the countdown reached 0, terrifying screams echoed throughout every corner of the Burial Grounds game. One by one, bizarre and fantastical creatures emerged from the gray fog. Help! Don't bite me. My leg. There's a hyena here, it's digging. Ouch! It hurts so much. Just kill me. Give me a quick death. In this wave of attacks, the first thing to be affected is being injured by free-roaming creatures. Participants who have lost their mobility and are unable to return to the shelter. They could only lie there and wait to die. They were eaten alive by these fantastical creatures. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Inside the fence, the pea shooters shook their big heads. Bullets kept being fired, disappearing into the black mist. Roar. A roar echoed through the gray fog. Holy crap. So many zombies. Qin Feng looked around. Several zombies emerged from the gray fog. Aside from zombies, there are also various animals such as wolves and hyenas. There are nearly 10 in total. They quickly approached the shelter. A quick glance. Qin Feng discovered that all of these fantastical creatures were low-level. Low-level zombies. Level 0. Aggression 20. Defense 20. Speed 10. Fantasy creature. Low-rank wild wolf. Level 0. Aggression 15. Defense 15. Speed 15. Low-ranking wild boar. Level 0. Aggression 15. Defense 22. Speed 18. Low-level hyenas. Level 0. Aggression 13. Defense 13. Speed 15. Puff, puff, puff. Pea bullets rained down on these fantastical creatures. It exploded into clusters of blood. Chapter 54, the first wave of attack. It's over. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. A series of prompts flashed before Qin Feng's eyes. Luckily, I was prepared. I saw that all the fantasy creatures had been killed. Qin Feng was very satisfied. This occurred hours before the wave of attacks. He then planted pea shooters along the fence. The pea shooter's attack now covers a very large area. In front of the pea shooter, these low-level fantasy creatures are no match for us at all. But there's still some fantasy creatures located in the gaps between the pea shooters. He ran wildly to the fence. They started tearing and biting into it. Shut up. I saw that the fence had been bitten by these fantastical creatures. Qin Feng was furious. He built all these fences using his fantasy points and walnut trees. Extremely precious. Would you dare to eat it? Certainly. More importantly, if the fence is breached, that would greatly increase the danger. A thought crossed my mind. A shovel appeared in his hand. Qin Feng walked between the two pea shooters. Click, click, click. Outside the fence, a hyena is frantically gnawing on the fence. It was as if they were eating some kind of rare delicacy. They completely ignored Qin Feng's arrival. Under the nibbling of this hyena, teeth marks appeared on the fence. Although the fence cannot be shaken for the time being, but if they continue to gnaw on it, the fence will be chewed through sooner or later. Go to hell. Qin Feng walked along the gaps in the fence. He just shoveled it down. Puff. The shovel struck the hyena precisely in the mouth. Instantly, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The hyena's mouth was ripped open by the shovel. It split in two. Many of their teeth were shoveled out. Roar. This hyena seemed oblivious to pain. It wants to continue gnawing on the fence. But his mouth cracked and his teeth fell out. It bit into the fence. It's like an old lady who's lost all her teeth eating meat with her mouth. Aside from getting covered in saliva, it's impossible to damage the fence anymore. Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. The shovel was used to push the object out. It shoveled hard onto the hyena's head. Puff, puff. 2 shots in quick succession. The hyena's head was smashed to pieces. Fantasy value plus 3. After dealing with this hyena, Qin Feng immediately moved to a different position. We arrived at the other side of the fence. Click, click, click. Here, a zombie is frantically eating right in front of the fence. Shut up. Qin Feng once again brandished his shovel. The shovel landed on the zombie's forehead. Puff, puff, puff. A flurry of blood and flesh flew everywhere. Qin Feng sliced open the zombie's head. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Fantasy +3. Qin Feng immediately moved on to the next location. A few seconds later, fantasy value +3. Call. So tired. He personally took down 3 fantasy creatures. It became quiet outside the fence. Qin Feng leaned on a shovel. He wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. No wonder it's a wave of attacks. That's really scary. The scene of Qin Feng dealing with these fantastical creatures was also witnessed by people from various countries on Earth. Have they killed all the Chinese kids? It's impossible that the other contestants have only just begun, and this kid is already done? This kid dares to complain about being tired? Is there no fairness? Is there no justice? Curry. These plants are insane. Low-level fantasy creatures can't even get close to this kid's sanctuary. And even if they do, they can't break through his fence. How are we supposed to compete with this? Watching their own contestants die under the siege of fantastical creatures. Let's take a look at Qin Feng. People from all over the world are starting to question the meaning of life. Is this really the same game called Burial Ground? The wave of attacks is truly terrifying. It has already threatened the fence at the very beginning. Qin Feng had a solemn expression, looking around, awaiting the next attack from the fantastical creatures. However, I waited for quite a while. There was no movement whatsoever within the gray fog. Could it be that the attacks, like the catfish monster attacks during acid rain, come in waves? Qin Feng guessed, and the facts seemed to be exactly as Qin Feng predicted. He waited for another 10 minutes or so. My legs are sore from standing. There was still no movement in the gray fog. Only occasionally do stray fantasy creatures roam outside. It seems like they're coming in waves. Thinking about this, Qin Feng also relaxed a little. A thought crossed my mind. A stool appeared under my buttocks. Qin Feng sat down directly. I'm a little hungry. 3 fantasy creatures were killed. Qin Feng felt that he had used up a lot of energy. A cola and a hamburger appeared in his hand. Qin Feng ate while cooking, while opening the regional channel and group chat. The group chat was very quiet. The regional channels are as lively as ever. All the participants from various countries were wailing. A dozen or so fantasy creatures attacked at once. Who could stop them? All the fantasy creatures I encountered were wolves. These things are so fast. I managed to kill 6, but there are still 6 left. I can't take it anymore. Nobody's had it as bad as me. I've only ever encountered hyenas. Please, eat them from top to bottom. Don't eat them from bottom to top. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Qin Feng shook his head, especially when you think about how these guys died in agony. Qin Feng felt so refreshing. Am I being too abnormal? No way. How could I be a pervert? This guy deserved it. I thought about it. Qin Feng sent a message. Qin Feng, it seems everyone is in a terrible situation. I deeply sympathize with you. The news came out. The regional channel crashed. That damn Qin Feng. Stop pretending to be a good guy. Do you think we'd fall for that again? Impossible. Even if we die this time, we will not be manipulated by you. These guys are pretty smart. Qin Feng exclaimed in admiration. Immediately, send another message. Chapter 55, Auctioning Medicines. Qin Feng, oops, you've seen through me. Since that's the case, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean. Qin Feng, we just finished 1 wave of attacks and are now waiting for the second wave. It's a bit boring, so I'm sharing this with you all. A photo is attached. The photo shows Qin Feng sitting in a chair, drinking cola and eating hamburgers. It doesn't look like they're facing a wave of attacks at all. It felt more like a vacation somewhere. No one asked you to share, right? You bastard, look at us. We're almost being eaten to bits by these fantastical creatures, and you're still leisurely enjoying yourself? Doesn't your conscience hurt? I curse you to choke to death on a hamburger and choke to death on a cola. The contestants from various countries were driven to the brink of collapse by Qin Feng. They fought desperately and used every means at their disposal to kill a few fantastical creatures. Now it's being devoured by fantasy creatures. Qin Feng was already leisurely enjoying his meal. Is there any justice in this world? The regional channels are silent. It seems these guys have all been eaten by the fantasy creatures. The number of messages in the regional channel gradually decreased. Qin Feng imagined being bitten to death by the fantastical creature. A shiver ran through my body. I absolutely cannot fall into that situation. A while later, no fantastical creatures appeared outside the fence. Should we go out and dig up the grave? If we dig up more food, We can sell it to those guys at a high price. Qin Feng looked at the gray fog outside. I suddenly had an impulse. But when he saw the pools of corpses of fantastical creatures outside, he calmed down instantly. What if we get attacked by a fantasy creature while we're digging? That would be terrible. My life is more important, so I'd better give up. Time passed slowly. 1 hour. 2 hours. Many participants have dealt with the first wave of fantasy creature attacks. In a quiet area channel, news began to emerge. No way. I almost died. These fantasy creatures are so ferocious. One of my arms was bitten off. How many more waves are there? I can't take it anymore. Participants from various countries were filled with lamentations. Are you injured? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Of course, we wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass us by. Qin Feng, medicine for sale. Medicine for sale. High price. Limited quantity. First come, first served. Qin Feng, are you still haunting me? Selling medicine at high prices? Shouldn't it be sold at low prices? Impossible. The participants from various countries were so angry that their eyes turned red. They had just gone through a fierce battle. That was almost fatal, before they could even catch their breath. Qin Feng has his eye on them again, ready to slaughter. Brute. They're utterly beasts. But, even though they hated Qin Feng to the core, medicine, I have to buy it. Didi. The message notification tone keeps going off. Many participants contacted Qin Feng, applying to trade drugs. Qin Feng was no exception. All rejected. Qin Feng, what do you mean? Didn't we say we'd sell medicine? Why are you refusing? Are you playing us? No way, Qin Feng. You're not going to do what you did last time, making us exchange all our supplies for medicine. Are you? You're dreaming. Qin Feng, this time, we'll use an auction format, auctioning the materials themselves, with the highest bidder winning. Qin Feng sent out a message. We're currently experiencing a wave of fantasy creature attacks. It's unrealistic to expect these people to trade all their resources for goods with him. Auctioning is a good idea. Immediately, Qin Feng immediately put 20 medicines up for sale on the regional channel. This Chinese lad wants us to kill each other so he can profit from it. Don't fall for it. Great. Let's just bid on this kid's medicine at a low price and then split it among ourselves. Good luck. That's a great idea. Participants from various countries are actively discussing strategies. We will never give Qin Feng another chance to kill them. Qin Feng remained calm, not flustered at all. Human nature can't withstand the test. Qin Feng said calmly. The words fell. Sure enough, the contestants from different countries started arguing in the regional channel. None of you should bid. Let me buy this kid's medicine at a low price and then sell it to you. Let me do it. I happen to be free right now. Stop arguing, all of you. I'll do it. Curry, let me do it. I'm the most reliable. You idiot. Of all the countries on Earth, you have the least credibility. Do you think I don't know your dirty thoughts? You just want to snatch up the medicine and then resell it to others at a high price, right? Curry, aren't you one too? The comments section erupted into a heated argument. Each participant from a different country has their own agenda. The collaboration hasn't even started yet. That's it. 5 timber transactions for 1 medicine. Some participants started bidding right away. However, this price has just appeared. It was overtaken by other offers. 6 pieces of timber for 5 pieces of timber traded for 1 medicine. 8 timber transactions for 1 medicine. 10 timber transactions for 1 medicine. 15 timber transactions for 1 medicine. 20. Final. The first batch of medicine was auctioned off for 20 pieces of wood. Then came the second one. Third. Auctions are so much more fun. Watching the wood in my inventory keep increasing. Qin Feng was overjoyed. At this moment, Didi, a notification sound plays. A member in the group chat solved the fantasy creature problem. To Qin Feng's surprise, Vivi was the first to deal with the fantasy creature. Vivi Few killed 12 zombies. Vivi, huh? Isn't everyone done yet? Qin Feng, you're the fastest. Wei, brother Qin Feng, you're lying to me. You're clearly the fastest. Qin Feng, look at this sentence. Something seems off. Wei, huh? Brother Qin Feng, are you auctioning off medicine? I'll generate some more for you. Qin Feng, things are valued for their rarity, so don't generate it for now. Qin Feng immediately stopped Wei. The saying, rarity makes things valuable, was obviously a lie he told Wei. So many participants. That means another 20 doses of medicine. There will be people vying for it. The reason why Vivi wasn't allowed to be generated. This is because we are currently in the midst of a wave of attacks. Vivi needs fantasy points. In particular, Vivi needs a lot of fantasy points to release anesthetic gas. What if the drug causes something to happen to Vivi? This is definitely not what Qin Feng wants to see. Wait, okay. Brother Qin Feng, I'll generate it again when you need it. Qin Feng, okay. By the way, do you have enough arrows? Vivi, 20 arrows are damaged, but there are still 20 usable ones left. 20 sticks. That's a bit of stretch. Qin Feng looked at the regional channel. There happened to be only one dose of medicine left. Qin Feng directly modified the auction rules. Originally, it could be traded using materials such as wood, stone, plastic, and iron. He changed it to only arrows can be used for the auction. Chapter 56, the second wave of attack. Arrow trading? I just borrowed 5 iron ingots. Why have the auction conditions changed? Qin Feng, get out here. Impossible, Qin Feng. What gives you the right to change the terms? The regional channels are in an uproar. Many participants were staring at the last dose of medicine. I made up my mind. We must take a picture of it no matter what. To this end, they even borrowed materials from participants from their own country. Result: did you change the auction terms? Are you kidding me? Arrows plus 40. Looking at the 40 extra arrows in my inventory, Qin Feng was surprised. It wasn't because of the number of arrows. It was because of the auctioneer's name. It's that guy again. The auctioneer was none other than Emma of the British Empire. At this moment, Didi, a notification sound plays. The other party sent a message. Emma from the British Empire. Qin Feng, don't forget our promise. Qin Feng was taken aback. Qin Feng, an agreement? What agreement? There was a moment of silence on the other end. He seemed somewhat speechless. Emma, the empire on which the sun never sets. Cooperation. Qin Feng, I know. The premise is that we can actually meet. Are you so sure we can meet? You even came to remind me? Emma of the empire, you still don't know my talent? Qin Feng, why do you need to know? What good will it do you to know? Emma, the empire on which the sun never sets. Qin Feng, okay. What is your talent? Emma from the British Empire, I don't know. Why are you angry? Qin Feng curled his lip. Didn't you tell me to ask? This young lady has brought up cooperation time and time again. There must be something to it about her talent. I'll ask the commander later. Qin Feng thought to himself. 40 Vivi arrows as a gift. Wei, wow. 40 sticks. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. You're so kind of Wei. I saw this message. Qin Feng was both amused and exasperated. Qin Feng, what are you thanking me for? These arrows were all obtained through the auction of your medicine. Wei, then I also want to thank brother Qin Feng. If these medicines were in Wei's hands, they definitely wouldn't fetch a good price. This girl has a really sweet tongue. Qin Feng was somewhat smug. In terms of exploiting people, he seemed to be quite talented. At this moment, group members also started popping up in the group chat one after another. Bawa, brother Qin Feng, thanks to the gun you lent me, it was so satisfying to kill these monsters. Qin, my talent is almost at level 4, so dealing with these monsters will be a bit easier from now on. Well, me too. I'm still 50 experience points away from level 4. By the way, Qin Feng, hasn't your talent reached level 4 yet? Qin Feng, not yet. Qin, no way. You've killed way more fantasy creatures than we have. The group members were very puzzled. Qin Feng also explained to the group members. Simply put, other participants gained experience. You need to use fantasy points to add points. However, Qin Feng can gain experience by planting plants. That's why he wouldn't waste his fantasy points on gaining experience. Qin, you can plant plants using fantasy points and gain experience points at the same time. Brother Qin Feng, your talent is truly enviable. Yes, it's enviable. Qin Feng, there are advantages and disadvantages. Your talents have been upgraded, and your strength has been enhanced, but my talents have been upgraded, and my strength remains unchanged. Group members saw this message. They also began to worry about Qin Feng, because Qin Feng's peasant talent seems to be too heavily focused on the early game. It relies entirely on plants. Their own strength has not been enhanced. This is very dangerous in the game Burial Land. In addition, these plants also have limitations, although it can currently deal with low-level fantasy creatures. But later on, powerful, even supernatural, fantastical creatures appeared. Are these plants still useful? Bawa, brother Qin Feng, there's always a way. Your talent is very strong in the early stages, allowing you to gain a lot of fantasy points. Perhaps you could try using fantasy points to directly enhance your attributes. Qin, that's one way. The group members started offering suggestions. Qin Feng is also considering it. Should we do as everyone says? No. Qin Feng abruptly stopped himself from having that thought. Talent is the most important thing. And he always had this feeling. After the talent level is increased, perhaps there are special plans. Could enhance his own strength? Dazhuang, ha! Has everyone finished? Looks like I'm the slowest. I was so engrossed in the game that I almost lost my bearings. Dazhuang appeared in the group chat. The group members advised Dazhuang not to act impulsively and to be careful. Dazhuang agreed. But Qin Feng shook his head. He could tell that Dazhuang seemed a little too excited. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a roar erupted. A gray fog was billowing in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of footsteps erupted. The ground seemed to be shaking. A series of dark figures raced wildly through the black mist. Qin Feng, the second wave of attacks is coming. Everyone be careful. Big wait, no. There's no sound from here. Qin, I don't have any either. Baohua, I don't have any either. What's going on? I saw the group message. Qin Feng was stunned. So, it turns out he's the only one in the second wave? Are you targeting me? Qin, everyone's chatting in the regional channel, and they haven't arrived yet. Brother Qin Feng, did you kill them too quickly, so the second wave came early? At this time, Qin Feng was too preoccupied to check the group messages. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The pea shooter keeps spitting out pea bullets. It shot into the gray fog. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. One by one, low-level fantasy creatures were killed. But Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Wow, these guys are coming from one direction. The attack just now. The fantastical creatures attacked from all directions. And this time, these fantastical creatures seemed to have a plan. Launch a direct and fierce attack on one side. The pea shooter killed the fantasy creature in front of it. But the fantastical creatures behind also took this opportunity to come to the fence. Click, click, click. 8 fantastical creatures pounced on the fence. They started to gnaw on it. 6 of them are low-level fantasy creatures. The remaining 2 are level 1 creatures. They're the Big Heba zombie and the Extreme Speed zombie. These 2 creatures devoured far faster than low-level fantasy creatures. Durability -1. Durability -1. Durability -1. Nut Fence 1. Durability 140 to 150. Nut Fence 2. Durability 135 to 150. The durability of the nut fence decreases at a rate visible to the naked eye. Shut up. Qin Feng picked up the shovel. Initiate the attack. The initial target is the high-speed zombie. Puff. With each shovelful, it brought up a chunk of flesh and blood. 10 times in total. They only managed to take down this incredibly fast zombie a few times. Fantasy value +15. Not good. Qin Feng looked at the muscular zombie beside him. They cried out in alarm. This is bad. This muscular zombie has actually chewed away 2/3 of the durability of a section of the fence. Chapter 57. Talent Level 4. Unlock the new plant, Sunflower. Qin Feng immediately moved to a different position. We arrived in front of this muscular zombie. He gripped the shovel tightly with both hands. The veins on his arms were bulging. They used every trick in the book. He shoveled the muscular zombie down hard. Puff, puff, puff. As the shovel cut into the zombie's body, blood and flesh splattered out. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. He gritted his teeth. Continue the relentless attack. Each thrust was made with all my might. However, this muscular zombie has just too many muscles. It's like a thick layer of armor. Qin Feng shoveled it more than a dozen times. The zombie still showed no signs of falling. Instead, this guy gnawed away at the fence's durability. A gap appeared in the fence. Roar! The muscular zombie's eyes were oozing pus. He suddenly looked at Qin Feng amidst the murky surroundings. His eyes were like those of a ferocious beast locking onto its prey. Immediately afterwards, it's like a tank that's out of control. It carried an unstoppable force. It charged madly toward Qin Feng. It really chewed through the fence. Qin Feng quickly retreated. A loud bang. It was like a thunderclap in my ears. This muscular zombie has just entered the enclosure. It directly detonated a potato mine. Blood and flesh flew everywhere from the explosion. Fantasy value +15. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, outside the fence, the low-level zombies have already been mostly killed by the pea shooter. The remaining few low-level zombies. like a wild beast that has caught the scent of blood. After seeing the gap, they've all given up gnawing on the fence. They surged wildly toward the gap in front of Qin Feng. Shoot, shoo, shoo. When passing through the pea shooter's attack range, the pea shooter attacks relentlessly. Bullets kept being fired. One by one, the low-level zombies fell. However, a low-level zombie managed to squeeze through the gap in the fence. Stop right there. Qin Feng shoveled down directly. Let's deal with this shaky, low-level enemy. One potato mine was saved. This wave of attacks has been successfully blocked. The zombie was successfully dealt with. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But look at the gap in the fence. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The second wave broke through the fence, and the waves that followed will definitely be even harder to withstand. Although there are potato mines inside the fence, I can't put myself in danger. Got it. Looking at the fence surrounding the outside, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. I've got an idea. I can plant a ring of potato mines outside as well. That way, if any fantasy creatures get close, they'll be hit by the potato mines first. Even if they don't die instantly, they'll be seriously injured, and I could take care of them quickly. Perfect. Planting a bunch of potato mines will give me enough experience to level up to level 4. Let's get right to it. Qin Feng's mind raced. A bunch of potatoes appeared in my hand, separated by a fence. Through external gaps, Qin Feng started planting potato mines. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. Experience points +1. As potato mines were planted one by one, experience points are also increasing rapidly. An hour passed. A ring of potato mines has been added outside the fence. Call. So tired. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. I glanced at the panel. Talent. Farmer. LV 3 195 to 200. I need 5 more experience points to reach level 4. Qin Feng immediately planted several more plants. Experience points reached 200. Instantly, a flash of white light. Talent. Farmer. LV 40 400. Unlock plants. Sunflower, cherry bomb. Wow, they even unlocked the cherry bomb. Qin Feng was stunned. Then came ecstasy. Cherry bombs are great. Unlike potato mines, this thing doesn't need to be planted. It would explode if you just threw it out. And both its power and damage range are greater than those of the potato mine. Certainly, this thing definitely requires far more fantasy points than a potato mine. With cherry bombs, my attack methods will be much more flexible. But Qin Feng did not have a plant guide for cherry bomb. We can only watch with envy. Look at the uses of sunflowers. Regarding the sunflower's abilities, Qin Feng was really looking forward to it. Use the sunflower encyclopedia. Qin Feng gave the order. The sunflower illustration in the inventory turned into a beam of white light. Integrate it into your talent. Instantly, the sunflower has been unlocked. Let's plant one and see. Qin Feng walked to the side of the small wooden house. He picked up a hoe and dug a hole. Immediately, place a sunflower seed into the hole. 2 more points of fantasy value were injected into it. Plant, sunflower. Growing, 1 hour and 59 minutes countdown. It takes 2 hours to ripen. Qin Feng sat to the side, waiting for the time to come. At the same time, open the group chat. Wei, I wonder how Brother Qin Feng is? He hasn't said a word yet. Qin, that's right. More than an hour has passed. With Brother Qin Feng's strength, it shouldn't take this long to deal with these monsters. Seeing that the group members were discussing and caring about me, Qin Feng quickly chimed in. Qin Feng, I'm Fina. My talent level has reached level 4, and I've unlocked a new plant. I was just studying it. Group members offered their congratulations. Baowa, Brother Qin Feng was already very strong, and now that he's unlocked a new plant, he's even stronger. Wei, Brother Qin Feng is amazing. Qin Feng chatted with the group members for a while. It's almost sunflower season. Qin Feng left the group chat. They looked expectantly at the planting area beside them. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Click. As the countdown reached 0, a sunflower sprouted from the burial soil. That's not right. Why is this sunflower green? Qin Feng looked at the sunflowers in front of him. I was somewhat surprised. These sunflowers are different from the ones in the game. He remembered that the sunflower's big head in the game had yellow seeds. The leaves and petals of this plant in front of us are a vibrant green. Its big head swayed slowly. A faint green halo emanated from his head. It turned the area within several meters around it green. It's not like that in the game either. It mutated? Filled with curiosity, Qin Feng began checking the information about the sunflower. Plant guide, sunflower green. Planting requirements: burial soil plus 1 sunflower seed, plus 2 points of fantasy value, plus LV4 talent. Mature. Effect 1. Under the sunflower's light, the plant's durability recovery speed is doubled. Function 2. Under the sun's rays, ordinary plants can carry out photosynthesis. Effect 3. Under the sunflower's rays, a burning effect is applied to fantasy creatures, causing continuous damage based on their health over 0.5 to 1 second. Hint: this is a sunflower modified by a mad scientist. When it matures, it could release golden sunlight, but the rules of the burial soil game's gray fog cannot be broken. The sunflower is suppressed, and its light turns green. Perhaps you can find another way to restore the sunflower to its original light. Wow, this sunflower is something else. It has 3 uses. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. The first function is self-explanatory. Restores double the plant's durability. This played a huge role in the wave of attacks. He looked at the fence. Durability plus 2. Previously, each recovery restored 1 point, but now it restores 2 times the amount, effectively halving the recovery time. Don't underestimate this half of the time. It could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Ordinary plants can photosynthesize, which is perfect for growing food in artificial greenhouses. Qin Feng was still worried. They're only greenhouses. There is no sun. It cannot be planted. This problem is now solved directly. Compared to the first 2 skills, this third one seems a bit useless. Qin Feng looked at the third skill. 0.5 damage per second. Even if a low-level fantasy creature stands still, it would take a sunflower tens of seconds to shoot down a low-level fantasy creature. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a surge of gray fog rose in the distance. A series of roars erupted. The third wave of attacks is here? So soon? Qin Feng glanced at the group chat. The group members are still chatting. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask a question. Chapter 58, is the wave of attacks over already? Qin Feng, didn't your second wave of attacks come? No. Wei. Brother Qin Feng, why did you suddenly ask this? Holy crap, are you targeting me? Qin Feng was numb. The second wave hasn't arrived yet. This is his third wave. After informing the group members, Qin Feng closed the group chat. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Bullets were fired one after another. Soon, a dark figure emerged from the gray fog. Same as the second wave. There were still 7 or 8 low-level zombies, plus a few level 1 zombies. After paying the price of a few more zombies, the remaining zombies approached the fence. This time, I won't let you chew on the fence again. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to ring out. The potato mine outside the fence was detonated. The low-level zombies were blown to pieces. Only a few level 1 zombies survived. But my health is almost gone. His body swayed precariously. It looked like it might collapse at any moment. Qin Feng held a shovel. They just sent those guys on their way. This saved a lot of trouble. Qin Feng cursed himself inwardly for being so stupid. We should have planted a ring of potato mines outside a long time ago. Pick up the shovel. Replant the potato mine at the detonation site. Wei. Brother Qin Feng hasn't said anything yet. I wonder how he's doing in resisting the third wave of attacks. Qin Feng has only been gone for less than 3 minutes, and you're already missing him? There's no way it could be that fast. Bao, don't worry. Based on previous experience, Brother Qin Feng should appear in an hour or 2. In a group chat, the group members are discussing it. At this moment, a message appeared. Qin Feng, it's all done. The group was silent for a few seconds. Then, the group members were all shocked. Bao, is it over? Brother Qin Feng, you don't mean you've already dealt with this attack, do you? Qin Feng solved. This wave is not much different from the last one. All low-level zombies and level 1 zombies, so it's relatively easy to deal with. Low-level zombies and level 1 zombies. Is this what you call easy? The group members all fell silent. No, this kid's done already. It's impossible that you took down more than a dozen zombies in less than 2.5 minutes. Are you kidding me? This kid's talent is simply unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. The other contestants fought tooth and nail to hold off an attack. This kid only needs to plant a few plants? People from all over the world watched the projected images. My mental state completely collapsed. Damn it. In the previous waves, this kid at least encountered some crises. This time it's really bad. That guy only swung a shovel once from start to finish. They're not even going to act anymore. This kid's talent level has reached level 4, and he's unlocked a new plant, further boosting his combat power. He's 100% sure he can survive this wave of attacks. This thing is a sunflower. I wonder what it's used for. Experience +2. Experience +2. Inside the fence. Qin Feng swung his hoe and dug a hole. Sunflowers were planted around the shelter. The radius of the rays from a single sunflower is approximately 1 meter. Qin Feng planted 9 sunflowers inside the fence. In this way, all plants can benefit from the sunflower's restorative effect. Looking at his masterpiece, Qin Feng was very satisfied. More than 2 hours later, the second wave of attacks from the other contestants has still not arrived. But Qin Feng's fourth wave of attacks has arrived. Roar, roar, roar. A familiar roar came from the gray fog. Qin Feng only glanced at it. It turned out to be the same as before. They were all low-level zombies and level 1 zombies. Aside from the fact that there are more of them, there are no other differences. Qin Feng sat comfortably in the chair. Let the pea bullets fly past you. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of potato mines exploding continued. The zombies were blown to bits. Kaka, a muscular zombie, came to the fence and started eating. Qin Feng sat in the chair. He didn't even move his buttocks. He raised his hand and swung a shovel. Puff. The muscular zombie collapsed instantly. Fantasy value +15. Qin Feng looked relaxed. A glass of cola appeared in his hand. Sip it slowly. How boring. It's too easy. Impossible. This kid is too pretentious. Why would the burial ground game allow someone so pretentious to exist? God, send down a high-ranking fantasy creature to kill this brat. This is a game called Burial Soil Game. This Chinese brat is insulting you. Can you tolerate this? Seeing Qin Feng's expression of enjoyment, the hearts of people from all over the world have been dealt a devastating blow. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +15. Fantasy value +15. 2 hours later, the fifth wave of attacks is coming. One by one, zombies lay dead outside the fence. It became Qin Feng's fantasy value. I wonder how many more waves there will be. With the last zombie being killed, Qin Feng acted as before. They planned to replenish the potato mines outside the fence. Just then, a cold voice rang in my ears. Congratulations to contestant Qin Feng for safely surviving the first round of attacks. Congratulations to contestant Qin Feng for safely surviving the first round of attacks. Congratulations to contestant Qin Feng for safely surviving the first round of attacks. That's it. Only 5 waves of attacks in total? Qin Feng heard this notification sound. I was surprised. That ended way too fast. Only a little over 10 hours have passed in total. He wasn't done yet. I wish there were more waves like this. Staying inside the enclosure to farm fantasy points is safe and fast. Qin Feng was somewhat reluctant to see the attack wave end. Within just a dozen hours of the first wave of attacks, he gained nearly 300 fantasy points in total. This is much faster than him digging up graves and killing zombies. I wonder if Qin Feng's mutterings had any effect on anything. The cold voice rang out again. Contestant Qin Feng. Chapter 59 Hidden Mode. Special item. Flower pot? Contestant Qin Feng quickly passed the first round of fantasy creature attacks, exceeding the combat power limit of the first round, triggering the hidden attack wave mode. Do you accept? A cold, impersonal notification sounded in my ear. Hidden mode? Qin Feng was surprised. He hadn't heard anything about the end of the wave of attacks before. Oh, there's such a mode? It seems interesting, my ass. Qin Feng spat. His face was full of disgust. The most dangerous thing in the game is the wave of fantasy creature attacks. He has safely passed one round. Next, all you need to do is develop your character well and upgrade your talents. It can reliably weather the next few waves of attacks. Why accept this hidden attack wave mode? Are you bored out of your mind? This hidden attack wave mode sounds extremely difficult just from its name. If you choose to accept, they might just get stuck inside. No way. Even if you kill me, I will never participate. Qin Feng made up his mind. Prepare to refuse. You'll receive generous rewards by playing the hidden attack tide mode. The cold, impersonal notification sounded again. Shaw, trying to seduce me? Qin Feng saw through the burial soil game's intentions at a glance and curled his lip. Using this to test me? If I, Qin Feng, can't withstand such a test, what am I? By playing the hidden attack swarm mode, you'll be rewarded with a special tool. Flower pot encyclopedia. Item, flower pot. Crafting requirements. 1 burial soil plus 1 stone plus 1 point of fantasy value. Function. Plants can be grown in flower pots. Tip. Are you anxious about not being able to move your plants? Now, simply plant the plant in a pot, and you can move the pot along with it. Quickly move your plant to where you want it. By the way, perhaps you could try selling mature plants now. Move the plants and animals. Qin Feng was stunned. His voice was so excited that it became somewhat incoherent. Regarding the function shown in the flower pot guide, he didn't feel anything. Even a fool knows that flower pots are for growing plants. But plants can move. Good heavens. That's awesome. If plants can move, wouldn't I be able to carry them with me wherever I go? Especially the pea shooter. If the pea shooter could move, wouldn't that be like carrying a machine gun with it? You can plant a wall of nut trees in a flower pot to create a small fence that completely surrounds a grave. Then, place a mobile pea shooter outside, and you're good to go. Qin Feng took a deep breath. If only it could be like that. Will he still use fantasy creatures to attack graves in the future? There are also mature plants available for sale. Does this mean I can sell the plants to group members to help them survive? I considered this possibility. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The group members are all Chinese. They are all talented, united, and speak very nicely. He hopes everyone can live a good life. Besides selling to group members, I can also sell to contestants from other countries. They can only purchase it with plant seeds and materials. Then I use the plant seeds to create flower pots and plants. Perfect. This flower pot is great. We need flower pots. Qin Feng made up his mind. Accept the hidden attack wave. As for his earlier vow that he would never accept it. Cough, cough, cough. As the saying goes, things change. There is also an old Chinese saying, a wise person knows when to yield. But, just in case, Qin Feng planned to ask the group members if they knew anything about this hidden wave of attacks. Open the group chat. Qin Feng revealed the details of the hidden attack wave. Vivi, a hidden attack wave? Brother Qin Feng, I've never heard of this before. Qin, I've never heard of this before. What is it? Baogua, Brother Qin Feng, are you planning to accept? I don't think it's necessary. You've already successfully weathered this wave of attacks. There's no need to risk your life. Wei, yes. Brother Qin Feng, this hidden attack wave doesn't look like anything good. You absolutely mustn't act rashly. The group members all tried to persuade Qin Feng. Vivi was the most anxious. He also messaged Qin Feng privately. I urged Qin Feng not to accept this hidden attack. But once Qin Feng has made up his mind, he won't change it easily. But to be on the safe side, he then asked the commander. Still nothing. The commander was just like the other members. He was advised not to accept this hidden wave of attacks. Qin Feng, the rewards for the hidden attack wave are very important. Once I get the rewards, not only will my combat power be greatly improved, but the group members will also benefit. Qin Feng briefly explained the rewards for hiding the attack wave. A moment later, the commander sent Qin Feng a message that surprised him. Commander, Brother Qin Feng, I know you chose to accept the hidden attack wave to help the group members survive and to help China obtain more supplies, but I want to tell you that you can also consider your own interests under appropriate conditions, and that is your right. I saw this message. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Why the sudden emotional outburst? How annoying. Qin Feng pursed his lips, looking completely indifferent. But a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As a naive and foolish college student who hasn't even left campus yet, he can't stand this kind of emotional manipulation. Given this, there are even more reasons to accept this hidden attack. Accept the hidden attack wave. Qin Feng said firmly, as Qin Feng's voice faded. A cold, impersonal notification sound rang out. Contestant Qin Feng has quickly overcome the first wave of attacks and has now initiated the hidden wave of attacks. The hidden wave of attacks is coming soon, so please prepare in advance. Contestant Qin Feng has quickly overcome the first wave of attacks and has now initiated the hidden wave of attacks. The hidden wave of attacks is coming soon, so please prepare in advance. Contestant Qin Feng has quickly overcome the first wave of attacks and has now initiated the hidden wave of attacks. The hidden wave of attacks is coming soon, so please prepare in advance. This is different from the previous prompts. This time, the notification sound rang throughout the entire Burial Ground game. What was that again? That Chinese kid has already weathered the attack wave? Oh my god, I must have misheard. I'm so tired I'm hallucinating. You're not hallucinating, because I think I heard it too. Impossible. How could this be? The first wave of attacks just ended, right? How could this kid be done for? It's fake. It must be fake. The participants from various countries have just finished a major battle. He was licking his wounds alone. They were pondering how to deal with the upcoming wave of attacks. After hearing this notification tone, they were all stunned. I am impressed. We've only just gotten through the first wave of attacks. Have you weathered this wave of attacks? Are you kidding me? Many people simply don't believe it. But they soon received a harsh truth from their respective national commanders. The first wave of attacks consisted of 5 waves. This kid actually survived them. What is this if not a conspiracy? How could this Chinese kid launch 5 waves of attacks so quickly? It's unfair. Fine, you guess. The participants from the Sakura country originally wanted to criticize Qin Feng for his attack wave coming so quickly. He wanted it too. But considering that 5 waves of attacks occurred in such a short period of time, he quickly shut his mouth. Curry. What is this hidden attack mode? Is it an enhanced version of the attack swarm? This is likely an enhanced version of the attack wave. Even more terrifying fantasy creatures will appear. This Chinese kid is getting too cocky. He's not satisfied with surviving the first wave of attacks. He actually dares to accept the hidden mode. There's an old Chinese saying, to destroy someone, first make them mad. This kid has been arrogant for so long. This is his death day. Good heavens. The far more powerful fantastical creatures are far beyond our current capabilities. This kid is definitely going to hell. Haha. Chapter 60 Buying Potatoes. The cutthroat competition among contestants from various countries. Next, we should store more plants, especially potatoes. Qin Feng began to ponder. Now that we've accepted the hidden attack mode, then we should start preparing for it. He had previously planted a bunch of potato mines outside the fence. Add supplements after detonation. He had almost used up all the potatoes he had stored on him. Only 8 remain. That's definitely not enough to deal with the next attack. Purchase. Qin Feng opened the group chat. Follow the old method. He asked a group member to buy it on his behalf. After all, they've done too much of this kind of thing, ripping people off. He felt a little guilty. Wei, brother Qin Feng, you've accepted the hidden attack mode? Why? Vivi was very worried. The group members didn't understand either. Qin Feng, the reward is very important to me. Don't worry. Since I dared to accept it, I'm sure I can get through it. Qin Feng, which of you will go and buy some supplies for me? For such a trivial matter. The group members naturally wouldn't refuse. But soon, the devastating news arrived. Bao, brother Qin Feng. Sorry, these guys seem to know I'm here to buy potatoes. They're all asking for high prices. Qin Feng was helpless. Have you suffered retribution for ripping off so many people? Several group members then stepped in to help, but they were all recognized. Very well. Since that's the case, then I'll take action myself. Let's see what kind of trouble you bunch of little punks can cause. Open the regional channel. Qin Feng went straight to the point. A message was sent directly. Qin Feng, if you have any potatoes, peas, or sunflower seeds you'd like to buy, you can contact me to trade. The news broke as soon as it appeared. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. This instantly stirred up a storm. Shit, you're not pretending anymore? You're not letting those Chinese contestants buy tickets for you? Qin Feng, you've been killing us for so long. Now it's our turn to kill you. Ha. I'm gonna make you feel the pain. No way, I don't have potatoes on hand. Qin Feng, there's an old Chinese saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you're willing to show sincerity, I can sell them to you without holding a grudge. A group of people on the regional channel saw through Qin Feng's treacherous scheme. Very proud. Overjoyed. It's true what they say, if you don't discipline someone for 3 days, they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off. Qin Feng didn't tolerate it at all. Output directly. Qin Feng, you want to kill me? Are you out of your minds? Qin Feng, now that you're begging us, how dare you be so arrogant? You don't want to buy supplies anymore? Qin Feng, you all seem to have forgotten one thing. Qin Feng, you trade with me because what you want is something only I have, while what I need to buy from you is something many people have. I saw this message. The regional channel went silent. The participants from various countries were stunned. That makes some sense. At this moment, Qin Feng has already put some bottled water, beverages, flour, and rice on the regional trading platform. Qin Feng, I'm in a bit of a rush this time, so let's do the exchange at a 1-to-1 ratio. There are only so many supplies available for exchange, so it's first come, first served. Do you think we'll fall for your tricks? Everyone listen to me. Don't do business with him. Boycott this Chinese brat. Make him spit out what we have. Boycott the Chinese youth. Boycott the Chinese youth. Boycott, oh fuck. In the regional channel, A group of contestants chanted a boycott of Qin Feng. However, they discovered it quickly. The goods that Qin Feng placed in the regional trade area are decreasing at a visible rate. Someone took advantage of the time. They were sending messages. They're making a crazy deal with Qin Feng. Oh no, we've fallen for their trap. By the time these people realized what was happening, all the supplies released by Qin Feng have been redeemed. You guys are untrustworthy. Didn't we say we'd boycott Qin Feng? It's impossible that I'm boycotting this Chinese kid. Who exactly is making a deal with this Chinese kid? I'm boycotting too. I'm boycotting too. It's outrageous. Who is betraying us all? Participants from various countries were filled with righteous indignation. They all indicated that they were resisting Qin Feng. However, which is true and which is false? Only they themselves know the truth. After all, potatoes can be exchanged one-to-one for flour, rice, mineral water, and even beverages. Who can resist such temptation? Resist? Just saying. Are you serious? Potatoes plus 80. Great, another 80 potatoes were exchanged. I noticed that the number of potatoes in my inventory has increased. Qin Feng's sense of security also increased. The only pity is, beside potatoes, he didn't get any other seeds. Pea seeds and walnuts can only be found in yellow treasure chests, and the chances are quite low. However, with this many potatoes, it should be just about enough. Time passed slowly. Qin Feng sat in the chair, observing the surrounding gray fog, waiting for the wave of attacks to come. It's been 2 hours. Why haven't they arrived yet? Qin Feng was depressed. Didn't they used to come in waves every 2 hours? Has the timing of these hidden attack waves changed? He sat in the chair and observed for a while. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on any longer. I haven't slept for more than 10 hours. In addition to killing zombies and burying potatoes earlier. Qin Feng's eyelids were drooping. I need to rest, otherwise I'll exhaust myself before those waves of attacks even begin. Qin Feng returned to the cabin, closed the door to the cabin. Qin Feng lay down on the bed. We'll just wait until the shelter is upgraded to a fortress. Then we can sleep whenever we want. It won't matter if there are fantasy creature attacks. I don't know how much time has passed. Roar, roar, roar. Qin Feng was awakened from his deep sleep by a series of terrifying screams. Chapter 61, A New Attack Arrives. Helmeted Zombies. It's here. Hearing the commotion outside, Qin Feng suddenly sat up in bed. My brain instantly snapped out of its daze. My heart was pounding violently in my chest. He quickly jumped out of bed. He rushed to the door and pushed it open. Wow. The sight before him made Qin Feng swear. All that could be seen were dark shadows. It burst forth wildly from the thick, inky black fog in the distance. The number of shadowy figures far exceeded that of any previous instance. A rough count. There are at least 20. There are more than 3 level 1 zombies. And the most eye-catching one. It was a zombie wearing a safety helmet on its head. Its appearance is very strange. Zombies wearing helmets? What the heck? Who came up with this idea? Qin Feng's gaze was instantly drawn to the unfamiliar zombie. He subconsciously checked his information. Fantasy creatures, helmet zombies. Level 2. Aggression, 25. Defense, 50. Speed, 30. Hint. This is a terrifying creature imagined by a group of humans who weren't wearing helmets before they died. Its helmet can withstand a lot of damage. Only after the helmet is broken will the helmet zombie be truly harmed. Friendly reminder. Remember to wear a helmet when riding an electric scooter. Level 2 zombies have appeared. 50 points? What's that again? That's such high defense. I saw a defense of up to 50 points. Qin Feng's eyes widened. That's outrageous. Its defense is almost twice that of a level 1 zombie. He tightened his grip on the shovel. I quickly walked to the fence. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The pea shooter keeps attacking. Each pea bullet whistled sharply. They fired at the horde of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies roared. The voice was filled with madness and violence. The rotting body was splattered with blood and flesh under the attack of the pea bullets. Minced meat and internal organs were scattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the low-level zombies fell like harvested wheat, turning into piles of rotting flesh that reeked of stench. Even a level 1 zombie can't withstand the continuous attacks of a pea shooter. We haven't even gotten close to the fence yet. His body was already riddled with holes. Only occasionally do some manage to slip through the pea shooter's attack intervals. It can reach outside the fence. The most ferocious of them all is the helmeted zombie. Under the attack of a pea shooter, like a rampaging war chariot, They quickly rushed over the fence. Bang, bang, bang. The potato mine outside the fence was triggered. Explosions continued. The level 1 zombie was caught in a violent explosion. His body became unsteady and swaying. But Qin Feng couldn't care less about these level 1 zombies right now. His gaze fell on the helmeted zombie. This guy's helmet is way too hard. Bullets rained down on the helmeted zombie. Result: this guy's helmet is perfectly fine. It just has a lot more potholes and uneven surfaces. Whose electric scooter helmet is this fierce? Qin Feng didn't have time to think further. He swung the shovel and dug it up. Each swing carries immense power. Tajda, a crisp metallic clanging sound. It echoed in this desolate world. Powerful anti-vibration force. The shock made Qin Feng's arm go numb. It felt like being electrocuted. The helmet of this helmeted zombie remained intact. It's just a bit flatter. Click, click, click. Under the frenzied devouring of the helmeted zombie. The durability of the fence in front of me is rapidly decreasing, like sand in an hourglass. Although the plant's durability recovery speed is doubled under the sunflower's influence. However, the fence's durability only recovers 2 points every few minutes. It's completely useless in this race against time. Soon, the durability of this fence in front of us is almost gone. Qin Feng quickly increased his attack speed. He swung the shovel with all his might. Click! Finally, under his relentless attacks, cracks appeared on the helmeted zombie. Then it spread out like a dense spiderweb. The helmet was reduced to a pile of fragments, scattered all over the ground. Holy crap, it finally broke. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. My tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. However, before he could even be happy for long, click, 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 it was accompanied by a heartbreaking sound. Durability, 0. The fence in front of them was being frantically gnawed at by the helmeted zombies. It shattered again. Roar, roar, roar. The fence was no longer there to block it. The helmeted zombie let out a deafening roar. It charged madly toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly retreated. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. The helmeted zombie was enveloped in the green light emitted by the sunflower the moment it stepped into the fence. A series of damage notifications appeared above my head. It was also making a sizzling sound. It's like putting chunks of meat on a grill to roast. Bang, bang, bang. A potato mine was triggered. It exploded instantly. The force of the explosion caused the helmeted zombie to stagger. Its steps became somewhat unsteady. Qin Feng seized the opportunity. He gripped the shovel tightly with both hands. They used every trick in the book. He swung the weapon with all his might at the head of the helmeted zombie. A snap. The helmeted zombie's head was dented. The neck was also twisted. It looks like a broken toy. But the zombie, however, did not die. It emitted a muffled hissing sound from its throat. They continued charging towards Qin Feng. But its speed was noticeably slower. Stop right there. It looks like this guy is about to trigger another potato mine. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore. The shovel swung down again. After being subjected to multiple rounds of devastation by bullets, potato mines, and shovels, this helmeted zombie is nearing its limit. His neck was snapped in two by Qin Feng with a shovel. Only a piece of flesh remained connecting them. He staggered and fell to the ground. Roar, roar, roar. Even in this state, the helmeted zombie's limbs were still flailing wildly in the air. You're so noisy. Qin Feng showed no mercy. He swung the shovel again. The sharp blade of the shovel severed the helmeted zombie's neck. Fantasy plus 25. 25 fantasy points. Not bad. The damaged fence and potato mines pained Qin Feng. But seeing these 25 points of fantasy value, Qin Feng felt much more at ease. After catching my breath, Qin Feng picked up the shovel, quickly planted nut walls at the gaps in the fence. Then the potato mines were added. There are only 8 walnuts left, not many. I wonder how many more waves there will be. These helmeted zombies are a bit tough to deal with. If several come at once, the fence definitely won't be enough to hold them back, and that will be troublesome. Qin Feng had a headache. If the fence and potato mines can't kill these guys, abandon the plants outside and rely on the shelter's defenses to deal with them. Qin Feng thought of the acid rain period. He used this method to deal with those mutated catfish monsters. Oh right, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. I looked at a few sunflowers. Chapter 62, Planting Sunflowers Inside the House. Could we plant a few sunflowers inside the shelter? If the plants outside are destroyed, can the sunflowers inside the shelter continue to produce sunflowers? Qin Feng just witnessed sunflowers attack on a helmeted zombie, although the damage was a bit low. However, it is a continuous output and a group output. It's quite useful when there are a lot of zombies. Qin Feng thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible. Back inside the cabin, pick up the hoe. They simply dug several holes in the wooden floor. Then they planted 4 sunflowers inside the wooden house. In this way, even if all the outside plants are destroyed, these 4 sunflowers will still be able to attack. Looking at his masterpiece, Qin Feng was very satisfied. After taking a sip of water, Qin Feng opened the group chat in the regional channel. It was very quiet. Did the wave of attacks from his other competitors also arrive? And indeed, things turned out exactly as Qin Feng had predicted. About half an hour later, messages began appearing on the regional channels. After a while, some members started to chime in during the group chat. Bagua, these fantasy creatures from the second wave of attacks are stronger. Qin, absolutely. I almost got bitten by a super fast zombie just now. Vivi, phew. Me too. That was close. The group chat members were exchanging experiences on how to deal with zombies. Obviously, the second wave of attacks has already put them under a lot of pressure. Qin Feng would like to share his experience in dealing with zombies. But after thinking about it, he seemed inexperienced. The main way to deal with these zombies is with plants. All he did was swing the shovel. Wait, oh right. Where's Brother Qin Feng? Why hasn't he said anything? Could it be that Brother Qin Feng's hidden attack wave has also arrived? I saw the group members talking about themselves. Qin Feng also chimed in. Qin Feng, my hidden attack wave should have been synchronized with yours. It just came by. These words immediately aroused curiosity and concern among the group members, especially Vivi. They were very concerned about whether Qin Feng was injured. They learned that Qin Feng was not injured. Moreover, the attack had been repelled an hour earlier. The group members all fell silent. This is so disheartening. They all had some doubts. Ultimately, it was Qin Feng who was facing a hidden wave of attacks. Or are they facing a wave of attacks? Fortunately, Qin Feng was their teammate. The group members were also very curious about the fantasy creatures that were hiding the attack wave. Bagua, Brother Qin Feng, is there any difference between this hidden attack wave and the ordinary ones? Qin Feng, there's one more helmeted zombie, but otherwise not much different, except there are more Tier 1 zombies. Qin Feng briefly explained it to the group members. Bagua, we were barely managing to deal with one level 1 zombie. Qin Feng, you not only took down 3 level 1 zombies, but you even killed a level 2 zombie. That's so discouraging. Qin, no one of those guys said your talent was cheating. I feel like I'm cheating too. Wait, yeah. Brother Qin Feng, your talent is too amazing. I'm so jealous. The group members were extremely jealous. Certainly, this is just something the group members said jokingly. In fact, they were overjoyed for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, haha, don't be jealous, everyone. Before long, you'll all be able to deal with these fantasy creatures as easily as I am. Qin Feng planned to give everyone a surprise. I haven't told the group members about the flower pot yet. Haha, I'm afraid I can't be like you, Brother Qin Feng. My talent is only good for close combat with these fantasy creatures. Qin, yes. Even with my talent, I have to do it myself. Wei, I don't even have the strength to fight. I relied entirely on the crossbow bolts that Brother Qin Feng gave me. The group members took Qin Feng's words as a form of comfort. They were able to survive the first wave of attacks. They were already very satisfied. As for what happened next, they didn't dare to think about it too much. I wonder what everyone's reaction will be when I put the pea shooter in front of the group members. The group members didn't believe it. Qin Feng couldn't help but look forward to that scene. Due to the wave of attacks, everyone expended a lot of energy. After chatting for a short while, everyone ended the chat. Start resting, waiting for the next wave of attacks. Qin Feng, however, did not rest. He sat inside the fence and picked up Qin Ping made a read, while keeping an eye on his surroundings. 2 hours later, there was no wave of attacks. It seems they really were in sync with the other participants. Since that's the case, Qin Feng also returned to the wooden house to rest. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of fantastical creatures echoed continuously. 12 hours later, a second wave of covert attacks is underway. The number of fantasy creatures this time was not much different from the first time. Good. The quantity doesn't seem large. Qin Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief. I thought this hidden wave of attacks was still acceptable. But when he saw the variety of species included in this group of zombies, he almost cursed out loud. The quantity remains the same, But the high-level zombies have changed. There are 6 level 1 animals alone. The helmeted zombies have reappeared, and there were 2 of them together. Holy crap, you're kidding me. Click, click, click. The 2 helmeted zombies started gnawing on each other. In a short while, they just destroyed a section of the fence. The potato mine was also detonated. Qin Feng used a shovel. A helmeted zombie was killed, but the other helmeted zombie still had plenty of health. It pounced directly at Qin Feng. The wind is strong. Let's get out of here. Qin Feng had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with this guy. Return directly to the cabin. Then close the wooden door. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden door was struck by the helmeted zombie. It vibrates continuously. Fortunately, the shelter has undergone 2 upgrades. The defense has been greatly enhanced. The wooden door can withstand several attacks. Just as the wooden door was about to be breached, Qin Feng directly consumed 2 pieces of wood to recover. The helmeted zombies couldn't breach the wooden door despite their prolonged assault. They gradually lost patience, drawn by the aroma of the pea shooter. Then it started munching on the pea shooter. And this is Qin Feng's opportunity. Open the wooden door a crack. The shovel seized the opportunity. He smacked the helmeted zombie on the head. Puff! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Roar! The helmeted zombie was enraged. Give up on eating the pea shooter. They must attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng had anticipated this. After he attacked once. I'm not greedy at all. Close the wooden door directly. The main focus is on safety. After the zombie failed to attack the wooden door and gave up, Qin Feng opened another crack. Why? Sneak attack. This combo. Qin Feng had already come up with some creative ideas during the acid rain season. Roar. After several attacks by him, this helmeted zombie was finally killed. However, looking at the pile of minced meat on the ground, Qin Feng, however, was not happy. Chapter 63 to Zhuang is dead. The fence is broken again, and one of the pea shooters has been eaten. If more helmeted zombies appear in the next few waves, won't all the plants be wiped out? Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. Given the nature of the burial game, the waves of attacks that follow will definitely be even more terrifying. Repair the fence and replace the detonated landmines. Qin Feng looked at the circle of potato mines outside the fence. With a heavy heart, they picked up hoes and dug holes outside the fence. An hour later, the dozens of potatoes on Qin Feng's body were reduced to single digits. And there's another ring of potato mines outside the fence. Time passed slowly. 12 hours later, the 4th wave of attacks is coming. The wave of attacks was just as Qin Feng had predicted. There are more high-level zombies now. There are 3 more level 1 zombies. 2 more helmeted zombies appeared. Fortunately, the 2 rings of potato mines outside the fence did a great job. It blasted the helmeted zombie to near death. Although, several helmeted zombies breached the fence again. But Qin Feng managed to pull on the wooden door. After expending a lot of effort, I finally managed to kill a few helmeted zombies. Call. They repelled another wave. If the attack wave is the same as that of the other participants, there should only be 1 last wave left. Qin Feng not only ran out of potatoes, but also, there are only a few walnuts and peas left. If a few more waves come, he really couldn't take it anymore. Back to the cabin. Qin Feng boiled water and cooked rice. I opened the group chat and regional channel as usual. The next moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. There is 1 less member in the group. The group originally had 5 members. Now there are only 4 people left. Who is it? Qin Feng was startled. Quickly checked the group members' names. Wei Wei, Baohua, and Qin are still alive. It's Da Zhuang. Da Zhuang's name has been removed from the group chat to prevent a misunderstanding. Qin Feng deliberately opened the chat box. Found Da Zhuang. Da Zhuang's profile picture has turned gray. Da Zhuang is really dead. Qin Feng shook his head. I felt incredibly sorry for him. A few days ago, he sensed that Da Zhuang was getting a little arrogant. Face the wave of attacks with this mindset. Something might happen. He also specifically tried to persuade Da Zhuang. But Da Zhuang didn't listen to what he said. What a pity. Qin Feng sighed. Although death is a common occurrence in the game Burial Land, the ultimate destination for all participants is death. But I spent this time with Da Zhuang. They also formed some bonds. Upon learning of Da Zhuang's death, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little sad. But Qin Feng had no choice. Before receiving the flower pot, he couldn't offer any help to the group members either. An hour later, other members in the group chat survived the 4th wave of attacks. They started popping up in the group chat. Bawa, the fourth wave is over. Only one more wave of the first wave of attacks is left before it ends. Keep going, everyone. We all have to get through this wave of attacks. Bao Guo continued to send messages to encourage everyone. At first, we didn't even notice the decrease in the number of group members. But soon, he discovered the problem. De Zhuang is dead. The atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became very tense. Then, Vivi and Qin also appeared. The two women learned of Da Zhuang's death. My mood also became depressed. Qin, it's such a pity about Da Zhuang. He's already in the fourth round. Vivi, yeah, only one round left. Qin Feng, death might not be such a bad thing for Da Zhuang. I hope he won't have to suffer in this burial ground in another world. We who are still alive must be even more careful. Qin Feng noticed that the group members were in low spirits. He quickly comforted everyone. He was somewhat worried that Da Zhuang's death would affect the emotions of others, especially that little girl, Wei Wei. Their mentality is much worse than Bao's and Qin's. The wave of attacks isn't over yet. There's one last wave. You can't afford to mess up your mindset. Bao Guo also seemed to have realized this. He started comforting everyone. Bao, Brother Qin Feng is right. Da Zhuang no longer needs to worry about attacks from fantasy creatures. This might not be a bad thing. There's one last wave of attacks, so we all need to adjust our mindset and try to get through it. Qin Feng, not bad. After we get through the first wave of attacks, I'll give everyone a surprise. After Qin Feng and Bao Guo offered some words of comfort, the atmosphere in the group has improved somewhat. Wei Wei, that's right. We all need to be okay. Everyone needs to survive. We can't let anything else happen. Wei Wei, all right? Brother Qin Feng, what's the surprise you mentioned? It wasn't just Vivi. The group members were all very curious about the surprise Qin Feng mentioned. After all, given Qin Feng's personality, what could be considered a surprise to him? This is definitely not a trivial matter. Qin Feng, you'll all find out then. Qin Feng kept everyone in suspense. After all, I haven't received the flower pot making guide yet. Don't start pretending too early. Opening champagne at halftime is a no-no. After chatting with the group members for a while longer, Qin Feng's rice is cooked. The aroma of rice filled my nostrils. Qin Feng took out Lao Ganma, the ultimate rice cooker. While eating, he ate very quickly. I'll turn on a regional channel to watch my meal. Just as he expected. In the regional channel, all that could be heard were the wails of participants from various countries. This wave of attacks is insane. The door to my cabin has been destroyed. When will this end? I can't take it anymore. The door's destroyed? My shelter's been wrecked by a bunch of fantasy creatures. No way, I'm injured. Does anyone have medicine? I trade any supplies for it. Qin Feng, come out quickly. I need to buy medicine. I need to buy medicine. Many participants tagged Qin Feng. At present, among the 10,000 participants in this round, it seems that Qin Feng is the only one selling medicine. Perhaps there were other contestants like Vivi. They have a talent for medicine. But these people wouldn't be alive today. You can tell from Vivi. If Qin Feng hadn't given Wei Wei the crossbow bolts, with this medical talent that has no combat ability, Wei Wei simply couldn't survive the attack from those mutated catfish monsters during the acid rain. Regarding these people's request for medicine, Qin Feng chose to ignore it. He would never allow Vivi to use her fantasy points to create medicine at a time like this. I ate 2 large bowls of rice. Qin Feng lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Sudden. Chapter 64, The Final Wave. Blood rats. Didi. A message notification sounded. Vivi is giving you a free hamburger, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, and a Coke. Upon seeing this message, Qin Feng was stunned. Why did Wei Wei give him supplies? This is an act of rebellion against the heavenly generals. Qin Feng, what's going on? Did you strike it rich? Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I'd like to entrust these supplies to you for safekeeping. What's the meaning? Qin Feng was taken aback. But soon, he then guessed what Wei Wei was thinking. I clicked reject immediately. Qin Feng, don't overthink it. You'll survive this last wave of attacks. Keep these supplies for yourself. Eat them after you get through this final wave. The chat window was quiet for a short while. A message arrived. Wei Wei, okay. Brother Qin Feng. I saw this message. Qin Feng felt a little relieved. He's becoming increasingly craving flower pots. With a jumble of thoughts, Qin Feng fell asleep. Time passed slowly. The cabin appeared exceptionally quiet in the gray fog. The surrounding fences acted like guards. Guardians protecting this small territory. Inside the fence, A few sunflowers swayed gently in the breeze. A faint green halo appeared and disappeared intermittently, covered the entire area inside the fence. It adds a touch of mystery to this gloomy burial ground. However, beneath this seemingly peaceful scene, the gray fog in the distance suddenly surged. The next moment, a layer of black shadow swept out from the gray mist on the ground. They surged toward Qin Feng's sanctuary like a tidal wave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A faint sound rang out, noisy and chaotic. It was as if it were a form of psychological attack. It's chilling. Soon, this layer of black tide then reached outside the fence. Bang, bang, bang. A series of potato mine explosions shattered the silence. Qin Feng suddenly woke up from his dream. The final wave is here. Qin Feng instantly regained his senses. He quickly jumped out of bed. A shovel appeared in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of potato mines exploding continues. It's like setting off firecrackers. I've never heard of it from the beginning until now. What's going on? How did so many potato mines get detonated? Qin Feng was somewhat confused. Previous attacks. There wasn't that much noise. Push open the wooden door. The sight before him made him gasp. Dense, black shadows. Like a tide. It came from all directions. With a black shadow passed. Potato mines kept exploding. In the blink of an eye, both rings of potato mines outside the fence were detonated. Fantasy value plus 0.2. Fantasy value plus 0.2. Fantasy value plus 0.2. A series of messages popped up around the fence. But at this moment, Qin Feng's attention wasn't on these fantasy points at all. His gaze fell on the fence. A dark shadow loomed over the fence. Durability -1. Durability -1. Durability -1. The fence's durability is decreasing at a visible rate under the attack of the black shadow. Holy crap, what is this thing? Qin Feng finally saw clearly what the black shadows that surged like a tide from all directions were. Mouse. So many rats. These rats had bright red eyes. His body hair was standing on end. It's like they've gone mad. They're frantically gnawing on the fence. In the blink of an eye, the fence surrounding the wooden house has gone from intact to full of potholes. It could break at any moment. Why are there so many rats? Look at these ghostly things. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. They quickly checked the information about the mice. Fantasy creature, blood rat. Level, none. Aggression, 3. Defense, 3. Speed, 15. Hint, these are a group of rats created by humans. They were originally no different from ordinary rats, but they were transformed into blood rats by some supernatural force. Their attributes are not high, but their numbers are extremely terrifying. Friendly reminder, when blood rats appear, you'd better be careful, as they may be backed by supernatural forces. Blood rat. Extraordinary power? I work from 8 a.m. This is only the first wave of attacks, and you've already given me superhuman power? Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. Just then, click, click, click. The fence outside the cabin had already been broken by the saturation attack of the blood rats. Unobstructed. Instantly, swarms of blood rats charged toward the cabin. The wind is strong. Let's get out of here. Qin Feng saw this. Without hesitation, take a step back. Return to the cabin. Close the door. The movements were extremely skillful. Bang, bang, bang. The potato mines outside the cabin were detonated again. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The blood rats were blown to pieces. Because the density of these blood rats is too high. A single potato mine can take away 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5 blood rats. But, unfortunately, there were simply too many of these blood rats. Potato mines inside and outside the fence killed 300 or 400 blood rats. This is less than a quarter of the blood rat horde. The remaining blood rats immediately surrounded the pea shooters and sunflowers in the yard. Shut up. Qin Feng saw through the crack that the plants had been completely eaten away by these rats. My heart is bleeding. I wish I could go out and kill these guys right now. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Don't act impulsively. Qin Feng quickly reminded himself. Plants can be replanted if they are lost. If he goes out, less than 10 seconds, it'll definitely be gnawed to pieces by these rats. The problem is, hiding inside the house won't help. Qin Feng was numb. Based on the number of these rats, the cabin won't hold out for long. The tactic of using wooden doors to deal with helmeted zombies is no longer useful. There are far too many of these rats. You simply can't kill them all. Once the rats have breached a corner of a wooden house, a bunch of rats will crawl in. Wow, I'm not going to get caught up in this wave, am I? At the same time, people around the world are watching their own athletes' response to the wave of attacks. It's not that they don't care about Qin Feng. They've been paying attention to the previous waves, looking forward to Qin Feng's demise. But Qin Feng's strength was too great. Even a group of level 2 helmeted zombies couldn't kill Qin Feng. People from all countries are getting angrier and angrier as they watch. I might as well not watch it. Oh my god, look at that Chinese kid. What happened? That Chinese kid survived the last wave? I'm so unwilling to accept this. How could that Chinese kid survive the hidden attack wave so easily? No, this Chinese kid is in trouble. All the plants and fences are destroyed. This Chinese kid is going to die. What? Instantly, people from all over the world turned their attention to Qin Feng. When you see the image on the projector, the fence was broken and scattered all over the ground. The uneven potato mine pits. A field littered with the remains of pea shooters and sunflowers. People from all over the world are thrilled. Good heavens, so many rats. Judging by this, there must be thousands, right? This Chinese kid has been punished by the gods. So many rats came in the last round. He ate all the plants. This Chinese kid always flaunted his power because of the plants, but now that they're gone, let's see what he does. Good heavens. That Chinese kid is doomed this time. How humiliating. He's going to be bitten to death by a bunch of rats. Chapter 65, The Sunflower, makes a difference. Continuously repairing the wooden house. People from all over the world stared intently at the scene featuring Qin Feng. They wanted to witness Qin Feng die with their own eyes. Only then can I vent my anger. On the contrary, the Chinese people looked worried. With so many rats, how can Brother Qin Feng possibly stop them? Even if these rats stood still and let Qin Feng kill them, it would still take him half a day. The fence and plants were all chewed up. Even Qin Feng's talent was useless. Brother Qin Feng shouldn't have accepted this hidden wave of attacks. Surviving the hidden attack wave will bring rewards. Brother Qin Feng is not only doing this for himself, but also for the other participants in China and for the entire nation, under the watchful eyes of countless people. In the game of burial, squeak, 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 the blood rat devoured all the plants that Qin Feng had planted outside the cabin. The blood rat's eyes darted around after losing sight of its target. Finally, their eyes fell on the log cabin. The next moment, they surged forward like a tidal wave. They surged toward the cabin. Click, click, click. The cabin was being gnawed on by a group of blood rats. It vibrates incessantly. Qin Feng could hear a dense, grating sound inside the wooden house. The sound was like countless tiny hammers striking the walls of the wooden house. It sent a chill down his spine. The wooden house won't last much longer. We have to find a solution. Qin Feng's brain was working at lightning speed. Pea shooters and potato mines are not very practical for dealing with these blood rats. Cherry bombs might be somewhat useful. The only way to deal with these rats is through a group attack. I'm thinking about group attacks. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something. Immediately look at the sunflowers inside the wooden house. Sunflowers are known for their swarm attack, although the damage was a bit low. However, these blood rats also have very low health. Sunflowers are the bane of these blood rats. Only, the sunflowers outside the cabin haven't really been of much use yet. It was devoured by a group of blood rats. And these sunflowers inside the wooden house. The sunlight was blocked by the wooden house. Countless layers covered the outside. Since that's the case, then let's tear it down. Qin Feng hardened his heart. A hoe appeared in his hand. The next moment, he swung his hoe and started smashing it against the wall of the wooden house. Is this Chinese kid crazy? Smashing their own shelter? Does this kid know he's not going to make it, so he's rushing over? Since we're all going to die anyway, might as well die a quick death. This kid's a smart one. People from all over the world witnessed Qin Feng smashing the wooden wall. Everyone was overjoyed. They started mocking him relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The walls of the cabin were smashed by Qin Feng. They appeared at the entrances of the holes. The sunlight from the sunflowers inside the wooden house also shone out through the opening. Sizzle, sizzle. Instantly, a sound like roasting meat rang out. The blood rats outside the wooden house were enveloped in the green light of the sunflowers. The flesh and blood were burned. They all started squeaking. Extremely creepy. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. A series of messages floated around the cabin. A few seconds later, then, one by one, the blood rats died under the green light of the sunflowers. It turned into a piece of rotten flesh. Impossible. What happened? How did these rats die? This kid has clearly eaten all the plants. I didn't see anything attacking. How could these rats have died for no reason? This is cheating. It's absolutely cheating. This Chinese kid is using cheats. People from all over the world were in an uproar watching the images projected on the screen. This young Chinese boy is clearly about to die. What's with this strange behavior again? No, it seems to be the effect of those sunflowers. Soon, some people have discovered the truth behind the deaths of these rats. The dead rats were all enveloped in the green light of the sunflowers, as if it were the sunflowers doing. A sunflower, that stupid thing, can attack? Are you kidding me? It really is a sunflower. This Chinese kid has no other tricks up his sleeve besides sunflowers. Don't worry, these sunflowers don't seem to be very powerful. The shelter will be breached before these rats are killed, and this Chinese kid is doomed anyway. The outcome won't change. It works. I saw rats dying one by one. Qin Feng was very happy. But the rat infestation is far from over. The sunlight shining through the wooden house was limited. You can only kill the blood rats closest to the cabin. After these blood rats died, more blood rats were added. They continued to gnaw on the log cabin. Creak, creak. The cabin was under constant attack from these blood rats. It kept ringing. Holes have appeared under the wooden wall. We could be overrun by this bloodthirsty army at any moment. Qin Feng stared intently at the damaged areas. Just as a blood rat was about to bite through the wooden wall, just as they were about to rush into the wooden house. That's about it. Qin Feng did not make a move. Instead, he directly commanded, "Repair the log cabin. Timber 20. A flash of white light followed. The small wooden house, which was dilapidated and looked like it could collapse at any moment, was just a moment ago. Now it was a brand new log cabin. All the tiny holes that the rats had gnawed out have disappeared. Click, click, click. The rats outside started gnawing again. Continue. Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. Pick up the hoe. They started smashing the wooden wall again. Soon, he smashed holes in the upper half of the wooden wall. The green light emitted by the sunflower shone out through the hole once again. Sizzle, sizzle. The blood rat, enveloped in green light, was being scorched. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. Large numbers of blood rats died from the sunflower's attack. Soon, the wooden house was attacked by the blood rats outside. It is once again on the verge of collapse. Repair the shelter. Timber 20. Repair the shelter. Timber 20. Repair the shelter. Timber 20. Repair. Chapter 66. The hidden attack wave ends. Flower pot acquired. Impossible. I get it now. This kid is dealing with the rats by constantly destroying and rebuilding the shelter. It's been repaired 5 times already. Where did this Chinese kid get so much wood? Have you forgotten how many people this Chinese kid killed? He collected almost entirely materials. The wood on this guy's body all came from our country's competitors. He used materials from our country's competitors to weather his attack wave. Wow, I'm so clever. The number of blood rats outside the wooden house was decreasing. Qin Feng's tense heart finally relaxed. The tactic was a success. After 5 rounds of repairs to the wooden house, most of the blood rats outside are dead. Corpses were scattered all over the ground. Now, the remaining blood rats, numbering less than 100, were still diligently huddled around the small wooden house, gnawing on the food. These blood rats were almost all bathed in the sunlight of the sunflowers. A few seconds. 90% of these blood rats also died. The remaining blood rats were outside the area covered by the green light. It kept gnawing on the wooden house. But Qin Feng is no longer going to tolerate these guys. Holding a shovel, open the wooden door. Squeak, squeak, squeak. These blood rats saw Qin Feng. It was like a demon seeing Tang Sanzang's flesh. Give up gnawing on the wooden house immediately. It charged towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng swung his shovel and slammed it down. Puff, puff, puff. 1 shovel, 1 rat cake. Soon, the remaining blood rats were all executed by Qin Feng. Just then, congratulations to contestant Qin Feng for successfully surviving the hidden attack wave. He is awarded a flower pot crafting manual. Congratulations to contestant Qin Feng for successfully surviving the hidden attack wave. He is awarded a flower pot crafting manual. Congratulations to contestant Qin Feng for successfully surviving the hidden attack wave. He is awarded a flowerpot crafting manual. A cold, robotic notification sound echoed throughout the entire burial ground game. I'll say it 3 times because it's important. They were buried in various places. Contestants from various countries are using every trick in the book to deal with the fantastical creatures. Upon hearing this notification tone, everyone was about to break down. What? That Chinese kid survived the hidden attack wave? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. What right does this kid have? I got bitten. It's impossible that this kid is facing a hidden attack wave. So why is he faster than us? The participants from various countries are mentally devastated. They saw Qin Feng overcome the hidden attack wave. It's even more painful than if they couldn't get through it themselves. Many participants originally had a chance to get through this final round. I was stunned for a moment because of this notification sound. As a result, they were ambushed by a fantasy creature. A group of fantastical creatures surrounded them. Start eating like crazy. It's finally over. I almost got wiped out by this wave. I heard the notification tone. Qin Feng's body completely relaxed. This wave of covert attacks has come to an end. He, Qin Feng, successfully overcame the crisis through his wit. I finally got the flower pots. Qin Feng looked at the flower pot manufacturing diagram in his hand. He looked excited. This is really good stuff. He risked his life to accept the hidden attack wave just for this thing. A guide to making flower pots. Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. Use directly. Call out. Accompanied by his command. The flower pot making blueprint in his hand turned into a beam of white light. It entered Qin Feng's body. At the same time, the talent section on Qin Feng's panel. Besides various plants, there was also an extra flower pot. Make flower pots. Qin Feng said excitedly. Stone 1. Fantasy value -1. Burial soil 1. The supplies in my inventory have decreased. A small patch of burial soil beneath Qin Feng's feet also disappeared. A flash of white light followed. A flower pot floated in front of Qin Feng. The surface of the flower pot has a fine texture. It has a rustic reddish-brown color. It looks quite ordinary. Is this a flower pot? Qin Feng's mind raced. A pea seed appeared in my hand. Then, he put the pea seeds into the flower pot. They dug up some more burial soil and put into the flower pot. Cover the pea seeds. Next, inject 4 points of fantasy value. Plant guide, pea shooter. Planting requirements. Burial soil +1 pea plus 4 points of fantasy plus LV2 talent. In progress. 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It's done. I saw the message pop up from the pea seed. Qin Feng was overjoyed. The mobile machine gun is here. Take off. Pity. It takes 4 hours to mature. Otherwise, I could have given the pea shooter to my friends in the group right now. Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. Apart from the pea shooter, the other plants all have a relatively short maturation time, especially potato mines. It takes only 5 minutes to mature. But alas, Qin Feng was trying to defend against the final wave of attacks. I've already planted all the potatoes on my body. However, if the number of nut walls does not reach a certain level, it became a fence. It won't help the group members either. Sunflowers take 20 minutes to mature. Let's plant some sunflowers first and see if it can help the group members. Although sunflowers are not very effective against high-level zombies, but it does have some effect. Maybe. Is this the little bit of contribution the group members are missing? Make flower pots. Stone 1. Fantasy value -1. Burial soil 1. Stone 1. Fantasy value -1. Burial soil 1. Qin Feng made 10 flower pots in one go. Then plant sunflowers in all 10 flower pots. Impossible. What trick is this Chinese kid up to now? Were these flower pots? It looks like that kid planted a plant in the flower pot just now. Is there any difference between planting plants in flower pots and planting them in burial soil? Is this guy just bored out of his mind? It is said that 100 years ago, before the burial soil descended, some people liked to grow flowers and grass in flower pots, but the survival rate was far lower than that of planting directly in the ground. I have a feeling this flower pot isn't as simple as it seems, and this Chinese kid isn't one to do useless things. Don't worry too much about the flower pot. This kid's talent is in farming. His real skill lies in his plants. What use are other things? Do you think a flower pot can bring his plants to life and make them run? After Qin Feng finished planting the sunflowers, he looked at the dilapidated wooden house that had been gnawed by blood rats. Qin Feng plans to repair it, but the words were on the tip of her tongue. He suddenly had a new idea. Is it possible to directly upgrade the log cabin, making it look brand new and saving on repair materials? Qin Feng checked the information about the wooden house. Shelter. Current status. Complete level 2 log cabin. Area. 3 by 4. Next level. Excellent log cabin. Upgrade requirements. 200 wood plus 50 stone plus 10 iron plus 10 glass. I looked at the materials needed to upgrade the log cabin. Qin Feng then looked at his inventory. We have enough materials. Qin Feng replied without hesitation. Upgrade the shelter to level 3. Chapter 67 Vivi is in crisis. The sunflowers are ripe. Consumes 200 wood. Consume 50 stones. Consumes 10 iron blocks. Consumes 10 glass. Shelter under upgrade. Along with the news of the upgrade, a white light enveloped the shelter. A few seconds later, shelter upgrade complete. The white light dissipated. The shelter has undergone tremendous changes. Wow. Qin Feng stood still. He stared in awe at the completely renovated wooden house before him. The overall design of the wooden house needs no further explanation. It has become more refined. The edges and corners were carefully polished. The lines are smooth and natural. Besides, the log cabin has become larger. It has also become taller. The original wooden house was only about 2 meters high. It is now at least 2.5 meters tall. It's completely different from the previous wooden house. Let's see what's inside. With great excitement, Qin Feng pushed open the wooden door. Upon entering the wooden house, the most immediate feeling is the spaciousness of the space. The originally cramped interior space has been greatly expanded. To Qin Feng's surprise, the interior space of the wooden house was actually partitioned. The cabin originally had 1 room, but now it has become 2. Qin Feng walked through the living room. We went to the room at the back. Push open the door. This room is a bit small, so we'll use it as a bedroom from now on. The log cabin is not just an extra room. Glass windows have also been added to the wooden walls. It can be opened freely. In addition, Qin Feng noticed, the wooden door also seems to have changed. The surface is no longer made of wood. Instead, it has an extra layer of sheet metal. This can no longer be called a wooden door. Calling it an iron gate would be more appropriate. And the original wooden lock has been replaced with an iron lock. The defense has been greatly improved. Qin Feng lay on the bed in the bedroom. View shelter information. Shelter. Current status. Excellent cabin, level 3. Area. 4 by 6 meter. Living room 16M, bedroom 8M. Next level. Boutique log cabin. Upgrade requirements. 1,000 wood plus 150 stone plus 50 iron plus 50 glass plus 30 plastic. The next level is boutique log cabins. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The nice little cabin already has 1 bedroom and 1 living room. If it's upgraded to premium, will it be a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment? We can even build a kitchen and bathroom then. But I want to upgrade to premium level. It won't work in the short term. The materials are of very poor quality. After disabling shelter information, Qin Feng opened the group chat and asked a question. No one replied. Obviously, we haven't survived the last wave of attacks yet. Time passed slowly. Baoguo was the first to appear. Baoguo, phew! I almost died at the hands of that super-fast zombie. Qin Feng, congratulations. Baoguo, brother Qin Feng, you should be congratulating me. I only survived a normal wave of attacks, but you survived a hidden wave of attacks. Baoguo sighed. Qin Feng is really fast. Baoguo, right. Hasn't Qin and Weiwei finished yet? Qin Feng, not yet. It'll probably be a while longer. Qin Feng also felt a little worried. A few more minutes passed. Qin, my flames are almost gone. If another zombie comes, I'll be helpless and can only wait to die. Qin also appeared in the group chat. She survived the final wave of attacks. Now only Vivi hasn't made a move yet. Qin, Weiwei isn't finished yet. Is she having some kind of trouble? Baoguo, that should be true. Weiwei can release anesthetic gas, which can slow down the movement of those zombies. In addition, with the crossbow bolts that Brother Qin Feng gave her, she won't be much slower than us in dealing with these zombies. I saw the message in the group. Qin Feng's brows furrowed instantly. A strong sense of unease welled up inside me. He immediately contacted the Chinese commander. Ask Vivi what her current situation is. Didi. A message notification sound went off. Soon. The commander then replied. Commander, Qin Feng, congratulations on surviving the hidden attack. Vivi's situation is dire. She's run out of arrows, and her crossbow bolts were torn to shreds by a zombie. Although she can release anesthetic gas to slow the zombies, those high-level zombies are too powerful. Even at reduced speed, they're still beyond Vivi's capabilities. Her only option now is to run. Once her illusion points are depleted and she loses her slowing abilities, she'll be caught by the zombies. It's only a matter of time. Commander, Brother Qin Feng, I know you and Wei Wei have a good relationship, but sometimes there are many things we just can't change. The commander was worried that Qin Feng might be affected by Wei Wei. He was comforting Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. Then he seemed to realize something. He glanced at the inventory. Plant guide, sunflower green. Planting requirements, burial soil plus 1 sunflower seed plus 2 points of fantasy value plus LV4 talent. Growing, 109876. I saw the countdown numbers. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The sunflowers are ripe. Qin Feng, no. Vai vonte di. I have a way. Is there a solution? The Chinese commander looked at the message sent by Qin Feng. They were stunned. He couldn't understand it. How can Qin Feng save Wei Wei? Shall we give Vivi another crossbow bolt? But this is the situation now. Does anyone have it? Even if it exists, who would take it out? Brother Qin Feng isn't one to make empty promises. Perhaps he really does have a way. This beautiful Chinese girl is going to die. Good heavens. Qin Feng's killing of people is inextricably linked to this young Chinese woman. She got her comeuppance. Good riddance. That little wench should have died long ago. She has no fighting ability whatsoever, relying entirely on the crossbow bolts that Chinese kid gave her. Without this young woman manufacturing medicine, let's see how this Chinese kid will still rip people off. That Chinese kid's rapid advancement is mostly related to that Chinese girl. Once she dies, Qin Feng's advancement speed will drop significantly. Huh. People from all over the world saw Vivi on the verge of despair in the projected image. They are about to die in the jaws of zombies. Everyone was overjoyed. They can't see Qin Feng. Watching Qin Feng's partner, GA, is pretty cool too. Burial ground game, Vivi's territory. A petite figure fled through the gray mist. Behind him was a group of menacing zombies. They roared and howled. It reeked of a nauseating, putrid stench. A figure was relentlessly pursuing them ahead. Call! Wei Wei's face was as pale as paper. Her clothes were already soaked with sweat. Strands of hair clung messily to her face. Her breathing was rapid and heavy. He looked back at the approaching zombies. A bitter smile appeared on Wei Wei's face. Brother Qin Feng, this is the best Wei Wei can do. Unfortunately, Vivi can no longer make medicine for you. A determined look appeared on Wei Wei's face. Then, she immediately stopped releasing the anesthetic gas. Lips open and close. To manufacture medicine, Vivi knew she couldn't survive. Continuing to release anesthetic gas would only prolong the time before death. Wasting fantasy points. Rather than waste it, why not use these fantasy points to make some medicine for Brother Qin Feng? Brother Qin Feng, you've always been the one taking care of Wei Wei, so let Wei Wei help you one last time. Just then, Didi, a notification sound is playing. Chapter 68 Sunflower makes a difference. Vivi also survived the attack wave. Group member Qin Feng gifted you 10 sunflowers. A sudden sound rang out. This left Wei Wei stunned. Brother Qin Feng? Didi. At this moment, the message notification sounded again. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, these sunflowers can attack fantasy creatures. Use these sunflowers in conjunction with your anesthetic gas to deal with those zombies. Sunflowers have low attack power. However, it pairs well with Vivi's anesthetic gas. The most direct method. Vivi carried the sunflower and led the zombies away. It can also outrun those zombies to death. Can sunflowers attack zombies? Wei Wei was stunned for a moment. It's not just because sunflowers can attack. More importantly, because Qin Feng actually gave her plants? Roar. Because Vivi stopped using the anesthetic gas. Zombies were rapidly closing in from behind. Wei Wei snapped out her days. Except sunflowers. Immediately, she took out a sunflower and hugged it to her chest. Green light emanated from Vivi's arms. Shoot it at the zombie. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. Instantly, a series of information prompts floated out from the heads of those zombies. It really works. Wei Wei's mouth dropped open. This is amazing. The mere sight of green light illuminating these zombies was enough to cause them harm. For Qin Feng, sunflowers cause very little damage. But for Vivi, these sunflowers are simply treasures. You don't have to do anything. Sunflowers can attack zombies on their own. Marvelous. With these sunflowers, Vivi is confident that she can weather this final wave of attacks. She stopped making medicine. Continue using illusion points to release anesthetic gas. Only by surviving can we make more medicine for Brother Qin Feng. Roar. The effect of anesthetic gases. The zombies behind them slowed down again. Vivi just needs to hold the sunflower. Just keep a certain distance from these zombies. Bang. Soon, a low-level zombie's health points have reached 0. He fell to the ground immediately. It turned into a pile of rotten flesh. What the heck? How come this Chinese girl also has that kid's plant? Could it be that this young Chinese woman has 2 talents? Impossible. Each contestant only has 1 talent. That sunflower in that girl's hand must belong to Qin Feng. Why can Qin Feng's plants move? And why can they be used by others? Look, the sunflowers are planted in flower pots. It's probably the effect of the flower pots. Shit, a flower pot can move plants? And can be lent to other people? How is this supposed to work? Doesn't that mean this kid can lend plants to all the Chinese contestants? It's like that kid's talent was copied for every Chinese contestant. That's too unfair. I'm not convinced. How can a trashy farmer's talent be so overpowered? The people of all nations on Earth are in an uproar. Just a moment ago, they were still cheering and celebrating. Thankfully, Vivi is going to die. Qin Feng lost one of his right-hand men. Result: in the blink of an eye, this little girl is going to come back to life. Are you kidding me? These are Qin Feng's plants. Wow, Qin Feng's plants can actually move. Can he lend them to other people? Huh, great. That's wonderful. This way, Vivi can survive, and Vivi's innate medical skills can continue to be used. Most importantly, if Brother Qin Feng can lend all his plants to others, the chances of our Chinese contestants surviving the upcoming wave of attacks will increase rapidly. The people of China cheered and jumped for joy as they watched the projection. This is significant for China. This is a great blessing. Roar. Behind Vivi, another zombie fell to the ground. This is the 5th one already. After understanding the sunflower's attack principles, Wei Wei placed the sunflowers that Qin Feng had given her on the ground at a distance. She then led the zombies behind her in circles. They remained within the attack range of these sunflowers. At this time, behind Vivi, only 3 high-level zombies remained. And these 3 high-level zombies are almost out of health. It's teetering on the brink of collapse and could die any moment. Vivi led the zombies around again. Roar. Accompanied by several unwilling roars. 3 high-level zombies fell to the ground one after another. It turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Call. Wei Wei wiped the fine sweat from her forehead with her small hand. He looked back at the zombie corpses on the ground. Her little face was still full of disbelief. I actually made it through. After calming down from my excitement, Wei Wei quickly opened the group chat. I'll let everyone know I'm safe. Baohua and Qin saw Wei Wei pop up. I'm very happy. At the same time, the 2 of them were also very curious. Vivi, how did she survive this last wave of attacks? They also inquired with the commander. The answer we received was that Wei Wei's situation was not optimistic. It's almost impossible for them to survive. Wei Wei, it was Brother Qin Feng who helped me. If it weren't for Brother Qin Feng, I wouldn't be able to see everyone again. Baohua, Qin Feng helped you? How did he help? Pao Qin, did Brother Qin Feng give you a new crossbow? Both Baohua and Qin were puzzled. Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng gave me plants, 10 sunflowers. The sunflowers can attack those zombies. All the zombies chasing me were killed by the sunflowers that Brother Qin Feng gave me. The message that was sent. Vivi also attached a photo. Buried on the ground, piles of zombie corpses were scattered haphazardly. And beside these corpses, there were 10 sunflowers radiating a green glow. Chapter 69. The attack wave ends. Rewards announced. Vivi uses sunflower? Baohua and Qin were both stunned. Baohua, can Brother Qin Feng really lend his plants to others? I've never heard of that before. Qin, this ability might only belong to Brother Qin Feng. It's simply unbelievable. If it's true, Brother Qin Feng's talent is just too heaven-defying. The 2 were utterly shocked. They knew the abilities of Qin Feng's plants. This is absolutely outrageous. Now, can it be lent to others? If, they can also get some plants. Combat strength will be greatly enhanced. Certainly, they won't take it for free. We can exchange goods for it. Baohua, by the way, where's Brother Qin Feng? Why hasn't he shown up? Baohua was very excited, even though Vivi said it. But he still wanted to hear Qin Feng say it himself. Qin Feng naturally saw the group members chat as well. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Qin Feng cough. Feeling good. That was awesome. There's a saying, isn't there? To not desire wealth and status is like wearing fine clothes at night. If you have something to show off, you'll feel uncomfortable. That's about it. It's time to make our appearance. Qin Feng coughed a few times. Qin Feng, Wei, congratulations on surviving the attack. Wei, hee. This is all thanks to brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng, it's mainly because your anesthetic gas is effective. Otherwise, sunflowers alone wouldn't be very useful. Wei, who said that? If it weren't for brother Qin Feng's sunflowers, Wei would have been eaten by those zombies. Brother Qin Feng's sunflowers are the most important. Seeing Qin Feng and Wei praising each other so much, Baohua and Qin couldn't help but laugh. Baohua couldn't suppress his curiosity either. Baohua, brother Qin Feng, Wei said that you can lend your plants to others. Is that true? Qin Feng, that's right. Wei wasn't lying. After surviving the hidden attack wave, I obtained the flower pot crafting blueprint. I can make flower pots, and as long as I plant plants in them, the plants can move. They can also be sold or given away to others. I'll give everyone a few plants later. Baohua, this? You've really surprised us. But we can't take your plants for free. Let's do business as usual. Qin, not bad. Same transaction as before. It's true that the two of them coveted Qin Feng's plants. But I will never take advantage of Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the messages from the two people. A sense of helplessness. Harmful. Being too honest with your teammates isn't a good thing. They can't even send things away. I'll just pick up a few things later, just to show my appreciation. Then, Qin Feng chatted with the group members for a while longer. All four survived the final wave of attacks. At Qin Feng's movable plants, the group members were in a good mood. They were having a very lively conversation. At this moment, the first wave of attacks has ended. There were 10,000 participants in this round, and 2,025 are currently alive. The first wave of attacks has ended. There were 10,000 participants in this round, and 2,025 are currently alive. The first wave of attacks has ended. There were 10,000 participants in this round, and 2,025 are currently alive. A cold, impersonal notification sounded in the burial ground game. Holy crap, more than 7,000 people died. Qin Feng was speechless. So many people are gone in just the first round. This mortality rate is incredible. I'm not dead. Ha. I'm not dead. I survived the first wave of attacks. Wah. I'm not dead. I, Nejiri Ichiro, am truly destined for greatness. A small attack wave. It won't kill me. It will only make me stronger. Qin Feng, I will make you regret this. God bless. God bless. I, John, will believe in God forever. In the regional channel, the surviving contestants heard the notification tone. Overjoyed, I cried tears of happiness. Seeing how happy these guys are, Qin Feng couldn't resist joining in. Qin Feng, the deceased contestants have found peace. But you, my friends, those who survived are the true heroes. Hey kid, what trick are you playing now? Don't force me to curse you when I'm happiest. Could it be that they're pulling this trick again? Who are your friends? You pretend to be nice to lure us in, then humiliate us? Do you think we'll fall for it again and again? Curry, you Chinese brat. We've all gained a lot of fantasy points from this wave of attacks. Once our talents are upgraded, our combat power will increase dramatically. Your plants are nothing but trash in front of us. Just wait to die. I saw Qin Feng. The participants from various countries reacted as if they were seeing their father's killer. They started cursing in unison. Wow, these guys have all gotten smarter. Qin Feng looked at the various insults in the regional channel. He showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng, you all seem so happy. You must have all ranked very high, right? The regional channel went silent. The participants from all countries looked horrified. This wave of attacks. It goes without saying. This Chinese kid is definitely number one. I am impressed. This Chinese kid is putting on an act. But they simply had no way to solve it. Qin Feng, you all seem so happy. So, I suppose none of you are injured? Qin Feng, since you're all so happy, you must all be very confident in weathering the next wave of attacks, right? Qin Feng, I'm going to sell medicine at a high price later, so I'm letting everyone know in advance, and you should be prepared. Qin Feng sent several messages in a row. He just couldn't stand seeing these guys happy. I'm happy to see these guys. You just want to go up and stomp on it a couple of times. Am I a bit of a pervert? No. To deal with these guys, you have to strike hard. How is that considered abnormal? I gave myself some psychological counseling. Qin Feng felt completely refreshed. The regional channel was shut down directly. Why? Showing off and then running away, that felt so good. Chinese boy, get out here. No way, Qin Feng. I'll kill you. Participants from various countries were furious. Damn it. My joy was short-lived. It was all ruined by this Chinese kid. Is this Chinese kid a devil? The first wave of attacks has ended. Rankings are now being tallied. The chilling notification sound echoed once again throughout the burial ground game. It instantly attracted the attention of all the contestants and people from all over the world. I wonder where Japan will rank this time. My country, the Eagle, was #1 last time, and we will definitely be #1 again this time. The first one is a bit difficult. That Chinese kid not only survived the wave of attacks, but also the wave of hidden attacks. Curry. My country, White Elephant Kingdom, is definitely in the top 3. Impossible. If it weren't for that Chinese kid, my universe would definitely be #1. While people from all over the world were arguing heatedly, the rankings for the first wave of attacks are out. First place, Huaxia Qin Feng, successfully survived 9 waves of attacks, 5 waves of regular attacks, and 4 waves of hidden attacks. 3,192 fantasy creatures killed. Total fantasy points earned, 1463. Time spent, 7 hours and 42 minutes. Awards include 32,500 tons of Huaxia Wuchang rice, 39,000 tons of Beidawang soybeans, 97,500 tons of Jingbaiwei sweet potatoes, and 22.1 million cubic meters of Waha mineral water. Chapter 70. All Nations' Defenses Collapse. Accompanied by a cold, impersonal notification sound. Outside of the burial ground game, within the territory of Blue Star, China. Suddenly, something strange happened. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous roar resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. The land of China, which had been polluted and turned into a desolate wasteland. It was as if I had been awakened by a mysterious force. A gloomy, overcast sky. Suddenly, it was torn apart by countless golden rays of light. These rays of light were like giant pillars of light. It shot straight toward the ground. It dyed the entire land of China gold. Immediately afterwards, where the light shines, sacks of rice, soybeans, sweet potatoes, and mineral water appeared out of nowhere. The rice was white and translucent, shimmering with an alluring luster. The soybeans are plump and have a subtle soybean aroma. The sweet potatoes have smooth skin and are uniform in size. The clear water was also neatly arranged in the form of huge water jugs. Is this really true? An elderly Chinese man in tattered clothes. With trembling hands, he scooped up a handful of rice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Cloudy tears slid down her cheeks. A drop of rice dripped onto my hand. Will China one day be able to obtain so many resources? Food. Lots of food. We have food. Water. Water. So much water. Over 1 billion Chinese people are overjoyed. Heaven has not abandoned China. God bless China. God bless China. It's not that God blesses China. It's that Brother Qin Feng is here. That's right. It was Brother Qin Feng who saved China. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. In a short time, the entire land of China was in an uproar. So many supplies. It's enough to feed China's more than 1 billion people for 10 days. If we save some money, that's enough to feed over 1 billion people in China for a month. For how many years has China not received so many supplies? Over 1 billion Chinese people are struggling to survive. We've almost fallen into despair. Now, hope has returned. At this time, people in other countries on Earth witness this scene. My heart is filled with jealousy and resentment. It's impossible. Why did China receive so many resources? This weight is almost 3 or 4 times that of the previous #1. Wuchang rice, Beidawang soybeans, Jingbaiwei sweet potatoes, Waha mineral water. These seem to be big brands from 100 years ago on Earth. Only a very few wealthy people could afford them. Why is it that when my country came in first place, the rewards were always moldy rice, sprouted soybeans, rotten sweet potatoes, and rancid bottled water? Why? Could it be that the burial grounds game has increased the rewards because it sees fewer and fewer living beings on Earth? That must be it. If the burial ground game doesn't increase the rewards, many people on Earth will starve to death, and then there won't be any participants left to compete. Good morning. Wuchang rice. I can eat wuchang rice now. Hurry up and give me my reward. My stomach is rumbling with hunger. At this moment, the cold, impersonal notification sounded again. Second place, John from Eagle Country successfully survived 5 waves of attacks, 5 waves of normal attacks. Killed 72 fantasy creatures. Total fantasy points gained, 420. Time taken, 21 hours and 53 minutes. The award includes 11,200 tons of rice, 123,000 tons of soybeans, 34,500 tons of sweet potatoes, and 720 liters of Waha mineral water from the United Kingdom. Within Eagle Country, strange phenomena also occurred. Rice, soybeans, sweet potatoes, and water resources are arriving in abundance. However, their numbers are incomparable to those of China. Why didn't the brand be mentioned in the rewards I received from the game Burial Soil for my country of Eagle? Some people were puzzled and looked confused. It's probably missing. A quick check will tell. The rice is still moldy. The soybeans are still sprouting. The sweet potato is still rotten. The mineral water is still spoiled. The United States has been breached. The rankings for the Burial Grounds game are still ongoing. Third place, Ivan from the Russian Bear Country successfully survived 5 waves of attacks, 5 waves of normal attacks. Killed 68 fantasy creatures. Total fantasy points earned, 412. Time taken, 25 hours and 35 minutes. Rewarding rise from the Russian Bear Country. Moldy, sprouting, rotten, spoiled. The Russian Bear Country's defenses have been breached. Fourth place, Japan, the land of cherry blossoms. We are too. The cherry blossom kingdom has been breached. As rankings emerge one by one, the defenses of all countries have been breached. In the past, they were overjoyed to receive resources. But now we have a comparison with Qin Feng's rewards. They instantly felt bored. 1024th place, Huaxia Baogoa. 1136th place, Huaxia Qin. 1956th place, Huaxia Weiwei. Following Qin Feng, the rankings of Baoguo, Qin, and Weiwei also appeared one after another. A reward has descended upon China, although the 3 received the same rewards as those from other countries. They were all moldy, sprouting, rotten, and rancid, but the Chinese people showed no disdain whatsoever. They're all people who have experienced hardship. We're lucky to have anything to eat. What else is there to choose from? The 4 contestants survived the wave of attacks. It has been many years since China has witnessed such a miracle. The great era of our Chinese nation has arrived. Qin Feng, Guo, Qin, Weiwei, you are all outstanding. Hundreds of millions of Chinese people, thank you for your contributions. Within the game Burial Soil, Qin Feng saw the thank you message sent by the commander. The curve of the corners of the mouth is even harder to suppress than AK. This amount of supplies should be enough to last everyone for a while. There's another reward if you get through the second round. Qin Feng set himself a small goal. The second wave of attacks. Let's try to get first place again. Chapter 71 Team Mode. A pea shooter is given as a gift to group members. Episode 2025. The Peak of the Cosmic Kingdom. Successfully survived 5 waves of attacks. 5 waves of normal attacks. 54 fantasy creatures killed. Total fantasy points earned, 325. Time taken, 35 hours and 6 minutes. Awarded 10 kilograms of rice and 1 kilogram of soybeans from the Universe Kingdom. An hour passed. The prize for the last place winner has also been distributed. 10 kilograms of rice? Qin Feng was shocked when he saw this number. That's so lame. Is it enough for 10 people to eat for a day? Baoguo, this is the cruelty of the burial game. The strong eat meat, the weak drink soup, and the dead eat dirt. Qin, I wonder how many more people on Blue Star will starve to death this time. Weiwei, this time, we Chinese will finally have enough to eat. Baoguo, yes. We Chinese can finally eat our fill. Only if we continue to move forward and achieve even better results can China become even better. The group members were deeply moved. At this moment, the cold notification sound rang out again in the burial ground game. Rewards distribution has ended. The second wave of attacks on the Tide machines is about to begin. The drop rate for yellow treasure chests has been increased to 10%. The drop rate for blue treasure chests has been increased to 0.1. In this wave of attacks, the territories of 2 participants will be randomly placed in the same area. Participants can choose to team up and get through the second wave of attacks together. Once a team is successfully formed, team members cannot harm each other. The countdown to the second wave of attacks is 14 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. This wave of attacks will feature even more terrifying creatures than humans have ever imagined, and may even involve the supernatural. All participants are urged to improve their strength as soon as possible. Team up? Curry curry. Great. I hope I get a female teammate. I'll show her my gentlemanly manners. I want a lowly, preferably one dressed in a maid outfit. I want a mature, sophisticated woman, the kind who wears black stockings. Lolita? Mature woman? What's the point of those? I want a married woman, still charming and knowledgeable. I want a handsome guy with a buzz cut, round face, full beard, and wearing white socks. Preferably someone whose feet sweat easily. A bunch of perverts. Teaming up with the strong is the best way. Will beautiful women be enough to help you survive the second wave of attacks? Don't forget, the second wave of attacks will involve supernatural beings. You said it yourself. It might involve the supernatural. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well match up with a beautiful woman and enjoy ourselves before we die. There was a lot of discussion about it on the regional channels. Participants from different countries had different ideas. Team up? Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised. He was having a great time by himself. What team should we form? Baogua. The second wave of attacks was actually in team mode, which was really unexpected. Qin, if you can be matched with a good teammate, the probability of passing the second wave of attacks will greatly increase. Wei, I wonder if I'll be able to match with brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng, given the nature of the burial soil game, I'm afraid they won't let participants from the same country team up. Baogua, that's very likely. Baogua, I wonder who will be matched with brother Qin Feng. This is really lucky. Qin, I hope I can be matched with a pretty good teammate. Qin Feng, everyone, be careful before you successfully form a team. Qin Feng gave a reminder. Qin, brother Qin Feng, what do you mean? Qin Feng, the burial soil game states that once a team is successfully formed, team members cannot harm each other. But it doesn't say that they cannot harm each other before a team is successfully formed. I saw Qin Feng's message. The group members recalled the events. It turns out it really is true. The group chat suddenly fell silent. Baogua, brother Qin Feng is right. When we encounter other contestants, we must be extra careful. We can't let our guard down before we successfully form a team. If the other party has any ulterior motives, we must strike first. Qin Feng, not bad. However, if you could team up, you should try to team up. Two people working together is always better than one. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the burial ground game. The earth tremors grew stronger. It was as if the whole world was trembling under this force. The thick gray fog resembled a surging black tide. They tumble and converge at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, this made the already gloomy burial ground world even more tightly enveloped. Deep in the gray fog, various strange sounds could be faintly heard. It seemed as if countless unknown creatures were roaming and roaring within. Qin Feng stood inside the small wooden house. I watched the changes in the burial ground through the window. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were full of vigilance. The atmosphere in the burial ground game is even more oppressive, and the fantastical creatures in the gray fog are even more terrifying. He thought of the blood rats that appeared in the last wave of attacks. The blood rat is related to the extraordinary. Other contestants might encounter extraordinary beings, but I'm the one who's going to encounter one. Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless. Damn it, the burial ground game is purely targeted. But Qin Feng had nothing to be afraid of. Extraordinary? How many pea bullets can you withstand? Speaking of pea bullets, Qin Feng quickly looked towards the corner of the wooden house. The 8 pea shooters are shaking their big heads. Qin Feng only had 8 pea seeds left on his body. He planted them all in flower pots. The pea shooter is ripe. Open the chat window. Free gift, Vivi Pea Shooter X2. 2 free pea shooters. Gift, 2 pea shooter. Qin Feng kept 2 pea shooter plants for himself and gave 6 to the group members. The group chat instantly became lively. Vivi, wow, what an adorable pea shooter. Baogua, is this the pea shooter? Huh, I never thought I'd get a pea shooter. Qin, I never expected this. This green thing can actually fire bullets and kill fantasy creatures. Baogua, with this pea shooter, it's like we're carrying a machine gun with us. Our grave digging efficiency will be greatly improved. The group members were very happy. He was playing with 2 pea shooters. I love it so much. In addition to excitement, the group members were also pondering this. How can I repay Qin Feng? The pea shooter, such a precious treasure. They can't let Qin Feng suffer a loss. But, after thinking it over and over, they don't seem to have anything as valuable as 2 pea shooters. Final. The group members decided to give all their supplies to Qin Feng. Bawa, brother Qin Feng, the value of our supplies is far less than the 2 pea shooters you gave us. We'll make it up to you when we dig up more. Qin Feng would never accept these supplies from the group members. Click reject for all. Qin Feng, I don't need any supplies. If you find any seeds or plant illustrations, just give them to me. These 2 pea shooters will be my investment. Qin Feng, that's all. I have things to do. After saying that, Qin Feng immediately closed the group chat. We won't give anyone a chance to refute us. The group chat was quiet for a while. After a long while, Qin, we owe brother Qin Feng another favor. Well, yes. All we can do is dig up more plant seeds and plant guides for brother Qin Feng. Wei, digging up the grave. Qin Feng, after leaving the group chat, he then checked his own information. Chapter 72. Continuing to dig up old graves. Burial survival game. Contestant, Qin Feng, ID 50000000000. Physical strength, 12, 10 for adult males. Health, 10 to 10. Hunger level, 8 to 10. Fantasy value, 1523. Talent, Farmer LV for 102 to 400. Items, Level 1 Artificial Greenhouse Blueprint X1, Sunflower Seeds X23, Walnuts X4, Wood X302, Stones X25, Plastic X55, Iron Blocks X35. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. Countdown to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 14 days, 21 hours, and 42 minutes. Qin Feng clicked on the blueprints for a Level 1 artificial greenhouse. Instantly, a string of messages popped up. Grade A artificial greenhouse. Specifications, 10. Construction materials, 200 plastic, 100 wood, 50 iron blocks. We have enough wood, but we're still short on plastic and iron blocks. Especially the plastic. The difference is huge. Qin Feng's biggest wish right now is to build the greenhouse. As long as the greenhouse comes out, his quality of life will improve dramatically. With so much plastic missing, it would be difficult to dig it up by yourself in a short time, and they would still rip you off. Didi, a notification sound plays. Vivi is giving you 500 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine. Vivi is giving you 20 by 50 milliliters wound medicines. Qin Feng, goodness Wei, we're really on the same wavelength. I was just about to go kill someone. Wei, brother Qin Feng, go and kill them. I really want to see it. Hee. Regarding Vivi's little wish, Qin Feng naturally had no reason to refuse. Open the regional channel. Qin Feng, selling medicine at a high price, limited quantity, first come, first served. Qin Feng, selling medicine at a high price, limited quantity, first come, first served. Qin Feng, selling medicine at a high price, limited quantity, first come, first served. I'll say it 3 times because it's important. This Chinese kid is here again. Qin Feng, I urge you to be kind. We've survived one wave of attacks together. After all, can you lower the price? We just survive a wave of attacks, and everyone's pretty low on supplies. In the face of medicine, the participants from various countries were extremely humble. No one is resisting Qin Feng's approach anymore, because they had boycotted it before. Result, a bunch of bastards verbally resist. They bought them all secretly. Qin Feng, no se place? A bunch of poor bastards. For these guys, Qin Feng would never tolerate this. Qin Feng, think about this carefully. Why are you still so poor even after the first wave of attacks has ended? Have you really been working hard to dig up the graves? Participants from various countries. Qin Feng, are you even human? We've been digging up graves day and night. Isn't that hard work? Qin Feng, you vampire. You capitalist who only knows how to exploit. Impossible. We just survived the first wave of attacks. We're true heroes, and you dare insult us? You deserve to die. Participants from various countries are furious. Qin Feng was thrilled. Don't say it. This way of roasting people is really effective. But this is only effective against alien races. Qin Feng would never use such words to deal with his own people. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and XX? Qin Feng, now that you know the first wave of attacks is over, why don't you hurry up and dig up the graves? Qin Feng, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. 10 plastics can be exchanged for 1 dose of medicine. First come, first served. After saying that, Qin Feng ignored these guys, closed the regional channel directly. He picked up a hoe and pushed open the shelter door. He's going to start doing what he used to do. Let's dig up the grave. We arrived outside the wooden house. Qin Feng began searching the burial mound. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. Wow, why is this grave mound harder to find than before? Not only that, Qin Feng also discovered the burial mounds have become sparser. Before, you can find a grave mound every few meters. But now, you can only find a grave mound every 10 meters or so. Am I the only one experiencing this? Or is everyone experiencing this? Qin Feng asked about it in the group chat. The result is, they're all the same. Damn this burial game. It's limiting the number of treasure chests we can dig up. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He picked up a hoe and started digging the grave. The drop rate for yellow treasure chests has increased to 10%, and green treasure chests can also be found now, with a drop rate of 0.1%. I wonder what's inside the green treasure chests. Grandpa, please bless me. Grandpa, please bless me. Give me a lucky start, and let me get a green treasure chest right away. Qin Feng muttered to himself. When the hoe was bounced up. Item, treasure chest. Rank white. Hint. This is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Depend on. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 20 L of foot bath water X1. Depend on. The 2 words fully illustrate Qin Feng's feelings at this moment. I could tolerate them giving me bath water before. The first treasure chest in the second wave of attacks. It's just foot bath water again? Are you kidding me? Qin Feng really couldn't understand it. What exactly is the purpose of this foot bath water? It's impossible for me to drink it myself. Or, how about selling it to those guys? Qin Feng thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible. Open your inventory. Qin Feng first checked the information about the 5 L of bathwater he had dug out earlier. Item, bathwater. Hint. This is the bathwater of an actress named Scarlett O'Hara from 100 years ago. For some reason, her bathwater is here. Scarlett? Qin Feng's expression turned strange. He had heard the story of the woman's bathwater. It's quite reasonable for bathwater like this to appear in a burial ground game, since the bathwater is Scarlett's. Whose foot bath water is this? Qin Feng was filled with curiosity. Take a look. Item, bathwater. Hint. This is the bathwater of a female celebrity named Yang Mi from 100 years ago. For some reason, her foot bath water is here. Forehead. Yang Mi's foot bath water. Qin Feng's expression became even more strange. It's one thing if someone wants to drink the bathwater. You can even drink the water from washing your feet. Good. You guys are really weird. I'm ashamed of myself. Chapter 73, Digging Up Graves. Mobile machine gun. I wonder if I can sell this water. Qin Feng put the bathwater and foot washing water back into his inventory. I'm planning to find an opportunity to try trading. Perhaps someone with a unique taste will like it. Then, he continued his grave digging business. I walked more than 10 meters. We've finally found another burial mound. He picked up a hoe and started digging furiously. Item, treasure chest. Rank white. Hint. This is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Roar. The moment the white treasure chest was opened, a roar erupted. A low-level zombie appeared. It charged towards Qin Feng. It's here. I saw this low-level zombie. Qin Feng remained calm and composed. There was even a tiny bit of excitement and anticipation. Come out. Qin Feng opened his palm. It seemed like a summons. A vibrant green plant appeared in the palm of my hand. Pea shooter makes its debut. Qin Feng holds a pea shooter in his hand. Target the zombies. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The pea shooter's big head is shaking. Puff, puff, puff. Pea bullets were fired like they were free. The powerful impact caused the zombie's body to stagger backward. Each shot hit. A hole the size of a bowl will appear on the zombie's decaying body. Black, filthy blood was splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the low-level zombie had its chest blasted through. A huge hole has appeared. Roar. Accompanied by a roar of unwillingness. The low-level zombie staggered and fell to the ground. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Fantasy value +3. This is so awesome. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Pea shooter holding a hand. It's like carrying a machine gun. And this is without recoil. A machine gun with unlimited ammo. Cool. It felt so good. The same scene. This didn't just happen to Qin Feng. Bao, Qin, and Wei Wei were also digging up the grave. Roar. Vivi was the first to dig up a zombie. Looking at the zombies rushing towards them, Vivi immediately released the anesthetic gas, then quickly run away. But, as she ran, she seemed to have thought of something. I'm so confused. Why are you running? I have a pea shooter that Brother Qin Feng gave me. A thought crossed my mind. A pea shooter appeared in Vivi's arms, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Vivi is holding the pea shooter. Aim the pea shooter at the approaching zombies. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Each bullet, as small as a pea, shot out like an arrow. A moment later, zombie died. That's amazing, Vivi exclaimed in surprise. His little face was filled with shock. Pea shooters are much better than crossbows. The crossbow bolts had to be manually pulled. This pea shooter just needs to aim at the zombies. It attacked automatically, and its rate of fire is incredibly fast. At this time, she finally experienced the joy of being with Brother Qin Feng. If she had this before, does she still need to be afraid of zombies? Vivi opened the group chat. I couldn't wait to share it with everyone. Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng's pea shooter is really amazing. Attached image. Inside, there was a scene of Vivi holding a pea shooter and killing zombies. Soon, Bao and Qin also made appearances. Qin, Brother Qin Feng, this pea shooter is amazing. It takes less than a second to kill a low-level zombie. With the pea shooter, we don't even need to expend any energy to deal with zombies. Bao, yes. Brother Qin Feng really gave us a great gift. The group members were in high spirits. At this moment, Qin Feng, he also looked completely surprised. If I give someone else a pea shooter that kills a zombie, do I also get fantasy points? Qin Feng was digging the grave properly. Sudden, a series of images popped up in front of me. Fantasy value plus 1.5. Fantasy value plus 1.5. Fantasy value plus 1.5. He clearly did not kill any zombies. Why am I getting a notification to increase my fantasy points? And the numbers are so strange? Qin Feng quickly came up with an idea. There's only one truth. This fantasy value is related to the pea shooter he gave to the group members. He recalled for a moment. When I gave sunflowers to Vivi before, and Vivi used sunflowers to kill zombies, I seem to have gained fantasy points as well. I was just too focused on Wei Wei at the time, so I didn't notice. Qin Feng was shocked. If a plant kills a fantasy creature in someone else's hands, and I get a share of the fantasy points. A bold idea popped into Qin Feng's mind. I can sell the plants to others at a high price, not only making a profit, but also letting others earn fantasy points for me for free. Wonderful. That's brilliant. Qin Feng gave himself a big thumbs up for his cleverness. Another way to fleece people. First, dig up the graves, then go back and slaughter those guys. At this time, the scene of the Chinese group using the pea shooter to kill zombies also caught the attention of people from various countries on Earth. This Chinese kid can use those incredible plants himself, and he can even share them with other Chinese contestants. How are we supposed to compete? Who can beat them? It's impossible for each Chinese participant to have an unlimited machine gun. These guys in China can dig up graves without any cost. That's too much. I'm not convinced. The people of all nations on Earth were in an uproar. Qin Feng alone is already outrageous enough. Now it's how it is. All the contestants from China have become clones of Qin Feng. That's absolutely outrageous. He opened the door for something so outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. But many people also dismiss this idea. Everyone's talents have been upgraded, so dealing with low-level zombies isn't too difficult anymore. Even if they all have plants, they don't have the same advantage as in the early stages. At most, they can dig graves a little faster than the other contestants. Not bad. As the fantastical creatures get stronger, the effectiveness of these plants belonging to the Chinese boy will decrease. This strange pea can shoot bullets, but can bullets kill extraordinary beings? My ninjutsu, the ninja technique of Nigiri from Sakura country, will crush this Chinese kid's plants. Pea shooter? I'm really looking forward to seeing this kid encounter an extraordinary fantasy creature and see what use his pea shooter will be. Chapter 74 Plant Guide, Water Lilies. Within the game, Burial Soil. Qin Feng naturally had no idea. Because of the pea shooter I sent out, another bloody storm has been unleashed on Earth. At this moment, they are working hard to dig up the grave. One by one, the treasure chests were opened. Qin Feng's fantasy value and resources increased dramatically. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2 men's jeans, 2 white vests, and 2 jackets. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 5 Yunnan buyout toothpastes and 10 toothbrushes. Oh, toothpaste and toothbrush. I saw these 2 things. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Since entering the game Burial Land, brushing his teeth became a major problem for him. He always used charcoal and his fingers to brush his teeth. Now we have toothpaste and toothbrushes. Much more convenient. Keep digging up old posts. With a clang, the hope bounced away. A long-lost ray of light shone forth. Item, treasure chest. Grade, yellow. Hint, this is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Yellow treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, open it directly. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained the Water Lily Encyclopedia and 50 water lily seeds. Wow, my luck is off the charts. The first yellow chest in the second wave of attacks contained a plant encyclopedia. Qin Feng checked the information about the water lilies. Plant guide, water lilies. Planting requirements, water +1 water lily +1 point of fantasy value plus LV5 talent. Cooking time, 5 minutes. Hint, this is a water lily modified by a mad scientist. It grows in water and, once mature, has a soil-like effect. Plants can be planted on top of the water lily. The results were just as I expected. With these water lilies, we don't have to worry about the acid rain lake outside the cabin. Qin Feng accepted the water lily illustration. No fantastical creatures have appeared at Acid Rain Lake yet. There's no rush to plant water lilies. Keep digging up old posts. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received a milk tea set. 500 milliliters red bean black glutinous rice milk tea X3, 500 milliliters thick taro boba milk tea X3, 500 milliliters QQ red glutinous rice mochi X3, 500 milliliters super delicious strawberry daifuku X3, 500 milliliters cheese grape milk foam X3, cheese strawberry X3. Wow, so many flavors of milk tea. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, although he is a boy. But before coming to the burial ground game, he really likes drinking milk tea, especially when playing games. Playing games. Drinking milk tea. I am absolutely thrilled. I'll send some more to Wei Wei later. She definitely likes milk tea. Keep digging up old posts. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. The white treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained. After digging up several white treasure chests in succession, with a clang, the hoe bounced away. A familiar light shone forth. Another yellow treasure chest has been unearthed. A 10% chance is awesome. Open the yellow treasure chest. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have received a 100L water boiler X1, a wooden bathtub, diameter 0.8 x height 0.6 x1, 50 kilograms charcoal X1, and bath towels X5. Bath set. I saw this. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Before we arrive at the burial ground game, he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't shower for a day. After the burial game, he hasn't taken a shower yet. Go to sleep at night. It feels like ants are crawling all over my body. The tools are quite complete. However, the most crucial element is still missing. Water. Qin Feng glanced at his inventory. A regrettable discovery. It's impossible to take a bath with the mineral water on his body. We'll have to wait until we find more water. I glanced at the time. They dug for more than 10 hours and only managed to dig 12 graves. Damn burial ground game. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. I thought it would end after the first wave of attacks. He can dig up more graves. Result: the burial mounds have become sparser. The number of grave mounds he dug actually decreased. Not only that, Qin Feng also felt the burial soil harden. It's even harder to dig now. It seems this damn burial game is determined to make life miserable for everyone. I'm a little tired. Let's dig one last one and call it a day. Qin Feng's stomach rumbled with thunder. I want to go back to cooking. Certainly. Besides, he has a ton of other things to do when he gets back. When? Item, treasure chest. Rank white. Hint, this is a white treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 packs of pickled cabbage instant noodles, 10 packs of 100 GS sweet potato noodles, 5 packs of braised pork with preserved mustard greens, and 10 packs of sweet bird's nest soup. Wow, I found so many good things in the white treasure chest. Qin Feng was extremely surprised. Not only are there meat dishes like braised pork with preserved mustard greens, but they also have them. They even have bird's nest. Wait, that's not right. No, this isn't right. Look at these things. Qin Feng suddenly realized something. These are all people who eat without making a sound, and then spit out the foam after they're done. No, I definitely can't eat these. Qin Feng put these foods into his inventory. He can't eat it, but you can sell it to other people to eat. He carried the hoe back to the cabin. Qin Feng closed the door, entered the bedroom, sitting on the soft bed, leaning against the wall. A thought crossed my mind. A warm cup of glutinous rice and red bean milk tea appeared in his hand. Qin Feng couldn't wait to puncture the membrane with a straw. He took a big sip. Instantly, a warm stream flowed into my mouth through the straw. The first thing that touches the tip of your tongue is the soft, chewy, glutinous rice. Each grain is plump and round. It has just the right amount of chewiness. It's like something playfully rolling around in your mouth. A rich and mellow aroma instantly filled the air. Immediately afterwards, a smooth and creamy red bean paste swirls in, sweet but not cloying. The rich aroma of soybeans instantly spreads in your mouth. It's as if the entire harvest of autumn has been condensed into one. Then, the silky, rich, milky aroma lingers in your mouth. It leaves a lingering aftertaste. This sip of milk tea went down my throat. The warm liquid slowly flowed down his throat. It felt as if a warm current was flowing into my whole body. A feeling of comfort arises spontaneously. Cool. Qin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. My tired body and mind were comforted by this sip of milk tea. I felt extremely relaxed instantly. Qin Feng savored his milk tea. He gave Wei Wei 2 servings of each flavor of milk tea. Vivi did not respond. They should be resting. Qin Feng then opened the regional channel. He began to examine the medicines he had put up for sale. 2/3 of the medicine has been sold, so it seems not many people own plastic bottles. But there's enough plastic. Qin Feng glanced at it. Plastic plus 175. In addition, there was plastic on his body. That's enough to build a greenhouse. All that's missing now is the iron block. Qin Feng directly changed the trading terms for the remaining medicines to iron blocks. After doing all this, Qin Feng is about to get to the main event, selling bathwater and foot bath water. As is customary, Qin Feng first posted a message in the regional channel to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 75, Selling Bathwater. Why is there hair in this water? Qin Feng, water for sale. Huge clearance sale. 1-to-1 exchange. Don't miss out. Selling water at low prices? Did I hear that right? For this Chinese kid to utter such a phrase is more bizarre than the sun rising in the west. Everyone be careful. This guy's got a lot of bad intentions. Water's so precious in this godforsaken place. Do you think he'd sell it cheaply out of kindness? He's probably up to some dirty trick. Is this Chinese kid going to sell the water from the acid rain pool? This message had just been sent out. The entire regional channel instantly became like a powder keg that had been ignited. It exploded. Qin Feng was utterly helpless. What about trust between people? Harmful. Let the facts speak for themselves. Qin Feng tried putting bathwater and foot washing water on the shelves. I can't get rid of the words bathwater and foot wash. Qin Feng looked at the large characters on it. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Try this and see if it works. Is it really drinking water? And it's drinkable. Has this kid changed his ways? Since the game indicates that you can drink it, there shouldn't be any problems. It's possible that this Chinese kid has too much water, so he wants to exchange it for something else. Participants from various countries on Earth were all talk and no action. Although he was cursing Qin Feng, but the body is always honest. A pair of eyes were constantly watching Qin Feng's movements. I can really drink the water that Qin Feng put on the shelves. Those guys whose throats are parched from lack of water. Without saying a word, they placed orders as quickly as hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. I finally managed to get a good deal from Qin Feng. This is an opportunity you absolutely cannot miss. Purchase. You absolutely must buy it. Soon, Qin Feng sold several liters of the water he had listed. I'll drink this water. No problem. This Chinese kid finally showed some conscience for once. Unbelievable. This Chinese kid would actually do something like this. Qin Feng Jun, I'm giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Trade the food you have on you. Good morning. I heard your plants are for sale now. Bring out your pea shooters to sell. I'll trade you 100 g of rice for 1 pea shooter. The participants from various countries thought that Qin Feng had reformed. They all sent out various transaction requests in the regional channels. The messages kept rolling in like snowflakes. However, good times don't last long. Sudden, discordant news has emerged. Why does this water taste a little strange? It's not weird. It's just very fast. How come there's hair in the water? I can't believe it. I also feel there's something wrong with this water. Why does my water smell so sour? Curry. I don't taste anything. You must be mistaken. Shit. Absolutely. There's something wrong with this water. My water smells awful. The regional channels are down. The screen was flooded with all sorts of insults. Why do you guys have such a sensitive sense of taste? Qin Feng muttered to himself. My sense of taste is a little off. Wouldn't that solve everything? Shit. This Chinese kid is selling something wrong with the water. It's not drinking water. Look, there's a line of small print under the bottle this guy is selling. Bath water? Foot bath water. This kid's playing a trick on us. Vomit. Fuck you. Qin Feng, give me my money back. Give me my money back now, or I'll never forgive you. Qin Feng looked at the explosive news. Calm expression. Steady as a rock. Refund? It doesn't exist. Money earned through one's own abilities. Why do I need a refund? I will never get my money back. Qin Feng decisively ignored these messages. He quickly posted a new transaction information. Qin Feng, selling pea shooter, sunflower, and potato mine. Plant? Within the noisy regional channel. They fell silent because of Qin Feng's message. Contestants from various countries were extremely envious of Qin Feng's plants. If there's a plant, for example, the pea shooter, they can now dig graves without incurring any costs. If you plant extra potato mines near the shelter, it can also be used as an alarm. In this way, they no longer have to worry when they sleep. Qin Feng, how do I trade plants? Participants from various countries inquired about the matter. Qin Feng, 20 plant seeds can be exchanged for 1 plant. It's impossible to exchange 20 seeds for 1 plant? Why don't you just rob someone? Shit, you can grow 20 plants from 20 seeds, and you only give us 1? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're dreaming. No one would do business with you. Qin Feng, that's too expensive. Make it cheaper. I'll trade you for 10 seeds for 1 plant. Participants from various countries started shouting on the regional channel. Expensive? They didn't actually think it was expensive, because they know it. The seeds were of little use to them. It cannot be planted. It doesn't fill me up much. He shouted loudly in the area channel. It's because they really want to change. Hopefully, the price of the Qin Feng will be reduced, so that they can exchange more plants. Qin Feng, take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then forget it. After saying that, Qin Feng ended the chat immediately. The remaining medicine has been sold. Qin Feng looked at the trading panel. His face lit up with joy. There are enough iron blocks. We can build greenhouses now. Why is the water level so low again? Qin Feng looked at the bathwater and foot-washing water on the shelf. If I remember correctly, we sold 3L in total, and then those guys realized it was bathwater and foot bathwater. So how come we sold another 4L? Qin Feng glanced at it. I discovered that most of the people buying water are from Japan, Sakura, and Shiro. There's more news? Kinta Sakura, Qin Feng. Don't misunderstand. I didn't buy this water to drink. Holy crap. When it comes to being a pervert, Sakura is the one. Qin Feng was speechless. Regarding what this guy said, Qin Feng didn't believe a single word of it. I bought water only after seeing that there were no other perverts. Qin Feng was too lazy to waste any more time. Remove bath water and foot bath water from the shelves immediately. He just figured it out. You shouldn't drink the bath water or foot bath water, but you can use it to water vegetables. And it might even be more nutritious than mineral water. Then, pick up the hoe. Push open the door. Qin Feng arrived outside the wooden house. The outside world was still shrouded in a layer of gray fog. It was eerie and silent. Occasionally, the roars of monsters could be heard from afar. It sends chills down your spine. Which place should we choose? Qin Feng paced around the wooden house. He walked and observed carefully. The ground is full of potholes. Everywhere there were traces of monsters ravaging the area. The surrounding area was filled with dug-up graves. It exudes an eerie aura. After careful consideration, Qin Feng finally stopped on the left side of the wooden house, an open space behind the acid rain pool. That's fine. A thought crossed my mind. A scroll fell into Qin Feng's hands. Level 1, Artificial Greenhouse Blueprints. Grade, A artificial greenhouse. Specifications, 10. Construction materials, 200 plastic, 100 wood, 50 iron blocks. Function, the artificial greenhouse is isolated from the burial soil, so the soil and air inside are not polluted by the burial soil, and grains and vegetables can be grown normally without being affected by the burial soil. Good. Qin Feng wants to build a greenhouse. We've had the blueprints for a first-class artificial greenhouse for quite some time now. However, materials are lacking. It has been unable to be built. We have enough materials now. We must build it immediately. Build level 1. With great excitement, Qin Feng was just about to give the order. Just then, da-da-da, the sound of high heels approached from afar. It resounded in the silent burial ground. The next moment, a crisp sound reached Qin Feng's ears. Mr. Qin, Chapter 76, Emma. Magic. Mr. Qin, a figure gradually became clear. Emerging from the gray fog, this is a foreign girl. Her brilliant blonde hair cascaded freely over her shoulders. A few wisps of hair playfully fell across her cheeks. It exudes youthful energy. His azure eyes were like a clear spring. The girl was tall and slender. He was wearing a long black robe. It covered the area above the knees. Her fair and slender calves were exposed. She was wearing black boots, stepping on the black burial soil. She was watching Qin Feng with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Qin Feng was also looking at the girl in front of him. His gaze traveled downwards. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't interested in the girl's long legs. Instead, his gaze fell on what the girl was holding. The girl held a small black stick in her left hand. He was holding a book in his right hand. Emma? Qin Feng asked. Mr. Qin, I'm so glad you recognized me. Emma nodded slightly to Qin Feng. The corners of his mouth curved up. This can be considered as an expression of goodwill towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng also laughed. Sure enough, you're my teammate. At first, Qin Feng was still somewhat puzzled by Emma's repeated mentions of cooperation. But when he heard the rules of the burial game, the second wave of attacks occurred when two people were working together. He already had some guesses. Then, he learned of Emma's talent from the commander. He became even more certain. Mr. Qin, shall we cooperate? Emma walked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. Cooperation is great. We should cooperate. The two seemed to be in complete agreement. However, the next moment, the art style has suddenly changed. Gilly gulu, gulu gilly. Emma uttered a string of unintelligible sounds. He waved a small black stick in front of him. Brush. A fist-sized green flame appeared out of thin air. It flew toward Qin Feng. It seemed like they had a tacit understanding. A green plant also appeared in Qin Feng's hand. They aimed directly at Emma. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The pea shooter's big head is shaking. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Pea bullets shot towards Emma. Bang, bang, bang. The pea bullets collided violently with the green fireballs in midair. Sparks flew everywhere. A series of loud bangs erupted. It was as if a dense drumbeat was playing in the burial ground. The green flames flickered violently during the collision. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air. It emitted a pungent, burnt smell. The green flames were constantly being consumed by the pea bullets. It's shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye. But the pea bullets were also quickly melted by the green flames. Unable to break through. To some extent, the green flames suppressed Qin Feng's pea bullets. It flew towards Qin Feng. But the pea shooter has nothing else. The main focus is on having many descendants and ensuring longevity. Shoot, shoo, shoo. A barrage of bullets was fired without restraint. The green flames were being consumed continuously. Final. It was completely obliterated at a distance of about 3 meters from Qin Feng. The pea shooter hasn't stopped attacking. A barrage of bullets shot toward Emma, who was not far away. Swish, swish, swish. Emma recited another incantation and waved the little black stick. 2 more balls of flame flew towards Qin Feng. This isn't over yet. The little black stick started fiddling with it again. A water jet followed closely behind the 2 balls of fire. It shot toward Qin Feng. This woman. Qin Feng sensed something was amiss. He quickly spread his other hand out. In an instant, another pea shooter appears in your palm. He held a pea shooter in each hand. At the same time, aim at the fireball released by Emma. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Pea bullets rained down like a storm. The pea bullets on both sides intertwined to form a dense network of fire. The 2 incoming fireballs collided in midair. The splashing green flames dispersed some of the gray mist. under the powerful firepower of the pea bullets. The two balls of flame were once again dispersed 3 meters away from Qin Feng. Sparks flew everywhere. But before Qin Feng could even breathe a sigh of relief, chirp! The water jet came hurtling towards us with a sharp whistling sound. Qin Feng had been on guard for some time. Push off with your toes. He retreated backward like a nimble cheetah. While retreating, he quickly adjusted the angle of the 2 pea shooters in his hands, combined their attack lines into one. The target was directly aimed at that water arrow. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Under the attack of 2 pea shooters, the water rockets were quickly depleted. It finally stopped 1 meter away from Qin Feng. My turn. No more obstacles. The pea bullets shot rapidly toward Emma. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Emma drew a circle in front of her with the small black stick in her hand. A green light flashed from the tip of the small black rod. A circular barrier was formed following the trajectory of the small black stick. Splash, splash, splash. Pea bullets were fired at the circular barrier. Ripples spread across the surface. It's like a pebble thrown into a lake. Time passed slowly. Both of them remained silent. His expression was indifferent, but I was still feeling uneasy. Qin Feng, this woman's magic is almost unbelievable. I wonder what other magic she knows. If only a few more of these fireballs or some other crazy spells came out. I'm not sure I can stop them. Emma, this guy's plants are really weird. 2 plants can break my fireball and water arrow spells. The most crucial point is, he doesn't consume any resources and can attack indefinitely. I simply can't outlast him. The barrier is about to break. Mr. Qin, you promised to cooperate with me before. Do you still stand by that promise? Emma asked. Qin Feng nodded. A promise is a promise. Since I said it, of course it stands. Okay, let's stop together on the count of 3. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 77. 90 out of 10 split. Team formed successfully. The countdown has ended. The pea shooter continues its attack. The barrier in front of Emma did not disappear. The two showed no signs of stopping. They exchanged a glance. The two remained calm. It was as if they weren't the ones who just told them to stop. Qin Feng took the initiative. Didn't we agree to stop fighting together? Emma said, should I remove the barrier and then let you shoot me dead? How could that be? If you remove the barrier, I will definitely move the pea shooter. Alas, where has the trust between people gone? Qin Feng shook his head. His expression was one of utter helplessness. It also carried a hint of heartache and indignation. Emma's lips twitched. Stop pretending. Let's team up. Facing an attack wave together is better than facing it alone. Qin Feng shook his head without hesitation, his eyes resolute. You just laid a hand on me, and I won't be teammates with someone who lays a hand on me. Emma frowned slightly. You attacked me too. We're even. How can that be offset? You attacked me first. That's because I knew you would do it. Emma, you're not being sincere. Mr. Qin, you're saying the same thing. Qin Feng said. All right, teaming up is fine, but I have 2 conditions. You must follow my orders in all actions, and you get 90% of the supplies we dig up. Emma's chest heaved with anger as she said, 91%? Even slave owners aren't as corrupt as you. Impossible. The supplies you dig up belong to you. As for the actions, I can listen to you on small matters, but we'll discuss and decide on the big ones. Qin Feng considered the other party's suggestion. He didn't actually expect Emma to agree to a 90-10 split. After all, this is really a bit outrageous. His main goal was to get Emma to follow his orders. Ever since he learned of Emma's talent from the commander, he then realized this. Emma's talent played a significant role in his success, especially in the matter of helping him dig up his grave. If Emma follows his orders, his chances of digging up something good will greatly increase. If this girl is willing to follow my orders, I might be able to team up with her. Qin Feng didn't want to continue fighting with the other party. Emma is right. It's definitely better to team up with 2 people than to go alone. Certainly. More importantly, Qin Feng currently only has 2 pea shooter plants. The potato mines outside were all detonated by the blood rats. Defense is practically 0. If this young woman has any other tricks up her sleeve, he really had no choice. But I agreed, but that's all. You still have to bargain. Treating competitors from other countries. We must always adhere to one guiding principle. They should be slaughtered if they deserve it. Qin Feng looked at Emma and said calmly, the supplies will be divided 80/20. Don't worry about big or small matters. Just follow my instructions. If anything endangers your safety, you can refuse. Emma said, Impossible. The supplies will be split 50/50ths. As for command, as long as you don't go too far, I'll listen to you. Besides, you should know my talent. I can find you a few graves every day. Ouch. Not bad. Isn't that a good thing? Qin Feng was secretly delighted, but remained outwardly calm. Emma, you're not being sincere. If you don't want to cooperate, my pea shooter can play with you all day long. Mr. Qin, your plans are indeed very powerful, but you yourself are just an ordinary person. I can withstand your plants and attack you. The condition is that you can get close to me. Emma said calmly. All the potato mines you planted outside have been detonated. I planted them again. Qin Feng replied calmly. No, you don't. Emma said firmly. No, I not only have one, but there's a potato mine right at your feet. If you don't believe me, take a few steps and see. Emma heard this. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. She looked at the black earth beneath her feet. She looked up at Qin Feng again. His tone carried a hint of doubt. Do you think I would believe you? Don't believe me? Take a few steps and see for yourself. Qin Feng remained calm, looking directly at Emma. I was also a little apprehensive. This little chick isn't really that reckless. Is she going to come and mess with me? Just as Qin Feng was feeling uneasy, Emma's voice rang out. As long as it doesn't endanger my own safety, I'll follow your orders. We'll split the supplies 50/50ths. During the second wave of attacks, I can help you find a blue treasure chest. Blue treasure chest. It's only a 0.1% probability. If someone else says it, Qin Feng didn't believe it. But the young woman in front of me said. Qin Feng believed it completely. For the sake of the blue treasure chest. Fine. Qin Feng looked like he had been taken advantage of. In reality, he was overjoyed. Didi, a notification sound is playing. Emma from the empire on which the sun never sets has sent you a team-up request. Qin Feng clicked on it. In addition to team application, there are also agreed-upon terms below. For example, following Qin Feng's orders to find the blue treasure chest for him, etc. Qin Feng clicked agree directly. Team formed successfully. A cold voice rang out. On Qin Feng's control panel, there's an additional teammates section. The name inside was Emma. It's impossible that they were playing so well. Why did they stop? When the people of various countries on Earth saw Qin Feng and Emma fighting, everyone was overjoyed. Although Emma's ranking in the first wave of attacks was not as high as Qin Feng's. However, it is still within the top 100. They are very powerful. Emma, you're confused. This Chinese kid's plans have all been destroyed by the attack wave. He has practically no fighting power left. Kill this Chinese kid. He'll get a ton of supplies, plus his shelter, the highest level shelter in the entire Burial Grounds game. This Chinese kid is such a smooth talker. Emma was completely fooled by him. What a great opportunity. This young Chinese man has escaped another disaster. All right, after successfully forming a team, a weight was lifted from Qin Feng's heart. He no longer needed to worry about Emma suddenly attacking him. Add the 2 pea shooters to your inventory. He clapped his hands. The blueprints for a first-class artificial greenhouse reappeared in his hands. Mr. Qin, have you forgotten something? Emma's voice came from behind. Qin Feng turned his head. What? Emma looked at the black soil ahead. Qin Feng suddenly realized. Oh, you mean potato mines? It's all right. All the potato mines have been detonated. Just come over here. Emma. Hateful. I've fallen for this guy's trick. Chapter 78. The artificial greenhouse is created. Sunflowers and walnuts are grown. Are you building a greenhouse? Emma came to Qin Feng's side. He looked at the blueprints in Qin Feng's hand. This is good stuff. At present, it seems that only Qin Feng has this in the entire game of Burial Ground. Qin Feng nodded. Good. What? Do you want to invest in some materials? When the vegetables are grown, I can share some with you. Upon hearing this, Emma was somewhat tempted. Vegetables are still very tempting. But soon, she then abandoned the idea. Who's this guy in front of me? They're always thinking about ripping people off. Huh, never mind. Emma crossed her arms over her chest. He stopped talking. He had an expression that said, it has nothing to do with me. Harmful. If it weren't for the fact that you're my teammate, I wouldn't have given you a chance at all. I gave you a chance, but you failed. Seeing that Emma wasn't falling for it, Qin Feng sighed and shook his head. I'll do it myself. Build a first-class artificial greenhouse. Qin Feng gave the order. The words had barely left his mouth. Consume 200 plastic. Consumes 100 wood. Consumes 50 iron blocks. A first-class artificial greenhouse is being built. A notification sound is playing. The blueprint in Qin Feng's hand suddenly transformed into a blinding white light and shot into the sky. It exploded into countless tiny points of light in midair. Cover this area. Immediately afterwards, plastic, wood, and iron blocks emanated from Qin Feng's body. We arrived at the area shrouded in white light. Like a transformer, it assembles itself. The plastic stretches and extends like a living thing. In the blink of an eye, it stretched into a huge, transparent dome. The wood resembles fingers with distinct joints. The greenhouse frame was precisely assembled with click-clack movements. The iron block transformed into 4 iron pillars that crashed to the ground. It smashed 4 deep dents into the ground. Less than 10 seconds, a 10-meter-tall artificial greenhouse appeared in front of Qin Feng. The first-class artificial greenhouse is now complete. It's done. Looking at the greenhouse in front of me, Qin Feng looked excited. The greenhouse has finally arrived. We can grow vegetables now. Remove the plastic covering. Qin Feng entered the greenhouse. A breath of fresh air wafted over me. This contrasts sharply with the oppressive, putrid smell of the burial ground. The ground inside the greenhouse is covered with brand new plastic film. The space of 10 is a bit small, but it's enough to grow some vegetables, and it can be upgraded later. Even if you have a greenhouse, you still can't grow crops without soil. Emma also came in. Burial soil cannot be used for planting ordinary plants. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a pile of black soil appeared at Qin Feng's feet. This is the black soil that Qin Feng dug up a few days ago. It can be used to grow vegetables. 2 shovels appeared in Qin Feng's hands. He threw one at Emma. Don't just stand there, get to work. Emma watched Qin Feng shovel dirt. He then looked at the shovel in his hand. Several dark lines appeared on her fair forehead. Is she here to be a teammate, or to be Qin Feng's labor? Then, inside the greenhouse, 2 figures were shoveling soil. 10 minutes or so passed. 1,000 L of black soil was evenly spread on the ground. I have sunflower seeds and walnuts on me right now. I'll plant these 2 things first. I'll see if I can buy some pea seeds and potatoes later. Let's get right to it. Qin Feng donated half of the greenhouse area. They buried 4 sunflower seeds and 2 walnuts. Do ordinary plants also have panel information? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Above the seeds planted in front of us, they were clearly virtual panels. Plant, sunflower, countdown to maturity, 59 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary sunflower with no special abilities. I really don't know what use it is in the game. Friendly reminder, watering it daily will speed up its growth, and plenty of sunlight will also shorten its ripening time. Plant, walnut, countdown to maturity, 89 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary walnut tree with no special abilities. I really don't know what use it would be in the burial ground game. Friendly reminder, watering it daily will speed up its growth, and plenty of sunlight will also shorten its ripening time. It takes quite a short time to mature. I saw one that matured in 60 days and another that matured in 90 days. Qin Feng was very happy. If it's done normally, give him a year or 2 to mature. Maybe he's dead. These plants haven't matured yet. Water and sunlight can speed up ripening. Give it a try. Qin Feng's mind raced. A bucket of water for washing feet appeared in front of Qin Feng. It's all right. It doesn't have much of a smell. Qin Feng did not smell any strange odor. Only then did I feel relieved. Start watering the sunflowers. Splash, splash, splash. With the irrigation of foot bath water, the soil below absorbs water quickly, like a sponge. Maturation time, 1 hour. Maturation time, 1 hour. Maturation time, 1 hour. A barrage of messages popped up. The ripening time is rapidly shortening. But after playing it more than 10 times, even after continuing to water it, there was no reaction. There are indeed limits. Qin Feng experimented on several plants. A single watering can reduce the time by about 10 hours, but watering again after that is ineffective and you need to water again the next day. It's amazing that the time can be reduced so much. Qin Feng was already very satisfied. Sunlight can shorten time. A thought crossed my mind. Several potted sunflowers appeared inside the greenhouse. Green light covered the black soil. Maturity time, 1 second. Maturity time, 1 second. Maturity time, 1 second. As the sunflowers shone, another series of messages popped up. Qin Feng observed for a moment. I noticed that sunlight exposure and watering make a difference. When watering, shorten the watering time. Moreover, there are limitations. However, there are no restrictions on the amount of sunlight a sunflower can receive. The longer the radiation continues, the shorter the duration becomes. The time is shortened by 1 every 3 seconds. This means that as long as there is sunlight, the ripening time is directly shortened by 1/3. Sunflowers can ripen in 20 days. In addition, with daily watering, the time can be shortened by almost 2/3. Sunflowers mature in 20 days, while walnuts mature in 30 days. This feels so good. Qin Feng had already envisioned himself achieving the freedom of sunflowers and the freedom of walnuts. Once the wall of nuts is full, we'll have a huge territory marked out, and then plant sunflowers all over it. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Feng opened the regional channel. A message was posted announcing the purchase of pea seeds and potatoes. Only, there was no response. It's mainly because they have these things on their bodies. They've all been almost completely slaughtered by Qin Feng. Seeing that no one responded, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Pick up the hoe. We headed back home. It's grave robbing again. It's another artificial greenhouse being built. Growing vegetables. He was exhausted. Time to go back to sleep. When I got to the door, Qin Feng seemed to remember something. Looking back at Emma, now that the team has been successfully formed, everything is fine. Go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. I'll call you when we dig up the graves tomorrow. Emma, I've been hoeing the ground for you until now. They won't even give us a sip of water? They just kick people out? I've never seen such a stingy person. I thought about it. Emma took long strides and followed. Want to get something for free? Impossible. Chapter 79, The Shelter's First Tenant, Emma. Qin Feng returned to the wooden house. I just lay down in bed. Then they heard footsteps. Emma followed her in. Is there anything else? I am sleeping. Emma, this guy is so ungrateful. We should discuss how to get through the second wave of attacks. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was no longer sleepy and opened his eyes. What have you calculated? Emma nodded slightly. He looked at the table and chairs to the side. May I sit? Qin Feng scolded. Emma, that's where you're wrong. We're teammates. No need to be so polite. Please have a seat. Emma, after sitting down, Emma said, I did a divination yesterday, and it said that there are extraordinary beings in our vicinity. This should be the beings we will face in the second wave of attacks. There are extraordinary beings in the vicinity. Qin Feng was not surprised. Do you know its location? Emma shook her head and said, the distance is too far to determine its exact location, but I have deduced its approximate direction. I'm thinking, instead of waiting for it to attack us, we should take the initiative. Even if we don't take the initiative, we can move in that direction and learn about it first. Qin Feng nodded. That makes sense, but is not right. That makes no sense whatsoever. Qin Feng suddenly realized. Why we go looking for supernatural monsters? Set up the pea shooter, potato mine, and nut fence. Isn't it better to just wait for supernatural beings to come and die? Cough, cough, cough. If you want to know, go find out. I'm not going. Is there anything else? I'm going to sleep. Qin Feng adopted a gesture as if to see the guest out. Emma, this guy changes his tune really fast. If we don't go looking for it and plan to take a defensive route, I suggest concentrating our efforts on building a defensive point. This will increase our chances of surviving the second wave of attacks. That makes sense? Qin Feng nodded. Yes, but no. Qin Feng looked at Emma. His expression was suspicious. What direction is your shelter in? Emma remained calm, pointing to the front of the cabin door. Qin Feng asked, in which direction is that extraordinary, fantastical creature? Emma pointed in the same direction again. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. So this is your real purpose? All that talk about understanding supernatural beings is a lie. You just want my sanctuary, don't you? I'm doing this for our team, to maximize our team's potential. Emma remained expressionless and spoke in a serious tone. But only she knows the truth. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Road, what you said makes some sense. We should indeed combine our strengths. However, my shelter is only a level 3 shelter. Upgrading it took a lot of materials, so if you want to stay here, you'll have to pay rent. I heard the first half of what he said. Emma thought Qin Feng was a person she could get along with. Not too stingy. Hearing the second half of what was said, Emma decided to retract her assessment of Qin Feng. Final. Emma rents a room for 1 day in a white treasure chest. They successfully settled into Qin Feng's shelter. There's an extra bed in the living room. Emma looked around. With its level 3 shelter's defensive capabilities, even level 1 zombies would have a hard time breaching it. Coupled with this guy's plant defense, its safety is definitely the strongest in the entire burial ground game. Spending a white treasure chest to live here is definitely worth it. Emma took off her boots. I lay down on the bed. I opened the thick book in my hand and started reading. Splash, splash, splash. The paper turned on its own even without wind. Inside the bedroom, Qin Feng held the golden lotus in his hands. With this young lady guarding the living room, the safety has been greatly improved. If any fantastical creatures were to break in, they would go after this young lady first. Someone watched over his door for free. Give him a white treasure chest every day. Cool. That was awesome. The next day, the countdown to the second wave of attacks is 14 days, 2 hours, and 23 minutes. Qin Feng and Emma got up. Qin Feng picked up the toothbrush he had just dug out. Squeeze out Yunnan Baiyao toothpaste. Start brushing your teeth. After brushing my teeth, Qin Feng then took out a towel and a wash basin. Pour in a basin of water. Start washing your face. The conditions are right now. Qin Feng naturally wanted to take good care of himself, although he was buried in the earth. But he also wants to be a refined piggy boy. Emma was stunned by Qin Feng's series of actions. He looked down at the charcoal in his hand. I'm starting to question the meaning of life. Mr. Qin, that one. Qin Feng looked at Emma. Is something the matter? Emma pointed to the toothbrush in Qin Feng's hand. Do you still have this? You mean toothbrushes? Of course I have some. Do you want one? A brand new toothbrush appeared in Qin Feng's hand. How do I change it? After gaining a thorough understanding of Qin Feng, Emma got straight to the point. Ugh, they're all teammates. Why are you even talking about switching? Qin Feng waved his hand. 3 white treasure chests, and I'll give you a new toothbrush and a new towel. Emma, 2 white treasure chests, which will give you a new toothbrush and a new towel. You can also use my toothpaste and face wash for free. No girl can resist cleanliness. Emma is the same. Okay, deal. Qin Feng handed the toothbrush and towel directly to Emma. I made a small profit. Oh, right. I have a few toothbrushes left, perfect for giving to my group members. Qin Feng opened the panel. Free gift. 1 Vivi toothbrush and 1 Yunnan Baiyao toothpaste. Free gift. 1 Qin toothbrush and 1 Yunnan Baiyao toothpaste. Free gift. 1 Baowa toothbrush and 1 Yunnan Baiyao toothpaste. With Qin Feng's gift, the group chat became lively. Wei, I've been brushing my teeth with charcoal these past few days. It's so uncomfortable. Thank you, Brother Qin Feng, for the toothbrush and toothpaste. Qin, I just woke up, and Brother Qin Feng has already brought me a surprise. Bao, toothbrushes and toothpaste are great stuff. The group members were very happy. Bao, by the way, did you guys run into your teammates? Qin, I haven't met her yet. Vivi, me neither. Bao, I haven't encountered it yet either. Looking at the regional channels, I haven't seen any messages about people forming teams. Qin Feng, I found teammates. We've successfully formed a team. Qin Feng's words. This immediately piqued the curiosity of the group members. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, have you teamed up? Who are your teammates? Qin Feng, Emma of the British Empire. Qin Feng briefly shared Emma's information with the group members. Bao, I think I vaguely remember him. This person's talent is top tier. I think it's magic. Vivi, wow. Magic. That sounds amazing. Bao, her ranking in the first wave of attacks must have been quite high. She's very strong. Among the few of us in the group, only Brother Qin Feng is stronger than her. After chatting briefly with the group members, Qin Feng left the group chat. Didi, a notification sound is playing. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, thank you for the milk tea. It was a thank you message from Vivi. It also included a photo of someone drinking milk tea. Qin Feng saw it. A smile appeared on his face. I chatted with Wei for a few minutes. At this time, Emma has finished washing up too. During this period of time in the burial ground game, there is a lack of supplies. Emma keeps her hair and grooming simple. Wipe your face with a towel dampened with water. I wash my face with a basin of water today. That's incredibly extravagant. Her original fair skin was also revealed. Radiant. These 2 white treasure chests are worth it. Just this basin of water. That's worth half a white treasure chest. And her agreement with Qin Feng was, Qin Feng provides her with water to wash her face every day. By the way, Mr. Qin, where did you get so much water? Chapter 80 Emma's Innate Magic. Qin Feng suddenly had a milk tea and a hamburger in his hand. A sip of milk tea followed by a bite of hamburger. I heard Emma's voice. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head and said, You mean this water? Bath water? You don't think it's mineral water, do you? Washing your face with mineral water? Are you trying to kill yourself? Oh, and don't waste this water. Take it to the greenhouse to water the sunflowers and walnuts later. Emma, Bath water? Emma looked at the water in the basin. I started to question the meaning of life. At this time, she only noticed it then. There seemed to be hair in the water, and it's curved. Is this your bath water? You wish. This is what I dug out. A beautiful woman's bath water. After saying that, Qin Feng carried his hoe and walked out of the small wooden house. Let's start today's grave digging. Emma stood still, looking at Qin Feng's back. My chest heaved violently, alone, bewildered in the wind. So she spent money to buy the foot bath water that Qin Feng was originally going to use to water the vegetables? This guy's way too dark. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2 pairs of warm shoes, 3 pairs of slippers, and 2 sandals. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Qin Feng was digging a grave. Emma was also digging a grave not far away. But he noticed this young woman's grave digging is different from his. He dug them in order, but this young woman was digging while jumping. It was her divination. Qin Feng thought of the other party's talent. Can one divine the interior of a grave mound? No, we need to collaborate with this young lady. Qin Feng walked towards Emma. They found a grave mound next to Emma and started digging. While digging, he asked, "Oh my God, are we teammates?" Emma wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and said, "Want me to do some divination on your grave? Forget it. No way." Qin Feng's expression was serious. "Comrade Emma, do you think I'm going to rip you off again?" "Wrong. What does again mean?" "Pooh. I, Qin Feng, have always acted with integrity and uprightness. Your divination can find graves, and my plants can kill fantasy creatures without any cost. If we work together, our grave-digging efficiency will be greatly improved." Although Emma really wanted to beat Qin Feng up because of the bathwater incident, but she also had to admit the power of Qin Feng's plants. He was attracted to Emma. Qin Feng increased the heat. Now that we're teaming up, we need to cooperate well and maximize our team's strength. Final. Under Qin Feng's silver tongue, Emma was eventually persuaded. He agreed to cooperate with Qin Feng. Qin Feng also began to follow Emma's guidance. Selective gravedigging. Emma, what's with your innate magic? Qin Feng was digging a grave. She also voiced her curiosity. As far as he knows, Emma has mastered these spells. Divination, fireball, water arrow, barrier. Emma didn't hide anything. For every level my talent increases, I gain a magic slot. Qin Feng. In other words, your talent upgrade only grants you a magic slot, but to fill the role model slot, you need to learn it yourself. Emma glanced at Qin Feng and nodded. Not bad. Divination is a spell that comes with my level 1 talent, while fireball, water arrow, and barrier are spells I learned later. Qin Feng suddenly had a bad feeling. You want to learn magic, not because of... You guessed right. My fireballs, water arrows, and barriers were all learned from that Harry Potter book you dug up. Emma ran her hand through her blonde hair, tilting her head back. That feels so good. I keep getting screwed over by this guy. Finally, it's her turn to hold her head high. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. He spent all his time hunting geese, only to have one peck his eye out by a goose. Something this important. They actually sold it to Emma at such a low price. What a loss. You didn't lose much. Emma said, Harry Potter is useless to you. You traded Harry Potter for the Nutwall Pokédex. Without the Nutwall Pokédex, you might not even be able to survive the hidden attack wave. Qin Feng shook his head. You don't understand. For me, not making a profit is a loss. Emma, she was actually thinking of comforting this guy. She's such a fool. After this little incident, Qin Feng and Emma didn't cause any more trouble. With Emma's divination and Qin Feng's pea shooter skills working together, Emma's unboxing efficiency has improved, and Qin Feng's chances of finding good stuff have also increased. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Item, treasure chest. Grade, yellow. Hint, this is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Yellow treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 wrought tan armor and 1 wooden spear. Wrought tan armor, wooden spears. Good. Qin Feng was very satisfied. If he remembers correctly, Dezhuang got this set from a yellow treasure chest before. View information about wrought tan armor. Item, wrought tan armor. Defense, 40. Durability, 110. Function, resist attacks from swords, spears, axes, and arrows. Advantages, lightweight and simple. Disadvantages, slightly less defensive than iron armor. Tip, Rattan armor is a common type of armor in the era of cold weapons. It is woven from rattan and crafted using various techniques. It can block the claws of level 1 fantasy creatures. However, please be aware of its durability. Its defense and durability are both higher than paper armor. Qin Feng was wearing paper armor. It's not needed for the time being. I'll give this to Wei Wei later. She's quite frail and needs protection. Add the rattan armor to your inventory. Qin Feng continued digging the grave. With the help of Emma's divination skills. When we dug up the 12th box, Qin Feng unearthed another yellow treasure chest. Chapter 81, A Bountiful Harvest. Cherry Bomb Illustrated Guide. The yellow treasure has been activated. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 bow and 20 arrows. Bow, an arrow. This is great stuff. Unfortunately, I don't know how to use it. I'll ask the group members later if they won't use it. If none of them do, I'll sell it. After opening the previous yellow treasure chest and finding rattan armor and a wooden spear, Qin Feng opened another weapon from the yellow treasure chest. Today was a very fruitful day. Emma is the same. Just like Qin Feng, she also unearthed 2 yellow treasure chests. And we got some great stuff. Then, the 2 sat in chairs and took a short break. Qin Feng took out milk tea and a hamburger and started eating. Emma then took out soda bread and cider. While eating, Qin Feng looked at Emma's soda bread and cider. Emma's gaze also drifted, intentionally or unintentionally, towards Qin Feng's milk tea and hamburger. The two exchanged a glance. A moment later, the food in their hands was switched. By the way, Emma, can your divination skills predict what's inside a grave? Qin Feng asked while eating. He discovered, according to Emma's divination, the loot I got was better, and I got more yellow treasure chests too. But it's not entirely true either. Many fantastical creatures were also discovered there. Emma took a sip of her milk tea and began to explain. Sure, but accurately predicting the resources inside the grave will consume a lot of resources. After Qin Feng finished listening, that's how I came to understand Emma's magical talent. Her medical talent is somewhat similar to Wei Wei's, but there are some differences. Vivi's medical talent requires fantasy points to create medicines and release anesthetic gases. Emma's magic requires magic power to cast. Divination is the most mana-intensive of the spells Emma possesses. If you want an accurate divination, it will consume more magic power. My current magic power is 100. If I want to accurately predict the contents of a grave mound, I need nearly 80 magic power. It's not worth spending so much magic power just to predict a grave mound. So I predict the entire area and select the better grave mounds. That's definitely a good idea. Qin Feng pondered. Emma has great talent and potential, putting aside other things. But this divination is really outrageous. Divination of grave mounds. It's an amazing skill in the game Burial Land. And it can even predict good or bad fortune. If I could have this little wench predict my fortune every day, wouldn't my chances of survival increase dramatically? Qin Feng thought to himself. Mr. Qin, why are you looking at me like that? Emma sensed Qin Feng's gaze. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over me. Are you plotting something again? What nonsense? What nonsense? Qin Feng was displeased. We're teammates. Would I ever hurt you? Emma looked at Qin Feng and then nodded. Yes. Qin Feng. It's all over. Too many pitfalls. This girl has already marked him. After finishing the meal, Qin Feng and Emma continued digging the grave. Fantasy value +3. The white treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 1x250G fermented soybean paste, 1x250G fermented tofu, and 1x250G fulling pickled mustard tuber. Oh, another perfect dish to eat with rice. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Fermented bean curd and pickled mustard greens are really good things. Have a bowl of porridge for breakfast. Add fermented bean curd and porridge. I am absolutely thrilled. As each grave mound was excavated, the supplies on my person are slowly increasing. I opened another yellow treasure chest. Qin Feng stretched. I dug up 18 graves today and found 3 yellow treasure chests. That's a pretty good probability. Emma, let's dig a few more and call it a day. Good. Emma, standing to the side, also showed signs of fatigue. Her talent is magic. His body was also very weak. He's not even as good as Qin Feng. Usually, she dug the grave all by herself. At most, we can dig up 13 or 14. Today we have the pea shooter support. Efficiency has been greatly improved. The two jumped over several burial mounds. They located 2 burial mounds. Continue excavation. The two continued digging through the graves. We are getting further and further away from the shelter. Didi. At this moment, an abrupt notification sound rang out. Has someone contacted me? Qin Feng has currently turned off message notifications for almost everyone. Only messages from a few group members will trigger a notification sound. They were digging graves. Open the panel. However, the source of the news surprised Qin Feng. Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro requests the termination of his contract scroll. Scroll for canceling the contract? Qin Feng was amused. In broad daylight. Why are you dreaming? Wrong. The burial ground is only at night. You can't daydream at night. Qin Feng replied with a sentence. Each sentence contains only one word. Qin Feng, get lost. Sakura Kunino Yuri Itiro, Qin Feng. I found something amazing. I suggest you read it before making a decision. The message was accompanied by a photo. Little cherry blossoms, they're quite mysterious. Qin Feng curled his lip. Click on the image. Wow. See the picture. Qin Feng was immediately shocked. This is actually a plant. Illustrated guide. And the illustration shows 2 red berries standing side by side. 2 fruits are connected to the same branch, even without seeing the information in the encyclopedia. But from this picture, Qin Feng could already tell what it was. Cherry bomb. One of Qin Feng's favorite plants. No planting or ripening time is required. It will explode as soon as it's thrown out. Moreover, its explosive power and blast radius are both superior to potato mines. Cherry bomb. Little Sakura dug up a cherry bomb. Qin Feng couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. His talent level has reached level 4, and he has unlocked cherry bomb. All you need is this illustration. He'll then be able to use the cherry bomb. Calm. Calm. We must remain calm. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Feng sent out a message. Qin Feng, what do you want to do? Sakura Kunihiro Noiri, Qin Feng. Did you see that? Cherry bomb encyclopedia. Bomb. Just from a name, this is a good thing. If you can get this encyclopedia, your strength will definitely increase significantly. Sakura Kanino Yuriichiro. Let's not beat around the bush. I'll trade this cherry bomb illustration and 50 cherries for a contract scroll. Chapter 82 Cherry Bomb Illustrated Guide obtained. Qin Feng looked at the message. Start thinking about it. The cherry bomb illustration and 50 cherries can be exchanged for a contract scroll, which are indeed tradable. With the cherry bomb, sustained damage comes from the pea shooter, while high damage comes from the cherry bomb. In addition, with cherries, I can grow them in the greenhouse, and then I can use the cherry bomb infinitely. After examination, it's available for trading. But it's that simple. This doesn't fit Qin Feng's style. Let's see if we can find an opportunity to fleece this little cherry blossom. If you encounter a cherry blossom girl and don't take advantage of her, it's pure crime. Qin Feng, why should I exchange a contract scroll with you? Half of the resources you mine will automatically be added to my inventory. Sakura Kaninajiri Ichiro. Qin Feng. It's fine to allocate half of the resources to your inventory, but don't forget, there's only one cherry bomb illustration in the encyclopedia. Qin Feng. Even if it's just one card, there's a 50% chance I'll get it. Sakura Kaninajiri Ichiro. What if I just destroy it? Qin Feng, please make yourself at home. Threatening me? I refuse to believe you'll ruin it. Qin Feng scoffed. He is least afraid of threats. In addition, after several clashes, he knew quite a bit about this little cherry blossom. This little cherry blossom always pretends to be very assertive, but you are more assertive than him. That will break his dominance. To put it bluntly, this little cherry blossom is all bark and no bite, a silver-plated spearhead. Really, just as Qin Feng had predicted. After he took a hard line, the cherry blossoms immediately softened. Sakura kunino yiri itiro, Qin Feng. Why get angry? There's an old Chinese saying, harmony brings wealth. Sakura Kaninajiri Ichiro. Destroying this encyclopedia will be a loss for both of us. But if we trade it, we will both benefit. Cooperation is the only way to achieve a win-win situation. Qin Feng, you're overthinking it. As long as the contract scroll is here, half of the resources you dig up will be mine. Isn't that better than a plant guide? Your guide, frankly, is just a yellow treasure chest. As long as the contract scroll is here, you'll have to give me thousands upon thousands of yellow treasure chests. Wait, You might not live that long. Burial ground game. Nijiri, Ichiro's territory. Ichiro Nijiri, standing in the grave, saw this message. Enraged. You Chinese brat. One day, I will definitely kill you and tear you to pieces. After a fit of impotent rage, Nijiri Ichiro forced a smile back onto his face. He reverted to his humble and submissive demeanor. Sakura kuni no iri itiiro, Qin Feng. How about this? We won't cancel the contract scroll, but how about adjusting the profit-sharing ratio? Sakura Nijiri Ichiro. Half of the supplies we dug up originally were to be given to Qin Feng. How about we change it to 30? If Qin Feng agrees, I'll give him the cherry bomb and 50 cherries. 30. Qin Feng saw the other party's terms. I'm already interested. He would even accept trading cherry bombs for contract scrolls. Not to mention the 30% cut. Didi. Just as Qin Feng was about to agree, the notification sound rang again. Sakura kunihiro itiro, Qin Feng. A planned encyclopedia is indeed not worth a contract scroll, but this cherry bomb is a good thing, just from its name. A bomb. Its power must be great. After you get it, your strength will definitely increase dramatically. Does this guy not know the effects of cherry bombs? Qin Feng seemed to have discovered the key point. He quickly looked at Emma beside him and asked, by the way, when you found the nut wall in the Pokédex before, were you able to see the nut wall information? Emma, who was digging a grave, looked up when she heard this and asked in return, if I could see that, do you think I would sell it to you so easily? I can only see the general information about the nut wall in the encyclopedia. It can be grown into a special plant, but I can't see its specific function. Without a farmer's talent, one cannot see the specific information in the plant encyclopedia. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Now, only one word was on his mind. Slaughter. Slaughter them mercilessly. Qin Feng. So what if it's a bomb? You saw the potato mine too, right? Its power is SOSO. It can only kill low-level fantasy creatures. The power of the cherry bomb is probably only slightly stronger than the potato mine. You're dreaming of getting 20 resources after trading with the cherry bomb encyclopedia? Qin Feng, this encyclopedia you have is probably only needed by me in the entire burial ground game. If I dig it up later, this encyclopedia will be worthless. Besides, with my current talent level, whether I can even use this encyclopedia is another matter. Qin Feng, give me the illustrations. Well, I can only make cherry bombs. I'll give you a few. You have 1 minute to think about it. If you don't agree, let's end this chat. Emma, why does this sound so familiar? The chat window remained silent for a moment. News came again. Sakura Nijiri Ichiro. I want 20 cherry bombs. Also, give me 10 pea shooters and 50 potato mines. It's done. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Another day of successfully fooling Sakura. Qin Feng, 2 cherry bombs. 1 pea shooter. I'll rent it to you for a month. Give me 5 potato mines. Sakura Nijiri Ichiro. 15 cherry bombs. Kahexapeas hotes, neli kumen potatomines. Qin Feng. 3 plants, 5 seeds. Sakura Nijiri Ichiro. 10 plants, 5 trees, 30 stalks. Qin Feng. For plants, 2 stalks, 6 seeds. After some intense haggling, the deal is finalized. Qin Feng paid the cost of 6 cherry bombs, 3 pea shooters for a month's rent, and 10 potato mines. In return, you receive the cherry bomb encyclopedia and 50 cherries. For Qin Feng, all you have to give up are a few seeds and a little over 60 fantasy points. A new plant has been unlocked. Cherry bomb encyclopedia, +1. Cherries +50. This is a huge profit. Look at the extra supplies in my inventory. Qin Feng's heart was pounding with excitement. Use the cherry bomb encyclopedia. Qin Feng gave the order. The cherry bomb illustration in the inventory turned into a white light. Integrate it into your talent. Instantly, the cherry bomb has been unlocked. Information about cherry bombs also appeared before Qin Feng. Plant, cherry bomb. Planting requirements. Burial soil +1 cherry blossom +6 points of fantasy value +LV4 talent. Maturity time, immediately ripe. Warning, this is a cherry modified by a mad scientist. You better hold on tight, because if you throw it, it will cause a massive explosion. Chapter 83 Helmeted Zombies. Blood rats reappear. As expected, it doesn't need time to mature. I saw the information about cherry bombs. Qin Feng could not hide his excitement. His eyes gleamed with excitement. There are more and more proactive attack methods, and they're all bombs, which are far more powerful than the moving pea shooter. Let's make some and see. Qin Feng couldn't wait to see the finished cherry bomb. It costs 1 cherry and 6 fantasy points. A cherry bomb appeared in Qin Feng's inventory. Plant, cherry bomb. Planting requirements. Burial soil plus 1 cherry tree plus 6 points of fantasy value plus LV4 talent. Mature. Warning. This is a cherry modified by a mad scientist. You better hold on tight, because if you throw it, it will cause a massive explosion. As expected of the cherry bomb, it looks really awesome. It's done. Qin Feng closed the panel with satisfaction. Next, we just wait for the high-level fantasy creatures to appear. Then the cherry bomb really came in handy. Mr. Qin, you seem very happy? Emma suddenly asked. Is there? You haven't stopped laughing since just now. You misread it. Qin Feng picked up the hoe and continued digging the grave. Emma. Soon. Qin Feng unearthed the 20th burial mound. Emma was the same. We're only 1 burial mound away from today's goal of 21. Splash, splash. The 2 men focused intently on digging at the grave mound. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Only the sound of hoes digging through the soil echoed in the silent burial ground. Sudden, it seemed as if a cold wind had blown by. It carried a faint, putrid stench. It rushed into Qin Feng and Emma's nasal cavities. Something's wrong. Something unclean is coming. Qin Feng stopped what he was doing as a warning. A pea shooter appears in your hand. Emma immediately put away the hoe. A magic wand appeared in his hand. It's strange. The 2 of them dug up a grave today. I've never encountered a free-roaming creature. Dada. Faint footsteps echoed through the gray fog. From afar, it becomes clearer and clearer. The nauseating stench grew stronger and stronger. Roar. A deafening roar suddenly rang out. It broke the suffocating silence. A zombie covered in pus and wearing a rusty helmet on its head. It suddenly burst out of the gray fog. The ground charged madly towards the 2 of them. Fantasy creatures. Helmet zombies. Level 2. Aggression, 25. Defense, 50. Speed, 30. Hint. This is a terrifying creature imagined by a group of humans who weren't wearing helmets before they died. Its helmet can withstand a lot of damage. Only after the helmet is broken will the helmet zombie be truly harmed. Friendly reminder. Remember to wear a helmet when riding an electric scooter. Wow. Either don't come at all, or come on big. Qin Feng was speechless. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng's 2 pea shooters immediately launched an attack. Pea bullets rained down on the helmeted zombie like a storm. Is this the helmeted zombie? This was the first time Emma had ever seen a helmeted zombie. I am curious. This thing. So far, it seems that only Qin Feng has encountered this during the hidden attack wave. But, although I was curious, Emma's hand movements were anything but hesitant. He waved his wand and chanted incantations. Swish, swish, swish. Fireball and water arrow spells are released instantly. 2 green fireballs and a water arrow flew toward the helmeted zombie. Puff, puff, puff. Qin Feng's pea bullets hit the helmeted zombie first. Flesh and blood exploded, leaving behind craters. But the helmeted zombie has amazing defensive capabilities. This damages nothing to it. The speed never stopped. They continued charging towards Qin Feng and Emma. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Emma's attack has arrived. A green fireball slammed into the helmeted zombie. Flames exploded, and the rotting flesh on his chest was roasted black. The butter sizzled out. Water rockets followed closely behind. Shoot it on the burning area. It blasted out a crater 10 centimeters deep. Such strong defense. Emma was somewhat surprised. Her combination of magic. That's enough to kill a typical level 1 zombie. Yet it couldn't even penetrate the body of the helmeted zombie in front of it. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng's pea shooter continued to deal damage. A series of injuries caused the wound on the helmeted zombie's chest to grow from the size of a fist to the size of a wash basin. The helmet on the helmeted zombie's head also developed cracks. But at this moment, the helmeted zombie was less than 5 meters away from the 2 of them. No, we have to use cherry bombs. Qin Feng's mind raced. The cherry bomb appeared in his hand. Get out of the way. I'm going to start installing. Barrier. Emma chuckled softly beside her. The magic wand waved in the air. It draws a beautiful arc. A green circular barrier flew forward. At the moment of stopping, it changed from the size of a wash basin to the size of a tabletop. It steadily kept the helmeted zombies at bay. Let the helmeted zombies attack as they please, unable to break through the barrier. And, This barrier can also move as the helmeted zombie moves. The helmeted zombies were completely sealed off. That barrier of yours is pretty good. Qin Feng praised him. Emma said, hee hee, not bad. This way, magic power is consumed faster. Click, click, click. The sound of metal breaking rang out. Under the continuous attack of the pea shooter, the helmet of the helmeted zombie exploded. It seems like we don't need cherry bombs anymore. Qin Feng felt a little awkward about the cherry bomb in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle. Emma waved her wand again. Green fireballs and water arrows slammed into the helmeted zombie that had lost its helmet. The helmeted zombie staggered. Their movements had become weak and feeble. All right, now we really don't need cherry bombs anymore. Qin Feng put the cherry bomb back into his inventory. I feel somewhat helpless. I don't even have a chance to use the cherry bomb. Small helmet. I gave you a chance, but you failed. A few seconds later, roar, roar, roar. With the pea shooter continuously dealing damage, the helmeted zombies were ultimately no match for them. They fell outside the barrier. Fantasy value plus 15. Such strong defense. Emma looked at the zombie that had turned into a pile of minced meat and said with emotion, without the pea shooter's sustained damage output, it would be almost impossible for her to kill this helmeted zombie by herself. The helmeted zombie is indeed very strong defensively. It's the strongest fantasy creature I've encountered so far. Qin Feng put away the pea shooter. Looking at Emma. By the way, how much fantasy value did you add? Emma glanced at it and said, I added 15 points. What about you? Qin Feng. I'm also level 15. We must have worked together to kill this helmeted zombie, so we split the fantasy points. Should we continue digging? Emma wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. His face looked tired. Okay, let's call it a day. After this helmeted zombie caused all that trouble, Qin Feng was too lazy to dig anymore. Anyway, we've already dug up 20. We are only one step away from our goal. That's about right, considering the 15 fantasy points. The two put away their hoes. We're getting ready to head home. Squeak. Sudden, a barely audible, faint sound came from behind. I heard that sound. Some unpleasant memories surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. I work from 8 a.m. No way. Qin Feng turned his head. He looked at the pile of minced meat on the ground. The sound came from the pile of minced meat. Squeak. The minced meat began to tremble slightly. Something seems to be trying to get out from inside. The next moment, several pieces of meat were pushed aside. A small, dark figure that Qin Feng recognized all too well suddenly appeared. Depend on. Qin Feng could see the dark figure clearly. I couldn't help but swear. What's wrong? Emma turned to look at Qin Feng. Then he looked at the dark shadow on the minced meat. A string of messages popped up. Fantasy creature, blood rat. Level none. Aggression, 4. Defense, 4. Speed, 15. Hint. These are a group of rats created by humans. They were originally no different from ordinary rats, but they were transformed into blood rats by some supernatural force. Their attributes are not high, but their numbers are extremely terrifying. Friendly reminder. When blood rats appear, you'd better be careful, as they may be backed by supernatural forces. Chapter 84, We're Surrounded. Take Emma and hide in the bathtub. Get out of there. Qin Feng didn't have time to say more. He grabbed Emma's hand and ran towards the shelter. Nobody knows this stuff better than Qin Feng. Blood rat. One alone is nothing. The key point is that these things always appear in large groups. The final wave of hidden attacks. Qin Feng was almost killed by this thing. Emma didn't understand why Qin Feng looked so alarmed after seeing a mouse. However, she still chose to believe Qin Feng. There was no resistance. He let Qin Feng pull him back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, a cacophony of noises erupted from all directions. It's chilling. Splash, splash, splash. The surrounding gray fog seemed to be stirred up by something. A frenzied surge. The next moment, countless tiny, blood-red eyes flickered in the gray mist. Countless blood rats surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, they then surrounded Qin Feng and Emma. Wow. Oh no. Qin Feng looked at the blood rats around him. My body feels a little numb. How can there be so many fantastical creatures? Emma's expression changed slightly. She finally understood why Qin Feng had been so wary just now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. These blood rats formed an encirclement. They surged towards Qin Feng and Emma like a tidal wave. Brush. Emma immediately cast 2 fireballs. It fell into a swarm of rats. Sizzle, sizzle. More than a dozen blood rats were instantly roasted into roasted rats. However, for a large swarm of rats, this is just a drop in the ocean. In layman's terms, it's utterly useless. Look, this Chinese kid is surrounded by blood rats. People from all over the world stared at the projection above. They were all incredibly excited. They originally thought Qin Feng and Emma would be together, unless you encounter a large number of fantastical creatures. Otherwise, there would have been no problem at all in the early stages of the second wave of attacks. I never expected the surprise to come so suddenly. A large-scale fantasy creature, and here it is, so fresh and vibrant. Last time, Qin Feng relied on potato mines and shelters to deal with these blood rats. This time, without potato mines and shelters, he is doomed. Good heavens! With so many blood rats, even if they drown, they could drown this Chinese kid. Curry. Why is this Chinese kid's teammate so good-looking? I'm not convinced. Chinese kid, just die already. What a pity for Emma of my British Empire. Emma's death is indeed a huge loss for my British Empire, but it is totally worth it to exchange Emma for Qin Feng's death. Excellent. We can't let this Chinese kid live. Otherwise, he might still take first place in the second wave of attacks. Once this kid dies, China will be finished. People around the world have already started to regard Qin Feng and Emma as 2 corpses within the game burial soil. At this time, the blood rat was less than 3 meters away from Qin Feng and Emma. Qin Feng's brain was working at lightning speed. Various combat plans emerged. Run? Pass. Va? Pass. Defense? Sure. First, avoid the attacks of these blood rats. Qin Feng remembered an item he had dug up earlier. A bathtub. A thought crossed my mind. A bathtub appeared nearby. Qin Feng jumped right in. Coming quickly. Emma turned her head. They saw Qin Feng sitting in the bathtub. Without hesitation, she lifted her long legs and stepped in. The diameter of the bathtub is 0.8 m, although it can accommodate 2 people. But it was very crowded. Qin Feng and Emma moved slightly. Their bodies inevitably pressed together. But, faced with a life-or-death crisis, neither of them felt anything. Click, click, click. The moment Emma stepped into the bathtub, the blood rat also came to the bottom of the bathtub. It started frantically gnawing on the bathtub. Can your barrier still be released? Able. Emma instantly understood what Qin Feng meant. He waved his magic wand. Barrier released. A green light enveloped the bathtub. With the protection of the barrier, the bathtub will not be dismantled for the time being. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. There are too many blood rats. My barrier might not last long. Emma's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. How long can you hold out? Qin Feng inquired. At the same time, several pots of sunflowers appeared in his hands. Health -1. Health -1. The sunflowers appeared. A dense stream of information popped out from the blood rat. Based on the current situation, I can hold them off for 2.5 minutes. But these blood rats keep coming, and the time may be shortened. Emma watched the sunflower's area of effect damage. I was shocked, but that's still not enough. There are too many blood rats. The sunflower deals 0.5 damage per second. The area covered by the light has a radius of 1 m. A blood rat can withstand a sunflower and gnaw on a bathtub for several seconds. You're holding a sunflower. Qin Feng stuffed the sunflower in his hand into Emma's chest. Since sunflowers alone cannot kill these blood rats, then he'll have no choice but to use his trump card. Chapter 85 Cherry Bomb. Intense. Absolutely incredible. Impossible. How does this kid even have one of these? People from all over the world watched the projected images. They all started cursing. They had assumed that Qin Feng had lost his sanctuary and protection. They would be swarmed by these blood rats and devoured to death. Result. Has this guy pulled out another piece of defensive equipment? With the bathtub, Emma's barrier, and that Chinese kid's sunflower, these blood rats shouldn't be able to kill him, right? No way. Sunflowers have very low attack power, and it would take them a long time to kill all the blood rats. This bathtub and Emma's barrier won't last long. Not bad. At most, it'll delay his death a little, but this kid is definitely going to die today. If this kid dies, my contract with Nigiri-kun from the Sakura country can be dissolved. Good. Emma took the sunflower. Holding him in my arms, I couldn't help but say, Mr. Qin, the sunflower is amazing, but there are too many blood rats. The bathtub won't last long. Don't worry. There's something even more amazing coming. Cherry Bomb. Come out. Qin Feng's mind raced. A strange red fruit appeared in my hand. The fruit was incredibly red, one large and one small, connected by a single branch. Cherry bomb. Finally, it's going to come in handy. What? What is this Chinese kid pulling out? What is this? Fruit? It seems to be the legendary cherry, a high-end fruit from 100 years ago, which only a small number of wealthy people could afford. I thought this kid had discovered some new plant. A fruit? Oh well, never mind. Huh. I guess this kid knew he was about to die, so he ate some fruit before he died? Could this fruit be related to the young Chinese boy's talent? How is that possible? This Chinese kid's talent is related to plants, and all of them require planting and a ripening time. Cherries are fruits, and they are not grown. How could they be related to this kid's talent? That puts my mind at ease. Huh. People from all over the world saw Qin Feng take out a strange red fruit. I was startled. They thought Qin Feng had acquired new plants. After learning that it was fruit, everyone was relieved. Mr. Qin, who is this? Emma looked at the cherries in Qin Feng's hand. I have some vague guesses, but then I thought it was unlikely. You guessed it right, this is my new plant. Qin Feng reminded him. Be careful, I'm about to start. Good. Emma nodded, with a hint of curiosity. What exactly is the purpose of this plant? Qin Feng actually warned him to be careful, just as Emma was pondering the purpose of the cherry bomb. Qin Feng looked around. They quickly located the area with the highest concentration of blood rats. Little mice, you're the ones. Qin Feng was also eager to see the power of the cherry bomb. With great excitement, aimed directly at that area. He threw the cherry bomb in his hand. The cherry bomb streaked across the void in a perfect red parabola. They fell into a swarm of blood rats. The location was slightly different from what Qin Feng had expected, but it's not a big problem. The moment the cherry bomb landed on the swarm of rats, a blinding red light burst forth from the point of impact. It was like a miniature sun that instantly illuminated the swarm of mice. The intense light made everything around it pale in comparison. Immediately afterwards, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out, centered on the point of explosion. A powerful shockwave spread out rapidly in a circle. The surrounding blood rats had no time to react. It was blasted into dust by that terrifying force. Fantasy value plus 0.2. Fantasy value plus 0.2. Fantasy value plus 0.2. Fantasy value plus 0.2. A series of fantasy value notifications popped up like snowflakes, densely packed. It almost completely blocked Qin Feng's vision. Wow, these cherries are amazing. Looking ahead at the huge crater, Qin Feng was stunned by the power of the cherry bomb. Then came ecstasy. That's so cool, bro. Putting aside other things, just look at that attack range. It's several times bigger than a potato mine. Just this once. Fantasy value increased by 22 points. That means more than 100 blood rats were killed instantly. What immense power. Emma looked shocked. This is many times more powerful than her fireball. This is absolutely unbelievable. How could a fruit have such power? What is this thing? People from all over the world stared at the projected image. Everyone was in an uproar. Wasn't that fruit that kid threw? Why did it explode? Is this fruit? This is clearly a bomb. Could this fruit also be the result of the farmer's talent from China? Impossible. This kid's talent has always been in planting plants, which require soil and time to mature. These cherries are completely different from his plants. It absolutely cannot be this kid's talent. Curry. This must be the supplies that the Chinese kid dug up. That makes sense. It must have been this kid who dug it up. If that's the case, there shouldn't be many bastards on him. However, before they could finish speaking, on the projected screen, Qin Feng produced a cherry bomb in each of his left and right hands. He threw it at the dense swarm of blood rats. It hadn't even exploded yet. Qin Feng has another cherry bomb in his hand. Keep throwing it out. It's like it's free. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng has thrown out 7 or 8. People from all over the world. This is not much. Holy crap. Holy crap. I'll fuck you. I'll blow you bastards to bits. Qin Feng was ecstatic. One cherry bomb. More than 100 blood rats were skinned alive. Who understands this feeling? This is way more fun than the firecrackers we played with as kids. One by one, the blood rats were blown to smithereens. I can't stop. It just won't stop. In a short while, Qin Feng blew up nearly 1,000 blood rats. There were only about 2,000 blood rats surrounding Qin Feng and Emma. Half of them are already dead. Emma, who was standing to the side, saw Qin Feng throwing things so happily. I'm really itching to try it. The sunflower in my arms has lost its appeal. Mr. Qin, let me help you throw it away. Qin Feng glanced at Emma. Help me? Pooh, you're despicable. You clearly crave cherry bombs. Emma remained calm despite being looked at by Qin Feng. There was no embarrassment whatsoever after being exposed. Road. 1 white treasure chest, exchanged for 5 cherry bombs. No way. This cherry bomb is my strongest weapon right now. Qin Feng shook his head and refused. Emma was disappointed. However, the next second, then I heard it. It costs extra. 3 white treasure chests can be exchanged for 1 cherry bomb. Emma shook her head. Too expensive. Impossible. Qin Feng. Chapter 86 Crisis Resolved. The Furious Nigiri Ichiro. Where's it expensive? It's only because you're my teammate that I wouldn't agree to trade 10 white treasure chests for 1 of them with anyone else. And another thing, if it weren't for my cherry bomb this time, you would have been devoured by rats. Just imagine the feeling of hundreds or thousands of blood rats gnawing on you. It would be worse than death. Emma wasn't fooled at all. Oomph. If it weren't for my barrier, the bathtub would have been breached long ago, and you would be dead too. If it weren't for my bathtub, you would have died much sooner. Then take the bathtub away. If you're so capable, then remove the barrier. You accept it first. You should leave first. You first. You. The two engaged in a heated exchange of words. Emma ultimately paid the price of 3 white treasure chests. They traded 5 cherry bombs for them. Qin Feng had no choice but to admit it. Among so many participants, this young lady's bargaining skills are only slightly inferior to his. Certainly, there's another reason why he's willing to make the trade. This girl should throw a few more cherry bombs. He can save a few. In addition, the cherry bomb thrown by the opponent killed the blood rat. He gets half the fantasy points too. This is a huge profit. For you, give Emma 5 cherry bombs. Qin Feng continued throwing bombs. Emma couldn't hold back any longer. He took a cherry bomb and threw it into the swarm of rats. A deafening roar. Dozens of blood rats died, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Fantasy value plus 0.1. Fantasy value plus 0.1. Fantasy value plus 0.1. A series of fantasy value prompts popped up. Unzip. This is so relaxing. Emma's eyes lit up. She finally understood. Why is Qin Feng throwing things so frequently? This feels so wonderful. Continue. With a loud bang. Dozens more blood rats have ascended to heaven. Again, Emma originally planned to throw 1 or 2. Leave 3 cherry bombs for emergencies. I lost control for a moment. I threw away 4. Only 1 left. I suppressed my impulse. Add the last cherry to your inventory. Qin Feng also threw more than a dozen cherry bombs. The surrounding burial ground was all large pits. The ground was covered in blood and flesh. The entire blood rat army has been reduced to dust. Only a few dozen remained around the bathtub. They kept gnawing on it relentlessly. You guys are pretty persistent. Deal with these dozens of blood rats. There's no need for cherry bombs anymore. A shovel appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He slapped the blood rats down. A short while later, dozens of want potato cakes have appeared on the ground. Crisis averted. Qin Feng looked around. After confirming that no one had slipped through the net, I put the shovel and bathtub back into my inventory. Let's call it a day. Good. Emma nodded. The two headed back toward the shelter together. Is this really the end? Thousands of blood rats were wiped out by a dozen cherries? How could a cherry have such power? This kid's cheating. This kid's cheating. The nations of the world watched the projected image. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. I originally thought it was an attack by so many blood rats. Qin Feng is doomed to die today. Result: less than a minute. The blood rats are all dead. Qin Feng wasn't hurt at all. I am impressed. Are you kidding me? These cherries definitely weren't something this Chinese kid dug up. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many of them. Excellent. With such power and such a large quantity, you can't possibly get it from a yellow treasure chest, but there's still a chance from a blue treasure chest. This Chinese kid has never dug up a blue treasure chest. These cherries were grown by his talent. It's impossible that I clearly didn't see when this kid dug up this Pokédex entry. Or did he buy it from someone else? It must have been this Chinese kid who dug it up. Besides him digging it up himself, what other idiot would sell a plant encyclopedia to him? Burial ground game. The territory of Nigiri Ichiro in Sakurakuni. Nigiri Ichiro is digging a grave. I suddenly sneezed. Who's insulting me? Didi. At this moment, a notification tone suddenly sounded. Nijiri Ichiro opened the panel. A string of messages popped up. Cherry bomb +6. Cherry bomb? Qin Feng is pretty fast. Wait, that's not right. Nijiri Ichiro was stunned. Didn't this guy say his talent level wasn't high enough to make cherry bombs? Nijiri Ichiro reminisced about his previous deal with Qin Feng. He finally sensed that something was wrong. Qin Feng looks like a cherry bomb encyclopedia. But that's not actually the case at all. If he really doesn't care, why do we keep discussing this? In accordance with Qin Feng's consistent style, I wouldn't even bother with him. There's only one truth. Qin Feng is haggling. Nijiri Ichiro was furious. A fit of impotent rage. It took him a long time to regain his composure. Nijiri Ichiro focused his attention on the 6 cherry bombs. This thing can't possibly be very powerful. Nijiri Ichiro comforted himself. Pick up a cherry bomb. He tossed it away casually. The next moment, a deafening roar. Baka! Nijiri Ichiro screamed. The powerful impact sent him flying several meters away. It slammed hard onto the ground. After a bout of dizziness, Nijiri Ichiro calmed down, looking at the huge crater not far away. His face was filled with disbelief. If I hadn't used defensive ninjutsu just now, it mitigated some of the damage. He might already be a corpse. How could it be so powerful? Qin Feng, I will definitely kill you. Nijiri Ichiro was furious. Being killed by Qin Feng is painful enough. What's even more painful is, this cherry bomb is incredibly powerful. Didi. At this moment, the notification tone sounded again. Nijiri Ichiro thought it was Qin Feng. I was just about to start cursing. However, they discovered that the message was sent by the commander of the Sakura Kingdom. I clicked on it and took a look. Commander of the Sakura Kingdom. Ichiro, how did you get a cherry bomb? How did the commander know about cherry bombs? Nijiri Ichiro found it strange. Nijiri Ichiro. This was given to me by Qin Feng. What's wrong? Commander of the Sakura Kingdom. That Chinese kid was just surrounded by thousands of blood rats. If it weren't for these cherry bombs, he would be dead. Chapter 87, Let's Eat Dumplings Together. Thousands of blood rats? If it weren't for the cherry bomb, he almost died. I saw these messages from the commander. Nijiri Ichiro's head was buzzing. In other words, was it the cherry bomb illustration he gave Qin Feng that saved Qin Feng? To make it simpler, did I save Qin Feng? Nijiri Ichiro felt a rush of blood to his head. I'm about to explode. Commander of the Sakura Kingdom. This Chinese kid is really lucky. Everyone is discussing where this kid got the cherry bomb encyclopedia. Many people think he traded it, but I think that's impossible. Who would be so stupid as to trade the cherry bomb encyclopedia to this Chinese kid? Nijiri Ichiro. Rage +1. Commander of the Sakura Kingdom. Ichiro. You did a great job this time. You managed to get the cherry bomb from this Chinese kid so quickly. Whether you use it yourself or sell it to someone else, you made a huge profit. Nijiri Ichiro. Rage +10. Commander of the Sakura Kingdom. Ichiro. The entire Sakura Kingdom is proud of you. The commander of the Sakura Kingdom praised him. However, these praises didn't escape Nijiri Ichiro's notice. It all turned into sarcastic remarks and cynical remarks. Rage +999. Sakura Kanino Yuri Ichiro. Shut up. XXXX. The player and coach have broken ties. After giving the commander of the Sakura Kingdom a stern reprimand, Nijiri Ichiro closed the chat. Then I opened Qin Feng's profile picture. Nijiri Ichiro. Qin Feng. You're incredibly cunning. I'll definitely kill you. Qin Feng. So you found out. Thanks to the cherry encyclopedia you dug up. Otherwise I might really be dead today. Thanks. Nijiri Ichiro's eyes were bloodshot as he roared to the sky, like a raging wild beast. Qin Feng, you'll regret this. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Qin Feng and Emma walked back to the entrance of the shelter side by side. Emma saw that Qin Feng had a smile on his face the whole way. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Nothing serious. Just teasing an idiot. Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Push open the door of the shelter. Back inside the shelter, Qin Feng felt the tension in his body instantly dissipate. I instantly relaxed. Emma followed behind. He also breathed a long sigh of relief. I was already exhausted from digging up graves today. Later, they were attacked by helmeted zombies and blood rats. Her magic power was completely drained. Exhausted, both physically and mentally. He casually picked up a piece of bread. I plan to use this bread for dinner. Qin Feng, however, went to the table in the living room. After pouring some mineral water into the pot, I heated it with alcohol. Wait until the water is slightly warm. Qin Feng took out a bag of dumplings. These are the dumplings I got from today's white treasure chest. Another new brand. Want dumplings? Do you have this brand of dumplings? Qin Feng was puzzled. He's quite the dumpling enthusiast. But I've never actually heard of this brand. I wonder which guys came up with these dumplings out of their imaginations. Qin Feng shook his head. Who cares what brand it is? As long as it's edible. Tear open the bag and start putting the dumplings into the water. I'm exhausted after a long day. He doesn't want to eat cold food anymore. We need to eat something hot to warm ourselves up. A short while later, a delicate aroma of dumplings wafts into my nostrils. Wait until the water boils. Qin Feng added some cold water. Repeat this step several times. The aroma of the dumplings grew stronger. The aroma of meat and vegetables blend together. A faint, persistent scent permeated the entire shelter. Qin Feng was already starving. The fragrance wafted into my nose. He couldn't help himself. I served myself a bowl of dumplings. Then he took out Laogan ma chili sauce. Spread the paste evenly on the dumplings. The dumplings are coated in chili oil, brightly colored. The aroma of dumplings mingled with the aroma of Laogan ma chili sauce. It was intensely stimulating Qin Feng's taste buds. Qin Feng's appetite suddenly increased. He picked up his chopsticks. Pick up a dumpling. I blew on it gently. Then put it in your mouth. The tender and juicy meat filling blends perfectly with the soft and chewy dumpling skin in your mouth. The rich flavor instantly spread in the mouth. Qin Feng squinted his eyes with satisfaction. It smells so good. Qin Feng picked up another dumpling. Just as I was about to put it in my mouth, I suddenly realized it. Emma was staring intently at him. To be precise, I was staring at the dumpling he was holding with his chopsticks. Qin Feng's heart stirred. They keenly seized the opportunity to make money. A sly smile appeared on his face. What? Emma, do you want some? Emma saw through Qin Feng's ill intentions at a glance. He immediately shook his head without hesitation. He said, "Need not. I don't like dumplings." After saying that, he turned his head away. He continued eating his bread. However, his eyes kept glancing at the dumplings in Qin Feng's bowl out of the corner of his eye. The dumpling was coated in chili oil. The color is enticing. The aroma kept wafting into her nose. She took a bite of bread. The dry texture contrasted sharply with the aroma of the dumplings wafting through the air. The bread, which was originally quite delicious, now tasted like wax in my mouth. It's so boring. Hee. Still stubborn. Qin Feng took in Emma's unusual behavior. A slight smile curved his lips. Don't like dumplings? Snort. No one can escape the "it's actually delicious" phenomenon. Qin Feng deliberately picked up a dumpling. He waved in front of Emma. The chili oil from the dumplings dripped onto the ground. It made a snapping sound. These dumplings paired with Laogan ma chili sauce are absolutely amazing. What a pity. Nobody shared it. Emma? Really not one? Qin Feng said. He took a big, exaggerated bite of the dumpling. He deliberately made a satisfied sound. His face was full of blissful expression. Emma's throat moved involuntarily. Qin Feng took in Emma's reaction. Keep the firepower going. The dumplings are delicious. Look at these dumplings, they're so big and round. Look at these dumplings, they're so fragrant and soft. Emma gritted her teeth. The bread in her hand was squeezed out of shape. If Qin Feng hadn't acted so dramatically, she can resist temptation. But Qin Feng kept seducing her. She really couldn't hold back anymore. I want to know if these dumplings are really that delicious. Tell me, how do you want to change it? Emma put down the bread that had been squeezed and was now somewhat deformed and said, 3 white treasure chests will give you a free dumpling buffet. How about it? Qin Feng seized the opportunity and made an exorbitant demand. Emma directly bargained. 1 treasure chest, and you're making me eat 3 meals a day. Impossible. I can only get a few bags of dumplings from a white treasure chest, and I have to boil them, mix them with Laogan ma chili sauce, and it takes me time. Qin Feng frowned exaggeratedly and waved his hands repeatedly. 3 white treasure chests? I'll only let you eat 2 meals at most. Impossible. All your materials combined aren't even worth a single white treasure chest. As for the time, it takes time to cook dumplings yourself. Emma wasn't fooled at all and said, a white treasure chest, enough for 2 meals. Impossible. 3 white treasure chests, enough for 3 meals. A white treasure chest. 3 white treasure chests. The shelter had been turned into a bargain hunting market. The two argued back and forth, neither willing to give in. Final. Emma paid the price of a white treasure chest. In exchange, I got a meal of dumplings. Plus 5 L of bath water. Give the bath water to Emma. Qin Feng didn't feel sorry for him at all. This thing is going to never sell. It can only be used to water trees. Sold to Emma. After Emma finishes using it, you can still water the tree. You might make a small profit, but I'll never lose. The deal is done. Emma immediately put the bread away. He sat down next to Qin Feng. He stared intently at the dumplings in the pot. Qin Feng served Emma a bowl of dumplings. And Laogan Ma chili sauce too. Give it a try. You won't regret it. Qin Feng handed the bowl to Emma. In his view, no one can resist the deliciousness of dumplings. Emma was no exception. Emma is also very much looking forward to it. After taking the bowl, pick up a dumpling. Gently put it into your mouth. The teeth gently clenched. Instantly, the delicious broth bursts in your mouth. A rich aroma wafts out. Tasty. Emma's eyes lit up. I couldn't wait to pick up the second dumpling. Qin Feng saw this. A smile appeared on his face. I knew it. No one can resist the deliciousness of dumplings. Even foreigners are the same. Then, inside the shelter. Then, inside this small shelter. Both of them were enjoying the delicious dumplings. Enjoy this rare moment of warmth and contentment. Chapter 88 Qin Feng. It's a waste not to put cupping on this back. Oh my god. Shut up. You can't eat that. Why can't we eat it? This is the last one. Keep cooking. Are you still eating? Mr. Qin, I traded you for a meal of dumplings. Keep cooking. I want more. Continue. Continue. After showing off 4 bags of dumplings, the two then stopped. They lay side by side on the floor. A look of complete satisfaction on his face. Qin Feng underestimated Emma's appetite. This young woman looks thin and slender, but they have quite a large appetite. She ate only a tiny bit less than him. Qin Feng took out a glass of cola as an after-meal drink. They leisurely began to drink. Originally, I was just trying to seduce Emma. Result. Emma also took out a bottle of Coke and started drinking. All right. Seduction failed. Qin Feng finished his drink in a few gulps. Step out of the shelter. Head to the greenhouse next door. We just entered the greenhouse. Qin Feng noticed the change. A tender green sprout has appeared on the black soil of the greenhouse. The sunflower seeds were planted just yesterday. It has already sprouted today. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Wow, you've grown so fast. A thought crossed my mind. All the plant information popped up. Plant, sunflower, countdown to maturity. 58 days, 6 hours, and 23 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary sunflower with no special abilities. I really don't know what use it is in the game. Friendly reminder, watering it daily will speed up its growth, and plenty of sunlight will also shorten its ripening time. Plant, walnut, countdown to maturity. 88 days, 6 hours, and 23 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary walnut tree with no special abilities. I really don't know what use it would be in the burial ground game. Friendly reminder, watering it daily will speed up its growth, and plenty of sunlight will also shorten its ripening time. Good. Sunflower illumination can shorten the time by more than 8 hours. Let's see if we can water it. Bathwater appeared in Qin Feng's hand. He started watering the sunflower seeds. Maturation time, 1 hour. A string of messages popped up. It's time to water again. I found this helpful. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Start watering vigorously. I watered the walnuts and sunflower seeds several times. They only stopped when time could not be shortened any further. The time has been shortened by about 10 hours. Very good. After watering, Qin Feng walked onto the black soil where no plants were growing. A thought crossed my mind. Several red fruits appeared in my hand. We should plant a few cherry trees too. Once these cherries grow big, the cherry bombs can be used indefinitely. When you encounter a fantasy creature, throw a bunch of cherry bombs at it first. Qin Feng was already imagining what that scene would be like. Plant the cherry trees. After watering it several more times, Qin Feng returned to the shelter. The living room was empty. Where did Emma go? Did you go to the toilet? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Push the bedroom door open. Why can't I push it open? There's movement inside. Oh my god. Am I going to end up in a fantasy creature? Qin Feng was startled. He kicked the door open. Miracles happen with great effort. The door was kicked open with a bang. The scene in the bedroom left Qin Feng completely stunned. Why is this young lady taking a bath? Her snow-white skin instantly caught Qin Feng's eye. Emma had her back to him. Her wet, golden hair cascaded over her shoulders. It shone brightly in the firelight. Water droplets slid down the ends of her hair. Glistening marks were left on his smooth back. Who? Emma was also startled by the huge commotion. Turning around, I saw Qin Feng. First, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then, seeing Qin Feng's gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Qin, is he handsome?" Cough, 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 it's all right. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Emma's smooth back, and he said, "It's such a great back. It would be a shame not to use cupping on it." Qin Feng is an honest child. Choose to answer truthfully. Cupping? Emma was stunned. Is this the normal thought process of a person? For a moment, I forgot I was taking a shower. Asked, "How did you come up with the idea of cupping?" Qin Feng, a naturally gifted player. It's all thanks to his talent. Emma then came to her senses. He quickly turned around, with his back to Qin Feng. A naturally gifted player. Could you please close the door? Can. The bedroom door slammed shut. A blush appeared on Emma's seemingly calm face. Enveloped in water vapor, her face was incredibly beautiful. Inside the living room, Qin Feng was also somewhat embarrassed. Although you've entered the burial ground game, they fiercely slaughtered various fantastical creatures. But just over 10 days ago, he's still a naive college student. I've been single since birth for almost 20 years. Where have I ever seen such a grand scene? Emma's looks are stunning, even in a school setting. She's definitely goddess level. Moreover, Emma is taking a bath. I can't take it. This is unbearable. Only I, Qin Feng, am a gentleman. If it were anyone else, such as those readers who enjoy reading novels, they would probably resort to force. Although the burial game has no rules, deceit and treachery are rampant everywhere. But Qin Feng still wanted to stay true to himself. Otherwise, one day, perhaps he's no different from those mindless fantasy creatures. Take several deep breaths. Qin Feng suppressed the impulse in his heart. Things have calmed down. 10 minutes later, the sound of water in the bedroom gradually disappeared. A soft rustling sound of clothes being put on could be heard. Immediately afterwards, the bedroom door was pushed open. Emma came out wearing her pajamas. Chapter 89. A plant gift for group members. Cherry bomb. Emma walked out of the bedroom. The blush on her face had disappeared. Everything is returned to normal. I'm all better. I borrowed your bedroom for a bit. I hope you don't mind. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You're too kind. We're teammates. It's nothing. If you want to stay in the bedroom, just let me know." Emma heard this. I was stunned for a moment. Is Qin Feng apologizing for what happened earlier? This guy likes to rip people off, but he still has some gentlemanly manners. Emma thought to herself, but very soon, she knew she was completely wrong. One white treasure chest a day, and the bedroom is yours. Qin Feng didn't let any opportunity to make money slip by. Emma, I was so stupid. Never mind. The living room is fine. Emma gritted her teeth and said those words. Then I crawled into bed and went to sleep. He ignored Qin Feng. Qin Feng touched his nose. You can negotiate the price if you're not satisfied. Why are you angry? Harmful. He shook his head. Qin Feng entered the bedroom. I'll take a shower too. I had so much fun frying blood rats today. Qin Feng was covered in blood. It feels sticky and uncomfortable. It's hard to fall asleep without taking a shower. Let's get right to it. Qin Feng took out 5 liters of bath water, poured it into the basin, and began to take a bath. They said it was for a bath. In reality, it was just wiping the body. There is too little water. It's not enough to just take a shower now. I wonder when we'll achieve water freedom. Give me a well or a device that automatically generates water. Qin Feng was taking a shower while imagining things. 10 minutes later, shower finished. Qin Feng lay on the bed. I haven't showered for over 10 days. This feeling of suddenly taking a shower and then lying in bed. It was so awesome. Give the Rattan armor to Vivi. Qin Feng opened the chat channel. Gift, Vivi Rattan armor X1. A short while later, Vivi's reply came. Wei-wei-oh, Rattan armor? Brother Qin Feng, you gave me Rattan armor? Qin Feng, your anesthetic gas combined with the pea shooter makes your attack fine, but you're lacking in defense. Wearing this Rattan armor will enhance your defense. Wei-wei, Qin Feng, you gave me the Rattan armor. What about you? Qin Feng, it's okay. I have armor too. Wei-wei-oh, right? Brother Qin Feng, I dug up some potatoes today. Perfect, here you go. Vivi is giving you 50 potatoes. Potato? Good. Qin Feng was worried about not having enough potatoes. Make flower pots. Qin Feng gave the order. Stones -40. Fantasy value minus 40. 40 flower pots appeared in front of me. Qin Feng buried the potatoes in these 40 flower pots. Then, 40 points of fantasy value are injected into each flower pot. Free gift, 20 Vivi potato mine. Free gift, 10 potato pies. 10 Bawa potato thunders as a gift. The shelter has been upgraded to level 3. Add cherry bombs. Qin Feng's need for potato mines isn't that great anymore. He directly gave these potato mines to the group members. Bao Guo and Qin are relatively strong in combat, so he gave each of them 10. I'll give 20 to Vivi. Then, Qin Feng closed the panel. Step out of the shelter. They returned to the greenhouse. Now that we have potatoes, of course we should plant them. A hoe appeared in his hand. Plant all 10 potatoes. Plant potato. Countdown to maturity. 15 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Hint. This is an ordinary potato plant with no special abilities. I really don't know what use it is in the burial ground game. Friendly reminder, watering it daily will speed up its growth, and plenty of sunlight will shorten its ripening time. It will mature in 15 days. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Watering time can be reduced by 10 hours per day. Adding a sunflower light cover further shortens the time by 8 hours. That's equivalent to about 7 days. These potatoes will be cooked through. I wonder how much I'll reap then. Qin Feng was very much looking forward to it. After watering the potatoes, Qin Feng returned to his bedroom. Opened the panel. At this time, the group chat was constantly receiving messages. Bawa, brother Qin Feng, you sent us plants again. We don't know how to repay you. Qin, yes. It's a pity we didn't find any seeds. Qin Feng, it's all right. Place the potato mines around the shelter. That will serve as an early warning system. Wei, that's great. Now I can sleep peacefully. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng, by the way, have you guys many teammates? Qin Feng was somewhat curious. However, the answer I received was always the same. I hadn't encountered it. It seems that without Emma's divination, finding teammates is really quite difficult. If the group members were alone and encountered a high-level fantasy creature like a helmeted zombie, they would probably have a hard time dealing with it. Qin Feng looked at the cherry bomb in his inventory. 15 left. I thought about it. Qin Feng made a decision. 2 Baowu cherry bombs as a gift. Gift, cherry bomb x2. 3 Vivi cherry bombs as a gift. Wei, brother Qin Feng, why are you giving us things again? Baowu, cherry bomb? What's that? Qin, judging from a name, it sounds like a bomb, but it looks like a kind of fruit. The group members were all puzzled. Qin Feng, this is my newly unlocked plant. It can be used as a bomb. If you encounter high-level fantasy creatures that you can't deal with, just throw one at them. As for the helmeted zombies, you should be able to take them out with 2 throws. With this message from Qin Feng, the group chat suddenly fell silent. 2 shots are enough to take down a helmeted zombie? They know how terrifying helmeted zombies are. Level 2 fantasy creature. It can be said to be the strongest fantasy creature at present. They haven't encountered it yet. However, in regional channels, some participants have already encountered it. Many people died at the hands of the helmeted zombies. Some participants also went to great lengths. Just killed the helmeted zombie. Result. Qin Feng told them. 2 cherry bombs, and that's it? Wei, brother Qin Feng. Your cherry bomb was amazing. Wei believed Qin Feng's words without a doubt. Baoguo and Qin naturally trusted Qin Feng as well. But the two were far more shocked than Vivi. Because, with their current strength, it's not necessarily possible to deal with a helmeted zombie. In other words, these 2 cherry bombs might be even more powerful than them. Qin, brother Qin Feng, your talent is simply incredible. Yeah, this talent is simply amazing. Wait a minute, cherry bomb. Did you make this with cherries? I saw this message. Qin Feng had some vague guesses. I couldn't help but get excited. Qin Feng, not bad. It's made from cherries. What's wrong? Group member Baowa is gifting you 50 cherries. Chapter 90 Talent Upgrade. Unlock the Frost Archer. Najiri Ichiro faints. Cherries plus 50. 50 cherries. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He only had a few cherries left on him. Another 50 have arrived? Cool. That was awesome. Really. Unity and cooperation are the keys to a win-win situation. Baowa, I dug this up yesterday. I didn't know that brother Qin Feng's talent was not only in growing plants, but also in growing fruit. Qin Feng, fruit really works. I have a lot of blood rats here. I encountered several thousand today. If it weren't for the cherry bombs, I would have almost died in their mouths. With these 50, I don't have to worry about blood rats anymore. Hearing that Qin Feng had encountered thousands of blood rats, the group members all became concerned. After learning that Qin Feng had killed thousands of blood rats with a dozen cherry bombs, they were all utterly shocked. That cherry bomb is terrifyingly powerful. Make cherry bombs. While the group members were discussing, Qin Feng is already manufacturing cherry bombs. Anyway, he has already planted several cherry trees. There's no need to keep the remaining cherries. He used it all to make cherry bombs. Cherry 50. Fantasy value minus 300. 50 cherry bombs have appeared in my inventory. Just as Qin Feng finished making the cherry bomb. A flash of white light. Experience plus 300. Talent. Farmer. LV5 2501000. Unlock plants. Water lily, ice shooter. Wow, my talent has leveled up. Water lily and ice archer have also been unlocked. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had already found the water lily illustrations before. It can be grown in water, but there are currently no aquatic fantasy creatures. Not needed for now. And the frost archer. This is really good stuff. An upgraded version of pea shooter. It can fire pea bullets. However, unlike the regular pea shooter, the pea bullets fired by the ice archer have a slowing effect. If you plant the frost archer in a flower pot, you can slow down fantasy creatures and start a dog-walking mode. Just imagine that scene. Qin Feng felt great. But we'll have to wait until we get to Frost Archer's character profile. Let me give you the cherry bombs first. Qin Feng kept 20 for himself. The remaining 30 were all given to the group members. But this time, Vivi refused your gift. Bao refused your gift. Qin refused your gift. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng. There are too many. Qin, yes. We don't have many blood rats here, so we don't need so many cherry bombs. You need them more than I do. Bao, brother Qin Feng. Don't let the 50 cherries affect you. The 2 cherry bombs you gave me are worth dozens of times more than 50 cherries. Harmful. The group members are so great. My heart feels so warm, seeing these messages. Qin Feng was so moved that he cried. Crying is definitely an exaggeration, but the emotion was real. The group members don't want it, but I can't not send it. After a round of reverse price negotiation, Qin Feng and the group members each took a step back. Each member of the group received 3 cherry bombs. With the previous 2, 5 cherry bombs are enough to take out 2 or 3 helmeted zombies. So everyone should be able to handle most crises. Qin Feng closed the group chat. We'll wait until everyone has used up the cherry bombs. He can just keep delivering, and that's it. Let's see if those guys have anything good. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. As always, the regional channel is filled with a lot of messages. Many participants have already found teammates to form teams. I wanted a cute girl as a teammate. Why did I get guy? Appa, I'm considered a lowly in our circle. Look at my round face, short hair, and beard. Oh, and I'm wearing white socks today. Ugh, stay away from me. Don't come any closer. I wanted a mature, elegant woman in black. Why did I get a middle-aged black woman instead? What did I do wrong? My teammate is a muscular guy. Why is he staring at my butt? Is he eyeing my new underwear? These guys are so pitiful. Seeing these messages, Qin Feng was speechless. So that's how it is. He was quite lucky to have met Emma. That Chinese kid is so lucky. His teammate is Emma from the British Empire, who is not only incredibly strong, but also has a face that ranks in the top 10 among all the contestants. Could it be that something might happen between that Chinese kid and Emma? Please, please don't. The thought of that kid being with Emma is worse than killing me. Don't worry. That Chinese kid and my Emma are just ordinary teammates. Emma has a cold personality and doesn't usually interact much with us compatriots. So she'll definitely be even colder to that Chinese kid. That's right. That Chinese kid only knows how to fleece people and has no sense of chivalry. There's no way he could have anything to do with Emma. Emma won't give him a chance. These guys are crazy. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. He did nothing. Why are these guys dragging him into this? But not giving them any chance at all? Qin Feng thought of Emma's back where cupping could be applied. Doesn't this give us a tiny sliver of a chance? Qin Feng, I'm collecting peas and walnuts. Don't miss out. 50 peas will get you a pea shooter, 1 month usage. 50 walnuts will get you 3 walnuts, permanent usage. Damn it. 50 peas for 1 pea shooter, and it's even rented? Can't you cut the price a bit more? It's impossible that this Chinese kid is getting darker and darker. Nobody should do business with this Chinese kid. He's incredibly cunning. He tricked me out of my plant guide. If we all refuse to give him any seeds, he's finished. Qin Feng appeared. It instantly became a hot topic on the regional channel. Everyone's energy was focused on him. Even after just one day, its appeal remained strong. Qin Feng sighed. Really? I am indispensable. Qin Feng, nobody's here, right? I'm going to sleep then. Qin Feng, you're dreaming. No one will ever do business with you. Nijiri Ichiro saw that no one was replying to Qin Feng on the regional channel. A look of exhilarating satisfaction, as if a great enemy had been avenged, appeared on his face. Qin Feng, as long as I'm here, I will never let your evil scheme succeed again. This is the price you pay for deceiving me. He hadn't finished speaking. Within the regional channel. Qin Feng, I have 50 peas. I'll trade with you. Good morning. I have walnuts. I want nut wall. Qin Feng, I have. Nijiri Ichiro exploded. Are you all idiots? I told you not to do business with this Chinese kid. Are you teaching me how to do things? It's impossible that our deal with that Chinese kid was clearly priced. You've been scammed. You're the fool. Baka. Nijiri Ichiro was furious. I felt like my vision was going black. I had to take several deep breaths to calm myself down. At this moment, Qin Feng sent another message. Qin Feng, forget it. This little Sakura isn't very bright. He's the one who gave me the cherry bomb encyclopedia entry. Give me some face. Everyone, please don't criticize him. This news came out. The regional channels were completely turned upside down. Many contestants who rarely participate have now shown up. You idiot. If it weren't for you, this Chinese boy would be dead. No way. Nijiri Ichiro. You're the idiot. Shit. How have you, an idiot like you, managed to survive this long? How could there be such an idiot like you in my land of cherry blossoms? Qin Feng, you. Nijiri Ichiro's face contorted with rage. That Chinese kid definitely did it on purpose. Didi. Another message notification sounded. Commander of the Sakura Kingdom. You idiot. Did you give that cherry bomb illustration to that Chinese kid? How could my Sakura Kingdom have such an idiot? I saw this message. Nijiri Ichiro could no longer hold back. Everything went black. He fainted. Chapter 91, Rebuilding the Nut Fence. Blood rat lair? PS. Walnuts plus 50. It actually worked. Good. Looking at the extra peas and walnuts in my inventory. Qin Feng could not hide his joy. Originally, he was just thinking of taking a shot, even if it seemed risky. I can't believe I actually hit it. Several flower pots were made immediately. Plant pea shooters and walnuts to complete the trade. Qin Feng shut down the regional channel. I'm going to sleep now. I'll plant the nut wall tomorrow. The next day, the countdown to the second wave of attacks is 12 days, 17 hours, and 35 minutes. Qin Feng got up early. Walnut trees were planted along the perimeter of his shelter. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. More than 40 walnuts were planted one by one under his skillful operation. Not long after, the nut wall planted earlier is gradually maturing. Qin Feng skillfully turned them into a nut fence and adjust the height to 2 meters. The area outside the shelter was instantly restored to its state before the first wave of attacks and the destruction caused by the blood rats. With flower pots, there's no need to plant pea shooters in burial soil anymore. Qin Feng thought for a moment. I've decided that from now on, all pea shooters will be planted in flower pots. In this way, facing attacks from different directions, the placement of the pea shooter can be adjusted at any time. More than 40 flower pots were made last night. It took a lot of stones. Qin Feng only had 6 stones left. After all these stones were made into flower pots, Qin Feng gained 6 more moving pea shooters. Place these 6 moving pea shooters into your inventory to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Click. At this moment, Emma got up too. Push open the shelter door. Seeing the earth-shaking changes before my eyes, Emma was completely stunned. When did this neat and orderly fence appear? It wasn't there when I went to bed last night. Qin Feng chuckled, patting the dirt off his hands, and said, We planted some walnut trees, and with them, the shelter's defenses have improved. How about that? Not bad, right? Mr. Qin, your talent is too abnormal. A look of amazement flashed in Emma's eyes. Qin Feng's talent allows him to both attack and defend. They can build this kind of fence in a very short time. Absolutely amazing. Emma was very surprised by the appearance of the nut fence. Even while washing up, she would occasionally glance at the fence. And she had to admit it. With the fence in place for protection, she no longer has to worry about free-floating creatures suddenly jumping out from some direction while she's washing up. After washing up, Qin Feng and Emma sat at the table eating breakfast. Today's breakfast is congee. It was served with fermented bean curd and pickled vegetables that Qin Feng had dug out. That's incredibly appetizing. Emma also took out a bottle of pickles. Crisp and delicious. Qin Feng finished 2 bowls of porridge and still didn't stop. I did a divination for the blood rat last night. Emma picked up a piece of pickled cucumber and suddenly said. Qin Feng took a sip of porridge and asked, "What did you find?" Emma's expression turned serious. These blood rats seem to have a leader behind them, and those blood rats that attacked us yesterday were most likely its minions. I suggest we avoid digging in that direction today. It's too dangerous. Qin Feng frowned and pressed for an answer. Can you divine the strength of that blood rat leader? Is it a supernatural being? Emma shook her head. No, my divination doesn't consume much magic power. If this blood rat leader were a transcendent being, the magic power consumption would be enormous. Not extraordinary? Qin Feng is getting into it. If I weren't extraordinary, would I dare to have my subordinates attack me time and time again? You're really brave. Dry. We have to fuck them. Today we'll go in that direction again, but instead of digging up graves, we'll go find the lair of those blood rats. Qin Feng said directly. Emma looked at Qin Feng and calmly said, "Give me a reason, or I won't agree." Qin Feng did not answer. A thought crossed my mind. A bunch of red berries appeared in the living room. Is this reason sufficient? So many cherry bombs. Emma's eyes brightened slightly, and she said, "Sure, give me half of the cherry bomb." Qin Feng. Are you hallucinating? He's always the one who preys on others. Someone actually ripped him off today? This is outrageous. You're dreaming. If you want a cherry bomb, you can exchange it for a treasure chest. The price is the same as yesterday. Emma shook her head. It's you who wants to go find the blood rat's lair. I'm not that interested. I'll just go with you. In addition, when the plants you give kill fantasy creatures, half of the fantasy value is yours, which is equivalent to me working for you for free. Speaking of this, Emma got angry. I spent several treasure chests yesterday to buy a cherry bomb. Upon closer inspection, killing the blood rat only yielded half of the fantasy points. The rest actually belonged to Qin Feng. This is absolutely infuriating. Working for free? Qin Feng was displeased. If I didn't get half of the fantasy points, I wouldn't have sold the cherry bomb to you so cheaply. Emma, then let's not go to the blood rat's lair. Emma used her trump card. Emma, don't forget, I'm the captain. Qin Feng emphasized. We have a prior treaty, and given the issue of safety, I have the right to refuse. This isn't a matter of safety. With cherry bombs, killing those guys is a piece of cake. Besides, I'm the captain, so I need cherry bombs. Emma, I'm the captain, so I need cherry bombs. Qin Feng, I'm going. This girl is not easy to deal with. I can't give you cherry bombs for free. At most, I'll sell them to you at a discount. No. The two then engaged in another round of verbal sparring. The transaction was finally completed before breakfast was finished. Qin Feng sold 10 cherry bombs to Emma at a low price. He himself had more than 30 pills left. The two walked out of the shelter, moving in the direction of yesterday. Because the grave was not dug up, I walked very fast today. In less than half an hour, the two walked to the spot where they had fought the blood rat yesterday. The numerous craters on the ground testify to the fierce battle that took place here yesterday. This way, Emma waved her wand. Divination techniques are released. Although she divined the location of the blood rat's lair last night. But that's just a general location. To find it accurately, it requires continuous divination to determine. Rustling. In the burial ground world shrouded in gray fog, two figures moved cautiously through the mist. Visibility was extremely low in all directions. It's less than 20 meters. The shelter behind them had long since disappeared into the vast fog. If it weren't for Emma's divination skills, Qin Feng would never dare to go that far, because there is no guidance from his magic. Returning to the shelter is virtually impossible. Roar. Sudden, a roar came from the gray fog. This startled Qin Feng. Immediately afterwards, a dark figure burst out from the gray mist. Fantasy creatures, muscular zombie. Level 1. Aggression, 25. Defense, 30. Speed, 25. Warning. These are terrifying creatures imagined by a group of muscle-bound thugs. They should have lived on a steroid planet, but were drawn here by the burial soil. Their weakness is clumsiness. Their strength is immense power. Keep your distance from these muscle-bound thugs, or they'll crush your head. How dare this muscular guy be so arrogant? Qin Feng was furious. A pea shooter appears in each of the left and right hands. Pea bullets rained down. A pea shooter appeared in Emma's hand, the one where she wasn't holding a wand. 3 pea shooters fired simultaneously. The firepower was extremely intense. Puff, puff, puff. The flesh and blood on this muscular zombie exploded. He died before he could run 10 meters. Fantasy value plus 15. This way, the two stepped over the pieces of flesh and walked in another direction. Along the way, we also encountered a few more wandering zombies. They easily defeated them all with pea shooters. At this time, people from all over the world saw this scene through a projection. They were all dumbfounded. Chapter 92 Gunfight Game. What the heck is this Chinese kid doing? Why isn't he digging up graves today? It's impossible that while other contestants are racing against time to dig graves, this young Chinese man is traveling the world of burial grounds. Good heavens! This Chinese kid has gotten too arrogant. To destroy him, you must first drive him mad. This kid is not far from his death. Those wretched Chinese brats. It's one thing to just give up, but don't lead my British Empire's Emma astray too. Why is Emma following this Chinese kid's nonsense? What kind of spell has he cast on her? Emma, please don't fall for it. Qin Feng naturally had no idea. Such an inspiring rat extermination campaign of his own. It's become a tourist attraction in the eyes of people from all over the world. Otherwise, he's definitely going to start criticizing. We've entered the territory of the blood rats. In the silent, gray fog, Emma's voice suddenly rang out. Emma didn't need to remind me. Qin Feng also noticed the anomaly. The burial grounds in this area are very different from those in other places. There were piles of rotting bones on the ground. There are many signs of gnawing on it. On the ground, a pit appears from time to time. Obviously, this is a rat's nest. Sudden, squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing sound rang out. Not far away, a dark shadow peeked out from the rat hole. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying scene unfolded. Dark figures emerged from the surrounding pits. A pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at Qin Feng and Emma. The next moment, as if receiving some kind of command, the blood rats swarmed towards them. Deal with these blood rats. The pea shooter is no longer useful. Qin Feng's mind raced. The pea shooter appears in your hand. Last night, he reviewed the process of dealing with the blood rats. I suddenly discovered a problem. Previously, pea shooters were planted directly on burial ground. Bullet height is limited. Therefore, they cannot attack small fantasy creatures like blood rats. But now the pea shooters are planted in flower pots. He can easily adjust the pea shooter's angle himself. Come on, experience the power of the pea shooter. A pea shooter appeared in Qin Feng's left and right hands. Adjust the attack angle. Aim the pea shooter's launcher at the blood rat on the ground. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One pea bullet after another is fired. Qin Feng's marksmanship is average. However, the pea shooter has too many bullets and fast rate of fire. All we need to do is cover it with firepower. Fantasy value plus 0.2. Fantasy value plus 0.2. Fantasy value plus 0.2. A series of fantasy value notification messages popped up. Blood rats were pierced by pea bullets. Deal with these low-level fantasy creatures. One bullet from the pea shooter is enough. Cool. That was awesome. Qin Feng was surprised. You can also experience the fun of shooting games in the burial ground game. And as the shooting continued, his marksmanship gradually improved. Is this even possible? Emma, who was standing to the side, was stunned by Qin Feng's actions. Out of curiosity, she also took out a pea shooter. They started shooting blood rats, just like Qin Feng did. Where the two went, the corpses of harpy rats are everywhere. But as they ventured deeper into the blood rat territory, more and more pits appeared around them. No way. There are too many blood rats. We can't kill them all with just pea shooters. Emma shot and killed several blood rats nearby. More blood rats swarmed in from all sides. Brush. Emma cast a fireball. However, these blood rats are sparsely distributed. A fireball spell was cast. They only managed to kill a few blood rats. Don't waste your magic points. Let's go. Qin Feng put away the pea shooter. He pulled Emma toward a gap in the encirclement of rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood rats around fled upon seeing their prey. They quickly caught up. Soon a group of blood rats gathered together behind them. This was the plan that Qin Feng and Emma had discussed. A red fruit appeared in his hand. Art is an explosion. He shouted something incredibly childish. Qin Feng threw the red fruit in his hand towards the swarm of rats behind him. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. More than 100 blood rats were skinned alive. The cherry bombs were used to their fullest potential. Cool. After Qin Feng finished throwing it, Emma threw one away too. More than 100 blood rats were killed in the explosion. Only a dozen or so remain. There's no need for cherry bombs anymore. The two easily defeated them with pea shooters. After dealing with this wave of blood rats, the surroundings became quiet. Brush. Emma cast another divination spell. Then he pointed in a direction. 1 kilometer ahead is the location of the blood rat leader. Can you calculate how many subordinates you have? Qin Feng asked as he moved forward. Emma shook her head. There are too many to interpret. At this time, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly eerie and sinister. A nauseating stench filled my nostrils. The people of various countries on Earth also saw through Qin Feng's intentions. This Chinese kid actually wants to find the blood rat's lair. A plant turned into a machine gun, and it can even adjust the angle? This is a plant? This doesn't make sense. It's impossible that these blood rats are countered by the Chinese kid's cherry bombs. They're just giving this kid free time to farm fantasy points. This isn't fair. Why are there so many blood rats around this kid? Don't worry. These blood rats are numerous, with thousands easily deployed. Their lair likely contains even more, possibly tens of thousands. Furthermore, these blood rats may also have a leader. Curry. Not bad. The catfish monsters during the last acid rain had a leader who was very powerful. With such a large number of blood rats, the leader of the blood rats must be even more powerful. This Chinese kid is in trouble. Chapter 93: Infiltrating the Rat's Nest. Explode. 100 meters. 300 meters. 500 meters. Qin Feng and Emma continued to explore the area. The potholes in the ground are getting more and more numerous. Qin Feng's one trick is enough to make him popular everywhere. First, use the pea shooter to sweep the area. Well, they really can't kill them all. They lured these blood rats together. 1 cherry bomb solves the problem. What if we can't solve it? 2 shots then. He sent a bunch of blood rats to the rat planet. 600 meters. 800 meters. They went several hundred meters deeper. Qin Feng and Emma have already entered the blood rat territory 900 meters away. These blood rats have grown bigger. Qin Feng noticed something was wrong. The blood rats we encountered before were only about the size of a fist. But these blood rats in front of us are almost as big as cats. Both speed and power have improved significantly. View information. Qin Feng spotted a blood rat. Instantly, detailed information about this blood rat popped up. Fantasy creature, blood rat. Level none. Aggression, 6. Defense, 6. Speed, 15. Hint: these are a group of rats created by humans. Originally, they were no different from ordinary rats, but they were transformed into blood rats by some extraordinary force. Their attributes were not high, but under the leadership of their leader, these blood rats' attributes doubled. Friendly reminder: when blood rats appear, you'd better be careful, as they may be backed by extraordinary forces. These blood rats have indeed become stronger. Since the attributes have become stronger, why hasn't the fantasy points gained from killing them increased? Qin Feng was unhappy. You little rascal, you're taking kickbacks, aren't you? Burial Earth game? Brush. Emma cast her divination spell again. It pointed to the blood rat's lair, 100 meters away. We're not far from the blood rat's lair. The blood rat king is there. Boom. Qin Feng casually used a cherry bomb to take away more than 100 blood rats, and joked. We're only 100 meters from our lair, and this blood rat leader hasn't sent any of his men to deal with us yet. He's really keeping his cool. The words had barely left his mouth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A cacophony of cries erupted from all directions. It felt as if countless flies were buzzing at my ears. It's chilling. Splash, splash, splash. The ground began to undulate. Patches of soil were cleared away. Numerous pits appeared all around. It's like a honeycomb. The next moment, one by one, blood rats crawled out of the pit. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Qin Feng and Emma. Many. Too many. The number far exceeds any previous time. There are at least 8,000 or more. On the projected screen, the scene was even more breathtaking. Countless blood rats covered the burial ground in this area. Like a black tide. Everywhere you look, it was full of blood rats. This place has become a world of blood rats. So many blood rats. There must be tens of thousands of them, right? The people of all the countries on Earth were overjoyed. So many blood rats. There must be at least 8,000, if not 10,000, and these blood rats are bigger and stronger than before. This Chinese kid's bathtub definitely can't stop these blood rats. With so many, even if that Chinese kid throws his cherry bombs, he'd have to throw over 100. As far as I know, he doesn't have that many on him. This kid's in trouble. Good morning. Don't forget there's a leader behind these blood rats. Curry curry. It's such a pity about Emma. Such a beautiful woman. If she were my teammate, I would definitely take good care of her. Emma brought this upon herself. With her divination skills, there was absolutely no need for her to mess with this Chinese kid. Now that you've sent your men, are you satisfied? Emma looked at Qin Feng and said, Satisfied? Extremely satisfied. Qin Feng looked at the blood rats that swarmed around him like a tide. The smile on her lips was impossible to suppress. It would be so satisfying to fry up so many blood rats. Just throw a cherry bomb down. That could kill hundreds of them. Something's off with these guys. As they talked, Qin Feng suddenly realized a problem. The blood rats from before saw him and Emma. It's like a hungry dog seeing shit and then seeing meat. But now, Qin Feng felt restraint from these blood rats. That's right. It's all about restraint. Blood rats, mindless and low-level fantasy creatures, should have no connection to restraint. Therefore, there is only one truth. The blood rat leader is commanding these guys. Qin Feng made a bold conjecture. Emma said, it was at the very back of the rat swarm, hiding underground. To get to it, you'd have to take care of its minions first. Then let's solve it. Bring it on. 2 pea shooters appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Puff, puff, puff. Pea bullets were fired wildly. These blood rats are different from the ones we encountered yesterday. They are larger and denser. Qin Feng doesn't even need to aim to hit the target. With a terrifying rate of fire of 10 pea bullets per second, one by one, the blood rats exploded. Dozens of blood rats die every second. But compared to the enormous blood rats, this is just a drop in the ocean. Just after Qin Feng shot down dozens of them with his pea shooter. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp, piercing sound rang out from behind the swarm of rats. The news spread throughout the entire rat colony. This statement sounds like a command. The rats heard this. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Wow, these guys even know about formations? Qin Feng was very surprised. The scene before my eyes was truly astonishing. The chaotic swarm of rats, upon hearing a command. They were arranged neatly, like a well-trained army. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The piercing sound rang out again. In an instant, the first group of blood rats moved, like soldiers besieging a city. They charged towards Qin Feng and Emma. These guys actually know tactics. Emma was shocked. Bring it on. Qin Feng was not afraid. Excitement. I don't care what tactics you use. Faced with overwhelming firepower, everything is fleeting. A thought crossed my mind. A defensive artifact, a bathtub, appeared beneath their feet. Blood rats were everywhere. The dog-walking tactic is unlikely to be effective anymore. The only option left is to implement the Iron Turtle tactic. Qin Feng jumped directly into the bathtub. He then pulled Emma's arm. Cool. Emma used Qin Feng's power. She also stepped into the bathtub with her long legs. At the same time, a barrier spell was cast. Cover the barrel. Qin Feng, on the other hand, followed the old rules. Let's use the sunflower to unleash area of effect damage first. As planned, Qin Feng turned around. Emma turned around too. This way, the two of them were back to back. The two people can then observe any direction. Chapter 94, the bathtub was breached. Not enough cherry bombs. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood rats' screams echoed throughout. The first batch of blood rats were less than 5 meters from the bathtub. Qin Feng acted decisively. Start throwing cherry bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring sound never stopped. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the blood rats exploded. Fantasy value increases rapidly. Each cherry bomb can bring Qin Feng dozens of fantasy points. 50, 50, 80. The cherry bomb exploded among the rats. The area where the explosion occurred has become a vacuum zone. Soon, new blood rats have been added to the supply. Click, click, click. Under the fierce firepower of Qin Feng and Emma, the number of blood rats decreased rapidly. But a bunch of blood rats still came to their feet. It started frantically devouring the bathtub. These blood rats are too powerful. A barrier can only last for 30 seconds at most. Emma suddenly said. Qin Feng looked down. The barrier outside the bathtub flickered incessantly as a group of blood rats gnawed at it. It seems like it could shatter at any moment. My magic power can only create 10 barriers at most, and they can only hold off the enemy for 5 minutes. Emma reminded her. Qin Feng's brain was working at lightning speed. Don't panic. I have a plan. After this barrier is broken, don't rush to release the next one. Let these rats gnaw on the bathtub. Emma was puzzled, but seeing Qin Feng's confident appearance, she didn't ask any further questions. Boom! The battle continues. The first wave of attacks consisted of approximately 1,000 blood rats. Qin Feng and Emma used up 8 cherry bombs. Only a handful of blood rats remained near the bathtub. Qin Feng used the pea shooter to clear the field. The last blood rat died from a pea bullet. First wave of attacks over. However, before the two could even breathe a sigh of relief, squeak, 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 the piercing scream rang out again. The surrounding rats started to stir again. A second wave of blood rats charged towards the two. This attack involved more than twice the number of attacks as the previous one. A vast dark mass, like a black wave deep in the ocean. It was incredibly eerie. What's even more despairing is more dark waves await all around. Continue. Qin Feng began the second round of throwing grenades. The cherry bomb's power remains as strong as ever. However, the number of blood rats doubled in this wave. Even though the cherry bomb is incredibly powerful, it was also difficult to stop the onslaught of so many blood rats. Soon, dozens of blood rats surrounded the bathtub and began to frantically devour it. The barrier is flashing faster and faster. The barrier is about to break. Emma reminded her. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang! The barrier is broken. Emma followed Qin Feng's instructions. No further barrier was released for the bathtub. In this way, the bathtub will be directly facing a bunch of blood rats. In the blink of an eye, the bathtub became pitted and uneven. It seems like it could be breached at any moment. Once it's breached, a group of blood rats were about to devour Qin Feng and Emma. This kid's bathtub is going to break. Good heavens! Without the bathtub's defense, this Chinese kid can't withstand the blood rat's attacks at all. This kid's finished. This kid is going to be bitten to death by a bunch of rats. That's going to be a really painful experience. Curry. This Chinese kid is lucky. He even has a beauty like Emma to be buried with him in death. People from all over the world watched the projected images. They cheered. They have suffered under the Qin customs for too long. The nations of Earth have long suffered under the Qin dynasty's influence. I am impressed. This kid is finally going to die. I've been waiting for so long. Today has finally come. After waiting for so long, the dream finally came true. Before people around the world could even celebrate for 3 seconds. What is that? Looking at the image projected on the screen, the smiles on the faces of people from all over the world froze. In the territory of the blood rat, Qin Feng and Emma were completely surrounded by blood rats. The bathtub is about to be chewed through. Emma reminded her again. Click, click, click. Under the frenzied attack of the blood rats, the weakest point of the bathtub was only as thick as a sheet of paper. Click, click, click. Soon, this weak point was torn apart by a hard-working and clever blood rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Through the hole, the blood rat smelled the aroma of Qin Feng and Emma's meat. He crawled straight into the bathtub. Right now, nut wall, come out. With Qin Feng's command, a wall of nuts planted in flower pots appeared out of nowhere. It hit the bathtub. The broken bathtub was crushed into pieces. It also crushed the blood rat that had crawled in into mincemeat. Qin Feng and Emma were directly lifted up by the nut wall, because a single nut wall cannot change shape. Therefore, Qin Feng summoned 3 at once, and the nut wall was shaped into a T shape. Simply put, it's thick at the bottom. It can defend against attacks from blood rats. There was a board on top. This makes it easier for Qin Feng and Emma to stand. Emma released the barrier to protect the walnut. Brush. Emma was prepared. He immediately waved his wand the moment Qin Feng spoke. Barrier spell released. The wall of nuts has been completely covered. They have been hiding inside the bathtub. There are also concerns that a large number of blood rats would accumulate and end up in the bathtub. The T-shaped nut wall is taller and more stable than a bathtub. Qin Feng and Emma hardly had to worry about the blood rats attacking them. All you have to do is keep throwing cherry bombs. Boom, boom, boom. 10 cherry bombs were dropped. The 2 men repelled the second wave of rats once again. But Emma, however, did not show much joy on her face. Something's not right. If these blood rats attack wave after wave like this, the cherry bombs can unleash their full power at first, but once the blood rat density decreases, the cherry bomb's effectiveness is weakened. Qin Feng has also realized this problem. I have 15 cherry bombs left. How many do you have? 8. Emma said. We only managed to kill a little over 3,000 blood rats with 18 cherry bombs, and there are still at least 5,000 left. 23 cherry bombs alone are not enough, not to mention the blood rat's commander. I'll go ask around and see if anyone's found any cherries. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. Chapter 95x10 Enhanced Pea Shooter, Frenzied Slaughter. Qin Feng, cherries for sale. Cherries are being collected. To thank our new and old customers, we're giving away 3 cherry bombs with every 50 cherries. Don't miss out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Feng opened the regional channel and sent a message. 4 quick transactions. He even raised the price a bit. The previously quiet regional channel instantly became popular because of Qin Feng's message. 50 cherries and you get 3 cherry bombs for free. Wow, that's a lot. Did you all hear that? This young Chinese guy is here to buy cherries. Who's going to sell them to him? I really want to trade. Too bad I don't have any cherries. What should I do? Qin Feng looked at the messages in the regional channel. His brows furrowed slightly. These guys are acting weird. Something's not right. It should be the countries of Earth that tell them about my situation. Qin Feng is incredibly smart. Based on this information, the reason was immediately guessed. And indeed, things turned out exactly as he predicted. The contestants from various countries on the regional channels were getting even more sinister. Qin Feng, I dug up 50 cherries. Do you want them? But I'm not selling them to you. Are you mad? Go ahead and hit me. The message was accompanied by a photo, which was none other than a freshly opened cherry tree. Qin Feng, did you think we didn't know your predicament? Surrounded by thousands of blood rats. You're going to die, aren't you? Good morning. Don't sell to this Chinese kid. Let him get bitten to death by the blood rats. Impossible, Qin Feng. Don't you like to fleece people? Go ahead and keep fleecing. Fun fact, this Chinese kid could go to hell and slaughter people. It's unbearable to look at. Qin Feng immediately shut down the regional channel. So, has anyone else gotten cherries? Emma took advantage of a break in throwing the cherry bombs to ask a question. Qin Feng shook his head. There are cherries, but these guys know I'm in danger and won't let me live. Emma, who is it? I'll go try. Seeing Emma's confident demeanor, Qin Feng was silent for 0.01 seconds, then said, They are participants from your British Empire. Emma's expression changed slightly. He didn't say much. Open the chat and ask. A moment later, Emma's face turned icy cold. He doesn't want to sell. Normal. Qin Feng was not surprised at all. Before Emma asked, he guessed the ending. If the other party intended to sell, they would have sold it to him already. However, the other party did not say there was. This explains it. The other party also gave up on Emma. Are you all right? Looking at Emma's cold expression, Qin Feng was a little worried that this young woman would have a mental breakdown. He still needs the other party to release the barrier. Emma replied calmly, It's nothing. Are you really all right? Qin Feng was a little worried. After all, this is being abandoned by one's own people. If it were him who was abandoned by Wei Wei, Qin, and Baoguo, he must have lost his mind. Fine, Emma said calmly. Apart from China, all countries have implemented population elimination programs. From the day these programs were implemented, it was a sign that these countries had long lost their feelings and were left with only cold interests. My being alive is important to them, but your death is more important to them. In the past, I didn't think much of the population elimination plan. I even thought it was foolish that China and Earth didn't implement it, going against the world trend. But now, to be honest, I miss my Chinese people a little. Emma said quite a lot in one breath. It was like giving his last words. But the next moment, Emma looked at Qin Feng and said, What's your backup plan? Now you can bring it out. Qin Feng was taken aback. What's the next move? Emma said calmly. I consulted a fortune teller before I left, and it said I wouldn't die today. Also, you remained calm throughout, which doesn't seem like a near-death experience. Okay, Qin Feng was helpless. He had originally planned to have a god descend to Earth when he was in dire straits, shocking his teammates. He's got godlike talent to win over his teammates. No need to think about it anymore. Boom. He then threw a cherry bomb to eliminate the nearby blood rats. Qin Feng opened the group chat. Qin Feng, are you done? Baoguo, just right. Here you go. 2 nonsensical lines of dialogue. The next moment, Qin Feng's inventory now contains items gifted by Baogua. It's done. See the item in your inventory. Qin Feng was excited. Come out. Pea Shooter X 10 Ultimate Enhanced Edition. 10 potted pea shooter plants appeared in front of Qin Feng. But these 10 pea shooters are different from the regular ones in that they are connected together. It was fixed to a wooden strip. Below the wooden strip, there is a support pillar supporting the 10 pea shooters. Use leverage to move away. Qin Feng only needs to hold one end of the wooden strip. You can easily control the shooting angle of 10 pea shooters. This is Qin Feng's backup plan. The ultimate enhanced version of pea shooter. He did it all by himself. You can only control a maximum of 2 pea shooters with your hands. So he asked Bao Guo to make this device for him. Shoot shoo shoo. Shoot shoo shoo. Shoot shoo shoo. Under Qin Feng's manipulation, the pea shooter aims at the swarm of mice. 10 pea shooters fire simultaneously. 100 pea bullets fired per second. One by one, the blood rats were shot through the body, turned into mouse pieces. The area is swept by the pea shooter. Not a single blood rat survived. In just a few seconds, hundreds of blood rats died under the volley of pea shooters. Emma's eyes widened in surprise. You can play it like this? This isn't over yet. Qin Feng's mind raced. Another X10 enhanced version of the pea shooter has appeared. Qin Feng controlled one in each hand. Shoot the rats. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Clumps of blood exploded. Cool. That was awesome. Qin Feng was excited. Double the firepower. Double the happiness. This feeling. It's even more fun than throwing cherry bombs. Most importantly, this thing has no cost and unlimited ammo. Chapter 96, Eradicating the Rat's Den. Would you like to come and play for a while? I'll give you a discount. Qin Feng took a moment to ask Emma. After asking the question, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Something seems off. I'll play. Emma had been itching to see it for a long time and said, 3 white treasure chests. I'll control these 2. It was noticed that Qin Feng was about to raise the price again. Emma, with a stern face, stopped her. Your attack range is limited on your own. Without my help, you can't deal with these blood rats. Seeing that raising the price was hopeless, Qin Feng said seriously, we're all teammates. Treasure chests are no big deal. Emma, then don't take my treasure chest. Qin Feng shook his head. Even close brothers need to keep clear accounts. This little woman, you're just being polite. Why are you taking it seriously? You control these 2. Qin Feng gave his seat to Emma. Let Emma take over 2 X10 versions of pea shooter. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Emma controlled the angle of the pea shooter. They fired at the swarm of rats. Vast numbers of blood rats were harvested. Now, Emma finally understood the fun Qin Feng was having. Qin Feng then went to Emma's position. A thought crossed my mind. 2 more X10 versions of the pea shooter have appeared. Shoot the rats. He made Bao do 4 things in total. It can attack from 4 directions. Shoot shoo shoo. Shoot shoo shoo. Shoot shoo shoo. Under the attack of 40 pea shooters. 400 pea bullets are fired per second. In less than 30 seconds, the second wave of rats was wiped out. The 2 were nearby. The corpses of blood rats were piled up everywhere. Now it's our turn. Qin Feng adjusted his attack angle. They fired at the swarm of blood rats in the distance. Emma is the same. Under the powerful output of the 2. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Blood rats continued to die among the swarm of rats in the distance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing scream rang out. So many of my men are dead. The blood rat leader is enraged. This time, there are no tactics or formations left. The remaining thousands of blood rats charged forward in unison. They surged toward Qin Feng and Emma, like a black tide sweeping in. This is an attempt to completely destroy the 2 of them with a terrifying numerical advantage. If it were before, Qin Feng and Emma might be worried. But now we have a magical artifact in our hands. The 2 remained completely calm. Thousands of blood rats? It only takes 10 seconds. Certainly, this is an exaggeration. After all, the 2 of them couldn't guarantee that every pea shooter would kill a blood rat. But the speed at which the 2 slaughtered their prey was beyond question. It took only a few seconds. More than 1,000 blood rats died at the hands of the 2. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Many rats that had escaped the net came to the foot of the barrier and began to frantically gnaw at it. But the two of them weren't worried at all. Emma had already deployed several barriers to protect the wall of nuts. Bite it. It turns out you broke through the barrier first. The pea shooter will wipe you out first. Another 10 seconds passed. There are 2,500 blood rats remaining. 20 seconds passed. There are 1,300 blood rats remaining. 30 seconds passed. 500 blood rats remain. 40 seconds passed. The number of blood rats is rapidly decreasing. In just a few dozen seconds. Originally, the blood rat swarm was terrifying in number, like a black tide. Now there are only a few hundred left. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sharp, piercing sound rang out again. This time, however, it's not the signal to charge. Instead, they retreated. Hundreds of blood rats gave up their attack. They scattered and fled for their lives. Want to leave? Qin Feng beat the dog when it was down. They unleashed a barrage of shots at the fleeing blood rats. Shoot, shoo, shoo. More than 300 bodies were left behind. The remaining blood rats burrowed into their burrows. Call. Emma stretched. Her belly, without an ounce of excess fat, was exposed. His abs are very eye-catching. Mr. Qin, your pea shooter is insane. Emma was amazed. That means Qin Feng. To become any other contestant. Even facing such a terrifying swarm of blood rats, they would all die a horrible death. This farmer's talent is simply incredible. Who would have thought that an ordinary farmer's talent could be so terrifying when it comes to killing fantasy creatures? It's all right. Qin Feng remained calm. Add the wall of nuts at your feet to your inventory. Let's go. Let's find that rat leader. Emma had already divined the exact location. The two walked towards the center of the blood rat's nest. At this time, people from all over the world stared wide-eyed. His face was filled with disbelief. Is that possible? Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. It's definitely a hallucination. It's absolutely a hallucination. I hoped it was just my imagination, but it really wasn't. This young Chinese man wiped out the rats. It's impossible to tie 10 pea shooters together. What kind of rubbish is this? You can even do that? One pea shooter turned into a machine gun is bad enough, but now 10 of them are tied together. Are they even going to stop acting? This isn't cheating? This is definitely cheating. People all over the world are in an uproar. This is like, they were all prepared to attend Qin Feng's funeral. Result, Qin Feng did not die. They even made a fortune. I am impressed. Are you kidding me? The Chinese people watched the projected images. Everyone was stunned. It seems Brother Qin Feng wiped out the rat horde. Am I seeing things? I'm sure I didn't misread it. I was looking at the same thing. Qin Feng's talent is truly freakish. It's more than just a little bit. It's downright perverted. Qin Feng's actions were too shocking and unbelievable. So much so that even the Chinese people couldn't believe it. A while later, people only realized it then. Qin Feng is really all right. Instantly, a deafening roar of cheers resounded throughout China. Phew, I thought something bad was going to happen to Brother Qin Feng. Thank goodness. Me too. The number of those blood rats is terrifying. Brother Qin Feng's cherry bombs are almost all used up. Well done, Qin Feng. Ha! So many blood rats killed. Brother Qin Feng is going to get a ton of fantasy points this time. In the game of burial, Qin Feng and Emma had no idea how much of a shock they had caused to the outside world. They arrived at the center of the rat's nest. Emma pointed downwards and said, "It's right down there. The mouse hole is too deep. We need to find a way to force it out." Qin Feng frowned as well. Chapter 97, Reaching the Lair. Blood rat guards. Can you predict how deep these guys' lair is? Qin Feng inquired. Brush. Emma waved her wand. A few seconds later, Emma's brows furrowed slightly. The location is more than 20 meters underground. This is getting a bit troublesome. Qin Feng had originally thought that if the nest wasn't too deep, he'd just use a cherry bomb to detonate it. But more than 20 meters. I didn't smoke the cherry bomb. We'll need missiles for that. Harmful. Let's think of another way. There is a solution. Emma suddenly said. The underground blood rat tunnels are large enough to accommodate us, but they are the blood rat's territory, and the situation there is uncertain. Entering them could be dangerous. Get down. Before Emma could finish speaking, Qin Feng made the decision directly. Joke. We found the location of the blood rat leader. There's no reason why we shouldn't go down. Just go for it. Step back. Qin Feng reminded Emma. The two took a few steps back. Qin Feng threw a cherry bomb directly into a crater in front of him. A deafening boom. Cherry bomb explodes, soil flying everywhere. The original small crater has turned into a bomb crater with a diameter of more than 1 meter. The rat tunnel below is also exposed. Indeed, as Emma said, this passageway is large enough for people to walk through. Let's go in. The two went down into the passage one after the other. As soon as I entered, a strong, nauseating stench wafted over. It stinks. Qin Feng's vision went black from the stench. I almost questioned the meaning of life. I'm impressed. This tastes like fermented herring with shit added. Absolutely amazing. Emma, standing to the side, was in an even worse state than Qin Feng. The stench was so strong that I could barely stand. It's on the verge of collapse. Thanks to Qin Feng pulling her up, she didn't fall to the ground. Are you all right? It's okay. Emma's face turned a little pale. I quickly took out a cotton garment from my inventory. I tore 2 strips of cloth, then wet it with water. Give. Emma tied strips of cloth around her face, covering her mouth and nose. The other one was handed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng tied the cloth strips around his neck. The putrid smell lessened considerably. It's just like paying for purification. The whole world suddenly became a much better place. Why does this strip of cloth smell like milk? Sudden, Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Did you just add milk? Emma heard this. Suddenly, something occurred to me. Her face instantly turned bright red. Fortunately, we were in this dimly lit passage. No one noticed anything unusual about her. It's mineral water. You're mistaken, Emma said calmly. Illusion? Slurp. Take a few deep breaths. A top-tier lung-piercing attack has arrived. Qin Feng said seriously. It's not my imagination. It really does smell like milk. Emma, go find the blood rat leader. The smell here is awful. I don't want to stay any longer. Emma quickly interrupted Qin Feng's topic about the smell of milk. I don't want to go any further. Qin Feng didn't investigate this trivial matter any further. Walk. Take out 2 pots of sunflowers. Take one for yourself. The other pot was for Emma. Green light radiated outwards from the heads of the 2 sunflowers. It illuminated the pitch-black passage. There was light. Qin Feng was finally able to see the road clearly. It's not entirely clear yet, but it's much better than when I was completely in the dark. Da-da-da. The 2 walked forward. The only sound in the silent passage was the footsteps of 2 people. The passageway was filled with a thick layer of humidity. The walls were covered in a sticky, black slime. It looked very eerie under the green light. The ground beneath our feet was muddy and slippery. With each step, I could feel my shoes sinking into the soft, mushy mud. It makes a squelching sound. Occasionally, you might even step on bones. It made a chilling, cracking sound. Health -1. Sudden, a string of messages popped up. Enemy attack. In an instant, Qin Feng's other hand produced a pea shooter, pointing to the pop-up message. Shoot, shoot. The pea bullets were fired at high speed. It makes a poof sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing scream rang out. A blood rat exploded not far away. Fantasy value +0.2. You little punk, trying to sneak up on me? Qin Feng scoffed. This is what makes the sunflower so powerful. Besides lighting, it can also serve a detection function. As long as there are fantasy creatures nearby, then you'll be attacked by sunflowers. A health bar indicator pops up. The blood rats have nowhere to hide. The 2 continued to move cautiously through the passage. Blood rats occasionally tried to attack the 2, but the sunflowers spotted them all beforehand. He ultimately died from the pea bullets. The underground passage seemed to have no end, winding and twisting. Qin Feng and Emma walked for almost 10 minutes. Still nothing. We are 5 meters away from the blood rat leader. Emma performed another divination. I heard that there were only 5 meters left. Qin Feng was instantly wide awake. I'm all energized now. Let's go speed up. The 2 quickened their pace. 5 meters is a straight line distance. The passageway was twisted and convoluted. The 2 walked more than 50 meters. The straight line distance to the target is 2.5 meters. Sudden, Qin Feng felt like he had kicked something. He originally thought it was bone, but the texture is quite different from bone. Qin Feng bent down. Lower the sunflower's light. Aim at the object he kicked. What's wrong? Emma asked curiously. Qin Feng suddenly stopped and squatted down on the ground. This caused her to bump directly into Qin Feng. Potato? Qin Feng took advantage of the green light of the sunflower. I also saw clearly what he kicked. It's potatoes. Are there potatoes in the blood rat tunnel? Potato? Emma was stunned when she heard this. I leaned closer to take a look. It really is a potato. Where did these blood rats get their potatoes? Or were they left here by other contestants? It shouldn't be. The game developer, Burial Ground, stated that the second round will only have two-person teams, and there won't be a third person. Qin Feng had some vague guesses. His eyes lit up. Is it possible that these blood rats dug up potatoes from a treasure chest while digging their burrows? These words were spoken. Emma's eyes lit up as well. Very likely. If that's the case, then we might be rich. You can dig up potatoes. That means we can find other resources. I was planning to exterminate some rats. I never expected such a good thing to happen. What a pleasant surprise. Qin Feng couldn't wait to see the blood rat's treasure. Add the potato to your inventory and continue on your way. He spotted a potato a few meters away. In a short while, he picked up more than a dozen potatoes. No, he kicked another potato. But this time, Qin Feng didn't even look at the potato. Looked straight ahead, because he finally reached the end of the passage. Suddenly, everything became clear. It is no longer a narrow and cramped passage. It is an open space. The area is nearly 100 square meters. It is 3 or 4 meters high. A mouse's house is bigger than a shelter? Qin Feng was very unhappy. The consequences are severe. On the walls surrounding the space, it is filled with a complex network of tunnel entrances. It's like a giant maze. Some of these tunnels are quite spacious. It is large enough to accommodate an adult, like the passage that Qin Feng and Emma walked through. Some are very narrow. It's about the size of a fist. It is the passage of a common blood rat. The remains of various fantastical creatures were scattered around the mound. There were broken bones and torn fur. There was also some rotting flesh that was no longer recognizable, scattered on the ground. It created a scene of utter chaos. Health -1. While Qin Feng and his companion were still looking around at this unfamiliar space, a string of messages popped up. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the message. Chapter 98 Blood Rat Leader. Level 3 Fantasy Creature. Wow! Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. What a huge mouse! Besides that, those mice the size of cats are just ridiculous. The mouse in front of me looks like a big golden retriever. Is that a mouse? This is absolutely outrageous. It's so outrageous, it's beyond ridiculous. The most crucial one. Such a big rat can move almost silently. They quietly crept up to Qin Feng's vicinity. He was less than 2 meters away. Qin Feng has a pea shooter in his hand. They started shooting at the big rat. The pea bullet hit the big rat. Clumps of blood exploded. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat cried out in pain. I'm not pretending anymore. Push off the ground with all 4 limbs. A vicious dog lunged at Qin Feng. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. Get ready to give Qin Feng a really tough time. Nut wall. Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. He summoned a wall of nuts to block his way. A loud bang. The big rat didn't give Qin Feng a good beating. He gave himself a tough tactic. It crashed solidly into the nut wall. They were completely disoriented from impact. His face was dented from the impact. But this big rat is indeed physically strong. He shook his head and recovered. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shouting, it lunged at Qin Feng again. But Qin Feng wasn't going to give it a chance. The pea shooter fired wildly, and it was aimed at the head. Activate headshot mode. Damage increased significantly. Fantasy value +15. The big rat kicked the bucket. So big. Emma looked at the dead rat on the ground and exclaimed in amazement. I didn't have time to check the information just now. Qin Feng looked at the rat's corpse. A series of panels popped up. Fantasy creature, blood rat guardian. Level 1. Aggression, 25. Defense, 25. Speed, 30. Hint. These are a group of rats created by humans. Originally, they were no different from ordinary rats, but they were transformed into blood rats by some extraordinary power. Their attributes were not high, but after being strengthened by the bloodline of the blood rat leader, their attributes skyrocketed, making them the guardians of the blood rats. Friendly reminder, when blood rat guardians appear, it means the blood rat leader is nearby. Their guards too? Qin Feng was speechless. The blood rat leader is of a surprisingly high caliber. He, a dignified contestant, is still all alone. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. Sudden. In all directions. A series of messages popped up. Qin Feng looked around. Fantasy creature, blood rat guardian. Fantasy creature, blood rat guardian. Fantasy creature, blood rat guardian. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One by one, mice the size of golden furs swarmed around from all sides. Nut wall. Qin Feng immediately summoned 3 fused versions of the nut wall. He lifted himself and Emma up. Emma immediately released a barrier. The two worked together very well. The X10 version of the pea shooter has returned. Qin Feng fired shots at the ground beneath his feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat at my feet kept squeaking, even though it is a level 1 fantasy creature. But against the X10 version of pea shooter, you should also lie down obediently. A few seconds, more than a dozen large rats turned into corpses. There were only about 20 of these large rats in total. Most of the casualties were killed or injured. Only a few remained standing. It's frantically devouring the barrier. Splash, splash, splash. Just then, a barely audible sound came from underground. It was difficult to detect because of the blood rat's cries. Wrong. Qin Feng's expression changed. I am impressed. Why is the nut wall under my feet moving? Emma also noticed something was wrong and immediately reminded her. Below. He hadn't finished speaking. The ground beneath Qin Feng and Emma's feet began to move. The next moment, cracks appeared in the black soil beneath the nut wall. The next moment, the black soil was suddenly broken open. A huge rat's head popped out of the ground. Boom! A terrifying force transmitted from the rat's head to the nut wall. The nut wall was completely knocked away. Qin Feng and Emma were not spared either. He was also sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground. Wow! Qin Feng gasped in pain. Fortunately, the ground was relatively soft. Plus, it was there but that landed. Otherwise, he'll suffer terribly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The remaining blood rat guards saw the two fall to the ground. It suddenly charged towards the two of them. Are you coming again? Qin Feng's buttocks were burning with pain. I'm in a bad mood. They're not coming to the X10 version of pea shooter anymore. Unleash a cherry bomb right away. Let's go. Boom. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. A series of notification sounds popped up. The already injured rat was taken out by a single cherry bomb. But Qin Feng, however, showed no joy whatsoever. His expression was grave, because there was an even bigger rat standing in front of them. That's right. This mouse actually stands up, just like a person. It is even larger than a human. Its fur is snow white. Sharp claws protruded from the small, short hands, seemingly gleaming with a cold, sharp light. His pair of bloodshot eyes were like evil rubies. He stared intently at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also looking at the rat. To be precise, this is the information panel for this mouse. Chapter 99 Fantasy Creatures. Blood Rat, Boss. Fantasy Creature, Blood Rat, Boss. Level 3. Aggression, 50. Defense, 40. Speed, 60. Hint: this is a rat created by humans. Originally, it was no different from an ordinary rat, but it was tainted by some extraordinary power, transforming into a blood rat. Its level was greatly increased, and it unified the rat race, becoming the Rat Clan boss. Friendly reminder: when the blood rat leader appears, the extraordinary power behind it is not far off. Level 3 Fantasy Creature. Qin Feng's expression was solemn, as expected of the leader of the blood rat. It's a whopping level 3. This is the highest level fantasy creature he has ever encountered, and their attributes are ridiculously high. Attack power up to 50 points. No wonder this thing knocked over the wall of nuts. But this guy's greatest strength isn't even his physical power. It's about speed. Brush. While Qin Feng was surprised by this guy's attributes, the large white rat ahead has already moved. Front legs on the ground. Run fast. It lunged at Qin Feng. Like a white lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, it covered a considerable distance, approaching Qin Feng within 2 meters. He suddenly leaped up. Sharp claws swept towards Qin Feng. Wow, that's fast. Qin Feng was amazed. Fortunately, he had been on guard against the giant rat's sneak attack for a long time. The instant the other party makes a move, he then summoned a wall of nuts to block his way. Click! The big rat's attack landed on the nut wall. The nut wall is still very sturdy. It blocked the attack with its own might. Only a few centimeters of claw marks remained. Brush. The attack was blocked. The big rat quickly adjusted its position. Go around the nut wall. They came to Qin Feng's side. Another claw came crashing down on Qin Feng. The target was Qin Feng's head. Nut wall. Qin Feng resorted to his old tricks again. Another wall of nuts appeared in the giant rat's attack path. He once again shielded Qin Feng from the giant rat's attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I failed several times in a row. The big rat seemed a bit angry and let out a piercing screech. Brush. It became even faster. Change direction. We bypassed the nut wall again. They came up behind Qin Feng. Wow, it's poisonous. There were clearly two people, so why were they attacking only me? Qin Feng remained silent. He didn't want the big rat to attack Emma. But why is the big rat specifically targeting him? This is definitely targeted. You bastard. Watch me. Qin Feng summoned pea shooters in both hands. They started firing at the big rat. Puff, puff, puff. Pea bullets rained down on the big rat, although it couldn't inflict fatal damage on the large rat. But the pain is very real. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat let out an angry roar. It's faster now. They attacked Qin Feng from all directions. Nut wall. Nut wall. Nut wall. Nut wall. Qin Feng continuously summoned wall of nuts to block the giant rat's attacks. Don't say it. This trick actually works quite well, even though the big rat is fast. But it's still not as fast as him summoning things from his inventory. Qin Feng blocked every single attack. Even, Qin Feng can also add the released nut wall to his inventory, then release them to defend against the giant rat's attack. No way. He has a limited number of walnuts. This is the only way, but in this way, the wall of nuts, having been attacked multiple times, is likely to be destroyed in the next attack. That's it. The worst has happened. Brush. The giant rat attacked again. Nut wall appears. However, this time, they couldn't withstand the giant rat's attack. Bang! The nut wall, covered in scratches, was breached by the giant rat's attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat finally got rid of this annoying obstacle. I'm very happy. Push off the ground with both legs. Suddenly, it pounced on Qin Feng. Wow. Qin Feng then saw a huge rat face looming before his eyes. Fortunately, he had anticipated this situation. I was just about to summon another wall of nuts. Barrier. A crisp sound rang out. A light screen rose up in front of Qin Feng. Bang! The big rat was bounced away. It was Emma who made the move. Emma fell even harder than Qin Feng. Qin Feng fell to the ground, landed on his buttocks. At least it gave us some breathing room. Emma hit her back against the wall. And these are protruding stones on the wall. This time, I almost sent her away. It took a while for him to recover some of his strength. Qin Feng's nut wall was broken. Immediately, a barrier was created for Qin Feng. Thanks. Qin Feng thanked Emma. We're teammates, Emma said in a flat, haughty tone. A pea shooter appeared in his hand, and he started shooting at the big rat. Qin Feng was the same. The pea shooter in my hand keeps attacking. He didn't want to use cherry bombs. But this thing is too fast. The cherry bomb had just been thrown and hadn't even hit the ground yet. The big rat just disappeared from the spot. What clever mouse. At this time, people from all over the world were watching the projected image. They were all in despair after seeing Qin Feng wipe out the rat swarm. Qin Feng is such a supermodel. Can't kill it. They can't be killed at all. When a white mouse appeared, the group of people were no longer emotionally affected. It's just a big rat. What use is it? Could it possibly be more powerful than a swarm of thousands of blood rats? But they were quickly proven wrong. That big rat is really something. What a powerful attack. This kid's nut wall couldn't withstand more than a few attacks from the big rat. Huh. The nut wall breaking down is the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Attack is only one aspect. This giant rat's speed is its greatest asset. Look at this Chinese kid. He's completely suppressed and can't move. He can only sit and wait for his death. Good heavens. This Chinese kid is finished. They're not even in the same league. He has no chance against this big rat. Nice. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Huh. This time there's no suspense. This Chinese kid is dead. A mouse. A cute mouse. Hurry up and kill this Chinese brat. People from all over the world watched the projected images with great anticipation. They wanted to see Qin Feng brutally tortured to death by this giant rat. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One pea bullet after another was fired, under the firepower of 4 pea shooters. The large rat's white fur was stained red with blood. Fresh blood dripped down her legs. The ground was stained red. Unfortunately, that big rat was too fast. Only half of Qin Feng and Emma's attacks landed on it. Otherwise, it will cause even more serious injuries. With a click, The sharp claw was once again blocked by the wall of nuts. The big rat was furious. His two thick calves suddenly exerted force, like a white lightning bolt streaking across the void. But this time, the target is not Qin Feng. It's Emma in the back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat looked at Emma. His bloodshot eyes were filled with rage. It let out a chilling scream. The general translation is, "Despicable mans." It's so annoying to keep messing around with that crappy pea shooter. Brush. In the blink of an eye, the big rat got close to Emma. Sharp claws came crashing down on Emma's head. If this strike hits, his head is probably going to be chopped in two. Barrier. Emma waved her wand, but it takes time to release. Obviously, the big rat won't give her time. Chapter 100 Severely Injured Fantasy Creature, Blood Rat Boss. At the critical moment, nut wall. Qin Feng's voice rang out. With a loud bang, the wall of nuts appeared in front of Emma. He took the blow for her. The giant rat shifted its attack target. With the pressure suddenly reduced, Qin Feng seized the opportunity. A cherry bomb suddenly appeared in his hand. Holy crap! It landed almost at the same time as the nut wall. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. A powerful shockwave spread wildly outwards from the point of explosion. The entire cave trembled. The red firelight illuminated the dim cave for a moment. The big rat flew straight out. It drew an arc in the air. It crashed heavily against the cave wall. The wall was smashed open, leaving a huge crater. The big rat was already covered in blood from being hit by the pea shooter. The flames from the explosion scorched the fur black. The meat on the outside is cooked through. Thanks. Emma thanked Qin Feng. We're teammates. Qin Feng borrowed what Emma had just said. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat got blown up. Crazy mode activated. She let out a shrill scream at Qin Feng and Emma. The sound echoed through the cave. The sound made their ears ache. The next moment, it ignored its injuries. It charged toward the two of them again. Come here, let's stand together. Qin Feng said to Emma. The two stood together. They can look after each other. This also prevents us from being picked off one by the big rats. Emma is very obedient. She came to Qin Feng's side. The two were facing away from each other. They continued using the previous tactics. The moving rat was moving too fast. Cherry bombs are unlikely to hit the opponent. Click, click, click. Qin Feng continuously summoned wall of nuts to block the attacks. The pea shooter in his hand was not idle either. The big rat's injuries were getting worse. The flesh on the outside was rotten. The bones inside are faintly visible. However, several of Qin Feng's nut walls were also destroyed. The remaining few are also on the verge of being scrapped. Brush. Emma releases a barrier. Blocked an attack. This won't do. It will break through our defenses. Emma looked toward the passageway to the side and suggested, we retreat into the passage so that my barrier can be used to its fullest potential to block this guy, and the pea shooter's performance can be maximized. Emma's idea is good, but one thing was overlooked. Let's retreat into the passage. If this guy tries to run away, we won't have time to catch him. Qin Feng's goal was to kill this giant rat. It costs so much. If this big rat gets away, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Look around. Qin Feng had an idea. Let's block these passages first. There are many passageways in the surrounding walls, but most of them are narrow passages. It is wide enough for people to pass through. There are only 4. As long as these 4 channels are controlled, the big rat will have nowhere to escape. Let's move closer to that side. Qin Feng was with Emma, near one of the main passageways. Immediately, I threw 3 potted plants in. This is? Emma was curious. Qin Feng grinned and said, potato mines. As soon as this giant rat enters the tunnel, it will detonate, causing the tunnel to collapse and bury it. Immediately, Qin Feng threw a few more potato mines into the other 2 passages. In this way, only one large passage remains. Let's retreat. Qin Feng and Emma slowly retreated. Enter this large passageway. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Although the giant rat is powerful, but he's not very bright. They didn't see through Qin Feng's plan at all. He only wanted to kill these 2 humans. She screamed and chased after him. Barrier. Enter the passage. Emma's barrier can finally be used to its fullest potential. All you need is a barrier. That way, the big rat can be contained. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng and Emma fired wildly at the front with their pea shooters. Not only that, Qin Feng also summoned a bunch of pea shooter bonsai to attack the giant rat snake. Nearly 100 pea bullets per second. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Painful screams echoed through the passageway. The big rat, after being shot, looked utterly bewildered and grimaced. Holes and craters appeared on his body. His abdomen was pierced through. Driven mad, it fiercely attacked the barrier. Thanks to its efforts, bang, the barrier is shattered. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat squealed excitedly. In the rat language, it would be, yeah, it's broken. However, before it could even be happy, wow, Emma had prepared well in advance. The wand was waved. Another barrier has appeared. The big rat was stunned for a moment. Never mind. I'm out of here. It's going to run away. Emma looked excited. Don't rush out yet. Be careful, this guy might ambush us from outside. Although Qin Feng knew that this guy was not very smart, they probably wouldn't do such a thing. But better safe than sorry. Just then, boom, an explosion rang out. The potato mine has been detonated. Right behind. Boom, boom. Two more explosions rang out. The potato mine has been triggered. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Emma immediately canceled the barrier. Qin Feng quickly walked out of the passage. The two main passageways on the left and in front are intact. The main passage on the right has collapsed. The black soil has completely blocked the path of Taoism. I can't see anything. Could this guy have gotten away? Qin Feng was somewhat worried. Wow. Just then, the black soil accumulated in the passage suddenly began to move. Immediately afterwards, a charred rat head emerged from the black soil. It seems to be trying to crawl out. No doubt about it. Qin Feng looked at the rat's head. Their eyes lit up. I got a bold idea. A cherry bomb appeared in his hand. That's right. Qin Feng is going to blow this guy up. Let's go. A cherry bomb is thrown. It landed right in front of the big rat's head. Chapter 101. Equipment dropped? Beast egg? Snap. The cherry bomb landed squarely in front of the blood rat leader's charred head. The big rat knew the power of this thing. His bloodshot eyes were wide open. They were filled with terror. Its head was shaking wildly, trying to shrink back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Don't come any closer. However, it's too late. A deafening roar. The cherry bomb exploded with a bang. The powerful impact spread outwards. The big rat was the first to be affected. His head was instantly engulfed by the force of the explosion. It was torn to pieces by this powerful force. The black soil behind it was also blown away. The giant rat's body was completely destroyed. Fantasy value plus 50. It's over. Qin Feng saw the fantasy value pop up. I breathed a long sigh of relief. It's been going on for so long. It's finally over. Just then, boom, another cherry bomb exploded right where the big rat was. Qin Feng only threw one cherry bomb. There's only one possibility left. Qin Feng looked at Emma beside him with a strange expression. Emma remained calm and said, "Stealing monsters. Is it not allowed? You want to kill this big rat?" Qin Feng was surprised and said, "You should have said so earlier. If you had, I would have let you have it." Emma, I don't believe you for a second. You little rascal, you're really bad. After defeating the blood rat boss, both of them were in a great mood. Emma didn't manage to steal the monster, but she wasn't dissatisfied at all. She has gained a lot of fantasy points from eradicating the rat swarm. To put it bluntly, she was more interested in Qin Feng, the guy who was always killing people when she was stealing monsters. The expression on his face after the monster was stolen. Pity. This goal was not achieved. There was no announcement or reward for this kill. Qin Feng waited for a while. I didn't hear the familiar sound of burial soil. Some people were unhappy about it. We even got a reward for killing that catfish monster leader last time. This big rat is clearly stronger than that catfish monster leader. The last reward was probably for the first time killing a boss-level fantasy creature. Emma guessed. At this moment, the dust from the explosion gradually dissipated. What is that? Qin Feng looked at the area above the giant rat's corpse. My eyes widened in amazement. Several orbs of light were floating there. Wow, no way. For Qin Feng, who frequently plays games, this looks so familiar. The boss dropped loot. Qin Feng quickly ran towards the corpse. It's a ball of light. You're not mistaken. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. There are 2 orbs of light in total. Qin Feng tried to touch one of the orbs of light with his hand. Congratulations on defeating the blood rat boss and obtaining a beast egg. In an instant, a notification sound rang out. The ball of light in front of them disappeared, and a white egg has appeared in my inventory. Beast eggs? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a pet? This is really good stuff. A thought crossed my mind. The egg from his inventory appeared in Qin Feng's hand. This egg is the size of fist. Its surface is very glossy. It also emits a faint fluorescent glow. You can vaguely see dark figures inside. It's clear that hatching is just around the corner. View information. Item, egg. Hatching countdown, 9 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Hint, this is a beast egg about to hatch. After hatching, a fantastical creature will emerge and will consider the first person it sees as its parent. Friendly reminder, you are about to obtain a beast pet, which will greatly increase your chances of survival in the game. Chapter 102. He gave his own egg to Emma. Blood rat, boss's treasure. Is this an egg? Emma looked curiously at the white beast egg in Qin Feng's hand. Yes, an animal egg. It will hatch into a pet in 10 days. Qin Feng did not hide anything. Bait. Emma was envious. Who wouldn't want a pet? Especially in the eerie and terrifying world of the Burial Grounds game. Having a pet can relieve a lot of stress. In addition, the pets in the Burial Ground game are definitely not ordinary pets. They must possess the same combat strength and special abilities as those fantastical creatures. Envious. I'm so envious. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the second ball of light. Look what this is. With great excitement, Qin Feng reached out and touched the second ball of light. Congratulations on defeating the blood rat boss and obtaining a beast egg. A notification sound is playing. Another egg? Qin Feng was surprised that the big rat had actually hatched 2 eggs. That's impressive. Double happiness. What's inside this ball of light? Emma asked with a hint of anticipation. Qin Feng, it's still an egg. 2 eggs? Emma was quite surprised, a hint of delight flashing in her eyes. Qin Feng nodded. A thought crossed my mind. Another egg appeared in his hand. Emma looked at the 2 eggs in Qin Feng's hand. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. If it is an egg, she didn't have any particular thoughts. But there are 2 eggs. She wasn't without a chance to get one. Mr. Qin, these 2 eggs. Here, this is for you. Emma didn't finish her sentence. Qin Feng handed one of the eggs to Emma. Emma stared in disbelief at the egg Qin Feng handed her. For me? Qin Feng nodded. Okay. Emma was somewhat incredulous. No other conditions? It wasn't sold to me? Or was it an exchange? Qin Feng, no. Emma stared at Qin Feng suspiciously. Then, with a serious expression, he said, Mr. Qin, how about you name a condition? As long as it's not excessive, I can accept it. You're scaring me. Qin Feng. Hey, is this how you see me? Qin Feng was very dissatisfied. Emma paused for a moment, then nodded and said, You enjoy ripping people off. Killing people was a mutually agreeable transaction. I didn't force anyone. Qin Feng said speechlessly. Besides, I only killed those guys who had bad intentions towards me. We killed this big rat together, so of course you could share the spoils. Of course, if you don't want them, I'll take both eggs. Qin Feng made a move to take the egg back. Who said I don't want it anymore? Emma quickly grabbed a beast egg and put it into her inventory, as if afraid that Qin Feng would change his mind. They say they're scared, but their actions tell a different story. Qin Feng curled his lip. Emma, unusually, did not refute. Her attention was completely focused on the beast eggs in her inventory. Her eyes, brimming with joy, turned into 2 crescent moons. 2 eggs, 1 for each of us, just right. If it were when the 2 had just teamed up. Qin Feng definitely won't give up a single egg. But they had fought side by side. Emma helped him. He also helped Emma. Just as Emma said before, we are teammates. True teammates. How to treat teammates. Qin Feng is not stingy. Emma, let's do a divination and see if this big rat has any supplies. The treasure of this big rat. Qin Feng was really looking forward to it. I won't say more. Just a few legendary gold ones will do. Gilly Gulu, Gulu Gilly. Emma waved her wand and chanted incantations. Release the divination spell. A moment later, Emma pointed in a direction. Under that patch of soil, Qin Feng walked in the direction Emma pointed. We came to a corner near a large passageway. The ground here looks no different from its surroundings. They were all covered by black, rotten soil. If it weren't for Emma's divination skills, it's really hard to tell that there's something underneath. Take a hoe out of your inventory. Qin Feng went back to his old profession. Avo. Emma joined in too. The 2 of them were having sex. Many hands make light work. The 2 of them working together. Soon, a huge pit was dug right in front of us. Wow, A faint fluorescent light shone through the soil. There really was a treasure. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Hurry up and speed up. Soon, the two men cleared away the soil that had piled up on top. Inside the pit, a lot of supplies have piled up. The top layer is potatoes. So many potatoes. Emma was surprised. Qin Feng looked at the potatoes in the pit. He grinned. There are at least 100 potatoes. Even if there's nothing else. Just these potatoes. That's a huge profit. Qin Feng said to Emma. We'll split these supplies in half. No need. I don't like potatoes. You can have them. Emma said calmly. Then I won't be polite. Qin Feng needs a large number of potatoes to set up potato mines outside the shelter. Besides, he also plans to assign it to the group members. The more potatoes, the better. Add all potatoes to your inventory. Potatoes plus 123. 123 potatoes. Awesome. Qin Feng was very happy. The potatoes had been harvested. Other objects in the pit were also exposed. Scattered. There are walnuts, peanuts, peas, and so on. We'll divide these among ourselves. Qin Feng spoke to Emma again. Never mind. I don't need any food. You can take it. Emma took the beast egg out of her inventory and started playing with it. They didn't even look at the supplies inside the pit. Don't want? Is there really such a good thing? Qin Feng wouldn't hold back. Add all these nut-type items to your inventory. Walnuts plus 52. Peanuts plus 38. Yes. Pistachios plus 35. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Walnuts and peas are both supplies that Qin Feng needs. With these, his combat power will be enhanced again. After picking up all the scattered items, there wasn't much left in the pit. Only 4 glowing objects remain. Based on past experience, Qin Feng recognized him at a glance. This must be some kind of blueprint. Look what this is. Qin Feng picked up the 4 items with great excitement. Item, shelter upgrade blueprint. Function, after binding a shelter, the shelter will be upgraded by consuming materials. Hint, this is an extremely valuable blueprint. If I were you, I would immediately bind it to a shelter. Shelter upgrade blueprints? Regarding this thing, Qin Feng was no stranger to him. You could say that. He's made it this far. A major factor was that he obtained the shelter upgrade blueprints early on and upgraded the shelter. Let's see what the other 3 are. Qin Feng examined them one by one. Item, shelter upgrade blueprint. Function, after binding a shelter, the shelter will be upgraded by consuming materials. Hint, this is an extremely valuable blueprint. If I were you, I would immediately bind it to a shelter. Item, shelter upgrade blueprint. Effect, item, shelter upgrade blueprint. Chapter 103, A Bountiful Harvest. 4 shelter upgrade blueprints. All 4 are shelter upgrade blueprints? Did this big rat disturb the shelter upgrade blueprints? Qin Feng looked at Emma, who was playing with an egg to the side, and said, 4 shelter upgrade blueprints, 2 for each of us. Emma didn't even look up and said, I found one before, and it's already linked to the shelter. You can have it. One rejection after another. Qin Feng understood Emma's meaning and said, Emma, I know you're thanking me for the egg. Oops, thanking me for the egg I gave you, but there's absolutely no need. We killed this blood rat boss together, so the loot should be split between us. You don't need this shelter upgrade blueprint, but you can give it to your fellow contestants. What does it mean to be particular? That's what you call being particular. Qin Feng leans back tactically. Upon hearing this, Emma looked up at Qin Feng and said, They don't sell cherries, so I don't need to help them. After saying that, keep playing with eggs. You can't even give things away? Okay, since Emma doesn't want it. Qin Feng had no choice but to reluctantly put away all the upgrade blueprints. He doesn't need this anymore, but it can be given to Vivi and the others. Vivi in the other shelter hasn't been upgraded yet, which is very unsafe. If the shelter could be upgraded, the chances of surviving the second wave of attacks would greatly increase. Qin Feng put everything in the pit into his inventory. Emma cast another divination. After confirming that there were no other treasure locations here, the two of them decided not to linger there any longer. The smell here is not pleasant. The two entered the only unblocked main passage, holding a sunflower for lighting. Begin returning via the same route. We walked for several hours. The two have finally seen the light of day again. No more smelling that disgusting stench from the rat hole. No need to keep binding your nose anymore. Qin Feng prepared to remove the strip of cloth tied to his nose. Let me answer my question in a flash. Does this strip of cloth actually smell like milk? Only. Before he could even make a move, Emma, who was standing to the side, was even faster. They simply removed the cloth strip from his face. Hey, what are you doing? I was about to take a look. Stop looking. Emma walked towards the shelter. Let's go back. I am Stadavan. Something's not right. This girl is acting very strangely. Qin Feng followed after him with a suspicious look on his face. That's it. Qin Feng and Emma both gain a lot. They walk side by side, content, back towards the shelter. The people of all the countries on Earth were in an uproar. Are you kidding me? They had already prepared a eulogy for Qin Feng. And then, this kid is perfectly fine again. It's impossible. Blood Rat Boss is that strong. How could this Chinese kid kill Blood Rat Boss? I refuse to accept this. That Chinese kid clearly deserved to die there. Shit. This Chinese kid got a lot of fantasy points and so many supplies this time. In the second wave of attacks, who can compete with him for first place? Curry. This kid got so many supplies. Let's see if we can get some from him. Haha. I knew Brother Qin Feng was good. In contrast to the countries of Earth, the Chinese people cheered with joy. Brother Qin Feng will never let his compatriots down. He will always bring surprises. With so many fantasy points and so many resources gained this time, Qin Feng's strength will greatly increase. I feel the most important thing is still that egg. If it can hatch into a pet, it will be a huge help to Brother Qin Feng. Yes, if you ask me, Brother Qin Feng really shouldn't have given the other egg to Emma. That way, Brother Qin Feng would have had 2 pets. How foolish. The fact that Brother Qin Feng was willing to give an egg to Emma shows that he remains calm and hasn't been blinded by self-interest. Imagine if he had kept all the benefits for himself. Would Emma still genuinely cooperate with him in the future furthermore? Giving an egg to Emma also shows that Brother Qin Feng is a loyal and righteous person. It's precisely this kind of Brother Qin Feng that has united and rallied the participants from China. Besides, this girl named Emma has done a lot in this rat extermination effort. Without her divination, Brother Qin Feng would have had a hard time finding these rats, and without her barrier, he wouldn't have been able to stop those blood rats. Giving her an egg is only fair, and she reciprocated by not asking for any other supplies. Cough. Grandpa, you're right. I was narrow-minded. It's not your fault. China hasn't had a good ranking for so many years, and you're just getting flustered because you're worried. With Brother Qin Feng and Baogua, Qin, Wei, and the others, China will definitely stand up this time. Apart from the Chinese people, there is a country on Earth that is quite happy. Good heavens. Emma from the British Empire teamed up with this Chinese kid, and they even got supplies. That's awesome. I need to contact Emma right away and ask her to share some of the supplies with the other contestants from our country, and also those shelter upgrade blueprints. I remember Emma's shelter is already bound to the upgrade blueprints, so these are perfect for the other contestants from our country. But Emma will probably remember that we told Andrew not to sell cherries. It's okay. Just say that Andrew did it on his own, and we didn't know anything about it. Yes, let Andrew take the blame, we'll mediate, and then we'll talk to Emma about the bigger picture. I believe Emma will understand. After some discussion, the high-ranking officials of the British Empire discussed the matter. Full of confidence, he thought he could easily persuade Emma. The commander of the British Empire immediately contacted Emma. Dee. Emma and Qin Feng were chatting as they walked back. Suddenly, I heard a notification tone. After opening the panel, Emma's expression turned slightly cold. Chapter 104 Return to the Shelter. Blueprints included. Commander of the British Empire, Emma, on behalf of all the people of the British Empire, I congratulate you on eradicating the rat horde. Congratulations. Commander of the British Empire, Emma, you've acquired quite a few supplies this time. Don't be polite with that Chinese kid. You all wiped out the blood rats together, so half of the supplies should belong to you. Commander of the British Empire, there are also 4 shelter upgrade blueprints inside. If I remember correctly, your shelter has already been bound, so you can give these to the other participants of the British Empire. The commander of the British Empire sent several messages in one go. How's it going? The people of the British Empire on the sidelines worried. Does Emma still hold a grudge about the cherry incident? The commander of the British Empire said with unwavering confidence. Emma hasn't replied yet, but don't worry. As long as she asks, I'll just follow the plan and shift the blame to Andrew. I've already spoken to Andrew. For the sake of my British Empire, let him suffer a bit and bear the blame. We'll compensate him later. He'll also get a share of the shelter upgrade blueprints. Dee. At this moment, a notification sound is playing. Emma replied. The commander of the British Empire looked at the message with a broad smile. He mentally prepared the message he was going to send next. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze. How's it going? The public in the British Empire were concerned about the following inquiries. How did Emma reply? Did she ask about the cherry? The commander's expression froze. Everyone looked at the message. The next moment, their expressions froze, just like the commander's. Emma's reply was brief and to the point. There's only one word. Get out. It's nothing. Emma is just angry about that. The commander of the British Empire forced a smile and said, I'll explain it to Emma later. He sent over a series of prepared statements. A group of people began to wait. Time passed by second. Is Emma there? Has she replied yet? The people of the British Empire were anxious. The commander of the British Empire also became anxious. However, in order to maintain overall stability, he maintained a calm demeanor. Emma is quite tired today. She should be fine once she returns to the shelter. However, before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly said, Commander, Emma seems to have blocked you. Block me? The commander of the British Empire froze. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was the commander of the British Empire. How could Emma possibly block him? Quickly send a message to verify. A red exclamation mark appeared. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. The commander of the British Empire could not believe this cruel reality. I sent several messages in a row. Without exception, the results are all the same. Exclamation marks appeared everywhere. I've really been blocked. The commander of the British Empire's never-setting empire turned completely pale. Blacklist the commander. Is Emma betraying my British Empire? Shit. Is it because she didn't sell cherries to that Chinese kid? Is she going to break ties with my British Empire for that Chinese kid? Not selling cherries to that Chinese kid was for the greater good. Doesn't Emma even understand that? What's wrong? Qin Feng and Emma walked to the entrance of the shelter. Qin Feng noticed that Emma's expression suddenly turned very cold. It's nothing. A bunch of clowns who treat others like fools. Emma said calmly. Qin Feng vaguely guessed who the clown Emma was talking about was. But, since Emma didn't say anything, he didn't ask. The two arrived at the shelter. Qin Feng pushed open the door. A familiar scene appeared. Both of them felt a warm feeling. Finally, it's not that dark, damp, and cramped space like a rat hole anymore. Qin Feng started a fire first, then rinsed the rice and cook it. All right, I have peanuts. Qin Feng's mind raced. The peanuts I dug out of the mouse hole appeared in front of me. I rinsed it with water. Qin Feng put the peanuts into the pot. Soon we'll be able to eat boiled peanuts. Hee hee. Anyway, peanuts aren't one of the plants in the talent tree. At least not yet. Qin Feng can go all out. Once you've finished all that, Qin Feng opened the group chat. Several shelter upgrade blueprints were found in the rat hole. Of course we'll share it with everyone. Qin Feng, how is everyone? Qin Feng popped up in the group chat. The group members had just finished digging up old posts for the day. Back inside the shelter, we prepared for dinner. After seeing Qin Feng's message, they all appeared in the group chat. Wei, brother Qin Feng, Uncle Bao told me you want to find the blood rat swarm? Are you alright? Qin Feng, it's alright. The blood rat swarm has been wiped out. Wei, wow. Brother Qin Feng, you're amazing. I saw Vivi's message. The curve of Qin Feng's lips was harder to suppress than AK's. What is emotional value? This is called emotional value. Bao, brother Qin Feng, how many blood rats did you kill this time? You must have gained quite a few fantasy points, right? Qin Feng, I killed about 8,000 blood rats. There's also a blood rat boss. I haven't calculated the fantasy value yet. Let me check. After Bao Guo reminded him of this, Qin Feng then realized that he hadn't checked the panel for a while. Open the panel. Burial Survival Game. Contestant, Qin Feng, ID 50000000000. Physical strength, 12, 10 for adult males. Health, 10 to 10. Hunger level, 5 to 10. Fantasy value, 2715. Talent, Farmer LV4, 256 to 400. Items, Beast Egg X1, Wood X53, Stone X25, Plastic X15, Iron Block X8, Walnuts plus 52. Potatoes X123, Peas plus 28, Pistachios plus 35. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. Countdown to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 12 days, 5 hours, and 36 minutes. I had over 1,500 fantasy points before today, which means these blood rats brought me over 1,200 fantasy points. Not bad. Qin Feng didn't hide it and told everyone. The group chat suddenly fell silent. Qin, Over 1,200 fantasy points. Brother Qin Feng, that's terrifying. Vivi, damn it. I only have a few hundred fantasy points left. Bagua, me too. Right now, there are probably very few people in the entire Burial Ground game with a fantasy value of 1,000. Right? Brother Qin Feng got so many in just one day. The group members expressed their condemnation. Certainly. That's a joke. Qin Feng can obtain a large amount of fantasy points. Everyone was happy for him. Qin Feng, we also got some good stuff from this raid on the Blood Rat Nest. You guys can use these too. This news came out. The group members were all very curious. Qin Feng didn't waste any words. Start gifting now. 1 Vivi Shelter Upgrade Blueprint. Gift. Piano Shelter Upgrade Blueprint. Free upgrade blueprint for the National Shelter X1. Chapter 105 The Collapse of Dao Hearts. Participants from various countries. Group member Qin Feng has gifted you 1 shelter upgrade blueprint. The message popped up in front of Baogua, Qin, and Wei Wei at the same time. Shelter upgrade blueprints? The 3 of them were not in the same place, but their mouths were all wide open. These are extremely rare blueprints. They also learned this by observing the chat in the regional channel. Currently, there are more than 2,000 participants. Only a few dozen people have the shelter upgrade blueprints. They were also hoping to dig up one, then upgrade the shelter. We've been digging for so many days. There wasn't even a trace of an upgrade blueprint. Result, Qin Feng actually gave them one. This is such a wonderful surprise. Vivi, hee, I can upgrade my shelter now. That's great. Baowa, brother Qin Feng, this is such a wonderful surprise. Qin, brother Qin Feng, this is absolutely precious. Bao, well, yes. After the group members were excited, they also realized the importance of the shelter upgrade encyclopedia. I'm unwilling to accept it for nothing. We must buy from Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you give me the materials. Aren't you going to upgrade your own shelter? Qin Feng, only when everyone is alive can I receive greater help. Qin Feng naturally refused them all. If it were before, he might also need everyone's supplies. But now, he doesn't lack supplies at all. Fat. It's too fat. Absolutely not. The group members were unwilling to accept it for nothing. However, under Qin Feng's tough stance, Baowa, since brother Qin Feng has put it this way, let's accept it. Wei Wei, thank you, brother Qin Feng. Hee. Qin, thank you, brother Qin Feng. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, tell us about the blood rat swarm. Qin, yes. What's inside the blood rat's nest? The group members were somewhat curious. Qin Feng recounted the story of the blood rat boss, the beast eggs it dropped, and the blood rat boss's treasure. The group members were amazed, especially the beast eggs. How enviable. Qin Feng chatted with the group members for a while. Some of the group members couldn't hold back any longer. He has shelter upgrade blueprints. Of course, we need to upgrade the shelter. One by one, they left the group chat. Go upgrade your shelter. Qin Feng also closed the group chat. Look what those idiots are doing. Qin Feng was somewhat curious. The regional channel has been opened. Trade. Rice for water. Trade. Stockings for rice. Trade. I'll trade my worn, smelly socks for a hamburger. Just like usual. Various transaction information flashed across the regional channel. Some of the transaction information was also mixed in with some rather perverse information. Ignore these messages. The main event is here. That Chinese kid still hasn't shown up. He's probably dead. He's definitely dead. Without the cherry bomb, how is he going to deal with thousands of blood rats? Slowly shoot them down with just one pea shooter? By the time he finishes, it'll be too late. Ha 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 ha. That wretched Chinese brat is finally dead. I'm going to eat an extra hamburger tonight. This kid's gotten way too cocky. He even dared to go looking for the fantasy creatures. A dead man. No need to talk about him anymore. I, John, have already claimed first place in this wave of attacks. John, you think you could take first place? First place is definitely mine. Shit, Ivan, if I remember correctly, you were ranked below me in the first round, weren't you? Just a defeated opponent. You think you're worthy of competing with me for first place? Hurrah, John, you're only one rank higher than me. Oof. Those I have surpassed will forever remain below me, and will never have the chance to surpass me. Wow, that's pretty exciting. Qin Feng watched the chat for a while. I can't hold back anymore. He'll be gone for a little while. How do they all end up being packed together? They must be suppressed. Get out of the way. I'm going to pretend. Qin Feng, you bunch of defeated wrestlers think you can take first place? With me here, you'll only ever be fighting for second place. Where did this nobody come from? Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to participate in a conversation between powerful individuals like us? Shut up. A group of people directly targeted Qin Feng, this arrogant guy. But soon, they found something was off. Why does this person's name look familiar? Qin Feng? Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. I rubbed my eyes and looked carefully. Qin Feng? I am impressed. Weren't you dead? Could the body have exploded? The body must have exploded. How could that Chinese kid possibly have survived? Is it possible that this young Chinese man has been possessed by the blood rat leader? Qin Feng, don't worry. Even if you're all dead, I'll still be alive and well. Qin Feng, I'm selling a shelter upgrade blueprint for a high price. First come, first served. After arguing with these guys, Qin Feng released the transaction information. I saw these two messages. Participants from various countries were in despair. That familiar taste. Damn it. Qin Feng is really not dead. With thousands of blood rats around, how could this kid possibly have survived without cherry bombs? Participants from various countries hurled insults. At the same time, I am also very confused. They began contacting their country's commander. Soon, they learned everything from their respective national commanders. Dozens of pea shooters tied together fire at the blood rats, killing hundreds in a second. More than 8,000 blood rats died at Qin Feng's hands. Defeat the blood rat boss. 2 beast eggs. For shelter upgrade blueprints. I am impressed. Did they go to buy more goods? Were they really playing the same game? Participants from various countries at this moment. My Dao heart is starting to crumble. How do I trade? Qin Feng is not dead. This is a huge blow to participants from all countries. But survival must go on. Shelter upgrade blueprints are crucial. People are starting to inquire about the terms of the deal. Chapter 106, the second wave of climate disaster is coming. Blueprints for a level 1 water purifier. In the regional channel, a group of people inquired about the terms of the transaction. Qin Feng, if you want the shelter upgrade blueprints, you can exchange them for other building blueprints, or 2 plan illustrations, or 500 wood plus 200 stone plus 50 iron blocks. Qin Feng sent out several transaction terms. Are you crazy? This is just a shelter upgrade blueprint, and you want to change it to a building blueprint? Your shelter has already been upgraded. The shelter upgrade blueprint is no longer useful to you. Do you want 2 more plan illustrations? 500 pieces of wood plus 200 pieces of stone plus 50 pieces of iron. No way, are you dreaming? You want that many resources for just 1 upgrade blueprint? The higher the level of the treasure chests, the higher the drop rate for shelter upgrade blueprints will be. We'll all be digging them up eventually, so nobody should trade with this guy. Let these shelter upgrade blueprints rot in our hands. Curry. Qin Feng, give up. No one will trade with you. Instead, give me the shelter blueprints, and you'll gain my friendship. The participants from all countries continued to perform consistently well. Qin Feng, lower the price? Dream on. There's no way we'll lower the price. There's no way we'll ever lower the price. Qin Feng planned to leave the shelter upgrade blueprints hanging there. He refused to believe that no one would buy it. Wei, brother Qin Feng, my shelter has been successfully upgraded with a blueprint. The cabin is so much safer now. Hee. Haha. I've successfully upgraded too. In a group chat, Wei and Bao both chimed in. They were the first to upgrade the shelter. The two were very happy. The upgraded shelter is completely different from the one before. Defense has been greatly improved. Qin Feng fully understood the joy they shared. When he first started upgrading his shelter, it was exactly the same as the two of them. After a while, the zither is bubbling up too. Qin, my shelter has reached level 1. Next, I need to collect materials to upgrade it to level 2. By the way, Qin Feng, what level is your shelter now? Qin Feng, I'm level 3 now. The area has increased, and I even have an extra bedroom. Qin Feng shared his shelter with the group members. After the group members listened, there's an even greater enthusiasm for upgrading the shelter. Warning. Just then, a chilling sound echoed throughout the burial ground game during the announcement. All the contestants were stunned by the sound. I put down what I was doing. What happened? What's going on? Participants from various countries were on tenterhooks. Once this announcement is made, nothing good ever comes of it. Amidst everyone's trembling fear, the notification tone sounded again. Warning, 100 contestants have successfully upgraded their shelters, but a climate catastrophe has struck. Warning, second round of climate disaster, high temperature. All participants are urged to speed up resource acquisition and shelter upgrades to survive the high temperature. A second climate disaster? Extreme heat? How come another climate disaster is happening? My shelter hasn't even been upgraded yet. I haven't upgraded my shelter yet. How come 100 people have already upgraded their shelters? It couldn't all have been done by that Chinese kid. He got his hands on several shelter upgrade blueprints at once. Otherwise, the second wave of climate disaster wouldn't have come so soon. Climate disaster. High temperatures? Here it comes again. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't this going to kill off another huge number of contestants? Great. Most importantly, climate disaster is coming. His shelter upgrade blueprints are going to cost more. Wonderful. That's brilliant. No, those guys who just said they'd let the shelter upgrade blueprints rot in their hands. Now they've all gathered around again. Qin Feng, I'll make a trade with you. I have a level 1 water purifier crafting blueprint. I'll trade you for shelter upgrade blueprints. Qin Feng, I have materials. Trade with me. I have a plant encyclopedia. I have a plant encyclopedia. Trade with me. Within the regional channel, participants from various countries applied to trade. These guys are pretty fat. Qin Feng glanced at the things these people had given him. His eyes lit up. What attracted him most was the illustrated guide to the manufacture of a first-class water purifier and a plant encyclopedia. A guide to manufacturing a Class 1 water purifier. Can this thing purify the acidic water in an acid rain pool? If so, it's a really good product. The Corn Pitcher Compendium is a great item. It can launch corn kernels at fantasy creatures and has a chance to launch butter to immobilize them. It's both offensive and controllable. Which one should I choose? Qin Feng rubbed his chin, hesitating. Shit, no way. You guys should make a deal with this Chinese kid. A blueprint for manufacturing a Class A water purifier. They actually gave this rare construction blueprint to that Chinese kid. Do you know what that means? We can't possibly stop giving this Chinese kid a plant encyclopedia. His combat power has increased so quickly, all thanks to your help. Emma, who do you think I should switch with? Qin Feng was somewhat conflicted. In fact, the scales in his heart had already tipped towards the manufacturing guide for first-level water purifiers. But the allure of the corn pitcher was also great to him. Because, besides their own role, corn pitchers also play a crucial role. There's also an even greater function. The basic plant for crafting the ultimate artifact, the corn cannon. Corn cannon. It can fire a giant corn-shaped projectile at a designated area, causing a large number of kills in one go. This is one of Qin Feng's favorite plants to synthesize while playing games. Emma, who was standing nearby, had been studying the beast eggs ever since she returned. After hearing Qin Feng's words, he raised his head and said, I think the level 1 water purifier manufacturing blueprint is crucial. If you can manufacture it, you won't have to worry about water anymore, and you can even trade water resources with others. Of course, this also depends on the corn pitcher's performance. The corn cannon and pea shooter have similar effects, but the corn cannon has a chance to fire corn butter, freezing fantasy creatures. Ultimately, the corn cannon can be crafted into the corn cannon. Qin Feng briefly explained the function of the corn cannon to Emma. Emma listened, very surprised. Corn cannon? Fire to shells. She can understand this single word, but they are combined. Why couldn't she understand some of it? Can corn be turned into artillery shells? This is outrageous. Qin Feng said helplessly. Now you know why I struggled. Emma nodded. It's definitely a difficult decision, but if it were me, I would still choose the level 1 water purifier manufacturing guide. The corn cannon is indeed powerful, but it will probably take some time for your talent level to unlock this plant, and you'll need the corn cannon blueprint, which won't happen overnight. However, you've obtained the level 1 water purifier crafting blueprint, so you can build it as long as you have the materials, which will be much more helpful for you at this stage. Emma gave her reasons. Just as I thought. Emma's guidance helped. Qin Feng made a decision. This is a guide to manufacturing level 1 water purifiers. Contact the other party. Both of them desperately wanted what the other had. The deal was completed very smoothly. The shelter upgrade blueprint in Qin Feng's inventory has disappeared. Instead, there's an additional diagram of how to manufacture a Class 1 water purifier. Let's see what materials are needed to build it. A thought crossed my mind. A manufacturing guide for a first-class water purifier has appeared in my hands. With great excitement, Qin Feng began to examine it. Chapter 107 Electrical Components. Blue Treasure Chest. Item. Level 1 Water Purifier. Manufacturing requirements. 10 burial soil plus 10 plastic plus 10 iron blocks plus 1 electrical component. Function. Wastewater purification. Tip. Are you anxious about water scarcity? A Class 1 water purifier can help you access more water even purifying wastewater in burial sites to potable standards. Start building one now. It really can purify wastewater. That's great. This demonstrates the effectiveness of a primary water purifier. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. But what exactly are electrical components? He was somewhat confused. There isn't much demand for other materials. But these electrical components, Qin Feng hasn't seen it before. I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. That guy probably sold me the blueprints because he couldn't get his hands on this electrical component. What's wrong? Emma noticed Qin Feng's unusual behavior and asked him about it. Qin Feng handed the blueprints to Emma. Take a look. Electrical components? Emma was also completely confused. I've never even heard of this thing. But she has a way. Indecisiveness. Divination. Gilly gulu, gula gilly. The wand was waved. Release the divination spell. A moment later, the wand stopped. Emma got the answer she wanted. I did a divination, and the electrical component should be something like an energy source or generator, which can be opened from a treasure chest. It should belong to the blue treasure chest category. Can it be found inside a blue treasure chest? That's all. Qin Feng was relieved. As long as it can be opened, that's fine. The only pity is... He also plans to try out this water purifier. Now it seems it can't be built in a short time. Add the construction blueprints to your inventory. At this moment, the rice is cooked. The aroma of rice filled the shelter. Dinner's ready. Qin Feng lifted the lid of the pot. The white rice looks very appetizing. There are also boiled peanuts on top. It's so hot. Qin Feng grabbed a few handfuls. Bring all the peanuts to the table. Here, have some peanuts. Emma stared at Qin Feng warily. How much will it cost? It's free. Qin Feng gave half of the peanuts to Emma. Then he served 2 more bowls of rice. A bowl was placed in front of him. Another bowl was pushed in front of Emma. Starting today, meals will be free for you. Really? Emma looked doubtful. Qin Feng, what about trust between people? It's fake. Pay up. 1 meal gets you a white treasure chest. Pay up. Qin Feng reached out his hand. Emma slapped Qin Feng's hand down and picked up the rice bowl in front of her. You said you wouldn't charge for the meal, so you can't go back on your word. The two started eating. Serve with pickled mustard greens, lao gama chili sauce, fermented bean curd, and pickled cucumbers. It's delicious and juicy. In a short while, Qin Feng ate 3 bowls of rice. Emma ate 2 bowls. I wonder when we'll be able to dig up meat and vegetables. When that happens, I'll show you Chinese food. That's what I call delicious. I've been eating hamburgers and rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, every day lately. Qin Feng himself also wanted to eat stir-fried dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs, mapo tofu, shredded pork with garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Slurp. Thinking about these dishes, Qin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Emma is also very much looking forward to it. The two rested for a while. After cleaning up the dishes, I'm going to water the plants in the greenhouse. You can use the ones in the bedroom if you want. Qin Feng said something to Emma. He turned and left the shelter. We arrived at the greenhouse. Wow, it's grown quite a bit again. Upon entering the greenhouse, Qin Feng was stunned by what he saw. The sunflowers were just a tiny layer of tender shoots that had just emerged from the soil yesterday. It's already grown several centimeters tall today. A hoe appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Start digging the hole. I got some peas from the big rat today. Of course we should plant them. Plant a few peas in the last small patch of soil in the greenhouse. Plant pea. Count down to maturity. 15 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Hint. This is an ordinary pea plant with no special abilities. I really don't know what use it is in the game. Friendly reminder. Watering it daily will speed up its growth, and plenty of sunlight will also shorten the sunflower's ripening time. Peas mature in about 8 days, just like potatoes, with the right amount of sunlight and water. Peas have a higher yield than potatoes. Qin Feng was already looking forward to the day the peas would ripen. Water it. Bath water appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Water each plant individually. Maturation time, 1 hour. Maturation time, 1 hour. A series of messages popped up. The ripening time of several plants was shortened by several hours. It's almost time. After doing all this, Qin Feng withdrew from the greenhouse. Returned to the shelter. Emma was wearing pajamas. He sat upright on the bed. Her blonde hair was slightly damp. It's obvious that the body has already been wiped down. Qin Feng returned to his bedroom. I also gave myself a full body wash. They've been staying in a mouse hole for too long. My body smells awful. I can't fall asleep without taking a shower. After doing all this, Qin Feng lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. It took me a whole day to get things done. I'm really quite tired. Only, I just lay down. Ouch. Holy crap. It hurts. My buttocks are in excruciating pain. I didn't feel anything while eating. It's also possible that the injured area wasn't touched. I just lay down on the bed. The intense pain made Qin Feng gasp. I thought my injury had healed. Turns out I just missed it. I am speechless. Qin Feng stood up and took off his pants. Turn your head to look at your own butt. There's a noticeable swelling, and blood is seeping out. Qin Feng quickly applied the medicine. It would be bad if it got inflamed later. He didn't want to experience the feeling of falling into a coma with a high fever again. It took quite a while. Qin Feng then applied the medicine to his buttocks. Emma seems to be more seriously injured than I am. Qin Feng was just about to lie down and go to sleep. Something suddenly occurred to me. Emma was more seriously injured than him. Thinking back to how Emma was sitting upright on the bed just now. He did not lie down. It's probably because of a back injury that he can't lie down. Emma, are you alright? Qin Feng had just stepped out of the bedroom. I'm planning to ask Emma if she needs any medication. What I saw before my eyes. It's a bit awkward. Chapter 108. Beast Egg Hatching Accelerates. Attribute points enhanced. All 3 attributes reached 20. In the living room, Emma sat on the bed. The pajamas were taken off. She was only wearing a bra to cover her vital parts. He turned his head to examine the wound on his back. Only, the wound was in a very tricky location. She can't see it all, not to mention applying medicine. Sudden, Qin Feng's voice rang out. Emma was startled. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice and said, I'd like to ask if you need any anti-inflammatory medication. I have anti-inflammatory medication. Okay. All right, you can continue. Qin Feng turned around and was about to go back to his bedroom. Emma's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait a moment. Qin Feng turned around. What's wrong? Emma was silent for a moment, then said, Can you take a look at my wound? I can't see the back. Okay. They're all teammates. For such a small request, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't refuse. He walked up behind Emma. Her smooth and delicate back appeared before Qin Feng's eyes once again. Only, unlike before, this time, he had a bruise on his back that was more than 20 centimeters long. Blood was seeping out from some places. Your injury is quite serious. You need to apply medicine. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. Emma nodded gently. She couldn't see the wound on her back. This situation, apart from Qin Feng, there is no one else who can do it. Qin Feng first cleaned up the blood. Then an anti-inflammatory drug appeared in his hand. They began applying medicine to the wound on Emma's back. Emma is very strong. Qin Feng bumped his wound several times along the way. Emma didn't utter a sound. All right. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng clapped his hands. Emma's wounds were covered with anti-inflammatory ointment. The blood was also cleaned up. The wound stopped bleeding. Emma put on her pajamas. Thanks. You're welcome. Qin Feng waved his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Tomorrow I'll try using all my magic points to cast a divination spell. I should be able to find a blue treasure chest. I'll see if I can find one with electrical components inside. Emma spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. A blue treasure chest? Electrical components? Qin Feng was no longer sleepy. Okay, get some rest now. We'll dig up the grave tomorrow. Watching Qin Feng's retreating figure as he returned to the bedroom, Emma breathed a slight sigh of relief. The next day, 11 days, 20 hours, and 23 minutes until the second wave of attacks. Qin Feng got up. The two finished breakfast. They're getting ready to go outside and dig up graves. Qin Feng suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the table. To be precise, it was the animal egg on the table. Emma looked at Qin Feng. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked in surprise. The incubation time for the beast eggs has been reduced significantly. The incubation period for the beast eggs is 10 days. From yesterday until now, about 11 hours have passed. However, the incubation time for the beast eggs was shortened by far more than 11 hours. Item, egg. Hatching countdown, 9 days, 1 hour, and 23 minutes. Hint, this is a beast egg about to hatch. After hatching, a fantastical creature will emerge, which will consider the first person it sees as its parent. Friendly reminder, you are about to obtain a beast pet, which will greatly increase your chances of survival in the game. The incubation time has been reduced by almost a day. Qin Feng was astonished. Emma heard this. He excitedly took his own item out of his inventory. However, after reviewing the information, she became disappointed. My beast eggs time didn't decrease much. It only decreased normally. What's going on? What did you do last night? Emma asked. No, Qin Feng recalled. I watched it for a while before going to bed last night, and then put it in the room. Emma, I keep the beast eggs in my inventory when I sleep. The two exchanged a glance. Then they all looked at the sunflowers inside the house. Could it be the radiance of a sunflower? Qin Feng did nothing. That leaves only one possibility. Let's compare them. Qin Feng observed the beast eggs bathed in the sunlight of the sunflower. Emma stared at the beast egg in her inventory. 10 seconds later, differences have emerged. The hatching time of Qin Feng's beast egg, which was under the green light of the sunflower, was shortened by 20 seconds. Emma's inventory only reduced the hatching time of the beast eggs by 10 seconds. Immediately, Emma took the beast egg out of her inventory and placed it under the sunflower's light. Instantly, the incubation time has also started to accelerate. Just like Qin Feng's beast egg, sunflowers can actually help with hatching. Emma was very surprised. It really is because of the sunflower's radiance. Qin Feng was also surprised. Sunflowers really have a lot of auxiliary benefits. It can not only help plants mature, it can even help hatch beast eggs. Incredible. In that case, they can hatch in just 4 or 5 days. Emma also placed the beast egg next to Qin Feng's egg. Let's embrace the radiant glow of the sunflowers together. Leave the beast eggs here. Let's go dig up the graves. Qin Feng locked the shelter door. We arrived outside the shelter. Qin Feng looked at Emma. Emma understood what Qin Feng meant. A magic wand appeared in his hand. Divination. Emma waved her wand and chanted incantations. My mana is being depleted rapidly. Soon, all of my magic points, over 100, have been used up. Emma opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. We've identified an area where there's a blue treasure chest. Let's go dig up a grave. Just thinking about the blue treasure chest, Qin Feng couldn't wait any longer. I walked about 200 meters, arrive at the area designated by Emma. There are probably close to 100 burial mounds in this area. Emma said, it's a pity I don't have enough magic power. Otherwise, I could have been even more accurate. No problem. 100 graves can be dug up in 2 or 3 days. Qin Feng didn't care. What's 100 graves? We guarantee that there will be one blue treasure chest in every 100 graves. That's already amazing. What more could you want? You should know that digging graves is normal now. The probability of getting a blue treasure chest is only 0.1. There's a way to speed up grave digging. Emma suddenly said, have you ever tried using fantasy points to increase attribute points? I've tried it. Qin Feng nodded. During the first wave of attacks, he was attacked and knocked down by a wolf. It consumes fantasy points to enhance physical strength. That's how I survived being bitten by that wolf. However, the fantasy value system is a terrible way to add attribute points. It's okay before 10 o'clock. 1 point of fantasy value can increase 1 attribute value. But after 10 o'clock, it takes 10 points of fantasy value to increase 1 point of fantasy value. Therefore, Qin Feng stopped using fantasy points to increase his attribute values. But now, he possesses several thousand points of fantasy value. The attribute values could definitely be increased further. Emma said, I had only added 10 attribute points before and then stopped, but this time I got a lot of fantasy points from exterminating the blood rats, so I can increase my attribute points a bit more, which will also improve my grave digging efficiency. That makes sense. Qin Feng nodded, fully agreeing with Emma's idea. Then add it. Let's get right to it. Qin Feng's mind raced. Prioritize improving physical fitness. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases stamina by 1 point, current level 13. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases stamina by 1 point, current 14. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases stamina by 1 point, current level 19. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases stamina by 1 point, current level 20. It consumed 80 fantasy points in one go. It directly increased my stamina from 12 points to 20 points. Qin Feng suddenly felt his strength surge. It can even take on a tiger one-on-one. I kicked out, dodged, and then slid in. Certainly, this is an illusion. Qin Feng's stamina increased by 8 points. Compared to the period between, that's an increase of 1/3. It's unlikely that he could take on a tiger one-on-one. It's more likely that they've managed to feed the tiger. Wow. After 20 attribute points, it actually takes 50 points to enhance just 1 attribute point. Qin Feng felt a surge in power. We're planning to continue strengthening it. Result. Prices have risen so drastically. After 8 p.m., The required fantasy points for leveling up are too high. Emma encountered the same situation as Qin Feng and frowned, saying, in other words, it takes 500 fantasy points to upgrade from 20 to 30 points, which is not worthwhile, at least not in the early stages. Qin Feng nodded. This must be the limitation of the burial ground game, making all participants enhance their talents and rely on them to become stronger. Let's raise all attributes to 20 points. Stamina will increase by a third, and the grave digging speed will also increase. Emma nodded. Good. Qin Feng didn't want to waste too many fantasy points. If he's willing, his fantasy points are enough to raise his stamina, health, and hunger to 30 points each. Emma, on the other hand, doesn't have that many fantasy points. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases HP by 1 point. Current HP is 11. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases hunger by 1 point, currently at 11. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases HP by 1 point, current HP is 12. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases hunger by 1 point, currently at 20. Consumes 10 fantasy points, increases HP by 1 point, current HP is 20. Qin Feng consumed another 200 fantasy points. Increased both health and hunger to 20 points. That concludes the discussion. All three of his attributes have reached 20 points. Not only have I become stronger, but I also feel full of energy. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Me too. Emma is the same as Qin Feng. All three attributes were increased to 20 points. I feel full of energy, and even my mind is much clearer. Walk. Let's dig up some graves today. A hoe appeared in his hand. Qin Feng began his grave-digging mission for the day. Chapter 109 Pigpen Illustrated Guide. Early signs of high temperatures appear. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 2B pencils, 5 notebooks, and 2 erasers. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 12 by 180 milliliters 6 walnuts, 12 by 220 milliliters mausoleum, and 3 by 500 milliliters coconut milk. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have received 3x 250g salt, 2x 100g MSG, 1 by 200 milliliters Haitian light soy sauce, 1 by 200 milliliters Haitian dark soy sauce, 1 by 200 milliliters aged vinegar, 1 by 250 milliliters oyster sauce, and 1x 1.5 L salad oil. Wow, the complete guide to seasonings is here. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was thinking about stir-frying last night. The seasonings have arrived today. Can stir-fry dishes be far behind? Keep digging up old posts. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. After the attribute is improved, Qin Feng's efficiency in digging graves has improved significantly. At the same time, the number of graves dug up is 1/3 more than before. The next few burial mounds. My luck was SOSO. All that came out were fantastical creatures. Qin Feng remained completely calm. What's this called? Use a technique of first criticizing to elevate the argument. Several treasure chests in a row contained fantasy creatures. The next treasure chest will definitely be good. When the hoe bounced away, a ray of yellow light shone from a crack in the soil. As expected, it's here. Item, treasure chest. Great, yellow. Hint. This is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have received 300 wood, 50 stones, 20 iron blocks, and 10 plastic. Ingredient package. Good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Materials. It will always be lacking. Shelters, greenhouses, and the construction of a whole range of things. Materials are required for all of them. The shelter needs an upgrade, ideally with more rooms and improved functionality. The shed is running out of space and needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. Add the materials to your inventory. Qin Feng continued. It has to be said, it's so awesome that the drop rate for these yellow treasure chests has been increased. Qin Feng dug up 22 grave mounds. We dug up 3 yellow treasure chests, in addition to the 2 seasoning packages and ingredient packages mentioned above. The 3rd yellow treasure chest. This surprised Qin Feng. Item, Pigpen illustration. Specifications, 10. Building materials, 300 wood, 50 stone, 20 iron blocks. Function, the pigpen is isolated from the burial ground, so the soil and air inside are not polluted by the burial ground. Animals can be raised inside without being affected by the burial ground environment. In the pig pen, the maturation speed of pigs is increased by 20. Hint, pig pen, that's a good thing. Go catch some piglets. Pigsty. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. But the problem is, he doesn't raise pigs. In this game of burial, besides the contestants and fantasy creatures, he had never seen any other living creature. Let's save it for now and build it later when we have animals. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. A glass of cola appeared in his hand, and he drank it. Emma, do you feel a bit hot today? I can feel it. Emma's shirt was soaked with sweat. It clung tightly to my body. The clothing and body contours were outlined. My stamina has increased by 1/3, so I should have dug 1/3 more graves than usual, which is about 30. But today I only dug 26. This must be due to the high temperature. It seems that high temperatures and acid rain are different, Qin Feng said in a solemn tone. The previous acid rain had a countdown timer, but the high temperatures don't. It's very likely that the high temperature weather will arrive gradually and then reach its peak. Emma nodded. We drank more water than usual today. If the temperature continues to rise, our need for water will be even greater. If the high temperature reaches its peak, we might not even be able to come out and dig graves anymore. Qin Feng, we must store as many supplies as possible before the high temperatures reach their peak. In addition, we should try to manufacture the first stage water purifier as soon as possible. Chapter 1, 10 Blood Slaves. Eating Western food. Physical strength declines rapidly due to rising temperatures. The two dug another grave. We decided to head back home. Rustling. Just then, a faint sound rang out. A surge of gray fog appeared in the distance. It was as if something was about to emerge from the gray fog. Wow, not bad. Knowing we were off work, they even specially sent us fantasy points for attacks by free-roaming organisms. Qin Feng was already used to it. A pea shooter appears in your hand. Emma waved her wand beside her. Fantasy value. We have to grab it. Hiss. A raspy, tearing sound in the throat. A sound mixed with the popping of uncongealed blood bubbles rang out from the gray fog. Something's not right about that sound. Qin Feng dropped his joking expression. Another new fantasy creature has appeared. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The pea shooter in my hand has begun its attack. Bullets were fired into the gray fog. Hiss. The sound in the gray fog suddenly increased. A roar tinged with pain. The next moment, a figure burst out from the gray mist. Extremely fast. It's much faster than the speed of a zombie. It was only slightly slower than the giant rat that Qin Feng encountered yesterday. Puff, puff, puff. The pea bullets struck the shadowy figure. It sparked a trail of blood, but the shadowy figure seemed unaffected. It charged straight at Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, it then covered a distance of more than 10 meters. They came up to Qin Feng. Wow, at close range. Qin Feng finally saw the shadowy figure clearly. This thing is different from any of the fantastical creatures Qin Feng has encountered before. The zombie-like fantasy creatures I encountered before were all rotting and oozing pus. But this guy in front of me, it wasn't rotten, but his face was deathly pale. It looked like a corpse that had been soaking in water for years. In the deep, sunken eye sockets, a pair of eyes gleamed with a sinister red light. It exudes endless madness and bloodlust. Hiss. After getting close to Qin Feng, that eerie sound came out again. His mouth suddenly opened wide. The upper and lower jaws are spread open at an odd angle. Two fangs, each about the length of a finger, protruded from it. Its pale white color gleamed with a cold light. The sticky mucus hanging from the tip is stretched into thin threads in the rising hot air. It emitted a nauseating, fishy, and muddiny odor. It was biting viciously at Qin Feng's neck. I'm impressed. Qin Feng immediately used flash. Sharp fangs narrowly grazed his neck. Qin Feng felt a chill. Luckily, I strengthened my attributes today, otherwise I might not have been able to avoid this. Qin Feng felt a surge of relief. Hiss. The first strike failed. This guy attacked Qin Feng again. Puff. Emma's fireball flew out. It exploded in this guy's face. Green flames burst forth everywhere. This guy seems to have very low resistance to fire. His pale face burst into flames, sizzling and crackling. It looks extremely eerie. Flesh and blood can burn like this. What the hell? Qin Feng's pea shooter kept attacking. At the same time, he also checked the information about this thing. Fantasy creatures, blood slaves. Level 2. Aggression, 30. Defense, 30. Speed, 50. Hint: this is a fantastical creature created by humans. Originally, it was no different from ordinary fantastical creatures, but it was tainted by some extraordinary power and transformed into a blood slave. Its attributes were greatly enhanced, far exceeding level 2, and it's only one step away from level 3. Friendly reminder: when a blood slave appears, the extraordinary power behind it is not far off. Blood slaves? Qin Feng was surprised. This thing looks a bit like a blood rat. They were all infected by supernatural power. Blood rats and blood slaves again. Could the extraordinary power behind these guys be? Hiss! The roar interrupted Qin Feng's thoughts. The blood slave had flames burning on his face. He rushed up to Qin Feng. Sharp fangs opened. Bite down on Qin Feng's neck. Are you still not done? Qin Feng got angry. If you're a level 3 fantasy creature, then that's fine. You're only close to a level 3 fantasy creature. How dare you act so pretentious? Qin Feng dodged in a flash to escape the blood slave's attacks. Screw you. A cherry bomb appeared in his hand. Qin Feng threw it directly at the blood slave. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The blood slave was blasted several meters away. There was no sound indicating the fantasy value. He's not dead. Hiss! Really? The blood slave staggered to his feet. Lie down. Qin Feng aimed his pea shooter. Puff, puff, puff. A series of bullets blasted his head off. It pierced right through the blood slave's head. Fantasy value plus 45. Dead. Qin Feng put away the pea shooter. Blood slaves. Emma looked at the corpse not far away and said thoughtfully, first it was the blood rat, and now it's the blood slave. Could the extraordinary beings behind them be the vampire clan? Vampires are just bloodsuckers. As a citizen of the British Empire, Emma's understanding of vampires surpasses Qin Feng's. Qin Feng nodded. Just as I thought. Emma frowned. If it really is a vampire, then this is troublesome. This thing can infect fantasy creatures, greatly enhancing their strength. The more it infects, the greater the pressure we face. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Seeing Emma's worried expression, Qin Feng comforted him. Although the pressure is high, the fantasy points gained are also high. Killing this blood slave added 45 fantasy points. If this guy hadn't been infected and was just a normal level 2 fantasy creature, it wouldn't have added so many fantasy points. Let's go. Let's go back and eat first. Back to the shelter. Qin Feng and Emma checked the hatching time of their respective beast eggs in perfect unison. Nothing unexpected happened. The time it took for the beast eggs to hatch was reduced to exactly twice the time it took them to dig the grave. Sunflowers are awesome. The two played with the eggs together for a while. Then, Qin Feng prepared to cook, but Emma stopped him. I'll do it today. She and Qin Feng are teammates. There's no reason for Qin Feng to cook every day. She freeloads. This isn't like her at all. Ugh. Qin Feng was also curious about Emma's cooking skills. Look at Emma's confident and decisive tone. The craftsmanship must be quite good. Hey, I had Western food today. Chapter 111 this? Western food? Announcement of a transaction. 1 minute later. Is that all? Qin Feng looked at the food in front of him and began to question his existence. French fries, hamburgers, milk. What Emma did. It just means taking these things out and arranging them properly. Oh wait, there are others. Emma also put some sauce on the fries and burger. All right. Emma nodded and said, what's wrong? There's more if it's not enough. Cough, cough. That's enough. Emma took out 2 more hamburgers from her inventory. Qin Feng quickly interrupted. He picked up the hamburger in front of him and started eating. I made a decision silently in my heart. Let's not let Emma cook anymore. I ate 3 hamburgers, 2 bags of fries, and a glass of milk. Qin Feng ended the battle. Then, entered the greenhouse to water the plants. Emma was also curious about how the plants were growing inside the greenhouse. They came in together. Wow, so fast. Emma looked at the layers of green shoots on the black soil and was incredibly surprised. These plants were planted only a few days ago. This is how it turned out. That's pretty fast. Qin Feng was also very satisfied with the growth rate of the plants. But what gave him a headache was the bath water is almost gone. We're almost out of water to water the plants. Watering plants daily can shorten their maturation time by 8 or 9 hours. We can't do without water. We must manufacture water purifiers as soon as possible, with Emma's help. Soon, all the plants have been watered. Back to the shelter. The two washed up. Emma sat on the bed. She took off her pajamas. Qin Feng also came to the bed. Don't misunderstand. It's not what you're thinking. Instead, Qin Feng was going to apply medicine to Emma's wounds. I've recovered quite a bit today. Qin Feng looked at the swelling on Emma's back. The swelling has subsided considerably compared to yesterday. The wound has stopped bleeding. Vivi's medicine is really effective. Qin Feng continued applying the medicine to Emma. The atmosphere was a little awkward. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Emma said, I calculated that I usually consume about 1.5 L of water a day, but today I consume 2 L. If the temperature continues to rise, we will sweat more and consume even more water. All right. He patted Emma on the shoulder. He gestured for Emma to put on her pajamas. Qin Feng said, water is indeed a big problem. The amount of water we dig out each day is uncertain. On average, we can only dig out 2 or 3 liters a day, and that includes various beverages. Beverages can replenish fluids, but you can't drink it all the time. Qin Feng was afraid he'd spill water if he drank too much. If temperatures continue to rise, we could face a water crisis. In addition, Qin Feng still needs to water the trees. I'll go ask on the regional channel to see if anyone has unearthed any electrical components. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. I just came in. All you could see were participants from various countries wailing in despair. Water. I need water. Can someone give me some water? I'm so thirsty. I'm thirsty too. Why is it so hot today? It's impossible for this heat wave to act so unpredictably. Why didn't it have a countdown like acid rain? Instead, it just came straight away. It didn't give us any time to stock up on supplies. This is only the first day. The temperature is going to keep rising. Who could survive this? It's all that Chinese kid's fault. If he hadn't gotten several shelter upgrade blueprints at once, the heat wave wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Yes. Qin Feng, is there any bathwater left? I need to buy some. Qin Feng, I want some too. Bathwater. No. Foot bath water will do. I'll trade you potatoes. These guys are so pitiful. Looking at the thirsty people on the regional channel, Qin Feng watched very closely. Cool. For even more enjoyment, Qin Feng sent a message. Qin Feng, sorry, you're too late. I used the bathwater and foot-washing water to water the vegetables. We're all dying of thirst, and you actually used water to water the vegetables? Shit, you damn Chinese brat. You deserve to go to hell. The participants from various countries erupted in another fit of impotent rage. Qin Feng ignored these guys. Instead, they announced the sale of electrical components. Qin Feng, looking to buy electrical components. Anyone have any? DM me. The terms will definitely satisfy you. What? Electrical components? What is this? Participants from all countries were watching Qin Feng's every move. Upon seeing this message, everyone was stunned. What is this thing? Never heard of it. This feels so high-end. What is this Chinese kid up to now? Electrical components seem to be very important to this young Chinese man, as he even went so far as to state that the conditions would absolutely satisfy him. If we had electrical components, wouldn't we be able to exchange them for a lot of water with this Chinese kid? Many contestants on the regional channels got excited. Just then, an even more explosive piece of news has emerged. Thomas from Australia, don't be fooled by this Chinese kid. Electrical components are crucial materials for manufacturing a top-tier water purifier. With these components, this Chinese kid can make his own water. If you find any, don't sell them to him. Ha ha ha. I'm impressed. A cold glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The guy who sent this message is the one who traded the level 1 water purifier illustration with him. That bastard betrayed him. No martialesics. Thomas from Kangaroo Country. Haha. Qin Feng. Still sending private messages? Trying to fool everyone, huh? You're dreaming. You think you can build a top-tier water purifier? If it were that easy, would I have given you this encyclopedia? What? The materials used to manufacture a Class A water purifier? I knew this Chinese kid was being incredibly generous this time. We absolutely mustn't let this Chinese kid invent a water purifier. Otherwise, he'll never have to worry about water again. Excellent. We'll die of thirst together. We absolutely cannot let this Chinese kid have his fun. No matter who digs it up, don't sell it to this Chinese kid. Wrong. Why does that sound so familiar? They seem to have resisted Qin Feng in the same way before. Result. Cough, cough, cough. This time is different. We will definitely be able to successfully resist Qin Feng. This guy from Australia is a bit shameless. Emma was also watching the chat on the regional channel, her brows furrowed slightly. From Qin Feng's perspective, she really hates this guy now. Fine. His words won't change anything, Qin Feng said indifferently. He was a little angry at first, but now, he was actually somewhat grateful to this guy for helping him boost his popularity. As for the boycotts from participants from various countries, cut. In the face of self-interest. Resist? What does boycott mean? At worst, he'll just have to pay a higher price. 2. Emma completely agreed with Qin Feng's statement. Sudden, Emma glanced at the panel. His expression immediately turned cold. Qin Feng asked, "What's wrong?" Emma said coldly, "Those guys made me get some water." Those guys. This naturally refers to the participants from the British Empire. What are you going to do? Qin Feng felt troubled for Emma. After all, they are contestants from the same country. Emma said calmly, "Just block them." Qin Feng, what a decisive woman. Emma said seriously. Chapter 112, Buying Vegetables. Anyone want to help me bargain? Thanks. There's no need to contact those who have betrayed me anymore. Emma said calmly. It seemed like a trivial matter. After all, she even blocked the commander of the British Empire. What's the big deal about blocking these guys? Brave. You're very brave. Qin Feng was somewhat impressed by the young woman's decisiveness and efficiency. Just then, the previously quiet area channel suddenly became lively again. Someone is selling supplies. Gallic Rooster, France selling Chinese cabbage, tofu, wood ear mushrooms, carrots, and green beans. Wow. Vegetable. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was thinking about cooking. Someone is actually selling vegetables on the regional channel. Purchase. You absolutely must buy it. It's not just Qin Feng. Many viewers on the regional channel were also drawn to these vegetables. There are too few vegetables. So far, this seems to be the first time someone has sold these. Therefore, many participants wanted to buy it. However, the demands made by this contestant selling vegetables are outrageous. French mark. Only accept transactions involving bottled water or beverages. 3 kilograms of vegetables, traded for 3L of bottled water or beverages. Are you crazy? In this hot weather, water is the most precious resource. You actually want to exchange these vegetables for 3 liters of water? This guy is dreaming. He can skip vegetables, but he can't skip water. You think you can get 3 liters of water from all this junk vegetables? You can keep them for yourself. Contestants from all countries were hurling insults at each other on the regional channel. Damn it. Another guy asking for an exorbitant price. They all learned it from that Chinese kid. This unhealthy trend must be stopped. Mark of the Gallic Rooster Kingdom was dumbfounded. He had assumed that vegetables were extremely scarce. I want to change the water more often. I never expected to be attacked by everyone. Mark from the Gallic Rooster Kingdom. Vegetables are extremely scarce, and I got this from a yellow treasure chest. What's wrong with exchanging it for 3 liters of water? So what if it's a yellow treasure chest? With the high temperatures here, water resources are incredibly precious. A yellow treasure chest that doesn't yield water is just a waste. Exactly. Water is the source of life. You think you can exchange these vegetables for 3 liters of water? Dream on. Vegetables are a luxury, not a necessity. I'll trade you for a maximum of 500 milliliters of water. Gallic mark. 500 milliliters? Impossible. I'd rather throw it away than trade 500 milliliters of water with you. It has to be at least 2.8 L. 2.8 litres? You can let those vegetables rot in your hands. At most 800 milliliters. Impossible. At least 2.5 L. Maximum 900 milliliters. At least 2.3 L. 1,000 milliliters. 2 litres. A group of people started haggling over the price in the regional chat. Is there really such a good thing? Qin Feng found it amusing. He was still thinking about how to get these vegetables at a lower price. Result. Did someone help him negotiate the price? It's true what they say. When you're sleepy, a pillow comes along. At this moment, the price cutting in the group has reached a fever pitch. French mark. Final price, 1.5 L of water. I've set up a trade. Anyone interested can apply. I won't lower the price anymore. If no one buys it, I'll eat it myself. See this price. Some participants are already interested. The price has been reduced by half. 3 kilograms of vegetables only require 1.5 L of water. This is definitely a great deal. Moreover, vegetables contain water. Purchase. Some participants rushed to apply for a trade. However, the next moment, the group of people were dumbfounded. Is the transaction over? Someone has completed the transaction. Who? Who did it? Shit. I've been haggling for so long. Who dares to steal my deal? No way, get out here. In the regional channel, The contestants who had been haggling for ages were completely exasperated. Since these guys are so eager to know who it is, Qin Feng naturally had to satisfy them. After all, these guys actually helped him out. I sent a message directly in the regional channel. Qin Feng, I originally planned to use 3 liters of water to trade for these vegetables, but I didn't expect everyone to be so kind and bargain, so I could save half the price. Thank you. It was this Chinese kid who made the deal. We were haggling, and you cheated. Qin Feng, you'll die a horrible death. Impossible. This Chinese kid is too cunning. Ah. At that moment, the participants from all countries felt like they wanted to die. Damn it. It's one thing to have my things stolen. The crucial person who was stolen was Qin Feng. This is double the pain. Certainly. The most suffering was for the French, specifically the French. French mark, a bunch of idiots trying to haggle. If it weren't for you guys, I could have gotten 3 liters of water. Qin Feng shut down the regional channel. After you've made that idiot angry, just leave. Hey, it's so awesome. A thought crossed my mind. Qin Feng began to examine the goods he had acquired in the transaction. 1,000 g of Chinese cabbage, 500 g of tofu, 500 g of black fungus, 500 g of carrots, 500 g of green beans. Good. Looking at these supplies, Qin Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Looking at Emma beside him, he said, Emma, tomorrow I'll let you try some Chinese cuisine. Good. Emma also saw the commotion on the regional channel. They knew that Qin Feng had traded vegetables. I'm really looking forward to the Chinese cuisine that Qin Feng mentioned. Tomorrow, I'll share some of the dishes I cook with Wei Wei and the others. They haven't had these in a long time. Qin Feng thought to himself. There is no news yet regarding electrical components. Qin Feng was also planning to go to sleep. Today, he and Emma dug more than 50 graves together. In other words, a blue treasure chest is guaranteed to appear in that area tomorrow. A blue treasure chest. Qin Feng was already getting excited. I wonder what good stuff I'll get from the blue treasure chest. It would be perfect if we could get an electrical component. Chapter 1, 13 New Plant. The Ice Archer arrives. The next day, 10 days, 21 hours, and 23 minutes until the second wave of attacks. Temperature 35 degrees Celsius. Qin Feng and Emma got up. After washing up and eating breakfast, he glanced at the beast egg. Qin Feng's beast egg is 7 days away from hatching. Let's go. We can dig up the blue treasure chest today. Qin Feng was extremely excited. Emma and I arrived at the area from yesterday. No nonsense. Qin Feng started digging right away. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 1x5L liquid alcohol and 1/3 kilograms solid alcohol. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 stockings, 10 underwear, and 10 sanitary napkins. It's this again? I don't need this thing. Qin Feng glanced at Emma beside him. Emma also felt Qin Feng's gaze. What's wrong? Cough, 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 it's nothing. Qin Feng thought for a moment. I'll talk to Emma when I get back tonight. To avoid having to say it now, it will interfere with grave digging. Due to the increase in temperature, the costs associated with digging up graves have increased significantly. They've only dug up 5 graves. Qin Feng started sweating. You need to replenish your fluids. Emma is the same. After drinking a bottle of water, the two continued digging the grave. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 1 wooden bathtub, diameter 0.8 x height 0.6, 1/500 milliliters Safeguard shower gel, 1/500 milliliters Safeguard shampoo, 1x100g Safeguard soap, and 1/200 milliliters 6 God perfume. The bathtubs have arrived again, and there are so many people taking baths, not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The bathtub we dug up last time was destroyed by those blood rats. Now another one has arrived. You can take a bath as long as there's water. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained the Ice Archer Illustration X1 and 50p seeds. Oh, Ice Archer Guide. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. After the talent is upgraded to level 5. I just unlocked Dash. Now the encyclopedia is here. We can directly create the Frost Archer. A thought crossed my mind. The Frost Archer illustration has appeared in Qin Feng's hands. Plant Guide, Ice Archer. Planting requirements. Burial soil +1p +7 points of fantasy plus LV5 talent. Ripening time, 4 hours. Hint, this is a pea modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it can launch ice peas, which deal damage to fantasy creatures upon impact and reduce their movement and attack speed by 50% for 10 seconds. Friendly reminder, the ice peas' additional effects are powerful, but be careful, some powerful fantasy creatures may have resistance. Wow. Attack speed and movement speed reduced by 50. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The side effect of the percentage system. That's incredible skill, especially effective against those fantasy creatures with high movement speed. Ash is a hard counter to Ash. Take that big rat from before as an example. Speed's up to 60. If you use the Frost Archer, it can reduce the speed of the big rat to 30. That speed is almost like that of a super fast zombie. This is equivalent to directly reducing the level 3 blood rat boss to level 1. That's awesome. Qin Feng was overjoyed. The blood slaves that just appeared were also moving quickly. With the Frost Archer, no need to worry about these guys anymore. Use the Frost Archer character guide. Qin Feng gave the order. The Ice Archer illustration in his hand transformed into a beam of white light. Integrate it into your talent. Instantly, the Frost Archer icon is now highlighted in the talent tree. Give it a try. Qin Feng was filled with excitement. 10 flower pots were made first. Then, after spending 70 fantasy points and 10 peas, I successfully planted 10 ice archers. Planting them one by one is too slow. 10 plants at once. Its main selling point is its extravagance. Plant. Ice archer. Growing. Countdown 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. You'll see the Frost Archer in 4 hours. Qin Feng was very much looking forward to it. If the Frost Archer's effect is powerful, this will reduce the need to plant pea shooters later on. The main focus is on the Frost Archer. Give Vivi and the others the Frost Archer class too. What's wrong? Emma noticed that Qin Feng had suddenly stopped and asked him curiously. We've discovered a new plant encyclopedia entry. You'll find out soon. Qin Feng kept Emma in suspense. Emma was amazed. Qin Feng's combat power is already abnormal enough. So there are new plants again? And, judging from Qin Feng's appearance, the new plants must be amazing. Then, the next part of the grave digging process will take place. Emma was filled with curiosity. Time passed slowly. Within 4 hours, Qin Feng and Emma each dug 8 graves. The two rested more than once along the way. Drink water to quench your thirst. Temperature has a huge impact, and the two of them clearly sensed it. Compared to a few hours ago, the temperature seems to have risen a bit more. The Frost Archer has matured. Qin Feng drank water, while keeping an eye on the inventory. The moment the countdown reached 0, 10 Ice Archer plants have grown. A thought crossed my mind. The Frost Archer appeared in Qin Feng's hands. Same. Also through projection. It came into the view of people from all over the world. What's that thing in that kid's hand? Is that kid's pea shooter? No, they look the same, but the color is different. This must be this Chinese kid's new plant. What kind of new plant is this? It's just a pea shooter with a new look. The effect will probably be about the same. This Chinese kid's farmer talent has reached its limit. This kid's new plants are no different from his old ones. From now on, his talent won't improve much anymore. I knew it. This Chinese kid's talent is strong in the early game, but it will lack staying power in the mid to late game. Good morning. Our contestants' talents tend to gravitate towards the later stages. They'll only get stronger. This Chinese kid's time is up. After much deduction by the people of various countries on Earth, the Frost Archer was discovered. A conclusion can be drawn. Compared to the pea shooter, there isn't much of an improvement. Everyone was excited. Qin Feng is a fallen genius. If Qin Feng knew what these people were thinking, you'll definitely find it baffling. Has the Frost Archer not improved much? Are you kidding me? This is a percentage-based weakening skill. Let's take Vivi as an example for comparison. The Ice Archer side effect is even more powerful than Vivi's anesthetic gas. It can not only slow down, it can also deal damage. Vivi's anesthetic gas can only slow you down. Is this a new plant? Emma looked at the plant in Qin Feng's hand with great curiosity. It looks almost exactly like the pea shooter, but there are some differences. The pea shooter is green, but the plant's exterior is a deep, dark blue. The surface also faintly shimmered with a luster of tiny ice crystals, swaying gently in the breeze. Those glimmers of light twinkled and danced like lively stars. Chapter 114, The Blood Slaves Return. The Frost Archer makes his move. A new plant called Ice Archer. Qin Feng did not hide anything from Emma. It emphasizes honesty and trust. Ice Archer? The name is a bit different from Pea Shooter. The results will definitely be different, right? Emma was curious. This new plant looks a lot like the Pea Shooter. What is its purpose? Its function is rustling. Qin Feng was just about to explain. Sudden, a faint sound rose from the gray mist. From far to near. The next moment, a dark figure burst out from the gray mist. Fantasy creatures, blood slaves. Level 2. Aggression, 30. Defense, 30. Speed, 44. Hint, this is a fantastical creature created by humans. Originally, it was no different from ordinary fantastical creatures, but it was tainted by some extraordinary power and transformed into a blood slave. Its attributes were greatly enhanced, far exceeding level 2, and it's only one step away from level 3. Friendly reminder, when a blood slave appears, the extraordinary power behind it is not far off. Blood slaves have reappeared, and she's a cunning version of a blood slave. They only made a sound when they were very close to Qin Feng and Emma. Before Qin Feng could react, the blood slave has broken out of the gray mist. It lunged at Qin Feng from behind, a distance of more than 10 meters. With this blood slave's terrifying speed, it takes less than a second to cross. In the blink of an eye, the blood slave rushed up behind Qin Feng, less than 5 meters away from Qin Feng. Emma was facing Qin Feng directly. I saw blood slaves. The first thing to do is to create a barrier behind Qin Feng. But, too late. There wasn't even time to release it. The blood slaves are too fast. Summon the wall of nuts. Emma reminded her. Are some fantastical creatures here? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Ugh. Good thing you came. I know Ash is mature. You came here specifically to have him conduct weapons tests, didn't you? Qin Feng quickly turned around. A blood slave was rapidly approaching. The pale face and sharp fangs rapidly magnified in my field of vision. Qin Feng remained calm and composed. The Frost Archer in his hand was aimed directly at this blood slave. As for Nutwall, no need. There's absolutely no need for that. Is this Chinese kid stupid? He didn't dodge? He didn't defend himself either? Qin Feng's appearance appeared in the blue star projection. People from all countries were stunned. What's going on? What's this Chinese kid thinking? Is he tired of living? Could it be that this kid's new plant can instantly kill fantasy creatures? How could there be such an overpowered plant? This new plant looks exactly like the Pea Shooter, except it's a bit more powerful. In my opinion, this kid was so engrossed in the new plant that he didn't even realize he was about to launch a sneak attack. This monster's movement and attack speed are so fast. The Chinese kid has no chance to dodge at all. He'll be crippled if he doesn't die this time. So what if it's a new plant? It's useless. It's only harmed the kid. Good heavens. One unexpected surprise. This kid didn't die at the hands of the blood rat boss, but instead is about to fall at the hands of a level 2 creature. After some deduction, the people of various countries on Earth. Another conclusion was reached. Qin Feng, you're in deep trouble this time. At the same time, in the game of burial. Shoot, shoo, shoo. After Qin Feng aimed the Frost Archer at the blood slave, the Frost Archer immediately fired bullets. Its rate of fire is almost identical to that of the Pea Shooter. The bullets aren't much different either. The only difference is the bullets fired by the Frost Archer are a deep blue. The dark blue bullet carried a chilling aura. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot towards the blood slave. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, blood splattered from the blood slave's body. Surprisingly, red blood. The moment you touched the ice pea, it transformed into wisps of white mist that rose gently upwards. The burst of blood looked like a frozen scene. After hovering briefly in the air, it quickly condenses into tiny ice crystals. It fell in a flurry. Even more amazing things are yet to come. The parts of the blood slave that were hit by the bullets also turned a ghostly blue. The next moment, the deep blue color was like ink dripping into clear water. It spread and expanded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the blood slave's entire body was dyed a dark blue. The blood slave suddenly stopped. The speed that was originally lightning fast suddenly slowed down. It's now half the speed, compared to the terrifying speed before. Every step I take now feels like struggling in a sticky swamp. Wow, the speed has dropped significantly. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The Frost Archer is amazing. Gently turn your body to one side. He easily dodged the Blood Slave's fangs. Hiss! Attack missed. The Blood Slave roared and quickly adjusted. It lunged at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. Slightly turned to the side. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. He precisely dodged every attack from the Blood Slave. The movements were incredibly fluid. It was as if they were not fighting a life-or-death battle with ferocious and terrifying Blood Slaves. Instead, they found themselves in the center of a glamorous dance floor. Dance to tune. The Blood Slave's sharp fangs narrowly grazed his ears and shoulders time and time again. A slight cool breeze was brought along, yet they were never able to touch him in the slightest. Elegant. So elegant. This Blood Slave's speed is 50. After being halved by the Frost Archer, it becomes 22. It's only 2 points more than Qin Feng's 20. They belong to the same level. Qin Feng could dodge without any trouble. Chapter 115. The Frost Archer. A generous bonus. Wow. Blue light. What the heck? Why has this fantasy creature suddenly become so slow? My grandma can run faster than it. This fantasy creature was so fast when it first appeared. Is this Chinese kid cheating? They're definitely cheating. Otherwise, how could their speed suddenly slow down so much? No. Do you guys think it could be the effect of the pea shooter in that kid's hand? Pea shooter slowed down? How is that possible? This fantasy creature's speed has been reduced by at least half. How could a pea shooter have such a freakish effect? People from all over the world are in an uproar. Absolutely unacceptable. The pea shooter is already ridiculously powerful. Now, there's a pea shooter that can slow you down? Are you trying to prevent other people from playing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Puff, puff, puff. Qin Feng dodged several attacks. They successfully widened the gap. 10 seconds have passed. The nerfs to Ash have ended. Hiss. The Blood Slave has recovered. Speed increased dramatically. It really did take 10 seconds. Puff, puff, puff. Qin Feng aimed his Frost Archer again. Ice peas are being fired again and again. The Blood Slave, who had just gained momentum, has weakened again. His upper body was covered in holes left by ice peas. Health points are dropping rapidly. A few seconds later, the Blood Slave has fallen. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Fantasy value plus 45. It really seems to be the effect of the pea shooter. For a moment, the fantasy creature regained its speed, but after being hit by the pea, it slowed down again. The speed was reduced by half. How could this broken pea plant have such a strong effect? This doesn't make sense. It can deal damage and slow down enemies. It's impossible. Why would such an overpowered plant exist? Shouldn't this kid's talent be strong in the early game? Why are there still such overpowered plants now? This kid definitely has early game talent. You should still be in the early game right now. The appearance of the Frost Archer caused a huge uproar on Earth. People around the world are breaking down. That's outrageous. Good. Qin Feng smiled broadly. He was very satisfied with the power of the Frost Archer. I'll be playing Ash from now on. As for the pea shooter, excuse me, that's Mrs. Cow. Slowing down the movement speed of fantasy creatures. Is this the effect of the Frost Archer? Emma, standing to the side, was curious. Qin Feng nodded and said, yes, it can reduce the movement speed of fantasy creatures by 50 and also reduce their attack speed by 50. What a powerful effect. Emma was amazed. A reduction of 50. This is absolutely incredible. For you. Qin Feng took out another Frost Archer from his inventory. There are 2 plants in total. He handed it to Emma. Emma was surprised. For me? If you don't want it, then forget it. Qin Feng made a move to withdraw. Of course. Emma quickly took the 2 ice archers from Qin Feng's hand. Then add it to your inventory. No chance for Qin Feng to back out. This is an enhanced version of the Frost Archer. Emma had a sudden thought. A Frost Archer appeared in his hand. I'm happily starting to do the research. Qin Feng then opened the panel. What for? Of course, we're starting to give them away. The Frost Archer is such a powerful item that we must give to the group members immediately. Let's strengthen everyone's abilities. Gift Vivi Ice Archer X2. Gift 2 Qin Hanbing Archers. Freebie 2 Frost Archers. Soon, the message appeared in the group chat. Bawa, Frost Archer? Brother Qin Feng, what is this? Wow. Brother Qin Feng, is this your new plant? It's so cute. Qin, it looks just like the pea shooter. Only the color is different. Brother Qin Feng, Is this a mutated version of the pea shooter? The group members were very curious. They haven't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Qin Feng, not bad. This is my new plant. Like the pea shooter, it can fire bullets that damage fantasy creatures, but it has an additional effect. The movement speed and attack speed of hit fantasy creatures will be reduced by 50 for 10 seconds. Bao hiss. Vivi ouch. Qin hiss. The group members collectively gasped. Powerful. That's incredible. Bao. The side effects of his frost archer are too strong, especially the 50% movement speed reduction, so we don't have to worry about fast-moving fantasy creatures anymore. Qin, yeah, the percentage-based movement speed reduction effect is just too overpowered. Vivi, wow, it works just like my anesthetic gas. Qin Feng, the frost archer's effect is indeed quite powerful, but you should be careful. Some powerful fantasy creatures may be immune to the frost archer's additional effects. Qin Feng reminded the group members, because everyone is digging up graves. Qin Feng chatted with everyone for a few minutes and then ended the conversation. We plan to talk about it in detail when we get back tonight. Close the panel. Keep digging up old posts. Emma also put away her frost archer. There are a total of 100 burial mounds in this area. Now Qin Feng and Emma have taken most of it. Only 20 graves remain. In just a few more hours, we'll have finished digging it all out. Just as Qin Feng was digging up the grave. Burial ground game. Vivi's territory. Vivi was admiring the frost archer in her hand. Roar. Sudden. A roar came from within the gray fog. The next moment, a dark figure burst out from the gray mist. This is a level 2 fantasy beast. It resembles a leopard, but its size is several times that of a leopard. It's faster. Up to 44. Upon seeing this fantastical beast, Vivi immediately planned to release anesthetic gas. But the frost archer in my hand is even faster. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One by one, Ice Pea shot out. This fantastical beast has been caught. The speed has slowed down a lot. Vivi exclaimed in surprise. The speed of the fantastical beast in front of them suddenly decreased significantly. Vivi could barely see the other person's movements. But now, she can not only see clearly, it can also dodge the opponent's attacks. 10 seconds later, a pile of minced meat appeared at Vivi's feet. What an amazing ash archer. Vivi was overjoyed. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +15. One by one, the graves were dug up. Wow, it's so hot. The Qin wind is unbearably hot, especially the jeans they wear on their lower body. It's really uncomfortable when the temperature is high. I need to change my clothes. Oh, right. Qin Feng thought of something. My eyes lit up. The next moment, a pair of large underpants appeared in his hand. He noticed that Emma wasn't looking at him. Quickly take off your outer jeans. Then he changed into baggy shorts. I feel much better now, freed from the constraints of jeans. Qin Feng felt much more relaxed, especially when there is sweat on the legs. Now suddenly take off your clothes. Sweat evaporated in the gentle breeze. It carries away heat. It felt amazing. After changing clothes, Qin Feng's grave-digging speed has increased by 1. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have received a Slingshot X1, rubber bands X10, 12mm mud pellets X500, and 12mm steel balls X100. Slingshot. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He used to be known as the Slingshot Prince. The slingshot can hit exactly where you aim. That's a real bacterium. However, he now possesses various offensive plants. Slingshots are not very useful. Find an opportunity to sell it. Keep digging up old posts. Qin Feng dug out one grave after another. When the hoe bounced up, Qin Feng has dug out another treasure chest. A sliver of light shone through the covering soil. Wow, blue light. Chapter 116. The blue treasure chest opens. Energy oil. Item, treasure chest. Gray blue. Hint. This is a blue treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Blue treasure chest. Qin Feng was extremely excited. We've been digging for so long. We finally found it. Emma also stopped digging the grave. She came to Qin Feng's side. They stared curiously at the treasure chest, radiating blue light in the grave. So far, it seems that none of the participants in this round have dug up a blue treasure chest yet. In other words, this is the first one Qin Feng dug up. That's exactly right. This blue treasure chest has attracted countless eyes. Blue light? A blue treasure chest? Did this Chinese kid dig up a blue treasure chest? How is that possible? With a probability of 0.1. How could this kid possibly dig it up? Ugh, this kid's talent is already disgusting enough. How can his luck be so good? This doesn't make sense. It's so illogical. Heavens above, earth below. Why do you favor this young man from China so much? Shit, this Chinese kid found a blue treasure chest. It's worse than killing me. I curse him to open a piece of trash loot. The people of all nations on earth are in an uproar once again. Envy, jealousy, hatred, a mix of emotions. Everyone stared intently at the projection. Open it. You're definitely going to open a piece of junk. Under the spotlight. In the game of burial. Qin Feng is also ready to unpack it. Grandpa, please bless me. Grandpa, please bless me. He was muttering to himself. Qin Feng pulled away by a distance. The frost archer in hand aims at the treasure chest to prevent terrifying fantasy creatures from popping out. Then use the shovel to open the treasure chest. With a click, the treasure chest slowly opened as the hoe pried it open. A beam of light shot out from the crack. Precious light. It contained supplies. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. We're about to get something good. Click. The treasure chest is fully opened. A string of information appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have received 50L of oil X3. Oil. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. This is really good stuff. What's the most important thing in the game Burial Earth? Resource. Resources include production resources, living resources, combat resources, and so on. And oil is a production resource. I want to create my own territory. Oil is an essential resource. Moreover, these are strategic resources. No electrical components were found. Emma looked at the 3 large barrels of oil in the treasure chest with some regret. Qin Feng laughed. Although no electrical components were found, oil is also very important, and water purifiers also need oil. Emma thought of something. You mean? Qin Feng nodded and smiled. I used to think that water purifiers could be used as soon as they were manufactured. Now that oil has been extracted, it proves I was too naive. Once these appliances are built, they will still need energy to be used. After hearing what Qin Feng said, Emma also realized the importance of oil. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. As long as it yields something useful. Qin Feng put the oil into his inventory. We have oil. The next step is to manufacture a first-stage water purifier. It's ready to use right away. Emma looked at Qin Feng's lower body. At this moment, she only noticed it then. I don't know when. Qin Feng's jeans are gone. What did you change your clothes? Huh, I just changed it, and it's much cooler now. Emma was itching to see it. I like to get one like this too. But we're outside right now. Not very convenient. All countries on Earth can see it through the projection. We can only endure it for a while longer. Let's talk about it when we get back to the shelter. Qin Feng looked around and said, There's still a dozen or so graves left. Let's finish digging them, and then we can go home. Good. The two continued digging. The oil that Qin Feng opened from the blue treasure chest made the people of all the countries on Earth extremely happy. Thank goodness this kid found such junk oil. I was really afraid he'd find electrical components. Thank goodness. I almost let this Chinese kid have his fun. As long as it's not an electrical component. We absolutely cannot let this Chinese kid create a top-tier water purifier. Otherwise, he'll be truly invincible. Good heavens. Statistically speaking, this kid is incredibly lucky to have found a blue treasure chest. He's unlikely to find a second one during the second wave of attacks. This kid has no chance of getting the electrical components. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained the complete homestyle recipe menu X1. A homestyle cooking menu? Wonderful. That's brilliant. Knowing I wanted to cook, they even sent me the menu. But who do you think you are? Do I, a dignified little culinary genius, need a menu? Qin Feng pursed his lips and then add the menu to your inventory. Keep digging up the grave. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 1 pair of scissors, 3 iron needles, and 3 spools of thread. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 by 250 milliliters Mishua fresh lemon juice, 3 by 700 milliliters Mishua passion fruit juice, 3 by 250 milliliters Mishua orange juice, and 3 by 250 milliliters Mishua mango pomelo sago. Mishua ice cream refreshing set meal. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. While playing games in the dormitory, he usually orders a braised chicken dish. Add manhwa, ice cream, chilled lemon juice. We enjoyed the food so much. Now that the temperature is high, these are just in time. Qin Feng's mind raced. A glass of iced lemonade appeared in my hand. Insert the straw. Qin Feng couldn't wait to take a deep breath. Slurp. The sweet and sour coolness is like a clear spring. It goes into your mouth through the straw. The first sensation on the tip of your tongue is the refreshing tartness of lemon juice. Rich and pure fruit acidity. It carries the distinctive, crisp scent of lemon. It dances joyfully on your taste buds. It stimulates every taste cell. It instantly awakened the senses that had been numbed by the high temperature. Immediately afterwards, a touch of sweetness, like the warm spring sun. It neutralized the sourness just right. The two are intertwined. A wonderful balance is formed. The icy liquid swirls in my mouth. Qin Feng could even feel the crisp sound of ice cubes hitting his tongue. Those are the cool notes unique to summer. With each swallow, a chill spread from my throat throughout my body. It felt as if the heat inside my body was instantly dispelled by this small cup of drink. Cool. That was awesome. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Emma, who was standing nearby, had also finished digging a grave. Seeing Qin Feng's blissful expression, I couldn't help but become curious. What could possibly make Qin Feng act like this? Another illustration in chapter 117. Is this for real? Give. Qin Feng immediately took out a glass of chilled lemonade and handed it to Emma. Emma took a bite. My eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. Let's go back. Good. The two of them drank lemon tea. They turned back and headed towards a shelter. At the same time, burial games are played in various locations. Participants from various countries are all working hard to dig up the graves. After the first wave of attacks, more than 2,000 participants survived. Each person can dig about a dozen graves per day. That means a total of 20,000 to 30,000 graves are dug up every day. In terms of probability, there should be about 10 blue graves being dug up every day. But strangely enough, I haven't heard of anyone digging up a blue treasure chest in the past few days. And then Qin Feng unearthed the first blue treasure chest. It seems something has been started. Participants from various countries have also been digging up blue treasure chests one after another. Burial ground game. Ivan's territory in the Bear Kingdom. When the hoe bounced up, blue light shines through the soil. Blue treasure chest. Ula tongue snap. Ivan from the Russian Bear Country was extremely excited. Open the treasure chest now. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have received 300g salmon, 300g beef, 300g pork, 300g lamb, and 300g chicken. Meat. Yura. Ivan from the Russian Bear Country was overjoyed. It actually yielded meat. How long has it been since he last ate meat? As a citizen of the Russian Bear Country, not having meat is worse than killing them. Burial grounds game. Eagle Kingdom, John's territory. It's so hot. John was soaked in sweat. Due to racial differences, John has a strong body odor. I'm sweating now. It tastes like salted meat that has been cured for more than 10 days. The smell is even more pungent. Let's dig one last one and then stop. Water? A blue treasure chest? John was overjoyed. Open the treasure chest quickly. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest and obtaining the musket crafting blueprint. Musket manufacturing guide. I can now manufacture muskets. Qin Feng. From this moment on, your pea shooter is no longer the only dominant force. You will face your strongest competitor yet. Burial ground game. Sakura Country, Nijiri, Ichiro's territory. I refuse to accept this. Nijiri Ichiro was furious. Just now, he received the news. That wretched Chinese kid actually dug up a blue treasure chest. What was found inside? Even though the commander told him that this thing was useless. But, based on his understanding of Qin Feng, things are definitely not that simple. Oil. It's energy. Since this thing was found, this means that all electrical appliances manufactured require oil to operate. Oil is not useless at all. On the contrary, it is extremely valuable. Damn it. After some analysis by Nijiri Ichiro, roaring to the heavens, I'm not reconciled. I'm so unwilling to accept this. If Qin Feng were here, he would hear these words. I definitely have to give Nijiri Ichiro a thumbs up. You've been ripped off so many times. You've gotten smarter. I, Nijiri Ichiro, am the chosen one destined to lead my Sakura kingdom to rise. Why am I being suppressed at every turn by a mere Chinese boy? I refuse to accept this. Qin Feng, you've left us with no hope. It took Nijiri Ichiro 10 minutes to calm down after venting his anger. Keep digging up the grave. When the hoe bounced up, a beam of blue light shot out from the pit. Blue treasure chest. Nijiri Ichiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Then came ecstasy. Heaven has not forsaken me. I couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. The blue treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Level 1 lighting system manufacturing blueprint. A guide to lighting system manufacturing? Nijiri Ichiro quickly checked the Pokédex information. After watching it, I was incredibly excited. With this guide, I can set up a lighting system in my shelter, become the first man in burial grounds to have light. Even if I don't create them myself, I can still sell the encyclopedia to other people. In the game of burial, the most valuable items are materials for crafting blueprints. Qin Feng, you can suppress me for a while, but you can't suppress me forever. A blue treasure chest was unearthed. The Level 1 lighting system manufacturing guide has been unlocked. The gloom that had enveloped Qin Feng was completely dispelled. Nijiri Ichiro regained his confidence and laughed uncontrollably. Qin Feng, Nijiri Ichiro, will climb step by step to the very top. All the humiliation you've inflicted upon me, I will repay. His grand pronouncements came to an abrupt halt. Nijiri Ichiro stared in astonishment at his empty palm. Where's my encyclopedia entry? What should we cook tonight? Qin Feng and Emma arrived at the shelter. A complete guide to homestyle recipes is now in your hands. Qin Feng kept turning it over. Sudden. A guide to manufacturing Class 1 lighting systems? What was that again? Qin Feng was stunned. Why did this item suddenly appear in my inventory? A thought crossed my mind. The illustrated guide appeared in Qin Feng's hands. Primary Lighting System Manufacturing Guide. Specifications: 4x6 wiring system coverage, 2x15W light bulbs. Construction materials: 20 rubber blocks, 20 aluminum blocks, 3 glass blocks, 1 electrical component. Function: the lighting system can cover the shelter, providing you with light and illuminating the burial ground world. Hint: God said, "Let there be light." And there was light in the world. Lighting system? Wow. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. With this lighting system, we won't need that dim oil lamp anymore. They kept that oil lamp lit every day. I feel so depressed. Aluminum blocks, glass, and rubber are quite rare. Almost no one has ever dug them up. Electrical components are also needed. Water purifiers require these too. Let's not rush to manufacture the lighting system. It's more important to get the water purifier made first. But where did this thing come from? Qin Feng had some vague guesses in his mind. View source. The crafting recipes for the Level 1 lighting system are from the contract scroll. Creditor: Qin Feng. Debtor: Ichiro Nijiri. Content: from the effective date of the contract scroll, 50 of the resources Nijiri Ichiro unearthed will be automatically allocated to Qin Feng. Since the Level 1 lighting system manufacturing blueprint cannot be divided, it will be randomly allocated with a 50 probability. After random allocation, the Level 1 lighting system manufacturing blueprint will be held by the creditor, Qin Feng, while the debtor, Nijiri Ichiro, will receive compensation. The resources from the next 100 unearthed treasure chests will not be divided equally. After 100 belong to the debtor, Nijiri Ichiro, the contract scroll will continue to be executed. Chapter 118: Cooking. It really was him. Qin Feng was overjoyed. You're having pretty good luck these days. They even dug up a blue treasure chest. 100 treasure chests won't be split equally, but you can exchange them for a Level 1 lighting system crafting blueprint. This is a great deal. Anyway, these treasure chests were dug up on that special day. Qin Feng didn't feel sorry for him at all. What's this? Emma, who was standing to the side, was very curious about Qin Feng's big reaction. This reaction is comparable to the reaction when I just dug up the blue treasure chest. I got a free lighting system manufacturing guide. Qin Feng handed the illustrated guide to Emma. Emma checks the information. I was immediately stunned. It's a manufacturing manual for lighting systems. A quick glance. She knew it. This illustrated guide is definitely not insignificant. It is in no way inferior to freshly extracted oil. Where did this come from? Emma was very curious. That's a long story. Qin Feng recounted his grudges with Nijiri Ichiro and the matter of the contract scroll. Calling it a grudge is a bit inappropriate. It should be said that he completely crushed Nijiri Ichiro. Contract scroll. Did Qin Feng own half of the excavated supplies? Did the lighting system blueprint from the blue treasure chest get directly assigned to Qin Feng? Emma was increasingly surprised as she listened. Is this contract scroll really reasonable? When she heard it, Qin Feng and Nijiri Ichiro signed the contract scroll simply because of a few doses of anti-inflammatory medicine. Emma was completely shocked. Is there really such a good thing? Is Nijiri Ichiro an idiot? If it were her, even if it means death, we would never sign such an outrageous treaty. That's the advantage of simple life. To survive, they'll pay any price, even bowing down to you and being respectful. But when you weaken, they'll immediately change their tune. Qin Feng had absolutely no liking for a simple life. Regardless of whether it's on this blue planet, it's still on Earth as before. Everyday life is like a venomous snake eyeing China, waiting for its chance to strike. Born on an island destined to sink, everyday life is destined to be crazy. The land of China is the land they covet most. Didi, a notification sound is playing. We've been talking about a peaceful life, and here it is. Qin Feng doesn't need to be looked at. Everyone knows who sent the message. Sakura kuni no yiri itiiro, Qin Feng-kun. I accidentally clicked the wrong button and gave you the lighting system manufacturing blueprint. Can you give it back to me? Sakura kunihiro, Qin Feng-kun. Please give it back to me. This lighting system crafting blueprint is extremely important to Ichiro. Ichiro is willing to exchange it for 20 white treasure chests. Did you accidentally click the wrong thing? What a cunning little life. Qin Feng scoffed. They saw through the other party's trick at a glance. Qin Feng. According to the contract scroll, there are more than 20 white treasure chests for this lighting system manufacturing guide, right? The conspiracy has been exposed. Nijiri Ichiro, his face grim and barely suppressing his anger, sent another message. Sakura kuni no yiri itiro, Qin Feng-kun. Ichiro has already given you so many supplies, and the cherry bomb blueprint was also given to you by Ichiro. There's an old Chinese saying, if someone treats me with respect, I will treat them with even greater respect. Ichiro has treated you so well. Shouldn't you be grateful to Ichiro as long as you return the lighting manufacturing blueprint to Ichiro? Ichiro will never forget Qin Feng-kun's kindness and will work even harder to dig graves in the future. After sending the message, Nijiri Ichiro felt uneasy. I wonder if this Chinese kid will agree. Given his personality, he most likely won't agree, but I've already humbled myself so much, there might still be a chance. Didi. A message notification sound went off. Nijiri Ichiro quickly checked. Huaxia Qin Feng, get lost. Qin Feng, you deserve to die. Qin Feng immediately closed the chat. The benefits were obtained. Even a fool has been fooled. There's no need to waste any more time. Push open the shelter door. Qin Feng and Emma returned to the shelter. After resting in the chair for a short while, Qin Feng found a complete list of home-style recipes that he had dug up that day. Opened the complete guide to home-style dishes. It was as if a dazzling array of delicious food was slowly unfolding before his eyes. The homepage looks like a tempting dish of braised pork. The square pieces of pork belly were roasted until they were reddish-brown and glistening with oil. The caramel-colored sauce evenly coats every inch of the pork skin. The fine texture on the skin is clearly visible. It seemed like a gentle bite. You can then feel its soft, chewy texture. The lean meat is distinctly stringy, tender, and juicy. Imagine the wonderful taste that melts in your mouth. Slurp. Qin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. The first dish is braised pork belly. Who can resist that? Qin Feng quickly turned the page. No meat. This dish is doomed. I have no choice but to keep reading. Next up are various home-style dishes. Kung Po Shiken. Shredded pork with garlic sauce. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Hateful. I want to eat every single one of Qin Feng's dishes. But no materials. Wow, that works. Finally, Qin Feng found a dish with enough ingredients. Green beans and tofu stir-fry. This counts as one. Keep flipping. Stir-fried tofu with mixed vegetables. That's also good. 3 treasures of the earth. No, I don't have the ingredients. Stir-fried, mixed vegetables. That counts too. Spicy stir-fried young chicken. No ingredients available. Mapo tofu. This is absolutely delicious. Let's have another with ear mushroom and tofu soup. 4 dishes and a soup. That's it. Soon, Qin Feng selected 4 dishes. 4 dishes and 1 soup. achieve a moderately prosperous life, a direct surpass of the 99.999999 contestants in the burial ground game. Let's get started. A thought crossed my mind. The cabbage, tofu, wood ear mushrooms, carrots, and green beans that had been dug out earlier all appeared on the table. The supplies obtained from the treasure chest. Very clean. There is absolutely no need to clean it. Qin Feng found a clean wooden board to use as a cutting board. A kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Start chopping vegetables. At the same time, he said to Emma, who was standing next to him, Emma, you start the fire. Good. Emma was also very curious about the dishes Qin Feng was going to cook. We arrived at the makeshift stove. Start adding charcoal to the bottom of the pot. Wait until the pot is slightly warm. Qin Feng added the salad oil that had been dug out earlier. Wait for the oil to heat up. Qin Feng put the chopped tofu into the pot. Sizzle, sizzle. Tofu comes into contact with hot oil. A rich aroma of fried tofu wafted out. Emma's nose twitched. It smells so good. Absolutely. Fry until one side is golden brown. Qin Feng flipped the tofu over. Start frying the other side. Once both sides are golden brown, serve. Leave some oil in the pan. Add the green beans and stir fry. Are these green beans a bit old? Qin Feng gave it a try. Good. Not old at all. Add an appropriate amount of water and simmer until the green beans are soft. As time goes by, the aroma wafting from the pot grew increasingly rich and complex. The green beans gradually lose their rawness and become soft and tender. Add the pan-fried tofu. Let the two blend together. Add the various seasonings in sequence. Add light soy sauce to the pot. It instantly gives the dish an enticing caramel color. The rich aroma of soy sauce intertwines with the fragrance of green beans and tofu, making it even more appetizing. Stir-fry the ingredients evenly. The broth in the pot thickens rapidly under high temperature. It tightly wraps around every piece of tofu and green beans. Green beans and tofu stir-fry. It's done. A beautifully presented dish of braised green beans and tofu is placed on the table. Qin Feng couldn't resist taking a bite. Slurp. Emma asked, "How is it?" "This taste is absolutely amazing." Qin Feng handed Emma a fork. "You should try some too." Emma speared a green bean with a fork. Gently put it into your mouth. The teeth just touched. The slight firmness of the green bean skin immediately gives it a solid feel. Immediately afterwards, with a gentle bite, the soft, tender interior of the green beans instantly melts in your mouth. The aroma of green beans is rich and refreshing. It's like taking a deep breath of the earthy fragrance in a lush vegetable garden on a summer's day. It instantly filled the entire mouth. The sweet taste of green beans dances on the tip of your tongue. The tender and juicy texture makes you feel like you're in the countryside. Enjoy the freshest fruits and vegetables. How about it? Qin Feng looked at Emma and asked expectantly. Emma nodded and said seriously, "Tasty. Good." It has gained recognition. Qin Feng was full of confidence. Prepare for the next dish. All right. Chapter 119 shared with group members. The crowd was shocked. Let me tell the group members too. Qin Feng opened the group chat. Qin Feng, don't cook tonight, everyone. It's on me. After sending the message, Qin Feng closed the group chat, preparing to make the second dish, stir-fried tofu with mixed vegetables. The group chat became lively because of Qin Feng's message. Wei Wei, treating us? Brother Qin Feng, why are you suddenly treating us? Qin, could it be that Brother Qin Feng has some good news to share? About Wahaha. Great news. The commander sent a message that Qin Feng dug up a blue treasure chest today and found oil inside. Vivi, a blue treasure chest? Wow, that's amazing. Brother Qin Feng is so lucky. Qin, yeah, it's a 0.1 probability. Brother Qin Feng actually dug it out. The group members were all happy for Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng's offer to treat everyone, they didn't think too much about it. In this godforsaken place, the food options are always the same few things. I don't have high expectations. I can't just say that. Brother Qin Feng, shall we treat them to the legendary stir-fry? Splash, splash, splash. On the other side, in Qin Feng's shelter, the white soup in the iron pot was steaming hot. Bubbles rolled up one by one. The tofu and wood ear mushrooms are faintly visible in this milky white broth. Qin Feng held a soup ladle. Gently stir the soup in the pot. Each bite releases a rich aroma. All right, serve the tofu and wood ear mushroom soup on the table. braised green beans with tofu, stir-fried mixed vegetables with tofu, stir-fried mixed vegetables, mapo tofu, and wood ear mushroom and tofu soup. 4 dishes and a soup are all set. Qin Feng took out a bowl. Each dish was divided into 3 portions. Free gifts: braised green beans and tofu x1, stir-fried tofu with mixed vegetables x1, stir-fried mixed vegetables x1, mapo tofu x1, and wood ear mushroom and tofu soup x1. Complimentary dishes include braised tofu with green beans x1, stir-fried tofu with mixed vegetables x1, stir-fried assorted vegetables x1, mapo tofu x1, and tofu and wood ear mushroom soup x1. Complimentary dishes include braised green beans with tofu x1, stir-fried tofu with mixed vegetables x1, stir-fried assorted vegetables x1, mapo tofu x1, and tofu and wood ear mushroom soup x1. Soon, then the group members replied, Wait, wow, stir-fried dishes. Brother Qin Feng, you actually made stir-fried dishes. Vivi was utterly astonished. Since the arrival of the burial ground game, all plants and animals on Earth are inedible. The only way to get rewards is through the burial ground game. The reward that China received was barely enough to keep its people alive. Stir-fry? That's too extravagant. Vivi has never eaten it. Qin Feng, I traded some vegetables yesterday, and I cooked them today. Have a taste. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, you're so good to Wei. Thank you. Qin Feng, why are you being so polite between us? Hurry up and eat. Try my cooking. Vivi, okay. I'll eat well. I thought about it. Qin Feng then gifted Wei several cups of Mishua ice cream drinks. After chatting with Wei, news of manhwa and Qin has also arrived. Qin, stir-fry. This is so precious. Manhwa, for dishes and a soup. Brother Qin Feng, that's top-notch. They were both stunned. I thought Qin Feng meant he was treating us to a meal. Just take the food that comes out of treasure chests. I never expected it to be 4 dishes and a soup. It is said that these were delicacies that only the wealthy could afford more than 100 years ago. Qin and manhwa were extremely excited. After chatting with the two of them for a while, Qin Feng then closed the chat. He said to Emma beside him, Cooked rice. Good. Emma was already irresistibly tempted by the aroma of these dishes. The two picked up their cutlery and began to eat heartily. The same scene. This also happened in the shelters of the other 3 Chinese contestants. Wei, Qin, and manhwa took out the dishes that Qin Feng had given them. Place it on the table. The rich aroma of the dishes delighted the 3 of them. Pick up a piece and put it in your mouth. The wonderful taste almost brought tears to the eyes of all 3 of them. It's so delicious. The 3 of them then began to enjoy the food. Braised green beans with tofu. Delicious. Stir-fried tofu with mixed vegetables. Delicious. Stir-fried mixed vegetables. Delicious. Mapo tofu. Delicious. Wood ear mushroom and tofu soup. Delicious. This Chinese kid actually cooked so many dishes all at once. Is he crazy? For dishes and a soup. I can't live like this anymore. This kid's got some nerve. People from all over the world watched the projected images. They've all broken down. Not only this young Chinese man, the other 3 Chinese people also gotta eat. I'm not having it. Shit, this kid's cooking is rubbish. His food will definitely be salty and bitter. It'll be awful. I wouldn't eat it even if it were free. Yes, it must taste terrible. Even if you gave it to me for free, I wouldn't eat it. The table was illuminated by the firelight. All 4 dishes were eaten clean. Not a drop of soup was left. Qin Feng laid back in the chair, completely absorbed in the moment. Touching my round, chubby belly. Cool. That was awesome. They eat bread and hamburgers every day. He's already tired of it. Now he can finally eat stir-fried dishes. Emma was lying in bed, a look of complete satisfaction on his face. I never knew you were such a good cook. Huh, not bad. Qin Feng was also curious. He's never cooked this well before. Was it because of hunger? Or is it because his skills have really improved? Or rather, are there other reasons? For example, can a comprehensive collection of home-style recipes enhance your cooking skills? Qin Feng was too lazy to think about it anymore. They ate and drank their fill. I don't want to do anything. I lay there for a good 10 minutes. Qin Feng and Emma then got up. We went inside the greenhouse to water the plants. After doing all this, neither of them wanted to do anything anymore. I went to sleep as soon as I lay down in bed. That night, they were both sleeping soundly. Chapter 1, 20 temperature, 37 degrees. Another divination for the blue treasure chest. The next day, The countdown to the second wave of attacks is 9 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes. Hatching countdown, 5 days, 4 hours, and 23 minutes. Temperature, 37 degrees Celsius. Qin Feng and Emma were the same, as usual. Wash up and eat breakfast. Qin Feng was eating a steam bun. Unintentionally, his gaze swept over Emma's lower body. I was momentarily stunned. Emma didn't know when. They actually swapped their long jeans for super short denim shorts. Her long, straight legs were no longer obstructed by anything. Emma's legs are absolutely gorgeous. It is as straight as a meticulously crafted work of art. There is not a single bend or flaw. Her skin is fair, delicate, and smooth. It makes you want to touch it a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed a few times. I'm a gentleman. Where did you get these jeans? Last night, Emma's expression was natural, and she said generously, I borrowed your scissors and needle and thread last night. I alter my long jeans like this. It's too hot to wear long jeans these days. How about it? Emma stood up. I went around in a circle. Asked Qin Feng for his opinion. This turn, Emma's perfect figure was fully revealed to Qin Feng. Thigh muscles are firm and elastic. Her smooth muscle lines highlight her vitality and strength. Every tiny movement, you can see the slight undulations of the muscles. It's brimming with youthful vitality. Qin Feng nodded. Great. The jeans are really nice. He received praise from Qin Feng. Emma's mood brightened up. All right. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he had dug up some things he couldn't use yesterday and said to Emma, Here's something for you. What? Emma asked curiously, but she soon found out. Teammate Qin Feng has gifted you 3 pairs of stockings, 3 pairs of underwear, and 3 sanitary napkins. Emma, I dug this up yesterday, but I don't need it, so I'm giving it to you. Qin Feng explained. Don't misunderstand. He didn't want to see Emma wearing stockings. It's simply because he doesn't need them. We can't just throw it away, can we? Besides giving it to Emma. He also gave one to both Wei Wei and Qin. A few minutes later, the two finished their breakfast. Can I use your bedroom? Emma entered Qin Feng's bedroom. In a short while, Emma came out. Unlike before, Emma's long legs are now adorned with black stockings. Her already long legs looked even more beautiful with the stockings on. Besides, it also adds a touch of temptation. As a virtuous and upright person, Qin Feng only glanced at it. They immediately looked away from Emma's long legs. A hoe appeared in his hand. We're getting ready to continue digging near the blood rats. Emma suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Let me do a divination for the blue treasure chest first. A blue treasure chest? Yes. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. That's when he remembered. A night passed. Emma's magic power was fully restored. Now you can continue with the divination. I didn't dare to use up all my magic points for divination before, but now that we're in a team, I don't have to worry about that anymore. We could do a divination once a day from now on. Emma said. At the same time, he waved his wand. Gilly gulu, gulu gilly. After muttering incantations for a while, Emma has identified a direction. There's a blue treasure chest there, but the extraordinary creature from the previous divination is also there. Go there. Qin Feng made the decision immediately. Extraordinary? That's awesome. But in front of the blue treasure chest. Excuse me. Get out of my way. Qin Feng spoke. Emma had no objections. The two walked in the direction of the divination. A few minutes. The two arrived in an area. Let's start digging up the grave. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Yellow treasure, chest opened. Congratulations. You have received 250 potatoes. Oh wow. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He now possesses a large sum of money. Dozens of potatoes could no longer stir his emotions much. But these 250 potatoes still gave Qin Feng a little thrill. I'll plant them all after I get off work. My experience is over 500 right now. After planting these potatoes, my talent should level up too. I wonder what the new plant will be. Qin Feng still had some expectations. Keep digging up the grave. Congratulations on opening the treasure chest. You have obtained 30 clothes hangers and 1 clothesline pole. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 1 wok, 1 frying pan, 1 saucepan, and 1 steamer. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 20 white rabbit milk candies, 21 watt milk candies, and 20 golden monkey milk candies. Wow, not bad. Qin Feng ate a golden monkey milk candy. So sweet. I gave him a few more. Then, as usual, He gave some more to Vivi. Result, just as he sent it out. Dee. A message notification sound went off. Group member Vivi is gifting you 5 milk torch ice cream cones and 5 chocolate ice creams. Wei, brother Qin Feng, you gave me milk candy. I also found some ice cream, so I'll share some with you. Ice cream? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Doing heavy work in 37-degree heat. Ice cream suddenly appeared. Family, who understand this feeling? Qin Feng, Wei, your ice cream came just in time. Wei, hee. I'm glad you like it, brother Qin Feng. I have some more. I'll give you a few more. Qin Feng, no, that's enough. Qin Feng quickly stopped him. I wonder how many ice creams this little girl actually managed to dig up. Give it to him again. I guess I didn't say much. I thought about it. Qin Feng still asked a question. Qin Feng, by the way, how many ice creams did you scoop up in total? Keep some for yourself. Wei, I found 12 milk torch cones and 10 chocolate ice cream bars. Brother Qin Feng, don't worry. That's enough for me. Only 22 were dug up in total, and he was given 10. Qin Feng frowned. This girl must have given it back to Baoguo and Qin. She probably didn't have many left for herself. Qin Feng, Wei, tell me the truth. How many do you have left? Wei, I have 10 left. Brother Qin Feng, hurry up and eat them. I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to dig up a grave. Vivi just sent the message. Baoguo and Qin also appeared in the group chat. Qin, it feels so cool. Wei, thank you for the 5 ice creams. Baoguo, haha. Being able to eat ice cream in this kind of weather is such a blessing. Chapter 121. Another blue treasure chest found. Let Emma have it. Really? I saw the message in the group. Qin Feng knew that his guess was indeed correct. A total of 22 ice creams were found. They gave him 10. Give Qin and Baoguo 5 each. This girl only has 2 left. Click on Wei's profile picture. Qin Feng. So you learned to lie, huh? Qin Feng. Here are a few back for you. You're not allowed to refuse. Qin Feng's attitude was firm. You need to return 5 ice creams to Wei. But Vivi refused to accept it. Wei, brother Qin Feng. You're with sister Emma. You should give her some more to eat. Qin Feng. 5 are enough for her and me to eat together. You can keep the rest. Vivi, not enough. Qin Feng, enough. Bibi, no. Final. After some haggling, Vivi only accepted 2. That's what she meant. She, Qin Feng, and Emma were the 3 of them. One person gets exactly 4. This silly girl. Qin Feng shook his head. But I felt a warm feeling in my heart. What's wrong? Emma, who was standing nearby, saw the smile on Qin Feng's face and asked him curiously. Give. Qin Feng took out 2 ice creams. One was handed to Emma. He then recounted how he and Vivi had haggled over the price. Emma listened. An envious look appeared in his eyes. You two are so kind. You trust each other unconditionally. Qin Feng knew that Emma had been betrayed by her own people. I thought about it. Qin Feng said seriously. Emma, we're teammates. We can trust each other from now on, right? Emma looked at Qin Feng, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. Right? Let's eat ice cream. Qin Feng was getting impatient. Good. The two tore open the ice cream packaging. A chill instantly spread out. Qin Feng is holding a milk torch ice cream. Milk torch ice cream. This is one of his favorite ice creams. The dollop of snow white cream on top. Like a cotton candy blooming in summer. It's delicate and fluffy, with a rich, milky aroma. Qin Feng couldn't wait to stick out his tongue. I took a small lick. A cool sensation instantly spread from the tip of your tongue. This sent a chill down his spine. The intense heat around me seemed to dissipate somewhat instantly. The cream melts on your tongue. The rich, sweet flavor instantly spread. Rich but not cloying, with a hint of sweetness. Like a gentle breeze caressing the heart. 1 word, awesome. 2 words, so awesome. 3 words, absolutely awesome. Emma is holding a chocolate. This ice cream is just as good as milk torch. A chocolate shell encases a rich ice cream filling. Emma took a small bite. Click. The crispness of the chocolate and the smoothness of the ice cream burst in your mouth at the same time. The rich bitterness and sweetness of chocolate intertwine. It cleverly balances out the sweetness of the ice cream. The chopped nuts inside add a unique richness and chewiness to the taste. Every bite is a delightful surprise. It's so cool. Emma's lips were smeared with chocolate. Qin Feng was just about to give a reminder. Emma gently licked the chocolate off the corner of her mouth with her pink tongue. Qin Feng, why do I feel hotter and hotter as I eat this ice cream? This kid is actually eating ice cream. This was a snack that only the children of high-ranking officials and wealthy families could afford back in the old days. The other contestants didn't even have enough water. These few Chinese contestants are getting to enjoy it. I'm not having it. No way. Forget about Qin Feng. The other Chinese contestants are all trash. How do they even survive this long? And even get ice cream? Shit. All she cares about is eating. She doesn't think about the contestants from her own country at all. I hereby declare, Emma is a traitor to my British Empire. Not bad. What a treacherous, ungrateful wretch. Betraying her country to help that Chinese brat. Oomph. Sooner or later, that Chinese brat will swindle her out of everything and take advantage of her. Then she'll know that only the British Empire is her true protector. People from all over the world watched the projected images. They were all seething with hatred. Eating ice cream by myself is one thing. These guys from China actually started sharing it. This quadrupled their suffering. Continue. After Qin Feng finished eating the ice cream, my body feels much cooler. My fatigue has been greatly relieved. He picked up the hoe and continued digging the grave. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2 1.2L bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water and 2 1.2L bottles of Waha purified water. Good. I saw bottled water. Qin Feng was even happier than when he saw the yellow treasure chest. This weather is so hot. The water consumption is too high. Continue. The next grave. When the hoe bounced up, a ray of blue light emanated from the soil. Wow. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. I thought it was just an ordinary white treasure chest. I didn't expect to get a blue treasure chest. Good heavens. Wow, this is a huge undertaking. Another blue treasure chest? This kid just dug up a blue treasure chest yesterday. How come he dug up another one today? Is this burial ground his property? Is this not cheating? Is this not cheating? Is this not cheating? It's a conspiracy. It's absolutely a conspiracy. People from all over the world watched a blue light projected onto the screen. They all exploded again. Damn it. How can we play like this? Shit. I know. It wasn't this kid's luck. It must be Emma next to him. She divined the blue treasure chest. Otherwise, with a 0.1% probability, it's absolutely impossible to dig up blue treasure chests consecutively. There are plenty of intelligent people in every country on Earth. I guess the reason. What? Emma's divination? Does that mean this kid will get a blue treasure chest every day from now on? This kid is already overpowered enough. Why give him an overpowered teammate? Emma is clearly on our Western side. How dare she help that Chinese kid? What a traitor. Are the commanders of the British Empire idiots? Emma's talent is so great. How could you not control her? How dare they insult our British Empire? The people of the British Empire were furious. Prepare for a counterattack. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the country criticizing them was the United States. That's all. Foolish Emma. There's an old Chinese saying, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Just you wait. This kid is definitely going to swallow this blue treasure chest. Emma won't get a single benefit. She'll just be working for this Chinese kid. I was lucky today. I found something on the very first day. Emma was also drawn to the blue light. Put down the grave-digging work you were doing. She walked up to Qin Feng. Yeah, we were so lucky. We only dug up about 30 graves and found a blue treasure chest. Qin Feng looked at Emma and said, bring it on. Chapter 122 Shock. The dancing zombie arrives with BGM. Emma was taken aback. Qin Feng laughed. Yesterday's blue treasure chest was something you owed me, and today's blue treasure chest is something you divined yourself. So it naturally belongs to you. Emma's pupils contracted slightly, and she said, but you dug this out. We're teammates. I dug this out for you. Qin Feng's lips curled into his usual smile as he stepped aside and said, bring it on. Emma looked at Qin Feng, remained silent for a moment, and then nodded emphatically. Good. Emma arrived at the pit, looking at the blue treasure chest inside. I couldn't help but get excited. This is the first time she's ever opened a blue treasure chest. Hopefully, I can find an electrical component. Emma thought to herself, what the hell? This greedy Chinese kid actually handed over the blue treasure chest he had just gotten his hands on. Impossible. What is this kid up to? That Chinese kid is really cunning. He's playing the long game, using the blue treasure chest to gain Emma's trust so that she'll continue to help him divine the blue treasure chest later. Shit, I knew this kid was up to no good. That cunning Chinese lad. He's such a charmer. Emma, that stupid woman, has already fallen for it. The way she looked at him just now changed. Click. Emma kept a distance. Opened the treasure chest. A ray of light shone out from the crack in the blue treasure chest. Oh no! Retreat immediately. Qin Feng saw the light and quickly gave a warning. This is not a matter of material resources. Emma remained vigilant at all times. The moment I saw the light, he immediately retreated to Qin Feng's side. At the same time, roar. A deafening roar tore through the air, accompanied by a putrid, fishy wind. A dark shadow slowly rose from the treasure chest. Brush. Sudden. A blinding white spotlight pierced through the gray fog. It was shot down from above, enveloped the dark figure within. The true form of the shadowy figure was thus completely exposed to Qin Feng and Emma. This is an extremely bizarre zombie. He had a black afro on his head, wearing a rotten red leather jacket. The rusty epaulets gleamed coldly in the night. The white turtleneck underneath hugged her long, slender neck. The lower half of her body was also made of rotting red trousers. She was wearing a pair of black dance shoes. Wow. Indistinctly. It sounds like music is playing. Under the spotlight, the zombie started wriggling. The tattered metal buckle at her waist jingled softly with each dance step. The most striking thing is the white glove worn on the right hand, like a flickering flame in the darkness. Every time she raises her hand, it traces an elegant arc. Holy crap. It comes with its own spotlight and background music. Qin Feng was stunned. This zombie is so cool. What a flamboyant entrance. Qin Feng had a rough idea of what kind of zombie it was. View information. Just as he expected. Fantasy creatures. Dancing zombie. Level 3. Aggression 60. Defense 50. Speed 50. Hint. This is a zombie conjured up by a group of dancers for paradise. It is extremely powerful, and it also has a group of dance partners. Be very careful, because you never know where its partners might appear from. A level 3 fantasy creature? A dancing zombie? Emma stared at the zombie in front of her. Her expression one of surprise. There's zombies like this? You're a zombie. Why don't you do something else? Dance? That's a bit of a departure from his proper duties. Splash, splash, splash. A faint sound arose from all around. The surrounding soil surged. The next moment, rotten hands stretched out from the soil. Roar, roar, roar. The roars rose and fell, coming from all directions. One by one, rotting zombies crawled out of the soil. Wow, so much. Qin Feng looked around. One by one, familiar zombies appeared. There are also quite a few zombies that have never appeared before. Fantasy creatures. Dancing zombie. Helmet. Level 2. Aggression 30. Defense 50. Speed 35. Hint. These are terrifying creatures imagined by a group of humans who weren't wearing helmets before they died. They possess a natural talent for dancing and were drawn to the Michael's dance of the dancing zombie, becoming its backup dancers. Their helmets can withstand a lot of damage. Only after breaking the helmet will the helmeted zombie truly be harmed. Friendly reminder. Fantasy creatures. Dancing zombies. Roadblock. Level 2. Aggression 30. Defense 45. Speed 40. Hint. This is a terrifying creature imagined by a group of humans who crashed into a roadblock before their deaths. It possesses a natural talent for dancing and was drawn to the Michael's dance of the king of dance zombies, becoming their backup dancer and receiving a boost to its attributes. The roadblock on its head can withstand a lot of damage. Only after breaking the roadblock will the roadblock zombie truly be harmed. Friendly reminder. Watch out for roadblocks while driving. Fantasy creatures. Dancing zombies. Iron Gate. Level 2. Aggression 30. Defense 45. Speed 40. Hint. These are terrifying creatures imagined by humans who were trapped in an iron gate before their death. They possess a natural talent for dancing and were drawn to the Michael's dance of the dancing zombie, becoming its backup dancers. Their attributes have been enhanced. The iron bars on their heads can withstand a lot of damage. Only after breaking the iron gate will the iron gate zombie be truly harmed, and its speed will be greatly increased. Friendly reminder. Watch out for roadblocks while driving. Fantasy creatures. Dancing zombies. Speed. Level 2. Fantasy creatures. Dancing zombie. Big Muscle King. Level 2. Haha. Nice, nice. I didn't get any supplies from the blue treasure chest, but I got a fantasy creature. Haha. I can't stop laughing. People from all over the world saw the images projected on the screen. Everyone was laughing hysterically. Originally, I saw Qin Feng dig up the blue treasure chest. They all deflated. The surprise came so quickly. So many level 2 fantasy creatures. And one level 3 fantasy creature too. This kid's going to be in danger again. Wow, this level 3 fantasy creature seems pretty powerful. These level 2 zombies look like they were summoned by it. Maybe it can actually kill this Chinese kid. That cunning Chinese boy. He gave Emma that blue treasure chest containing fantastical creatures. That stupid woman Emma, she was so touched just a moment ago. Turns out she was tricked. Huh. Helmets, roadblocks, iron fences. All those heavily armored zombies have arrived. And there's also Speedster and Muscle Man. Their stats boosted, directly advancing to level 2. Qin Feng looked around, facing so many level 2 fantasy creatures all at once. And there's also a level 3 Dancing King zombie. Alexander. They shouldn't be underestimated. At this moment, the dancing zombie, which was twisting its body not far away, suddenly stopped abruptly. The head turns. They look towards Qin Feng and Emma. Chapter 123 Qin Feng, Dance King. You have earned my approval. I hereby call you the strongest dancer. Brush. The right hand, gloved with white, pointed at Qin Feng and Emma. The next moment, roar, roar, roar. The level 2 zombies all around seemed to have received some kind of order. They all charged towards Qin Feng and Emma. Nut wall. Qin Feng gave the order decisively. 5 nut walls appear at my feet. They merged with each other. It instantly transformed into an eye shape. They lifted Qin Feng and Emma up. I have prior experience dealing with blood rats. Qin Feng is now dealing with the siege. Not panicking at all. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. A dozen or so level 2 zombies came to the feet of the two. They started frantically munching on the nut wall, making a series of piercing noises in their ears. Let's get started. Qin Feng summoned an ice archer in each of his left and right hands. Spray bullets at the zombies at your feet. Emma is the same. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One after another, ice peas are fired, embedded into these level 2 zombies. It left behind holes the size of fists. The point is not the harm. It's an effect that comes with the frost archer. Every zombie hit by the ice pea is covered in blue frost. Movement speed minus 50. Attack speed minus 50. The screen is filled with messages. Attack speed reduced by 50. Level 2 zombies deal significantly less damage to walnuts. Qin Feng fired a few shots at each zombie. The main goal is to ensure everyone receives equal treatment. That's how it works. All zombies are affected by the ice shooter's effect. Fantasy value plus 45. Fantasy value plus 45. One after another, zombies fell to Qin Feng and Emma. Bang! Part of the nut wall beneath our feet has cracked. Qin Feng remained completely calm. Continue the summoning. Fill the gap. Anyway, he has dozens of walnuts on him right now. Let's see how many you can bite off. Bite. Gnaw it hard. Let's see who can go first. Fantasy value plus 40. Fantasy value plus 45. Several more level 2 zombies were turned into a pile of minced meat. There are only 3 types of zombies left under your feet. Helmet zombies, roadblock zombies, and iron fence zombies. The zombies' props were also blasted to pieces. The only way is to physically withstand the ice peas. His body was covered in pits and bumps. Clearly, they can't hold on for much longer. Wow. The familiar music started playing again. Spotlights flashed, and various colors mingled. The dancing zombie is writhing again. Splash, splash, splash. The soil surged. Nearly 10 zombies crawled out of the soil. They charged towards Qin Feng. Join the ranks of those who devour the nut wall. Damn it. Seriously? You're here again? Qin Feng was shocked. Is this thing still not done? Just as we were about to wipe out a wave of them. Another wave? That's not fair. Wrong. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. What's he afraid of? However, you'll have to pay with some potatoes. But you can gain a lot of fantasy points. This is a huge profit. Thinking about these things, Qin Feng was excited. He was just thinking about whether he could kill the Dancing King zombie first. Damn it. I almost got confused. This dancing zombie is a god of wealth. How can we fight? Cool me. Come on. Don't be shy. After I figured out, the Qin Feng is powerful. Fantasy value plus 45. Fantasy value plus 45. The first wave of zombies all turned into minced meat. It provided Qin Feng and Emma with over 500 fantasy points in total. The second wave of zombies has begun. Bear the brunt of the main firepower. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, under the damage output of the Frost Archer, the second wave of zombies is also starting to dwindle. Qin Feng looked at the dancing zombie not far away. His eyes were full of expectation. Dance King, dance. You have earned my approval. I hereby call you the strongest Dance King. Other contestants would run away as fast as they could when they saw a level 3 fantasy creature. That Qin Feng guy, is this some kind of exploitation of level 3 fantasy creatures? But it's so much fun to get freebies. It seemed as if they had received Qin Feng's order. Wow. The zombie dancer wins his third time. They've started summoning again. The soil surged. Hands emerged from the soil. No? Why are there only a few left? Qin Feng looked around. His face showed displeasure. There were 10 just now. Now there are 6. What's the meaning? Let others see it. I thought you couldn't afford a fight. Roar, roar, roar. A third wave of zombies has joined the battle. Okay, it's better than nothing. Go ahead and fight. Qin Feng comforted himself. The 6 of them have over 200 fantasy points. It's better than nothing. However, the people of all nations on Earth are unhappy. They were hoping these zombies would kill Qin Feng. Result: are they here to boost Qin Feng's fantasy points? You, just playing around. What's wrong with this level 3 fantasy creature? It can't be standing there like an idiot. What is it doing? Go get him. Damn it. Kill that Chinese kid. That stupid zombie. It summoned a bunch of level 2 zombies so that Chinese kid could farm his fantasy points to his heart's content. I suspect this idiot is that Chinese kid's spy. Who understands? Even a zombie gets cyberbullied for a day. Fantasy value plus 40. Fantasy value plus 40. Under the powerful output of the Frost Archer, Qin Feng paid the price of 2.5 walnuts. The third wave of zombies has been completely wiped out. Qin Feng's gaze fell once again on the dancing king zombie not far away. Dance King, keep dancing. You've earned my approval once again. I call you the strongest. Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. They continued to encourage the dancing zombie. However, before he could finish speaking, Chapter 124 shock. The Dance King can actually dodge peas. But, sorry, I still have to. Roar, roar, roar. The dancing zombie not far away roared angrily. They were hurtling towards Qin Feng at breakneck speed. What if the zombie dancing king could talk? He's definitely going to start cursing right now. Damn it. That's so humiliating. Ugh, that's so humiliating to zombies. It's a level 3 zombie. A heavenly dancer who has mastered the dance of Michael. They were actually used as a fantasy value machine. Despicable mans. D. Filled with rage. The dancing zombie is rapidly approaching Qin Feng. Out of stock. Qin Feng shook his head. Very disappointed. Dance King, you're no good. You don't deserve my approval. Since we can't summon it anymore, I am Soda. I'm going to make a move on you. The ice archer in hand is aimed at the dancing zombie. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One after another, ice peas shot out. Wow. The background music started playing again. Facing the onslaught of ice peas, the dancing zombie moves with incredible speed and agility. The next moment, all the ice peas were dodged. Wow. Qin Feng was stunned. You can play it like this? This dancing zombie is definitely dancing. Not the Wu in Wugong martial arts. How did you manage to dodge the ice peas? Emma was also quite surprised. This is the first time I've ever seen a fantasy creature that can dodge bullets. Good heavens. He can even dodge bullets. What a fierce zombie. Oh no. I need to apologize to this zombie. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have insulted it. It wasn't just standing there dumbly. It must have thought this Chinese kid was too weak and didn't need to lift a finger. Its underlings could handle it. Bullets are useless. This Chinese kid's combat power has been reduced by at least 80%. This level 3 zombie could actually kill him. Nice. Nice. We absolutely have to kill this Chinese kid. People from all over the world watched the images projected on the screen. The dancing zombie dodged Qin Feng's bullets with his dance skills. They were all incredibly excited. They completely forgot that just a second ago they were exposing the zombie Dance King online. Roar. The dancing zombie, having dodged the ice peas, also approached Qin Feng and Emma. The two were less than 2.5 meters apart. The background music reaches its climax. The zombie dance shoes, the Dance King, spins on the ground to gather power. The next moment, He suddenly leaped up. He leaped more than 2 meters high with a magnificent pose. They pounced on Qin Feng and Emma, who were stuck on the wall of nuts. All of this seems to have taken a very long time. In reality, it happened in an instant. Qin Feng and Emma hadn't expected the dancing zombie to jump so high. The frost archer hadn't even raised his gun yet. The dancing zombie has jumped onto the walnut. Roar. The dancing zombie roared. The stench of decay hit us as if it were real. A white glove hand slammed down hard on Qin Feng's head, with the Dance King zombie's attack power reaching 60 points. If this palm strike lands, even if Qin Feng doesn't die, he'll still get a concussion. You dodged a few ice peas, and you still managed to get away with it, huh? Although there wasn't enough time to use the frost archer. But Qin Feng can use the nut wall. A thought crossed my mind. 3 nut walls appear. It instantly merges with the eye-shaped nut wall beneath my feet. Whoosh! A fence grew out in front of the wall panel where Qin Feng and Emma were standing. Bang! The dancing zombie couldn't dodge in time. He crashed straight into the fence. His face was deformed from the impact. Then he was thrown away. Now let's see how you hide. Qin Feng seized the opportunity. He raised the frost archer in his hand. Aim at the dancing zombie in the air. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One after another, ice peas are fired. There was no suspense whatsoever. All of it landed on the dancing zombie. It left behind a series of pits. Instantly, blue frost spread outwards from the pit. The dancing zombie's entire body was shimmering with blue frost. Movement speed -50. Attack speed -50. Bang! The dancing zombie has landed. But the frost archer's effect has been successfully applied. Even the dancing zombie could only obediently become a target. Qin Feng shot her with all his might. Emma was also contributing her attacks. 4 ice archers fired simultaneously. 40 ice peas per second. The shooting made the dancing zombie question his existence. His red leather jacket had been transformed into beggar's clothes. Roar. The zombie dancer roars. Wow. The background music starts playing. The dancing zombie is writhing again, trying to dodge the ice peas with Michael's dance. However, the dance of Michael didn't work this time either. Under the influence of the frost archer, the dancing zombie's dodge is like slow motion. I told you to hide. Qin Feng aimed at the head of the dancing king zombie and fired wildly. A few seconds later, the background music reaches its climax. The dancing zombie turned into a pile of minced meat. Fantasy value +50. Qin Feng looked at the pile of minced meat. They're looking for something, but I couldn't find it even after searching for a while. They put together a bunch of fancy stuff, but didn't drop a single resource. You're no good, Dance King. Qin Feng gave the dancing king zombie a bad review. Emma said, it seems that only boss-level fantasy creatures have a chance to drop resources. It should be. Qin Feng put away the wall of nuts and the frost archer. Keep digging up the grave. Although we just killed a level 3 fantasy creature and dozens of level 2 fantasy creatures. But the 2 of them didn't expend much physical energy. The only cost is holding the frost archer in your hand. The blue treasure chests in this area have already been unearthed. But Emma didn't have enough magic points to continue divining the blue treasure chest. The 2 continued digging in this area. Is that all? The people of all the countries on Earth looked grim. I couldn't help but burst into a tirade. A level 3 fantasy creature? That's it? Are you kidding me? Impossible. A mere level 3 fantasy creature. It didn't even scratch this Chinese kid. Useless zombies. All that fancy stuff. Why don't you just go up and take down that Chinese kid? Why are you dancing? Shit. I gave this Chinese kid almost 1,000 more fantasy points. Time passed slowly. They dug for several more hours. No way. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked exhausted. A temperature of 38 degrees Celsius. We can't hold on any longer. I just can't take it anymore. Emma, standing to the side, was even more pathetic than Qin Feng. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. A strand of golden hair, soaked through, clung to her face. His white t-shirt was soaked with sweat. The bra inside was faintly visible. The black stockings on her legs clung tightly to her skin. Chapter 125. The Cosmic Nation has also found the Dance King. Cosmic Nation Commander. I know how to deal with him. Let's go home. Emma couldn't take it anymore. The 2 hit it off immediately. Get off work. Although the 2 of them only dug 24 graves each today, but kill a wave of zombies. Gained a large amount of fantasy points. Had a good deal. Qin Feng took out a glass of cola from his inventory and drank it. Emma then pulled out a glass of Sprite, enjoying relaxation after work. The two drank as they returned to the shelter. At the same time, burial ground game, territory of the universe kingdom's peak. A figure was diligently digging at a grave mound in the gray fog. Contestants from the Eagle Nation and China both dug up blue treasure chests. As a contestant from the Universe Nation, it's impossible for me, Qin Feng, to have dug up a treasure chest. Absolutely impossible. I dug up several liters of mineral water today, which proves I'm having good luck. I'm sure I'll find the blue treasure chest. Qin Feng was sweating profusely, trying his best to cheer himself up. Today, either dig up the blue treasure chest, either I'll work myself to death here. 5, 10, 15. It has to be said, Qin Feng has a very strong will. I dug up 15 treasure chests in one go, although not as good as Qin Feng and Emma, but has far exceeded the number of participants in the same batch. A naturally born divine body. Just then, with a clang, the hoe bounced up. A ray of blue light shone from the soil. Blue light. Ha ha. I found it. Qin Feng was incredibly excited. I, Qin Feng, relied on my own strength. They have propelled the Universe Nation to the same level as the Eagle Nation and China. Heaven rewards those who persevere. I want to offer the best supplies. Suppress the arrogance of the United States and China, and let everyone know that our Universe Nation is the strongest. Qin Feng is bursting with confidence, ready to unpack. Yongbang Appa, fighting. Sarangyo, on Earth. The people of the universe also danced and cheered. Blue treasure chest. Rise, Universe Nation. I'm so excited. I hope Yongbang Appa gets some great loot. Preferably something like a loot encyclopedia entry. It could also be weapons. Ideally, it should be an electrical component, so that Chinese kid will beg our Universe Nation for help. Huh. Under the fantasies of the people of the Universe Nation, Qin Feng successfully opened the treasure chest. Brush. A blinding white spotlight pierced through the gray fog. It was shot down from above. Wow. The background music starts playing. Under the flashing spotlight, a dark figure wearing a red leather jacket began to writhe. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What's going on? Citizens of the universe. The citizens of the cosmic nation who were just cheering. They were all stunned at that moment. A level 3 fantasy creature? A dancing zombie? Qin Feng looked at the information that popped up above the head of the dancing king zombie. His face turned pale. Impossible. The supplies haven't been released. Instead, a level 3 fantasy creature was obtained. And look at how flamboyant this fantasy creature is. It comes with its own background music and spotlight. This guy is definitely not someone to be trifled with. It's over. Brush. The dancing zombie's right hand, gloved in white, moves through the air. The next moment, one by one, level 2 zombies emerge from the soil. It can also summon subordinates. Qin Feng panicked even more. Didi. Just then, a notification sound plays. Commander of the Universe Nation, Qin Feng. Don't worry. That Chinese kid just dug up this zombie. We have a way to deal with him. Is there a ready-made answer? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It felt like the whole world had lit up. I know the answer to this question. Commander, please continue. Commander of the universe. This level 3 zombie is easy to deal with. It can only summon a maximum of 3 waves of zombies. You just need to find a high point to dodge the attacks of these level 2 zombies. After killing the 3 waves of level 2 zombies, this level 3 zombie will attack. Be careful, this level 3 zombie has a special dance move that even dodged that Chinese kid's pea bullets. But don't worry, if you're on a high point, this level 3 zombie will rush to within 2 meters of you, and then suddenly leap up. At this time, you just need to use something to block this level 3 zombie and bounce it away. Take advantage of the time it is bounced away to launch your attack. It's best to slow it down, and then you can kill it. The commander of the Space Nation is still very responsible. He described in detail how Qin Feng dealt with the Dancing King zombie. However, Qin Feng saw this string of information. My head is buzzing. High point? He looked around. It's completely flat on all sides. Oh, wrong. There's a high point. Is a 0.5 meter high grave mound considered high? Then, can it summon 3 waves of level 2 zombies? Special dance moves that allow you to dodge pea bullets? How do you block a level 3 zombie and then bounce it off? Besides, slow down level 3 zombies? Is it easy to deal with? Qin Feng looked bewildered. He recognized that single character. Why doesn't he recognize it when they're put together? Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the level 2 zombies around us have already started moving. They all charge towards the main peak. I can do it. I can do it. Qin Feng is trying to brainwash himself and cheer himself up. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Toothpicks appeared between his fingers. Raise your palm. Toothpicks pierce through the void. Shoot at these level 2 zombies. That's Qin Feng's talent. Toothpick. They created toothpicks and launched them as projectiles. As your talent level increases, the number of toothpicks that can be manipulated will increase. The quality of toothpicks will continue to improve. At level 1, Qin Feng can only manipulate a very fragile toothpick. But now, he can already manipulate 10 iron toothpicks. Even helmeted zombies. Even he couldn't withstand 10 toothpicks coming at once. However, what's in front of me is not a helmeted zombie. Instead, there were more than a dozen. 10 toothpicks were shot into the bodies of 10 zombies. These 10 zombies are completely unharmed. The speed was not affected at all. They all rushed toward Qin Feng. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the gray fog. A dozen zombies were feasting on fresh food. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Several minutes passed. The screams faded away. Miserable. That's terrible. It's impossible that Yungbong Appa is dead. The people of the Cosmic Nation watched the projected images. Their expressions were filled with grief. Didn't the commander tell Yungbong Appa how to deal with this zombie? Why didn't he follow the commander's instructions? Qin Feng. Let's look at both sides of the story. On the other side, Qin Feng and Emma return to the shelter. Chapter 126. Baowa unearths a blue treasure chest. Wei Wei is in crisis. On the other side, Qin Feng and Emma return to the shelter. There were some leftovers from yesterday. So today, Qin Feng is planning to make leftover fried rice. This is one of his favorite ways of eating. During the period when I was growing up in junior high school, I get hungry every day after school. He simply took the leftovers from lunch, mixed them together, and stir-fried them to eat. The soup and rice are mixed together. It smells amazing. Qin Feng's cooking skills are quite good. A short while later, the fragrance filled the entire living room. It smells so good. Emma was amazed. We've been digging up graves all day. I simply can't resist this fragrance. Qin Feng served 2 bowls. Each of them had a bowl. I sat down at the table and started eating voraciously. Period. Qin Feng also checked the regional channel. I'm wondering if anyone has unearthed any electrical components. But it's a pity. There's not a single piece of information about electrical components on the regional channel. Didi. Just then, a notification sound plays. Message from the group. Qin Feng opened the group chat. As soon as I came in, then I saw Baowa cheering. Baowa, haha. I have some good news to share. I found a blue treasure chest today, too. Qin, a blue treasure chest? Congratulations. You found a blue treasure chest, too, following in the footsteps of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, congratulations. What did you get? Qin Feng was very curious. I got a bunch of meat, including chicken, beef, pork, lamb, and fish, totaling nearly 5 kilograms. Meat? This is really good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. I've been eating terribly lately. The moment I heard meat, he couldn't help but drool. People from all over the world. Participants from various countries. You call this bad food? Didi. Group member Baowa is gifting you 300G chicken x3, 300G beef x3, 300G pork x3, 300G lamb x3, and 300G fish x3. Qin Feng was taken aback. Qin Feng, Baowa, what are you doing? Baowa, brother Qin Feng. Among us, your cooking skills are the best. You're in charge of preparing this meat, and we'll share it with everyone later. Thank you for your hard work. What's this called? Trust. Qin Feng was moved. Qin Feng, okay. Everyone, don't cook tomorrow night. I'll cook for everyone. Qin, great. With brother Qin Feng's cooking skills, he'll definitely make this meat taste amazing. I'm already looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. Chicken and beef can be braised. Fish can be steamed. Lamb and pork can be used to make soup. Slurp. Qin Feng was already thinking about how to deal with the meat. Since everyone trusts him, he has to do a good job. We absolutely cannot let you down. Because it was mealtime, everyone is free. So we chatted in the group for quite a while. They shared what they had found. Qin and Baowa knew that Qin Feng possessed a blueprint for manufacturing a first-class water purifier. Both of them hoped that they would get this material from the next blue treasure chest they dug up. This will help Qin Feng manufacture a first-class water purifier. Once this thing comes out, everyone will find it very easy to get through the hot weather. But, as we chatted, gradually, everyone has noticed a problem. Where did Vivi go? Why haven't you said anything? This doesn't fit Vivi's personality at all, according to Vivi's habits. It's time to get off work. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He sent a message to Vivi a few minutes ago, but there has been no reply. What happened to Wei Wei? Did she miss the message while digging up an old post? Or did she encounter some danger? Just as the group members were worried about Wei Wei. Burial ground game, Vivi's territory. Rewind to 2.5 minutes ago. Call. I dug 15 graves today. I'll go home after digging, just one more. Wei Wei wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and continued digging the grave. I didn't see it at all. In the gray fog behind her, a figure walked out. The figure quietly approached Wei Wei. At this time, the figure's appearance gradually became clear. This is a man with dark skin. It looks like he hasn't showered in months. The feeling of dirt accumulating on your body and becoming one with your skin. He was wearing a tattered, earthy yellow robe. Her neckline was wide open, revealing her hairy chest. The clothes were covered in suspicious stains and smelled of a pungent, fishy odor. A faded cloth belt was wrapped around his waist, with a rusty dagger hanging from it. Walking barefoot on the burial ground. My toenails are filled with dirt. Woman, she's still a little girl. The man stared intently at Wei Wei's retreating figure. Look at the stockings on Vivi's legs. Their eyes were practically glowing green. A lewd smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It seemed as if it might unleash its animalistic nature at any moment. It was as if they wanted to rush up and strip Wei Wei naked. Call. We've finally finished digging. Vivi finished digging the last grave mound. I stretched and yawned. He put away his hoe and headed home. I turned around. Vivi was startled. I don't know when. There was someone standing behind me. Beautiful. Looks like we're teammates. The man saw Vivi's sweet appearance. My eyes lit up. He tried his best to appear as a gentleman. He reached out his hand to Wei Wei, but his gaze kept wandering uncontrollably over Wei Wei. Vivi's little face scrunched up. I don't know why. At first glance, the person in front of her gave her a very uncomfortable feeling. But, out of politeness, she didn't show it. Hello. Vivi did not reach out. He simply nodded to the man and said, now that we've been matched together, let's start forming a team. No rush to form a team. The man saw that Wei Wei did not reach out. The gentlemanly smile on his face vanished. Instead, there was unrestrained lewd laughter. There can be a relationship between us that is even closer than that of teammates. Wei Wei's face fell, even if he's an idiot. She also realized that the man in front of her had ill intentions. A thought crossed my mind. An ice archer appeared from the hand hidden behind his back. At the same time, she was also secretly releasing anesthetic gas. Name, Wei Wei, contestant from China. Her talent is medicine, and her attack methods are anesthetic gas and some plants that Qin Feng gave you. The man remained calm and unhurried. With a lewd grin, she revealed all of Vivi's cards. You're wearing stockings? Aren't you trying to seduce me? I know that. Little beauty, stop pretending. The fact that we met is fate. Isn't it nice to enjoy life with me? I'll let you experience the most wonderful happiness in the world. You're dreaming. Is it fate that I have this disgusting guy? Pooh. Wei Wei and brother Qin Feng are clearly destined to be together. Vivi's little face was filled with anger. Wow. The anesthetic gas was released directly at the man. At the same time, the frost archer in her hand was also aimed at the man. However, the man was prepared. A gas mask appeared in his hand, and he put it on his head. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light. The man now had another set of armor on him. He covered his entire body completely. They charged towards Wei Wei, meeting her attack head-on. Splash, splash, splash. A man was enveloped in anesthetic gas, but they were all blocked by gas masks. Chapter 127, Manipulating Fantasy Creatures. Ding, ding, ding. Ice peas rained down on the armor. It emitted a series of metallic, clanging sounds. It left behind a series of dents. Blue frost spread outwards from the depression. But the armor seemed to possess a mysterious power that resisted the blue frost. Two forces are locked in a struggle. It actually made the blue frost much lighter. Ha ha ha. This is top-tier armor I got from a blue treasure chest. It can not only withstand attacks, but also resist some negative effects. You can't stop me. He ran wildly towards Wei Wei. Yeah? Vivi's face was cold. While retreating, a bright red cherry bomb appeared in his other hand. I'll blow you up, you disgusting thing. Vivi threw the cherry bomb directly at the man. Although the armor on the man's body can mitigate some of the negative effects, but only offsets part of it. The speed was still disrupted by the Frost Archer's slowing effect. Faced with Vivi's cherry bomb, there's no way to avoid it. A deafening roar. The red flames spread outwards. The black soil was blasted into a crater. Then a figure was blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it! The man's voice was filled with anger. Stand up. The armor that was just shining brightly a moment ago. It was blasted black by a cherry bomb. The armor on the limbs was blown to smithereens. Broken steel pieces were hanging down below. You wretched woman. You've angered me. I was planning to make you my wife, but now you're only fit to be my servant. When I catch you, I'll punish you severely. I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for days. He hadn't finished speaking. Call out. Vivi's second cherry bomb is here. A deafening roar. The man was launched a second time. The armor on his body was no longer recognizable as armor. Only a steel plate remained in his chest. You wretched woman. You destroyed my armor. You deserve. Boom. The third one. The man was sent flying again. Wait until he stands up. The steel plate in my chest is gone. His limbs were a bloody mess. My hair melted. My brain is fried. Just as terrifying as those rotting fantasy creatures. Cheap. Boom. Vivi dropped her fourth cherry bomb. That should be about right, right? Vivi looked at the smoke-filled area not far away. That should be enough. For cherry bombs. She didn't believe the other side could withstand them. Roar. A roar erupted from the smoke. How is that possible? Wei Wei's face froze in disbelief. You bitch. I already told you. You can't kill me. The smoke dissipated. A pile of minced meat had appeared on the ground without anyone noticing. A hand emerged from a pile of minced meat. The next moment, the man ripped through the shredded flesh. It emerged from the minced meat. Beside the man, several zombies were standing there. Helmet zombie, speed zombie, and muscular zombie. They can actually control fantastical creatures? Vivi was incredulous. The contestants and the fantasy creatures have always been enemies. This was the first time she had ever seen anything like this. You bitch. Are you shocked? Ha ha. This is my talent. The man grinned maliciously. The mangled arm was lowered. The zombies around him seemed to have received a command. It roared and charged towards Wei Wei. Boom! Vivi quickly threw out a cherry bomb. The immense force sent the zombies flying. The speed zombie and the muscle zombie were blown to pieces. But the two level 2 helmeted zombies stood up unsteadily. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Vivi took out her ice archer and attacked the helmeted zombie. She only has one cherry bomb left. It can't be used anymore. Puff, puff, puff. Under the attack of the frost archer, two level 2 helmeted zombies are teetering on the brink of collapse. Vivi was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Splash, splash, splash. The man not far away raised his arm. Gray fog churned up all around. Wei Wei's expression changed slightly. Several more zombies burst out of the gray fog. Not only that, chirp, chirp, chirp. Strange noises are coming from under my feet. The black soil around me began to churn. It was as if something was about to burst forth from the ground. The next moment, black creatures parted the black soil. It emerged from beneath the earth. Catfish monster. Vivi recognized the fantastical creatures that appeared during the acid rain at a glance. You bitch. You ruined my armor and killed several of my pets. I'll torture you properly later. The man's face was contorted in a ferocious expression. At a command, the zombies and catfish monsters all charged towards Vivi. Faced with so many fantastical creatures, Wei Wei knew she couldn't fight head-on. Retreat decisively. They ran toward the shelter. Fortunately, it has the effects of anesthetic gas and ice archer. The fantastical creature controlled by the man is temporarily unable to catch up with Vivi. They ran to the shelter. Vivi quickly closed the shelter door. Then they moved tables and chairs over to block the wooden door. Roar, roar, roar. A roar came from outside the door. The man, accompanied by fantastical creatures, gave chase. The wooden door was slammed shut with a loud bang. If the shelter hadn't been upgraded, the wooden door was smashed to pieces on the first impact. Even so, Even the wooden door couldn't keep these zombies out for long. Little beauty, why did things have to come to this? If you just open the door now, kneel down in front of me, and lick XXXXXX, I can forgive you. A man shouting came from outside. However, his answer was a touch of red, with a loud bang. It was quiet outside for a while. But soon, the wooden door was hit again. Vivi just threw out her last cherry bomb. Dee, a notification sound is playing in the shelter. Because I was worried about Vivi, Qin Feng kept the chat panel open. I heard the notification tone. He quickly clicked on the message. Chapter 128, The Gifted Mutant. Crisis averted. Commander of China, Brother Qin Feng. Wei Wei is in trouble. Her assigned teammate is Camera, a contestant from the White Elephant Kingdom. His talent is aberrant, which means that after mating with a fantasy creature, he can control that creature. This guy is a pervert who has ulterior motives towards Wei Wei and is currently controlling a bunch of fantasy creatures to attack her. Aberrant? Mating with fantasy creatures? I give up. What kind of inappropriate and lewd words are these? Even though Qin Feng was very knowledgeable, upon hearing this, he was stunned, as expected of a contestant from the White Elephant Kingdom. But that's not the point. Does he have ulterior motives towards Vivi? Besiege Wei Wei? Court death. Qin Feng's expression was icy cold. Open your inventory. Their attention was drawn to the cherry bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Vivi's sanctuary. A tremendous roar came from the wooden door into the wooden house. The wooden door was violently rammed by a group of fantastical creatures. Cracks appeared. If it weren't for Vivi's repeated use of wood for repairs, the wooden door had already been breached. However, it has undergone multiple repairs. Vivi's last bit of wood was also used up. The man from the White Elephant Kingdom outside also noticed this and grinned maliciously. You bitch. We've run out of wood and cherry bombs. Let's see how you're going to defend yourself now. Once I breach the wooden door and kneel obediently at my feet, I might spare you some suffering. Ha ha ha. I overheard what was being said outside. Wei Wei's face turned pale. A struggle arose within me. Dee. Just then, the familiar notification sound rang out. Group member Qin Feng has gifted you 45 cherry bombs, 20 potato mine bonsai editions, 20 nut wall bonsai editions, and 10 ice shooter bonsai editions. A message was attached. Qin Feng, Wei Wei. Use these plans to kill that guy, don't hold back. Brother Qin Feng. Vivi's eyes welled up with tears. This moment, she felt as if all the burdens on her shoulders had disappeared. At this moment, a deafening roar. The wooden door was attacked by a group of zombies. Finally, they couldn't bear the burden any longer. It shattered completely, turning into a pile of rotten wood scattered all over the ground. Ha! You bitch! The wooden door is broken open. You missed your last chance. I'm gonna really hurt you. Kamra pushed aside a few zombies. He emerged from behind several zombies. A cruel smile played on his lips. He could already picture how to ravage a young Chinese woman. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Curry. What's with that row of frost archers on the ground? Besides, that bitch, how come she has cherry bombs? And he was holding one in his left hand and one in his right hand? What a disgusting guy. Go to hell. Vivi's eyes were full of disdain. She threw the 2 cherry bombs in her hand directly at the man. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The 10 ice archers on the ground also fired ice peas in unison. Under such terrifying firepower, the group of zombies that had gathered together were all wiped out. It turned into a pile of minced meat. The man from the White Elephant Kingdom realized what was happening. They hid behind the helmeted zombie. It avoided part of the impact. Even so, he was also blown away. Half of his body is rotten. Don't kill me. I was wrong. The man from the White Elephant Kingdom looked terrified and frantically begged for mercy. Vivi, let's team up. I'll listen to you from now on. However, his answer was, Vivi holding up the frost archer. Without me, you can't get through the second wave of attacks alone. Kamra then tried to threaten him. But, before he could finish speaking, a scream. Kamra's head was reduced to a pile of minced meat. Call. The crisis is over. Vivi went limp. I sat down on the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. She couldn't imagine it. What would happen if it fell into this guy's hands? Take a few deep breaths. After calming down, Vivi quickly opened the panel. Seeing the messages Qin Feng sent, Vivi felt a warm glow in her heart. Wei, Brother Qin Feng, I am alright. I killed that guy with my frost archer, all thanks to the cherry bomb and frost archer you gave me. At the same time as sending the message, Vivi returned all the remaining cherry bombs, ice shooters, and infused potato mines and walnuts to Qin Feng. This girl, seeing that Wei Wei was safe and sound, Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he got angry. Qin Feng, in the future, if you encounter danger, contact your group members immediately. You can't try to tough it out on your own like you did today and put yourself in danger. Qin Feng was genuinely angry. If the commander hadn't contacted him, he still doesn't know what happened. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng. I know. Hee hee. Vivi's eyes curved like crescent moons. Although Qin Feng's tone was stern, but she felt a deep sense of care. Qin Feng, you don't need to return all the plants to me. After this incident, Qin Feng realized this once again. Vivi's fighting ability is the lowest among the contestants from China. We must arm Vivi. He divided the remaining 40-odd cherry bombs into 2 portions. Half of it was given directly to Vivi. I also gave Vivi 10 frost shooters, 20 walnuts, and 20 potato mines. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, there are too many of these. Vivi didn't want to accept it, but under Qin Feng's tough stance, I obediently accepted it. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, I know you don't want to trouble me, but your brother Qin Feng wants you to know that with our relationship, there's no need to be so formal. Understand? Next time we encounter danger, don't do this again. Do you hear me? Qin Feng was still somewhat uneasy. He gave me another round of instructions. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng. Wei Wei understands. Qin Feng, Qin and Bao were also worried about you. Go to the group chat and let everyone know you're safe. Also, don't cook tomorrow night. Bao got meat from the blue treasure chest, so we're having an all-meat feast tomorrow night. Vivi, wow, this is so wonderful. Is Vivi safe? In the shelter, Emma asked. She learned from Qin Feng that Wei Wei was in crisis. Qin Feng, who had been frowning, suddenly relaxed. I guess Vivi is out of danger. Qin Feng nodded and said, the guy who designs on Vivi is dead. That guy was really bold, daring to lay a hand on Vivi. Killing him outright was too lenient. Speaking of which, that guy's talent is pretty freakish. Perverted? Emma wondered. Chapter 129 Bounty. Talent Upgrade. LV6. That guy's talent is that of a mutant. He only needs to mate with fantasy creatures. Qin Feng told Emma about the mutant talent of that guy from the White Elephant Kingdom. Emma listened. I feel terrible. Having a relationship with a fantasy creature? This is way too extreme. Yeah, I heard that guy can not only control zombies, but also catfish monsters. That's outrageous. Qin Feng shuddered. Before, he had heard that the White Elephant Kingdom was quite extraordinary. Lizards, sheep, and motorcycle exhaust pipes often make the news. At the time, he thought it was fake. It's really hard to say now. These guys are really behind on the times. Emma suddenly said. Qin Feng asked curiously, what's wrong? You'll know if you check the regional channels. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. I immediately understood what Emma meant. Curry, I have some great news to share. Kamra from White Elephant Kingdom and that little wench named Wei Wei from China have been assigned to the same region. Kamra's talent is incredible. As long as he has relations with that little wench, he can become her master. Haha, soon that little wench will be at Kamra's knees. Curry, wasn't that Chinese kid always so arrogant? I wonder what kind of expression he'll have after that Chinese girl submits to Kamra. Good morning. We must thoroughly humiliate that little wench. Qin Feng has screwed everyone over so many times. Let that little Chinese girl pay off his debts. Curry, everyone who wants to watch the show can pre-order now. Just provide the supplies. We can let Kamra torture that Chinese girl. Nice. I'll offer a hamburger. Kamla, I'll make that little Chinese girl kneel on the ground and call me daddy. Wow, I have 100 G of flour, and I want to see that little girl's XXX. The regional channels are buzzing with excitement. Several White Elephant National Cuisine contestants started popping champagne halfway through the match. Participants from other countries also placed bids. Damn it, I can't find Qin Feng to take revenge. Can't we seek revenge on Qin Feng's compatriots? Qin Feng, Wei Wei, send me a photo. Qin Feng, on the other hand, contacted Wei Wei directly. A moment later, Vivi sent me a photo. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. A bunch of bastards. You like opening champagne at the halfway point, huh? Qin Feng, everyone seems quite happy. Qin Feng sent a message in the regional channel. Instantly, participants from various countries reacted as if they had discovered a new continent. They all surrounded them. Curry, Qin Feng, You have a contestant from China named Wei Wei, right? She's about to become a slave of Kamra of my White Elephant Kingdom. If you want this little wench to suffer less, hand over your plans to my White Elephant Kingdom. Qin Feng. Never thought you'd end up like this, did you? Ha ha ha. Nice. Qin Feng. Aren't you Chinese, supposed to be very united? Why don't you hurry up and beg the White Elephant Kingdom for mercy? Ask them to go easy on that little wench. Curry. Kid, hand over half the plant. I'll let Kamra torture her every 2 days. Qin Feng. Are you all having another episode? A photo is attached. The photo shows a man with his head smashed to pieces lying in a pile of minced meat. Curry. Kamla, how is this possible? How could that little wench possibly kill Kamra? Impossible. This is fake. This must be fake. The contestants from White Elephant Country are in an uproar. Kamra's strength is among the top in the White Elephant Kingdom contestants. He's dead? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, when they open the panel, after noticing that Kamra's profile picture had gone black, a group of people were in despair. Curry, it's you. Qin Feng. It must be you who gave that little wench the plant. Curry. Qin Feng. You dare kill Kamra of my White Elephant Kingdom. You deserve to die. Curry. I'm going to kill you. Qin Feng. You think that trash from your White Elephant Kingdom would dare to plot against the contestants from China? For participants from other countries, Qin Feng only harbored some killing intent. That killing intent towards the contestants from White Elephant Kingdom was SSSSSS+. Then, Qin Feng went all out. Qin Feng, a bounty is now being issued. Whoever kills the contestant from White Elephant Kingdom will be rewarded with 3 cherry bombs, a 1-month usage right to 3 ice archers, and 5 potato mines. A bounty has been issued. The regional channel went silent instantly. This reward is incredibly generous. Putting aside other things, 3 cherry bombs, if used properly, it can now kill a level 3 fantasy creature. There are also 3 ice archers. It can not only output, it also has a deceleration effect. Participants from various countries were excited. The contestants from White Elephant Kingdom were scared. Curry. Everyone, don't fall for it. This Chinese kid wants us to fight each other. Curry. This kid's up to no good. Don't believe him. Good luck. Don't worry. We won't fall for their trick. By the way, besides Kamra, have all the other contestants from White Elephant Kingdom found teammates yet? People of White Elephant Kingdom, please rest assured. We won't kill each other over a few plants. By the way, can any White Elephant Kingdom contestants who haven't found teammates say something? Contestants from White Elephant Country. Because of a bounty offered by Qin Feng, the contestants from the White Elephant Kingdom became easy prey in the eyes of contestants from other countries. Qin Feng, having accomplished his task, simply left without a word. I've left the regional channel. Emma exclaimed in admiration. Your bounty is fantastic. Regardless of whether the contestants from other countries will actually attack the White Elephant Kingdom contestants, the seeds of doubt have already been sown in their hearts. Good. Qin Feng is a seasoned Douyin historian. Using a divide and conquer tactic is a piece of cake. It was just a little trick. In the Huaxia group chat, the group members also witnessed this amazing scene. They all praised it. Brother Qin Feng has avenged Wei Wei. Yes. Brother Qin Feng's move was excellent. Only Brother Qin Feng's plants could be so alluring. Those guys from Baishan Kingdom are in big trouble. Vivi hee. While the group members were discussing Qin Feng has already gotten busy. Make flower pots. Fantasy value minus 250. Burial soil, 250. Flubepod mes 250. Experience plus 250. A thought crossed my mind. A bunch of flower pots appeared in the living room. I could dug up more than 200 potatoes today. Qin Feng plans to plant all these potatoes into potato mines. There are so many. How long will it take to grow them all? Qin Feng had a sudden inspiration. I've got an idea. Divide these flower pots into several groups. It was distributed to the group members. Then divide the potatoes into several portions and distribute them to everyone. Let everyone plant potatoes in flower pots. After planting, hand it over to him. He's here to inject fantasy value. There's a saying that goes, many hands make light work. With the combined efforts of the 5 people. 10 minutes. All 250 potatoes were planted. Then, Qin Feng infused these potatoes with fantasy value. Fantasy value minus 250. Experience points plus 250. just as Qin Feng finished manufacturing these potato mines. A flash of white light. Talent. Farmer. LV 612 to 3000. Unlock plants. Chapter 1, 30 corn pitcher. Spikes. Deal. Talent. Farmer. LV 612 to 3000. Unlock plants. Spikeweed, corn cob. Oh, 2 plants were unlocked this time. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Spikes. This is really good stuff. Like the pea shooter and the ice shooter. These are all plants that provide continuous output. We'll plant several rings of spikes outside the fence. Low-level fantasy creatures that step on the spikes will be killed instantly. Combined with the slowing effect of the Frost Archer, even high-level fantasy creatures would be taken down. Invincible. When Qin Feng was playing games before, they really love using spikes. It can not only output continuously, it won't be damaged by fantasy creatures. Great value for money. As for the corn pitcher, that's even more awesome. It can not only throw corn to attack fantasy creatures, there's also a chance of throwing out butter. Freeze the fantasy creature. Certainly. More importantly, the corn pitcher can be combined to create the ultimate invincible corn cannon. The effects of the corn cannon are self-evident. This upgrade has been incredibly rewarding. Qin Feng was very satisfied. I remember someone had the corn pitcher's card last time. I can try contacting him later to see if we can trade for it. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the potato mine in the living room. More than 200 potato mines have been planted. Qin Feng first gifted each group member 30 potted potato mines for defense. There are still more than 100 potted potato mines left. Emma, let's go. Let's go outside and set off mines. Qin Feng called Emma over. The two went outside together. 10 minutes later, several more potato mines appeared around the shelter. The area within 3 meters of the shelter was filled with potato mines, making it virtually impossible for any fantasy creatures to get in. Emma looked at the dense clusters of potato mine potted plants surrounding the shelter. I feel completely safe. This level of defense. Invincible. Qin Feng laughed. This is just the beginning. The territory is still too small. The fence needs to be expanded. I want to create a huge territory, plant all kinds of plants, and make this place a forbidden zone for fantasy creatures. Enjoy the Qin Feng. Emma imagined a vast territory filled with ice archers and potato mines. What would that scene be like? Just thinking about it is amazing. Potato mines are now in place. The two returned to the shelter. We've run out of bath water and foot bath water. Qin Feng didn't water the plants in the greenhouse today. He started contacting that guy from last time. Qin Feng, corn pitcher profile, name your price. Qin Feng activates his domineering CEO mode. After all, his status and assets are what they are. There's no need to waste time doing all that stuff like before. That's beneath your dignity. Didi. Soon. The other party replied to the message. French Martin. Qin Feng. I knew you'd contact me. Getting the corn pitcher's encyclopedia entry is easy. You just need to agree to one condition. Once you've built your level 1 water purifier, you'll give me half of the water resources you get every day. Half of the water resources? Is this guy out of his mind? Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. I replied with just one word. Qin Feng, get lost. Corn pitchers are very important. But the main point is to synthesize the corn cannon later. A corn pitcher. Qin Feng is not in short supply. The ice shooter is just as effective as the corn shooter. Let's leave this guy out for a while. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Oomph. Qin Feng, since you took the initiative to contact me, you must be desperately in need of the corn pitcher guide. You think you can use that trick on those idiots? You think you can use it on me? You underestimate me, Martin. French Martin saw Qin Feng's message. Not angry at all. Instead, he had an expression of absolute confidence. As expected, within 30 minutes, Qin Feng will contact him again. Then, Martin waited leisurely. Hee. Qin Feng, watch how I, Martin, handle you. Soon, 30 minutes passed. Qin Feng's chat remained silent. Martin's face showed less contempt and more approval. Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so composed. An hour has passed. Still no movement. Qin Feng, you're truly amazing. You've actually held on until now. Martin's expression was grave. However, my resolve is even stronger, Martin's. 2.5 hours later. Damn it. No wonder there's such a terrifying force, manipulating contestants from all over the world. Martin looked exhausted. I'm exhausted after digging graves all day. Now I've been staring at the message board for over 2 hours. He's almost at his limit. No, I've reached my limit. Qin Feng has reached his limit too. Now it's a test of willpower. I, Martin, will never admit defeat. Slap, slap, slap. Martin slapped himself 5 times in the back pocket. He instantly snapped back to reality. Then, 10 hours have passed. Damn it. 10 hours. You haven't replied yet. Martin's eyes were bloodshot, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Qin Feng, you're ruthless. French Martin, Qin Feng, you win. I, Martin, am ashamed of myself. Corn pitcher, name your price. Dee. A message notification tone sounded in the bedroom. Who messaged me so early in the morning? Qin Feng rubbed his eyes. I sat up in bed. Opened the panel. Huh, it's that corn pitcher guy. Did we win? Feeling inferior? Looking at the message sent by the other party. Qin Feng was completely bewildered. What is this kid up to? Could it be that they're plotting against me? Let him wait a little longer. Qin Feng squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrush. Emma got up too. The two brushed their teeth together outside the shelter. After brushing her teeth, the two of them wet their towels and wiped their faces. No way. There's no more bath water. We must conserve water. A water purifier is urgently needed. After washing up, Qin Feng and Emma sat down at the table. They started eating breakfast. This morning, the two of them had milk and hamburgers. Damn it. Qin Feng was enjoying his food with great relish. On the other side, still not replying? Qin Feng, you still haven't replied. French Martin is absolutely furious. He really couldn't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy. French Martin, Qin Feng. I, Martin, have admired very few people in my life. You are one. I don't want half the water. One price, give me 10 liters of water, and the Corn Pitcher's Handbook is yours. Chapter 131. Obtain the Corn Pitcher's Guide. Powerful effects. Dee. This guy sent another message? They repeatedly asked to make a deal. Qin Feng gradually realized this as well. Something might have happened to this guy. I desperately want to trade corn pitchers. You're in a hurry, aren't you? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Then I'm not sleepy anymore. Qin Feng, 1 liter of water for a corn pitcher's guide. Qin Feng directly negotiated the price, and it was a single decisive cut to the major artery. French Martin, Qin Feng, are you crazy? Trading a corn pitcher for a liter of water? That's absolutely impossible. Qin Feng, I have the Frost Archer, so the corn pitcher is dispensable to me. Even if I don't trade with you, I can dig it up myself later. Once I dig up the corn pitcher's encyclopedia entry, the one you have will be worthless. Qin Feng resorted to the same old trick. This trick never fails. There was silence on the other side for 2.5 minutes. I couldn't resist replying to the message. French Martin, 1 liter of water is absolutely impossible. It needs to be at least 9 liters. Otherwise, I'd rather leave the corn pitcher compendium rotting in my inventory than trade with you. All done. We've entered the price negotiation phase. Qin Feng knew, then, that things were going well. Even if the other party is stubborn, he also has plenty of ways to make the other party back down. Qin Feng, it's the height of summer now, so 1 liter of water is practically a life. The later it gets, the more valuable it becomes. At most 1.3 liters. French Martin, water is indeed precious. But it's not the late game yet. Also, the Corn Pitcher's Guide is equally precious. At least 8 liters. Qin Feng, 1.5 liters at most. French Martin, 7 liters. Qin Feng, 1.8. French Martin, 6. Qin Feng, 2. French Martin, 5. After a fierce and evenly matched round of bargaining, the two sides reach an agreement on a number. 2.5 liter water exchange, Corn Pitcher Guide. Mineral water, 2.5. Corn pitcher illustration, +1. Corn seeds, +50. The transaction is complete. My inventory now includes a corn encyclopedia entry and corn seeds. Qin Feng's mind raced. The Corn Pitcher Guide is now in your hands. View corn pitcher information. Plant guide, corn pitcher. Planting requirements. Burial soil +1 kernel of corn +4 points of fantasy value plus LV6 talent. Ripening time, 4 hours. Hint. This is corn modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it can be used to attack with hurled corn, and there's a 10% chance it will also throw butter, which can immobilize fantasy creatures for 2 seconds. Friendly reminder. Powerful fantasy creatures may have even stronger resistance to butter. A 10% chance to freeze the target for 2 seconds. Wow. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This effect is amazing. This means that for every 10 attacks, there will be a butter attack that immobilizes the creature for 2 seconds. In other words, as long as the corn thrower's attack speed reaches 5 shots per second, it can immobilize the fantasy creature indefinitely. The corn shooter's attack speed is not as fast as the pea shooter's, but it is still very possible to reach 5 shots per second. Use the corn pitcher guide. Qin Feng gave the order impatiently. The corn pitcher's guide in his hand turned into a white light. Integrate it into your talent. Instantly, the corn pitcher is now unlocked. Try planting one. Qin Feng made a flower pot. Then a kernel of corn was buried in the flower pot. A string of messages popped up. Plant, corn pitcher. Growing. Countdown 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Once the corn pitcher is mature, I'll find a fantasy creature to test it out. Are you planting corn pitchers? Emma, who was standing nearby, saw Qin Feng plant a corn cob. It immediately reminded me of corn pitchers. A few days ago, Qin Feng was selling the Level 1 shelter upgrade blueprints in the regional channel. I even asked for her opinion. Yes, it's the corn thrower. Similar to the pea shooter, it can throw corn to attack fantasy creatures, with a 10% chance of launching butter. For Emma, Qin Feng did not hide anything. He explained all the effects of the corn pitcher. Emma's eyes widened in surprise after hearing this. There's a 10% chance to throw butter. It can also freeze fantasy creatures for 2 seconds. Doesn't this mean that if a corn pitcher's attack speed reaches 5 shots per second, he can be indefinitely bound? Emma is very smart. I instantly realized how terrifying the corn pitcher was. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. Not bad. However, if the fantasy creature is powerful, the immobilization time might be reduced. Even so, the effect of the corn pitcher is still terrifying. In addition, even if the stun time is shortened, multiple corn pitchers can be used to attack simultaneously, stacking the stun time. Emma pondered. Also, both the pea shooter and the ice shooter are called shooters, while the corn shooter is called shooter. Does this mean that the corn shooter's attack is similar to a catapult and cannot be blocked by buildings in front of it? That's right. The corn pitcher's attack is indeed similar to that of a catapult. Qin Feng felt a pang of emotion. Emma, this girl is really smart. No wonder he awakened his magical talent. Emma said, I feel that the corn thrower is just as effective as the ice shooter, and may even be more advantageous in certain terrains. The two ate breakfast together. They were talking about the role of the corn pitcher. Meal times are now 10 minutes longer than usual. After breakfast, the two were also ready to start their day's work, digging up graves. Didi, Qin Feng had just stepped out of the shelter. A message notification sounded. French Martin, Qin Feng, I want to know, how did you manage to stay up for 10 hours last night? Martin had planned to go to sleep, but as soon as I lay down, my heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat. I was torn between the two options. I couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng, persist? No way. I slept for 10 hours last night. Did you sleep for 10 hours? Martin was waiting for Qin Feng's secret. Result. Did this guy sleep for 10 hours? In other words, he outwitted and outmaneuvered the air. So you wasted 10 hours of your time? I XXXXXX. You XXXXXX. Martin thought he could finally fall asleep after hearing Qin Feng's secret. Now, sleep? What the hell are you sleeping for? I'm not sleepy at all. Qin Feng must have gone to dig up graves. I'm going to dig up graves too. I absolutely cannot lose to him again. So, this guy stayed up for 10 hours? Qin Feng roughly understood as well. Why does this guy send those random messages? Then they proactively lowered the price. He dug up graves all day and stayed up for 10 hours straight. This guy's pretty tough. Didi, a message notification sound went off. French Martin, I lost this game, but I'll definitely beat you at digging up old posts today. Chapter 132. Obtain the Squash Encyclopedia. The corn pitcher is mature. Ugh, they're digging up graves? Qin Feng was starting to admire this guy. Digging up old posts plus staying up all night. It's been 24 hours in total. What if we encounter a high-level fantasy creature? Want to get all bruised and battered? Today, we're going there again. Emma's voice came to my ears. She once again divined the location of the blue treasure chest. It's in the same direction as yesterday's grave. However, it's further away than the burial mound area from yesterday. The two went there. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the divination area. No more nonsense. Just dig up the grave. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 brooms and 1 broom. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 5x Cannibal Hot and Sour Rice Noodles, classic flavor. 5x Cannibal Hot and Sour Rice Noodles, pea flavor. 5x Cannibal Hot and Sour Rice Noodles, spicy tribe flavor. And 5x Cannibal Hot and Sour Rice Noodles, vitality version flavor. Oh, hot and sour noodles. Not bad. Qin Feng really loves hot and sour noodles, especially when I get hungry while playing games at night. Come and have a bowl of fragrant hot and sour rice noodles. Absolutely amazing. Thinking of the deliciousness of hot and sour noodles, Qin Feng couldn't help but drool. Tonight we don't need to cook dinner, so I'll have a full meat feast for everyone, along with hot and sour noodles. Keep digging up the grave. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. The white treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have received 1 by 500 milliliters iodine solution, 100x cotton swabs, 10x bandages, and 20x plasters. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained the squash encyclopedia and 50 squashes. Oh, you're having a lucky day. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. I've actually found a squash encyclopedia. This is also a good plant. It's similar to cherry bomb in the game. It can be released instantly. Jump up and smash the zombie to death. A thought crossed my mind. The squash encyclopedia appears in the palm of your hand. View information. Plant squash. Planting requirements. Burial soil +1 squash +2 points of fantasy value plus LV7 talent. Maturity time. Immediately ripe. Hint. This is a mad scientist's modified squash. It will attack the first imaginary creature that approaches it, leaping up and slamming down, causing extremely high damage. Only 2 points of fantasy value are needed. If you're dealing with a single fantasy creature, using a squid is more cost-effective than a cherry bomb. Add the squash encyclopedia to your inventory. Emma handed him a bottle of iced cola. It's warmer today than yesterday. Emma wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yes. Qin Feng glanced at the high-temperature climate display on the panel. The temperature shown above is 39.5 degrees Celsius today, and it's still increasing. Tomorrow it will definitely be above 40 degrees Celsius. The demand for water will be greater, and the efficiency of digging graves will be even lower. Qin Feng took a big gulp of ice cola. To relieve the body's heat, he said. Moreover, with the temperature continuing to rise like this, cooling measures are necessary. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep at night. In the burial ground game, there is a dangerous trap. Ensuring good sleep quality is extremely important. Once the temperature reaches 40 degrees Celsius or above, it's almost impossible to fall asleep without cooling down. Qin Feng had a similar experience when he was a child. Power outages due to high summer temperatures. Lying in bed at night is pure torture. I feel sticky all over from sweating. Yes, Emma said, we must dig out useful resources as soon as possible. The two finished their cokes. Keep digging up the grave. At this moment, Qin Feng noticed that the corn pitcher in his inventory was almost ripe. Plant, corn pitcher. Growing up, countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The countdown has reached 0. The flower pot suddenly trembled slightly. The surface of the black soil is cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. A yellow thing popped out. It's the corn pitcher. Its shape is similar to that of an ancient catapult. The difference is, this is a corn-based version of a catapult. It consists of a yellow corn cob. The base also has green leaves. They look so cute. The corn pitcher is ready. Hurry up and send me a fantasy creature to try it out. Qin Feng was very eager to know how effective the corn pitcher's immobilization technique was. Is it really as he thinks? Unlimited clones. Keep digging up the grave. Qin Feng plans to dig up an unlucky zombie to test the corn pitcher. However, before he could even dig it out, hiss, a voice came from the gray fog ahead. That familiar voice. Qin Feng knew what it was even without looking. A gray fog rolled in. A pale-faced figure rushed out. Fantasy creatures. Blood slaves. Level 2. Aggression, 30. Defense, 30. Speed, 50. Hint, this is a fantastical creature created by humans. Originally, it was no different from ordinary fantastical creatures, but it was tainted by some extraordinary power and transformed into a blood slave. Its attributes were greatly enhanced, far exceeding level 2, and it's only one step away from level 3. Friendly reminder, when a blood slave appears, the extraordinary power behind it is not far off. Good timing. Qin Feng's mind raced. A potted version of the corn pitcher has appeared in your hand. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The corn pitcher aimed at the blood slave. The attack has begun. One kernel of corn after another was thrown out. It traces a parabola in the air. Then it landed precisely on the blood slave. In no time at all, fist-sized craters appeared on the blood slave's body. But this level of injury isn't enough to kill the blood slave. Hiss! The blood slave charged wildly toward Qin Feng. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. What's that strange thing in that Chinese kid's hand? Another new plant? It's a new plant. I've never seen this strange thing used by this Chinese kid before. This kid's new plant seems to have very weak attack power. Look, each attack only leaves a small hole. It feels about the same as his first pea shooter. It's not just about the same. It's worse than that kid's pea shooter. I did the math. This kid's new plant's attack speed is far slower than the pea shooter. Only half the pea shooters. Wow. This kid's ice shooter even has a slowing effect. This new plant is a complete mess. Ha ha ha. I told you so. This kid's talent is only strong in the early game, but his skill ceiling is very low. Look, his level has increased, but his plants are even worse. This kid didn't pick Frost Archer, but instead pulled out this trash plant that can't stop blood slaves at all. He's asking for death. People from all over the world are watching the projection. Qin Feng had a new plant in his hand. They were all extremely distressed. Is this never going to end? However, after they saw the destructive power of the new plant, a group of people had a blast. That's it. Garbage. Last time, it was because the Frost Archer and the Pea Shooter looked similar. They misjudged him. You're celebrating too soon. After the Frost Archer attacked, they were thoroughly humiliated. This time, the new plant has already attacked. There's absolutely no way I could be wrong again. Chapter 133, The Corn Pitcher. Unlimited clones. The corn pitcher's attack continues. But, unable to stop the blood slaves. The blood slave was less than 3 meters away from Qin Feng. Qin Feng could even smell the foul stench emanating from the blood slave's mouth. Wow, corn pitcher, are you even capable? Qin Feng was starting to have doubts. I'm ready to summon the wall of nuts at any moment. Just then, a lump of something different from the previous ones was thrown out by the corn pitcher. With a snap, a yellowish substance was smeared on the blood slave's pale forehead. At first, it was just a lump the size of a fist. But the moment they touched the blood slave's skin, it quickly melts into a yellow, sticky liquid. The blood slave's entire head was completely covered in butter. The blood slave's advance suddenly came to a halt. Freeze! It's done. Looking at the motionless blood slave, Qin Feng was extremely excited. This effect is much better than slowing down. And on the head of this blood slave, a message also popped up. Freeze 2S. Why did this blood slave suddenly stop moving? Impossible. What happened? What did this Chinese kid do? Shit. It seems like it was that kid's new plant that threw out some yellow stuff which stopped the blood slave. Can this junk plant freeze fantasy creatures? People all over the world are in an uproar. What kind of incredible effect is this? Ash's slow effect is already insane enough. Now, there's another plant that can freeze people in place. Are you kidding me? Freeze 2s. Freeze 1 second. Freeze 0s. The immobilization effect has ended. Hiss. The blood slaves regained their mobility. They charged at Qin Feng once more. However, the corn pitcher during the time the blood slave is immobilized. They attacked nearly 10 more times. Before the blood slave could even leave the spot, another yellow blob traced a sticky arc in the air. It slammed down on the blood slave's head. The blood slave is immobilized once again. Freeze 2s. Another wave of corn attacks. Blood slaves can only stand there and take the beatings. This time, it couldn't withstand this immobilization period. He was killed instantly by the corn pitcher. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Fantasy value plus 40. The corn pitcher is really strong. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Blood slaves were completely powerless against the corn pitcher. Once the corn pitcher throws out butter, it can only stand there as punishment. Previously, I used Frost Archer to deal with blood slave. We need to pull it a little further. Now we could just stand there and fight. The corn pitcher is really effective. Emma sighed. She witnessed the corn pitcher's attack the entire time. Absolutely unbeatable. That's really strong. Qin Feng's mind raced. 2 potted corn pitchers appeared in my hand. He handed it to Emma. Give. Since Emma is in charge of predicting the blue treasure chest, He was naturally responsible for protecting Emma's safety. Immediately, Qin Feng then gave each group member 2 corn stalks. Because Vivi's combat strength is relatively low, Qin Feng doubled her pay immediately. The group chat became lively because of Qin Feng's gift. Baowa, corn pitcher? Qin Feng, is this your new plant? Qin Feng, not bad. Throw corn as an attack, and there's a certain probability of throwing butter as well. Qin Feng explained the effectiveness of the corn pitcher in the group chat, and they even revealed the story of the corn pitcher standing and fighting the blood slave. The group members were shocked. Wow, isn't this like having unlimited clones? Brother Qin Feng, your new plant is amazing. Qin Feng, haha, the corn cannon is indeed quite powerful. But you should be careful. The immobilization effect on powerful fantasy creatures may be shortened, so you can use several corn cannons to attack at the same time. Qin, this effect is incredible. It can completely immobilize level 2 fantasy creatures. Yeah, I can't wait to find a fantasy creature to try it out. I chatted with the group members for a little while. Qin Feng closed the group chat. Keep digging up the grave. Meanwhile, Wei, Qin, and Baowa started using corn pitchers. Roar. A roar came from the yellow treasure chest. A helmeted zombie rushed out. Wei remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. A corn pitcher appears in each of the left and right hands. One kernel of corn at a time was thrown out. The probability of getting butter is 10, which is equivalent to getting 1 piece of butter out of 10 pieces of corn. 2 corn pitchers attack simultaneously. That's equivalent to 2 out of 10 ears of corn being butter. With a snap, a pat of butter was thrown out and smeared all over the helmeted zombie's head. Freeze, twos. Freeze 1 second. Snap. Before the immobilization was even over, another corn pitcher also threw out a lump of butter. Freeze, twos. With a combined output of 2 corn pitchers, the helmeted zombie turned into a pile of minced meat. From beginning to end, the helmeted zombie only took a few steps. That is, the few steps you take when you step out of the yellow treasure chest. The corn pitcher that Brother Qin Feng gave me is amazing, Vivi exclaimed in surprise. The same scene. It also happened at Baowa and Qin's place. The 2 used corn pitchers to directly defeat the fantasy creatures. Cool. That was awesome. The people of all nations on Earth have broken down. I'm numb. This kid's new plant can transform into a fantasy creature indefinitely? Impossible, this is a plant? What kind of plant has such incredible effects? This kid's talent is questionable. Absolutely questionable. Why would such a plant exist? Shit. The worst part is, he distributed the plants to the other 3 Chinese contestants. Their combat power has increased again. How are they supposed to compete now? Chapter 1, 34 Beer Barbecue. Flying fantasy creatures? The corn pitcher has arrived. This has caused a huge uproar on Earth. The people of all the worlds on Earth are furious. And in the game of burial, it's going to be a hit soon too. Temperature 39.8 degrees. It was clearly a dark world shrouded in gray fog. Logically speaking, it should be terrifying and gloomy. However, under extreme high temperatures, the dark burial ground became unbearably hot. Qin Feng and Emma dug the grave in temperatures approaching 40 degrees Celsius. The 2 of them would take a break after working for about an hour. Replenish fluids. I've dug up 15. How many have you dug up? Qin Feng asked while drinking mineral water. I drank too many beverages. My mouth feels sweet. I absolutely need to drink some mineral water. I dug up 14. Let's dig until we have 20 people who are ready to leave work. Good. After drinking the water, the 2 continued. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 10 banana leaf fans and 5 paper fans. Wow, this is pretty good. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Although it's manual, but still a cooling tool. A thought crossed my mind. A paper fan appeared in his hand. With a snap, Qin Feng opened the paper fan. Shake it gently a few times. A gentle breeze drifted by. It instantly dispelled the sweltering heat surrounding Qin Feng. It carried a slight chill, like a mountain spring flowing over the skin. This caused a layer of fine goosebumps to appear on Qin Feng's hot skin. Oh, that feels so good. Qin Feng sighed. At the same time, he gave Emma a paper fan. Emma also imitated Qin Feng by waving her paper fan. A gentle breeze stirred the strands of golden hair. The fine sweat on my face evaporated. It took away the heat. It's so cool. Emma squinted, thoroughly enjoying herself. Qin Feng then took out the banana leaf fan and tried it out. After comparison, he felt that using the banana leaf fan was more comfortable. Strong wind, awesome. Emma chose a paper fan. The main reason is that paper fans are more attractive. There are also landscape paintings on it. It suits Emma's taste perfectly. He left behind a banana leaf fan and a paper fan. Qin Feng then gifted one to each of the group members. As expected, there are two girls, Wei Wei and Qin. They all chose paper fans. Baogua is the same as Qin Feng. I chose the banana leaf fan. The remaining fans. Qin Feng listed it for sale directly on the regional channel. In this high-temperature climate, there were no electrical appliances to cool it down. Fans are still very popular. Soon after, someone contacted Qin Feng to make a deal. But the bids weren't very high, because many people can make their own fans. Final. 10 fans were exchanged for more than 100 pieces of wood. Good. The items from the white treasure chest can be exchanged for over 100 pieces of wood. Qin Feng was already very satisfied. I glanced at the panel. We've accumulated 800 pieces of wood. We only need 200 more to meet the requirements for upgrading our shelter. Qin Feng was really looking forward to upgrading the shelter. Upgrading your shelter not only increases its defensive capabilities, it can also increase the number of rooms. If there's an extra kitchen or toilet, that would make cooking and using the toilet much more convenient. The living room won't smell of smoke all the time. You no longer need to go outside to use the restroom. If there is an extra bedroom, this is perfect for Emma to use. After all, it's not very convenient to always have the other person sleep in the living room. Qin, look what I've dug up. At this moment, Emma's voice came to my ears. Is this a grill? Qin Feng looked at the large iron frame in front of him and the pile of iron skewers on it. My eyes lit up. This is good stuff. We can use it for barbecue tonight. It's been so long since I've had barbecue. Back when I was in school, in the summer evenings, he often went to the food stalls outside the school with his roommates to order some barbecue. Some more beer, please. I was so happy. The burial site is currently in a hot climate. It corresponds to summer. It's the perfect season for barbecue. And these two. Emma took out a bunch of bottles and jars from her inventory. Qin Feng looked over. Pepper powder, chili powder, cumin powder, mustard powder. This barbecue has all the necessary ingredients. Just thinking about the taste of grilled meat with these ingredients. Qin Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Excellent. With these seasonings, your barbecue tonight will be so delicious it'll make your tongue fall off. Emma heard last night that Qin Feng was going to use meat to make barbecue. She was also incredibly curious about the taste of barbecue. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony with Emma. They immediately put away the grill and ingredients. The two continued digging the grave. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained 150 wood, 30 stone, 20 iron, 10 glass, and 10 plastic. We got the materials. Good. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This yellow material chest was opened. That should be enough wood to upgrade your shelter. But we didn't find any water today. Qin Feng was depressed. The temperature is high. That's one thing. Is the drop rate of water even lower? Are you kidding me? Stop causing trouble. Give me some water. I'll trade 10 years of the lifespan of any contestant from White Elephant Kingdom for it. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 6 by 250 milliliters Tsingtao beer and 6 by 200 milliliters Rio cocktails. Wow, not bad. We got the wine. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. Beer and barbecue. Absolutely amazing. Those guys from White Elephant Kingdom actually have quite a long lifespan. Dig up the last one. Qin Feng planned to finish digging the last grave and in today's grave digging work. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sudden, strange sounds emanated from the gray fog. The voice is somewhat similar to that of the blood rat. If Qin Feng hadn't already slaughtered all the blood rats and even killed the blood rat's boss, Qin Feng genuinely believed it was an attack by the blood rats. There's movement. Emma has a corn pitcher in her hand. Qin Feng was the same. They cautiously surveyed the surrounding gray fog. We are just waiting for the appearance of the free-roaming fantasy creatures. He opened fire immediately. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The strange sound rang out again. This time the sound was even louder than before. Obviously, the owner of the voice is getting closer. However, a strange thing happened. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The strange sound grew louder and louder. Yet no free-roaming creature emerged from the gray fog. Something's not right. Qin Feng frowned. The sound was very soft at first, and I thought it was because the sound of this unknown fantasy creature was naturally soft. But now the sound is getting louder and louder, and it is dozens of times louder than it was at the beginning. This means that the other party was very far away from us at the beginning. Also, given that they traversed such a long distance in such a short time, there is one possibility. Emma also had some guesses. You mean? Qin Feng nodded and said seriously. Flying fantasy creatures. Chapter 135, Bloodbath Attack. I got bitten. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Qin Feng had barely finished speaking. The nearby gray fog suddenly surged. It was as if something was about to burst out of the gray fog. The next moment, one after another, dark figures rushed out of the gray mist. Unlike the fantastical creatures we encountered before, these dark figures all flew out of the gray mist. As expected, it's a flying fantasy creature. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, his expression solemn. Fist-sized black shadows hovered in the air. These dark figures let out a sharp cry, like a bunch of sharp steel needles. It pierced straight into the eardrum. These strange sounds possessed an indescribable penetrating power. It seems to be able to drill directly into the depths of a person's brain. It's making people uneasy. Fantasy creature, bloodbath. Level 1. Aggression, 15. Defense, 15. Flight speed, 100. Warning. These are a group of bats imagined by humans, highly aggressive, but transformed into bloodbaths by some extraordinary force. Their attributes have been greatly enhanced, and their cries are extremely unsettling. Friendly reminder. Bloodbaths may carry various viruses. Never get bitten, or you will regret it. Also, be careful when bloodbaths appear, as they may be backed by extraordinary forces. Bloodbaths, flying at 100 kilometers per hour, carrying a virus. Qin Feng looked at the information on the panel. My head hurts. It can fly, that's fine. It also carries a virus. How do you play this? Emma, standing nearby, tried to aim at the dark figure in the air with her corn pitcher. However, these bloodbaths are moving incredibly fast. Add to that the gray tones of the burial ground world. It's difficult to even see where these guys are. Not to mention locking onto these guys. No, I can't aim at these guys. Emma tried a few times. All attempts were fruitless. Qin Feng also tried it. The result was the same. We can't lock onto these guys at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the bloodbath, which had been spinning in the air, also locked onto the two people below. It swooped down directly toward the two of them. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Take advantage of the enemy's dive. Qin Feng once again aimed his frost archer at the bloodbath. This time, finally, some results have been achieved. Some of the bloodbaths were hit by ice peas. Movement speed, -50. Attack speed, -50. Qin Feng aimed his corn pitcher at the slowed-down bloodbath with his other hand. Dealing with these bats, whose movement speed has been reduced by half, is much easier. Qin Feng aimed with a corn pitcher. Da. Corn pitcher attacks. One kernel of corn after another was thrown out, landing on the bloodbaths. The 10-point immobilization effect has been triggered. The swooping motion of a bloodbath abruptly stopped. It plummeted straight down to the ground. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng quickly fired a follow-up shot. The frost archer and corn thrower in his hands were all aimed at the bloodbaths on the ground. Puff. These bloodbaths fly very fast, but it's just a level 1 fantasy creature. Under the combined fire of the ice shooter and the corn shooter, it was quickly torn to shreds. Fantasy value +15. Emma, standing to the side, also imitated Qin Feng's mannerisms. One hand held an ice archer that slows down bloodbaths. With his other hand, he used a corn-shaped pitcher to attack the slowed-down bloodbath. The bloodbath was successfully shot down, but the two were shot down too slowly. It took a lot of effort to kill just two. The remaining bloodbaths didn't give the two much time at all. In the blink of an eye, the bloodbaths had already swarmed above the two of them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp cry pierced my ears. A dozen or so bloodbaths circled around the two of them. Then, suddenly, he launched an attack on the two of them. I'm out of here. Qin Feng quickly used his dodge ability. At the same time, used the frost archer to sweep the surrounding area. But, in this situation, hitting a bloodbath is too difficult. In addition, his flashbang wasn't very effective either. Wow! Qin Feng suddenly felt a jolt in his back. A bloodbat attacked his back. But, fortunately, he was wearing paper armor. Bloodbats attacked the paper armor. It didn't cause him any harm. However, paper armor can protect your chest and back, but it can't protect areas like the head and neck. Hiss! A sudden pain shot through my neck. Broken. We won the bid. Qin Feng's expression changed. He hadn't forgotten the description of these bloodbats. It carries a virus. I am impressed. Isn't this going to kill him? Qin Feng was furious. However, this is just the beginning. Next, I feel pain in my neck from time to time. The same goes for the ankles. They were being attacked relentlessly by these bloodbats. Emma and Qin Feng, who were standing to the side, were in no better shape than Qin Feng. My neck is all red from being bitten. The two of them were in a flurry of activity. I've been playing the burial grounds game for so long. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever been so disheveled. Ha ha ha, what a powerful bat. This Chinese kid got bitten. People from all over the world watched the projected images. Everyone got excited. They were already upset because of the corn pitcher's incredible stun effect. Qin Feng seems to be invincible. Result: the surprise came so quickly. The invincible young man from China just a second ago. The next second. Are you injured? What is a surprise? These bats are flying too fast. The plant from Huaxia kid simply can't lock onto them. Goodbye. This is outrageous. This young Chinese man's plants have met their match. He's completely helpless against these bats. He can only watch helplessly as they tear him apart. Nice. This Chinese kid isn't going to die in the mouths of these bats, is he? Ha ha. Ha ha. I don't think this kid will survive. I knew it was impossible for him to have such invincible talent. This Chinese kid's talent flaw has become apparent. He's afraid of flying fantasy creatures. Ha ha ha. Emma, this is the price you pay for betraying my British Empire. You liked following this Chinese brat, didn't you? Well, you'll be buried with him. This won't do. Qin Feng attempted to attack multiple times. Keep aiming at these bloodbats with ice shooter and corn shooter. But these bloodbats fly and change direction too fast. Frost archer and corn shooter are too inefficient against these flying fantasy creatures. He'll kill these bloodbats later. He figured he was going to be bitten to death by these bloodbats. We need to think of other ways. Qin Feng's brain was working at lightning speed. Potato mines and cherry bombs are also rarely useful. Needless to say, the pea shooter is even more amazing. That's all. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. A thought crossed my mind. Chapter 136, A Narrow Victory. Electrical components? Several potted plants appeared at my feet. Green light emanated from the tops of several plants. It turned a small area around the house green. Good. It's a sunflower. This is Qin Feng's plan. Since it's difficult to attack these bloodbats proactively, then let's adopt a passive attack strategy. As long as these bloodbats get close, that would put you within the area illuminated by the sunflower's light. Attacked by sunflowers, if you don't get close. That way, they can't attack him and Emma. This can be called the first open conspiracy in the burial ground. No solution. Come on, let's hurt each other. Let's see who gets hurt first. Since the frost archer and corn shooter are not very effective, Qin Feng simply put the two plants away. They abandoned the attack. A banana leaf fan appeared in his hand. Activate defense mode. Stop these bloodbats from attacking. Emma, let's stick together. Good. Emma and Qin Feng stood back to back. Just like Qin Feng, the plants were put away. A paper fan appeared in his hand. Defend against these bat attacks. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. A string of messages popped up from the bloodbat. There are sunflowers. These bloodbats aren't having as much fun as before. While attacking Qin Feng and Emma, they also paid a price. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bloodbat, enveloped in the sunflower's green light, instantly let out a shrill scream. The once agile flight path became chaotic. The green light resembled a demonic flame carrying a scorching power. The instant I touched the bloodbat, their black fur quickly curled and charred. Wisps of black smoke rose into the air. It emitted a pungent, burnt smell. These guys' flight speed has been affected. As the sunflower continues to suffer damage, the bloodbats surrounding Qin Feng and Emma slowed down. Their aggression isn't as strong as it used to be. Qin Feng seized the opportunity. Pull out the frost archer. Let's start kicking a dog when it's down. I'll shoot you sons of bitches to pieces. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One after another, ice peas are fired. Finally, we were able to hit those speed-limited blood bats. Movement speed minus 50%. Attack speed minus 50%. Once hit by an ice pea. Added frost effect. These blood bats became Qin Feng's targets. Bang! A blood bat suddenly crashed to the ground. He died at the hands of the frost archer. Fantasy value plus 15. Emma, standing nearby, was also using the frost archer to deal damage. A blood bat died at Emma's hands. The sunflowers at our feet are also continuously generating power. Health minus 1. Health minus 1. Soon, like dominoes, one by one, blood bats fell from the sky. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value prompts keep appearing. It didn't stop until more than 10 times. The piercing sound disappeared. Finally, there was peace and quiet around me. More than a dozen charred bloodbat corpses lay on the ground. Phew! Finally, those guys are dead. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's enough for today. Let's stop digging and head back to the shelter. These bats are like rats. They're all social creatures. Who knows how many more will follow? If there are a few more attacks, he really couldn't take it anymore. My neck and ankles have been bitten by these blood bats countless times. It hurts like fire. More importantly, these blood bats also carry viruses. We must go back and deal with this right away. Good. Emma, of course, wouldn't refuse. The two ran towards the shelter. Fortunately, there were no bloodbat attacks on the way back. This Chinese kid actually survived. He wasn't bitten to death. Shit, this kid's incredibly lucky. He even has a sunflower that can attack these bats. It's impossible. How come those bats didn't kill the kid? People from all over the world watched Qin Feng return to the shelter. They were all incredibly disappointed. They were all prepared for Qin Feng's wrath today. So the kid is fine again? In other words, my pants are all off. You gave me this? Don't be too disappointed. It's too early to say that this young Chinese man survived. Oh, what does that mean? Explain. I am a historian. Ancient texts from over 100 years ago record that bats carry various viruses. This kid was bitten by a bat. Although the injury wasn't serious, who knows how many viruses have already entered his body, he might suddenly kick the bucket. Furthermore, bats, like rats, are social animals. Since bats have appeared, there will inevitably be more. This time, only a dozen or so have already made this Chinese kid so miserable. If dozens, hundreds, or even thousands more come, will this kid still survive? Even ordinary bats carry viruses. The viruses carried by the bats in these burial mounds must be even more terrifying. This Chinese kid is doomed. Wow, I can't wait to see this kid get killed by the virus. At the same time, Qin Feng encountered the bloodbat. At the same time, it suffered a severe blow. Burial grounds game, within the territory of French Martin. So sleepy. I'm so sleepy. Martin stayed up too late. In addition, we spent nearly 10 hours digging up graves today. My body was swaying precariously. She looks like she might faint at any moment. No, Qin Feng is digging up graves too. I will persevere. With a clang, the hoe bounced up. A ray of blue light shines through the soil. Blue treasure chest. Ha ha ha. I found a blue treasure chest. Martin was overjoyed. I feel more energetic now. Open the treasure chest quickly. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have obtained one electrical component. Electrical components. Martin was taken aback. Then came ecstasy. The surprise came way too suddenly. Ha ha ha. I found the electrical components. Qin Feng, I've delivered exactly what you needed. This time, I will never sell it to you at a low price again. You're destined to share half of your water with me. Ha ha ha. Martin was so excited that he danced around. Nothing was found. The soil beneath my feet surged. It was as if something was about to burst forth from the ground. The next moment, a little head popped out of the soil. If it were a normal time, Martin will notice this commotion. However, due to staying up too late for too long, my senses have all decreased. In addition, the electrical components were overly excited. Martin was completely unaware of the abnormality beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the creature beneath their feet, with its bean-sized eyes, looked around. It finally landed on Martin's ankle. Immediately afterwards, take a bite. A scream echoed through the gray fog. Martin looked down at his feet. A creature covered in scales suddenly appeared. Fantasy creature, mutant pangolin. Level 1. Aggression, 15. Defense, 15. Speed, 10. Hint: this is a pangolin created by humans. Friendly reminder: This mutated pangolin has very low stats, but be aware that it may carry various viruses. A level 1 fantasy creature dares to ambush me? Martin was furious. I took direct action and turned this pangolin into a fantasy value. Qin Feng. Haha. I wonder what your expression will be when you see the electronic components in my hand. I'm really looking forward to it. Martin went straight back to the shelter. As for the bite on my foot, it's just a minor injury. We've been digging up this grave for so long. He also managed to find some anti-inflammatory drugs. As for the possibility that pangolins may carry viruses, excuse me, didn't notice. Chapter 137 Vivi makes a great contribution. Type 1 virus inhibitor. It took 10 minutes. Qin Feng and Emma returned to the shelter. Phew, we're safe. The two sat on Emma's bed. First of all, the two checked each other's wounds. Qin Feng brushed aside Emma's blonde hair. Emma's long, slender neck was revealed. Her neck was usually snow white. Today it turned red. There are also bleeding points on it. Blood is constantly seeping out. A black bottle appeared in Qin Feng's hand. This is the iodine solution that was dug up today. I rinsed the bite wound on Emma's neck with iodine solution, then apply an anti-inflammatory ointment. Completed. Emma also helped Qin Feng deal with it. There were quite a few wounds, but it wasn't a big problem. The key issue was the virus carried by these bloodbaths. Emma said, "Let me do a divination." A moment later, divination complete. How about it? Qin Feng inquired. But, seeing Emma's solemn expression, he's already guessed most of it, and Emma did as he expected. A tragic result has been announced. These bloodbaths carry multiple viruses, including rabies. Without treatment, we might not survive more than 3 days. Holy crap, that's ruthless. Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. 3 days? This is leaving them no way out. Now that things have come to this, there's only one way. Qin Feng's expression hardened. What method? Emma asked curiously. Qin Feng, calling for medics. Open the panel. Qin Feng clicked on a profile picture. Qin Feng, Wei, can your medical talent now treat viral infections? Didi, soon. The message has been replied to. Vivi, sure. My talent level reached LV5 a few days ago, and now I can make type 1 virus inhibitors, which can kill some low-level viruses. Qin Feng, good. Very good. Excellent. Fantastic. Wei, brother Qin Feng, what's wrong? Did you get infected with the virus? Qin Feng, yes. I was bitten by a bloodbath. Qin Feng briefly recounted what had happened that day to Wei, even though he downplayed it. But Wei was still very worried after hearing this. Wei, brother Qin Feng, this is too dangerous. Group member Vivi is gifting you 5 type 1 virus inhibitors. Qin Feng, 5 bottles? Wei, that's too many. Wei, brother Qin Feng, bloodbaths might appear again. Take a few more bottles in case I miss your message. This girl is so thoughtful. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. My heart feels warm. A thought crossed my mind. 5 small, exquisite potions appeared out of thin air in my hand. Type 1 virus inhibitors are packaged in specially designed transparent ampoules. The bottle has a slender, streamlined shape, about the thickness of an index finger. Its length is no more than a palm's width. It contains a light blue liquid, clear and transparent. Qin Feng checked the information. Item, type 1 virus inhibitor. Specification, 10 milliliters. Synthesis material, fantasy value x50. Mechanism of action. Type 1 viral inhibitors work by blocking the binding of the virus to receptors on the surface of host cells, thus inhibiting viral adhesion to cells and preventing viral replication. Note, type 1 viral inhibitors can treat a range of low-level viruses, such as rabies and influenza, but more potent viruses require more advanced viral inhibitors. It can treat rabies virus. That's it. Qin Feng handed Emma a reagent. Here you go. Virus inhibitor. Emma took the reagent. After reviewing the information, I remarked, "It's so great to have a friend in the group with medical talent." Just a second ago, she was worried about the virus infection. The next second, the antidote is here. Ha, absolutely. Qin Feng laughed. Vivi's talent is only lacking in combat, but her role is indispensable. Emma nodded. As the game progresses, various terrifying fantasy creatures will appear and all sorts of bizarre attack methods will emerge. Once injured, it will be difficult to recover, and Vivi's medical talent will become increasingly important. The two open the bottle cap. Drink the entire solution in the reagent. A cool and refreshing feeling. It's no different from bottled water. The medicine has entered the stomach. After taking a type I viral suppressant, the virus has been eliminated from my body. There are more hints? Qin Feng was surprised. This reagent is something else. A notification sound rang out. Qin Feng felt much refreshed. The effect is amazing. Emma took the reagent. A notification also appeared. The virus in my body was completely cleared. Now that the virus is gone, let's start cooking. Qin Feng's mind raced. All the various meats that Baoguo gave us yesterday are now on the table. Then, Emma also took the grill and skewers she dug out from her inventory and placed them in the living room. Qin Feng first took out a small portion of each type of meat. Cut it into even small pieces. Emma, you skewer the meat. I'll cook it. Qin Feng assigned the task. Good. Emma obediently picked up the metal skewers and began skewering the meat one by one. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the other meats on the table. As for the dishes I'm going to make today, he had already made a plan. Chicken can. Chapter 138, A Feast of All Meat. Chicken is used to make kung pao chicken. There were some vegetables and radishes left over from before. My inventory also contains peanuts that I got from the blood rat's lair. All the ingredients for kung pao chicken are ready. Qin Feng looked at the other meats. For beef, you can make a beef stew with potatoes. Let's make a clear stewed mutton. Steamed fish. Let's make twice-cooked pork with pork. The menu has been finalized. Qin Feng started cooking. Ignition. Take off pui. Spit out the cooking pot. Wait for the pot to heat up. Pour the salad oil into the pot. Heat the oil and add the diced chicken. Sizzle, sizzle. Chicken meets hot oil. The surface quickly turns golden brown. As if kissed by the sun. It radiates a captivating glow. A rich and mellow aroma of meat filled the air. Qin Feng flicked his wrist slightly. He skillfully stir-fried the chicken. Ensure that each piece is heated evenly, until both sides are a perfect golden yellow. He then used a spatula to scoop the chicken out of the pot. Set aside for later use. Leave some oil in the pan. Add scallions, ginger, and garlic and sauté until fragrant. Spicy and savory flavors intertwine. This creates a richer, more complex aroma. It's impacting my nasal cavity. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng poured the prepared peanuts into the pot. Stir-fry quickly for a few seconds. Coat the peanuts with a layer of oily sheen. This makes its aroma even richer and more mellow. He then added the diced carrots and greens in turn. These brightly colored vegetables are jumping and tumbling in the pot. It complements the peanuts perfectly. It instantly added a touch of life and vibrancy to the dish. The vegetables gradually soften under high temperature, releasing their own sweetness, which blends perfectly with the lingering aroma of meat. At this moment, Qin Feng put the previously stir-fried chicken back into the pot. Add the prepared sauce. It slowly flows into the pot along the spatula. It instantly coats every piece of food. Give them an alluring coat. Stir-fry. The rich aroma of the sauce became even more intense. The aroma of sweet, sour, salty, and savory filling the air. Not long after, a delicious and visually appealing kung pao chicken dish is ready to be served. It smells so good. Emma looked at the finished dishes on the table. Each piece of chicken is tender and juicy, coated with a bright red sauce. The diced vegetables are fresh, tender, and sweet, intertwining to create a mouth-watering culinary scene. Qin Feng said, "Try it and see." Good. Emma took out a spoon. I gently scooped up a spoonful and put it in my mouth. A rich aroma filled the air. The chicken was tender and smooth, and the vegetables and diced carrots were crisp. Emma's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Tasty. My culinary skills have been recognized. Qin Feng remained calm, but the curve of his lips was even harder to suppress than AK. Keep cooking. The second one, beef stew with potatoes. The third one, stewed mutton. The fourth one, steamed fish. The fifth one, twice-cooked pork. While cooking, Qin Feng also taught Emma how to grill skewers. For example, chicken should be 3 parts chicken, lamb 5 parts lamb, and beef 7 parts beef, which is just right. With each flip and sprinkle of seasoning, the aroma gradually wafts out. Turn left 3 times, turn right 3 times, 9 shallow turns and 1 deep turn. Under Qin Feng's tutelage, Emma's baking looks pretty good too. Each meat skewer has a golden hue. The surface has a shiny, oily sheen. All right, Qin Feng placed 5 meat dishes on the table. Kung Pu Shiken, beef stew with potatoes, stewed mutton, steamed fish, twice cooked pork. Each dish has its own unique flavor. It looks so appetizing. Emma, who was standing nearby, also brought some grilled meat skewers to the table. A plate appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Let's divide these dishes into several portions. Good. The two worked together. They quickly divided the food on the table into 3 portions. Complementary dishes include Kung Pao Chicken X1, beef stew with potatoes X1, stewed lamb X1, steamed fish X1, twice cooked pork X1, and barbecue X6. Complementary dishes include 1 serving of Gong Bao chicken, 1 serving of beef stew with potatoes, 1 serving of stewed lamb, 1 serving of steamed fish, 1 serving of twice cooked pork, and 6 servings of barbecue. Complementary dishes include Kung Pao Chicken X1, beef stew with potatoes X1, stewed lamb X1, steamed fish X1, twice cooked pork X1, and barbecue X6. Qin Feng gave 1 to each group member. At the same time, in a group chat, what? Brother Qin Feng was bitten by a bat and infected with a virus? Baowa, is Brother Qin Feng all right? Wei, Brother Qin Feng took a virus suppressant and is fine now. Baowa, haha, it's good that you're all right. All thanks to your talent. Wei. I'll have Brother Qin Feng get you some big meat skewers tonight. Wei, hee. I wonder if Brother Qin Feng has finished making it yet. Qin, it should be soon. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically. I'm really looking forward to the delicious food coming up. Just then, group member Qin Feng is gifting you Kung Pao Chicken X1, beef stew with potatoes X1, stewed lamb X1, steamed fish X1, twice cooked pork X1, and barbecue X6. Wei, Qin, and Baowa all received gifts from Qin Feng. The 3 of them quickly took the dishes out of their inventory. The rich and mellow aroma of meat instantly filled the air, penetrating right into your nostrils. Wow. Wei immediately took a liking to the stewed mutton. Take out a spoon, scoop up some soup, and put it in your mouth. Instantly, the rich and savory flavor explodes on your taste buds instantly. The milky white broth looked like a carefully brewed elixir, silky smooth and creamy on the palate. The tender, natural flavor of the lamb is complemented by a subtle aroma of spices. It slid down my throat. It warms my heart. Delicious. Vivi narrowed her eyes. Baowa and Qin couldn't wait to try the dishes. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Qin Feng, it's ready. Everyone's been waiting long, haven't you? Ha. Baowa, ha. It's not late. Good food is worth the wait. Brother Qin Feng, your cooking is amazing. Qin, yes. This twice-cooked pork is so delicious. I can't stop eating it. Wei, yes. The mutton soup is so delicious. Brother Qin Feng, your cooking is really good. The group members were incredibly generous with their praise. Qin Feng then gave the wine he had dug up that day to the group members. Vivi and Qin chose Rio cocktails. Baogu beer. If there were no plans from Qin Feng, the group members definitely wouldn't dare drink alcohol during the burial ground game. But now, they had a bunch of plants that Qin Feng had given them. Potato mines were planted all over the outside of the shelter. There's absolutely no need to worry about fantasy creatures attacking you. Cheers! Qin Feng raised the beer in his hand. In the other 3 shelters in the burial ground, Wei, Qin, and Baowa also raised their glasses. Come on, let's do it together. Qin Feng looked at Emma beside him. He raised his wine glass towards Emma. Emma was taken aback. A moment later, a barely perceptible smile curved his lips as he said earnestly, Qin, cheers. Clang. The glasses clink. The feast begins. Qin Feng and the group members were not together, but the connection can be found through group chats and the same food and wine. It was as if we were face to face. This scene was also witnessed by people from all over the world. They watched as Qin Feng and his companions ate several kinds of meat dishes. And there's the legendary barbecue with beer. Their eyes turned green with envy. They don't even have enough to eat. These Chinese guys are so extravagant. Brute. That's outrageous. Chapter 139 Electrical Components appear. Why do these Chinese guys eat so well? I'm not having it. Unbelievable. These guys actually dared to drink. I curse them to be attacked by fantasy creatures tonight. They'll be bitten to death. Qin Feng is clearly infected with the virus. Why isn't it killing him? That little wench with the medical talent is such a jerk. That idiot Kamra from White Elephant Kingdom. If he could win that wench over, Qin Feng would be dead for sure. Curry. You little Sakura dare to talk about my great white elephant? If it weren't for that idiot Nigiri Chiro from your little Sakura giving Qin Feng the cherry bomb illustration, Qin Feng would have been killed by those blood rats long ago. If Qin Feng had been killed by the blood rats, my White Elephant Kingdom's camera would definitely have been able to subdue that little Chinese girl. You bastard from White Elephant Kingdom, you're asking for death. Curry curry. Little Sakura, if you dare come to my White Elephant Kingdom, I'll make sure you never leave. Shit, stop arguing. This Chinese kid's good days are numbered. Oh, what do you mean? Explain in detail. Remember what I said before? Bats are social animals, and there must be many bats in the area where that kid is. Once he goes out to dig up graves, he will definitely be attacked by a large number of bats. At that time, the virus will not matter. A large number of bats will eat that kid to pieces. Goodness gracious, that makes sense. So this kid only has two paths. Either hide in the shelter and wait to die, or go out and dig up graves, only to be eaten by bats. Haha, this Chinese kid is eating so happily now. Let's see his expression when he can no longer dig up the graves and all his supplies are gone. I wonder if he'll regret it today. Wah! After some deduction, people from various countries. Once again, the conclusion was reached that Qin Feng's life was nearing its end. At this moment, Qin Feng. We had a great time eating. That was delicious. One bottle of beer down the drain. Qin Feng's head was spinning. Emma, standing to the side. A blush appeared on her fair face. Wow. Brother Qin Feng, this hot and sour noodles are so delicious. Qin Fu, so spicy, so comfortable. Haha, the hot and sour noodles are really good. The tripe in them is so fragrant. Qin Feng's hot and sour noodles received unanimous praise from the group members. Qin Feng, everyone can try adding barbecue to hot and sour noodles. Qin Feng gave everyone a small suggestion. The group members all tried it. Slice the meat skewers into the hot and sour rice noodles. Dipping the meat skewers in the hot and sour broth of the rice noodles creates a unique flavor. Didi. Qin Feng was chatting with the group members. Sudden, a notification sound rang out. Leave the group chat to view. What does this guy want from me? Qin Feng clicked on the profile picture. French Martin. Qin Feng. Ha. I'm back again. Guess what I dug up? You'll never guess what I found this time. Here's a hint. This thing is very important to you. Qin Feng immediately closed the chat. Guess? I bet you're kidding me. Are you sick? Isn't rice delicious? Isn't hot and sour rice noodles delicious? Emma, come here. Qin Feng raised his glass and clinked it with Emma's. At the same time, on the other side, burial game, inside the French Martin's sanctuary. Martin sat on the bed with his arms crossed and a smug look on his face. Qin Feng, use your intelligence and guess carefully. Ha. This time I won't fall for your tricks. Your water purifier must contain half of what I have. Ha. Time slowly passed by. 1 minute has passed. 3 minutes have passed. 10 minutes have passed. No reply. Martin's smile vanished. It reminded me of the sad story of staying up for 10 hours straight yesterday. Impossible. I've already told him that what he dug up is very important to him. How could he possibly resist the temptation? This time, he definitely won't be sleeping. All right. Martin came up with a solution. Contact the French commander. Martin, is Qin Feng from Huaxia asleep? French commander. That kid isn't asleep. Martin was overjoyed. Qin Feng, I knew you couldn't resist temptation. Ha. I've seen through your plan. He hadn't finished speaking. Didi, another message from the French commander has arrived. French commander, that kid wasn't sleeping. He was eating and drinking. He made several meat dishes today. I think it was kung pao chicken, beef stew with potatoes, stewed mutton, steamed fish, and twice-cooked pork. That damn Chinese kid. He actually made 5 meat dishes at once. Have a meal? Drink wine? 5 meat dishes? Martin's face turned bluish purple. He's been staying up all night for so long. Just wait to show off in front of Qin Feng. Result. Is this guy eating? They started drinking? And there are also a bunch of dishes he'd never heard of before. I'm impressed. I can't stand it. I can't stand even a little bit of it. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm about to lay my cards on the table. Since that's the case, I'll smash an electrical component in your face. Martin, Qin Feng, let's not beat around the bush. Look what this is. Is this guy never going to stop? They were having a great time drinking. I've been bothered by this guy repeatedly. Qin Feng plans to give this guy a 3-day ban. But when he saw the photo attached to the other person's message, Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Item, Level 1 electrical components. Function, to convert energy sources such as petroleum, gasoline, and diesel into mechanical kinetic energy. Tip: electrical components are indispensable and even the most important parts in the manufacture of electrical appliances. If you have a sufficient number of electrical components, you might try combining them. You might be surprised by the results. Holy crap, this guy's got incredible luck. He actually dug this up. Qin Feng looked surprised. What's wrong? Emma, who was standing nearby, saw Qin Feng suddenly stand up and asked him a question out of curiosity. Look, Qin Feng forwarded the pictures Martin sent to Emma. Electrical components, Emma exclaimed. After calming down, he said seriously, we must remove the electrical components. Chapter 140, the deal failed. The importance of electrical components goes without saying. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Contact the other party directly, as long as the other party's offer isn't too outrageous. For electrical components, he could be traded. Qin Feng, I want these electrical components. Name your price. A domineering CEO's speech right off the bat. Didi. Soon. The other party replied. French Martin. Haha. Qin Feng, you finally contacted me. Getting electrical components is simple. Just like before, give me half of the water purified by the water purifier. I saw this message. Qin Feng's face darkened. This is more than just outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous beyond belief. Are their demands unreasonable? Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Emma asked. Qin Feng then relayed the other party's request. Emma's eyes also turned cold. Half water? This is outrageous. I'll try to bargain with him. Qin Feng continued to contact the other party. Qin Feng, the blueprints for manufacturing the first-level water purifier, most of the materials, and the energy required for its operation are all mine. You only contributed an electrical component. It's impossible for you to get half the water. French Martin. Haha. Qin Feng, you're right. I do only have one electrical component, but without it, you can't make a water purifier. So, either everyone stops using water purifiers, or you give me half. This kid's gotten smarter. Qin Feng remained silent. He should have been the one to say that. My lines were stolen. You're going a bit too far in your thinking. Qin Feng, forget about sharing the water. I'll only give you some water to help you get through this heat wave. So, during this period of high temperatures, I'll give you 3 liters of water every day. Qin Feng offered a very generous deal. I want to intimidate them all at once. French Martin, you think you can fob me off with 3 liters of water a day? Do you think I'm some country bumpkin? I won't change my terms. Contact me again when you've thought things through. Cool. Qin Feng, I refuse to believe you can resist the temptation of a water purifier. This time, it's your turn to panic. I'm really looking forward to you coming to see me. Ha ha ha. After sending the message, Martin's face was full of smugness. I got thoroughly messed with by Qin Feng yesterday. Today, I finally got my revenge and wiped away yesterday's humiliation. The chat was closed. Martin was about to eat. I forgot to ask that guy for some meat and vegetables. Judging from the commander's tone, Qin Feng's cooking skills are pretty good. Forget it. Contacting him now would damage my dignity. I'll ask him for it when he contacts me. I can almost picture the delicious meat and vegetables in my mind. Martin drank some cold water, eating dry bread. 10 minutes later, after eating a few pieces of bread, Martin was getting ready for bed. Suddenly, I felt dizzy and weak all over. I still have a slight fever. It must be because I stayed up too late. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep. Fine. No problem. I'm starting to hope Qin Feng will contact me tomorrow. Ha ha ha. In the shelter, Emma looked at Qin Feng. Didn't you agree on the terms? Qin Feng closed the chat and said speechlessly, this guy's stubborn. He's completely unwilling to talk. What should we do then? Giving him half the water is impossible. Let's let it sit for a while. Anyway, we have enough water to drink now. Qin Feng said, our current problem is still those bloodbaths. If these guys show up again tomorrow, our grave digging will be affected. Emma said, let's dig the grave in a different direction tomorrow. Let's see if we can avoid those baths. This is the only way. The two finished clearing away the dishes and chopsticks on the table. They all went asleep. Lying in bed, check if you have enough materials to upgrade your shelter. Qin Feng checked the panel. Burial survival game. Contestant, Qin Feng, ID 50000000000. Physical strength, 20, 10 for adult males. Health, 20 to 20. Hunger level, 20 to 20. Fantasy value, 29, 23. Talent, farmer LV 6, 12 to 3000. Unlocked plants, potato mine, pea shooter, walnut, ice shooter, corn cannon, water lily, spikeweed, lacking in Pokédex entry. Items: squash compendium X1, beast egg X1, wood X920, stone X120 plus iron block X35 plus glass X35 plus plastic X20, walnuts X12, potatoes X22, peas X8, pistachios X30. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. Countdown to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 8 days, 5 hours, and 36 minutes. High temperature continues, 39.9 degrees Celsius. Qin Feng, then check the information about the shelter. Shelter, current status, excellent cabin, level 3. Area, 4 by 6 meter, living room 16M, bedroom 8M. Next level, boutique log cabin. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 wood plus 150 stone plus 50 iron plus 50 glass plus 30 plastic. We're almost done with the upgrade materials. A few more days of digging up graves, and we'll have enough. If we could manufacture a water purifier, we could just exchange water for materials even faster. We absolutely must get our hands on the electrical components. Qin Feng's brain was working at lightning speed. He was pondering how to trick Martin into handing over the electrical components in his possession. After a brainstorming session, I couldn't think of anything. Never mind. Sleep, I thought. The night was just like any other. It will last all night until dawn. However, an accident has occurred. Chapter 141 Bloodbath Attack. Heavy losses. Squeak, squeak, squeak. While Qin Feng and Emma were both sound asleep, outside the shelter, a strange scream rang out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The calls grew louder as they approached. A few seconds. What started as subtle became harsh. There's movement. Qin Feng, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He flipped over like a carp leaping out of the water. We entered the living room. In the living room, Emma sat on the bed wearing a silk nightgown. They obviously heard the noise too. Those guys found this place. Emma opened the glass window. Qin Feng also came to the window, standing with Emma. The two looked out the window. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A gray fog was billowing in the distance. A piercing sound rang out. The sound grew increasingly shrill. It also faintly carries a low-frequency vibration. The glass windows were shaking. The next moment, one after another, fist-sized black shadows emerged from the gray mist. They rushed toward the shelter at an extremely high speed. To be precise, it rushed towards the window. In the blink of an eye, these bloodbaths covered a considerable distance, less than 2 meters from the glass window. Wow. Qin Feng quickly closed the window. Just as the window closed, knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Bloodbaths crashed against the glass. It made a huge noise. Click, click, click. Soon, the window glass was damaged by the fierce attack of these bloodbaths. A tiny crack has appeared. Court death. Qin Feng was furious. Don't you know how difficult it is to dig glass? Dare to break the glass. Several sunflowers appeared at my feet. Green light shone through the glass and out. Sizzle, sizzle. The bloodbath was illuminated by the sunflower's light. Its black fur sizzled. That's not enough. Qin Feng opened the shelter door a crack, then placed a few sunflowers outside. In this way, the sunflower's rays now reach a wider area. The bloodbaths outside the shelter were all enveloped in green light. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bloodbaths let out mournful cries. The offensive has slowed down considerably. The pressure on the glass window suddenly decreased. The sunflowers outside have become the bloodbaths' new target. Click, click, click. A swarm of bloodbaths set their sights on the sunflower. It swooped down. Each time I pass by the sunflowers, they will all take away a part of the sunflower. It swooped down several times. The sunflowers outside were completely devoured. All that's left are bare flower pots outside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A swarm of bloodbaths changed their target again. He charged toward the glass window again. At this moment, the shelter doors opened. Qin Feng placed several more sunflowers outside. Want to attack the window? Come back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A swarm of bloodbaths charged toward the sunflower once again, devouring sunflowers like crazy. Soon, these sunflowers are going to be eaten up again. But Qin Feng has little else to offer. There are just so many sunflowers. The bloodbaths just turn around. Qin Feng placed a few more sunflowers outside. Bite. Go ahead and bite. Let's see if you bite through my sunflowers, or if the sunflowers kill you all first. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A dozen or so blood bats in the air looked at the sunflowers that they couldn't finish eating. A swirling motion. The next moment, it flew away directly. However, these guys didn't really leave. Instead, it flew towards the greenhouse next to the shelter. Attack the greenhouse? Qin Feng's eyes widened. You attacked the window glass, fine. They still dare to raid the greenhouse? That's a lack of martial ethics. I can't stand it. I can't stand even a little bit of it. Qin Feng carried the frost archer. They walked straight out of the shelter. We arrived at the greenhouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Blood bats in the air are attacking the greenhouse. The plastic film on top is almost torn. Shut up. Qin Feng aimed directly at it. Shoot, shoo, shoo. One after another, ice peas are fired. These blood bats were scorched by the sunflower's rays. My condition is deteriorating. After Qin Feng unleashed a barrage of shots from his frost archer, more and more blood bats are being hit. Movement speed -50. Attack speed -50. Added frost effect. Emma also looked over. The pitcher attacks with 2 corn stalks in his hand. One kernel of corn at a time, they were thrown out. Occasionally, a piece of butter is mixed in. Bang, bang, bang. Blood bats fell from the sky one after another. I worked for half an hour. Finally, all the dozen or so blood bats were killed. Qin Feng put away the frost archer. Looked towards the greenhouse. The plastic film on top had several large holes bitten through it. Repair. Plastic 5. A flash of white light. The plastic film covering the greenhouse has been restored to its original state. These bats are so annoying. Qin Feng remained silent. He also needs to upgrade his shelter with plastic. If those blood bats do that a few more times, he's almost used up all his plastic. What's the point of upgrading the shelter? We need to find a way to deal with these blood bats. Emma pondered the magic to deal with these blood bats. But in the end, he shook his head. There are spells to deal with flying creatures, but I can't learn them at my current level. Qin Feng said, like you, I also have plans to deal with these bats, but they're not high enough level. I'm going back to sleep now. I still need to dig graves tomorrow, and I can't let these bats disrupt my rhythm. Good. The two returned to the shelter. Good morning. Wasn't I right? Bats are social animals. Even if this Chinese kid has the antidote, he can't withstand the daily attacks from these bats. If this happens a few times a night, this Chinese kid won't get a good night's sleep. He'll be listless during the day and won't be able to dig many graves. Damn, not only will he not be able to dig many graves, this kid isn't in good spirits during the day, and if he encounters a high-level fantasy creature, he might just die. His shelter and greenhouse were attacked by bats, and repairing them would consume materials. If this happens a few more times, this kid will run out of materials. Then all the advantages he accumulated in the early stages will be gone. Nice. Bah. Torture this Chinese kid mercilessly. A few more waves. A few more waves. People from all over the world watched as Qin Feng suffered a loss. Everyone was so happy they couldn't stop smiling. I've been watching this guy for so long. Finally, we've seen this kid get the short end of the stick. Cool. So awesome. Don't stop. Continue. After returning to the shelter, Qin Feng first repaired the window glass. He then lay down on the bed and continued sleeping. Fortunately, the blood bats did not reappear in the latter half of the night. Everything is fine. I slept soundly until dawn. The next day, countdown to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 7 days, 18 hours, and 22 minutes. High temperature continues. 39.9 degrees Celsius. Chapter 142 Plant Encyclopedia. Leaf umbrella? A plant that can counter blood bats has appeared. I've finished washing up. Qin Feng and Emma sat at the table. They started eating breakfast. The food I ate this morning was a little different from usual. There was a bowl in front of each of them. The broth inside is pure white. It has a rich fragrance. It's the mutton soup we didn't finish last night. Qin Feng broke the large pancake in his hand into small pieces. Gently place it in the bowl. Golden pieces of bread floated in the amber-colored broth, like a small boat gently pushed by the waves. The broth slowly seeped into the bread along its texture. The originally crispy outer layer gradually became soft. The aroma of wheat and meat blend together. The two are perfectly integrated. Qin Feng looked at Emma and said, "This tastes delicious. You should try it." Good. Emma, standing to the side, imitated Qin Feng's mannerisms. He also tore all the flatbread in his hand into pieces and put it into the meat soup. Scoop up a spoonful of soup and put it in your mouth, wrapped in finely chopped mutton and scallions. The scalding hot broth explodes on your tongue, after flowing into the stomach. I feel full of energy. Emma, serve another piece of bread. The crust is soaked with the rich flavor of mutton and the aroma of spices. It has a soft, melt-in-your-mouth texture with a slight chewiness. The savory, slightly spicy flavor instantly spreads to every taste bud. Emma squinted her eyes and exclaimed in admiration. Tasty. 10 minutes later, the two finished breakfast. I feel warm all over. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. I'm extremely satisfied. Gilly gulu, gulu gilly. Emma, who was standing nearby, began to perform a divination. Choose the area to dig the grave. Today she's no longer looking for areas with blue treasure chests. Instead, they're looking for an area where they won't be bothered by bloodbaths. During a break in Emma's divination, Qin Feng began to examine the information about the beast egg. Hatching countdown, 0 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes. There's only 1 day left. They'll hatch by this time tomorrow. I wonder what will hatch. Qin Feng was filled with anticipation. Since it's a beast egg from the burial ground game, the hatch pets will definitely have special abilities. 9 times out of 10, the eggs dropped by the big rat are also rats. If it's a mouse, then we can let the mouse dig up the grave. Qin Feng remembered the supplies he found in the blood rat's lair. Since those blood rats can dig graves, there's no reason why the mice he hatched wouldn't dig. Wow. At this moment, Emma, who was standing nearby, put away her wand. How about it? No. Emma shook her head and said, I divined several directions, and bloodbaths were found in each of them. Qin Feng said, let's go back to the area from yesterday and dig up the blue treasure chest. Good. The two closed the shelter door, heading to yesterday's area. At the same time, burial grounds, French Martin's territory. Get up. Martin sprang to his feet and prepared to get out of bed. Result. With a click, Martin looked pained. Broken. I twisted my back. What happened? Why do I feel so weak all over today and also have a slight fever? Could it be a side effect of staying up too late yesterday? Yes, that must be it. No problem. The thought of Qin Feng having to grovel and grovel to him to trade electrical components. Martin is full of energy. Go dig up graves. Let's try to dig up another blue treasure chest. Martin, will rise above others, and no one in this world will ever make me bow down. When? Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. We've arrived at yesterday's area. Qin Feng began digging up the grave. Both white treasure chests at the start of the game contained fantasy creatures. My luck is a bit off. Continue. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 15 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of stone. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained a chamber pot X1 and a wooden toilet X1. Urinal, toilet. Wow, not bad. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. With these two, we don't need to leave the shelter to use the toilet at night anymore. Keep digging up the grave. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained 1 leaf umbrella illustration and 50 carats. Oh my god. Leafy protective umbrella. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. I actually found this encyclopedia entry. This is one of the plants used to deal with flying zombies. It was also one of the plants he envisioned as a way to resist bloodbaths. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Normally speaking, I found a plant encyclopedia. The level corresponding to this plant encyclopedia is similar to his own talent level. It won't be too different. Check at what level you can plant it. Qin Feng, check the information. Plant guide, leafy umbrella. Planting requirements. Burial soil +1 radish +4 points of fantasy value plus LV7 talent. Ripening time, 1 hour. Hint, this is a radish modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it can protect plants within a 3m x 3m radius from flying creatures and projectiles. Helpful tip. Plant the leaf umbrella in the middle of your plants to prevent flying creatures from attacking them. Talent level 7 allows planting. Very good. I'm currently level 6, and I need close to 3,000 experience points to reach level 7. Qin Feng originally had enough imagination points left. The plan is to be able to plant different plants at any time, responding to various crises. Now, the crisis is the bloodbath. Qin Feng's expression was resolute. You need to upgrade to level 7 to plant the leaf protection umbrella. I glanced at my own stats. My fantasy value is over 3,000. That's enough for an upgrade. But there aren't enough plant seeds. I only have a little over 100 seeds of all kinds. Planting them all would only provide a maximum of 400 experience points, which is far from 3,000. You can gain experience by making flower pots. Making over 2,000 flower pots is enough experience. But is it a bit stupid to create over 2,000 empty flower pots? More than 2,000 fantasy points were wasted on the flower pot. No improvement in combat power. Qin Feng was afraid of messing things up and killing himself. No, making more than 2,000 flower pots is too stupid. After making a decision, Qin Feng still rejected the idea. A new idea has emerged. Open the regional channel. Qin Feng, buying potatoes. Don't miss out. 50 potatoes and get 2 potato mines free. Qin Feng, I bought peas. Don't miss out. Get 1 pea shooter for 50 peas, valid for 1 month. Qin Feng, I bought walnuts. Don't miss out. Buy 50 walnuts and get 3 nut bars for free. Qin Feng, you bought corn. Just passing by. Qin Feng, you bought cherries. Qin Feng, purchase. Qin Feng immediately released several transaction messages. There's a saying, isn't there? When you encounter difficulties, we can mobilize the power of the masses. Even though these people are all enemies. Cough, cough, cough. No problem. And then Qin Feng's message was sent out. The regional channel suddenly became lively. Chapter 143, Business Stolen? Muskets? Qin Feng, could you be any more ruthless? 50 peas for a month's use of a pea shooter? No way, Qin Feng. You're too greedy. No one will trade with you. Unless you replace the pea shooter with the frost archer. I happen to have some peas. I'll trade with you as long as you give me the frost archer. In the regional channel, the participants from different countries started arguing. These guys, they got some nerve. They've actually set their sights on the frost archer. Qin Feng was amused. Before, you probably won't make a trade involving the frost archer. But we urgently need all kinds of seeds. It's time to be flexible. Qin Feng, 100 pea seeds in exchange for a 1-month usage right of an ice archer. 100 pea seeds for a 1-month use of an ice archer? Qin Feng, I've never seen anyone more unscrupulous than you. I'll trade you for an ice archer. Shit, you damn Chinese brat. You're such a cheapskate. I'll get an ice archer too. Curry curry. I'll trade with you. I have 50 pea seeds and I owe you 50 more. The participant from various countries saw that Qin Feng was willing to trade for the frost archer. Everyone was envious. Criticizing Qin Feng is fine, but this guy's frost archer is really amazing. Reduce speed by 50. This effect is simply incredible. There's a frost archer. It can save lives in critical moments. Change. It must be replaced. Just then, another special message appeared in the regional channel. Eagle Country Brook, Radisson, my arrow bun. D to hell. D to hell. I can make guns. I'll trade for half the price of this Chinese kid. Everyone, stop trading with this Chinese kid. Don't let this Chinese kid take advantage of us anymore. This news came out. Participants from various countries are clamoring to trade for the frost archer. Everyone's minds started a race. Gun. What kind of gun? If it's a submachine gun or a machine gun, their plants are just as good as Qin Feng's. Moreover, its firing rate is faster than Qin Feng's plants. Isn't this much more fragrant than Qin Feng's plant-based fragrance? Why bother changing the plants? I'm out of here. A group of people quickly contacted Brooke in the United States. Even worse, they've already started mocking Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you piece of trash. Brooke can make guns. Your plants are useless now. You can't kill us anymore. Shit, you damn Chinese brat. I've had enough of you. I'd rather throw away my pea seeds than trade with you. Qin Feng, you want to trade seeds? You're dreaming. We, the people of Sakura, are people of principle. We will never bow down to you. Many contestants who were tricked by Qin Feng have already started complaining. Damn it, that was awesome. I've been tricked by Qin Feng so many times. Finally, I can hold my head high for once. Making guns? Qin Feng saw this message. His expression turned strange. He didn't seem to feel any sense of crisis about his business being taken away, based on his understanding of the burial ground game. Currently, there are 3 levels of treasure chests: white, yellow, and blue. I want to obtain the blueprints for advanced firearms. It should be quite difficult. It's most likely one of those rather unreliable firearms. At the same time, the other contestants also started contacting Brooke. Brooke, make me a gun. You know what a Gatling gun is? The one that shoots blue flames and goes rat-a-tat-tat. Something like this will do. I need a Barrett sniper rifle with a range exceeding 500 meters. That way I can snipe fantasy creatures from a distance. I need a grenade launcher, preferably one with auto-navigation. Water? Brooke stared at the messages. A face full of question marks. A Gatling gun emitting blue flames? A Barrett missile with a range exceeding 500 meters? A grenade launcher with navigation? Are these guys dreaming? If I can make these guns, why would I need to trade with you? Then, Brooke replied with just 2 words. Eagle Country. Brooke, no. Don't you have one? Then give me the Silver Killer MG3. I'll use an M24 sniper rifle. I'll just use a grenade launcher. No need for a GPS. Participants from various countries have lowered their requirements. Several more types of firearms were mentioned. They were completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Eagle Country. Brooke, none of these either. You don't have that? Surely you have a Thompson submachine gun? Give me one of these. M24 is out of the question. Mosin Nagant is available, right? I'll take this one. Eagle Country. Brooke, none of these. At this time, the participants from various countries gradually realized that something was wrong. He asked cautiously, Brooke, so what do you have? Eagle Country. Brooke, do you know what a musket is? A musket? You mean one that fires a single bullet at a time? Eagle Country. Brooke, yes, that's right. This is it. Do you refill the gunpowder yourself after each firing? Eagle Country. Brooke, you're right. Don't worry, everyone. Buy a gun, and we'll give you 10 bullets worth of gunpowder. In other words, they're giving us 10 bullets? Eagle Country. Brooke, great. Free gift. Ha ha ha. Free. Nice. Brooke, you're so generous. Brooke from the Eagle Nation. Ha. Of course. Business should be conducted with generosity. I'm not as ruthless as that Chinese guy. He saw that his musket had been recognized. Brooke smiled. I just saw that everyone asked so many questions. He was also worried that people would have a problem with the muskets. It's all settled now. I'm about to make money. The regional channels were quiet for a short while. A whole bunch of news suddenly exploded. Brooke's lips curled into a slight smile as he examined the messages. As expected, a group of people must have already sent him trade requests. Brooke, I'm going to kick your ass to pieces with my size 50 leather shoes. Brooke, are you kidding me? A piece of junk gun is supposed to be traded? Who gave you the nerve? You idiot. You wasted my precious time. That's garbage. I wouldn't even take it if it were given to me for free. Is it impossible for them to send 10 bullets? Are you an idiot? That Chinese kid's ice archer fired 10 bullets per second. Chapter 144. The crowd repents. Let the trade begin. Obtain a large quantity of seeds. The regional channel was filled with all sorts of insults. Brooke's head was buzzing. This shouldn't be happening. His musket manufacturing blueprints were obtained from Boss John. John clearly told him. The musket was drawn. It will definitely cause a sensation among participants from all countries. Why is everyone criticizing him now? This doesn't make sense. Contact John right away. Eagle Country. Brooke. John, didn't you say that the appearance of the musket would definitely cause a sensation among the contestants from all countries? John from Eagle Nation. A sensation? Didn't this cause a sensation? Is there a problem? Brooke? Eagle Country. Brooke. But this isn't the kind of sensation I wanted. They're all cursing me now. The muskets aren't selling at all. John from the Eagle Nation. You can only blame that Chinese kid for not being able to sell them. Once that Chinese kid is dead, your muskets will be able to sell. Brooke? Wait for Qin Feng to die. Isn't that nonsense? Even if he dies and rots, that kid might not necessarily die. Eagle Country. Brooke, dude. I'm not exchanging the musket crafting blueprints anymore. Just give me back my 3 yellow treasure chests. John from Eagle Nation. Do you even know what the spirit of a contract means? Deal done. No changes allowed. Eagle Country. Brooke, you're lying to me. We're clearly on the same side. How could you lie to me? An exclamation mark appeared. You have been blocked. Brooke. John, a lie? Tell me if it causes sensation or not. As for our own people, we're only lying to our own people. Outsiders aren't familiar with us. They're not so easy to fool. These guys changed way too fast. Emma sipped her mineral water. She was also watching the messages on the regional channel. Profit is their only motivation. They'll do anything. Don't worry. They'll be back soon. Qin Feng remained completely calm. I even felt a little amused. These guys insulted him. Doesn't this give us a perfect excuse to raise prices? The words had barely left his mouth. Really, contestants from various countries have started contacting Qin Feng through the regional channels. Qin Feng, Although we're enemies, I really admire your plants. What kind of bullshit gun is that? I wouldn't even glance at it. Let's continue the trade. 100 pea seeds for one ice archer plant for a month. Shit. Damn, Brooke. You think I'd be seduced by your gun? Even if your gun is better than the frost archers, I only want the frost archer. Brooke, you idiot. Even if you built a Gatling gun, a Barrett, or a grenade launcher, I wouldn't give a second glance. Qin Feng, I want an ice archer too. Curry. Me too. Qin Feng, quickly give me an ice archer. I owe you 50 pea seeds. Brooke, that's not what you said before. You got back pretty quickly. Qin Feng was amused. Since that's the case, then I'll have to raise the price. Qin Feng, 150 pea seeds in exchange for a 1-month usage right of an ice archer. Wasn't it supposed to be 100 pea seeds in exchange? Why has the price gone up again? Shit. Qin Feng, can't you have any sense of contractual obligation? Are you kidding us? Qin Feng, is there a problem with me messing with you guys? Take it or leave it. After Qin Feng set the transaction conditions, I'm just going to ignore these guys. Prices have suddenly increased. We must boycott this. No way, Qin Feng. You won't succeed this time. We are people of the land of cherry blossoms. We will never let you manipulate us. Participants from various countries began to hurl insults. But, even though everyone's being stubborn, they're very decisive when it comes to transactions. Qin Feng was digging a grave. A notification sound goes off every few days. Basites. Potatoes plus 50. Potatoes plus 50. Walnuts plus 50. Corn planting plus 50. More than 500 plant seeds arrived so quickly. Qin Feng was quite surprised. He only dug 2 graves. Is that all? These guys are all so fat. 2 or 300 more should be enough. The goal is almost achieved. Qin Feng stopped paying special attention to it. They started focusing on digging up graves. I've been out for almost 5 hours today, but he only dug 7 graves. The progress is severely behind schedule. We need to dig more. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 swim trunks, 3 swimsuits, and 3 goggles. Huh, swimsuits and swim trunks. Qin Feng really enjoys swimming, although we don't need it now. But it doesn't mean you won't need it in the future. What if that acid rain pool turns into a normal pool someday? If you wore a swimsuit and went swimming, isn't that wonderful? Add the swimsuit and swim trunks to your inventory. Keep digging up the grave. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have received 20 tea eggs, 20 boiled eggs with shepherd's purse, and 1 500g pickled chicken feet. Wow, this is pretty good. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. We've been digging up graves for so long. This seems to be the first time I've ever dug up an egg. Eggs contain a lot of protein. Replenishing nutrients is the best thing ever. But what is this shepherd's purse? An egg dish. Qin Feng knew about tea eggs, but this is shepherd's purse boiled with eggs. This was the first time he had ever heard of it. Look what it is. A thought crossed my mind. An egg appeared in my hand. Qin Feng checked the information. Item: boiled eggs with shepherd's purse. Preparation method: ginger plus shepherd's purse plus red dates plus egg. Tip: shepherd's purse boiled with eggs is rich in nutrients. Its protein content is 5 times that of beef. 5 times the protein of beef. Really? Qin Feng expressed his doubts. But look at this introduction. It's very nutritious. From now on, I'll eat an egg every morning. As for chicken feet, that will be even better. Qin Feng really loves eating chicken feet. It's sour and spicy. Once you start eating, you can't stop. Not only that, besides chicken feet, the small red chilies inside are also Qin Feng's favorite. 1 small chili pepper is enough to make a whole bowl of rice. A thought crossed my mind. Soaked chicken feet appear in my hand. Tear open the packaging. The tangy and spicy aroma of pickled peppers, combined with the refreshing scent of lemon, hits you right in the face. It instantly awakened my dormant taste buds. The chicken feet gleamed with an amber luster in the red oil. Every fold is soaked with soup, garnished with tiny chili peppers the size of a fingernail. Glug. Qin Feng was already swallowing hard. I took a bite right away. The crispy chicken skin crackled between your teeth. The tangy and spicy juice exploded in my mouth. The cartilage made a faint clicking sound. It's sticky and chewy with collagen. The combination of the cartilage's firmness and the cartilage creates a wonderful texture. The meat is firm and springy. The more you chew, the more you can appreciate the rich and mellow flavor of the chicken soup. Tasty. This is the taste. Because it's too spicy. A fine layer of sweat appeared on the tip of Qin Feng's nose. But this feels amazing. What's this? Emma became curious when she saw Qin Feng making such a big fuss. Qin Feng handed Emma a soaked chicken foot. These are chicken feet. They're delicious. You should try them. Emma was just about to take the soaked chicken feet. Suddenly I heard the words chicken feet. He quickly withdrew his hand. Chicken feet? How terrifying. Emma's face was filled with terror. They even took a step back. Forehead. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever seen Emma react this way. Previously, when facing those fantastical creatures, I never saw Emma back down. Are chicken feet really that scary? As it turns out, Emma is indeed terrified of chicken feet. Qin Feng had fooled him several times. Emma kept shaking her head in refusal. How can you not dare to eat something so delicious? What a pity. Qin Feng ate another chicken foot. My forehead was sweating. He was full of energy. Keep digging up the grave. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 5 yuan xiaobing, a type of flatbread, 5 agon guake, a type of flatbread, 5 naan, a type of bread, and 5 spring rolls. The next few treasure chests yielded nothing special. But Qin Feng's side was unremarkable. But there was some movement from Emma's side. When the hoe bounced up, a beam of blue light shone through the soil. Emma turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin. Chapter 145 Blue Treasure Chest. Salt. Another crafting blueprint. Qin. What's wrong? I heard Emma's voice. Qin Feng walked to Emma's side. Holy crap. A blue treasure chest. Qin Feng became excited. Inside the burial mound was a treasure chest radiating blue light. Oh my. Let's open it and see what's inside. Emma didn't open the box, but looked at Qin Feng and said, This is yours. Qin Feng was taken aback. He quickly understood Emma's meaning and said, Last time you opened a treasure chest and got a dancing zombie, but didn't get any supplies. This time, this blue treasure chest is yours again. I didn't get any loot from the last blue treasure chest. It was just bad luck. We agreed that I'd be in charge of predicting the blue treasure chest contents, and you'd provide security. We'd each get one. Emma shook her head, her tone very serious. Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. And people from all over the world watched the projection. They've all broken through their defenses. How come we dug up another blue treasure chest? Is this the third one? Shit, it's all Emma's fault for her divination. If it weren't for that, this kid might not have even found a single blue treasure chest. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. These two guys are actually being polite now. I'm gonna kill them. Don't stop me. I'm gonna kill them. I curse them to hatch zombies. It must be zombies. It must be zombies. God help me. Why aren't those bats showing up yet? Come out and bite these two to death. It was indeed agreed that each person would receive one. However, one person does not include zombies. Open it. Qin Feng persisted. Emma will open this blue treasure chest. Emma conjures an ice archer and aims it at the blue treasure chest. Next, open the blue treasure chest. The treasure chest slowly opened. A familiar ray of light shone through the crack. Supplies are running low. See this light. Qin Feng and Emma both got excited. The treasure chest was fully opened. A ball of light hovered above the treasure chest. Where are we at? Qin Feng was curious. Emma examines the orb of light. It's a manufacturing guide. Crafting guide? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is really good stuff. Look. Emma opened her palm and handed over the encyclopedia. Qin Feng took the illustrated guide. View the information now. Manufacturing guide to primary sewage discharge systems. Specifications. For MX6M, sewage system coverage area, septic tank X1, wastewater tank X1. Construction materials, 200 plastic, 20 iron blocks, 2 rubbers. Function. The sewage system can cover the shelter, providing a way to drain the wastewater from the shelter. Tip. A sewage system can make your shelter more hygienic and tidy. It may also serve other purposes. A blueprint guide to sewage system manufacturing. Wow. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. We just unearthed a wooden toilet. With this sewage system, we won't have to empty the toilet every day anymore. It will flush automatically. Next, all you need to do is upgrade the shelter and see if the toilet appears. The shelter now has a living room and a bedroom, so the next upgrade should include a toilet. Qin Feng was already looking forward to the arrival of the toilet. Emma's eyes also showed anticipation. Going to the toilet outside the shelter every day is terrifying. I'm always worried that something might suddenly pop out of the ground. Hide the illustrations. The two decided to continue their work for the day. Just then, squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A familiar cry suddenly rang out from the gray fog. Those guys are here. Qin Feng was depressed. He also plans. Let's dig a few more graves while we're still energetic. These bloodbats are here to cause some trouble. What kind of grave would he dig up for? Let's stop digging today and go home. Good. Emma nodded. The two quickly returned towards the shelter. But this group of bloodbats clearly had no intention of letting the two go. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The piercing sound was rapidly amplifying. Soon, a dozen or so bloodbats flew above the two of them. It began to hover. Be ready to launch an attack at any time. This situation, there's clearly no way to escape. Let's kill these bats before we go back. Qin Feng summoned sunflowers at his feet. In his hand was a banana leaf fan. Follow yesterday's method. Defend first. Use sunflowers to consume these bats. Once the sunflowers have burned the bats and slowed them down, then use the frost archer to mow down these guys. Finally, pair it with a corn pitcher to completely crush these annoying guys. Good morning. The bats are finally here. Let's bite those two. Damn, these bats should have come much sooner. They shouldn't have let those two dig up the blue treasure chest. It's all right, as long as they come. One wave, every day. This Chinese kid's grave digging is ruined. If he doesn't open at least half the normal number of boxes every day, he's doomed. Not bad. Do it while he's sleeping, and do it again while he's digging up graves. After a few days, this kid will be driven crazy. Chapter 146 Planning Frenzy. Talent Upgrade. Leaf Protective Umbrella. People from all over the world have witnessed an attack by bats. Everyone was overjoyed. The gloom that Qin Feng and Emma felt when they opened the blue treasure chest was instantly dispelled. So what if you find a blue treasure chest? Can you handle these bats? I'll be tortured to death by these bats sooner or later. No matter how many blue treasure chests you open, they'll only take you with them. Ha ha ha. In the game of burial. With the combined efforts of Qin Feng and Emma, the battle against the bloodbats is gradually coming to an end. Da-da-da. One kernel of corn after another was tossed into the air by the corn pitcher. Occasionally, a piece of butter is mixed in. It crashed into the bloodbat, which had been slowed down by the frost archer. One after another, dark figures fell from the sky. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. A dozen or so notification beeps sounded in succession. Battle over. Finally, it's quiet again. Certainly. Qin Feng and Emma also paid a price. My neck and ankles, which were unprotected, were bitten several times by bloodbats. But, with experience, compared to yesterday, the injury is much less serious. Qin Feng, let's go back and treat the wound. Good. The two did not linger. Returned directly to the shelter. Closed the shelter doors. The two sat on the bed. Qin Feng skillfully removed his spitting brush aside Emma's blonde hair. He examined Emma's neck. Same as yesterday. The fair neck turned red. Several wounds were bleeding. Qin Feng cleaned the wound with iodine. Then, Emma also helped Qin Feng clean his wounds. Then, both of them took one dose of type I virus inhibitor. Eliminate the virus from your body. This can't go on. Emma said, we must find a way to deal with these bats. Otherwise, we will be worn down and killed by them. Don't panic. I already have a way to deal with these bats. A confident smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. View panel. Burial survival game. Contestant. Qin Feng. ID 500000000. Physical strength. 20, 10 for adult males. Health. 8 to 20. Hunger level. 9 to 20. Fantasy value. 3215. Talent. Farmer LV 61233000. Unlocked plants. Potato mine, pea shooter, walnut, ice shooter, corn cannon, water lily, spikeweed. Lacking in Pokédex entry. Items. Level 1 lighting system crafting blueprint X1. Level 1 water purifier crafting blueprint X1. Squash blueprint X1. Leaf umbrella blueprint X1. Beast egg X1. Wood X920. Stone X120. Iron block X35. Glass X18, Plastic X18, walnuts plus 412, potatoes x 372, peas x 458, cherries x 50, pistachios x 30. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. Countdown to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 7 days, 17 hours, and 16 minutes. High temperatures persist, 41 degrees Celsius. The seeds are enough for the upgrade. Qin Feng looked at the number of seeds in his inventory. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this much more satisfying than digging it yourself? You can get so much by paying such a small price. This is a huge profit. I originally planned to kill these guys, but now it seems that keeping them alive and having them work for me isn't so bad. We'll see if there's a chance to take a few contestants as slaves later. Qin Feng thought to himself. He wanted to create a huge territory. Servants are needed to manage it. But that's for later. Current. The most important things are planting and upgrading talents. Make flower pots. Qin Feng gave the order. Burial soil, 800. Fantasy value minus 800. Experience points plus 800. Fluve pod, mes buitsins. There are 800 more flower pots in my inventory. Then, Qin Feng contacted the group members. Please help me plant the seeds in the flower pots. Regarding this kind of thing, the group members naturally wouldn't refuse. They all showed great enthusiasm. Qin Feng and Emma were also burying seeds in the flower pots. Are you trying to upgrade your talent? Emma asked curiously. Seeing Qin Feng make such a big move, she had a vague idea. Qin Feng nodded. Great. I'm going to upgrade my talent to level 7. Level 7? Can your new plants handle those bats? Smart. Qin Feng praised. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng and Emma planted seeds in all 300 flower pots. Wei Wei, Baohua, and Qin each buried more than 100 flower pots. All of this was compiled and submitted to Qin Feng. Fantasy value minus 4. Fantasy value minus 4. Fantasy value minus 1. Fantasy value minus 2. Qin Feng began to infuse these flower pots with fantasy value. His experience is also growing rapidly. Experience points plus 4. Experience points plus 4. Experience points plus 1. Experience points plus 2. Soon, the 800 flower pots in front of Qin Feng have all been infused with fantasy value. At the same time, a flash of white light. Talent. Farmer. LV71 to 5000. Currently unlocked plants. Squash. Leaf umbrella. Talent upgraded. The leaf-shaped protective umbrella has been successfully unlocked. Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. A guide to using squash and leaf umbrellas. Qin Feng gave the direct order. In your inventory. Wow. The squash and leaf umbrella illustrations transformed into a beam of white light and flew into the talent bar. The pumpkin and leaf umbrella patterns that have been unlocked in the talents have been brightened from gray. It's done. Start planting. Qin Feng planted 20 leaf protector plants directly in the flower pot. Plant. Leafy umbrella. Growing. Countdown 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It takes an hour to mature, which is pretty fast. The protective umbrella-shaped leaf is about to mature. Qin Feng was completely relieved. Blood bats? I heard you're really awesome. Come on. You're welcome. Is this the plant that can deal with those bats? Emma looked at the 20 flower pots on the ground and asked curiously. Excellent. This plant is called a leaf umbrella. It can protect against flying creatures, and Qin Feng explained to Emma, but feels too troublesome. 2 Emma plants were given as a gift. Look, Emma obtained ownership of the 2 leaf umbrella plants. Start viewing the information. Chapter 147, Massive Plant Donation. Group members now have fences too. Protect the plants within a 3m x 3m area centered on yourself. Protected from attacks by flying creatures and projectiles. What a powerful effect. Emma finished reading the introduction to the leaf protector. I am deeply moved. Is this really the effect of a single plant? Even her magic. It would be very difficult to achieve such an effect. Farmer's talent? Is this appropriate? How does she feel? Qin Feng's talent should be called magic, shouldn't it? Qin Feng sensed Emma's strange gaze. What's wrong? Fine. Emma shook her head and said, with the leaf umbrella, we no longer need to worry about those annoying bat attacks. Yes, starting tomorrow, we'll resume normal grave digging. The protective umbrella of leaves is complete. Qin Feng began to study squash. Like cherry bombs. No maturation time is needed. Simply inject fantasy value. It can be completed immediately. Consumes 20 fantasy points. 10 squashes appeared in my hand. Qin Feng looked at the squash with curiosity. This thing looks pretty funny. Pity. There are no fantasy creatures to experiment with right now. Add the squash to your inventory. Qin Feng started giving away plants to the group members. This time, 1,000 plants were created in one go. There are several hundred ice archer plants among them. There are over 300 potato mounds. There are also more than 400 nut trees in the wall. Qin Feng gifted 20 frost archers to each group member. 30 potato mines per person. 40 nuts per person for the nut wall. Group member Qin Feng has gifted you 20 ice shooter, 30 potato mines, and 40 walnuts. Wei Wei, Qin, and Bao were having dinner. Sudden, a notification sound is playing. The three of them checked the information while eating. Then when they opened the panel, all three of them were stunned. The food in my mouth fell out. 20 ice archers? 30 potato mines? 40 nut walls? What's going on? Is Brother Qin Feng tired of living? Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, why did you suddenly send me so many plants? What happened? Bao, Brother Qin Feng, are you alright? Qin, Brother Qin Feng, please don't do anything foolish. After Qin Feng sent out the plant, I received messages from the group members immediately. Everyone is very concerned about his condition. So many plants. Putting aside other things. The required fantasy points alone are several hundred. More than their entire fortune. My first reaction, they just felt that Brother Qin Feng might not be able to handle it. I want to give them all my belongings. Wei Wei, Brother Qin Feng, have you been spending too much time in the burial ground game and it's affecting your mood? Or has the bad activity these past few days been affecting you? Qin, Brother Qin Feng, if you're feeling down, you can chat with everyone. If you're tired, you can rest for a few days. You have plenty of supplies, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Forehead. Qin Feng looked at the messages from the group members. It was both funny and touching. This is a huge misunderstanding. Emma, standing to the side, laughed. With such a grand display, it would be strange if people didn't misunderstand. Leaving aside other matters. That's the value of 20 ice archers. That already exceeds the wealth of 99% of the participants. This would shock anyone. To avoid causing everyone worry, Qin Feng quickly explained in the group chat. Qin Feng, don't worry. I'm Fine. I planted a lot of plants this time in order to upgrade my talent to level 7. So I'll share some with everyone. Haha. I had a feeling Qin Feng would be fine. With so many resources, if Qin Feng were in a bad mood, all the other contestants would have probably committed suicide. Wei Wei Phew, Brother Qin Feng, I thought something had happened to you, but you gave everyone way too many plants. Qin, it's good that you're all right. Wei Wei was right, Brother Qin Feng. Why did you give us so many plants? Qin Feng, let me help everyone boost their combat power. I didn't have many plants before. Now I have plenty. Everyone, please get through the second wave of attacks safely. The group members were deeply moved. Vivi, but there are just too many plants. 20 ice archers, 30 potato mines, and 40 walnuts. We can't possibly use them all. Qin Feng, you can keep some in your inventory for emergencies and use the rest to defend shelter. By the way, the nut wall has another effect. When two or more placed together, they can merge into a nut fence. You can build a fence outside the shelter to enclose a small courtyard. Qin Feng explained the integration effect of the nut wall. This immediately piqued the interest of the group members. Vivi, wow, what an amazing effect. Qin, is there such an effect? The group members were utterly astonished. As a Chinese person, he has a special fondness for small courtyards and fences. It's like it's etched into our genes. At first, everyone was a little embarrassed to accept Qin Feng's plants. But as soon as they heard about the courtyard and the fence, everyone was very interested. Wei Wei Hee, Brother Qin Feng, I'll go give it a try. Qin, I'm going too. As for protecting the country, I've already gone. Burial ground game, Huaxia Wei Wei's territory. A figure wearing a mint green dress, white cotton socks, and little leather shoes excitedly walked out of the shelter. We came to within 1 meter of the shelter. Nut wall. Vivi summoned the nut walls one by one. View information. Just as Brother Qin Feng said, they could be fused. Fusion. Vivi issued the order. Instantly, the individual nut walls in front of you merged together to form a 1m x 1.5m nut fence. That's amazing, Wei Wei exclaimed, her little face full of excitement. It can also change shape and height, and the cooling time is 12 hours. The fence should be raised a bit higher, let's say 2 meters. Vivi began to seriously renovate the fence. Soon, a square fence surrounds the shelter. Vivi immediately felt completely safe. The same scene. It also took place outside Qin and Bao's shelter. The fence was installed. The group members then placed the ice shooter and potato mine inside the fence. And this scene, it also caught the attention of people from all over the world. Chapter 148, Upgrading the Fence. The farm is taking shape. They actually sent out so many plants. Has that Chinese kid gone mad? This kid is incredibly stingy when trading with participants from other countries. He even rents out ice archers to others. It's impossible that he's giving these Chinese people 20 ice archers right now. Fences, landmines, and ice archers. These 3 Chinese have raised their defenses several levels. Who can beat them? Shit, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I'm going to sue. This Chinese kid cheated. He helped others cheat. He helped others cheat. The mentality of people all over the world has collapsed. Qin Feng is cheating on his own. Now he's even helping his teammates cheat. Damn it. How do you play this? Who can beat these few Chinese people? Let's just give the top spots to these Chinese people. What's the point of playing anymore? In the game of burial, Qin Feng was naturally unaware that the few plants he gifted had caused a huge sensation on Blue Star. He's already cooking. I'm coming back today. I've been busy with planting. I only have time to cook now. But it's less about cooking. It's not that hot food is more suitable. We haven't finished eating the meat and vegetables from yesterday, although a day has passed. But the taste of the dishes hasn't changed much. Heat it in a pot. It will be done in a few minutes. A rich aroma fills the air. Qin Feng and Emma sat at the table. Qin Feng announced, "Dinner is served. Emma, dinner's ready. There's no need to worry about the bloodbaths." Qin Feng and Emma also relaxed. My appetite has improved a lot. It tastes delicious. In a short while, they devoured all the meat and vegetables on the table. Certainly, Qin Feng ate most of it. Emma has a small appetite. It's less than half of Qin Feng's. After finishing the meal, after resting on the chair for a while, Qin Feng stood up. Let's go. Let's arrange the plants too. Good. Emma was also very interested in setting up the fence. The two went outside. Qin Feng's mind raced. Summon all the remaining 200 or so walnuts in your inventory. The existing fence size is a 15m times 15m times 15m times 15m square. This time, there are more than 280 more fences, which are 2m x 0.75m in size, increasing the fence length by 210m. In other words, combined with the previous ones, the fence can be directly made to a size of 67m times 67m times 67m times 67m. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the fence to be expanded so much this time. My friend, I'm stunned. This area is so large that it even includes the greenhouse. With the greenhouse enclosed by a fence, there's no need to worry about it being damaged by zombies. Great. Qin Feng was always worried that the greenhouse would be destroyed by those mindless, free-roaming creatures. Fusion. Qin Feng gave the order. Splash, splash, splash. The nut wall beneath your feet quickly merges and changes shape. The nut wall has been transformed into a nut fence. And so, it was according to Qin Feng's idea. Nut fences are changing their size and getting taller. Soon, a 2-meter high nut fence appeared all around. The fence surrounds a shelter in the middle. Compared to the huge fence, the shelter appeared quite small. Great. The space has increased significantly. Looking at the vast fence, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. It's finally starting to look like a farm. Qin Feng then took out all the ice archer and potato mine. Together with Emma, place all the ice shooter and potato mines between the fence and the shelter. Previously, Qin Feng planted several rings of potato mines outside the shelter. Now the fence is longer and the area is larger. All the potato mines outside have been enclosed by the fence. 25 minutes later, Qin Feng and Emma finished setting up the ice archer and potato mine. What a magnificent scene. Emma looked around, deeply moved. More than 200 ice archers stood in neat rows like silver sentinels, surrounding the shelter. The frosty white leaves unfurled in the heat wave. Apart from the frost archer, it was a minefield made up of concentric circles of potato mines. Further out, there's also a nut fence that's over 2 meters high. The shelter was protected by 3 layers of defense. Invincible. Not bad. The farm is starting to take shape. Looking at the vibrant plants, Qin Feng felt a sense of vitality and growth. Very satisfied. The only drawback is, this time, the area enclosed by the nut fence is too large. There are around 4,000. The area covered by the frost archer and potato mine is only around 400. There are still large tracts of land that are empty inside the fence. Building an invincible farm territory is still a long way off. Then, Qin Feng planted the sunflowers and leaf umbrellas at certain intervals between the ice shooter and the potato mine. This ensures that the sunflower's rays and the protective umbrella of its leaves can cover every plant. Emma and I spent a few more minutes together. Everything was finally set up. From now on, the farm has a 3-dimensional defense system covering land, sea, and air. Qin Feng was incredibly excited. As for sea, land, and air, cough, 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 slightly exaggerated. Now, no fantasy creature should be able to breach the shelter. Emma sighed. If even this kind of defense can be breached, then no contestant should survive. After the two finished setting up, they returned to the shelter, completely satisfied. What the heck? How does this kid have so many plants? People from all over the world looked at the densely packed plants projected on the screen. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their jaws practically dropping. The shelters of the other contestants haven't been upgraded much yet. You've turned this place into a farm. It's equipped with hundreds of machine guns with unlimited ammo and special effects. They also buried hundreds of potato mines. How do you play this? Who can break through your defenses? Is it impossible that there are almost 200 ice archers? Shit, this guy has planted at least 300 potato mines. The area enclosed by this fence must be several thousand square meters, right? This kid's talent absolutely needs to be nerfed. Curry, did you guys notice? That Chinese kid just planted radishes again, and it seems like he's created another plant. Could it be another freakish plant? This guy is getting new plants faster than I get diarrhea. How am I supposed to play like this? Don't panic. I know everyone is anxious, but please don't rush. How can I not be anxious? This kid's talent is so heaven-defying, he's practically invincible, and new plants keep popping up. His strength will only keep increasing. So if it's a new plant, have you forgotten about the bats? Once the bats launch a large-scale attack, this kid's plants will only become food for them. That makes sense. Absolutely. This kid's plants can't actively attack bats. They can only passively wait for the bats to attack. Once there are too many bats, this kid is powerless. Not bad. This Chinese kid must have felt threatened by the bats, which is why he suddenly planted so many plants. These plants may look intimidating, but they actually show that this Chinese kid has no other trump cards left and has no effective means of resisting the bat attack. So, this Chinese kid planting so many plants was his last act of madness? Amazing. No wonder he gave that Chinese guy a bunch of plants. It turns out this kid knew his days were numbered. After being enlightened by a wise man, the people of various countries on Earth, whose mentality had been in turmoil, were able to have a change of heart. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is there any point in planting so many plants? If you're so capable, why don't you use your plants to keep those bats away? Bah, I wonder if it will hit tonight. Back in the shelter, Qin Feng was somewhat expectant. He couldn't wait to see the protective effect of the leaves. If he remembers correctly, when the leaf umbrella blocks flying zombies, the leaf on its head will suddenly grow larger. It's actually quite fun. In addition, the upgrade cost 3,000 fantasy points. He only has a few hundred points left. I don't feel safe. We'll rely on these blood bats to farm fantasy points. You absolutely have to come. We'd like more. Chapter 149, The Beast Egg, is about to hatch. After a quick wash, Qin Feng lay on the bed in the bedroom. There's no need to worry about bat attacks. Qin Feng opened Qin Feng again and started reading, although it is in the burial ground. But we can't neglect our studies. You must constantly improve your literary skills. Qin Feng is just that eager to learn. Didi, I'm seeing the climax. Oops, the key plot point. A message notification sound went off. Qin Feng opened the panel. The group chat keeps flashing. Group chat message. It seems everyone has set up the fence. Qin Feng entered the group chat. Wei, brother Qin Feng, your nut wall is amazing. I have a little yard now. It makes me feel so safe. Hee. Following Vivi's message. It also included a picture. The picture shows a square fence. Inside was a small shelter. between the shelter and the fence. A dozen or so ice archers were shaking their big heads. Qin Feng. The courtyard is nicely decorated. I saw Vivi's little courtyard. Qin Feng was also happy for Wei Wei. This girl is timid and lacks a sense of security. We now have a small courtyard. I shouldn't be so afraid of sleeping anymore. At this moment, Qin and Bao also chimed in the group chat. Qin, I never expected this. I actually got a small courtyard in the burial ground game. Thank you so much, Brother Qin Feng. Bao, yeah, I never would have guessed. Brother Qin Feng, the effects of your plants are truly unbelievable. Not only are there offensive and defensive ones, but there are even building ones. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, there are plants with all sorts of effects, and there are even more strange and wonderful new plants coming up. Ha. Bao, how weird. I want to know just how weird. Ha ha ha. The small courtyard excited the group members. Qin Feng chatted with everyone for quite a while. He also learned an important piece of news. Qin and Bao both ran into their teammates today. Qin Feng, how is it? Do your teammates have any ill intentions towards you? Qin, it's okay. My teammate is a girl from the White Elephant Kingdom. She's quite pretty. Apparently, she's from a high caste in the White Elephant Kingdom. I've already teamed up with her. Bao, my teammate is a contestant from an African country. He's so dark-skinned that I can't see his expression. Anyway, after I picked Ash, he asked to team up with me. Qin Feng, it's fine as long as we're in a team. Your combat strength is definitely higher than theirs now, so you can provide them with protection and ask them to share some of the resources they dig up with you. On killing people, Qin Feng is a professional. In other words, Emma gained his approval. Otherwise, Emma had already been ripped off so badly that she was left with nothing but her underwear. Emma, who was in the living room, suddenly felt a chill. Bao, Brother Qin Feng is right. Ha ha ha. I'm going to threaten him and try to cooperate with him right now. Qin, haha. I'm going to. Soon, Bao and Qin returned to the group chat. The result was as expected. Through their friendly discussions, we achieved a mutually satisfactory collaboration with our teammates. After chatting with the group members for a while, Qin Feng then closed the group chat. I read for a while. I'm a little sleepy. Qin Feng lay down and went to sleep. There's another fierce battle tonight. However, the imagined bat attack did not occur. I wonder if these blood bats sense the presence of the leaf umbrella. The night passed peacefully. Qin Feng slept soundly until morning. No problem at all. The next day, countdown to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 6 days, 24 hours, and 22 minutes. High temperatures persist. 42 degrees Celsius. Why didn't those bats attack last night? Qin Feng jumped out of bed with a somersault. These silly bats come more enthusiastically than anyone else when they shouldn't be here, but don't come when they should be. But, right now, Qin Feng isn't most concerned about those bats. It's a beast egg. I stepped out of the bedroom. Qin Feng entered the living room. 2 animal eggs were placed below the sunflower. Green light shines on the 2 eggs. A small crack appeared on the shell of one of the beast eggs. With great excitement, Qin Feng checked the information. Item, beast egg. Hatching countdown, 0 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds. Hint, this is a beast egg about to hatch. After hatching, a fantastical creature will emerge, which will consider the first person it sees as its parent. Friendly reminder, you are about to obtain a beast pet, which will greatly increase your chances of survival in the game. Your egg is ready to hatch. Emma got up at some point. They looked at Qin Feng's egg with great interest. Qin Feng was also extremely excited, looking at their egg together with Emma. The two of them stared intently at the egg. Time passed by second. Chapter 150 successfully hatched. Qin Feng has a mink. Countdown 4 minutes and 1 second. Countdown 3 minutes 5 seconds. Countdown 2 minutes 30 seconds. 1 minute countdown. 59 seconds left. Bathed in the green light of sunflowers. Click, click, click. The eggshells of the beast eggs are cracking more and more. You can vaguely see a shadowy mass moving inside. It looked like something was trying to pop out from inside. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. Countdown to 0. With a click, the eggshell shattered like ice crystals. Wow. A furry little paw pried open the eggshell fragments. Immediately afterwards, a white creature the size of a fist poked its head out. The damp down shimmered with a pearly sheen in the sunlight. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The white creature's head was turning around. They seemed to be searching for something. when its gaze landed on Qin Feng. I got excited immediately. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The white creature suddenly leaped, like a white lightning bolt streaking across the air. He pounced directly on Qin Feng. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Perhaps it's because it's just hatched. Because I'm not yet very skilled at controlling my body. The white creature leaped onto Qin Feng's waist, but failed to reach the desired position. But it quickly adapted to its body. For tiny paws crawled quickly all over my body. The soft, damp pads of flesh left tiny, plump, blossom-shaped footprints on Qin Feng's clothes. Final. It's on my shoulder. It nuzzled Qin Feng's face affectionately with its head. One adorable little guy. Emma looked at the adorable creature on Qin Feng's shoulder, her eyes filled with amazement. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the little guy on his shoulder. I'm so excited. So long. It's finally hatched. I'm a pet owner now. That's so cool, bro. But Qin Feng originally thought the beast egg was dropped by the big rat. It should hatch a mouse too. But the little guy on my shoulder seems a bit different from the mouse. The tiny creature, only 10 centimeters long, exudes an ethereal aura. The fluffy down is pure white, like silken threads solidified by moonlight. It shimmers with a faint pearly halo under the refraction of the sunflower's green light. 2 shell-shaped ears protrude from the little head. The tip of her nose was pink like cherry blossom jelly, glistening with life. They are very different from those blood rats. Rats are generally round and have a barrel-shaped body. But this little guy has a slender, streamlined body. The tails are also very different. A rat's tail is generally close to its body length, covered with sparse short hairs, and is grayish-black and semi-transparent. But this little guy's tail is about 1/3 the length of his body, and it's fluffy and thick like a fox's tail. As a seasoned short video expert who spends more than 10 hours a day scrolling through Douyin, Qin Feng could tell at a glance that this guy wasn't a rat. Instead, ferret. View information. Pet. Ferret in its early stages. Level 0. Aggression 3. Defense 3. Speed 30. Talent. Hunting LV 0. Activate hunting. Increase attack by 10, speed by 15, and defense by 5 for 25 seconds. Hint. This is a ferret that hatched from your egg and is currently in its infancy. As it grows, its level and attributes will continue to increase, with a level cap of 4. Perhaps you can find a way to break that cap. Friendly reminder. This ferret has already accepted you as its master and will never betray you. It really is a ferret. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Ferrets are much cuter than mice. Level and attributes can be improved. Wow, not bad. Talent hunting. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the description of the hunt. This was the first time he had ever seen a creature other than a participant in the Burial Grounds game possess talent. Aggression increased by 10, speed increased by 15. That's pretty impressive. These percentage-based boosts are extremely powerful talents. Especially in the later stages, the attribute values are very high. A percentage increase would be an incredibly terrifying boost. That's awesome. In short, Qin Feng was very satisfied with this little guy, whether it's looks or talent. As for the level cap of 4, Qin Feng wasn't too worried. The hint said there's a way to break through the limit. As long as there's a way to break through the limit, he will definitely be able to help the little guy break through his limits. What is self-confidence? That's called self-confidence. Let's see how the little guy feels. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the little guy's neck. Use your other hand to support the little one's belly. I lifted the little one from my shoulder into my arms. Just as he imagined. So soft. Qin Feng gave it a few hard rubs. It sank right into the little guy's fluffy fur. It feels amazing. It just won't stop. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little guy faced Qin Feng's clutches. There was no resistance. Instead, he looked like he was enjoying it. It spread its belly out, with its 4 little paws pointing upwards. It revealed 4 pinkish paw pads and a hairy belly. His small eyes were narrowed into slits. It allowed Qin Feng's demonic claws to do whatever they wanted to it. Qin, may I touch your mink? Emma, standing to the side, couldn't take her eyes off the adorable little guy. Don't be so polite. Feel free to touch me. Touch me all you want. Qin Feng was very magnanimous. What is his relationship with Emma? What's wrong with touching a mink? Permission has been obtained. Emma excitedly reached her hand into Qin Feng's arms. I carefully touched the ferret's fur. After discovering that the ferret did not reject him, Emma then felt relieved and began to stroke the ferret. The fluffy, soft fur and the ferret's boneless body. It feels incredibly soft to the touch. Emma loved it so much that she couldn't stop touching it. Qin, may I hold your mink for a while? Emma pressed her advantage and asked. Sure. Qin Feng handed the ferret in his arms to Emma. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She left Qin Feng's warm embrace. The ferret immediately cried out. The little claws grabbed Qin Feng's clothes. They didn't want to leave. The little guy is quite good at recognizing people. Qin Feng laughed. Don't worry. Emma is one of us. She won't hurt you. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little guy seemed to understand Qin Feng's words. The claws then released Qin Feng's clothes. Emma saw this. Quickly take the little one. He held it in his arms and stroked it. So cute. Even the usually calm Emma. Even the little one's cuteness is irresistible. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little guy is far less affectionate towards Emma than he is towards Qin Feng. She lay listlessly in Emma's arms. It seems to be saying, Woman, hurry up and touch me. I'm going back to my master after I'm done. What the hell? What kind of thing hatched from that Chinese kid's beast egg? A rat? Wow. I thought this Chinese kid was going to hatch some powerful pet. Turns out it's a tiny mouse the size of a palm. Huh. Hilarious. I could stomp this thing to death with 1 foot. Rats as pets? What's the point of having them? Are they just for feeding those fantasy creatures? Ha ha. People all over the world are laughing hysterically. They always remember Qin Feng's beast egg. I was worried that Qin Feng might bring out some ferocious beasts. Now it's all good. A mouse. It's all right. Wait a minute. This thing doesn't look like a rat. Not a rat? What does that mean? I've read in historical records that rats are generally barrel-shaped with tails almost as long as their bodies and only have short fur. But this creature has a slender body, a tail that's about 1/3 of its body length, and bushy fur. This isn't a rat. It's a mink. A mink? What's that? Mink are predatory animals with quick reflexes and speed. They mainly feed on rodents, birds, frogs, and snakes, but also eat nuts and fruits. Eating mice, birds, frogs, and snakes? That's pure waste. Don't worry about it. The only thing this Chinese kid is good at is his talent. Aside from that, everything else is trash. Not worth mentioning. Utterly ordinary. Chapter 151 Electrical Components are about to arrive. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the shelter, Qin Feng and Emma sat down at the table and ate breakfast. Beside the two of them, the ferret sat on the table. A plate is placed in front of me. Emma took half of the food from her bowl and put into the little one's plate. The little guy didn't even glance at it. Emma, this little guy doesn't seem to be eating. Qin Feng recalled the short videos he had watched before. Minks seem to be carnivorous. If only this little guy had hatched a few days earlier. He still has meat. But the last meat dish from yesterday has been eaten. Try something else. Qin Feng's mind raced. Various foods from the inventory appear on the table. Hamburgers, bread, steamed buns, dumplings. However, these are the foods that the contestants have been dreaming of. The little guy didn't even glance at it. Until Qin Feng took out the tea eggs. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little guy immediately pounced on it. The little pink paws grabbed the tea egg and started munching on it. The little guy has pretty high expectations. Qin Feng originally planned to eat 1 egg every morning. Now it's all good. This can be used as food for the little guy. Let's name the little guy. Emma, the adorable ferret, couldn't help but suggest. The little guy is a ferret with a slender body and fluffy fur. He's also a pet that could be upgraded. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng said, Let's call him Xiaobai. Emma, what does the word newbie have to do with all that you said before? Xiaobai, that's a very fitting name. Emma patted the ferret's head. From now on, you'll be called Xiaobai. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little guy made a sound. It's unclear whether this is agreement or protest. 10 minutes later, breakfast is over. Qin Feng and Emma walked out of the shelter, preparing for today's grand grave-digging operation. The ferret was perched on Qin Feng's shoulder. He buried his head in Qin Feng's collar. I fell asleep happily. Go over there. Emma's divination. He pointed in a direction. The two were just about to set off. Dee. Sudden. A message notification sound went off. Huh, is that him? Qin Feng opened the panel. I was a little surprised to see the flashing avatar. French Martin, Qin Feng, do you need any electrical components? Let's make a deal. Wasn't this guy pretty tough a few days ago? Why is he suddenly talking about a trade? What the heck? Qin Feng remembered that this guy was very arrogant. Do you think I, Martin, am a country bumpkin? I won't change my terms. Contact me again when you've thought it through. These words are truly thought-provoking. It left a deep impression on Qin Feng. These past few days, Qin Feng was still thinking about how to get the electrical components from this guy. Result: this guy couldn't hold back any longer. What's going on? Who cares what happens? A slight smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. Since you took the initiative to contact me, then I'm going to kill you. Emma, let's go back to the shelter first. We have a big business deal to discuss. There are two sides to the story. Burial ground game in the French Martin's sanctuary. Let's rewind 5 minutes. Just as Qin Feng and Emma were enjoying their breakfast, Martin is in trouble, curled up in bed. His lips were bluish purple, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was as if a female ghost had drained all his life force. Last night, Qin Feng slept soundly until dawn. Martin didn't fall asleep for even a second. What happened? My head is so dizzy. I have no strength at all, because of staying up late the day before yesterday. Impossible. Martin shook his head. This possibility has been denied. Staying up late couldn't possibly have such serious consequences. There must be another reason. What exactly happened? Martin began to review the actions of the past few days. Final. It was set for the day the blue treasure chest was unearthed. Could it be that pangolin? Impossible. The wound from that pangolin bite has already healed. Didi. Sudden. A message notification sound went off. Could it be that Qin Feng has come to his senses and wants to trade electrical components with me? I considered this possibility. Martin seemed to have a final burst of energy before his death. A trace of color returned to his pale face. Open the panel quickly. Commander? See the source of the information. Martin was greatly disappointed. Click on the profile picture. The message popped up. French Commander, Martin, I have a guess about your situation. Martin, Commander, what's your guess? Martin quickly pressed for more information. French Commander, it's possible that the pangolin that bit you a few days ago was carrying the virus. Think back carefully. Is there any information about the virus in the description of that pangolin? Martin recalled something. It seems there really is. It's called something like rabies virus. He was so excited about opening the electrical components, so I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Martin quickly replied to the commander. Since the commander knows about the virus, she even took the initiative to contact him. There must be a way. All done. Martin, Commander, do you know how to deal with this virus? French Commander, there is indeed a way. Martin was overjoyed. Asked follow-up questions immediately. Martin, Commander, what's the plan? Chapter 152, French Martin. Requesting a trade. French Commander, there is indeed a way. Contact that Chinese kid. He was also infected with the virus, but after taking an antidote, he was cured. Martin? Contact Qin Feng. Is this what you call a solution? This is worse than killing him. Let me die. Let me die. Cough, cough, cough. Certainly. D. That's just something I said in anger. They're alive and well. Who wants to die? Although extremely unwilling. But, to survive. Martin eventually contacted Qin Feng. Then, that's how the scene from before happened. Only, what Martin found unacceptable was, after he sent the message, there has been no reply from Qin Feng for a long time. Evil Chinese boy. Martin roared to the sky. I'm extremely unwilling. He was certain. Qin Feng was deliberately ignoring him. But, to survive, he could only contact Qin Feng again. Didi. French Martin. Qin Feng. I can trade electrical components with you. And we could discuss the price. In the shelter, Qin Feng saw another message from the other party. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the first message gave him a 50% chance of obtaining the electrical components, the appearance of this second message, he's 1000% confident. Qin Feng, speak. What are your conditions? French Martin, let's be frank. 2 liters of water a day, plus a dose of antiviral inhibitor, and the electrical components are yours. Virus suppressants? Is this guy infected with the virus? Qin Feng was delighted. No wonder the other party contacted him first. This virus infection was timely. Wonderful. That's brilliant. This is a rare opportunity. Then we won't be polite. Qin Feng. 1 antiviral inhibitor can replace an electrical component. Martin saw Qin Feng's message. It exploded. You. Is this how you bargain? This isn't even cutting a major artery. This is like cutting straight to the 18th level of hell. French Martin. Qin Feng. Are you crazy? French Martin. A virus inhibitor is trying to take away my electrical components? French Martin. Impossible. I'd rather die than agree to such a request. Qin Feng, Fina. Then go die. Don't bother coming back. Qin Feng remained completely calm because of similar statements. He had already heard it once from Sakura. French Martin, Qin Feng, you'll regret this. In the shelter, Martin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Qin Feng, I refuse to believe that you're the only one in the entire burial ground game who has a virus suppressant. Open the regional channel. Martin directly announced the purchase of virus inhibitors. However, the message disappeared without a trace. No one replied to him. Not everyone is Qin Feng. It will cause a sensation as soon as it appears. Then, Martin decided to go big. French Martin, I have electrical components. If you can get your hands on the electrical components, you can negotiate a lower price with that Chinese kid. Really, once the electrical components are produced, the regional channel instantly erupted in excitement. Electrical components? Someone actually found these. Please don't give them to that Chinese kid. I'll trade with you. I have anti-inflammatory medicine. Great. I'll trade you my painkillers. I have sleeping pills. Martin was speechless. Forget about anti-inflammatory drugs and painkillers. What the heck are sleeping pills? Should we let him just take care of himself? What are these people? French Martin, I have contracted rabies. I only need antiviral inhibitors. Nothing else. What? Rabies? You're dead meat. You'd better sell the electrical components now. Yes, there's no cure for rabies. Make the most of your last moments and enjoy yourself. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you a few hamburgers and you give me the electrical components. Whatever amount they gave you, I'll pay double. Give me the electrical components. What's the use of a hamburger? He'll probably die before he even finishes eating it. Martin, I just dug up a silicone doll and some XX comics. You can borrow them for a day. Give me the electrical components. The regional channels were extremely lively. Participants from various countries applied to trade. Only, none of them can come up with a virus inhibitor. They all treated Martin as if he were dead. They only wanted to squeeze every last drop of value out of Martin. These idiots. Martin launched into a tirade of profanities. He just wanted a virus suppressant. Result, these guys all want him dead. He's even more despicable than that Chinese kid. Didi. At this moment, a notification sound is playing. Commander? Does the commander have a solution? Martin's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked on a profile picture. French Commander, Martin. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I think you should first place the electrical components with my other French competitors. Martin? Is this human language? I'm not dead yet. They all want me dead, but I'm determined to live. Martin roared. A smooth little combo. Block the commander immediately. Immediately, I started thinking about how to survive. First, we absolutely cannot let that Chinese kid get away with this. Where did Qin Feng get his virus inhibitors? Yes, it must have come from that young woman with the talent for medicine. That young Chinese woman probably doesn't know about me and Qin Feng, so she might be able to buy virus inhibitors at a low price. Martin's eyes lit up, and he opened the panel. Find Vivi. Send a message. Martin, Vivi. I'd like to trade you for a virus inhibitor. Didi. Martin was looking forward to it. The message was answered quickly. Vivi, a virus inhibitor switching electrical component. Martin? This news seems so familiar. That damn Qin Feng. He cursed Qin Feng's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind. Martin continued to contact Vivi. Martin, Vivi, it seems Qin Feng has already told you about the electrical components. But I want to tell you, Qin Feng is a very cunning guy. Everything he does is to get electrical components at a low price. What will you get by helping him? If we cooperate, we can get much more supplies from Qin Feng. Martin, we don't know how long this heat wave will last. Water resources will inevitably be very scarce. If we cooperate, I can promise you that I'll give you 1/3 of the water resources I got from Qin Feng. Wei, you're right. Electrical components are indeed very valuable. However, I don't need to cooperate with you. I can just trade the electrical components from you and then trade directly with Brother Qin Feng, right? Martin? Are all these Chinese people so good at bargaining? That's not what I meant. Is this young Chinese woman rather naive? Martin, I'm the one who sourced the electrical components. Do you think I let you make money off electrical components? Vivi, I think so. Otherwise, you'll die. Martin? Very direct and realistic. But it does seem to make sense. There are no antiviral inhibitors. You will die. After much thought, coupled with the feeling of growing weaker, Martin let out a long sigh. In the end, I made a decision that went against the wishes of my ancestors. Chapter 153, Electrical Components Acquired. Time to build a water purifier. Martin, I can give you the electrical components, but 1 dose of antiviral inhibitor isn't enough. I also need 5 liters of water. Wei, I only have 5 ml of drinks and mineral water on me. If I give it all to you, I won't have any water left to drink. Martin, you could trade electrical components with Qin Feng. You'll get far more than 5 liters of water. This message has been sent. There was no response for a long time. Just when Martin was feeling anxious and thought he was about to die, the news has arrived. Vivi, let's make a deal. Martin looked reluctantly at the electrical components in his inventory. In the end, I made the tough decision to trade it away. Type 1 virus inhibitor +1. 500 milliliters Waha mineral water +2. 300 milliliters Coke +3. 120 milliliters 6 walnuts +2. Type 1 virus inhibitors and various beverages and mineral water have arrived. Martin did not hesitate at all. I picked up the Type I virus inhibitor and started drinking it. As the liquid in the bottle entered my stomach, Martin felt instantly relieved. After taking a Type I viral suppressant, the virus has been eliminated from my body. A notification sound is playing. They survived. Martin breathed a sigh of relief. Then came an emptiness that could not be expressed in words. The electrical components are gone. I'm so sad. But then I thought about it again. If we can use electrical components to make Qin Feng and that Chinese girl turn against each other, then it won't be a bad deal. Martin's lips curled into a slight smile. That's why he wanted to take all the water from Wei. There was no water on him. This young Chinese woman was trying to survive. They'll definitely rip Qin Feng off. Since that's the case, then I'll add fuel to the fire. A cunning glint flashed in Martin's eyes. Open the panel. Then, I clicked on Qin Feng's profile picture. Martin, Qin Feng. My goodness. I was originally planning to trade you for virus inhibitors using electrical components, but your Chinese friend Vivi offered a higher price, and I couldn't refuse, so I had to trade the electrical components to her. If you want the electrical components, trade with Vivi. Martin, you're all Chinese. I'm sure Vivi won't make things difficult for you. She'll probably sell it to you at cost price. What does it mean to sow discord? That's called sowing discord. GAA. Martin is already looking forward to the scene of Qin Feng and Wei becoming enemies. A little trick. Let the Chinese fight amongst themselves. This is the wisdom of me, Martin. Good. Just as Martin was feeling triumphant. Didi, Qin Feng's message has been replied to. Qin Feng, you mean electrical components? Wei already told me. A photo was attached to the message. Inside were electrical components. Did that Chinese girl finish her deal with Qin Feng so quickly? Martin was surprised. Martin, Qin Feng, I wonder what price you paid. If you had agreed to my terms earlier, all you needed was 1 dose of antiviral inhibitor and 2 liters of water a day. Qin Feng, what price? None. Wei just gave it to me. Martin's smile froze, and his gaze went blank. It took me a long time to recover. No cost. Deliver? Why would you give it away? Why would that young Chinese woman simply give away such precious electrical components? Is this reasonable? That's impossible. How is that possible? This is not scientific. Qin Feng, thanks to the electrical components you provided, otherwise, I don't know when we would have been able to manufacture a water purifier. I'm off to manufacture a water purifier. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. Qin Feng, don't be so smug. I will definitely get my revenge. An angry roar burst from the cabin, causing the surrounding gray mist to surge. There are 2 sides to the story. In Martin's impotent rage. In the shelter on the other side, Qin Feng and Emma sat around the table. Look at the items on the table. This is a rectangular metal object. It is about 20 centimeters long. The surface is etched with complex circuit patterns. The texture flows with a silvery gray luster like liquid mercury. It exudes a certain technological feel. Item, level 1 electrical components. Function, to convert energy sources such as petroleum, gasoline, and diesel into mechanical kinetic energy. Tip, electrical components are indispensable and even the most important parts in the manufacture of electrical appliances. If you have a sufficient number of electrical components, you might try combining them. You might be surprised by the results. Electrical components. They finally arrived. Emma stared at the electrical components, her eyes lighting up. Qin Feng laughed. Thanks to Vivi, her antiviral inhibitor not only saved us, but also helped me replace the electrical components. Emma nodded in complete agreement. If it were anyone else, they would definitely try to use the electrical components to their own advantage. Vivi is so kind. She just gave you the electrical components directly. Qin Feng. Yes, this water purifier is part of Weiwei's business, so I'll take care of Weiwei's water supply from now on. Emma suggested. Girls like things clean. If the water purifier produces a lot of purified water, we can give Vivi more water for her bath. Great. I'll give Vivi a surprise then. Haha. Everything is ready. Qin Feng's mind raced. A manufacturing guide for a first-class water purifier has appeared in my hands. Illustrated Guide to Manufacturing a Class 1 Water Purifier. Qin Feng gave the order directly, without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 154, The Water Purifier, is complete. Time to purify the water. Wow. Following Qin Feng's command, the illustration in his hand turned into a beam of white light and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, burial soil 10, plastic 10, iron block 10, splash splash splash. Various materials flew out of the inventory and merged into the white light. Ding ding ding. A metallic clanging sound rang out from within the ball of light. Various materials are combined, and a mechanical prototype can be vaguely seen within the ball of light. Wow. At this moment, the electrical components on the table also started moving. Electrical components 1. Call out. The electrical components transformed into a beam of white light and merged into the light cluster. Enter the very center of the mechanical prototype. With the last piece of the puzzle complete, the ball of light suddenly contracted into an energy vortex with a diameter of 1 meter. The clanging sound of gears turning filled the air. The white light dissipated. A metal device appeared before my eyes. The outer casing of this metal device is made of welded steel, and the workmanship is rough. The surface is covered with rust, pits, and bullet hole-like corrosion marks. It looks like an old-fashioned water purifier that was just dug out of the ruins of World War II. A water pipe extends from the top, and a water pipe from the bottom. These are the water inlet and the water outlet. It's done. Qin Feng looked at the machine in front of him with excitement. I've been waiting for so long. Today has finally come. After waiting for so long, I finally got to realize my dream. Is this a water purifier? Emma's eyes were full of curiosity, since the burial soil game descended upon Earth. The technological wave is waning. This was the first time Emma had ever seen such a high-end machine as a water purifier. Great! This is a water purifier. Qin Feng couldn't wait to check the information about the water purifier. Item: Level 1 Water Purifier. Purification rate: 0.4 L, 1 H. Purifies 0.4 liters of water per hour. Power: 0.1 L, 1 H. Consumes 0.1 liters of petroleum per hour. Durability: 50 to 50. Durability decreases by 0.2 per hour during mechanical operation. Tip: This is a magical machine that can purify wastewater from burial sites, removing various impurities, bacteria, and pollutants to bring it to drinkable standards. Friendly reminder: you can use materials to restore the water purifier's durability. Do not wait until the durability reaches 0, as the water purifier will then be rendered unusable. It purifies 0.4 liters of water per hour, which is 9.6 liters per day. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. That is to say, just get the water purifier working. You can get nearly 10 liters of water every day for free. That's terrifying. No, it wasn't entirely free. It consumes 0.1 liters of oil per hour, which is 2.4 liters per day. That's quite a waste. Qin Feng glanced at his inventory. 50 litres pétroleum x3. 150 liters of oil. That's all. We're not short of oil. How about it? Emma, who was standing nearby, asked curiously. Because the water purifier belongs to Qin Feng. Therefore, Emma was unable to view the water purifier's information. Look, Qin Feng directly shared the water purifier's specifications with Emma. 0.4 liters per hour, nearly 10 liters per day. Emma is amazed. This is more water than she and Qin Feng could dig up in a whole day. And it consumes very little energy. Emma knows that Qin Feng has struck oil. This amount of expenditure is negligible compared to Qin Feng's financial resources. Try a water purifier now. Good. Qin Feng was also very much looking forward to it. A thought crossed my mind. Add the water purifier to your inventory. Immediately, the two walked out of the shelter, arriving at the acid rain pool outside the shelter. A water purifier. This young Chinese man actually made a water purifier. It's impossible. Didn't we agree that we absolutely cannot let that Chinese kid make a water purifier? Which idiot sold electrical components to that kid? Step forward. It was that idiot Martin. Shit. He was the only one who found the electrical components. That idiot. He sold the electrical components to that Chinese woman for the sake of the virus suppressant, and then that Chinese woman gave the electrical components to Qin Feng. This is a crime. A crime. People from all over the world watched the projected image. They all exploded. Damn it. Qin Feng is already incredibly powerful. Give him a water purifier too. Wouldn't that be incredible? How can we play then? What a load of rubbish. Are you watching Qin Feng enjoying life in the burial ground? Then, people from various countries vented their anger on Martin. Are virus inhibitors really that important? They actually gave Qin Feng such a crucial component, an electrical component, just for a single virus inhibitor. Exactly. He's just infected with the virus, isn't he? He's not dead yet. So what's the rush? Couldn't he have just held on a little longer? Maybe he could have pulled through. So what if he dies and can't make it? There's an old Chinese saying, death is inevitable for everyone. It can be as weighty as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. This idiot has no backbone. Even if he dies, he shouldn't give the electrical components to that Chinese kid. Exactly. Useless Martin. Useless France. Martin? Is this human language? What makes viral inhibitors so important? What does it mean to get through it? What do you mean? So what if I'm dead? Why don't you just die? Let's do it right here. Qin Feng and Emma arrived at the pond outside. Although the acid rain has been over for quite some time now. However, this acid rain pool shows no signs of drying up. We found a spot with a slope. Qin Feng's mind raced. Water purifiers have appeared around us. Qin Feng placed the water pipe at the bottom of the water purifier into the acid rain pool. The movements were extremely careful. After all, he didn't want his hands to be corroded by the acid rain. After finishing the water pipe at the bottom, Qin Feng then placed the water pipe at the top of the water purifier into the container he had prepared beforehand. This Chinese kid is going to use a water purifier. I'm not reconciled. God, please may this Chinese kid slip into the acid rain pool. No, the water purifier is finished, but it still needs energy to start the machine. That's right. Energy is needed for the machines to work. This guy has machines, but without energy, they're useless. Amazing. People from all over the world seem to have discovered something significant. Everyone got excited again. That feels so good. But before they could even be happy for a second, projecting, a large iron bucket appeared next to Qin Feng. Qin Feng then poured the black liquid from the bucket into the water purifier. The smiles on the faces of people from all over the world froze. They suddenly remembered. This Chinese kid seems to have gotten oil from a blue treasure chest before. Then, they even mocked them relentlessly. Shit. Chapter 155 Water Purifier Operation. 10 L of water per day. Wow. Qin Feng took a bowl and poured oil into the water purifier's oil tank. It was repeated dozens of times. Approximately 20 liters of oil were poured in. The water purifier's oil tank was just filled. Qin Feng then stopped. Screw the cap on. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the red button on the side of the water purifier. He looked excited. Everything is ready. That's it. Start up. Clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang. The instant Qin Feng pressed the button, the water purifier started shaking. It emitted a series of ear-piercing clanging sounds from the metal parts. It's like a rusty locomotive starting up on a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The petroleum in the fuel tank has started to burn. Grayish-black steam was shooting out from above the water purifier. Wow. The acid rain pool rippled slightly. The water pipe that had been submerged in the acid rain pool was suddenly pulled out. The next moment, glug, glug, acid rain from the pool flowed into the water purifier through the pipes. After being treated by a water purifier, the other end, water started dripping from the water purifier's outlet into the container. The water has come out. Qin Feng looked excited. Take out a small cup and place it under the water pipe. Soon, some water had accumulated in the cup. Pure, transparent, and without any impurities. View information. Item water. Tip. This is just an ordinary glass of pure water. You can use it to quench your thirst, take a bath, or water your plants. Of course, it has other uses as well. I saw the message. Qin Feng felt relieved. Purification successful. Safety. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and drank it all in one gulp. The cool water entered my mouth and went down my throat into my stomach. The feeling was cool and cool. It's no different from pure water that's been dug out. And it's no different from purified water. That's its biggest advantage. Emma, you should try some too. Good. Emma also took some water and put it in her mouth. He tasted it carefully and nodded, saying, "The purification was a great success. It's no different from the water we dug up. From now on, the threat of high temperatures to us will be greatly reduced." Great. With a water purifier, we definitely won't lack water. The only remaining problem is cooling down. Qin Feng said, "Let's go. Let's dig up the grave first." Good. Qin Feng and Emma left the courtyard. Head in the direction Emma divined. At the same time, Qin Feng also shared this good news with the group members in the group chat. Well, what? Brother Qin Feng, you've created a water purifier. Qin, congratulations. With a water purifier, Brother Qin Feng, you won't have to worry about running out of water anymore. Vivi, wow, that's awesome. The group members were shocked. Everyone was happy for Qin Feng. Qin Feng, haha. Thanks to Weiwei's virus inhibitor, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to get the electrical components. Weiwei, Brother Qin Feng, the most important thing is your level 1 water purifier manufacturing blueprint. Without the blueprint, it's impossible to make a water purifier. This girl has such a sweet tongue. A smile curved Qin Feng's lips. But sweet talk is one thing. This little girl's contribution is undeniable. Qin Feng, having manufacturing blueprints is useless without electrical components. Weiwei, you deserve immense credit for creating the water purifier. Weiwei, Brother Qin Feng, the crafting blueprints in your hand are the most important. Qin Feng, no, you're more important. Bibi, no, protect the country. Qin, no, why are these two suddenly starting to flatter each other? Qin, Brother Qin Feng, Weiwei, you two are both important, stop arguing. Bawa, not bad. Brother Qin Feng, how's the purification speed of this water purifier? Can it purify 3 liters of water a day? The group members were very curious. Qin Feng, it can purify 0.4 L per hour, and the consumption is... Qin Feng did not hide anything from the group members. They directly told the group members about the water purifier's consumption and purification speed. Wow, it can purify 0.4 L per hour. That means it can purify nearly 10 L of water per day. That's way too much. Qin, that's a lot. Bawa just said he purifies 3 liters of water a day, and I already thought that was too much. I never imagined it could purify 10 liters. Weiwei, wow, Brother Qin Feng is so amazing. The group members were all shocked by the numbers Qin Feng mentioned. No wonder they were shocked. Anyone who hears this number will be shocked. Nearly 10 liters of water. The amount of water purified in one day is equivalent to the amount they dug in 4 or 5 days. Qin Feng, haha, there really is a lot. If anyone needs water later, just contact me. With a water purifier, Qin Feng became bold and heroic. Water? We don't need any more. I chatted with the group members for a while longer. Qin Feng left the group chat. At the same time, they also sent Vivi a bunch of drinks and bottled water. Vivi bought electrical components, in addition to virus inhibitors. He even took out all the 5 L of water he had on him. Qin Feng didn't want this little girl to die of thirst. After doing all this, Qin Feng and Emma also arrived at the divination site where graves were being dug. Start. A hoe appeared in Qin Feng's hand. They started digging at the grave mound at their feet. The water purifier is finished. Leafy umbrellas can repel bats. He can now dig graves with all his might. Rise up. Caw-caw. God help me. Come on, bats, kill this kid. Heaven help me. Quickly, send bats. Send 100 of them to kill this Chinese brat. As long as we kill this Chinese kid, his water purifier will be useless. We must kill this Chinese brat. People all over the world are depressed. Everyone started praying. Damn it. Qin Feng has created a water purifier. This is worse than killing them. Chapter 156 Earth Spike Illustrated Guide. Bloodbats reappear. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2x 500G noodles and 2x 1000G flour. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. In the game of burial, Qin Feng began his daily work. The hoe kept swinging down. He dug out the grave mounds one by one. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 82 plastic buckets and 2 water ladles. A water bucket, perfect for holding water in the water purifier. Continue. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 straw hats and 5 bamboo mats. A cooling mat. Great. It's getting warmer, so it's perfect to use now. Continue. Fantasy value plus 3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 5 lounge chairs and a beach umbrella. Wow. Vacation packages have arrived? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is really good stuff. Back in the summer, he loves to lie on the deck chair under the willow tree, sleep while listening to the cicadas chirping and feeling the summer breeze. With a recliner, my quality of life instantly improves. It's over 40 degrees Celsius. They dug up 8 graves in one go. Qin Feng was starting to feel the strain. His forehead was covered in sweat. No, we need to take a short break at halftime. I should try out the recliner. A thought crossed my mind. A deck chair that had just been dug out appeared beneath our feet. Qin Feng sat down. The cool touch of the recliner reached my buttocks. Qin Feng shuddered. Cool. Push off the ground with your toes. A creaking sound rang out. The recliner started rocking. Qin Feng pressed his entire back against the recliner. The recliner started rocking. My whole body feels relaxed. A banana leaf fan appeared in his left hand, holding a Mishue ice cream popsicle juice stick in my right hand. I was fanning myself while drinking orange juice. So refreshing. Emma, who was standing nearby, was planning to dig up another one. Look at how much Qin Feng is enjoying himself. We can't dig any further. Strike. A few seconds later, the 2 recliners started rocking side by side. So comfortable. Emma was lying on a recliner, squinting. Let the recliner move her body as it pleases. I felt completely relaxed. Qin Feng took out a cup of Mishue ice cream, mango pomelo sago, and gave it to Emma. They also took out the beach umbrella, although there is no sunlight in the burial ground. But Qin Feng emphasizes a sense of ritual. We have a parasol. It just feels right. All that's missing is a beach and the ocean. Qin Feng was really looking forward to a real beach vacation. I wonder when they'll be able to create a sea and beach, complete with coconut trees and sea breezes, and of course, bikini-clad beauties are indispensable. Wait, that's something we won't lack. Good things must be shared. There are exactly 5 deck chairs and parasols. Qin Feng gave the remaining 3 to the group members. Wei Wei, Qin, and Bao were digging a grave. When Qin Feng gave her a recliner and a parasol, she didn't think too much about it. They're still outside. The situation is fraught with danger. We cannot afford to be complacent. But after they saw Qin Feng's photo, they all couldn't hold back anymore. Just lay down outside. This is too enjoyable, too dangerous. A few minutes later, 3 more photos appeared in the group chat. Wei Wei, Qin, and Bao also followed Qin Feng's example. Lie down under the parasol. Ah, that feels so good. Beside them, there were rows and rows of ice archers on display. Aim at any direction from all angles without any blind spots. With bodyguards, what's there to be afraid of? That's more like it. Seeing the group members go from panic and despair when they first entered the burial ground game to being relaxed now, Qin Feng was genuinely happy. Sometimes, helping others brings even more joy. A mama's chair, a parasol, and cold drinks. Is this Chinese kid trying to survive? Or is he on vacation? To survive the second wave of attacks and the scorching heat, participants from all countries were frantically digging graves. This guy was actually enjoying himself in the burial ground. Is there any justice in this world? It's impossible that this kid would just let it go on like that. He also made several other Chinese people feel good too. Burial ground games. Please, just kill this Chinese kid already. We can't let him continue like this. This is seriously damaging the image of burial ground games. Is this still the perilous burial ground games? Heavens above, give these Chinese people a good thrashing. I can't stand by and watch. Where are the bats? Come quick, bats, kill this kid. Bats, hurry up and come here. Where the hell are you? The people of all nations on earth have broken down. Instead of breaking through defenses once a day, it has now become 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, causing the defenses to be breached. Why haven't the bats come yet today? It's not just people all over the world who are anticipating a bat attack. Qin Feng himself is also looking forward to it. He was still hoping that more bats would come to provide him with fantasy points. Perhaps these silly bats sensed that I had a leafy umbrella protecting me and knew they couldn't attack me, so they didn't come? It's highly unlikely. Those silly bats don't have that much intelligence. I lay there for 10 minutes. I finished my cold drink. Qin Feng put away the recliner and parasol. Keep digging up old posts. Enjoy it occasionally. We mustn't let playthings distract us from our studies. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained 1 Spike's illustration and 50 thorns. Wow, a Pokédex entry has been released. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Spikes are an important part of his farm defense. A thought crossed my mind. The Spikeweed Compendium appeared in my hand. View information. Plant guide, ground spikes. Planting requirements. Burial soil +1 thorn +4 fantasy points plus LV6 talent. Maturity time. Immediately ripe. Spécification. Un matrix un mètre. Hint. This is a thorn modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it inflicts continuous damage on any fantasy creatures walking on it. You can use it in conjunction with a walnut. Friendly reminder. Fantasy creatures will not attack the thorns unless provoked. A single spike has an area of 1, and it won't be actively attacked by fantasy creatures. This means that once a spike is deployed, it won't be damaged unless special circumstances arise. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. After get off work, I'll plant these thorns outside the fence. Use the Spikeweed Compendium. Qin Feng gave the order. The illustration in his hand transformed into a beam of white light and flew into the talent bar. The next moment, the spike pattern changed from black to bright. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qin Feng was just about to continue digging the grave. Sudden, the little white creature on my shoulder barked at the gray mist ahead. Her pink paws gripped Qin Feng's collar tightly. It seems to be a reminder of something. Qin Feng vaguely guessed what was going on. I got excited immediately. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, a dense cacophony of cries erupted from the gray fog. From far to near, a few seconds, the sound became extremely shrill. Qin Feng recognized that voice all too well. It's finally here. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, as if he had seen some kind of treasure. Chapter 157, The Leaf Umbrella, is so powerful. It repels the bats. Wow. In the distance, gray fog surged. This time, the commotion is bigger than ever before. The next moment, one after another, dark figures flew out from the gray mist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bah. So many bats. Far more than the previous dozen or so. This time, there will be at least 50, not at least 80 or more. These bats hovered above Qin Feng and Emma. Dozens of piercing screams converged. It seems to have created some kind of sonic attack. The shot caused Qin Feng's eardrums to throb with pain. Bats. It's bats. Good, good. The bats are coming. There are a lot of bats this time. At least 80 or more. With that many, this Chinese kid definitely can't handle them. Wow, more than 80 bats. Even if just one of them bit this Chinese kid, his neck would be bitten off. Nice, nice. So what if he made a water purifier? He hasn't even had a chance to use it yet. This kid's about to die. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, what a waste of a water purifier. Such a good machine. Just like that, it's ruined. Ha ha. To be able to build a water purifier before he dies. This Chinese kid has finally fulfilled his dream. D in peace. Ha ha. People from all over the world watched the images projected on the screen. Everyone was incredibly excited. Damn it. Bats. You finally arrived. That almost gave that Chinese kid a good time. Let's kill this Chinese brat quickly. More than before, Qin Feng was also extremely excited. These are all fantasy points. More than 80 blood bats, nearly 1,000 fantasy points. They made a fortune. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless blood bats circled in the air. They seemed to be looking for a weakness in Qin Feng and Emma's relationship. Sudden, the bats attacked, swooping down toward the two of them. Extremely fast. To the naked eye, all that could be seen were dark shadows. Qin Feng smiled, completely unfazed. Leafy protective umbrella, come out. Several radish-shaped plants appeared beside Qin Feng. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood bats are rapidly approaching. At the speed of these blood bats, it only takes 0.01 seconds to bite Qin Feng and Emma's necks. It's about to begin. Qin Feng was extremely excited. Emma, who was next to her, also looked at the protective umbrella of leaves with curiosity, wanting to see how this strange plant defended itself. This Chinese kid is about to be attacked. People from all over the world were extremely excited and stared intently at the projection. As for the plants that Qin Feng summoned, nobody cares. Qin Feng is about to die. What's so interesting about a few broken plants? Could it possibly stop these bats? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Amidst the anticipation of countless eyes, the blood bats have entered the leaf umbrella's detection and control zone. Bang, bang, bang. The few leaves protecting Qin Feng sensed the threat from the flying creature. His torso suddenly trembled. The leaves at the top suddenly magnified dozens of times. It transformed into a giant emerald umbrella, sealing off the space above completely. A blood bat crashed into the giant emerald umbrella. With a thud, he was thrown back. Go on. It flew backwards for more than 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Immediately afterwards, a second blood bat entered the leaf umbrella's detection and control zone. Bang! The protective umbrella of leaves has been magnified once again. The second blood bat was flung away. Go on. Next. The same scene keeps repeating itself. The protective umbrella of leaves keeps expanding. One by one, the blood bats were flung away. Go away, go away. Even if these blood bats have a speed of 100 points. But the leaf umbrella is like the most perfect shield in the world. They were always able to keep these blood bats at bay. No solution. There is absolutely no solution. It's time for us to get started. Qin Feng summoned an ice archer. Gun barrels pointed at the sky. The leaf umbrella is only for defense. The attack still depends on Qin Feng himself. You silly bats. You've had your fun for a few days, that's enough. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Ice peas are being fired rapidly. Normally speaking, Qin Feng had a hard time tracking the flight paths of these blood bats. But during the time when these blood bats were bounced away by the leaf umbrella, the flight path is fixed. Qin Feng aimed directly at the bats that were flung away and fired wildly. In this way, it's easy to hit the target. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Ice peas shot at the bats. Even if these blood bats regained their ability to fly. Frost Archer's special effect added. Speed dropped by 50. These blood bats could only become Qin Feng's targets. Bang, bang. Bats started falling from the sky. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value notification sounds started popping up one after another. Emma, who was standing next to her, did the same. Both of them fired at the same time. The kill speed is doubled. Bang, bang, bang. More and more blood bats are falling. Fantasy value is increasing rapidly. Chapter 1, 58 Ice Cubes. Lyrics and music. Finally, we can kill these stupid bats. Finally, I can hold my head high. Qin Feng has been getting really angry about these bats lately. Now, offense and defense have become easier. It was Qin Feng's turn to attack, and the blood bat got beaten up. 10 minutes have passed. Puff, puff, puff. Nearly half of the blood bats in the air have disappeared. The harsh sounds have been greatly reduced. Most of the remaining blood bats in the air had also been hit by ice peas. Speed reduced. It's only a matter of time before my fantasy value becomes like Qin Feng's. Water law. At this time, people from all over the world watched the images projected on the screen. Everyone stared blankly, mouths agape, incredulous. What are these radishes anyway? Why are their leaves suddenly getting bigger? It gets bigger, fine, but why can it also bounce away bats? Does that even make sense? Shit, this Chinese kid's pile of plants is ridiculous enough, and he's using them for air defense? You're telling me these are plants? Impossible. How could this kid possibly stop the bats? He should have been bitten to death by them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a hallucination. This is a hallucination. I must be hallucinating from hunger. Someone hit me. The mentality of people around the world has collapsed. Damn it. They were hoping the bats would appear and kill Qin Feng. Result. Now, they can't even touch a hair on Qin Feng's head. Instead, they gave Qin Feng fantasy points. Are you kidding me? Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy points keep popping up, with Qin Feng and Emma giving it their all. There are fewer and fewer blood bats in the air, from ones covering the sky. Now there are only a few scattered ones. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng beat the dog when it was down. Shoot out ice peas one after another for free. Bang, A bloodbath crashed. The surroundings immediately became quiet. Finish. Qin Feng glanced at the panel. Fantasy value increased by over 900. Good. I wonder if we'll be able to have a few more waves today. Qin Feng was filled with anticipation. Put away the plants. Keep digging up old posts. We've only dug up 7 or 8 graves today. We're still quite a ways off from our goal of 20 graves. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have received 150 wood, 30 stone, 20 iron, 10 glass, and 10 plastic. Wow, a materials box. Not bad. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. We have enough materials to upgrade our shelter. I'll upgrade the shelter when I get back today and see how many more rooms I can add. Qin Feng had wanted to upgrade the shelter for a long time. The illustrated guide to wooden toilets and sewage systems is ready. Put away the materials. Keep digging up old posts. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. For the next period of time, the treasure chest that Qin Feng dug up was nothing special. But Emma, who was standing next to her, suddenly had incredible luck. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 100 ice blocks, 2.5 centimeters x 2.5 centimeters x 2.5 centimeters each. We actually found a block of ice. Emma produced a storage box. The ice cubes were neatly arranged inside. You're lucky. Qin Feng exclaimed in admiration. Ice cubes are a great thing, especially in this hot climate. It's simply a miracle product. Give it a try. Emma took out 2 glasses of Coke. Immediately, take the ice cubes out of the storage box. Put 4 in each cup of cola. Give. Emma handed Qin Feng a Coke. Qin Feng took the cup. I shuddered the moment my fingertips touched the cup. It's so cool. The water droplets that condensed on the surface of the cup slid down between my fingers. The ice cubes made a soft, crackling sound as they sizzled in the cola. Qin Feng took a sip. The cool bubbles burst on the tip of your tongue. It felt like countless tiny ice spikes were sliding down my esophagus into my stomach. Call. Qin Feng felt as if every pore on his body had opened up. The heat escaped through the sweat on my back. I got goosebumps all over. So refreshing. He downed a glass in a few big gulps. So refreshing. Qin Feng burped, looking completely satisfied. These are for you. Emma, who was standing nearby, suddenly took 2/3 of the ice from the storage box and handed it to Qin Feng. What is this? Qin Feng was taken aback. Give this to Wei Wei and the others. I've eaten the food they sent and used the virus inhibitor Wei Wei gave me, so I have to repay them. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too selfish? Emma smiled faintly. Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay. Immediately, divide the ice into 3 portions and give them to the group members. I just added a note that Emma dug this up and gave it to them. Wei Wei, wow, it's ice. Did Sister Emma give it to you? Brother Qin Feng. Thank you, Sister Emma. Qin Feng, please thank Emma for me too. Bagua, I'm sweating buckets from digging this grave. This ice block came just in time. Brother Qin Feng, please thank Emma for me. Ha ha ha. The group members expressed their gratitude. At the same time, I also envy the friendship between Qin Feng and Emma. They and their teammates have all teamed up, but we're still in a state of mutual suspicion right now. Not to mention sharing supplies with each other. They even shared supplies with their teammates. It's been delivered. Everyone is so grateful to you. They said you're a very kind person. They asked me to thank you on their behalf. Qin Feng left the group chat and said to Emma, But it's just some ice cubes. What's there to thank? Emma spoke calmly and nonchalantly, but a slight smile played on her lips. The two continued digging the grave. Time slowly passed by, at temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Both of them were already soaked in sweat. The two dug out the grave mounds one by one. When? Item, treasure chest. Great, yellow. Hint, this is a yellow treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now, a surprise awaits you. Wow, the last one is a yellow treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It's definitely good stuff. Open the treasure chest. The yellow treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained a lyrics and music mud, and the lyrics and music, are you polite? What is this? Lyrics and music? Qin Feng was stunned. This is the first time he's ever dug something like this. So, even burial games have an artistic side? Mud. One elegant name. It sounds like a hymn to Mother Earth. Are you polite? This should be considered a critical lyric. It's aimed at those in society who are low class and impolite. Qin Feng is also an artistic person. I learned some songwriting and composition on TikTok. I analyzed the two songs based on their titles. I'll check out these two songs when I get back. Singing a song when you have nothing to do is not bad. Qin Feng put away both lyrics and music. Keep digging up old posts. 12 burial mounds. 15 burial mounds. 18 burial mounds. 20 burial mounds. I wonder if manufacturing water purifiers has depleted Qin Feng's luck today. Nothing good was found. Just a spiked dart illustration, a yellow materials box, a few deck chairs with parasols, a few straw mats, and 2 song lyrics. That seems alright. Apart from not finding water. Everything else is quite useful. That's all. Phew. Mission accomplished. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. My body felt sticky and my clothes were stuck to my skin. I feel terrible. Emma, who was standing next to her, was almost done too, digging the last grave, when the hoe bounced up. A beam of yellow light shone through the soil. Yellow treasure, chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining. Chapter 159 Watermelon. So juicy. Yellow treasure, chest opened. Congratulations. You have received 2x 3000 G Chilean watermelon, 2x cantaloupe, and 2x cucumber. Emma was surprised. I never expected to get such a good item from the last box today. A watermelon has been cut open. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2 green, round watermelons in front of him. This is good stuff. A must-have item to beat the summer heat. Just thinking about how delicious watermelon is. Slurp. Qin Feng couldn't help but drool. As for cantaloupe and cucumber, they're certainly very good too. It's just as good as a watermelon. So let's not compare. Let's go back and eat watermelon. Good. Put away your tools. The 2 returned to the shelter. I wonder how much water the water purifier has purified. On the road, Qin Feng was really looking forward to it. Emma is also very much looking forward to it. We've been out for almost 11 hours. Based on the water purifier's purification efficiency, that's... The 2 chatted. The sound is getting quieter and quieter. The figure gradually faded into the distance. A dozen minutes later, Qin Feng and Emma returned to the vicinity of the territory, standing outside the shelter fence. Looking from the outside in, the scene was extremely magnificent and breathtaking. A fence covering several thousand square meters has enclosed a huge territory. Inside, there are shelters, greenhouses, rows of swaying pea shooters and ice shooters, potato mines densely covering the ground, sunflowers and leaf umbrellas interspersed among these plants, a pond, and a water purifier emitting black smoke. It's like the intersection of agricultural civilization and steam civilization. Look at this scene. Qin Feng suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. A thought flashed through my mind. There's a hole in the fence. Qin Feng and Emma passed through the opening and entered the territory. Then, Qin Feng summoned another wall of nuts. Patch the hole shut. I'll have to build a fence gate later, otherwise it'll be a bit of a hassle to do this every time. Qin Feng and Emma headed straight for the pond. I refused to accept this. People from all over the world watched the projection. Their eyes were all red. Trash bats. That Chinese kid actually came back alive and saw the water purifier. With a water purifier. Isn't this Chinese kid going to have a blast? This is worse than killing them. Don't panic. This water purifier is old and dilapidated, so its purification efficiency is probably not very good. Listen to this noise. It feels like it's going to fall apart any second. This water purifier is a complete piece of junk. It probably doesn't even purify 100 milliliters of water a day. Good heavens. This garbage water purifier definitely won't purify much water. People from all over the world are looking at the water purifier. After some reasoning, I found yet another novel way to comfort myself. Clang, clang. There's a distance between them. Then I heard the metallic clanging sound of the water purifier. That sound is so beautiful. Qin Feng couldn't wait to look at the basin of water. Ripples spread across the clear water. The water pipe is constantly dripping. Amazing. In the basin, the water has already submerged the basin by 4 to 5 meters. The basin has a capacity of 5 liters. Qin Feng was incredibly excited. View information. Item, a basin of water. Volume, 4.4 L. For 0.4 liters. Not bad. Qin Feng smiled broadly. This is so awesome. We'll put the water purifier here. He doesn't have to worry about anything. I came back with 4.4 liters of water after going out. We're definitely going to get through this heat wave. Add the basin and water to your inventory. Qin Feng took out the buckets he had dug out today to fill with water. The bucket has a capacity of 15 liters, so it can hold more water. Even if the water purifier runs continuously for 24 hours, you don't have to worry about water overflowing. Didn't you say it was less than 100 milliliters? This is less than 100 milliliters? This is several liters. That's impossible. There must have been at least 4 liters of water. It only took 10 hours to purify more than 4 liters. If it took a whole day, wouldn't it have taken purifying 10 liters of water? How can this lousy water purifier purify so much water? That doesn't make sense. He got 10 liters of water for free every day. The high temperatures pose no threat to this kid at all. Not only do they pose no threat to this kid, but those Chinese contestants will also be able to withstand the high temperatures. Curry, this isn't fair. The water purifier is too much. With the water purifier, the high temperatures don't affect this kid at all. It's a death trap. Please, just take this water purifier away already. People from all over the world watched the projection. Everyone was in an uproar. Damn it. They just said 100 milliliters. The result was over 4 liters. That's dozens of times more. Doing absolutely nothing all day and getting 10 liters of water for free? Are you kidding me? Unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. In the shelter, Qin Feng started cooking. Because there is plenty of water, so Qin Feng made dumplings tonight. Soon, the fragrant dumplings are served. Served with Laogan Ma chili sauce and vinegar. It smells amazing. With temperatures approaching 42 degrees Celsius, many people must be starting to feel dehydrated, right? Qin Feng opened the regional channel while eating. Besides eating and drinking, what he enjoys most is seeing the miserable state of contestants from different countries. Really, just as Qin Feng predicted. I just opened the regional channel. All I saw were cries of agony. Chapter 160 Water Shortage. Emma's egg hatched. Higher shop. Higher shop. Can anyone give me some water? I haven't had any water all day. If I don't get any more water, I'll drink my own urine. I don't want to drink urine. I've already drunk my own urine. Wah. Shit. I drank all my pee yesterday. Now even the birds can't squeeze out a single drop. Hey bro, what does urine taste like? I've saved 500 milliliters too. I'm about to drink it. I think it tastes pretty good. I originally thought urine would taste awful, but it's actually sweet. Sweet? Do you have diabetes? Help. Please give me some water. I could trade food for it. I'll trade supplies. 10 pieces of wood for 100 milliliters of water. I have water. 100 milliliters of water for 12 pieces of wood. You're too dark-skinned. Change. What about Qin Feng? Didn't he create a water purifier? In the regional channel, a mix of different messages. Some areas with relatively abundant water resources have started using water to trade materials. Generally speaking, you can get several liters of water from a single white treasure chest. 100 milliliters of water can be exchanged for 12 pieces of wood. Let's convert it. That is equivalent to the water in a white treasure chest can be exchanged for several hundred pieces of wood. A white treasure chest can only yield a maximum of 20 pieces of wood. To get hundreds of pieces of wood, you need at least a yellow treasure chest, and you'll also get several yellow treasure chests. From this point of view, exchanging 100 milliliters of water for 12 pieces of wood is actually a good deal. But nobody knows how long the heat wave will last. We don't have a water shortage today, but will we still have a water shortage in a few days? Qin Feng really wanted to see the regretful expressions on these guys' faces. Ignore the messages about trading water resources with him. Qin Feng released other transaction information. Huaxia Qin Feng, Ren Ice Shooter, and Pea Shooter sell potato mine and walnut. Qin Feng appeared. Contestants from various countries were instantly drawn to the regional channel. I don't want plants. I want water. I want water. I want water. Curry. Qin Feng, I shouldn't have insulted you before. I apologize. Let bygones be bygones. Give me a liter of water, and you'll gain my friendship. Qin Feng, I'll trade you 50 peas for 2 liters of water. That's equivalent to trading 50 ice archers for 2 liters of water. You definitely won't lose out. I have 50 cherries. I can exchange them for 5 liters of water. That's like exchanging 50 cherry bombs for 5 liters of water. You've made a killing. I have 50 potatoes. I need to exchange them for 1 liter of water. I have 50 walnuts. These guys are performing consistently well, just like always. Qin Feng was delighted. especially the contestants from the White Elephant Kingdom. Always so unique. But, want to change the water? It's a bit early. This is nothing. Wash out Qin Feng. I was originally planning to sell some water, but since I've already taken advantage of everyone, I'll decide against the trade. After all, I don't like taking advantage of others. And please keep the plant seeds. Participants from various countries? Don't you like taking advantage of others? I don't believe you for a second. Don't you like taking advantage of others? Haven't you taken advantage of enough already? That damn Qin Feng. He stole the cherry bomb blueprint and the level 1 lighting system crafting blueprint from me. Shit. Qin Feng, give me back the corn pitcher's guide and the electrical components. Aren't you ashamed to say that? In the entire burial grounds, you've swindled the most people. The regional channels are down. Everyone was taken aback by Qin Feng's words. They all started swearing. This Chinese kid is too evil. Sudden, someone seems to have realized something. I understand this Chinese kid's intention now. The reason he's not selling water now is because he wants to wait until the temperature continues to rise and everyone is short of water before he starts selling. I knew this Chinese kid wasn't a good person. He's plotting to kill someone again. He's so cunning. Shit, how can such a shameless brat have so many supplies? God, please open your eyes and look at this world. That damn Qin Feng. I'd rather die of thirst this time. I'd rather throw away all my supplies than let you kill me. Great. Let's all boycott this guy. Don't buy his water. We absolutely cannot let his evil scheme succeed. We must help each other. Let's get rid of this Chinese brat. Let's survive together. Great. We should cooperate. I'm out of water right now. Can someone bring me some? That sounds great to work together. We need to work together. I'm out of water too. Can someone give me some? I'll pay you back later. I want water too. Need water? Cooperation, my ass. Forget it. Then, the participant from various countries launched a vigorous campaign of cooperation and boycott of Qin Feng. It hasn't even started to die yet. Qin Feng has closed the regional channel. For cooperating with these guys, he wasn't worried at all. The word human nature says it all. Finish the last dumpling. Put away your dishes. Qin Feng became excited. Upgrade the shelter now, immediately, right now. Emma, we. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qin Feng was about to call Emma out. Sudden, the little white dog on my shoulder barked. Its pink paws were still pawing at the inside of the living room. Qin Feng looked in that direction. Click, click, click. A crack had appeared on the beast egg on the platform. Emma, is your egg about to hatch? Yes. According to the display time, it's now. Emma took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but the expression on her face betrayed her excitement. Hatching countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. As time resets to 0. Click, click, click. The cracks on the beast egg are increasing. It's exactly the same scene as when the baby is hatching. But the difference is, when the baby is hatching, the eggshell of the beast egg was completely broken and collapsed, and little white crawled out from the eggshell fragments. But Emma's egg was different. A small dot appeared on the eggshell. With a click, the tiny dot suddenly burst open. A translucent beak broke through the eggshell and emerged. Click, click, click. Next, the eggshell cracked radially. A white creature emerged from the eggshell. Wow. Qin Feng looked at the creature before him with great surprise. This little guy actually hatched. Chapter 161 The Falcon. The Shelter Upgrades. Quack, quack. Strange noises came from the living room. Qin Feng and Emma stared at the little creature on the eggshell. It's a bird. Its feathers are so white they are almost transparent, like armor completely covering its body. It refracts a strange halo of light under the sunflower's glow. The beak is hook-shaped. It gleams with a cold metallic sheen. The tip still had bits of eggshell clinging to it, revealing the pink fleshy beak underneath. Its long tail feathers are covered with snowflake-like silver spots. What's most striking are those amber eyes. Ice blue runes flowed through the center. It's as if the soul of the entire glacier has been sealed inside its pupils. Quack, quack. His amber pupils darted around, finally settling on Emma. Push off the ground with both legs. With a leap, he landed right on Emma's shoulder. Qin Feng's expression was strange. A bird hatched from an egg laid by a big rat? Is this reasonable? But a ferret has hatched. It seems quite reasonable that a bird has hatched now. It's a bird. Emma turned to look at the little one on her shoulder, her eyes filled with affection. It doesn't matter whether it's a bird or not. Most importantly, she's very good looking. Qin Feng, look what this little guy is. Good. Emma was also very curious. View information. Then the message was shared with Qin Feng. Bait, Guvanile Givolkan. Level, 0. Aggression, 3. Defense, 3. Flight speed, 80. Talent. Eagle Eye LV 0. Eagle Eye can pierce through the gray fog, covering a radius of 50 m. Hint. This is a gerfalcon hatched from your egg, currently in its juvenile stage. As it grows, its level and attributes will continue to increase with a level cap of 4. Perhaps you can find a way to break this cap. Friendly reminder. This gerfalcon has already accepted you as its master and will never betray you. Piercing through the gray fog. That's amazing. After reading the information about the bird, Qin Feng couldn't help but admire it. The gray fog in the burial ground obscured the view. Visibility was only about 20 meters. Often, you can't even see the fantastical creatures when they get close. Generally, people rely on sound to determine the arrival of fantasy creatures. This bird's field of vision has doubled. Moreover, as the level increases, the coverage radius will definitely increase. Qin Feng said, in the future, when we dig graves, we can have this little guy patrol in the sky and help us monitor the surroundings, greatly improving our safety. Emma nodded. Qin Feng and she were thinking the same thing. Qin, help us give it a name. I'll take it. Qin Feng asked in surprise. Emma looked at Qin Feng and said, your name sounds nice. Okay. Since Emma made such a sincere request, Qin Feng, who always enjoys helping others, didn't refuse. After all, he has a lot of experience in naming things. This little guy is a gerfalcon. His natural talent is Hawkeye. Its feathers are pure white. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng said, let's call her Xiaoqing. Emma, really? How about it? It sounds great. Emma stroked Little Green's head. From now on, your name will be Xiaoqing. The beast egg was a gift from Qin Feng. It's very reasonable for Qin Feng to name it. Let me play with your bird for a while. Look at Emma touching. Qin Feng was getting itchy to play. Here, Emma handed it to Qin Feng. Xiaoqing seemed to realize that Qin Feng and Emma had a good relationship. No resistance. Qin Feng petted Xiaoqing for a while. A different feel than the beginners. Little White is fluffy. It feels like a plush toy. Xiaoqing's feathers were incredibly smooth. It feels like touching a piece of jade that has been handled and polished for a long time. It even has a slight chill in it. Under such high temperatures, it feels quite comfortable to the touch. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ga. Soon, the two little ones also became familiar with each other. Let's play together. Qin Feng also had important business to attend to. Emma, let's go outside first. What's wrong? Upgrade your shelter. Emma was surprised. She knew that Qin Feng had collected a lot of supplies. I never imagined that it would be enough to upgrade the shelter to level 4. That's terrifying. The two went outside. Upgrade your shelter to level 4. Qin Feng gave the order. The supplies in my inventory are rapidly decreasing. Consumes 1,000 wood. Consumes 150 stones. Consumes 50 iron blocks. Consumes 50 glass. Consumes 30 plastic. Shelter under upgrade. Along with the news of the upgrade, a white light enveloped the shelter. All kinds of supplies disappeared into the white light. Boom, boom, boom. The shelters are expanding rapidly. The room layout is also changing rapidly. A few seconds later, shelter upgrade complete. The white light dissipated. The shelter has undergone tremendous changes. Wow! Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. This upgrade, the log cabin's footprint has been expanded again. Preliminary estimate. The area has increased by 1/3. The quality has been greatly improved. Walls roof. The original rough pine wood grain has disappeared. Instead, it features a dark brown walnut wood texture. Amber-colored resinous luster flows between the wood grain. It's as if the entire autumn sunlight has been sealed into the wood fibers. Let's go in. Qin Feng couldn't wait to push open the shelter door. A faint fragrance wafted in my nostrils. Emma took a light sniff. It smells so good. Knock, knock. Qin Feng gently tapped on the wall. The sound that was emitted was no longer an empty echo. Instead, it produced a deep, dull sound, similar to that of hardwood. The quality has improved significantly. Qin Feng was very satisfied. The shelter has been upgraded. It's a very pleasant place to stay. He looked at the shelter's gate. The The gate has also undergone a huge change. Previously, the wooden door was covered with a thin layer of sheet metal. But now, the sheet metal outside the wooden door was much thicker. It's several times more than before. It's almost 5 millimeters long. Defense greatly enhanced. Besides, Qin Feng noticed, there are more windows in the living room now. There was originally only one window. Now, it has 2 windows, one the front and one the back. The shelter is much better ventilated now. But what Qin Feng was most looking forward to was the changes to the rooms in the shelter. View information. Shelter. Current status. Level 4, premium log cabin. Area. 6 by 6, living room 16, bedroom 8 by 2, toilet 4. Next level, the perfect little cabin. Upgrade requirements. 2,000 wood plus 200 stone plus 100 iron plus 100 glass plus 50 plastic. Pretty. The bedroom and the toilet are here. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This upgrade is fantastic. I was originally thinking that having 1 bedroom and 1 toilet would be good enough. Result. It was all delivered in one go. Chapter 162, Qin Feng. Emma, this is your bedroom. Trading plastics. Manufacturing a sewage system. Let's go. Check out the new rooms. Qin Feng called to Emma and walked out of the bedroom. Push open the door. The layout inside was no different from Qin Feng's bedroom. The only difference is, the bedroom is empty. There's nothing in it. Emma suggested. This room is about 8 square meters, which is just right to be used as a kitchen. Qin Feng shook his head. The kitchen isn't urgent for now. Emma asked curiously, do you have other plans? Qin Feng looked at Emma and said, Emma, this is your bedroom. Emma was stunned. Qin Feng joked. There weren't enough rooms before, so I had you stay in the living room. Now that we have enough rooms, would it seem heartless of me to have you stay in the living room again? Emma looked at Qin Feng, remained silent for a long time, and then said seriously, Thanks. Don't mention it. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. He turned and left the bedroom. I'm planning to go check out the restroom. Emma was standing in the bedroom. Look around. Looking at this room that belongs to me. A smile appeared on his face. How come this Chinese kid's shelter has been upgraded again? Wasn't it just upgraded? Could it be that this kid's shelter is already at level 3? What level 3? It was level 3 last time. This kid's shelter is already level 4. So far, only a little over 100 people have upgraded their shelters. The highest level shelter among them is only level 2. This kid's shelter is already level 4. Who can catch up with him? This kid's shack is practically a villa now. How come he upgraded so fast? I'm not convinced. People from all over the world watched the projection. They all exploded again. Damn it. Everyone else still lives in a small, dilapidated house. Qin Feng already has a 2-bedroom apartment with a bathroom. What's the point of playing this game? Finally, there's a toilet. Qin Feng went to the toilet. Area 4. It's only half the size of a bedroom, but it's perfectly adequate as a toilet. Put the toilet and urinal in here. Qin Feng's mind raced. The wooden toilet and urinal that were dug out earlier are now right under our feet. That way, I won't have to go out to use the toilet at night anymore. Qin Feng was overjoyed. It's so annoying to go to the bathroom while I'm sleeping. However, since a sewage system hasn't been built yet, we have to empty the wastewater ourselves every day. That's a bit of hassle. In addition, there's another question. Emma unearthed the manufacturing blueprints for the primary sewage system. In principle, it belongs to Emma. If it were 2 people who weren't familiar with each other before, Qin Feng can be tricked into coming here without any burden. But now the 2 are close. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed to have tricked him. No way. We have to keep ripping people off. Qin Feng, you're so foolish. Emma would benefit from getting the sewage system built sooner. Right? That's it. Qin Feng successfully convinced himself. What's wrong with you? A sound came from behind. Emma also went into the restroom. Cough, 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 it's nothing. Qin Feng coughed a few times to cover it up, saying, This is the toilet. Now, I don't have to go out at night to use the toilet anymore. Good. Emma also showed joy at the appearance of the toilet. A ball of white light appeared in his hand. This is for you. Qin Feng looked over. The white light clearly revealed a manufacturing diagram for a primary sewage system. You can actually save this for your own shelter later. Qin Feng couldn't help but say, My shelter is only level 1. Who knows how long it will be before we have this sewage system. I want to see how good it is. Emptying the toilet every day is such a hassle. Emma insisted on giving Qin Feng the blueprints for the primary sewage system. Since that's the case, Qin Feng no longer held back. Emma will return to her own sanctuary later. You could just get one for Emma. Are there enough materials to build the sewage system? Emma asked. Qin Feng glanced at the panel. Burial survival game. Contestant, Qin Feng, ID 50000000000. Physical strength, 20, 10 for adult males. Health, 20 to 20. Hunger level, 20 to 20. Fantasy value, 1240. Talent, Farmer LV71025000. Unlock plants, potato mine, pea shooter, walnut, sunflower, cherry bomb, ice shooter, corn cannon, water lily, spikeweed, squash, leaf umbrella. Items, level 1 lighting system crafting blueprint X1, wood X25, stone X100, iron X30, glass X20, plastic X30, rubber X10, walnuts X25, potatoes X12, peas X8, pistachios X30. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. Countdown to the second wave of fantastical creatures. 6 days, 13 hours, and 12 minutes. High temperature continues. 43.5 degrees Celsius. Qin Feng originally had quite a lot of materials, but after upgrading the wooden house, the amount of material used has been drastically reduced. Looking at the information in my Pokédex. Manufacturing Guide to Primary Sewage Discharge Systems. Specifications: 4MX6M, Sewage System Coverage Area, Septic Tank X1, Wastewater Tank X1. Construction materials: 200 plastic, 20 iron blocks, 2 rubbers. Function: the sewage system can cover the shelter, providing a way to drain the wastewater from the shelter. Tip: a sewage system can make your shelter more hygienic and tidy. It may also serve other purposes. Iron and rubber are enough, but plastic is much worse. Qin Feng pointed out the gap in the plastic. Teammate Emma gives you 50 plastic items. Emma directly gave Qin Feng the plastic she was wearing. My 50, plus your 30, we're still short 120. It will take at least a week to dig up that many. Don't worry, I have a plan. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. Day. Too slow. It's faster to buy from these guys. A trade message for exchanging plants for plastic was posted directly in the regional channel. Huaxia Qin Feng. Renting out the Frost Archer. Rental fee. 15 plastic per month. Qin Feng. Bring water in exchange. Shit. I need water. Not plants. No way we want plastic. Let's trade water. Everyone, don't do business with this Chinese kid. The news about Qin Feng came out. This immediately attracted a lot of criticism. But criticism is fine. Plastic plus 15. Plastic plus 15. Plastic plus 15. Soon, Qin Feng received a notification that the materials had been credited to his account. The allure of the Frost Archer is undeniable. In addition, at present, plastic is only really needed for Qin Feng's greenhouses and sewage systems. Other participants did not have drawings. Almost no plastic is used. Therefore, there are many people trading. Anyway, I won't need it. Why not switch to an ice archer to save your life? Then, a scene that surprised even Qin Feng occurred. In just a short while, the amount of plastic in my inventory has skyrocketed to an alarming number. Holy crap, these guys are awesome. They actually gave me so much. Chapter 163, Sewage System Completed. Planting Ground Thorns. Plastic plus 90. A few seconds. Qin Feng's inventory has increased by 90 plastic items. We are only 30 short of the 200 sewage systems we need to manufacture. Isn't this much faster than digging up a grave? Qin Feng waited for a while. Soon, another deal has been struck. Plastic plus 15. 15 plastics are needed. 2.5 minutes have passed. Plastic plus 15. The amount of plastic has increased again. 120 plastic items. That's enough. So fast. Emma was surprised. It must have taken less than 5 minutes, right? Have you collected 120 plastics? The main reason is that these things use a lot of plastic, so they're willing to exchange it. Qin Feng explained. The deal he posted earlier. Trade plants for wood, stones, and iron blocks, materials that everyone uses. The number of transactions is very small. Plastic is enough. It's time to build a sewage discharge system. A thought flashed through my mind. A blueprint guide for manufacturing a primary sewage system is now in my hands. A blueprint for manufacturing using a primary sewage system. Qin Feng used it without hesitation. The illustration in my hand turned into a beam of white light. It landed on the wooden floor of the toilet. Go straight underground. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a series of rumbling sounds came from underground. The shelter also shook. There was a huge commotion. Anyone who didn't know better would think an earth dragon had turned over. But this commotion came quickly and went quickly. It disappeared very quickly. Was it successful? Emma looked at the ground. No changes were found. Qin Feng nodded. Success. This sewage system is different from the other manufacturing diagrams. Other things can be seen directly once they are manufactured, but the sewage system is buried underground. View information. Primary sewage system. Specifications. For MX6M, sewage system coverage area, septic tank X1, wastewater tank X1. Function. The sewage system can cover the shelter, providing a way to drain the wastewater from the shelter. Tip. A sewage system can make your shelter more hygienic and tidy. It may also serve other purposes. 3 drain outlets. Please set the drain outlet locations yourself. The location of the sewage outlet can be set by oneself. How can they listen to humane advice? Qin Feng couldn't help but admire it. I discussed it with Emma. Qin Feng installed 2 sewage outlets in the toilet. Placed the wooden toilet and urinal on the sewage outlet respectively. The remaining drain outlets will not be installed in a hurry for now. They will be placed in the kitchen when it is completed. The toilets are fully equipped. Qin Feng couldn't resist taking a bite. It feels great. The urine flows directly into the septic tank through the pipes. No need to suffer the pain of collapsing yourself. We can use the sewage from the septic tank to grow plants. Water can shorten the maturation time of plants, so sewage should work too. Furthermore, when conditions permit later, the septic tank can be converted into a biogas digester to produce biogas and provide energy. Qin Feng began to make a plan. After I finished using the toilet and came out, Emma couldn't resist trying it out herself. Qin Feng, how are you feeling? Are you comfortable? Emma praised. Great. Certainly. Emma was talking about the toilet. For Emma of the British Empire, it used to be very uncomfortable and awkward to squat outside to use the toilet. We have a wooden toilet. She no longer has to squat. The shelter has been upgraded, the sewage system has been built, and there are bedrooms and toilets now. Now it's time to get down to business. Planting thorns. Step out of the shelter. Qin Feng arrived outside the fence. The fence is too long, and there are only 50 thorn bushes. It's far from enough to plant a whole circle of thorns along the fence, so I can only plant some for now. Qin Feng's mind raced. A thorn bush appeared at our feet. Fantasy value -4. Inject 4 points of fantasy value. Wow. The thorns underfoot are multiplying rapidly. It spread rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the area within 1 meter is covered with thorns. Wow. The changes are still ongoing. The thorns, reaching knee-high, quickly shortened, and their branches crystallized completely. The thorns that were originally brambles have turned into spikes. Its tip is incredibly sharp, reflecting a chilling light. It seemed like a light touch. You'll get stabbed and bleed. Let's test its sharpness. Qin Feng took out a piece of wood and slapped it against the tip of the ground spike. Result. Several centimeters thick wood was pierced directly by spikes. Wow. Qin Feng was amazed. The sharpness of this thing was beyond his expectations. If a fantasy creature stepped on it, it would pierce the soles of its feet. Unlike simple damage in games. In addition to causing damage, the actual spikes planted also cause harm. It can also imprison fantasy creatures. In short, awesome. Kind. We absolutely have to plant it. Plant them hard. Fantasy value -4. Fantasy value -4. Fantasy value -4. It costs 200 fantasy points. Qin Feng planted all 50 spikes along the fence. The perimeter of the fence is about 270 m, but with 50 spikes planted, the perimeter is only 50 m. It's still far from enough. Imagine the shocking sight of a fence lined with spikes. Qin Feng couldn't help but get excited. We still have to keep digging up the graves. Dig up the graves. What kind of thing is this Chinese kid planting? People from all over the world watched as Qin Feng cultivated yet another new plant. They're all numb. Damn it. Are you ever going to stop? Shit. It looks like a defensive or trap-type plant. Impossible means that the kid's shelter's defense level has been upgraded again. This thing is probably useless. It only allows you to passively wait for the fantasy creatures to step on it, and it's only effective against low-level fantasy creatures. Against high-level fantasy creatures, this thing is almost ineffective. Actually, this kid's fence is just for show. In the end, it won't be able to stop those powerful fantasy creatures at all. That makes sense. A 2-meter-high fence. High-level fantasy creatures could easily jump over it. And this kid planted a bunch of plants outside the shelter. The quantity looks impressive, but when a truly powerful fantasy creature appears, it'll all be destroyed in one go. Wow, I still stand by what I said. This kid's plants are only powerful in the early game. What use are they when he encounters those extraordinary fantasy creatures later on? His ice archer is basically just a gun, right? Can a gun deal with extraordinary beings? Nice. This Chinese kid's only showing off now. He'll be crying later. Qin Feng. No, I planted some thorny bushes. How did you guys get an orgasm? That's some really unique thought process. Chapter 164, Eating Watermelon. The greenhouse plants are almost ripe. Planted the thorny bushes. Qin Feng returned to the shelter. In the living room, Emma is busy. The unicorn melon has already been cut. The pieces were arranged one by one on the table. Emma is cutting another one. Qin Feng returned. Emma handed Qin Feng a piece. Qin Feng took the watermelon that Emma handed him. What comes into view is a melon petal that looks like a meticulously sculpted work of art. On the emerald green rind, the veins meander and intertwine. The rind of the melon is so thin it's almost transparent. The flesh of the melon is a striking red, with a rich and even color, as if it contains endless juice and is studded with black melon seeds. Qin Feng took a big bite. Sizzle. The teeth touched the flesh of the melon first. In an instant, the plump flesh bursts open between your teeth. The rich watermelon juice fills your entire mouth. The sweet taste quickly spread across the tip of the tongue. Sweet, cold, cool, so much water. The juice slowly slid down my throat. From the throat to the abdomen, Qin Feng felt the heat in his body being purified. It felt as if I were in a clear spring flowing through the mountains and forests. How about that? Emma finished cutting another watermelon. It's so sweet. Qin Feng praised without reservation. Oh my, your melon is so juicy. Upon hearing this, Emma smiled. He picked up a slice of watermelon and started eating. It is indeed very sweet. It's also very juicy. You can give these to Wei Wei and the others. Emma cut the watermelon on the table in half. Good. Qin Feng didn't mince words this time. Sometimes, being too polite can make you seem distant. True friends don't need to care about these details. Add the watermelon to your inventory. Then, Qin Feng gave these watermelons to the group members. Group member Qin Feng is gifting you 6 slices of watermelon. Wei Wei, Qin, and Baohua are having dinner. After hearing the message notification tone, the 3 opened their inventory, looking at the extra watermelons. All 3 of them unconsciously swallowed hard. It's a watermelon. This is an extremely rare fruit. At present, it seems I've never heard of anyone digging up a watermelon before. The nutritional value of watermelons in the sweltering summer. Who understands? Soon, the 3 of them popped up in the group chat. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, you dug out a watermelon? Qin Feng, haha. Wei Wei, you guessed wrong. Wei Wei, it wasn't you who dug it. Brother Qin Feng? Could it be Sister Emma? Qin Feng, not bad. Emma dug out the watermelon. Vivi, wow. Thank you, Emma. Baohua, I just received eyes from Emma today, and now there's watermelon. I'm a little embarrassed. Ha! Qin, I'm really a little embarrassed. Brother Qin Feng, please thank Emma for me. Qin Feng, you're welcome. Didn't everyone share a lot with me and Emma? As for everyone's gratitude, I will pass it on to Emma. Qin Feng chatted with the group members. While eating watermelon, Wei Wei and the other 2 also took out watermelons from their inventory and started eating. The instant it enters the mouth, the 3 of them were shocked. So sweet, so juicy. The 3 of them exclaimed in surprise in the group chat. Qin and the others happily ate the watermelon. People from all over the world watched the projection. Everyone was incredibly jealous. These guys are actually eating watermelon. Watermelon is said to have been a high-end fruit 100 years ago, with a water content of over 90%. It is the best fruit for cooling down in summer, and only a very few wealthy people could afford it. Not only is the flesh edible, but it is also said that the rind can be used for cooking. Impossible. This Chinese kid ate 3 slices in one go. Impossible. This kid is still eating. Impossible. This kid even threw away the rind. That despicable Chinese kid. Shit, Emma, that bitch. She'd rather share the watermelon with these Chinese than give a slice to one of my fellow contestants from the British Empire. What a traitor. I ate 5 slices of watermelon in one go. Qin Feng was already quite full. I can't eat anymore. Emma ate 3 pieces. The remaining 10 slices of watermelon are added to the inventory. I sweated too much today, and my body feels sticky. Qin Feng planned to wipe his body. The water purifier purified a lot of water today. If you use it sparingly, it's still enough to wipe your body. With a water purifier, Qin Feng no longer needs to worry about water shortage. Judging by the speed at which he digs graves, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the water resources unearthed from the grave are enough for him to drink. The 10 liters of water purified by the water purifier every day is considered extra water resources. It's not too painful to use them. After taking a shower, I'll use this water to water the plants in the greenhouse. It hasn't been watered for several days. The only plant in the greenhouse that gets a boost in sunlight is the sunflower. We really need to water them. The temperature is so high, those plants will dry out and rot. Qin Feng arrived at the pond. Clang, clang. The water purifier keeps running. Another liter of water has been purified. Great. Qin Feng collected the 1 liter of water. Back to the shelter, adding to the previous 4.4 liters. A total of more than 5 liters of water was split into 2 portions. This is for you. Qin Feng handed one of the portions to Emma. Emma didn't stand on ceremony with Qin Feng anymore. She'd been wanting to take a bath for a while now. He took the water directly. Qin Feng returned to the bedroom. Bath. Wet the towel with water. He started wiping his body. I wiped it from head to toe. Qin Feng washed it with a water towel. Then wipe it again from head to toe. Comfortable. His whole body was soaked in water. Heat dissipation is accelerated. I felt completely chilled. After a wave of extreme water usage, Qin Feng felt like he had lost several pounds. I no longer feel that sticky feeling on my body. Instead, it offers ultimate ease and comfort. Cool. However, there's still too little water. It's only enough for wiping. I wish I could take a bath sometime. Qin Feng looked forward to it. Participants from various countries were all dying of thirst. He even drank all the urine. Do you want to take a bath? You beast. I stepped out of the bedroom. The bed that was always in the living room is gone. The wooden door to the bedroom across the street was tightly shut. Obviously, Emma moved the bed into the bedroom. Take a bath inside. Women's showering speed can be summed up in one word: slow. Qin Feng did not choose to wait. They went to the greenhouse without hesitation. Wow. Upon entering the greenhouse, Qin Feng was stunned by the scene before him. A lush green expanse of plants came into view. There are saplings nearly a meter tall, with tender green branches spreading out in all directions. There are potato vines that are 30 centimeters tall, dotted with tender green leaves. The pea vines meandered and climbed along the simple wooden frame that had been built beforehand. Bathed in the glow of sunflowers, it has a feeling of vibrant life and everything flourishing. It doesn't look like a wasteland devoid of life at all. It felt more like entering a primeval forest. I haven't been here for a few days, and it's grown so much. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. That's incredibly fast. Putting everything else aside, these peas and potatoes, they're almost ripe. With great excitement, Qin Feng quickly checked the information. Chapter 165, 2 songs. Coming soon. Plant, sunflower. Countdown to maturity. 50 days, 12 hours, and 25 minutes. Hint: this is an ordinary-looking plant. Plant, walnut. Countdown to maturity. 80 days, 12 hours, and 25 minutes. Hint: this is an ordinary-looking plant. Plant, potato. Countdown to maturity. 4 days, 2 hours, and 31 minutes. Hint: this is an ordinary-looking plant. Plant, countdown to maturity. 5 days, 3 hours, and 12 minutes. Hint: this is an ordinary-looking plant. A dense barrage of messages popped up above the plants in the greenhouse. Potatoes have 4 days left. Peas have 5 days left. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. That's when he noticed. Some pea pods have already formed on the pea vines. It's not far from maturity. Even with the added benefit of sunlight from sunflowers, it only takes about 3 days. If you water them, the time can be shortened even further. This will soon allow us to enjoy potatoes and peas freely, especially peas. The production volume of this thing is simply unbeatable. A single pea plant can typically produce 5 to 15 pea pods. Each pod contains approximately 4 to 10 peas. Qin Feng planted a total of 5 pea plants. In other words, once the peas are ripe, Qin Feng harvested at least 100 peas. That's the most. 750 capsules. Amazing. As for potatoes, production should be lower. A single plant typically produces 3 to 5 fruits. Qin Feng planted 10 plants. That is 30 to 50. Now that this batch of peas has matured, there's no need to rush to plant more peas. We need to arrange for cherries and corn to be planted, and we also need to plant more potatoes. The area enclosed by the fence is too large, and there's still a lot of empty space that hasn't been planted. Qin Feng has mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. Since the fence has enclosed such a large area, we must plant everything with plants. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to circle it? Water it. Qin Feng took out the bathwater from earlier. Sprinkle evenly around the base of the plant. The amount of water is not much, but the main goal is to ensure that the water is distributed evenly. Da-da-da. At this moment, footsteps can be heard outside. The greenhouse door was pushed open. Emma walked in. Emma's blonde hair was still wet after her shower. It has a light, pleasant scent of shower gel. She was wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt on top. Her stunning figure is undeniable. She wore shorts on her lower body, covering her knees. Her long, fair legs were dazzling. She was wearing a pair of red sandals. Did you wash your hair? Qin Feng was surprised. Can you even wash your hair with this little bit of water? Is there anyone who has used water even more efficiently than him? That's not scientific. I used it with some mineral water added. Emma explained. He bent down to water the plants in the greenhouse. Washing your hair with mineral water? If those guys found out, they'd be green with envy. Qin Feng laughed. Why bother with them? Emma said nonchalantly. I don't care about those who are irrelevant to me. I only care about those who care about me. As he spoke, Emma looked at Qin Feng and said, Do you think I'm being wasteful? Qin Feng nodded. Waste. Emma was taken aback. Qin Feng changed the subject and laughed. In other people's eyes, we're both such a waste. However, it's my own stuff. I can use it however I want. It's none of anyone else's business. Upon hearing this, Emma's lips curled into a slight smile. People from all over the world watched this scene unfold. They were so angry they were grinding their teeth to powder. The entire burial grounds game is short of water. This Chinese kid is taking a bath? This Chinese kid has no humanity at all. If he took out all that water, how many contestants could he have saved? It's impossible for this evil Chinese brat to use this water to water trees rather than sell it to the contestants. Are these trees more important than the contestants? Shit, damn it. This Chinese kid is wasting water like this. Please, just let his water purifier explode. We can't let him keep running wild like this. A petition with 10,000 signatures. A burial game. Please take away this kid's water purifier. Finish. Because there isn't much water. Qin Feng and Emma quickly watered all the plants. I spent the whole day digging up graves today. I've had a lot of trouble since I got back. Exhausted, the two returned to the shelter. Then we entered the bedroom. Qin Feng lay on the bed. Time to sleep. But he always felt like he had forgotten. Oh, right. Sudden, Qin Feng slapped his forehead. I just remembered that I opened a piece of art from the yellow treasure chest today. Qin Feng, who was full of artistic talent, couldn't wait to take out the 2 works of art from his inventory. Lyrics and music by Mud. Lyricist and composer. Are you even polite? What do you think of these 2 songs? Qin Feng looked on with a hint of curiosity. I started flipping through them. They threw mud at me, so I used the mud to plant lotus flowers. They threw cigarette butts at me. I picked them up and took a couple of puffs. They threw poop at me, and I took it. Wow, these lyrics actually have a high artistic merit. Qin Feng hummed a few lines along with the tune. That's right. Qin Feng then turned his attention to the second song. Am I being polite? I didn't throw mud. We agreed to grow lotus flowers in mud. Are you being polite? You. These 2 songs are connected? That's interesting. That's right. Qin Feng began to hum a tune. It's actually quite catchy, accompanied by 2 soothing lullabies. Qin Feng drifted off to sleep. Night falls. Silence reigned in the burial ground. Outside the shelter, the green light of the sunflowers illuminated a small area. A peaceful and serene scene. Chirp, chirp, chirp. GAA, GAA, GAA. In Qin Feng and Emma's bedroom, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing opened their eyes at the same time and cried out. Chapter 166. The Bloodbats have arrived to deliver fantasy points. Qin Feng, so satisfying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Outside the shelter, a familiar, piercing scream rang out. Those guys are here again. The moment Xiaobai reminded me. Qin Feng then woke up. He sprang out of bed with a somersault. I stepped out of the bedroom. Emma just happened to push the door open and come out. Morning. The two greeted each other calmly. I looked out through the glass window. Splash, splash, splash. A gray fog was billowing in the distance. One by one, fist-sized bats flew out of the gray fog. Head straight to the shelter. About 50. Very good. Qin Feng glanced at it. We arrived at a rough estimate. He couldn't stop smiling. Another 700 plus fantasy points. Good thing you came. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, dozens of blood bats arrived above the shelter. After circling for a while, initiate the attack. It swooped down toward the shelter. The distance is rapidly closing, just as these blood bats were about 5 meters away from the shelter. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The area around the shelter. Each leaf, like a protective umbrella, sensed an air raid. It started vibrating immediately. The leaves on its head rapidly expanded and transformed into a giant green umbrella. The bloodbat crashed head-on into the leafy protective umbrella, completely powerless to resist. He was thrown back. Let's get started. Qin Feng's Frost Archer was ready. But this time, it's not one plan in each hand. It's the same as dealing with the blood rat horde before. Secure 10 ice archers to the wooden strip. Upgrade directly to the ice archer. Machine Gun Edition. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. 10 frost archers attack simultaneously. Hundreds of ice peas are fired every second. The firepower is terrifyingly strong. Qin Feng held the control stick. Aim your fire at those who get bounced off. The firepower of the 10 frost archers covers a very wide area. There's absolutely no need to aim. The bat that was flung away was hit by a bullet before it could regain its flight. The speed decreased sharply. At this moment, they couldn't dodge the bullets even if they wanted to. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the blood bats were shot through, falling towards the ground. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value prompts keep popping up. When all else fails, resort to tactical infiltration, responsible for providing fire support. Under the terrifying firepower of Qin Feng and Emma, more than 50 bloodbats in the air were wiped out in less than a minute. Awesome. Qin Feng was in an extremely pleasant mood. Just a short while. My fantasy value has increased by more than 200. Emma, who was standing nearby, also gained nearly 100 fantasy points. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The two relentlessly pursued and attacked the remaining bats in the air. 1 minute later, the surroundings became completely quiet. More than 50 bloodbats were wiped out. My fantasy value increased by over 500. Not bad. Qin Feng put away the frost archer, looked at Emma beside him, and said, "How much did you increase?" "I earned over 100 points." Emma glanced at the panel and replied, "The plants that Qin Feng cultivated, even if it's used by someone else. Half of the fantasy points gained from killing fantasy creatures will automatically be given to Qin Feng." Emma had no objection to this at all, because let her use magic herself. These bats are impossible to kill, not to mention killing so many at once. You can gain over 100 fantasy points in just a few minutes. She's already made a profit. As for Qin Feng gaining more fantasy points, that's Qin Feng's skill. She felt no jealousy or resentment whatsoever. The bloodbat attack was just a minor incident for Qin Feng and Emma. Battle over. The two went back to their respective rooms. Sleep. They were wiped out in less than 2.5 minutes. Are these bats all useless? Utterly ineffective. They didn't even scratch this Chinese kid. People from all over the world watched the projection. They started swearing and cursing. Uznesba, can you be of any use? I won't even mention killing this Chinese kid. You could even just eat a few of this kid's plants. Impossible. This attack involved more than 50 bats, and it gave that kid several hundred more fantasy points. Shit. Other contestants have to fight tooth and nail, even risking their lives, to earn fantasy points. This Chinese kid just lies around and earns them like crazy. Is there no justice? Is there no law? How many bats are there? Like the rats before? Maybe a few thousand? Originally, people from various countries on Earth learned that bats were social animals and numerous. I'm so happy I could fly. But now, they're all numb. Damn it. Aren't these bats the fantasy value generators for that Chinese kid? No, that won't work. Bah. You can't have too many of them. No way. I've researched historical records. Bat colonies definitely don't outnumber rat colonies. A few hundred would be considered a lot. These have appeared in several waves already. Adding them up, there should be several hundred left. There shouldn't be many more. That puts my mind at ease. Nice. In that case, the Chinese kid won't earn much fantasy points from these bats. After being enlightened by the historian, people around the world are finally able to relax a little. It's good if there aren't too many bats. We absolutely cannot let that Chinese kid have his fun. Only, they hadn't even had a chance to relax for long. Chapter 167 Anomaly. Strange bats? Vampire doppelgangers? Countdown to the second wave of fantastic creature tides. 6 days, 9 hours, and 12 minutes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the bedroom, little Whitey cried out again. Qin Feng was fast asleep. I was woken up by Xiao Bai's voice. Really? Qin Feng was surprised. Could it be that he's going to win again tonight? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little white, pink paws pointed and waved outside. It seems to be saying, you guessed right. Qin Feng walked out of the bedroom. Emma was already standing in front of the glass window. Seeing Qin Feng come out, he said, something's not right. Qin Feng looked out the window at the gray fog. Blood bats burst forth from the gray mist. They hovered above the shelter. It looks no different from the previous attack. But there is one difference. Qin Feng frowned slightly. This time, the blood bats approached without making a sound. Emma nodded. It appeared so quietly that I wouldn't have noticed it at all if Xiaoqing hadn't pointed it out. Qin Feng became more wary. The blood bats appeared silently this time, judging solely from the sound aspect. Perhaps it's just a small, insignificant detail, but details often determine life or death. Coincide? Qin Feng didn't really believe in coincidences, especially in places like burial grounds. If you explain an anomaly as a coincidence, then you might not be far from death. In addition, 2 attacks in a short period of time. This has never happened before. These bats may have mutated. Be careful. Qin Feng gave a reminder. Yes. Emma nodded. Qin Feng began to examine the information of the bats in the air. Fantasy creature, blood bat. Level 1. Aggression, 15. Defense, 15. Flight speed, 100. Warning. These are a group of bats imagined by humans, highly aggressive, but transformed into blood bats by some extraordinary force. Their attributes have been greatly enhanced, and their cries are extremely unsettling. Friendly reminder, blood bats may carry various viruses. Never get bitten, or you will regret it. Also, be careful when blood bats appear, as they may be backed by extraordinary forces. Fantasy creature, blood bat. Level 1. Fantasy creature, blood bat. Level 1. The same message popped up above the heads of all the blood bats. Qin Feng glanced at it briefly. Nothing unusual was found. Here they come again? There are at least 100 this time. 100 of them is 1,500 fantasy points. That's another 1,500 fantasy points given to this Chinese kid. Please don't come anymore. Don't give this Chinese kid any more fantasy points. I'm begging you. You guys are so bad. Don't come and give him any more. Thank you. Impossible. Didn't we just have historical records? Didn't we say there weren't many bats? How come there are another 100? Are you researching shit? Shit. I'm studying normal history. Is the burial ground game a normal place? Anything that can't be researched is garbage. Shit. You toothpick. Bloodbat strikes again. This directly caused the mental breakdown of people in various countries around the world. I'd practically beg these bats to come. Don't come again. Please don't send any more gifts. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Just then, in the game of burial, the blood bats above Qin Feng and his companion launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. The protective umbrella of leaves is still very effective. The blood bats that were swooping down were all deflected. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng took out the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition and started firing at the air. Who cares about any abnormality? Let's do it first and talk about it later. Puff, puff, puff. Ice peas are being launched into the sky. Strands of frost blue attack lines streaked through the air. No surprises. Blood bats were hit one after another. Soon, a blood bat was killed and fell towards the ground. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. A few seconds. Dozens of fantasy points have been credited to my account. But Qin Feng, however, felt no joy. Instead, he frowned. These bats have changed their attack methods. Before, the blood bats' attacks were chaotic and disorganized. But this time, the blood bats in the air seem to have received some kind of command. It has become orderly. A small portion of the attack. The rest hovered in the air. The leaf-shaped protective umbrella expands and launches, striking the bat in the instant. The other bats took advantage of this time. A sudden, unexpected attack. These guys are testing the defensive rhythm of Leafy Umbrella, and they're rushing in when Leafy Umbrella activates its defenses. Qin Feng saw through the bat scheme. However, these guys didn't expect that the Leaf Umbrella's defense had no gaps at all. What is the protective function of leaves? Protect the plants within a 3m x 3m radius centered on yourself from attacks by flying creatures and projectiles. No flying creature can attack plants within the Leaf Umbrella's range. This is already equivalent to a conceptual level of effect. No matter what tricks you try, as long as you are a flying creature, you simply cannot break through the Leaf Umbrella's defense system. That's how domineering it is. The bloodbat's probing continues. They tried various methods to break through the protective umbrella of the leaves. But it was all in vain. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng controlled the frost archer to unleash a barrage of fire. Bloodbats are falling one by one. Because of this time, these bloodbat attacks were planned. It wasn't a coordinated attack. Qin Feng's kill speed has slowed down considerably. But even if the kill speed is slow, only half of the bats above the shelter remained. These bats are still trying to find the flaws in the leaf's protective umbrella. Qin Feng killed the bats while simultaneously checking their information. He had a feeling, among the bats overhead, there must be some bats that are different from the others. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Bats died one by one at the hands of Qin Feng and Emma. The number of blood bats in the air is decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. 40, 30, 20, only a dozen or so left. Qin Feng's access to information finally became much easier. No more dazzling effects. Fantasy creature, bloodbat. Level 1. Fantasy creature, bloodbat. Level 1. Fantasy creature, bloodbat. Level 1. Fantasy creatures, vampire doppelgangers. Level 2. Qin Feng quickly scanned through the messages. Wait a minute. What's this? Sudden, Qin Feng noticed something was wrong. Their gaze returned to the bat. Chapter 168, Extraordinary Gaze Directly at You. Fantasy creatures, vampire doppelgangers. Level 1. Aggression, 30. Defense, 40. Flight speed, 130. Hint, this bat is special. It's not an ordinary blood bat, but a vampire's doppelganger. To obtain more information, you need to confront the vampire itself. Friendly reminder. When you encounter the vampire doppelganger, it means you've already met the gaze of the extraordinary. The extraordinary are also meeting your gaze. Among the dozen or so bats circling in the air, a unique message popped up above the head of one of the bats. Vampire clone. As expected, the extraordinary creature behind it was a vampire. I saw this message. Qin Feng wasn't too surprised. For that extraordinary, fantastical creature, he and Emma had already suspected it. The various characteristics of blood rats and blood bats. It was already very clear what was going on. Everything makes sense now. The bats that attacked suddenly became smart. It's because this vampire clone is manipulating things. This vampire can even create bat clones. He's got some skills. In those movies about vampires, there are many ranks of vampires. It can transform its body into a bat. This must be a high-level vampire. Vampire clones, the supernatural beings of the second wave of attacks, have noticed us. Emma also saw the bat with a unique message in the air. Sooner or later, we will all have to face the extraordinary. Excitement gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes as he said, "Sending out a clone is just right. Let's see if it attacks later. When it attacks, let's work together and see if we can shoot down this clone." Emma nodded. "Okay." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bats in the air are still swooping down, trying to break through the leaf umbrella's defenses and find its weaknesses. But without exception, they were all bounced away by the leaf-shaped protective umbrella. Soon, several more blood bats died at the hands of Qin Feng and Emma. At this time, only 3 bats remained in the air. Holy crap, this thing's trying to run away. Qin Feng was waiting for the vampire clone to attack. Result: this guy saw that his men were almost all dead. They've run away. This won't do. What if this were a tourist attraction? Come and go as you please. Can you just leave whenever you want? Emma, go for it. Shoot it. Qin Feng reminded Emma at the same time. He wielded the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition and fired it at the fleeing bat. Emma, who was standing to the side, was already prepared. They attacked the bat almost simultaneously with Qin Feng. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Ice peas streak through the air. Ice peas are incredibly fast. It left a frosty blue afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, then they arrived behind the bat. However, just as it was about to hit, squeak, 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 the bats emitted a piercing cry. A visible ripple spread outwards. The ice peas behind us have been spotted. Swish, swish, swish. The bat suddenly changed direction, flying like a ghost, leaving a black afterimage in the air. Each ice pea grazed the bat's body and flew away into the distance. Such speed. Emma frowned slightly as she watched the bat disappear into the distance. This guy is faster than a regular bat, and he can also emit sound waves to track the trajectory of ice peas. Qin Feng recalled the scene from just now. A look of seriousness appeared on his face. This guy is not easy to deal with. Even the Frost Archer can't hit this guy if the other party keeps harassing him. Wouldn't we just be able to stare at each other with wide eyes, completely helpless? Wrong. I can't do anything to this guy, and he can't do anything to me either. Try to think about it from a different perspective. Qin Feng was amused. This thing brought bats to attack. Isn't it just giving him fantasy points? What's there to worry about? This is a good thing. A vampire clone. Huh? You'd better come more often. I won't shoot you next time. Fantasy value 15. Fantasy value 15. Qin Feng shot down the last 2 ordinary bats in the air. This wave of bat attacks is now over. Put away the Frost Archer. Qin Feng inspected the area around the shelter. The plants were not damaged. Qin Feng and Emma went back to their respective rooms to sleep. It's getting late. We still have to dig up the grave tomorrow. They gave this Chinese kid over 1,000 more fantasy points. These useless bats. People from all over the world watched the projection. Their eyes were all red. Isn't this just giving it away for free? Could these bats really be here to attack this Chinese kid? I have a feeling they're in cahoots with him, deliberately giving him fantasy points. If a few hundred more came, this kid's fantasy level would exceed 10,000. Hold your horses. Have you noticed that the bats in this attack are different from those before? Different? Of course we noticed. There are more bats this time. No, this wave of bats clearly had tactics. The attack wasn't a swarm attack, but a tactical one. It's speculated they were testing the Chinese kids' plant defenses. And did you notice something else? The bats have attacked so many times, always fighting to the death, but this time one bat flew away. You mean? These bats are afraid of this Chinese kid? Does that mean the bats won't come back? Great. That's wonderful. Fear? I don't think these fantastical creatures are afraid of the contestants. The fact that this bat retreated means it's intelligent. In the burial ground game, any intelligent free-roaming creature is of a relatively high rank. This bat is clever. It didn't attack the Chinese kid's anti-air plants, so it won't be bounced away, and the Chinese kid can't shoot it. If I'm not mistaken, this bat will continue to harass and attack Qin Feng while he's digging the grave. This guy's in trouble. The next day, countdown to the second wave of fantastic creatures. 6 days, 5 hours, and 12 minutes. High temperature continues, 44.5 degrees Celsius. The temperature has risen again. Qin Feng drank soy milk and ate steamed buns. Just eating breakfast. I broke out in a sweat. Even using a banana leaf fan to fan the air isn't very effective anymore. I glanced at the regional channels. Various cries of agony continued unabated. Temperature is rising. These people are even more thirsty. They're using various tools to change the water. Comfortable. I saw this great news first thing this morning. Qin Feng felt much happier. Hey, to build one's happiness on the suffering of one's enemy. That was awesome. It's almost 45 degrees. The efficiency of digging graves is going to drop again. Emma held a paper fan and fanned her face, her golden hair dancing gently in the wind. I wish I had an electric fan. Qin Feng looked forward to it. He stuffed the last bite of the bun into his mouth. I finished the soy milk in one go. Qin Feng arrived at the pond. Clang, clang. The water purifier is working as usual. Qin Feng looked at the bucket. Chapter 169 Little Green Can Fly. Plant Encyclopedia. Entangled in aquatic plants. One night, the bucket has accumulated quite a bit of water. View information. Item, a bucket of water. Volume, 4.1 L. 4.1 litres. Not bad. Do nothing. I took a nap. Another 4 liters in hand. That was awesome. Qin Feng put the water from the bucket into his inventory. Although the shelters are very safe nowadays, especially around the water purifier, Qin Feng set up multiple lines of defense. But Qin Feng still felt it was safer to hold the water in his own hands. Enter the greenhouse. I glanced at the plant. No problem. A vibrant and lively scene. As we walked out of the greenhouse, Emma also finished breakfast and came out of the shelter. The two walked out of the fence together. The two of them didn't find a blue treasure chest in that area yesterday. So let's go there again today. Yesterday we dug up 40 graves, and there are still 60 left in that area. The chances of finding a blue treasure chest today are very high. The two chatted as they walked. Ga. On Emma's shoulder, Xiaoqing used her legs to propel herself up and leaped into the air, just as it was falling. Wow. A pair of wings covered in pure, white feathers suddenly flapped. The surrounding gray fog was stirred up. Xiaoqing's body floated lightly in midair. Her long, slender neck was gracefully raised. Wow, little Qin can fly. Not bad. Qin Feng looked up. Looking at the little green bird in the sky, I sighed with emotion, as expected of a creature hatched from the game Burial Land. Hatched yesterday, it can fly today. Ga. My first flight. Xiaoqing was also very excited. It hovered above Qin Feng and Emma's heads. Round and round. It just won't stop. Gradually, Xiaoqing is becoming more and more skilled at controlling her wings. No longer satisfied with simple circling. Instead, they pursue even more difficult moves. Sometimes he turns to the side. Sometimes it gets elevated. At times, it would swoop down. The movements were fluid and agile. They streaked across the sky in white trails. It just won't stop. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. On Qin Feng's shoulder, Xiaobai watched Xiaoqing soaring through the sky. I'm so anxious. Stand up on your feet. Its 2 claws kept waving. According to Qin Feng's translation, what Xiaobai means is probably, experienced driver, please guide me. Sizzle. Xiaoqing seemed to understand what Xiaobai meant. It swooped down. When they were less than 2 meters away from Qin Feng, chirp, chirp, chirp. Little white on my shoulder suddenly jumped up. It landed directly on Xiaoqing's back. Sizzle. Xiaoqing's body rose higher, and she soared into the air once again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little White was very excited, waving its claws and directing Little Green to fly. Holy crap, this guy's using Xiaoqing as a mount. Qin Feng himself doesn't even have a mount. As it turned out, his pet got a mount first. Reversing the heavenly gang. The two little ones have such a great relationship. Emma laughed. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the area where they had dug the grave the day before. There are many potholes on the ground left from yesterday. In the air, Little Green was circling. Under the Hawkeye talent, it can detect every move within a 50 m radius. Even if those 6 bats sneak around and don't make a sound, Xiaoqing will also find out. But, to be on the safe side, Qin Feng immediately summoned several leaf umbrellas to protect him and Emma. The main focus is on stability. Start. A hoe appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 30 large slices of pork, 2x1 20g Weilong spicy strips, and 20x kissing grilled meat. Spicy strips. Qin Feng really likes spicy snacks. But this temperature, this doesn't seem like the right thing to eat. You'll definitely need to use more water after eating spicy food. What a waste. You can't eat it. Absolutely do not eat this. Then, Qin Feng tore open the packaging bag. He stuffed a large piece of diced meat into his mouth. As for wasting water, we're not bad at all. Bite down with your teeth. The incredibly elastic bean curd skin bursts open between your teeth. The rich and mellow spicy aroma sweeps through your entire mouth like a surging tide. This spiciness is not just a simple stimulation. Instead, it cleverly blends the savory aroma of the secret sauce with a hint of sweetness. The layers are rich and complement each other. The sliced pork belly is incredibly chewy. Every chew brings a firm yet chewy texture. More sauce is squeezed out, making it irresistible. It tastes just like it did when I was a kid. Qin Feng felt completely comfortable. Cool. That was awesome. I couldn't stop after finishing several in one go. Keep digging up old posts. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 by 250 milliliters jasmine green tea, 3 by 250 milliliters rock sugar pear tea, and 3 by 250 milliliters oolong tea. Great. Perfect for cooling down the spiciness. Qin Feng unscrewed the rock sugar pear, put a few ice cubes in. Then they started drinking. The cool pear juice flowed down my throat and into my stomach. So refreshing. My heart soars. Cool. I drank half a bottle in one go. Qin Feng continues digging up graves. They dug up 10 graves in one go. The process went very smoothly. We were undisturbed by bats. Qin Feng and Emma ate some bread to replenish their energy. Keep digging up old posts. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained 1 entangling aquatic plant and 50 aquatic plants from the plant compendium. Illustrated guide. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. I'm having a lucky day. I've actually found a plant encyclopedia. Entangled in aquatic plants. This is an attack on plants using a water-based system. Qin Feng doesn't have any water-based attack plants yet. He was constantly worried that some fantastical creatures might emerge from the pond outside the shelter. Now there are entwined aquatic plants. At least I don't have to worry too much anymore. View information. Plant guide. Twisting aquatic plants. Planting requirements. Water +1 aquatic plant +1 point of fantasy value plus LV9 talent. Maturity time. Immediately ripe. Hint. This is aquatic plant modified by a mad scientist. Place it in the water and it will kill any fantastical creatures in the water. Chapter 170 Shaoqing discovers enemy activity. Xiaobai takes action. Salt. It ripens instantly. Not bad. Qin Feng loved this kind of plant that matured quickly. Simply inject fantasy points, and you can use it directly. Hurry up. Say trouble. Convenient. Talent LV9 unlocked. Almost there. Add the illustration to your inventory. Qin Feng continues digging up graves. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. The next 2 treasure chests held no surprises. 2 fantasy creatures appeared in a row. Ga-ga-ga. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qin Feng swung his hoe. I was just about to continue digging up old posts. Sudden. The cries of Shaoqing and Xiaobai came from above. Here we go again. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Look ahead at the gray fog. Splash, splash, splash. The gray fog suddenly surged. Following closely behind. One after another, fist-sized black shadows burst out of the gray mist. Here we go again. Qin Feng was delighted. Scan these bats. A series of messages popped up. Really? At the very back of these bats. He saw that unusual bat. This time, these bats did not hover in the air as they had before. Instead, it charged straight at Qin Feng and Emma. Extremely fast. To the naked eye, all one can see are afterimages. A bunch of old men trying to launch a sneak attack. I could tell what these bats were up to at a glance. Qin Feng remained calm and showed no sign of panic. Bang, bang, bang. The protective umbrella of leaves at my feet expanded rapidly. Bats were flung away one by one. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng and Emma took out their frost archers and began their attack. With so much experience, the 2 of them are already very experienced in fighting bats. One by one, the bats were shot through and fell to the ground. Fantasy value +15. Fantasy value +15. Fantasy value prompts keep popping up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that a sneak attack was futile, the last vampire clone suddenly emitted a sound wave. All the bats in the air seemed to have received a command. It stopped diving down. Stop attacking Qin Feng and Emma. They changed direction. Oh no, these guys are going to attack Shaoqing and Xiaobai. Qin Feng immediately discovered the bat's intentions. Immediately changed the shooting style of the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition. We will no longer attack these bats. Instead, they move the attack line forward. A defensive firepower network was formed between these bats and the little green bird. Stop these bats from getting close to Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Xiaoqing, come down quickly. Emma also manipulates the frost archer to form a blocking fire network. The two work together. It stopped most of the bats, but some bats still managed to break through the fire net. They came to stand in front of Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bats flew to Xiaoqing's side. While screaming, it releases piercing, disruptive sound waves. They began to attack Xiaoqing. It started tearing at Xiaoqing's head. Brush. Xiaoqing is a gerfalcon. But after all, it was just born. Their combat effectiveness is weak. They're not even as fast as these bats. Faced with the attack of these bats, they had absolutely no chance to fight back. Soon, it got entangled by bats all around. Fortunately, Xiaoqing's white feathers were extremely hard, like a layer of armor protecting Xiaoqing. The blood bat bit into the white feather. It couldn't hurt Xiaoqing at all. Ga. Xiaoqing smiled smugly. It seems to be saying, what can a bunch of noobs do besides spit on me? Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the vampire clone behind suddenly cried out. The sound waves, visible to the naked eye, spread outwards. The blood bats that were attacking Xiaoqing received orders. Intelligence has instantly taken over. No more fighting against the white feathers on Xiaoqing's body. They then turned their attack on Xiaoqing's head. Ga. Xiaoqing panicked. Its head is covered in soft fur. But it couldn't stop these bats from biting and tearing us apart. Sizzle. Xiaoqing's temperature dropped rapidly. She wanted to go back to Qin Feng and Emma. Enter the protective range of the leaf umbrella. However, these blood bats are even faster. They didn't give Xiaoqing a chance to escape at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several blood bats surrounded Xiaoqing and began tearing at her head. Xiaoqing. It looks like Xiaoqing is about to get hurt. Emma was worried. I want to use the frost archer to help Xiaoqing take out the bats on the side. But these bats fly incredibly fast, without being bounced away by the leaf umbrella. It's impossible to aim. Don't panic. It's okay. Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Emma was surprised. Just then, an amazing scene unfolded in the air. Several blood bats lunged at Xiaoqing's head. At the critical moment, chirp, chirp, chirp. The little white dog on Xiaoqing's back, which hadn't been moving, suddenly turned red. Talent hunting activated. Attack increased by 10, speed increased by 15, defense decreased by 5, lasting 25 seconds. Brush. Little White suddenly launched an attack. Its pink front paws are waving. A white afterimage streaked through the air, slapped the blood bats around Xiaoqing's head. With a soft poof, a blood bat's wing was ripped off by Little White's claws, and it plummeted downwards. Take care of a bat. Little White didn't stop. Then they attacked several more blood bats. Puff, puff. 2 more bats were hit by Little White. Little White's claws are very sharp, plus the attack bonus from the hunting talent. With the defensive capabilities of these level 1 bats, it couldn't stop Xiaobai's attacks at all. Both bats had several holes scratched in their heads by the little white thing. He just died, falling towards the ground. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 15. A notification message about your fantasy value popped up. Wow, even killing fantasy creatures gives me fantasy points? Not bad. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He used to think he'd have Xiaobai dig up the grave. Now it can also provide him with fantasy points. What if Xiaobai grows up later? Wouldn't he be able to just lie in the shelter? Did they make Xiaobai work to support him? I'm so happy. Noob. Is this appropriate? Chirp, chirp, chirp. After Xiaobai killed 3 bats. Continue the attack on other bats. But these bats became aware of Little White's presence. Change tactics immediately. Stop attacking Xiaoqing. Instead, they started attacking the newbies. The reason why Xiaobai was able to kill 3 bats, it's because these bats weren't on guard against Little White. Now we are on guard. With the speed of these bats, Little White's claw attacks are also becoming less effective. They tried to attack several times, but all their attempts hit thin air. On the contrary, Xiaobai almost got bitten by a bat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little White yelled at Little Green below. Can't beat them. Let's run away. Xiaoqing heard this. They no longer lingered in battle, suddenly plummeting. I'm out of here. For our own people. The leaf umbrella doesn't provide defense. Let the two little ones fall. Xiao Qing landed on Emma's shoulder. Xiao Bai then leaped onto Qin Feng's shoulder. Chapter 171, The Blue Treasure Chest. Incubator Manufacturing Guide. The pursuing bats were bounced away by the protective leaf umbrella. Qin Feng seized the opportunity. They shot straight through the bats. Only one bat remained in the air. Why don't you give it a try? If not, then leave. Don't bother me while I'm digging up old posts. Facing this vampire clone, Qin Feng simply stopped attacking. We can't hit this guy anyway. Why waste your energy? The vampire clone in the air glanced at Qin Feng. Without looking back, it flew into the depths of the gray fog. Qin Feng, goodbye. Next time you come, bring more henchmen. 1,000 would be best. If you can't have 1,000, 500 will do too. Vampire clone. Arrogant contestant. Once my true form awakens, you'll definitely regret it. These bats are giving this Chinese kid fantasy points again. Are these bats all idiots? They can't kill this kid at all, so why are they coming to kill him? What is this bird? It can fly the day after it hatches? And that mink, it can kill bats after only 3 days of hatching. Are you not even going to put on an act anymore? People from all over the world watched the projection. They were all speechless with anger. Damn it. These bats are ridiculous. They come here every day and give us freebies. And that mink and the bird, even more outrageous. It's already this amazing after only a few days of hatching. If it grows for a while longer, wouldn't that make it even more powerful than those high-level fantasy creatures? What's the point of playing this game? Don't panic. That special bat has flown away again. I have a feeling. This bat is definitely not simple. Excellent. This bat is clearly intelligent. It keeps probing this young Chinese man. Perhaps it will find a way to deal with this young Chinese man's plant-based abilities. This bat definitely had a plan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attacked knowing it was doomed. Once this bat finds a way to break through that Chinese kid's plant defenses, that Chinese kid will be in big trouble. Great. Perfect timing. Let's do it a few more times. We absolutely must find this Chinese kid's weakness. After a brainstorming session, the people of all nations on Earth saw a glimmer of hope in eliminating Qin Feng. Are bats stupid? Who said that? Not stupid at all. These bats are so clever. In the game of burial, after repelling the bat attack, Qin Feng and Emma checked the two little ones' bodies. No wounds were found. Only then did the two feel relieved and continue digging the grave. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing continued to patrol the air with Xiao Bai on its back. But this time, Qin Feng gave the two little ones some instructions. Once an enemy attack is detected, get down quickly. Win. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 by 120 milliliters lubricants and 10x Durex condoms. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained a bikini set X5. White treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 black eye patches and 1 whip. 3 white treasure chests in a row yielded supplies. This. Qin Feng remained silent. The loot from these 3 treasure chests seems a bit off. Was it intentional? Let's skip the first 2. The third treasure chest. Blindfold and whip. Burial game. You're quite the expert at it. What did you dig up? Emma, who was standing nearby, saw this. They thought Qin Feng had dug up something valuable. It's nothing. Qin Feng chuckled. Let's skip this topic. Fortunately, Emma wasn't very curious and didn't ask any further questions. Otherwise, that would be awkward. The little incident has passed. Qin Feng continued digging the grave. The number of graves dug up today has reached 16. Qin Feng was already drenched in sweat. Temperatures soaring to 45 degrees Celsius. Working is so tiring, especially in places like the burial grounds game. Everywhere was filled with a lifeless, gray fog. There wasn't a breath of wind. The stuffy heat was almost suffocating. Dig 2 more for when you're off work. The original plan was to dig 20 graves today, just like yesterday. We can't dig even a little bit out of it. He got heat stroke from digging so much. When Qin Feng dug open a grave mound, and his host sprang up. A familiar ray of light shone from beneath the soil. Blue treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly became alert. Remove the soil on top. The blue treasure chest was now completely exposed. Let's see what's inside. Emma stopped digging the grave and came to Qin Feng's side. I'm very curious about what's inside the blue treasure chest. Qin Feng was also very curious. You better send me a blueprint for making an electric fan. With anticipation, Qin Feng opened the blue treasure chest. Click. A ray of light shone out from the crack in the blue treasure chest. Its supplies. Emma's voice rose. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have obtained a thermostat manufacturing blueprint X1 and a power strip X1. A notification sound is playing. A guide to the manufacture of incubators? Qin Feng was surprised. What is this thing again? Why did this thing suddenly appear? Good news. The blue treasure chest contains a crafting recipe. The message has changed. The illustration isn't of an electric fan, but rather a bizarre illustration of a thermostat manufacturing process. So, what did you get? Emma asked curiously. A guide to the manufacturing of temperature control chambers. Qin Feng answered Emma at the same time. I checked the crafting guide. Item: Incubator Manufacturing Guide. Manufacturing requirements: 10 burial soil plus 8 plastic plus 6 iron blocks plus 1 electrical component. Function: to maintain a constant temperature and humidity according to the settings. Range: temperature 15 to 50 degrees Celsius, humidity 40% to 90%. Note: the temperature and humidity inside the incubator are kept constant, simulating the body temperature of poultry for hatching ordinary poultry. Chapter 172: Trading Eggs. Preparing incubation conditions. Combining electrical components. Hatching poultry. Qin Feng didn't quite understand the purpose of the incubator. But when it comes to hatching ordinary poultry, Qin Feng understood. Isn't this just an incubator? Holy crap, this is good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. With this incubator, as long as we can get chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs, he can hatch ordinary poultry. Perfect. He had previously unearthed a guide to pigsty manufacturing. It can help ordinary poultry resist the pollution from burial soil games. Everything is connected. Brilliant. Qin Feng shared the information about the illustration with Emma, and he also told Emma his thoughts. Emma realized the importance of the incubator and said, if we could hatch ordinary poultry, we could achieve meat freedom. From a perspective of others, it's difficult to raise poultry in the burial grounds game, because the supplies they dug out weren't even enough to feed themselves. But Qin Feng is different. He has a large greenhouse. Various plants and fruits can be grown there. There is no shortage of food. It's perfectly capable of feeding a small flock of poultry. Add the crafting guide to your inventory. Qin Feng posted another message on the regional channel about buying various types of eggs, including chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. After the message was published, Qin Feng then shut down the regional channel. We dug up the last grave of the day. The last burial mound was unremarkable. They opened a few hamburgers. Emma, who was standing nearby, also dug out the last grave mound. Knock off. Put away your tools. The two headed back home. Qin Feng couldn't wait to research the incubator. Holy crap. This Chinese kid has dug up another blue treasure chest. Does he own the blue treasure chest? How many have these two guys dug up? The fourth one, right? They're probably doing wholesale here. Shit. That bitch Emma. She went to so much trouble for this Chinese kid. There's no way they didn't know what this Chinese kid had gotten. Please, it can't be anything good. It's definitely trash. People from all over the world watched the images projected on the screen. Their eyes turned green with envy. Damn it. Most of the participants haven't even dug up a blue treasure chest yet. Anyone who manages to dig up a blue treasure chest is just lucky. Result: this kid digs one every other day. Are you kidding me? A dozen minutes later, Qin Feng and Emma returned to the shelter. Qin Feng arrived at the water purifier by the pond. 4.6 litres. Not bad. I've added the purified water to my inventory. Qin Feng checked the water purifier's oil tank. There's still plenty of oil left. Less than a quarter of it has been consumed. But Qin Feng poured some oil into it. Fill the fuel tank. Durability has decreased by 8 points. Qin Feng consumed several materials. Restore the water purifier's durability to 50 to 50. What does prudent mean? That's what you call being prudent. After doing all this, Qin Feng returns to the shelter. First, light the charcoal. Then put the pot full of rice on the fire to cook the rice. After doing all this, Qin Feng took out the incubator manufacturing blueprints again. The other materials are fine, but the electrical components are a bit of a problem. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He spent a huge amount of money to obtain the electrical components for the water purifier. No, the cost doesn't seem too high. But this is because that guy, French Martin, is about to kick the bucket. Only then would they be willing to sell electrical components at low prices. It's unlikely that you'll be able to get electrical components at a low price again. Also, so far, it seems that only Martin has managed to find electrical components in the regional channels. Apart from him, we haven't seen any other announcements about electrical components. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Emma, standing to the side, said, "Electrical components are in extremely short supply. Based on current information, almost all electrical appliances require electrical components, resulting in a complete shortage of these components." Upon hearing Emma's words, Qin Feng's mind flashed. Suddenly, something occurred to me. There seemed to be a message in the notifications for the electrical components at the time. Qin Feng quickly started searching for information about the electrical components. Item: Level 1 electrical components. Function: to convert energy sources such as petroleum, gasoline, and diesel into mechanical kinetic energy. Tip: electrical components are indispensable and even the most important parts in the manufacture of electrical appliances. If you have a sufficient number of electrical components, you might try combining them. You might be surprised by the results. Alright, see the information in the prompt. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Try different combinations. You might be surprised by the results. Does this mean that combining two electrical components can power multiple electrical appliances? Emma listened to Qin Feng's analysis and nodded. Very likely. The electrical component is probably a type of motor that converts energy into mechanical energy. The conversion efficiency is more than enough to meet the needs of ordinary electrical appliances. One electrical component may be able to power multiple appliances. That makes sense. Qin Feng returned to the pond. Let's try to see if we can use the electrical components from a water purifier to make a constant temperature chamber. The results proved it. He's overthinking it. There was absolutely no reaction. It seems that multiple electrical components need to be combined to work. Qin Feng opened the regional channel, sending another message about a potential acquisition of electrical components. Huaxia Qin Feng, we're buying electrical components at high prices. Anyone with electrical components, please contact me. The prices I offer will definitely not disappoint. Buying electrical components again? Could it be that they just made a water purifier and are now going to manufacture electrical appliances? We absolutely mustn't sell it. This kid has already gained a huge advantage by creating a water purifier. High temperatures are completely useless against him. If he creates another appliance, he'll be invincible. Excellent. No one is allowed to sell electrical components to this kid. Anyone who dares to be like that idiot French Martin and sell electrical components to this Chinese kid will be our enemy. French Martin? Contestants from various countries across the regional channels are boycotting Qin Feng. This time, everyone was incredibly united. Well, at least that's how it appears on the surface. But soon, the art style suddenly changed. Qin Feng, I have 5 eggs. Do you want them? Give me 5 liters of water. The eggs are yours. I have 5 goose eggs. I'll trade them for 6 liters of water. I have duck eggs. In the regional channel, one by one, the contestants started selling all kinds of eggs. Boycott Qin Feng? That's right. Resistant electrical components. What does it have to do with eggs? Chapter 173, Eggs in Hand. Time to build a fence and wooden gate. There are quite a lot of eggs. Qin Feng looked at the eggs these people had released. Eliminate those tea eggs, braised eggs, preserved eggs, and century eggs. He picked from a pile of raw vegetables. I want to hatch poultry. It must be a fertilized egg. Qin Feng searched through a pile of eggs. We actually found a few eggs that met the criteria. We can't buy all of these hatchable eggs. We have to buy them all together to avoid these guys noticing something's wrong and raising the price on the spot. Qin Feng has extensive experience in killing people. They also have extensive experience in preventing slaughter. Let's find an unlucky guy to intimidate the others first. Qin Feng plans to randomly select a contestant who has an egg. Hey, this guy's eggs too? What a coincidence. Sudden, Qin Feng saw a familiar name in the regional channel. French Martin, you're the one. Qin Feng contacted the other party directly. Huaxia Qin Feng, 500 milliliters of water for 5 eggs. French Martin, 500 milliliters of water for 5 eggs. Qin Feng, are you dreaming this time? I absolutely won't give you the chance to rip me off. 5 of water, now a drop less. Martin sold electrical components to Qin Feng at a low price last time. I've been holding a grudge ever since, especially after seeing that Qin Feng's water purifier can purify 10 liters of water a day. I'm so angry, I feel like I'm about to explode. This is all his water. This time. Anyway, he wouldn't let Qin Feng take advantage of him. I'll finally get my revenge. Huaxia Qin Feng, all right. You can keep these eggs for yourself. Huaxia Qin Feng. Martin is excluded from this trade. Anyone else interested in trading can contact me. No. Martin was stunned. Follow the procedure. Shouldn't we try to negotiate the price first? He practiced his bargaining skills for several days. In the end, it was completely useless. We ruled him out directly? This isn't how things work. The participants from various countries were also dumbfounded. So tough. They even planned to use the eggs they had to exchange for more water with Qin Feng. They won't even give you a chance to bargain? Qin Feng, 500 milliliters of water is too little. Give me 4L of water. 5 eggs are yours. Some participants, unwilling to give up, tried to bargain. Qin Feng, block me too. Participants from various countries. They were originally planning to raise prices arbitrarily, but now they're all stunned. No, you. They're not giving us any chance at all. I just want 3 liters of water. Qin Feng, just give me 3 liters of water, and I'll give you 5 duck eggs. Qin Feng, block me too. Participants from various countries. Anyway, none of these eggs can be hatched. Qin Feng made an example of these guys to scare the monkeys. And the result is obvious. Egg prices are plummeting in the regional channels. It quickly turned into 1L. In the end, it became the 500 milliliters that Qin Feng had initially set. In the sweltering heat, water is life. Even if it's just 500 milliliters of water. These people also engage in trading, paying the price of 1L of water. Qin Feng finally got 10 eggs. After Qin Feng's actions, the participants from various countries did not find anything unusual. Everyone thought Qin Feng bought eggs to improve the taste. This Chinese kid is living a life of pure bliss. Everyone else is working themselves to the bone to get water and supplies. This kid has so many supplies he's already improving the food. One by one, jealous plasmolysis occurs. I wonder what will happen when they see Qin Feng hatch poultry. When it's time to start poultry farming, what kind of expressions will these guys have? Shelter. Qin Feng's mind stirred. 10 eggs appeared on the table. Of these 10 eggs, 5 are ready to hatch into chicks. All that's left is the electrical components. I'll keep digging tomorrow. Maybe I'll get lucky and find another blue treasure chest. And maybe I'll get another electrical component from it. Qin Feng began to imagine. All right, this is no longer just wishful thinking. That's wishful thinking. At this moment, the aroma of food filled the living room. Glug. Qin Feng's stomach was rumbling too. Cooked rice. Emma has already served the food and placed it on the table. The two started eating. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing then started eating the tea eggs that Qin Feng had dug out earlier. The two little ones ate very happily. Eggs alone won't do. We'll have to get some meat later. After finishing the meal, Emma took out the watermelon left over from yesterday. Let's go eat out. Qin Feng made the suggestion. Good. The two arrived at the entrance of the shelter. Various plants surround the shelter in the center. The sunflowers are emitting green light. Qin Feng and Emma took out a recliner from their inventory. The two were lying on a deck chair, enjoying the rocking motion of the recliner while eating watermelon. Absolutely blissful. If it weren't for the bottomless gray fog all around, Qin Feng almost forgot this was the burial ground game. They thought they were in a rural village. Qin Feng opened the group chat. I chatted with the group members for a while. The group members saw the photos Qin Feng posted. One by one, they all came to the outside of the shelter. He pulled out a deck chair and started leisurely swinging around. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng opened his inventory. 1 liter of purified water was given as a gift to group member Vivi, giving away 1L of purified water to a group member. 1 liter of purified water was given as a gift to Baohua, a member of the group. Qin Feng gave each group member a liter of water. Wei, brother Qin Feng, why did you bring me water? I already have water. Qin, brother Qin Feng, I still have 3 liters of water on me. Bao, well, yes. We don't need it for now. But when we're short of water, we won't be polite with you, brother Qin Feng. The group members know how precious water is. In the regional channel, the price of water is rising every day. Qin Feng, it's so hot. Everyone should drink plenty of water. Don't be too stingy. Prevent heat stroke. At Qin Feng's urging, the group members received the water. They also started sharing supplies with each other. Qin Feng's inventory was filled with cookies, candy, chocolate, and other items given to him by the group members. After eating the melon, after chatting with my friends in the group, Qin Feng's mind raced. A pile of timber appeared at my feet. Then a bunch of tools appeared. Saw, axe nails. Make a gate for the fence and install it on the fence. Qin Feng had planned to do it before, but I haven't had the time. I happen to have some free time today. Emma, who was standing nearby, also came to help. The two of them were busy for a while. 25 minutes later, the fence gate is finished. The fence directly in front of Qin Feng's shelter. A thought crossed my mind. Nut fences change shape. A 1.5 space has been left. Qin Feng installed the wooden door. Done. Qin Feng looked at his masterpiece. He nodded in satisfaction. It won't be so troublesome to come and go in the future. After doing all this, Qin Feng and Emma returned to the shelter. Qin Feng took out 5 liters of water. The two of them wiped their bodies down. Then, enter the greenhouse. Use all this water to irrigate the greenhouse plants. Chapitre 174 Surprise. Qin also dug up a blue treasure chest. She got the electrical components. Inside the greenhouse, the potatoes and peas are getting closer and closer to maturity. Only 1 day left. The pea pods on the pea vines are already starting to fill out. Soon I'll achieve pea freedom. Qin Feng was already looking forward to harvesting the peas at this time tomorrow. Step out of the greenhouse. Qin Feng and Emma returned to the shelter to sleep. The next day, countdown to the second wave of fantastical creatures. 5 days, 7 hours, and 23 minutes. High temperature continues. 46.5 degrees Celsius. Phew, that felt great. Qin Feng got up. I stretched. That night, very quiet. The bats didn't bother us. Qin Feng slept soundly until he woke up. That felt so good. All washed up. Let's start eating breakfast. Qin Feng and Emma had a simple breakfast this morning. I made a packet of hot and sour rice noodles, added dumplings and steamed buns, and served it with milk. A simple breakfast is all you need. After breakfast, Qin Feng went to the pond and put the water purified overnight by the water purifier into his inventory. 4.3 litres. No problem. Gilly Gulu. Gulu Gili. Emma unleashes her divination powers. After a few swings of the wand, an area with a blue treasure chest has been identified. The direction is still towards the vampire. Set off. Qin Feng remained completely calm. What's wrong with vampires? Are you able to withstand the frost archer? Can it still withstand cherry bombs? A dozen minutes later, Qin Feng and Emma arrived at the area designated for divination. Start. A hoe appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Let's begin today's grave digging. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have received 10 Shuanghui ham sausages, 10 Feng Wai Pai pure meat sausages, 10 corn sausages, and 10 spicy sausages. Wow, the first one is a yellow treasure chest. I'm lucky today. Hom Sursoge? Have a taste. Qin Feng really loves eating ham sausages. A thought flashed through my mind. A corn sausage has appeared in my hand. Tear open the packaging. I took a bite. The rich and pure aroma of meat explodes in your mouth instantly. It also subtly incorporates the sweet aroma of corn. The two complement each other perfectly. Good. Qin Feng finished the corn sausage in a few big bites. Keep digging up old posts. The yellow treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have received 5 roasted chives, 5 roasted potatoes, 5 roasted lotus roots, 5 roasted eggplants, 5 roasted bell peppers, 5 roasted enoki mushrooms, 5 roasted tofu and roasted gluten, and 5 roasted steamed buns. Another yellow treasure chest? Qin Feng was surprised. Today's opening day was a resounding success, with 2 consecutive days of gains. We can have barbecue again tonight. In the sweltering heat. Barbecue and beer, absolutely amazing. Keep digging up old posts. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Perhaps the first 2 yellow treasure chests used up a lot of luck. The next few treasure chests, besides those containing fantasy creatures, also contain other items. These are all useless supplies. But, although Qin Feng didn't find what he wanted in the next few treasure chests, however, a member of the group discovered what Qin Feng wanted. Burial ground game, the territory of Huaxia Qin. Under the cover of gray fog, a tall figure is digging a grave. With the digging of the grave, her short, neat hair swayed freely. Sweat streamed down her fair cheeks and neck. The tight, white short-sleeved shirt on the upper body was already soaked with sweat. It perfectly accentuates her toned and powerful figure. The short-sleeved fabric fits snugly against the skin. as she stretches and undulates. Her movements are characterized by crispness, efficiency, and heroic spirit. With a clang, the hoe bounced up. A familiar ray of light pierced through the soil and shone out. Is this blue light? Qin looked at the light, her face showing excitement. Finally, she found a blue treasure chest too. Dear Qin, did you find the blue treasure chest? A surprised voice rang out from not far away. Immediately, a woman with a graceful figure walked over. The woman had long, smooth hair as black as silk, delicate and lustrous. It cascaded smoothly down her back. Her skin tone has a healthy and attractive wheat color. Her oval face was framed by a pair of deep and expressive eyes. She was wearing a colorful dress unique to the White Elephant Kingdom. A small patch of her fair belly was exposed in the middle. She nodded, responding in a flat tone. The woman's appearance was not unexpected. Great. Qin, open the case. I'll keep watch for you. As she spoke, Kavya moved closer to the zither. His fair arms were almost touching Qin's body. Qin moved her feet without making a sound. We've gotten away from Kavya. She wasn't worried that Kavya would lay a hand on her, because after forming a team members must not harm each other. What she was worried about was, something seems off about Kavya. This young lady shouldn't show off. She looks like a cool and aloof beauty. After actually getting to know them, this girl has a very gentle personality. That is precisely why Jin and Kavya's relationship is progressing very quickly. The two of them ended up sleeping together. Then, here's the problem. After you finished and are ready to go to sleep, Kavya actually confessed her feelings to Jin. Qin was so frightened that she jumped in fright. He kicked that little wench off the bed. You don't need to be on guard. Go dig your own grave. Qin directly rejected Kavya, ignoring Kavya's resentful gaze. Ready to unpack. With a click, blue treasure chest opened. No fantasy creatures appeared. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have obtained one electrical component. Electrical components. Qin was taken aback at first. Immediately, an irrepressible smile spread from the corners of her mouth. Chapter 175 Electrical Components Acquired. Another attack. Qin, what did you drive? Kavya came to Qin's side again. Electrical components. Perhaps it's because I'm in a good mood. This time, Qin didn't stray far from Kavya. Electrical components? These are great. I heard that you need electrical components to manufacture electrical appliances. Qin Feng from China was even buying electrical components on the regional channel last night. Kavya was overjoyed. I don't know if it's because of the electrical components. It's because Qin didn't stay away from her this time, right? Qin nodded and smiled. Brother Qin Feng needs electrical components. You can sell the electrical components to Qin Feng. Doesn't he have a water purifier? Ask him to give you a portion of the water purified by the purifier each day, and that way you can safely get through the high temperatures. Kavya thoughtfully offered suggestions for Qin. Only, she doesn't seem to understand the relationship between Qin and Qin Feng. The piano's control panel is opened. After a series of operations, Qin Feng Electrical Components X1 Gift. Trade? Just send it directly. What kind of transaction is this? It doesn't exist. All done. Let's get back to digging graves. Qin closed the panel. It was as if he had done something insignificant. A hoe appeared in his hand. Keep digging up old posts. Kavya was stunned. Qin, you finished the transaction so quickly? What's the deal? Just give it to Brother Qin Feng. Emma said nonchalantly. Give? You just gave away something so precious? Kavya was shocked. The bond between Qin and Qin Feng is so deep. This is not to be underestimated. But, Qin Feng, the piano is mine. I will definitely take the piano from your hands. Kavya thought to herself, her eyes filled with determination. When looking at the zither, his face was full of gentleness and ingratiation. Qin, let's dig a few more graves and go back. I dug up lots of delicious food today. I even found a watermelon. Qin looked at Kavya and asked in surprise, Watermelon? You dug up a watermelon? Yes, watermelon. Kavya was thrilled that Qin was paying attention to her. A thought crossed my mind. A Chilean melon appeared in his hand. Here, take this zither. Thank you. I'll trade you supplies. No need. This is a gift for you. Kavya quickly waved her hand. Qin was willing to accept her things. She was overjoyed. How could I possibly want anything? No. Qin insisted on exchanging them. Kavya had no choice but to agree to the exchange. She felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Qin really does have feelings for me too. They won't let me suffer a loss. However, she didn't have time to be happy for long. I heard. The watermelons are bought. Perfect, just in time to give them to Brother Qin Feng. Qin said. They gave away the watermelons as gifts. Caviar. Wah. Beep beep beep. Under a gray fog, Qin Feng was digging a grave. Sudden, a notification sound is playing. Who's looking for me? Qin Feng was digging a grave. Let me open the panel and take a look. Group member Qin is gifting you one electrical component. Oh, Qin brought me something. Qin Feng closed the panel. I planned to study it in detail after get off work. Sudden, he realized what was happening. Wrong. What was it again? Electrical components? Holy crap. Qin Feng doubted that he had seen correctly. Open a panel now. You read that right. An electrical component has suddenly appeared in my inventory. Electrical component X1. Wow. Qin Feng was shocked. He just happens to need electrical components. Result. Did you just give him a zither? Is there really such a good thing? Contact Qin immediately. Qin Feng, Qin, did you dig up these electrical components? Qin, yes. I just dug up a blue treasure chest. It contained electrical components. Didn't you say you needed electrical components yesterday? So I gave them to you. I don't need them. Qin Feng, Qin, you've really surprised me. Qin, haha, it's good that it's useful. You've always been the one helping me. This time I can finally help you out in a small way. Qin Feng, this isn't a small favor. It's a huge one. What supplies do you need? I'll trade with you. Qin, I don't need it now. But when I do need it, I won't be polite to Brother Qin Feng. Huh, this is a huge favor. I must repay Qin properly later. Qin Feng and Qin chatted for quite a while. Qin insisted on giving him the electrical components. They are unwilling to accept supplies. Qin Feng was deeply moved. If these were contestants from different countries, shouldn't we kill him? Qin Feng remembered this favor. When the greenhouse plants mature, I'll send some plants to Qin. When the poultry grows up, we can give them to Qin. What's wrong? Emma, noticing Qin Feng's unusual reaction, asked him curiously. The incubator will be ready to be manufactured soon. Qin Feng didn't hide anything and told Emma directly about the electrical components. The piano box actually contained electrical components. What great luck! Emma was also very happy to hear the news. Qin directly sent the electrical components to Qin Feng. Emma no longer found it strange. After this period of contact, she already knew just how good the relationship was between Qin Feng and the other group members. Obtain electrical components. Qin Feng was completely energized. Digging up graves is even faster now. He was eager to finish his work for the day. Go back and manufacture a temperature-controlled chamber. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 6 by 320 milliliters Tsingtao beer and 6 by 420 milliliters Yanjing beer. One by one, the graves were dug up. We're getting closer and closer to completing today's tasks. 15 burial mounds. 16 burial mounds. 17. Ga-ga-ga. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sudden, 2 small alarm bells rang out from above. Oh wow, you knew I was about to get off work. You've come to give me fantasy points? Qin Feng was delighted. Those silly bats didn't show up last night. He was worried that the bats wouldn't come back. Wow. I'll seek full Ishiraizing. One by one, fist-sized bats burst out of the gray fog. It hovered above Qin Feng and Emma's heads. Strangely enough, this time, no attack was launched against the two. It simply hovers above, as if waiting for some opportunity. Something's not right. Qin Feng looked up and searched. Sure enough, they found the vampire clone behind a group of bats. This guy's up to no good. Watch out. Qin Feng noticed something was wrong and alerted Emma. At the same time, the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition is now in my hands. Splash, splash, splash. Just then, the surrounding gray fog suddenly surged violently. The next moment, one after another, dark figures rushed out of the gray mist. These shadowy figures were incredibly fast. It was only slightly slower than the bats flying in the air, leaving behind after images. In a very short time, they covered a distance of tens of meters. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng piloted the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition, spraying bullets at these after images. Ice Piece shot out one after another. A frosty blue streaks across the air. It looked like it was about to hit those dark figures. Sudden. Chapter 176 Level 3 Attack. Vampire Servants. Sudden. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vampire clone in the air cried out. The sound waves, visible to the naked eye, spread outwards. The trajectory of each ice pea was captured by these sound waves. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding black figures seemed to be able to receive the sound waves from the vampire clone. Shift your body and move to the side. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Strands of frost blue ice peas flew close to the shadowy figures as they attacked. Ice pea, you've dodged it. Holy crap. What the hell? These shadowy figures can also receive the bat sound waves and use them to evade? Qin Feng was extremely surprised. It's one thing that those bats can receive ultrasound. These shadowy figures have absolutely nothing to do with bats. Why can it receive it? Are there bats that big? So you're not even going to act anymore? People from all over the world. Damn, you actually said that? Do you know how we've been living these past few days? Good, good. I knew that bat was no ordinary creature. This time, it actually went to such lengths to deal with this Chinese kid. Those shadowy figures are incredibly fast. They actually managed to dodge the Chinese kid's frost archer. That's amazing. Nice, nice. Look at the speed of these shadowy figures. They're most likely level 3 fantasy creatures. This Chinese kid's in for a world of trouble. This is outrageous. Hurry up and kill this Chinese kid. I never want to see him again. People from all over the world watched the projected image. Everyone got excited. I watched helplessly as this Chinese kid farmed fantasy points by using bats for so many days. Do you know how frustrating that is? Finally, good days are coming. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng continued to control the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition, mowing down the shadowy figures. Try to slow these guys down. But the vampire clone in the air didn't give Qin Feng such a chance at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound waves were emitted again. Several dark figures on the ground shifted their shapes. Dodge the ice peas again. Unable to hit these guys. Emma tried several times, but to no avail. Hiss. Several dark figures around were dodging the ice peas. They spent a little longer getting close to Qin Feng and Emma, but it's only a short delay. Wow. At this time, these dark figures were less than 3 meters away from Qin Feng and Emma. Qin Feng could almost smell the foul odor emanating from these guys. He finally saw the faces of these dark figures clearly. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. The skin was taut on the cheekbones and cheeks, as if all the vitality had been drained away. He was wearing a tattered tuxedo and worn-out boots. He might have been a gentleman in life. Fantasy creatures. Vampire servants. Level 3. Aggression, 50. Defense, 30. Speed, 80. Hint. These are a group of zombies created by humans, possessing immense power. After being modified by vampires, they became vampire servants, with their attributes greatly enhanced. Friendly reminder. Vampire servants possess some vampire characteristics and are far faster than ordinary zombies. Furthermore, they have a special link with the vampires, allowing them to receive some of the vampire's abilities. All the servants are level 3. That's high level. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. The vampire behind this must be at least a level 4. He hasn't encountered a level 4 fantasy creature yet. These minions have some really weird attributes. Speed 80. This is even faster than the previous blood rat boss. It's only a little slower than those flying bats in the sky. You run so fast on the ground. What? Are you trying to fly? Qin Feng's mind stirred. One by one, walls of nuts appeared around him and Emma. Fusion. The moment the nut wall appeared, Qin Feng then issued the order. Moment. These nut walls merged together to form a nut fence, protecting Qin Feng and Emma in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. The vampire servants around them were moving too fast and couldn't stop in time, crashing into the fence one by one. Now, Qin Feng made his move. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The Frost Archer aimed at the frozen vampire minions. Ice peas are being fired again and again. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. This time it finally hit the target. The ice peas struck the vampire servants, blasting fist-sized craters into them. A frosty blue color spread outwards from these pits. Instantly, the vampire servant that was hit was flashing with a frosty blue light all over its body. Additional effects activated. Attack speed minus 50. Movement speed minus 50. Speed 80 becomes speed 40. At that speed, there was no way to dodge Qin Feng's Frost Archer. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng is piloting the Frost Archer. He fired wildly at these vampire servants. Cool. The impact of the ice peas hitting these guys. It sounds so good. Puff, puff, puff. In just a short while, these vampire servants were riddled with bullet holes. Hide? I heard you guys really like dodging bullets. Keep hiding and show me. There's no way to hide now. It'll be ready soon. These vampire servants are level 3 fantasy creatures. However, its attributes are heavily focused on speed, relatively low defense, under the continuous damage output of the Frost Archer. These guys' health is almost gone. Bang! A vampire servant's body exploded, turning into a pile of minced meat. Fantasy value plus 50. Bang! Immediately afterwards, another vampire servant has been killed. Qin Feng was given another 50 fantasy points. The remaining 2 servants were also teetering on the brink of collapse and could kick the bucket at any moment. But these vampire minions became targets. The other 3 vampire minions that weren't hit by the ice peas took advantage of this opportunity. They're attacking the fence like crazy. Click, click, click. 3 level 3 fantasy creatures launched a fierce attack on one spot. Soon, a hole was bitten into the nut fence, and the hole quickly widened. In an instant, the gap is big enough for these guys to get through. Hiss! The 3 vampire servants let out a chilling roar. They rushed through the cave entrance and were about to charge towards Qin Feng and Emma. But Qin Feng didn't give them a chance at all. Several more nut walls have appeared. They filled the gap directly. I also reinforced it a bit. Cool, mate. Keep biting. Qin Feng didn't care at all and was very magnanimous. That's all. He currently has a lot of walnuts and potatoes. Chapter 177 Burrowing Underground. Another new zombie? Puff, puff, puff. The 2 slowed vampire minions were blasted into pieces by the Frost Archer. Qin Feng immediately changed targets. The Frost Archer aimed at 3 creatures that were munching on the nut fence. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bats in the air cried out again. With the aid of sound waves, 3 vampire servants moved like ghosts, dodging the ice peas. They charged at the fence again. Only, learn from past mistakes. These guys are no longer recklessly charging into the nut fence. Instead, they would take a few bites of the fence while dodging the ice peas. Like what? A group of assassins are taking on a tank. Keep dodging, then occasionally stab the tank. The nut fence is being nibbled away at by these guys like thieves. Another hole is about to be bitten open. Well done. You didn't embarrass yourself. Nice, nice. These fantasy creatures are pretty clever. They even know this kind of tactic. Amazing. Let's do it this way. Let's use up all of this Chinese kid's plants. Then he'll be finished. People from all over the world watched the projected image intently. I saw Qin Feng kill several of the vampire servants. They were all heartbroken. I didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. These vampire servants actually know this trick. People around the world are excited again. Qin Feng, this drags on forever. Let's see how long you can last. Is this how you treat me? Qin Feng smiled. What if I do this? One after another, frost blue plants appeared at Qin Feng's feet. A short while later, the nut enclosure is already filled with plants. It's the Frost Archer. These ice archers are lined up neatly. It directly corresponds to each direction of the nut fence. 360 degrees without any blind spots. Have you used up all the plants? Does not exist. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The Frost Archer sensed a fantasy creature. One by one, ice peas were launched. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bats in the air emitted sound waves again. The 3 vampire servants immediately transformed. I'm hidden. I'm hidden. I'll hide again. But this time, Qin Feng adopted a saturation attack. The firepower directly covered every area outside the nut enclosure. The 3 vampire servants moved. Although I dodged the ice peas here, but got hit by an ice pea on the other side. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Ice pea hit. Added deceleration effect. These 3 vampire servants instantly became targets. Qin Feng looked up at the bat. Are there any other activities? If not, hurry up and get going. I'm off work. Vampire clone. Evil contestant. How dare you ignore me like this? Squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing scream rang out. The sound waves, visible to the naked eye, spread outwards. At the same time, it also went deep underground. Wow. Sudden. The soil not far from the Qin Feng Nut's fence seemed to have moved slightly. Something's not right. Qin Feng had just opened his mouth. Wow. The soil ahead kept rising and falling, forming a straight line. Approaching rapidly. Something is moving down there. Emma noticed something unusual too. Soon, the creatures from underground have come to the fence. The nut fence that can block fantasy creatures is also ineffective this time. There is absolutely no obstruction to this thing traveling underground. This underground creature passed right through the nut enclosure and arrived at Qin Feng's feet. Wow, the soil beneath my feet is cracked and broken. A pickaxe emerged from the ground. Immediately afterwards, a dark figure leaped out from the ground, even doing a 180-degree spin in the air. The dark figure was massive. He was wearing a white miner's hat with a bright searchlight strapped to the brim. She was wearing a red shirt and overalls. Fantasy creatures, miner zombies, minion edition. Level 3. Aggression, 60. Defense, 50. Speed, 50. Hint: these are terrifying creatures imagined by a group of human miners. They are skilled at mining, can travel underground, and have had their attributes slightly enhanced after being modified by vampires. Friendly reminder: when these guys appear, you'd better protect your lower body, otherwise, one of these creatures might cause trouble. Roar. The miner zombie roars, its head turning. I see rows and rows of frost archers all around. They instantly became incredibly excited. Tasty. But what excites it most isn't even these plants. Instead, it was Qin Feng. Wow, this zombie can burrow underground. Good heavens. The Chinese kid's nut fence is completely ineffective against this zombie. They went straight for the kid. Quickly, give this Chinese kid a piece of the action. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Smash this Chinese brat's head. People from all over the world were visibly excited, their fists clenched. I wish I were a zombie miner. Smash it on Qin Feng's head. Roar. The miner zombie swung its pickaxe and smashed it directly down on Qin Feng's head. With this guy's terrifying strength and the sharpness of his pickaxe, once it hits, their heads definitely have to come out. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't give it that chance. A thought flashed through my mind. A wall of nuts appears beneath your feet. Qin Feng and Emma literally ascended to heaven on the spot. No, they literally took off. When the manuscript hit the wall of the nut shop with a loud thud, the nut wall was knocked open, leaving a hole more than 10 centimeters deep. Tiny cracks spread outwards from pit. Chapter 178, Killing the Miners. Combined electrical components. Roar. No single draft could kill Qin Feng. This miner zombie got angry and went into berserk mode. The hoe in his hand kept hitting the nut wall. Pajda, pajda. The continuous knocking sound was particularly jarring in the silent burial ground. You've gotten addicted to typing, haven't you? A bright red fruit appeared in Qin Feng's hand. With a loud thud, he threw it straight at the miner zombie's head. Boom! Cherry bomb explodes. Red flames erupted. It caused a huge tremor. The ground was blown up, and a huge crater was created. The smoke has dissipated. Pajda. The miner zombie is very dedicated. It's still hammering. It's just that the movements are much slower. The miner's lamp and helmet on his head were blown to smithereens. His rotting flesh tore open. Yellow, purulent fluid slowly oozed out. Absolutely disgusting. Qin Feng threw 2 more cherry bombs at the guy's head. 2 explosions were heard. The sound of the pickaxe finally stopped. The miner zombies have disappeared. All that remained was a pile of charred, minced meat, emitting wisps of visible black smoke and a foul stench. Fantasy value plus 55. Miner zombies solved. 55 fantasy points. It's still more satisfying to kill level 3 fantasy creatures. Qin Feng looked up at the bat in the air. Are you coming again? The bat in the air glared fiercely at Qin Feng. They didn't even utter a sound. Turn around and leave. They're leaving already? Qin Feng watched as a swarm of bats all flew away with the vampire clone. I'm so envious. These are all fantasy points. No, try again. Maybe it can break through the leaf umbrella's defenses. If all else fails, I'll just put away the protective leaf umbrella. Everyone else just wants fantasy creatures to stay far away from me. Don't even think about touching me. Qin Feng then began to try and persuade them to stay. Achieve the only achievement in the Burial Grounds game. Fantasy creatures stay. Pity. Those bats didn't believe it at all. Vampire doppelganger. I don't believe you. You little rascal, you're really bad. A bunch of bad heads too. They vanished instantly into the gray fog. Harmful. What a bunch of cowards. The reverse psychology tactic failed. Qin Feng picked up the plants at his feet. Only leaves remained to protect the umbrella. Immediately, continuing with today's grave-digging work. We've already dug up 17 graves today. We're only one short of our target of 18. Another failure. Use Isba. It's impossible to get close to 10 level 3 fantasy creatures. This gave this Chinese kid over 400 fantasy points. This kid gets fantasy points like they're free. Is there no justice in this world? People from all over the world watch the projection. Everyone's mental state has collapsed. Damn it. This Chinese kid went through all sorts of trouble to deal with a level 3 fantasy creature and almost died in the process. Dealing with so many level 3 fantasy creatures at once is a piece of cake. This level of strength has improved way too fast. Wasn't this kid supposed to have early game talent? How come it's getting stronger and stronger? Is this an early game talent? Something's not right. Don't panic. Think positively. That bat isn't dead. It manipulated so many level 3 fantasy creatures this time. This means it can definitely manipulate even more level 3 fantasy creatures. Not just level 3 fantasy creatures. Level 4 fantasy creatures might not even appear. Excellent. There must be something even more powerful behind this bat. Based on my observation, that bat has been testing this Chinese kid's plant abilities. Now that all of his plant abilities have been revealed, that bat should be launching its final attack soon. After a brainstorming session, the people of all nations on Earth have once again convinced themselves. Qin Feng is doomed to lose. They will be the ones laughing last. White treasure chest opened. Congratulations. You have received 3 by 1 kilogram Tide laundry detergents. The last grave mound has been dug. Knock off. Qin Feng put away his hoe. He couldn't wait to go back and build the incubator. The eggs are ready too. As long as we have the incubator, then we can start incubating. I'm better too. Emma, who was standing nearby, had also finished digging the last grave mound. The two returned to the shelter. A dozen minutes later, push open the fence gate. Qin Feng went straight to the edge of the pond. Clang clang. The water purifier continues to diligently purify the water. Qin Feng put the water from the bucket into his inventory. Water plus 4.6. Next. Now, for the important business. Qin Feng became excited. A thought flashed through my mind. Electrical components are now in your hands. What's that thing in that kid's hand? Impossible. Why does this thing look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him before, but I can't remember. Shit. This looks like an electrical component. People from all over the world watched the projection. Qin Feng took out something that was glowing. I didn't pay much attention at first, but soon, what was it again? Electrical components? Are you kidding me? How could it be an electrical component? Where would this kid get an electrical component? I don't remember him ever getting one. It must be fake. It's true. I drove this thing in my French Martin before. How could I not know? Oh my God, is this really an electrical component? Who gave it to him? Is this kid going to manufacture electrical appliances again? Don't panic. This Chinese kid doesn't have an electronics encyclopedia. Even if he had electrical components, it wouldn't be of any use. Shit, that kid was buying up electrical components on the regional channel yesterday. He definitely has some electrical components on him. Who gave this Chinese kid the electrical components? A sinner of Earth. Who is it that can't be? Step forward. The world has collapsed for the people of all nations. Qin Feng already has a water purifier. What if another appliance comes along? Can't take off directly? What's the point of playing anymore? The electrical components in the water purifier have already been used. I wonder if they could be combined with my electrical component. Qin Feng looked at the water purifier and tried to give the command. Combine electrical components. Wow, the words had barely left his mouth. The electrical components in Qin Feng's hand suddenly glowed. It then flew towards the water purifier. Chapter 178 Electrical Components Assembly. The temperature control chamber appears. It works. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Wow. At the same time, the core of the water purifier is also shining brightly. The next moment, the core electrical components transformed into rays of light and flew out of the water purifier. The two beams of light merged together. Electrical components are being integrated. The electrical components have been successfully integrated. Electrical component group +1. 3 consecutive warning beeps sounded. The two beams of light in the sky merged into one. gradually falling to the ground. The light faded. A sharply angled metal component suddenly appeared on the ground. It has a rectangular shape, and its surface is covered with interlaced patterns. It looks like a precision circuit board magnified and solidified on a metal surface, gleaming with a cold, hard luster. The component has gear-shaped protrusions embedded at its four corners. Each gear was turning slowly, making a soft clicking sound. Each of the four corners at the bottom has a conical support foot, and the surface is covered with honeycomb-shaped heat dissipation holes. Occasionally, light purple steam escapes from them, which quickly dissipates under high temperature. The entire electrical component assembly emitted a faint smell of machine oil. It was mixed with the unique energy fluctuations of the burial ground world. It resembles a steampunk product from the Industrial Revolution, yet it also exudes a technologically advanced feel that transcends its time. In between the electrical component assembly and the water purifier, there is a metal link about the thickness of a finger. Obviously, the original electrical components were built in. After being integrated into an electrical component assembly, it directly becomes an external component. It's done. Qin Feng looked at the machine in front of him with great excitement. Since it's a combination, the effect should be greater than 1 plus 1, right? View information. Item. Level 1 electrical components set. Specifications. Grade 1 electrical components X2. Function. Converts energy sources such as petroleum, gasoline, and diesel into mechanical kinetic energy. It can power 4 low-level electrical appliances. Tip. An electrical component group is composed of multiple electrical components. You can continue to add electrical components to the group. Perhaps it will bring you even more surprises. It can power 4 appliances. That doubles the capacity. Amazing. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. In this way, not only are there incubators now, even the shelter has a level 1 lighting system. How well are the electrical components? Emma asked curiously from the side. The effect is fantastic. Qin Feng directly shared the information about the electrical component group with Emma. Emma was also shocked after watching it. In this way, there won't be a shortage of electrical components for a while. Yes, not only do we have enough, we even have an extra quota. What is this thing? Qin Feng was overjoyed by the effectiveness of the electrical component assembly. The people of all nations on Earth are stunned. Electrical components can be fused together? How can electrical components be fused together? Is this even scientifically possible? It's one thing to be able to mix them, but the key issue is that the electrical components inside the water purifier have already been used. Why can they still be taken out? That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Holy crap, this Chinese kid is cheating. God, please grant me mercy. Take this Chinese kid away. The electrical components are in place. Qin Feng's mind stirred. A guide to manufacturing incubators is now in my hands. Manufacturing incubators. With Qin Feng's command. Wow. The incubator blueprint in Qin Feng's hand turned into a beam of white light and landed on the ground. Burial soil 10. Plastic 8. Iron blocks 6. Various materials flew out of the inventory and merged into the white light. Ding, ding, ding. A metallic clanging sound rang out from within the ball of light. Various materials are fused together, and a mechanical prototype is faintly visible within the ball of light. Wow. At this moment, the electrical components next to it also started moving. A metal tube, about the thickness of a finger, slowly materialized. It pierced directly into the white light. Connection successful. The white light dissipated. A vintage cube appeared before our eyes. The box is dark gray, and its surface is covered with mottled rust and scratches. A slightly cloudy glass observation window is embedded on the front of the box. The glass is secured around the edges with large metal rivets. There are still some oil stains left on the window frame that hadn't been wiped clean. There are 3 knobs arranged below the observation window. Separately control the switch, temperature, and humidity. The markings on the knob's surface were long since blurred, leaving only some dents of varying depths. The edge of the knob was covered with a rubber anti-slip sleeve, which is now cracked and sticky, exposing the metal body underneath. The top of the case has an old-fashioned cooling fan. The fan blades are made of sheet metal with a 4-bladed structure and slightly rolled edges. The surface is covered with a thick layer of dust. When the equipment is turned on, the fan makes a clicking sound, as if it might break down at any moment. It's done. Qin Feng was extremely excited. Although this incubator looks a bit old, as long as it works, that's fine. In addition, This is an old product from the industrial era. It doesn't look very good, but the quality is usually top-notch. It's much more durable than those aesthetically pleasing machines. View information. Item. Level 1 constant temperature incubator. Capacity 15 cm x 15 cm x 15 cm. Range. Temperature 15 to 50 degrees Celsius. Humidity 40% to 90%. Power 0.05 L. 1H. Consumes 0.05 liters of petroleum per hour. Durability 100 to 100. Durability decreases by 0.2 per hour during mechanical operation. Tip. This is a magical machine that can adjust temperature and humidity to simulate the body temperature of poultry and incubate ordinary poultry. Friendly reminder. You can use materials to restore the durability of the incubator. Do not wait until the durability reaches 0, because the incubator will be rendered unusable at that point. The space is pretty good, more than enough to incubate eggs. It also consumes very little energy, only half that of a water purifier. Qin Feng directly added oil to the fuel tank. After adding 5L, the fuel tank is full. Qin Feng turned on the machine. Adjust the temperature and humidity using the buttons on the incubator. After adjusting to the most suitable temperature and humidity, Qin Feng put the eggs he had traded yesterday into a temperature-controlled incubator. View information. Item eggs. Hatching countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Hint. This is an egg about to hatch. After it hatches, a chick will emerge. Raise this chick well, and perhaps it will reward you with a chicken farm. Chapter 179 Electric Fan Construction appears. It hatches in just one day. That's pretty fast. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the information about the egg. It took more than 10 days for Xiaobai and Xiaoqing to hatch. But Xiaobai and Xiaoqing are pet beasts. Chickens are poultry. It's reasonable that the hatching time is short. We'll have chickens tomorrow. Val, so fast. Emma, who was standing nearby, was deeply moved by the information about eggs shared by Qin Feng and offered her advice. In that case, we need to build pigsties as soon as possible. Once these chicks hatch, we can put them directly into the pigsties to raise. Ordinary poultry are easily contaminated by the burial game. They must be isolated from the burial environment. The pigsty will then come in handy. A thought flashed through my mind. A blueprint for manufacturing a level 1 pigsty appeared in Qin Feng's hands. View information. Item. Level 1 pigpen manufacturing blueprint. Specifications. 10. Building materials. 300 wood, 50 stone, 20 iron blocks. Function. The pigpen is isolated from the burial ground, so the soil and air inside are not polluted by the burial ground. Animals can be raised inside without being affected by the burial ground environment. In the pig pen, the maturation speed of pigs is increased by 20. Hint, pig pen, that's a good thing. Go catch some piglets. Qin Feng glanced at his inventory again. 150 wood, 20 stones, 10 iron blocks. The manufacturing materials were half inferior. I used up all the materials for upgrading the shelter a few days ago. But these are all minor issues. Qin Feng has no materials. Aren't there other participants? What kind of thing has this Chinese kid created this time? People from all over the world watched the projected image. Another strange appliance has appeared next to the water purifier. They were all extremely upset. Seeing that Qin Feng has created new electrical appliances is worse than killing them. We can't let that kid create anything good again. Shit, what is this thing? I can't see it at all. Look, why did this kid put an egg in there? What's he doing? I know. Is this a rice cooker? You guessed it right. This is the appliance used for cooking rice. I saw in history books that this thing is called a microwave oven, a precious appliance from 100 years ago. It could heat up food, and it was a high-class appliance that only nobles and dignitaries could use. Heating up food? That's pure garbage. People from all over the world smiled happily. Reheating food? Why not just heat it with fire? Do we really need to build a special machine for this? Isn't this just being bored out of your mind? Wow, this Chinese kid has gotten too big for his britches. He's wasting materials and resources to make this kind of garbage appliance. He's so arrogant. There's an old Chinese saying, "Whom the gods would destroy, they first drive mad." This kid's doom is near. Historical records state that microwave ovens should never be used to heat eggs, as it can cause an explosion. This Chinese youth is incredibly ignorant. He actually dared to use a microwave oven to heat eggs. Explosion? You foolish Chinese brat. I can't wait to see the explosion. Wow, this Chinese kid painstakingly created a machine, and it exploded. I wonder what his expression will be. It'll be hilarious. The egg is hatching. No need to watch over it anymore. Qin Feng returns to the shelter. Take out the grill. Place the barbecued food dug up today on the grill. Place charcoal on the grill and start heating. After doing all this, Qin Feng is about to open the regional channel. Didi. Sudden. A message notification sounded. Caveat of the White Elephant Kingdom. Qin Feng. I will definitely not lose to you. Who is this? Are you an idiot? Qin Feng was completely baffled. I've never seen this person before. Block. Open the regional channel. A transaction notice for the acquisition of materials was published directly. Qin Feng's appearance was as expected. It caused a huge sensation in the regional news channel. It's even more sensational than a few days ago. Because, with temperatures soaring to 46 degrees Celsius, the contestants are even more thirsty. And throughout the entire regional channel, only Qin Feng has the most water. Qin Feng, I have timber. I'll trade with you. 20 pieces of timber for 1 liter of water. Qin Feng, trade with me. I'll give you a bargain. 20 pieces of wood for only 900 milliliters of water. Qin Feng, I only need 800 milliliters. I have 700 milliliters. Pick me. Pick me. Curry. Qin Feng, please bring me some water. Just give me water. I'll do anything you want. Qin Feng, have pity on me. I've drunk all my pee. If I run out of water, I'm really going to die. I don't want to die. Qin Feng, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have insulted you before. Give me some water. Help. Qin Feng, do you want a wife? Just give me water. I'll be your wife. The regional channels were filled with cries of agony. Qin Feng couldn't help but spit out his ass. You think you can exchange 20 pieces of wood for 800 milliliters of water? Looks like you don't have a water shortage. Let's wait a bit longer. To be my wife? Qin Feng curled his lip. You're dreaming. Am I the kind of person who could be seduced by beauty? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then, Qin Feng clicked on the photo attached to the message. Just take a look. See the contents of the photo. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Isn't this a celebrity from the universe? Before Qin Feng transmigrated, I've even seen the other person's movies on Earth. The girl in the photo is leaning against the wooden wall of the shelter. The white, tight-fitting shirt on her upper body was soaked with sweat and became semi-transparent. It outlines the rounded shoulders and the alluring curves of the chest, with a glimpse of delicate skin radiating an alluring glow. The shirt was tucked into a high-waisted pink miniskirt. The hem of the skirt barely covered her hip line, and her fair and slender thighs were faintly visible through the folds. A pair of long legs encased in white stockings were crossed, the stockings shimmering with a pearly sheen, making the legs appear even more slender and elongated. The stockings at the knees dipped slightly with the movement, creating ambiguous creases. Her ankles were slender and delicate, and she wore a pair of white high heels that were already covered in dust. Her posture as she leaned against the wall was both languid and alluring. Her skin was faintly visible under the semi-transparent shirt, and the combination of a pink skirt and white stockings exuded a youthful charm. The water doesn't look dry at all. And this shelter level, at least level 2, the current burial ground game. Apart from Qin Feng, those who can upgrade their sanctuary to level 2 are already among the best. Something's off about this girl. Qin Feng closed the photo. Just ignore them. Water delivery? It doesn't exist. At the same time, in the unknown lands of the game burial soil, inside a certain shelter, Qin Feng clicked on the picture. The girl from the universe country is looking at the image browsing history. Great. Qin Feng Appa noticed me. The girl was extremely excited. Water? Just as Qin Feng predicted. There's no shortage of young girls. That's why she sent that message. It's not about the water. She simply wanted to be Qin Feng's wife. As for the reason, it's very simple. The girl was different from the other contestants who were hostile to Qin Feng. She believes Qin Feng is clearly the #1 player in the burial ground game. There are so many plants. There are also greenhouses, fences, and various potato mine defenses. With this strength, surviving the second wave of attacks is definitely not a problem. As for the so-called early game talent, this is pure speculation. Maybe Qin Feng's talent has always been strong, hasn't it? After all, it makes sense for a talent to be strong in the early game, strong in the mid-game, and strong in the late game. To be able to maintain a good relationship with a powerful figure like Qin Feng, isn't that just walking sideways in the burial ground? And have a relationship with Qin Feng. The best thing would be a wife. Is there something wrong with it? Qin Feng was naturally unaware that someone had their eyes on him. Ignore these begging messages. One piece of news, however, caught his attention. Qin Feng, I have a level 1 electric fan manufacturing blueprint. Give me 50 L of water. This blueprint is yours. A guide to electric fan manufacturing? Qin Feng instantly perked up. This is good stuff. The temperature is this high. The banana leaf fan is long gone. The only things that can keep you warm right now are electric fans and air conditioners. Air conditioner. That's so high class. I want to get this kind of illustration in my collection. The treasure chest level is definitely higher than the blue treasure chest level. Qin Feng doesn't want to think about it for now. The only possibility is an electric fan. Put an electric fan next to you while you eat. The wind blows on my body, caresses my skin, and takes away the heat. Just thinking about it feels amazing. An electric fan? We absolutely have to get it. Qin Feng contacted the other party directly. Chapter 180 Bargaining. Huaxia Qin Feng. I want the level 1 electric fan manufacturing blueprint. But 50 L of water is impossible. Let's talk. Alessandro of Italy. Qin Feng. I'll give you face. We can talk. Name your price. In the shelter, Alessandro saw that Qin Feng had replied to his message. I got excited immediately. As long as a deal is struck with Qin Feng, there will be no shortage of water. There's definitely no chance with 50 L of water. But try to negotiate a better price with Qin Feng. 25 L of water will do. Of course, 30 L would be best. Alessandro knew Qin Feng liked to haggle. So, he deliberately raised the price. Don't you like to haggle? I'll just give you 20 L and let you cut the price. Go ahead and chop. I'll never lose out. Ha ha. This is called wisdom. A smug smile spread across Alessandro's face. Didi. At this moment, a message notification sound went off. Alessandro looked at the message bar. Then, the smile on his face froze. Qin Feng, un lit. 1. Alessandro looked at the message. I can't believe it. 1. How is that possible? I rubbed my eyes and looked again. It's still 1. There's number 0 after it. In other words, I lit. Alessandro's face turned black with rage. I'll give you 20 L of room to negotiate the price. You cut the price down to 49 L directly? Are you kidding me? Alessandro, Italy. 1 L. Qin Feng. Do you think that's possible? Is this how you haggle? I've never seen anything like it. Huaxia Qin Feng. Haven't you already seen it? Qin Feng calmly sent out the message. A master killer with an outstanding track record. Do you think he doesn't know what this guy is up to? It's just applying maximum pressure. The first step is to make an extreme, impossible request, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The second step is to apply pressure. Didi. The news is here. Alessandro, Italy, Qin Feng. You should know how important electric fans are in hot climates. Many people have contacted me wanting to buy electric fans using water. Their prices are all very high. I'll give you one more chance. If your price doesn't satisfy me, I'll have to sell it to them. Everything went exactly as Qin Feng had predicted. The other side has started to exert pressure. Huaxia Qin Feng. Since they're offering such a high price, why don't you sell to them? Qin Feng sent out a message. The third step should be setting a final deadline. Alessandro of Italy. Of course I'll sell, but I need to choose the one offering the highest price among you. Qin Feng. I'll give you 2 days to consider. If you're not sincere, I'll have to sell the illustration to someone else. It's as if Alessandro from Italy is perfectly coordinated with Qin Feng. It's going exactly according to Qin Feng's script. Huaxia Qin Feng. I'll give you 2 days. Come up with a suitable offer. Otherwise, you can sell this illustration to someone else. Qin Feng calmly sent out the message. Then, block the other person directly and set the blocking time to 2 days. As for it, are you worried that the other party might actually sell the encyclopedia to other contestants? Qin Feng wasn't worried at all. Who has more water in the entire burial ground than him? How could that guy possibly abandon him? Why not trade with other participants? They even gave me a time limit. Qin Feng, the Pokédex is in my hands. The Pokédex I have, not yours. Italian Alessandro was furious. I'm going to make Qin Feng understand this principle. Only, just about to send the message. Message bar display. You have been blocked. Alessandro, Italy. Qin Feng. How dare you block me? How could you do that? Alessandro of Italy is furious. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Why is this guy so arrogant? Sakura Kanino Yiri Ichiro. I don't understand either. That damn Qin Feng. You dare block me. I'll make you regret it. You can forget about getting the character guide. I'll sell as soon as someone makes an offer. You'll regret it. Alessandro of Italy swore fiercely. Didi. At this moment, a message notification sound went off. John from Eagle Country. You have a level 1 electric fan crafting blueprint? I'll trade you 3 liters of water. Alessandro, Italy. Too few. Not for sale. Italy's Alessandro refused without hesitation. Cough, cough, cough. Although he said he would sell if someone made an offer. But, after all, it's just talk. You actually believe that? If we really want to sell, we still need that guy Qin Feng. I'll use this message to negotiate a lower price with Qin Feng later. Italy's Alessandro has a new plan. John from Eagle Nation. So, the clown? Me? Chapter 181, Building a Pigsty. We have almost enough materials. Qin Feng glanced at the transaction information. In just a short while, more than 100 timber transactions have already taken place. I also got more than 20 stones and more than 20 iron blocks. The value of ash remains undiminished. Who could resist a machine gun with unlimited ammo and special effects? But Nutwall and Potato Mine also saw significant sales volumes. It seems everyone is preparing for the second wave of attacks in a few days. A few minutes. Several more deals have been completed. We have more than enough materials to build the pigsty. At this time, the aroma of barbecue filled the living room. Roasted chives, roasted potatoes, roasted lotus root, roasted eggplant, roasted bell peppers. A mixture of various aromas. Qin Feng's appetite was greatly stimulated, and his mouth was constantly watering. Let's eat first, and then we'll build the pigsty. Qin Feng shared some of the barbecue with his group members. Then they arrived outside the shelter, set up a table in front of the courtyard. Emma and I were drinking and eating barbecue. Although, this time it's all vegan barbecue. However, different kinds of vegetarian dishes also have their own unique flavors. With such high temperatures, beer and barbecue are available, and adding some crayfish will be perfect. Crayfish are an indispensable delicacy on Earth. Qin Feng was at school. I often go to the roadside stalls outside the school with my roommates to eat crayfish. Wow. Sister Qin, you're so lucky. In a group chat, Qin Feng also chatted with the group members. They even mentioned the electrical components. We learned that Qin opened an electrical component from the blue treasure chest. Baowa, they actually dug up electrical components. Qin is amazing. Wei and Baowa were both pleasantly surprised. Qin, I'm really lucky. I never expected to get an electrical component. Well, by the way, Brother Qin Feng, a few days ago you were buying electrical components in the regional channel. Now that you have the components, have you manufactured any electrical appliances? It's not just about protecting the country. Vivi and Qin were both very curious. Qin Feng, not bad. I just created a new electrical incubator that can incubate eggs. Qin Feng didn't hide anything. I told the group members about hatching the eggs. The group members were stunned. It can even hatch chicks? Is this really going to work? At this time, the group members understood. Why did Qin Feng buy eggs in the channel yesterday? Only raising poultry in the burial grounds? Is this reasonable? Qin Feng will build a pigsty later to isolate the pollution from the burial soil game, so the poultry can grow normally. Baowa, raising poultry in a burial ground game. Unbelievable. Qin, if we can successfully raise poultry, we won't need to dig up graves and open coffins anymore, and we'll have a sufficient supply of meat. Baowa, I want to raise poultry. I need a lot of food. Throughout the entire burial ground game, the participants don't even have enough food for themselves. Brother Qin Feng has a greenhouse. Only Brother Qin Feng can raise poultry. Wei, you grow vegetables and raise poultry. Brother Qin Feng, you're amazing. The group members praise. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. Harmful. Past. It's over. Qin Feng, who can only drink 1 bottle of alcohol, drank 2 bottles tonight. After the barbecue, Qin Feng and Emma arrived at the greenhouse. The location for building the pigsty needs to be chosen carefully. Emma said, ideally, it should be placed in the same area as the greenhouse, which makes protection easier. However, the two should not be too close together, as the greenhouse and pigsty will definitely need to be expanded in the future. Good. Qin Feng nodded. Emma was right about what he was thinking. After discussing it for a while, the final decision was to build the pigsty on the north side of the greenhouse, between the greenhouse and a nut fence. Keep a safe distance from shelters. After all, raising poultry will definitely produce an odor. Qin Feng didn't want to smell a foul odor while eating or sleeping. A thought flashed through my mind. The Level 1 pigpen manufacturing blueprint is now in my possession. Build a pigsty. Qin Feng used it directly. Following Qin Feng's command, the materials in my inventory are decreasing rapidly. Consumes 300 wood. Consume 50 stones. Consume 20 iron blocks. A first-class pig pen is being constructed. A notification sound is playing. Wow. Suddenly, the Level 1 pig pen manufacturing blueprint in Qin Feng's hand transformed into a blinding white light and shot into the sky. Just like when we built the greenhouse. It exploded into countless tiny points of light in midair. Cover the area selected by Qin Feng. Then, splash, splash, splash. Wood, stone, and iron flew out of his body. They transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the area shrouded in white light. Tajda. A series of knocking sounds rang out. In the white light, various materials are combined at a speed visible to the naked eye. The framework of the pigsty was made of wood. The iron blocks serve as connectors, making the frame more robust. The stones then formed the foundation. Less than 10 seconds. A pigsty with a capacity of 10 has appeared. The first-class pigsty is complete. All right, looking at the pigsty in front of me, Qin Feng was very satisfied. The pig pen is ready. Now all we have to do is wait for the eggs to hatch. Emma is also very much looking forward to it. There will be a bunch of chicks in here tomorrow. After the burial soil game descended upon Earth, plants are being polluted and animals are gradually disappearing from sight. For the chicks that are about to appear, she was incredibly curious. What has this Chinese kid created this time? People from all over the world watched the projected image. Everyone was stunned. What is this little house? Is it another artificial greenhouse? Shit, how could this be a greenhouse? Greenhouses have plastic roofs. This little house has a completely wooden roof. It's clearly a shelter. What? Doesn't this Chinese kid already have a shelter? Why is he building a second one? Could it be that this guy is separating from Emma? Nice. I knew this Chinese guy wasn't a good person. That bitch Emma got dumped. Ha ha. Are you an idiot? If Emma were abandoned, would she still be this happy? That Chinese guy would definitely kick her out. Would he really build her a shelter? Who cares what this Chinese kid builds? It's just a small house, right? It can't be like a greenhouse where you can grow plants, can it? What I'm most looking forward to is seeing this Chinese kid's microwave explode. I'm looking forward to it too. Then, people from all over the world are once again fixated on a microwave oven projected on the screen. Bomb it. Let's blast it already. The pigsty is complete. Qin Feng went in the greenhouse next door to take a look. The sunflowers and walnut trees have grown taller. But what Qin Feng was most looking forward to was peas and potatoes. The pea pods on the pea vines are already very plump and almost ripe. View information. Chapter 182. The peas and potatoes are ripe. Harvest time has arrived. Plant potato. Countdown to maturity. 14 hours and 31 minutes. Hint. This is an ordinary looking plant. Plant pea. Countdown to maturity. 18 hours and 12 minutes. Hint. This is an ordinary looking plant. I'll water it later, and with the sunflower's help, it should be ripe by tomorrow morning. Back to the shelter. Qin Feng and Emma simply wipe their bodies with purified water. Then, use this bath water to water your plants. The potatoes and peas have cooked in a few hours less time. The next day, countdown to the second wave of fantastical creatures. 4 days, 8 hours, and 12 minutes. High temperature continues, 47.5 degrees Celsius. It was a very quiet night. The bats didn't appear. Qin Feng got up early, heading straight for the greenhouse. The moment the greenhouse door was opened, wow, a scent that blends the fragrance of earth and plants wafts over. The green light of the sunflower shines on the green plants in the greenhouse, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the pea vines. The once plump bean pods are now swollen and bulging. Its emerald green outer skin is taut and shiny, as if it would burst open at the slightest touch. Each bean pod hung heavily, bending the vines into an elegant arc. A crisp snap, A bean pod suddenly burst open. The plump green peas rolled down to Qin Feng's feet like pearls. The peas are ripe. Qin Feng was excited and picked up a pea, holding it to his nose. The aroma of peas fills the air. This is more than just a pea. It was the first ordinary plant in the burial soil. Miracle. This signifies that he is starting today. Even without digging up graves, we can grow our own food. Then he looked at the potatoes on the side. The once lush green leaves began to turn yellow and wither, gradually curling up into a ball. The ground is rising. Some potatoes were exposed above the soil. The potatoes are cooked too. Da-da-da. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside the greenhouse. Emma enters the greenhouse. They were so overwhelmed by the sight of the bountiful harvest that they were speechless. She squatted down. Carefully dig out a potato. Feel the weight and temperature of the potato. A joyful smile appeared on his face. So that's what it is. Potatoes are buried in the soil. Potatoes are buried in the soil. Even many people on Earth don't know this. Not to mention, we've landed on the polluted blue planet. Humans have never even seen a normal plant. So Emma was surprised. The harvest time has arrived. Qin Feng shouted. Start collecting peas in a bowl. Emma, on the other hand, was digging potatoes. A small shovel appeared in his hand. Dig out the potatoes one by one from the soil. Let's look at both sides of the story. I'm both happy and worried. Qin Feng was immersed in the joy of the ripening peas and potatoes. The people of all nations on Earth are stunned. Why hasn't this Chinese kid's microwave exploded yet? People from all over the world stared intently at the projection. Their eyes were all bloodshot. Damn it, I watched it all night. I'm just worried about missing the moment the microwave explodes. Result: the microwave oven is perfectly fine. Is this reasonable? Microwave eggs will definitely explode. However, what made them even more upset was yet to come. Shit, this kid's plant is ripe. Lots of peas. So many potatoes. Why is the yield so high? There are several potatoes under one plant. Shouldn't it be one potato per plant? It's impossible to ignore the potatoes. These peas are outrageous. There are several peas in one pod. There are at least dozens of peas on one plant. That many pea plants can yield at least 500 peas. That's 500 ice archers. Damn it. Please, divine punishment, destroy this kid's greenhouse. This greenhouse is too shameless. The people of all nations on Earth are in an uproar. Damn it. Is it still possible to play? Just casually. This Chinese kid has grown another 500 ice archers. What's the point of playing this game? The key point is, this kid can keep planting. Plant a few dozen peas, and you can harvest thousands of peas, which is equivalent to thousands of ice archers. Stop playing around. Let's just declare this kid the winner. It took 10 minutes. Qin Feng and Emma collected all the peas and potatoes. Peas. Potatoes plus 45. Peas. At a high pea yield. Emma exclaimed in admiration. She thought the potato yield was already high enough. Compared to peas, this is nothing compared to what's so great. No need to plant peas for now. Next, plant potatoes like crazy. Cherries and corn should also be included. Oh, right. And the watermelon seeds we ate before can also be grown. Qin Feng glanced at the greenhouse space. There are only 10 first-class greenhouses. This space is far from enough. Before upgrading, we can only try to arrange the plants as reasonably as possible. Qin Feng wants to upgrade the greenhouse. But there's one unavoidable problem. Upgrading requires upgrading the item catalog. He hasn't found the greenhouse upgrade blueprint yet. That thing is so rare. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng then made a plan. Plant one cherry tree, one corn kernel, and one watermelon seed. The main goal is to ensure everyone receives equal treatment. One of each. Is that enough? Emma asked in surprise. Qin Feng laughed. Watermelons are definitely not enough. I haven't unlocked the watermelon plant yet, so no rush. However, cherries and corn are more than enough. Think about the yields of corn and cherries. Qin Feng was delighted. Any cherry tree can easily bear dozens or even hundreds of cherry fruits. As for corn production, needless to say, every single corn cob is covered with countless kernels. More than you can use. We can't possibly use it all. One seed of each of the 3 plants. Less than a minute. Qin Feng has it all sorted out. Closed the greenhouse door. The two returned to the shelter and had breakfast. I spent a lot of time in the greenhouse this morning. So Qin Feng and Emma started eating instant noodles. Instant noodles plus egg plus ham sausage, paired with milk tea. Time was short, so we could only make do with something simple. Participants from various countries? No. Instant noodles plus egg plus ham sausage and milk tea. You call this a simple solution? Chapter 183, Extraordinary Traces. Vampire Castle. Squeak, squeak, squeak. GAA, GAA, GAA. On the table. The two little ones are eating eggs too. The two little ones are growing up so fast. Qin Feng checked the information of the two little ones. Pet, ferret in its early stages. Level, 0-22 to 50. Aggression, 3. Defense, 3. Speed, 30. Talent. Hunting, LV 0. Activate hunting. Increase attack by 10%, speed by 15%, and defense by 5%, lasting 25 seconds. Hint. This is a ferret that hatched from your egg and is currently in its infancy. As it grows, its level and attributes will continue to increase with a level cap of 4. Perhaps you can find a way to break that cap. Friendly reminder. This ferret has already accepted you as its master and will never betray you. Bait, Gulvanile Grolkan. Level, 0-16 to 50. Aggression, 3. Defense, 3. Flight speed, 80. Talent. Eagle Eye LV 0. Eagle Eye can pierce through the gray fog, covering a radius of 50 m. Hint. This is a gerfalcon hatched from your egg, currently in its juvenile stage. As it grows, its level and attributes will continue to increase, with a level cap of 4. Perhaps you can find a way to break this cap. Friendly reminder. This gerfalcon has already accepted you as its master and will never betray you. It's only been 2 days since it hatched, and the little guy already has 22 experience points. He'll be able to level up in 2 more days. Qin Feng stroked Xiaobai's head and praised it. As expected of a pet in the burial grounds game. Little White, you need to grow up and level up quickly. The little white head nuzzled against Qin Feng's palm affectionately. Squeak, squeak, master. Don't worry. Squeak, 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 little white. I'll definitely level up and grow up quickly. I'll help you fight. Qin Feng, once you level up and grow up, you'll be able to dig graves. Once you dig 20 graves a day, your master can retire. Noob. Digging up graves? Suddenly, Xiaobai felt that the tea egg in his mouth didn't taste good anymore. I'm not eating. I'm not upgrading. Master, please don't make me dig up graves, okay? After breakfast, Qin Feng and Emma set off with the two little ones. Continue on to the area where we dug the grave yesterday. The two little ones circled in the air, keeping watch. The journey was safe and uneventful. A dozen minutes later, the two arrived at the area from yesterday. There are 100 burial mounds in this area. We dug up nearly 40 yesterday. The blue treasure chest is in one of the remaining 60 graves. Start. Qin Feng's mind stirred. Several protective canopies of leaves appeared at our feet. Digging up graves is very important, but safety is more important. This is called safe operation. A hoe appeared in his hand. They started digging at the grave mound at their feet. Let's look at both sides of the story. While Qin Feng and Emma were digging up the grave, several kilometers away from the two of them, somewhere in the unknown burial ground game. Wow, the gray fog surged and billowed like a living thing. In the dim light, a leaning Gothic castle looms in and out of view in the gray fog. The castle spire has long since broken. Half of a cross was stuck upside down in the ruins. The rose pattern on the iron railing was corroded beyond recognition, looking like flesh and blood that had been gnawed by some kind of strong acid. The walls were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and moss sprouted from the cracks in the bricks, its dark green color reeking of disgust. Occasionally, gravel would fall from above, striking the rusty iron gate and making a hollow echo. Inside the castle, a metal coffin stood upright. The surface of the metal coffin was covered with rust spots the size of copper coins, and the reliefs on it were corroded into twisted, fleshy growths. Click! Sudden, a crisp sound came from inside the metal coffin. The coffin lid slid slowly to both sides. A completely shriveled corpse slowly came into view. When the coffin lid is fully opened, squeak, 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 a bat flew into the castle and landed on the mummified corpse's shoulder. Approaching, the bat transformed into a crimson mist and merged into the dried corpse. Brush! The mummified corpse suddenly opened its eyes. His black eyes seemed to pierce through the gray fog, seeing Qin Feng and Emma several kilometers away, and he greedily licked his lips. The smell of fresh blood. The mummified corpse raised its hand. The ground suddenly shook. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. The next moment, the ground suddenly cracked open. It was as if some terrifying thing was about to emerge from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous roar resounded. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider web, and metallic scraping sounds emanated from underground. Click. A rusty iron fence broke through the ground. Getting closer, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Rusty iron railings rise from the castle grounds, like an iron cage rising from hell. This is a prison. The prison was 3 meters high, and a stench of rotting flesh and rust assaulted the senses. Go, bring back fresh blood. The mummified corpse spoke calmly to the prison. As the mummified corpse finished speaking, dang dang, the prison's metal gates opened. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. One by one, rotting humanoid creatures burst forth from the darkness. After these humanoid creatures broke out of the prison, after a moment of silence, roar, roar, roar. A series of roars echoed from the depths of the prison. Immediately afterwards, yet another group of humanoid creatures burst out of the prison. The moment these humanoid creatures burst through the prison gates, puff, 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 puff. Muscles swelled and hair grew on his body. They charged straight out of the castle and disappeared into the gray fog. Inside the castle, the mummified corpse closed its eyes again. Splash, splash. Strands of eerie energy, invisible to the naked eye, seeped into the mummified corpse within the gray mist. The mummified body was slowly saturating. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 3 raincoats, 3 rain boots, and 1 rain cloth. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 10 candles and 2 kerosene lamps. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 100 ice blocks, 2.5 centimeters x 2.5 centimeters x 2.5 centimeters each. Ice cubes. Not bad. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The graves we dug up today were all quite ordinary. These ice cubes are pretty good. Emma, let's take a break. Qin Feng took out 2 glasses of cola. Add ice cubes to the cola, in temperatures exceeding 47 degrees Celsius. Emma was already soaked in sweat. He took the Coke Qin Feng handed him. The 2 of them lay on the deck chairs and started drinking. Finish your Coke. Keep digging up old posts. The bats didn't attack last night. I wonder if they'll appear today. Qin Feng was really looking forward to it. He was also counting on these guys to provide him with fantasy points. Let's raise his level to LV8. New plants will be unlocked then. Combat strength has been enhanced once again. Surviving the second wave of attacks is a foregone conclusion. I'll try divination. Emma's wand appears in her hand. Unleash your divination skills. A moment later, Emma's wand stopped. How is it? Qin Feng asked. Emma looked towards the gray fog, her expression extremely grave. They're here. Chapter 184, The Werewolf Appears. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ga, ga, ga. Emma just finished speaking. The 2 little ones in the air suddenly cried out, and its cries were louder than ever before. Obviously, this attack was extraordinary. Roar, roar, roar. A series of roars rose from the gray mist. One after another, dark figures rushed out of the gray mist. At first glance, Qin Feng was stunned. So tall, these shadowy figures were larger than any of the fantastical creatures Qin Feng had ever encountered before. It's probably close to 3 meters. But I was somewhat surprised. But Qin Feng's hands moved just as quickly. First of all, he then summoned the Frost Archer and began firing at the shadowy figures. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Ice peas shot out, leaving frosty blue trajectories in the air. Because these shadowy figures were enormous, the difficulty of hitting the target has been reduced considerably. Qin Feng fired a barrage of shots without really aiming. Many ice peas shot straight at these dark figures. Puff, puff, puff. Flesh and blood exploded. Attack speed -50. Movement speed -50. Everything is going very smoothly. Normally speaking, ice peas hit fantasy creatures, even if it means the battle is over. The fantasy creatures can only become Qin Feng's targets. But today, something unexpected happened. Fantasy creatures possess a certain level of resistance, reducing the slowing effect of the frost archer. Fantasy creatures possess a certain level of resistance, reducing the slowing effect of the frost archer. Fantasy creatures possess a certain level of resistance, reducing the slowing effect of the frost archer. A series of notifications popped up above the heads of these dark figures. Wow, it has resistance? Qin Feng was shocked. Since the release of Ash, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What's that dark shape? That's awesome. It can even withstand the effects of Ash. Roar, roar, roar. While Qin Feng was confused, these enormous black shadows have already rushed close. But Qin Feng had already summoned the nut wall to merge into the nut fence. Stop the advance of these huge black shadows. Boom, boom, boom. These dark figures crashed into the nut fence. It emitted a tremendous roar. The ground seemed to be shaking. What would happen to other fences under such an impact? He would definitely have been knocked down immediately. But the nut fence offers extremely strong defensive capabilities, unmoved by the terrifying impact of these dark figures. But Qin Feng, however, was not happy at all, because after being struck by these dark shadows, the durability of the nut wall was reduced by 1/3. What exactly are these things? As these shadowy figures approached the nut enclosure, Qin Feng finally saw the true faces of these shadowy figures. These are terrifying monsters, half human and half wolf. Stand upright like a human, but its head and limbs are exactly like those of a wolf. Its body is nearly 3 meters tall. Its muscles bulged like rocks, and its entire body was covered with coarse gray-black hair. Is this a werewolf? The first impression I got of these guys. Qin Feng immediately thought of the werewolf characters in the movies he had watched. I didn't feel anything watching these guys in the movie, but when these terrifying creatures, each nearly 3 meters tall, appeared before them, Qin Feng still felt a sense of oppression. View information. Fantasy creatures, werewolves. Level 3. Aggression, 60. Defense, 70. Speed, 35. Hint: these are werewolves created by humans, possessing immense power. They are natural enemies of vampires. However, for some reason, they have been manipulated by vampires and become their slaves. Friendly reminder: werewolves have incredibly strong bodies, even immune to some special effects. He really is a werewolf. A werewolf manipulated by a vampire. Qin Feng didn't find anything strange about it. He had seen a movie with a similar plot. But these are the attributes of werewolves. This really surprised Qin Feng. 70 points of defense. No wonder the Frost Archer didn't manage to kill these guys during their charge. Ice Peas shoot at other fantasy creatures. It usually leaves a hole the size of a fist. But it happened to these werewolves. Its lethality has been significantly reduced. The pit has shrunk by half. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the nut fence, these werewolves were frantically pounding on the nut fence with their claws. Some of them opened their gaping maws and tore at the nut fence. Durability -2. Durability -2. Durability -2. The durability of nut fences is decreasing rapidly. Bang! A hole appeared in the nut fence under the werewolves' frenzied attack. Qin Feng immediately summoned the wall of nuts to block the gap and began to remerge. Integration takes time. Fortunately, these werewolves are enormous, even if there's a gap in the nut fence. It's also very difficult for these werewolves to squeeze in. But at that moment, a sudden change has occurred. Chapter 185, A Bunch of Old Men. A sneak attack. Hiss. A chilling yet familiar scream rang out. Outside the nut fence. Behind these werewolves, a series of afterimages streaked through the air. It went straight through the gap in the nut fence. They charged straight at Qin Feng and Emma. Fantasy creatures. Vampire servants. Level 3. Aggression, 50. Defense, 30. Speed, 80. Hint: these are a group of zombies created by humans, possessing immense power. After being modified by vampires, they became vampire servants, with their attributes greatly enhanced. Friendly reminder: vampire servants possess some vampire characteristics and are far faster than ordinary zombies. Furthermore, they have a special link with the vampires, allowing them to receive some of the vampire's abilities. Wow, there are combo attacks too. Qin Feng was shocked. Those old bastards. It was hiding behind the werewolf. A sneak attack. If an ordinary person fell for these guys' tricks. But Qin Feng is no ordinary person. He was prepared. The moment I saw these vampire servants, Qin Feng immediately summoned the wall of nuts. The nut wall lifted Qin Feng and Emma up. The tricks are old, but always works. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. The vampire servant's sharp claws tried to attack Qin Feng and Emma. It failed to attack either of them, instead landing its claws entirely on the nut wall, leaving behind claw marks. A muffled groan sounded in my ear. Emma's features scrunched up. Qin Feng looked at Emma. Emma, what's wrong? I'm fine. Emma shook her head, her expression unchanged, and exhaled. Let's wipe out these guys first. Good. Qin Feng directly set up the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition on the platform formed by the nut wall. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Ice peas are being fired down one after another. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A swarm of bats appeared overhead without warning. Bat-like sonic waves enveloped the area. Swish, swish, swish. Vampire minions boast a movement speed of up to 80, while quickly dodging the ice peas. It kept attacking the wall of nuts beneath Qin Feng's feet. Durability -2. Durability -2. The durability of the nut wall continues to decline. So many werewolves. People from all over the world watched the projection. Everyone got excited. Wow, this attack is fierce. Look at these werewolves. Their defense is so strong. That Chinese kid's ice archer can at least create a fist-sized crater when attacking other fantasy creatures. But its power is greatly reduced against these werewolves. Nice, nice. Not only that, did you notice? This Chinese kid's ashes slowing effect on these werewolves has been reduced. Their speed has only decreased slightly. Goodness gracious. Not only that, did you notice? These werewolves are incredibly powerful. A few claw strikes, and they can break through this Chinese kid's nut enclosure. Ha ha ha. The effects of Ice Archer and Walnut are greatly reduced. This Chinese kid's strength has been weakened by at least 70%. Besides the werewolves, there are also those fast-moving level 3 creatures. And they've even broken into the nut enclosure. That Chinese kid is doomed this time. Ha ha. People from all over the world are beaming with smiles. Damn it. I've been tormented by Qin Feng for so long. This time, we finally see hope. So many level 3 fantasy creatures. And there are powerful werewolves. Let's see how you get out of here this time. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the nut fence. One by one, the werewolves howled. Although the Frost Archer can't hit these vampire minions, but it can actually defeat these huge werewolves. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, ice peas were shot into the werewolf's body, even though these werewolves have strong defenses. However, they couldn't withstand the Ice Archer's continuous damage output. Soon, the chests of several werewolves exploded, their white bones clearly visible, and murky blood rolled down their black fur, soaking the burial ground beneath their feet. Roar, roar, roar. Low health. These werewolves are even crazier. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The giant wolf claws kept attacking the nut fence. Face the terrifying attack power of a level 3 werewolf. The wall of nuts defense is already somewhat strained. Bang, bang, bang. The nut fence around the perimeter kept bursting open. Such powerful attack. 3 attacks are enough to break through the nut fence. But I like to see, how many can you break through? One by one, the nut walls were summoned by Qin Feng, because these werewolves are enormous. No need to merge the nut wall. Maintaining a distance of 1 meter will stop these guys. As for the vampire servants, these guys have broken through the nut fence and are right under his feet. It's pointless whether we stop these guys or not. Qin Feng was too lazy to attack the guys at his feet anymore. These guys are fast, but their attack power is relatively weak. The damage it does to the walnut is far less than that to the werewolf. The right thing to do is to take out the werewolves first and reduce losses. Puff, puff, puff. Ice peas rain down on the werewolves, taking away chunks of flesh and blood. Even though these werewolves are resistant to the Frost Archer's freezing effect, but the Ice Archer's attack power is truly formidable. Soon, a werewolf withstood a barrage of attacks from an Ice Archer. My chest was completely pierced by an ice pea. A hole as big as a bucket appeared. roar, accompanied by a painful roar. The werewolf's muscles are rapidly atrophying. Its entire body of black fur was falling out rapidly. The wolf's claws and head are also shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the werewolf, which was nearly 3 meters tall, has shrunk back to human size. Immediately afterwards, bang! Humanoid creature exploded. Fantasy value plus 50. Successfully defeated a werewolf. But Qin Feng was not satisfied with this speed. Holy crap! Holy crap! Qin Feng raised his hand. 2 cherry bombs left red parabolas in the air. I fell into the clutches of a werewolf. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The 2 werewolves closest to each other had already lost half their health to the frost archer. Faced the terrifying power of cherry bombs. It tore into pieces, turning into a pile of flying minced meat. Fantasy value plus 50. Fantasy value plus 50. Barrier. A crisp sound rang out. Emma waved her wand. A green barrier appeared in front of the 2 of them. Bang, bang, bang. Chunks of flesh and pus crashed against the barrier and slid downwards. Wow, beautiful. Qin Feng gave Emma a thumbs up. He had no desire to taste these werewolves, since the fastest way to deal with these werewolves is with cherry bombs. Then I won't be sleepy anymore. Holy crap. Holy crap. Qin Feng threw out a series of cherry bombs. In the blink of an eye, he threw out 10 cherry bombs. Bang, bang, bang. 1 werewolf at a time exploded. Fantasy value plus 50. Fantasy value plus 50. Fantasy value plus 50. Fantasy value prompts keep popping up. Finally, the werewolves outside the nut fence have all disappeared. Only piles of mangled flesh under the fence remain as a testament to the werewolves' mere presence. People from all over the world. No, we're the werewolves. I was counting on you to take down Qin Feng. That's it. Are you kidding me? Chapter 186. Damn it. Leaf's protective umbrella has been destroyed. Oh no. This kid's cherry bomb is so cheap. It's impossible for someone too fast to be countered by this kid's frost archer, and for someone too slow to be killed by his cherry bomb. Who can possibly kill this Chinese kid? Shit. Useless werewolf. Don't panic. There are still those fast-moving level 3 fantasy creatures. These guys can dodge the frost archer's attacks. The Chinese kid's cherry bombs can't hurt them either. Keep it like this. Sooner or later, we'll wear this Chinese kid down. Not bad. These level 3 fantasy creatures are close. Qin Feng is standing on the wall of nuts, so he can't use the frost archer to attack from all directions like before. As long as these level 3 fantasy creatures don't stubbornly try to take the frost archer's attacks head on and keep wearing him down, they can definitely wear this Chinese kid down. It seems to be verifying the thoughts of people from various countries on Earth. At Qin Feng and Emma's feet, these vampire minions have started a war of attrition. His figure moved continuously, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Even if it means attacking one less time. I don't want to be attacked by the Frost Archer either. In this way, even if Qin Feng is wielding the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition, you can't hit these guys either. On the contrary, the wall of nuts under their feet was being worn down by these guys. It keeps exploding. Qin Feng could only continue summoning new walnuts. This can't go on. Even though Qin Feng has abundant resources now, he's arguably the biggest spender in the Burial Grounds game. But even that couldn't withstand the endless drain from these level 3 fantasy creatures. We need to figure out a way to get rid of these guys. No, what are you doing? Sudden, Qin Feng's eyes widened. I saw something incredible. Several vampire minions actually attacked Leaf, Umbrella. Durability -5. Durability -5. A series of notifications popped up on the Leafy Umbrella's head. Leafy Umbrella doesn't offer the same defensive capabilities as Walnut. It's completely fragile in front of a level 3 fantasy creature. Bang, bang, bang. Less than a second. The protective canopy of leaves on the plants at my feet is ruined. Nice. These level 3 creatures are smart. They know to attack the Chinese kid's carrot. As long as this Chinese kid's radishes are destroyed, he won't be able to stop the bats in the sky. Good heavens. Attacks from both above and below. This kid has no chance to defend himself. Amazing. Bats attack now. Drain this Chinese kid's blood. People from all over the world saw the leaf-shaped protective umbrella destroyed. Their faces were rosy, and they were extremely excited, as if they were experiencing a final burst of energy before death. Oh no, Brother Qin Feng's radishes are ruined. The Chinese people watched the projection with faces full of worry. Since Qin Feng survived the first wave of attacks, their confidence in Qin Feng has greatly increased. Encountering a typical crisis, they all believe that Qin Feng could pull through. But this time, Qin Feng is really in trouble. If Brother Qin Feng's radish is destroyed, he'll be in danger facing both bats and those fast-moving level 3 fantasy creatures below. Yes, the reason these bats pose no threat to Brother Qin Feng is because of his radish plant. Without the radish, these bats would be a huge threat. I wonder how many radishes Brother Qin Feng still has on him. There shouldn't be many left, right? I remember Brother Qin Feng planted a lot of radishes around the shelter to protect the other plants. He probably doesn't have many left on him. Oh no, this is dangerous. Brother Qin Feng, hang in there. You absolutely must survive. Brother Qin Feng will definitely have a way. Brother Qin Feng will be all right. Brother Qin Feng, keep it up. The Chinese people looked tense. I prayed for Qin Feng in my heart. Damn it, it ruined the protective canopy of 4 of my plants. Qin Feng looked pained. Leaf umbrellas are extremely rare. These 4 plants were destroyed. He didn't have much left. Only 40 plants left. If I hadn't bought 50 radishes a few days ago, today would have been a disaster. When I dug up the leaf umbrella plant guide, I also found 50 radishes. Qin Feng used most of these radishes as shelter and for defense around the area. In this way, Qin Feng doesn't have many leaves left to protect him. How could Qin Feng, who always prioritizes safe operations, allow this situation? Purchase. We absolutely must buy radishes until it had a protective umbrella of 50 leaves on its body. Qin Feng felt a little more at ease. You can bite off the leaves below to protect your umbrella, but if I put it on top, how will you deal with it? Qin Feng's mind stirred. I planned to summon a few leafy umbrellas to the platform beneath my feet. Wrong. Sudden. Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 187. Plan successful. Vampire doppelganger crashes. These vampire servants were able to dodge the Frost Archer's attacks, mainly due to the bat's sonic waves, in addition to their own speed. To kill these vampire servants, you have to kill that bat first. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Emma beside him. Emma, I have a daring plan. It might hurt a little later. Qin Feng told Emma about his plan. Without a moment's hesitation, Emma smiled at Qin Feng. Sure, I'm not afraid of pain. Good. Qin Feng did not summon the leaf umbrella. Instead, he controlled the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition to spray bullets at his feet. That's how it appears to outsiders. Qin Feng's actions show that he has no protective umbrella. Unable to withstand the bats above, they chose to brave the bat attack head-on. The bat in the air thought the same thing. How could we miss such a great opportunity? Then, squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the command of this vampire clone, the bats circling in the air went crazy. They swooped down like a swarm of bees. It points directly to Qin Feng and Emma. Dozens of bats swarmed forward. They rushed to Qin Feng and Emma's side and launched a frenzied attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sharp, piercing cries of bats kept flooding my ears. I was attacked in the neck. A wave of pain washed over me. Qin Feng glanced upwards out of the corner of his eye. The vampire clone was still hovering in the air. They have no intention of taking action. This guy's so cautious. Qin Feng is numb. This is seduction. It didn't work. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you don't come down, then we'll force you to. A thought flashed through my mind. Qin Feng summoned several sunflowers at his feet. The sunflower's big head is shaking. Green light radiated outwards. Health -1. Health -1. Health -1. The bats all around were scorched by the sunflower's rays. Health points are slowly decreasing. The black fur on its body gradually dissolved. For these ordinary bats, the sunflower's attack effect is quite obvious. In just a short while, many bats had their wings burned. The speed has slowed down. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng directly controlled the Frost Archer X10 Enhanced Edition to spray bullets at these bats. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the bats were pierced. Fantasy value +15. Fantasy value +15. Soon, Nearly 10 bats died under Qin Feng's Frost Archer. If you don't get involved, you can only watch as I kill these bats and resolve the crisis. I don't believe you can hold back. Qin Feng was attacking these ordinary bats, but his attention was focused on the vampire clone in the air. This guy is the key. Just kill this guy. The threat posed by the surrounding fantastical creatures to him has decreased by at least 60%. Brush. Just then, the vampire clone in the air watched as bats were killed one by one. I finally couldn't hold back anymore. The protective umbrella of leaves has been destroyed. We absolutely can't let such a great opportunity slip by. If we let this contestant kid go back to the shelter, it will be difficult to kill him again. The vampire clone suddenly launched an attack. Extremely fast. It left a trail of afterimage in the air. It suddenly charged towards Qin Feng, with the vampire clone's 30 points of attack power. Once they attack Qin Feng's vulnerable neck area, even if Qin Feng doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Those despicable contestants. The vampire clone instantly traversed a large area of space. They were less than 3 meters away from Qin Feng. When Qin Feng saw the black shadow approaching from the sky, a slight smile finally appeared on his lips. The vampire clone caught Qin Feng's expression and was suddenly startled. What? You finally couldn't hold back anymore. Qin Feng sneered. A thought flashed through my mind. Several protective canopies of leaves appeared directly at our feet. Air raid detected. The leaves on the umbrella-shaped head of the leaf have expanded and enlarged. Bang! 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 One by one, the bats were flung away. Not good. The vampire clone saw the leaf-shaped protective umbrella the moment it appeared. I knew I'd fallen for their trap. It wants to abandon this attack. But Qin Feng's timing in releasing the leaf protective umbrella was impeccable. This guy wasn't given a chance to react at all. Bang! The vampire clone crashed straight into the leaf umbrella. In the face of the protective umbrella of leaves, all things are equal. Whether you're a regular bat or a vampire clone, they were all bounced away. Unsurprisingly, the vampire clone was also flung away. Flight out of control. Now, Qin Feng seized the opportunity. The Frost Archer aimed at the vampire clone that had been knocked away. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The Frost Archer spits out ice peas. It left trails of frost blue in the air as it shot toward the bats that had been flung away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vampire clone emitted sound waves while adjusting its flight posture. Use all your strength to dodge the ice peas behind you. I dodged most of the ice peas, but the impact of the protective leaf umbrella ultimately affected it. With a soft poof, a frozen pea landed on the vampire clone's wing. Instantly, the vampire clone's entire body flashed with a frosty blue light. The Frost Archer's additional effects are active. Attack speed -50. Movement speed -50. The vampire clone's movement speed visibly slowed down. You hit it. Qin Feng was overjoyed. If you get hit by the Frost Archer, you're done for. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Ice Archer X10 Enhanced Edition aiming. Ice peas were launched one after another, seemingly free. Even with the speed halved, the vampire clones couldn't dodge the ice peas at all, even if it emits sound waves to track the trajectory of the ice peas. But if you're not fast enough, it's all for nothing. Ice peas fell one by one onto the vampire clone. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, the vampire clone crashed and fell toward the ground. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng's main approach is to play it safe, even if the other plane crashes. They continued firing wildly. Fantasy value +25. Until a list of fantasy value prompts popped up, Qin Feng then stopped bombarding the guy. We finally took him down. Qin Feng felt completely comfortable. This guy's been harassing me for so long. Finally, I got my revenge. No more vampire clones. The other bats were no match for Qin Feng. Less than a minute. Not a single bat can be seen in the air. It's so much quieter now. You're all left. Qin Feng looked down. One by one, the vampire minions continued to diligently attack the nut wall. In just a short while, they've already destroyed more than 10 of his nut walls. Chapter 188 Emma is injured. Return to the shelter. You guys have gone too far. Go to hell right now. Qin Feng immediately aimed the Frost Archer at these vampire minions. The bat's sonic waves no longer track the ice peas. The difficulty of dodging the ice peas for these vampire servants has increased dramatically, even though they can reach speeds of up to 80. But she still got hit by the ice archer's saturation attack. Puff! A vampire servant has been shot. Immediately afterwards, the second one, the third one. Soon, all 7 vampire servants beneath his feet were hit by bullets. The speed plummeted. A few more seconds passed. Bang! A vampire servant exploded. Then, like dominoes, the remaining vampire servants exploded one after another. Fantasy value plus 40. Fantasy value plus 40. Fantasy value plus 40. A series of message notification sounds popped up. The final notification tone popped up. The vampire servants at his feet all snapped and turned into a pile of minced meat. It's all done. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Harmful. The level of danger in today's battle ranks among the top 10 of all the major battles he has experienced. My neck was covered in bite wounds for bats. Emma, are you all right? Emma, what happened to you? Qin Feng looked at Emma beside him. I suddenly realized it. Emma's face turned pale. A layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead, and a look of pain appeared on her face. Qin Feng looked down. That's when I noticed it. Emma had 3 deep claw marks on her calf that revealed the bone. Blood continued to seep out, winding into shocking lines on her fair skin. The shoes on his feet were stained red with blood. Emma, when did you get injured? Qin Feng frowned. Look at how congealed the blood on Emma's leg. The injury must have been there for a while. Emma managed to suppress any unusual behavior. I was caught red-handed during the previous attack by the vampire servants. Seeing Qin Feng's concerned expression, Emma smiled and said in a relaxed manner, "This wound looks scary, but it's not that serious." "It's nothing. It's not that serious? Your bones are practically showing." Qin Feng cursed irritably, saying, "Let's go back and get our injuries treated." Good. After collecting the plant into the item, Qin Feng supported Emma's arm and walked towards the shelter. But that's too slow. In addition, Emma's leg wound bleeds whenever she walks with any great movement. Qin Feng simply carried Emma on his back. Anyway, his stamina has increased to 20 points, which is twice that of an adult male. Carrying Emma, who weighs less than 100 pounds, is no problem at all. In the gray fog, Qin Feng carried Emma as they walked further and further away, slowly approaching the distant shelter. Xiaoqin carried Xiao by as they hovered above each other. If you get injured in the future, tell me immediately. Don't try to tough it out. Good. Don't go out and dig up graves for the next few days. Rest well at the shelter. This Chinese kid has escaped another disaster. People from all over the world watched the projected image. They were so angry they were about to vomit blood. A bunch of useless fantasy creatures. I gave you a chance, but you failed. It's impossible that such a good opportunity didn't lead to killing Qin Feng. Shit, is that bat an idiot? It doesn't even need to attack. Just using sound waves to help those fast-moving level 3 fantasy creatures would be enough to wear down that Chinese kid. The werewolf is dead. Those high-speed fantasy creatures are dead. And that special bat is dead too. Who else can kill this Chinese kid? Is there really no way to kill this Chinese kid? People from all over the world are in despair. This Chinese kid is incredibly talented. Could you please cut it? Don't panic. Today's attacks may not all be bad. Oh, how so? Although the attack didn't kill the Chinese kid, Emma was injured, and seriously injured. Her bones are almost protruding. If not treated properly, Emma might die from an infected wound. Good morning. Emma, that bitch is really badly injured. Look at all the blood. Probably several liters. She's probably going to die. She might even bleed to death back at the shelter. Haha. Besides that, there's also that bat. That bat is clearly not the final boss of the second wave of attacks. Good. The second wave of attacks is still a few days away. The final boss won't appear for now. Yes, this bat isn't even the final boss, yet it's this powerful, able to control so many level 3 fantasy creatures. How strong do you think the final boss this kid will face will be? So that means the final boss this kid is about to face is definitely level 4 or even higher. Wow. This kid's been pushed to this point, even by this bat. If he encounters the final boss, he definitely won't be able to withstand it. Only 4 days left. I can already look forward to seeing this kid get brutally killed by the final boss. After a series of deductions by the people of various countries on Earth, hope has been rekindled once again. Everyone got excited. There's still a chance. Thank goodness. Brother Qin Feng has weathered this crisis. The Chinese people are watching the projection. They all breathed a sigh of relief. My heart is finally at ease. Brother Qin Feng is so powerful. Even so many level 3 creatures are no match for him. Alas, although Brother Qin Feng has survived this attack, the crisis is not completely over yet. Yes, the second wave of attacks hasn't even fully arrived yet, and the attacks are already this terrifying. Who knows how horrific the final attack will be? Qin Feng's teammate Emma is also injured. She'll be unlikely to be able to help Qin Feng much anymore. She can't go out to dig graves, she'll consume resources, and she'll only be a burden to Qin Feng. If you ask me, Qin Feng could have easily chosen not to carry Emma and just left her there to fend for herself. Chapter 189, Healing Emma's Wounds. Type 1, Flesh Healing Agent. Nonsense. Emma's magical talent is not to be underestimated, and her potential is limitless. Putting everything else aside, her divination alone is a huge help to Qin Feng. With divination, Qin Feng can reliably obtain high-level treasure chests. Worth some supplies compared to that, Qin Feng has greenhouses and water purifiers. Does he lack supplies? The young man suggested that Qin Feng give up on Emma, but before he could finish speaking, the crowd of Chinese people immediately interrupted him. Exactly. Abandoning Emma was absolutely a mistake. From a purely financial standpoint, the losses far outweigh the gains. Furthermore, from an emotional standpoint, if Qin Feng abandons Emma like this, will the other contestants from China still dare to trust him? Do you really like this kind of Qin Feng? That makes sense. I was confused. Qin Feng carried Emma at a slightly slower pace than usual. It took 20 minutes. Finally, I saw the familiar fences, farms, plants, and shelters. This moment, I feel completely safe. Push open the wooden gate of the fence. Qin Feng entered the courtyard. He carried Emma straight into the bedroom. Emma's bedroom is very simple. A bed and a table. There's a faint fragrance in the bedroom. Put Emma on the bed. Qin Feng examined Emma's wounds, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. The injury is serious. You can see the bone. I'm afraid it will require stitches. Open the panel. Qin Feng contacted Wei Wei. Qin Feng, Wei Wei, do you have any medicine for treating lacerations? Didi. The message was sent, and I receive a reply very quickly. Wei Wei, medicine for lacerations? Yes. Laceration? Brother Qin Feng, what happened? Are you injured? Wei Wei was very worried when she saw Qin Feng's message. Even grave digging has stopped. Qin Feng, I'm Fine. It's Emma. Her calf was grabbed by a fantasy creature. Qin Feng told Vivi about Emma's injuries. Vivi, is your muscle torn? That's okay. As long as Sister Emma's bones aren't injured, it's not a big problem. Brother Qin Feng, I'll give you the medicine. Is this little girl so confident? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Such serious injuries. In Vivi's eyes, it seemed to be nothing at all. Has this girl's medical skills gotten even better? Didi, a message notification sound went off. Group member Vivi has gifted you 5 Type 1 Flesh Healing Agents. Type 1 Flesh Healing Agent? That name sounds really impressive. A thought flashed through my mind. A vial of medicine appeared in Qin Feng's hand. The bottle has a slender, streamlined shape, about the thickness of an index finger. Its length is no more than a palm's width. It contains a pale green liquid, clear and transparent. View information. Item, Type 1 Flesh Healing Agent. Specification, 10 milliliters. Synthesis material, fantasy value x50. Function, Type 1 Flesh Healing Agent utilizes regenerative factors that fuse with human cells to promote wound healing, tripling the healing speed. Note, repeated use of the agent within 24 hours will not have cumulative effects. This reagent is quite effective. Qin Feng was shocked. Healing speed x3. In other words, a wound that would normally heal in 30 days. After using this medicine, it will heal in 10 days. Also, the effects of reusing the reagent within 24 hours do not stack. Does this mean that if you use it again after 24 hours, the effects will stack? Consider this possibility. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Wow, Emma, your wound will heal quickly. Qin Feng handed the reagent to Emma. I took the reagent. After seeing the effect of the reagent, Emma was also stunned. This reagent is incredibly effective. Did Vivi give it to you? Qin Feng nodded. Good, Emma exclaimed. Vivi's talent is truly amazing. Yes, this girl's talent is gradually heading in an extraordinary direction. Qin Feng had always known the importance of Wei Wei's medical talent in the burial grounds. But Vivi's talent has improved at a rate that has truly exceeded his expectations. Qin Feng took a bottle of mineral water from his inventory. I'll rinse your wound for you, just bear with it. Emma nodded. Okay, come on over. Qin Feng pointed the mouth of the mineral water bottle at Emma's wound. Wow, clear water, like silver threads, washed over Emma's wound. The first thing it touches is the averted skin and flesh. Pale red blood mixed with fine sand was washed away. Water flows over exposed bones. It made a faint hissing sound, like hot iron meeting cold water. A piercing pain shot through the wound. Emma's toes curled up involuntarily. Qin Feng, if it hurts, just yell it out. Emma bit her lower lip, shook her head, and laughed. Fine. After finishing a bottle of mineral water, it diluted the blood on Emma's wound considerably. Qin Feng then poured iodine solution onto the wound for disinfection. At last, bandage Emma's calf. All right, now take the reagent. Good. Emma unscrewed the reagent bottle cap. Drink up the green liquid inside. How is it? Qin Feng asked. Emma felt it for a while and said, the wound feels cool and itchy, and it doesn't hurt much anymore. This means the wound is healing. Qin Feng was relieved and gave some instructions. Get some rest. Stay in bed for the next few days, and don't even think about digging up graves. Turn around and leave Emma's bedroom. Qin Feng entered the living room. First, start cooking the rice. Then, he walked straight out of the shelter. Head to the pond. Clang. The water purifier is still working hard, emitting black smoke. The bucket has accumulated quite a bit of purified water again. Qin Feng put all the water from the bucket into his inventory. Purified water plus 3.6 L. Another 3.6 liters of water. Qin Feng was in a great mood. Their gaze then shifted to the incubator on the side. In a constant temperature chamber, 5 eggs lay there quietly. No different from the beginning. But Qin Feng noticed something different. Several cracks appeared on the surface of these 3 eggs. They're almost hatched. Qin Feng became excited. I'm about to have a penis. The pigsty is ready. The thought of chicks running around in the pigsty is unbearable. Qin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. View information. Chapter 190. The chicks are about to hatch. Contestants from various countries are running out of water. Item eggs. Hatching countdown. 1 hour, 22 minutes, 3 seconds. Hint. This is an egg about to hatch. After it hatches, a chick will emerge. Raise this chick well, and perhaps it will reward you with a chicken farm. 1 hour left to hatch. Come again after you've eaten. Qin Feng returns to the shelter. The rice isn't cooked yet. I'm just idling around anyway. Look at those idiots. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. As expected, as soon as I opened the regional channel, all I heard were cries of despair. Help! Help! I haven't had any water all day. Can anyone give me some? 1 day. I haven't had water for 2 days. I am dying. Can anyone give me a liter of water? I'll trade my materials for it. 30 pieces of wood for a liter of water. You think you can trade 30 pieces of wood for 1 liter of water? Are you dreaming? Do you know how scarce water is right now? There's practically no one selling it. And even if they did, the price would be outrageously high. What should I do? I'm so thirsty. I don't want to die. Water is hard to buy, but urine is still available. Does anyone have urine? I'll trade 30 pieces of wood for 1 liter of urine. I have urine. I just peed less than an hour ago. It's safe and uncontaminated. Contact me if you want it. 30 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters. I'll exchange it. I'll exchange it. Give it to me. I also have urine. It's from the previous day. It's a little spoiled, but still drinkable. Contact me if you want it. I also have pee. It smells like a fairy. Contact me if you're interested. Photo of me in black stockings attached. Hey fairy, don't go. I'll exchange my pee for yours with water. Don't get me wrong. I don't like drinking pee. I just want to help others. These guys have pretty unusual tastes. Qin Feng was speechless. Who would have thought? Even urine can become a best-selling product. That's outrageous. Huh, there are actually people selling water. Filter out these useless messages. Qin Feng actually discovered several key transaction details. John from Eagle Country, selling mineral water, 100 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters of mineral water. Ivan from the Bear Country, selling mineral water, 120 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters of mineral water. Those two guys. Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune? How could I possibly do something like this? Ugh, how could I be left out? Take a moment to think. Qin Feng sent the message directly. Huaxia Qin Feng. It seems everyone is short of water. The news has just come out. The regional channel exploded instantly. Qin Feng. Help. Please give me some water. Qin Feng. I spoke a little too loudly before. I apologize. Please, could you give me some water? Qin Feng. I was wrong before. There are too many people on the regional channel. Can we chat privately? Qin Feng. I have a plan encyclopedia. I'll change your water. A series of messages flooded the regional channel. Everyone knows. Qin Feng is the one who has the most water in the entire burial soil game. In today's high-temperature climate, Qin Feng holds the power to decide the fate of many contestants. They wanted to live. We can only turn to Qin Feng. Look at these people crying and begging for mercy. Qin Feng was delighted. It's almost done. Water can now be sold gradually. Huaxia Qin Feng. Seeing everyone's difficult situation, I feel very sorry for you. Huaxia Qin Feng. I saw John and Ivan selling water. 500 milliliters of water costs 120 wood. That's blatant robbery. You? Pity? What sympathy are you talking about? Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? How dare you say that? I've been ripped off by Qin Feng so many times. The participants from various countries didn't believe Qin Feng at all. But, in order to get some water from Qin Feng, they had no choice but to humbly try to please Qin Feng. Qin Feng has a water purifier that continuously purifies water, so he can't possibly drink it all. He's definitely going to take advantage of the high temperatures to exchange water for supplies, and the price will probably be a little cheaper than John and Ivan's. This is what the participants from various countries thought. Qin Feng, you're right. John and Ivan are ruthless. Everyone believes you. Great. As long as you sell water, everyone will definitely buy from you. Qin Feng, make an offer. As long as your price is cheaper than those two guys, we'll choose you. Huaxia Qin Feng, don't worry, everyone. My price is definitely cheaper than theirs. Huaxia Qin Feng, selling purified water. 15 pieces of wood for 50 milliliters of mineral water. Qin Feng's message appeared in the regional channel. The participants from all countries were stunned. 15 pieces of wood. This price is almost 10 times cheaper than John's or Ivan's. Could it be? Has Qin Feng had a change of heart? Purchase. Buy now. A group of people applied to trade. But, soon, they discovered something was wrong. Transaction failed. A group of people rubbed their eyes. 15 pieces of wood for 50 milliliters? Make sure there's only one zero after the 5. What is that? 50 milliliters? Isn't it 500 milliliters? In other words, 150 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters? Is this what you call cheap? That beast. 150 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters of water? Qin Feng, why don't you just rob someone? Qin Feng, how dare you accuse others of taking advantage of crisis? You're the one who's taking advantage of crisis. It's impossible for your price to be higher than John's or Ivan's. Why should we buy your water? Do you think we're all fools? Shit, nobody's going to trade with you. A group of people in the regional channel immediately started criticizing. Huaxia Qin Feng, expensive? Where is it expensive? Don't spout nonsense. If you think it's expensive, look for the reasons within yourself. Have you been diligently digging graves lately? Why are there so few pieces of wood? Participants from various countries? Is this human language? After listing the transaction, Qin Feng immediately shut down the regional channel. As for whether anyone will trade it, Qin Feng wasn't worried at all. Will water still be unsellable? In the regional channel, after Qin Feng withdrew, participants from various countries are still criticizing. This guy is delusional. John and Ivan sell water for less than him. Who would buy his overpriced water? Does he think we're fools? Exactly. Everyone, don't buy his water. Let it rot in your hands. It'll be worthless after the heat wave passes. Great. Let this guy's water rot in the water. Let's go buy water for John and Ivan. Wait a minute. Something's not right. What's wrong? Wait a minute. I need to take care of something. Okay. What does it mean exactly? John and Ivan both got their water from the boxes. Even though they dug up a lot of graves and had a relatively abundant water supply, after using some themselves, the amount they could sell would be very small, maybe just a few liters at most. Once they run out of water, anyone who wants to buy water will have to go to Qin Feng. Chapter 191 Buy Water. After seeing this message, participants from various countries. Everyone was stunned. Qin Feng, that's so cunning. Hurry and go find John and Ivan to buy water. Where's the water? Why is there no water? The water has been bought. Who did it? Was it that guy who did it? He left halfway through his sentence. He must have gone to buy water. What a beast. Shit, I went to buy water, but I couldn't find any. They were all sold out when I went to buy it. What? Who bought that? Who's so rich? They bought all of John and Ivan's water? Step forward. Participants from various countries were utterly confused. But they quickly realized who had done it. Oh my god, it must be that guy Qin Feng. Shit, this guy bought up all of John and Ivan's water. We're stuck with his water now. You evil Chinese brat. You deserve to die. Qin Feng is trying to force us to buy his water at exorbitant prices. Don't fall for his trick. That's right. We'd rather die of thirst than buy this kid's water. Boycott. This time we must boycott. In the regional channel, the participants from all countries were blown away. I was originally planning to get some water from Qin Feng. Result: not a drop of water was obtained. Qin Feng even tried to steal water from them. This is a beast. These two guys aren't good either. In the shelter, Qin Feng looked at the 3 L of water that had appeared in his inventory. In a great mood. Those guys on the regional channel were right. He's the one who bought the water. Since you're going to take advantage of the chaos. Of course, we can't let any opportunity to make money slip by. John and Ivan were the second and third in the first wave of attacks. His strength is second only to his. These two guys only sold 3 liters of water together. The others had even less water. All done. As for the messages in the regional channels, Qin Feng simply chose to ignore it. I'd rather die of thirst than buy water. Then you might die of thirst. At this moment, the aroma of rice wafted into my nostrils. Dinner is ready. Qin Feng posted another new transaction message in the regional channel. Exit the regional channel now. Cooked rice. Set up the table in the small courtyard in front of the shelter. Qin Feng entered Emma's bedroom. Emma, dinner's ready. Help Emma to the courtyard. The two sat down and began to eat dinner. Oh my, try these shredded potatoes. And this pea and egg soup. Qin Feng introduced the dishes on the table to Emma. We just harvested some fresh potatoes and peas. Shouldn't we try it right away? As for, why not keep these peas and potatoes to make ice shooter and potato mine? Qin Feng only had one sentence. We're not short of food. Just be arrogant and domineering. The shredded potatoes were tangy and crunchy. Delicious. This pea and egg soup is so delicious. Emma raved about the dishes Qin Feng made. Provide plenty of emotional value. Brother Qin Feng. Is Emma hurt? In a group chat, the group members heard that Emma was injured. Everyone became concerned. Baogua, is the injury serious? Qin Feng. I used Weiwei's type 1 flesh healing agent, and it has already started to heal. Everyone don't worry. Qin, that's good. I just found some goat milk today. Perfect for nourishing Emma. Baogua, I dug up some longan today, so I'll give some to Emma to help her get some nutrition. The group members all took out supplements to give to Emma. Qin Feng initially wanted to refuse, but the group members didn't give him a chance to refuse. Give. Qin Feng took all the supplements given to him by the group members and presented them to Emma. What's this? Emma looked at the pile of things in front of her, somewhat surprised. A gift from a group member. Qin Feng's group members expressed their concern for her. Emma was stunned after hearing this. A while later, I just came to my senses. A smile appeared on his face, and he said seriously, "Thanks." Qin Feng smiled and said, "I will convey your gratitude to them." Emma shook her head. Qin Feng was taken aback. Emma said, "Qin, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met so many friends." Qin Feng looked at Emma and smiled. "Since we're friends, there's no need to say thank you." After dinner, Qin Feng and Emma wiped their bodies with purified water. Don't misunderstand. The two are not together. They each wiped it in their own bedroom. Qin Feng carried water into the greenhouse. A day has passed. The watermelons and corn I planted yesterday have already sprouted. As for cherries, it takes a long time to mature. There's been no movement yet. Qin Feng watered the plants in the greenhouse one by one. Maturation time, 1 hour. Maturation time, 1 hour. A series of time-shortening notifications popped up on the plant. Qin Feng checks the plant information. Plant, sunflower. Countdown to maturity, 44 days, 23 hours, and 22 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary-looking plant. Plant, walnut. Countdown to maturity, 74 days, 23 hours, and 22 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary-looking plant. Plant, watermelon. Countdown to maturity, 29 days, 8 hours, and 31 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary-looking plant. Plant, corn. Countdown to maturity, 29 days, 8 hours, and 31 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary-looking plant. Plant, cherry. Countdown to maturity, 89 days, 8 hours, and 31 minutes. Hint, this is an ordinary-looking plant. Watermelons and corn take 30 days to ripen, while cherries take 90 days. Even with watering and sunflowers providing sunlight, the ripening time can only be shortened by half at most. The ripening time is still too long. Qin Feng thought of septic tanks. Let's try those things again to see if they can speed up plant maturation. After watering the plants, Qin Feng walked toward the pond. It's almost time. With great excitement, Qin Feng walked to the incubator. Look at the eggs inside the incubator. The shells of the 5 eggs are covered with dense patterns. The dark shadows inside became even clearer. Even, Qin Feng could vaguely see the dark figure inside moving. View information. Item eggs. Hatching countdown. 0 hours, 03 minutes, 52 seconds. Hint, this is an egg about to hatch. After it hatches, a chick will emerge. Raise this chick well, and perhaps it will reward you with a chicken farm. They're about to hatch. Qin Feng was incredibly excited. Time slowly passed by. The cracks on the eggshell are getting bigger and bigger. It seems like the next moment. Then chicks will hatch from the eggshell. Why is this Chinese kid staring at the microwave? Is he out his mind? People from all over the world watched Qin Feng's actions through projection. They were all completely baffled. No. What's so interesting about a microwave oven? Chapter 192, Chicks Hatching. Who cares what it's for? It's just a microwave. What's the point of looking at it? Are you going to see chicks in these eggs? Not bad. He's lucky the egg didn't explode while he was microwaving it. Huh. This Chinese kid making a microwave oven is definitely the dumbest thing he's done since entering the burial ground game. Not only were materials wasted, but an electrical component was also wasted. We've seized this opportunity. People from all countries naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. They all burst into loud laughter. I'm so annoyed by Qin Feng all day long. Now I can finally laugh without worry. Today is like Chinese New Year. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1, 0. In a constant temperature chamber. A countdown keeps popping up above the egg. Qin Feng stared intently, his expression excited. Click, click, click. The cracks on the eggshell spread like a spiderweb. The fine lines on the surface reveal glistening egg white. The egg at the very front suddenly made a crisp popping sound. The tender yellow beak tip was the first to pierce the eggshell. Immediately afterwards, a wet chick struggles to break open half of its eggshell. It wobbled and staggered out of the eggshell. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Looking around at the unfamiliar space, the chicks kept chirping. His voice was filled with terror of the world. Unlike when Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing hatched. Although Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing are also called by other names when they hatch, but only made a few calls. Upon meeting Qin Feng and Emma, it immediately recognized them as its masters. But the little chick just kept squeaking. There was not a single affectionate gesture towards Qin Feng outside the incubator. Obviously, common poultry have relatively low intelligence. There's no concept of venerating a lord. It's done. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the chicks. This is good stuff. For him, its significance is no less than that of the ripening of potatoes and peas. As for recognizing a master, what kind of owner is this? He wants poultry. They want meat. What's the point of pledging allegiance to someone? Qin Feng was also worried that this chick might be as intelligent as Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing. Even when he grows up, he still won't have the heart to kill him. Being silly like this is just perfect. At the same time, click, click, click. The second egg cracked too. Qin Feng eagerly awaited the hatching of the chicks. But, waiting and waiting, the egg suddenly stopped moving. Then, a string of messages popped up. The chick had a difficult birth and failed to hatch. Congratulations, you have obtained a live egg. Wow, Qin Feng is numb. It's possible for hatching to fail? Are you kidding me? Congratulations on obtaining the live pearl. What kind of congratulations are you talking about? I want a live pearl, you idiot. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the other eggs. Stop causing trouble. Fortunately, The next 2 eggs were fine. Click, click, click. The eggshell cracked open. The tender yellow beak tip was the first to pierce the eggshell. Immediately, a wet little chick popped out of its egg. Soon, the 3rd chick has hatched. The last egg didn't move at all. It must have failed, just as Qin Feng predicted. Another string of messages popped up. The chick had a difficult birth and failed to hatch. Congratulations, you have obtained a live egg. 3 out of 5 eggs hatched. That's not bad. Although it was a little different from what I expected. But, no problem. Qin Feng looked at the 3 chicks. He checked the information. Poultry, young chickens. Level, 0 cannot be upgraded. Aggressiveness, 0.1. Defense, 0.1. Speed, 2. Hint. This is an ordinary little female chick, born in a burial ground game. Quite unusual. Friendly reminder. A chicken's growth goes through 4 stages. Juvenile, 10 days. Youth, 20 days. Maturity, 30 days. And old age, 20 days. Egg production rates differ at each stage. Youth stage, 1 egg every 2 days. Maturity stage, 1 egg every 1 day. Old age stage, 1 egg every 3 days. Poultry, young chickens. Level, 0 cannot be upgraded. Aggressiveness, 0.1. Defense, 0.1. Speed, 2. Hint. This is an ordinary little male chick, born in the burial ground game. Quite an unusual occurrence. Friendly reminder. A chick's growth goes through 4 stages. After entering juvenile stage, it can mate with a hen. Poultry, young chickens. Level, 0 cannot be upgraded. Aggressiveness, 0.1. Defense, 0.1. Speed, 2. Hint. This is an ordinary female chick. It will start laying eggs in 10 days. Great. Qin Feng was extremely excited. We'll never lack eggs again. But what made Qin Feng happiest was not just the eggs. But one of those 3 chickens just happened to be a rooster. Once these 3 chickens reach adolescence, they will be able to lay fertilized eggs. The eggs will then hatch into chicks, and the chicks will grow up and lay more eggs. The chicken and the egg both came into being. We can't finish it. We can't possibly finish it all. Then we can just build a chicken farm in the burial grounds game. Qin Feng picked up the incubator. We walked to the outside of the first-class pig pen that had been prepared in advance. Put the 3 chicks into the pig pen. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 3 little chicks have just entered the pig pen. It started running around unsteadily in the pig pen. They seemed to really like it here. Qin Feng took out a small dish. Pour rice into it. Then he took out another bowl. Pour water into it. Soon, the 3 chicks surrounded the rice and water and began to eat voraciously. At this time, people from all over the world watched the projection. Everyone's heads were buzzing, and they were dumbfounded. Chapter 193, the Livestock Farm Project launched. The crowd was shocked. What? Where did this chicken come from? Where did this kid get his chicken? Why did the chicken escape from a microwave? Are you kidding me? Wasn't that guy microwaving eggs? Shit, a microwave oven can turn an egg into a chicken? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. This Chinese kid is definitely cheating. This is cheating. The people of all the countries on Earth were in an uproar. I'm impressed. Qin Feng's plants are just too overpowered. They've only just accepted a little bit. Now, they're getting animals involved again? So you're not even going to act anymore. It's a complete cover-up. Absolutely a complete cover-up. A group of people are protesting. But, soon, someone noticed something was wrong. Chicken. It doesn't make sense for it to come out of a microwave. But who says it has to be a microwave? You mean? The microwave oven is just our guess. This Chinese kid might not actually be making a microwave oven. Think about it. Given his never-give-up attitude, would he waste materials and electrical components to create a useless microwave oven? Great. Just as I thought. I had a feeling this wasn't a microwave oven. What is this? This thing looks a bit like a legendary incubator. A cutting-edge machine from 100 years ago, specifically designed to help incubate all kinds of eggs. It must be an incubator. No wonder this Chinese kid went to such great lengths to make one, and even bought eggs from the regional channel. Who said this is microwave? Microwave? You think your brain's been cooked in a microwave? You idiot. This kid actually hatched chicks. Is he going to raise poultry in the burial ground? Shit. Chicken and egg. Doesn't that mean this guy will never lack meat again? Oomph. Raising poultry in the burial grounds? You've forgotten one thing. The burial grounds game is filled with all sorts of pollution. Ordinary poultry simply can't grow there. This kid's idea of raising poultry in the burial grounds is just wishful thinking. Great. You can't raise ordinary poultry in the burial grounds game. This kid even put those 3 chicks in that little shed. In a few hours at most. Those 3 chicks will rot and turn into fantasy creatures. Good heavens. Foolish Chinese boy. He actually built an incubator to hatch chicks. That's hilarious. After a brainstorming session, the people of various countries on Earth. I'm happy again. Incubator? Hatching chicks? What's the point? Can you raise a child in the burial ground? It's all in vain. Don't panic. Not panicking at all. What adorable chicks. Emma looked at the 3 chicks frolicking in the pig pen with a face full of curiosity. After feeding the chicks, Qin Feng returned to the shelter to prepare for sleep. But Emma heard that the chicks had hatched, even if there's an injury on the leg. She wanted to come out and see the chicks too. Is it really possible to enter adolescence in just 10 days? Emma was very surprised. Potatoes and peas grown in greenhouses take 15 days to mature. It's all right. Chickens have a very short maturation period. Qin Feng remembered the chickens from those farms, feeding with various hormones. They are usually ready for market in 30 days. Qin Feng opened the group chat. I posted a picture of 3 chicks in a pig pen. Such joyous news naturally needs to be shared with the group members. Upload the image. The group chat instantly became a hot topic. Wait, wow. Is this a chicken? Brother Qin Feng, did your chicks hatch? Qin Feng, yes. Just hatched. A genuine chicken. Qin, so this is what chickens look like. Brother Qin Feng, your chicken is so small. Qin Feng, these are chicks. They'll grow bigger. Baowa, Brother Qin Feng, how big will these 3 chickens grow? Qin Feng, about the size of a basketball. No, you've never seen a basketball. It's about the size of a head. Vivi, how long will it take for these chickens to grow up? Qin Feng, reaching adolescence in 10 days, reaching full maturity in 20 days. Qin Feng explained the chicken's growth cycle to his group members. They also mentioned the egg-laying rate of the chickens. The group members were all shocked. Vivi, wow, that was fast. Qin, such a fast growth rate. It can lay eggs in 10 days. Doesn't that mean that as long as these chickens are around, Brother Qin Feng can get free eggs every day? Wait, wow. That's amazing. Wait, Brother Qin Feng, you said there are 2 hens and 1 rooster among these 3 chickens. Doesn't that mean the eggs laid by all 3 chickens can hatch into chicks? One sentence from Vivi. This caused the already lively group to boil over. This little girl is quite clever. Qin Feng, not bad. Once these 3 chickens reach puberty and start laying eggs, we can use those eggs to hatch more chicks. Vivi, ouch. Qin, hiss. Bao, hiss. Burial grounds. Unknown lands. Wei, Qin, and Bao all gasped in shock. The chicken laid the egg, and the egg laid the chicken. Endless. Terrifying. Wei, Brother Qin Feng will never lack meat again. Qin Feng, that's the theoretical situation. However, this process will take a long time. In addition, raising chickens consumes a lot of grain and requires a lot of space. Under these constraints, it's quite difficult for the chicken population to grow rapidly. However, small-scale growth is still possible. Qin, that's amazing. Raising poultry in the burial grounds and keeping them breeding. No one but Brother Qin Feng could do that. Bao, yes. I chatted with the excited group members for quite a while. Qin Feng then left the group chat. Emma was chatting with Qin Feng and the group members when she was next to him. I watched the chicks with great interest. Qin Feng finished chatting. Emma then reluctantly returned to the shelter. Back in the bedroom, the oil lamp's light flickered. A thought flashed through my mind. A picture book appeared in Qin Feng's hands. The oil lamp light is too dim. We still need to install a lighting system. That's right. What Qin Feng took out was the blueprint for manufacturing a level 1 lighting system. View information. Chapter 194, Digging Up Graves. Shocking. Plant guide. Cat's tail grass. Primary lighting system manufacturing guide. Specifications. 4x6 wiring system coverage. 2x15W light bulbs. Construction materials. 20 rubber blocks, 20 aluminum blocks, 3 glass blocks, 1 electrical component. Function. The lighting system can cover the shelter, providing you with light and illuminating the burial ground world. Hint. God said, "Let there be light." And there was light in the world. Rubber, glass, and electrical components, but aluminum blocks. I don't think I've encountered them before. Let's see if those guys have any. Qin Feng posted a message on the regional channel to buy aluminum blocks. The message was sent in less than a second. The reply appeared, but it has nothing to do with aluminum blocks. Some of the messages were from people asking him for water. The other group was furiously cursing him. Looks like none of these guys have any aluminum. Qin Feng shook his head. Anyone who carries an aluminum block. I will definitely contact him and exchange the water with him using aluminum blocks. Since no one is willing to replace it, then there must be none left. It seems that aluminum blocks can only be obtained from higher-level treasure chests. The lighting system won't be built tonight. Qin Feng has closed the regional channel. As for why so many people are criticizing him, scold. Go ahead and curse. The harsher the insults, the more you enjoy the Qin style. Back to the bedroom. Qin Feng lay on the bed. I started reading Jin Ping Mei as usual. I watched for a little while. Qin Feng was going to sleep. Just then, Didi. A message notification sound went off. Qin Feng, I have what you need. Return immediately. Photo attached. Qin Feng opened the photo. Look at what's in the photo. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, it is. That's great. Qin Feng contacted the other party. After paying the price of 1 L of water, Qin Feng's inventory has also gained some new items. 300g pork, ribs, x3. Let's do these ribs and give Emma some nourishment. Emma is injured and has lost too much blood. Need nutrition. In particular, the use of Vivi's Type 1 flesh healing agent accelerated the healing process. They will have a greater need for nutrition. Qin Feng entered the living room. Put the ribs into the iron pot. Pour in cold water, garlic, beer, and other seasonings. Next, light the charcoal fire under the iron pot. I can have pork rib soup tomorrow morning. Qin Feng was already looking forward to the taste of the pork rib soup. Nothing happened that night. The next day, count down to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 3 days, 10 hours, and 12 minutes. High temperature continues. 48.5 degrees Celsius. It's so hot. 48.5 degrees. The temperature has risen again. In the bedroom, Qin Feng was instantly awakened by the heat. I glanced at the panel. I was stunned by the numbers. Isn't this temperature a bit outrageous? That's a great price increase. I'm afraid of high temperatures. I have a water purifier. The higher the temperature, the more expensive the water. I stepped out of the bedroom. A rich aroma of meat wafted into my nostrils. It smells delicious. Qin Feng walked to the middle of the living room. Fine steam was still rising from the edge of the iron pot. As wisps of white steam rose, the entire living room was enveloped in a misty atmosphere, making it seem like a fairyland. Qin Feng lifted the pot lid. Splash. In the iron pot, the thick broth was bubbling and churning. The ribs are faintly visible in the milky white broth. The ribs were already stewed until they were very tender. Qin Feng picked up a piece. With a gentle touch, the meat falls off the bone and trembles in the broth, as if it would turn into soft mincemeat with the slightest poke. Each piece of pork rib is soaked in broth, glistening with an enticing sheen, and the fatty parts at the edges are translucent, as if coated with a layer of amber. A layer of golden oil floats on the surface of the broth, slowly spreading out with the rhythm of boiling, and then gathering into tiny swirls. Wow! Qin Feng picked up a spoon, ladled some soup, and put it in his mouth. It tastes amazing. It smells so good. Emma walked out of the bedroom and went to the iron pot. I was a little surprised to see the ribs inside. I bought it on the regional channel last night. Qin Feng said, "Give it a try." Good. Emma picked up the spoon, took a bite, squinted her eyes, and opened them a moment later. So fresh. Qin Feng took out noodles from his inventory. Start cooking the noodles. Wait for the noodles to cook. Qin Feng poured some of the pork rib soup into the noodles. The noodles, having absorbed the pork rib broth, instantly became glossy and shiny. Each one is coated with a thick broth, glistening with an enticing amber color. Dinner's ready. Qin Feng and Emma started eating noodles. This is amazing. Qin Feng would certainly not forget his group members. Start the gifting mode now. Then, a group of people started eating pork rib noodle soup at the same time. I ate pork rib noodles as soon as I woke up. People from all over the world watched the projection. They were all drooling. Damn it, they don't even have enough to eat. Result, these guys are eating so well first thing in the morning. Is there no justice left? After finishing the noodles, Qin Feng continued towards the area where the grave had been dug yesterday. The blue treasure chest in that area hasn't been dug up yet. Let's continue. Emma wanted to go too. Don't go. Wait until you're healed. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't agree to Emma going. Given Emma's injuries, you definitely can't dig up the grave. What if we encounter a fantasy creature attack again? Just like yesterday. That will be troublesome. Let Xiaoqing follow you. She can help you keep watch. Emma suggested. Good. Qin Feng did not reject the proposal. Xiaoqing's eagle eyes are still very useful. Qin Feng set off alone. Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai followed Qin Feng. Hovering overhead. A dozen minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the area from yesterday. Let's start digging up the grave. A hoe appeared in his hand. Qin Feng went straight for it. Wow. Wow. One by one, the burial soil was dug out. The grave mounds are being dug up continuously. One by one, the treasure chests were opened. Fantasy value +3. Fantasy value +3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 20 wood, 10 stones, and 5 rubber. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 20 wood, 10 stones, and 5 iron blocks. The yellow treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 cat's tail grass and 50 cat's tail grass from the plant compendium. Wow, I found a plant encyclopedia. It's cat's tail grass. Qin Feng was shocked. Cat's tail grass. This is good stuff. It is an extremely rare homing and attacking plant. If the cat's tail grass has the same effect as in the game, dealing with those bats will be much easier. With great excitement, Qin Feng quickly checked the information about the cat's tail grass. Plant guide, cat's tail grass. Planting requirements, burial soil +1 cat's tail grass, +13 points of fantasy value, plus LV8 talent. Ripening time, 1 hour. Hint, this is a cat's tail grass modified by a mad scientist. Once mature, it can hurl its tail spikes to attack. Once the cat's tail grass locks onto an enemy, the spikes will automatically track the enemy until they hit. The cat's tail grass has a 10% chance to launch a special spike that inflicts a 1-second paralysis effect on fantasy creatures. Friendly reminder, powerful fantasy creatures may have even stronger resistance to paralysis. Chapter 195, Tracking the Enemy. Cat Tail Grass. Talent upgrade imminent. It could track enemies. Looking at the information about cat's tail grass, Qin Feng was incredibly excited. We have cat's tail grass. Those bats no longer need to be worried about. Even if those bats fly incredibly fast, I'm not afraid anymore. You can dodge bullets, right? I'll send you a homing missile right away. Let's see how you hide. Even if that vampire appears, you can use cat's tail grass to deal with it. Qin Feng was initially worried. That vampire can turn into a swarm of bats to attack him. Besides using his leaf umbrella for passive defense and the sunflower's weak attacks, there is simply no other effective means. Things are different now. We have cat's tail grass. A vampire, right? Kulme. Come on. I can't kill you. Qin Feng glanced at the panel. Burial survival game. Contestant, Qin Feng, ID 50000000000. Physical strength, 20, 10 for adult males. Health, 20 to 20. Hunger level, 15 to 20. Fantasy value, 35-20. Talent, Farmer LV75625000. Unlocked plants, potato mine, pea shooter, walnut, sunflower, cherry bomb, ice shooter, corn cannon, water lily, spikeweed, squash, leaf umbrella. Items, aquatic plant encyclopedia X1, cat's tail grass encyclopedia, level 1 lighting system crafting blueprint X1, wood X65, stone X50, iron X10, glass X20, plastic X30, rubber X10, walnut X25, potato X102, PX720, pistachio X30. Regional channels, now open. World channel, to be opened. Countdown to the second wave of fantastical creature tides. 3 days, 8 hours, and 12 minutes. High temperature continues, 48.5 degrees Celsius. My experience points are currently 562, which is 4,438 points away from LV8. Your fantasy points are currently 3520. To level up, you need another 918 fantasy points. Qin Feng did the calculations. There's still quite a bit of a difference. It's a bit difficult to accumulate over 900 fantasy points by getting fantasy creatures from free-roaming fantasy creatures or opening treasure chests. The quickest way is for the vampire clone to attack him with a bunch of minions. Are these guys not coming? Harmful. Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration. They went too far yesterday. I should have known better than to kill that vampire clone yesterday. They'll probably come back. After all, they are vampires, extraordinary beings. Having suffered a loss yesterday, they certainly couldn't hold back. They will definitely get their revenge on me. That's right. They will definitely come. After Qin Feng comforted himself for a while, my mood has improved a lot. Keep digging up old posts. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 20 garbage bags and 3 garbage cans. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have received 2x 1000 G rice and 2x 1000 G flour. Fantasy value plus 15. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Call. It's so hot. No, I need to take a break. They dug up 9 graves in one go. Qin Feng was soaked in sweat. He looked like he had heat stroke. My mind is completely foggy. Take out the recliner. Qin Feng laid down directly on it. A nice cola appeared in my hand. Qin Feng started drinking. Separation. Comfortable. I drank half a glass in one go. Qin Feng felt completely refreshed. But that's not enough. There's something even more comfortable. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. He was drinking a cola while watching the whaling in the regional channel. It's so hot. 48.5 degrees Celsius. How can we dig a grave like this? Shit. My mouth is so dry. Wow, I'm all sweaty. Help. I think I have heat stroke. My head is so dizzy. Can someone give me some water? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. I'm going to drink the acid rain water from the pool. D. The water in the acid rain pool is undrinkable. It's full of acid. If you drink it, your internal organs will be corroded. The acidity of the water in the acid rain pool has been decreasing, so it might actually be drinkable. It's entirely possible. This heat wave is terrifying. Aside from that young Chinese man, almost all the participants are dehydrated and unlikely to survive. Is the burial ground game going to wipe out all the participants? Perhaps survival is just around the corner. That makes sense. That makes sense. Acid rain pools are a source of life. Acid rain pool? Look at the messages in the regional channel. Qin Feng was amused. These guys are dying of thirst. They actually set their sights on the acid rain pool? What will become of these guys? Qin Feng was also very interested. Keep watching. Where's that guy who said he wanted to drink from the acid rain pool? Why isn't he saying anything? Is it even drinkable? I'm here. Awesome. The acidity of the water in the acid rain pool has really decreased. I drank a liter in one go. No problem at all. It's just that the taste is a bit off. Is the water in the acid rain pool really drinkable? Wah. I'm going to drink it too. I don't have to die. I'm alive again. Qin Feng, you can't kill me now. Ha ha ha. How did this get involved with me? But is the water in the acid rain pool really drinkable? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. In that case, is his water purifier not just for show? Did it really leave a chance for the contestants? The burial ground game is really that good. Qin Feng would never believe that the burial ground game would consider the participants. Otherwise, over the years, and not a single participant will be left out of the burial ground game. If that's the case, there's only one truth. Someone is lying. Ouch. My mouth is ulcerated. Who said acid rain water is drinkable? I'll kill you. Ouch. My intestines hurt so much. Ouch. My stomach is ruptured. All right. It seems the water in the acid rain pool is undrinkable. We still have to dig the water ourselves. You beasts. You tricked me into doing experiments. I'll be waiting for you down there. TSK. Human nature is treacherous. Qin Feng shook his head. These guys are so mean. They're no longer ordinary contestants. We must strike hard. Really, he's been right to rip off these guys all along, to rid the people of this scourge. Then, Qin Feng made a small modification to the transaction terms he had released. Chapter 196 Blue Treasure Chest. Another treasure chest upgrade scroll appears. Qin Feng, wasn't it supposed to be 150 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters of water? How did it become 160? No way, Qin Feng. Get out here right now. Huaxia Qin Feng. The past is the past. The present is the present. Yesterday, it was 47 degrees. Today, it's 48 degrees. So yesterday's price was 150. Today, it's 160. And from now on, the price will increase by 10 every day. Shit, this is robbery. Blatant robbery. Damn it, Qin Feng. Do you have any professional ethics? Qin Feng, you think we'll let you trample on us? Dream on. I'd rather die of thirst than buy your water. In the regional channel, participants from various countries started swearing. Damn it, that Qin Feng guy. They can come up with new ways to torment them every day. They finally agreed to exchange 150 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters of water. Result: this thing has gone up in price. You beast. Wood plus 160. Wood plus 160. Wood plus 160. Qin Feng lay on a recliner and drank a cola. A series of notification sounds popped up. The wood in my inventory is increasing rapidly. He's all talk and no action. He's still the same as always. A short while. Qin Feng's inventory now contains over 600 pieces of wood. The timber I used to buy water yesterday was borrowed from Wei Wei, Qin, and Baowa, and I can return it now. Qin Feng opened the group chat. 200 pieces of Vivi wood as a gift. 200 pieces of wood for playing the piano are included. 200 pieces of Baowa timber as a gift. In a group chat. Soon things started to move. Wei Wei, brother Qin Feng, have you found any wood? I'm not too short of wood right now. You don't need to rush to give it to me. Qin Feng, it's all right. I don't need anything now. Ha! Qin, brother Qin Feng, you've given me too much wood. Qin Feng, the extra is interest. By the way, what's the current level of your shelter? Wei Wei, I'm level 2, but with the wood you gave me, brother Qin Feng, I can upgrade to level 3. Qin, me too. I've reached level 3. Bao was same. It takes 1,000 wood to upgrade a shelter from level 3 to level 4. During this heat wave, it should be able to help everyone upgrade their shelter to level 4. Qin Feng thought to himself. Immediately, he then gave each member of the group a glass of iced cola to cool them down. Qin Feng, it's very hot right now. Everyone, please don't try to save water. Otherwise, you'll get heat stroke. Wei Wei hum. Don't worry, brother Qin Feng. The cola is so cold. Qin, drinking Coke in this hot weather is such a treat. Wow, that feels good. After chatting with the group members for a while, Qin Feng closed the group chat. He finished the rest of his cola in one gulp. Fold up the recliner. They continued digging up the grave. Fantasy value plus 3. Fantasy value plus 3. Congratulations on opening the white treasure chest. You have obtained 2 steel wool balls, 2 gag balls, and 2 blindfolds. The white treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. You have obtained. Qin Feng dug up one grave after another. The 13th. The 14th. We're getting closer and closer to our goal of reaching 18 graves today. Looks like we won't be finding a blue treasure chest today. Qin Feng was somewhat annoyed. If you can't find the blue treasure chest, then so be it. Anyway, they're all in this area. If you can't find it today, you can find it tomorrow. But that vampire really isn't sending any minions. Qin Feng was still thinking about upgrading. Garlic bird. Even if that vampire doesn't send his minions, with 3 days to gather the free-floating fantasy creatures and the newly created ones, we can still level up. It'll just be a little slow. I figured that out. Qin Feng's mood improved instantly. What's there to be upset about? We have water and money. There are plants and poultry. A true landowner of burial grounds. We should be happy. That's hilarious. When the hoe bounced up. Item, treasure chest. Gray blue. Hint. This is a blue treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Wow. Looking at the familiar light in the grave. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Blue. Blue treasure chest. Really? A boy who smiles a lot is bound to have good luck. Open. Qin Feng opened the blue treasure chest after maintaining a safe distance. Click. The blue treasure chest slowly opened. A familiar ray of light shone from the crack in the treasure chest. It's a supply of light. All done. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement, even though I've already opened several blue treasure chests. But every time it's turned on, he was incredibly excited. I'm really looking forward to what's inside the treasure chest. With a click, the blue treasure chest is fully opened. A notification sound is playing. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have obtained 3 blue level treasure chest upgrade scrolls. A blue tier treasure chest upgrade scroll. Holy crap. Qin Feng was shocked. He had driven something similar before. It's called a yellow tier treasure chest upgrade scroll, which can upgrade a white treasure chest to a yellow treasure chest. And the name of this blue treasure chest upgrade scroll is almost the same as that of the yellow treasure chest upgrade scroll. The effect will definitely be the same. A thought crossed my mind. The scroll appeared in his hand. With great excitement, Qin Feng began to examine the information on the scroll. Blue level treasure chest upgrade scroll. Effect. Consuming scrolls can upgrade white and yellow treasure chests to blue treasure chests. Really? I saw the description of the scroll. Qin Feng was overjoyed. That's like giving him 3 blue treasure chests. Take off. It took off immediately. This Chinese kid has dug up another blue treasure chest. People from all over the world watched the projected image. One by one, people have gone from being angry to being numb. I can't get angry anymore. Keep getting angry. I didn't starve to death, but I was driven to my death by this guy. Stay calm. Stay calm. It's just a blue treasure chest. At most, you'll just get some slightly better supplies than a yellow treasure chest, right? Don't panic. Wait a minute. What this Chinese kid offered looks familiar. I think this looks familiar. I feel like I saw someone else dig it up before. Yes, someone definitely dug it up before. People from all over the world stared at what Qin Feng was holding. They all racked their brains to think. Please, please don't let it be anything good. It has to be garbage. I think I remember something. This thing was dug up by this Chinese kid before. Now that you mention it, I remember. It was this Chinese kid who dug it up. It looked like some kind of scroll. A scroll? What? Wait a minute. Is this a treasure chest upgrade scroll? This young Chinese man previously unearthed a yellow treasure chest upgrade scroll, which is exactly the same as this one. Chapter 197 New Plant. Puff Shroom. Upgraded blue chest. Treasure chest upgrade scroll. The world has collapsed for the people of all nations. Damn it. I'll make you drive out a piece of junk. You opened 3 treasure chests and got upgrade scrolls? Calm down. How could I possibly stay calm? You're telling me how to stay calm? Don't panic. We might be seeing things. Great. This might not be a treasure chest upgrade scroll. Treasure chest upgrade scrolls are extremely rare. So far, only this Chinese kid and the other person have dug up such scrolls. How come this kid was able to dig one up again? Yeah, before, I only got yellow upgrade scrolls from yellow chests. This time it was a blue chest. 3 blue upgrade scrolls. How is that possible? People from all over the world are trying to regain their composure. Impossible. This Chinese kid can't possibly be that lucky. Absolutely impossible. They must have seen it wrong. A group of people stared intently at the projected image, proving their idea is simple. As long as this Chinese kid doesn't use the scroll on the grave mounds that are dug up later, it's fine. That damn Qin Feng. You absolutely must not use it. Under the watchful eyes of countless people from all over the world. When the hoe bounced up, Qin Feng dug up a grave. Yellow light shot out from the pit. Did you find another yellow treasure chest? Qin Feng was surprised. The drop rate for yellow treasure chests is pretty high today. We've dug up several already. Using upgrade scrolls on yellow treasure chests isn't worthwhile, so let's just open them directly. Qin Feng decided to use the upgrade scroll on the white treasure chest. This is the only way to maximize profits. Open a treasure chest now. Congratulations on opening the yellow treasure chest. You have obtained 1 puff shroom illustration and 50 clean shrooms. I actually got a Pokédex entry. Thankfully, I didn't use the upgrade scroll. Otherwise, if I had upgraded to a blue treasure chest, the encyclopedia entry would have been gone. Qin Feng praised himself for his cleverness. As for the little mushroom, this is good stuff. Qin Feng was playing a game. This is my favorite plant to use in the early stages. No sunlight is needed. You can plant it directly. Following this logic, does growing small mushrooms also not require consuming fantasy points? If that's really the case, that would be awesome. As long as you have enough clean mushrooms, you can grow an unlimited number of puff mushrooms without needing any fantasy points. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. A thought flashed through my mind. The mini mushroom encyclopedia is now in your hand. Plant guide, small puff mushroom. Planting conditions, burial soil plus clean mushroom plus LV10 talent. Ripening time, 2.5 minutes. Hint, this is a modified puff shroom by a mad scientist. Once mature, it can shoot spore-like creatures forward. Friendly reminder, the puff shroom is quite special, with very obvious advantages and disadvantages. Disadvantages, compared to other shooting plants, its range is shorter and its attack power is weaker. Advantages, the puff shroom can be grown without sunlight, allowing for large-scale planting. We believe you will find the best way to use the puff shroom. You really don't need to consume fantasy points. Look at the information about the little mushroom. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This little mushroom is amazing. As for the minor drawbacks of the puff shroom mentioned in the tips, Qin Feng didn't care at all. You already have a watch. What more could you want? You can unlock it at LV10. Try to plant as many clean shrooms as possible before upgrading the talent. Once the talent is unlocked, go straight for a mushroom swarm tactic and plant thousands or even tens of thousands of puff shrooms. It has weak attack power, right? We'll give you a 10,000-fold increase right away. Who can stop them? If we have enough clean mushrooms, we can fill the burial soil with them and endlessly kill fantasy creatures. Qin Feng has a grand ideal. Certainly, this ideal is too grand. Achieving a cough is a bit difficult. The first level greenhouse is still too small and must be expanded. We need to keep a close eye on the greenhouse upgrade guide during this period. Hide the illustrations. Qin Feng continued digging the grave. Next up is this burial mound. As Qin Feng wished, it emitted the most common white light. The white treasure chest is here. Good. This Chinese kid didn't upgrade the treasure chest. Good. I knew this kid couldn't possibly be that lucky. Are treasure chest upgrade scrolls that easy to open? He's already incredibly lucky, having opened one once. And he wants to try a second time? Is his ancestral grave on fire? Wow, I told you guys to calm down. You're all too excited. I knew a long time ago that this kid wasn't opening a treasure chest upgrade scroll. What excellent taste. It's good that it's not a treasure chest upgrade scroll. Otherwise, this kid would have 3 more blue treasure chests. People from all over the world watched the projected image. Upon seeing Qin Feng immediately open the yellow treasure chest. One by one, everyone's hearts finally settled down. His face was beaming with a bright smile. Call. That feels so good. Seeing Qin Feng get into trouble. It's even more comfortable than if they had gotten lucky on their own. Use the blue level treasure chest upgrade scroll. In front of the grave. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Use the upgrade scroll directly on the white treasure chest in the pit. Should we keep it without using it? It doesn't exist. The main selling point is that you can't wait. Use good things right away. Nothing good here. We need to get a loan and use it. Blue level treasure chest scroll -1. Wow. The scroll in his hand vanished. It transformed directly into a beam of blue light. A white treasure chest hidden in a grave mound. The white treasure chest is starting to change. A faint blue light appeared on the white box. The next moment, the blue light spread rapidly in all directions from the point to the surface. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary white treasure chest in the burial mound has been upgraded to a noble blue treasure chest. Using the blue level treasure chest upgrade scroll, the white treasure chest has been successfully upgraded. Item, treasure chest. Gray blue. Hint, this is a blue treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Chapter 198, Using the Squash. People from all over the world. Watching the white treasure chest in the projection turn into a blue treasure chest, the bright smiles on the faces of people from all over the world froze. No? What is this? Are you kidding me? How did this Chinese kid manage to upgrade and get a blue treasure chest? He didn't open an upgrade scroll. How come he can still upgrade the treasure chest? This Chinese kid is cheating. This kid clearly didn't upgrade the yellow treasure chest. Is he messing with us? Damn, I get it. This Chinese kid doesn't want to use the upgrade scroll on the yellow treasure chest. Using it on the white treasure chest maximizes the benefit. Shit. Didn't some idiot from the Space Kingdom just say he could tell at a glance that Qin Feng hadn't opened an upgrade scroll? Get out here. I'm sure I said it's impossible. But what I mean is, it's obvious at a glance that what he opened wasn't a yellow level treasure chest upgrade scroll. Shit. Damn toothpick. XXXX. It's impossible for you to be this XXXX. A bunch of idiots. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is to pray that this Chinese kid doesn't get anything good. 3 blue treasure chests. If he gets a water purifier level item from the encyclopedia, this Chinese kid will truly be invincible. Holy crap. I'd trade 10 years of my wife's life for this Chinese kid driving garbage. It's done. Look at the blue treasure chest in front of me. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This upgrade scroll is so awesome to use. To some extent, he was even happier than when he dug up the blue treasure chest. Treasure chest upgrade scroll. I would call you the strongest resource. They hyped up the upgrade scrolls. Qin Feng maintained a safe distance. For insurance purposes, he also summoned several walnuts, which merged into a walnut fence. Surround the blue treasure chest in the middle. The main focus is on stability. Open the blue treasure chest now. Click. The treasure chest slowly opened. A ray of light shot out. It's not about having enough supplies. Qin Feng retreated a distance again. At the same time, an ice archer appeared in his hand. Roar! A tremendous roar came from the treasure chest. Click! The treasure chest is fully opened. A humanoid black figure slowly rose from the treasure chest. Brush! A blinding white spotlight pierced through the gray fog. It was shot down from above. Enveloped the dark figure within. The familiar afro, red leather jacket, rusty epaulets, rotting red trousers, and black dance shoes. Fantasy creatures, dancing zombie. Level 3. Aggression, 60. Defense, 50. Speed, 50. Hint: this is a zombie conjured up by a group of dancers for paradise. It is extremely powerful, and it also has a group of dance partners. Be very careful, because you never know where its partners might appear from. After many days, the dancing zombie is back in action. Nice. It's a zombie. Ha! This Chinese kid got a piece of junk. That kid wasted his first blue treasure chest. Great fortune. Let's keep praying. May this Chinese kid keep driving out more trash. Good heavens. This kid is incredibly lucky to have opened any treasure chests and gotten upgrade scrolls. Upgrading 3 blue treasure chests and getting 3 pieces of junk. That makes perfect sense. Haha. People from all over the world have witnessed the appearance of the dancing king zombie. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally at ease. Dancing zombie is awesome. We need more dancing zombies. As for the Dance King zombie killing Qin Feng, they've given up on their fantasies. That's absolutely impossible. Let's think about something more practical. Oh, the dancing zombie is here. People from all over the world are overjoyed to see the dancing zombie king. Qin Feng was even happier than they were. He was thinking about killing fantasy creatures to gain fantasy points and upgrade his talent. The earlier your talent level is upgraded, the sooner he improves his strength, the safer he will be. The Dancing King zombie is undoubtedly the best among all the level 3 fantasy creatures. Wow. The exclusive background music starts playing. Under the spotlight, the dancing zombie performed an elegant dance. With its movement, wow. The surrounding soil surged. Rotten hands stretched out from the soil. Roar. A series of roars echoed through the gray fog. One by one, rotting zombies crawled out of the soil. Fantasy creatures, dancing zombie, helmet. Level 2. Fantasy creatures, dancing zombies, roadblock. Level 2. Fantasy creatures, dancing zombies, iron gate. Level 2. Fantasy creatures, dancing zombies, speed. Level 2. Fantasy creatures, dancing zombie, big muscle king. Level 2. 5 level 2 zombies have appeared. Roar. Under the orders of the dancing zombie, 5 zombie dancers roared and charged toward Qin Feng. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Qin Feng had already prepared frost archers to deal with these guys. Deal with these level 2 fantasy creatures. Qin Feng now handles things with ease, with complete control and lightning-fast reflexes. It's so easy. Qin Feng took care of 4 of them. Gained over 100 fantasy points. There's one left. Let's try the squash. Since unlocking the squash, Qin Feng hasn't used it yet. Let's try it out with this level 2 backup dancer zombie. A thought flashed through my mind. A squash plant appeared in front of me, with its immediate maturation characteristics. The squash ripened as soon as it appeared. Its round, plump body swayed, and its small eyes darted around. A fantasy creature has been detected approaching. Wow. The squash bounced right up. It appeared above the heads of the dancing zombies. Then it suddenly plummeted downwards. With a soft poof, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The backup dancer zombie was smashed into a pile of minced meat. Wow, that's pretty powerful. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He only fired a few shots at this dancing zombie with the ice archer. The squash was able to kill it by smashing it. This was somewhat unexpected for Qin Feng. According to his observation, his plants are not exactly the same as in the game. Take potato mines, for example. In the game, it can basically kill ordinary zombies and some special zombies instantly. But that doesn't work in the burial ground game. The same goes for cherry bombs. And the squash is in the game. Its power is the same as these 2 plants. However, in the game burial soil, the squash is clearly more powerful than the potato mine. Perhaps the power of a plant is related to its corresponding level. The squash is unlocked at LV7. The potato mine is unlocked at LV1. Qin Feng guessed. Wow. The background music starts playing. The dancing zombie has summoned more backup dancing zombies. Qin Feng uses the Frost Archer. Solved easily. Chapter 199, the second blue treasure chest. Wow. I dug up some defensive gear. Fantasy value plus 40. Fantasy value plus 40. Fantasy value plus 40. One by one, the dancing zombies turn into minced meat. Fantasy value prompts keep popping up. Period. Qin Feng experimented with squash again. The power of the squash surprised him. One of them can reduce a level 2 backup dancer zombie to almost no health. Squash is great. We should grow a lot of them. Later we can plant squash and potato mines together. Build a diverse defense line. 2 more zombie dancers were killed by Qin Feng and turned into fantasy points. Is there anything else? Qin Feng looked at the dancing zombie not far away. His eyes were filled with anticipation and encouragement. Dance King, you could do it. Continue the summoning. Come on, dancing zombie. No. Are you polite? Roar. The dancing zombie roared. He jumped out of the treasure chest and charged toward Qin Feng. I'm going to kill Qin Feng myself. The burial ground game absolutely will not tolerate such an arrogant participant. Bang. But an embarrassing situation. He had only taken 2 steps. Bang. It crashed into the nut fence outside the treasure chest. That's all. Qin Feng's expression changed instantly. The encouragement and expectation in his eyes have vanished. A red fruit appeared in my hand. Throw it directly at the nut fence. Can't summon anymore? Then you're useless. Crack. Boom. A huge explosion rang out. A single cherry bomb severely injured the dancing zombie, leaving him covered in blood and gore. Qin Feng fired a few more shots. A few seconds later, accompanied by a roar of unwillingness, the dancing king zombie, along with the other dancing zombies it summoned, turned into a pile of minced meat. Fantasy value plus 50. These level 2 backup dancer zombies are so much more fun to kill. After being enhanced by the Dance King, the fantasy points gained upon defeating it are almost equivalent to those of a level 3 fantasy creature. That concludes the discussion. Qin Feng got all the resources from the first blue treasure chest. I glanced at the panel. This wave killed 16 level 2 backup dancer zombies and 1 Dance King, for a total of 690 fantasy points. I'm less than 200 points away from LV8. All set. Gaining 200 fantasy points in 3 days was a piece of cake for Qin Feng. Again, Qin Feng found a grave mound. They couldn't wait to start digging. Wow. Wow. The soil is being dug out continuously. The burial mound has turned into a grave pit. A treasure chest has appeared in sight. This is exactly the white treasure chest that Qin Feng needs. Lucky you. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Participants from various countries. You call finding a white treasure chest good luck. This is an act of rebellion against the heavenly generals. However, possessing a blue-level treasure chest upgrade scroll. For Qin Feng, I found a white treasure chest. I'm so lucky. I found a yellow treasure chest. I'm so lucky. Find a blue treasure chest. Your luck is off the charts. Use the blue-level treasure chest upgrade scroll. Qin Feng used the second upgrade scroll directly on the white treasure chest in the pit. Blue-level treasure chest upgrade scroll 1. Wow. The scroll transformed into a beam of blue light and disappeared into the white treasure chest. Same as before. The white treasure chest has been upgraded to a blue treasure chest. Using the blue-level treasure chest upgrade scroll, the white treasure chest has been successfully upgraded. Item, treasure chest. Gray blue. Hint. This is a blue treasure chest containing all sorts of items from human imagination. Open it now. A surprise awaits you. Qin Feng summoned a nut fence to surround the blue treasure chest. Then it will be activated. Click. The treasure chest slowly opened. A familiar ray of light shone from the crack in the treasure chest. Supplies are running low. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Click. The treasure chest is fully opened. A string of information appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have obtained 1 fish scale armor and 1 gas helmet. Wow, I found some armor. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The paper armor's defense is already somewhat strained against level 3 fantasy creatures, especially when facing that vampire next. That's definitely not enough. These fish scales came just in time. Let's see how it goes. The armor that comes out of the blue treasure chest must be amazing. A thought flashed through my mind. A suit of armor appeared in Qin Feng's hand. It's quite heavy. Qin Feng's hand suddenly sank. View information. Item, fish scale armor. Defense, 75. Durability, 200. Function, can withstand attacks from swords, spears, axes, and arrows. Advantages, good protective performance and high flexibility. Disadvantages, relatively heavy compared to paper armor. Tip, fish scale armor is a common type of armor in the era of cold weapons. It is composed of small metal plates that overlap each other, resembling fish scales. It can withstand most attacks from cold weapons, and can also block the claws of level 3 fantasy creatures. However, please be aware of its durability. 75 points of defense, wow. This defense even surpasses that of a level 3 fantasy creature. Qin Feng saw so many level 3 fantasy creatures. It seems only the werewolf's defense reached 70. Werewolves have thick skin and tough flesh. Qin Feng was deeply impressed. With this fish scale armor, safety is elevated to another level. How about checking out the gas helmet? A thought flashed through my mind. A black helmet appeared in his hand. Item, gas helmet. Defense, 70. Durability, 200. Function, can withstand attacks from swords, spears, axes, and arrows. It can also block some poison gas attacks. Note, made of metal, this is a common piece of armor from the era of melee weapons. It can withstand most melee weapon attacks, block some poison gas attacks, and also stop the claws of level 3 fantasy creatures. However, please be aware of its durability. Its defense is similar to that of fish scale armor, not bad. Qin Feng was very satisfied. The key point is, this helmet can also withstand some of the poison gas attacks. That's pretty impressive. I heard from Wei Wei before that the contestant from the White Elephant Kingdom that she met could withstand anesthetic gas. So it seems that he was wearing this gas helmet. Try them on. Qin Feng put on his fish scale armor and gas helmet. Wow, it's quite heavy. Put on your fish scale armor and gas helmet. Qin Feng felt as if he had suddenly gained a lot of weight. The fish scales are estimated to weigh 20 kilograms. With a 20 kilograms weight on his body, if it were the old Qin Feng, he probably would have difficulty moving around. But stamina has now increased to 20 points. This weight is acceptable. But the weight is acceptable. Qin Feng can't withstand this temperature. It's hot enough as it is. If I wore this fish scale armor, Qin Feng suspected he would die from the heat. Let's wait until we need to wear it. Add the fish scale armor and gas helmet to your inventory. Qin Feng kept working. There's also a blue level treasure chest upgrade scroll. We absolutely have to use it. Chapter 200. A compendium of refrigerator illustrations. This Chinese kid has delivered supplies. And what I got was a defensive item. It's impossible to get the armor from the blue treasure chest now. This Chinese kid is even harder to kill. Shit, armor from a blue treasure chest. It can withstand attacks from level 3 fantasy creatures. People from all over the world watched the projection. Their eyes were all red. Why did you release supplies? You've already offered up supplies. Why did you choose defensive gear? Calm down, everyone. This kid has 3 upgrade scrolls. It's perfectly normal for him to open a supply crate. Not bad. We only got 1 resource from 3 blue treasure chests, so there's nothing to be upset about. This kid from China is sure to get junk from his 3rd blue treasure chest. Good heavens. Please bless this Chinese kid. He's definitely going to get junk from that 3rd treasure chest. People from all over the world began to pray again. In the game of burial, Qin Feng dug up another box. No surprises. White treasure chest. Use the blue level treasure chest upgrade scroll. Qin Feng used the 3rd upgrade scroll. Blue level treasure chest upgrade scroll 1. As the scrolls are consumed, the white treasure chest has turned into a blue treasure chest again. Using the blue level treasure chest upgrade scroll, the white treasure chest has been successfully upgraded. Qin Feng followed the previous procedure. Summon a nut fence to surround the blue treasure chest. Start. Click. The treasure chest slowly opened. Another shortage of supplies. See the light shining from the crack in the treasure chest. Qin Feng became excited. I wonder what I'll get from this 3rd blue treasure chest. Ideally, I like 3 more blue level treasure chest upgrade scrolls. Qin Feng has a wonderful wish. With a click, the treasure chest is fully opened. Congratulations on opening the blue treasure chest. You have obtained a level 1 refrigerator crafting blueprint X1. What? Refrigerator? Qin Feng was shocked. He actually opened a refrigerator manufacturing manual, a cutting-edge machine full of core technologies. Qin Feng found it hard to believe. The importance of refrigerators in hot weather is self-evident. If only we could build a refrigerator, it will be much easier to get through the heat. Besides making ice water and ice cream, you can also use a refrigerator to make ice cubes. Use ice to cool the room down. It's like having an air conditioner, a youth version. This is definitely good stuff. Let's see what materials are needed to manufacture it. Qin Feng couldn't wait to check the information. Item: Level 1 Refrigerator Manufacturing Blueprint. Manufacturing requirements: 10 burial soil plus 15 plastic plus 15 iron blocks plus 10 rubber plus 5 copper blocks plus 5 aluminum blocks plus 1 electrical component. Spetitons, pirmas valanda 5 minutisem evienas metras. Uses: preserving food, refrigerating drinks, making ice cream. Hint: this is a special machine that will keep you cool in the summer. Hurry up and build a refrigerator. It will definitely elevate your life in the burial ground game to a whole new level. Plastic, iron, rubber, and electrical components are all acceptable. There are no aluminum or copper blocks. Aluminum blocks are required for Class 1 lighting systems. And this refrigerator has even more copper blocks than a Class 1 lighting system. The refrigerator must be manufactured. We're making an electric fan so that only Emma and I can use it. If a refrigerator were made, it could produce a lot of coolness to help Weiwei, Baohua, Qin, and the others cool down. Qin Feng noticed the refrigerator's specifications. Qin Feng opened the regional channel. Pirmas valanda 5 minutisem evienas metras. This can definitely produce a large quantity of ice. Then we can even make ice blocks and sell them to other people. For the water, you can just use the water from the acid rain pool. After a series of analyses, Qin Feng became increasingly aware of the importance of refrigerators. Open the regional channel. Qin Feng directly posted a transaction message to buy aluminum and copper blocks. With so many laborers available, why not make use of them? Ignore all the crying, wailing, and trolls in the regional channel. Qin Feng has closed the regional channel. Today's grave digging has reached 18. It's time to go home. Knock off. Qin Feng put the hoe, nut fence, and other items into his inventory. But he did not return. Instead, they looked into the depths of the gray fog. No, you're really not coming today. Even if you can't kill me, you can still send a few to harass me. Just bother me a few times a day. That'll slow down my grave digging efficiency. Qin Feng gave the vampire, whom he had never met before, some advice. Vampire: are you teaching me how to do things? Qin Feng: I really want to kill fantasy creatures. Useless vampire. Seeing that the gray fog remained still, Qin Feng knew the attack wasn't coming. That's it for today. Go straight back to the shelter. I got 3 blue treasure chests today. So satisfying. I'll tell Emma when I get back. I wonder what her expression will be. The group members must have been very shocked. That Chinese kid has released supplies again. Why? 2 out of 3 blue treasure chests contain supplies. How can this kid have such incredible luck? I refuse to accept this. This kid seems to have gotten an encyclopedia entry from his 3rd blue treasure chest. You got it wrong. It can't be a picture book. It absolutely cannot be a picture book. Good heavens. Why is such good fortune so good to a lowly Chinese person? God, have you abandoned us and turned to favor the lowly Chinese? No. People from all over the world watched the projected image. Their eyes were glazed over. If they had felt despair after seeing Qin Feng's good fortune before, this time it's despair x 10,000. 3 blue treasure chests a day. Stimulate. This is so exciting. At the same time, the burial grounds game is set in an unknown land. Seek folk Ishiraizing. A dilapidated Gothic castle looms in the distance. Inside the castle, wow, mysterious energy from the gray fog surged into the upright metal coffin. The shriveled corpse in the metal coffin became increasingly plump and full. The pale skin began to glow with an eerie light. His gaunt, sunken cheeks swelled up, and his sunken eye sockets were filled with blood. Dark red veins wriggle like earthworms beneath translucent skin. I'll be fully recovered in 3 more days. What a despicable contestant. How dare they be so arrogant? I will definitely drain your blood dry. A cold voice emanated from the metal coffin, echoing through the gray mist. Then, the castle fell silent again, with only the sound of billowing gray fog.